I clearly awakened the top-tier talent of a divine domain summoner, but the creatures I summon seem a bit off. Not only can I summon a meatball that grows infinitely stronger when eaten by others, but also an unconventional medic who can easily subdue enemies while casually harvesting their organs, all because alien races descended into reality, giving everyone a chance to awaken talents and special panels, thereby gaining various supernatural abilities. Those who fail to awaken remain ordinary, relegated to the bottom of society. At that moment, while working on the assembly line, I refused to accept my inability to awaken a talent. So I offered up a century of my singlehood, begging the heavens for a natural awakening. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a golden light flashed. Congratulations, you have officially awakened your panel. Staring at the suddenly appearing panel before me, I excitedly shouted, "Holy crap, I did it! I became a summoner." Who would have thought a joking remark would actually make me awaken? My outburst startled my coworkers, who gave me strange looks. This kid must have lost his mind from tightening screws all day. Little fatty beside me froze. Wait. Bro, did you really awaken? How? I couldn't stop laughing. I just sacrificed a century of my singlehood. That's all. That actually works? Little fatty's scalp tingled. I'm trying it too. He threw down his screwdriver, clasped his hands together, and prayed, "Heavens, let me awaken too. I'm willing to trade a century of my singlehood and 30 years of my dad's lifespan. Please give me a chance to awaken." With a buzzing sound, a white light suddenly flashed beside him, and little fatty howled in excitement. Holy crap! I freaking awakened too, and it's a silver tier talent weakness detection. The two of us cheered like madmen. No more studying civil engineering or tightening screws in the factory. Tomorrow, we're switching majors to the spirit martial class. The scene shocked everyone around, sparking murmurs. These two kids have lost it from tightening screws, yelling about awakening. Are they daydreaming? A coworker chimed in. Yeah, I know them, they're students from Jiodao Vocational College, here part-time to earn living expenses. No idea what's gotten into them. Just then, workshop manager Old Wang frowned and walked over. What's going on? Do you still want this job? What's with all the yelling? I glanced at Old Wang, curling my lips and said, "Let me tell you, buddy, I've awakened now, and I'm really not doing this anymore." "I'm not doing it either." Little fatty waved his hand grandly, lifting his head. "You should address us as awakened lords now. Have you two gone mad from screwing bolts?" The workshop manager said with a dark face. "Making loud noises will deduct $50 from your salary, and if you don't finish today's task, 3 days' wages will be cut." Hearing this, my expression changed drastically. "You old geezer, I'm unawakened now, and you still dare to dock my pay? Today, I must teach you a lesson." With that, I waved my hand grandly and began summoning. A golden light flashed, and the outline of a creature slowly appeared, surrounded by a rainbow glow, with swirling air currents utterly majestic. The scene stunned everyone present. Holy crap, he really awakened. The workshop manager was completely dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, I laughed wildly, my face full of arrogance. "Come forth, my first summoned creature." After the dazzling summoning ended, what appeared on the ground was a black, pixelated blob. What the hell is this? I was stunned. Then I took a closer look at my summon. Inside was a dark, fleshy ball, occasionally showing tendrils twisting around, like some Lovecraftian horror, except it was wrapped in pixelation as if it were a glitch. I quickly opened the panel to check the summons info. Summon creature meatball. Ability grows stronger when eaten. Can cause mental contamination. If a sentient being eats a piece of the meatball, it gains 1 point of mental power. Note, the same individual can only eat once. Depending on the difference in mental power, it can cause varying degrees of cognitive distortion in enemies, making them perceive themselves as animals, plants, or everyday objects. As a juvenile eldritch entity, its taste is bizarre and utterly disgusting. No one would willingly eat this thing. Use your wits to make others consume it. Your summon is way too abstract, Old Wang said, his lips twitching. A summoner? Can this pixelated blob even fight? Are you sure you're not just a black iron tier summoner? In this world, superhumans are ranked as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, etc. And black iron tier talents are undoubtedly the most basic. Awakening doesn't seem to do much. I still firmly believed my talent was extraordinary. Though my current rank was black iron level 1, my talent level was unknown, and the name God Domain Summoner sounded undeniably cool. Actions speak louder than words. I immediately commanded the meatball. Meatball, use mental contamination on Old Wang. The meatball emitted eerie, swirling dark purple halos that expanded and distorted before drilling straight into Old Wang's mind. Wait, Old Wang panicked, but his eyes soon glazed over. I'm a dog? Then, his body moved uncontrollably. He crouched down, placed his hands on the ground, and started barking at the ceiling. Woof woof woof. Everyone around was horrified. Manager, what's wrong with the manager? Suddenly, As if drawn by something, old Wang charged straight toward a coworker, even sniffing around the back of their pants. Manager, what are you doing? The colleague turned pale with fear. Woof woof woof. Old Wang began tugging at his pants, his face excited. In terror, the employee kicked old Wang away with all his strength. Trembling, is it because I didn't wipe properly after pooping? Old Wang was kicked hard, and a glimmer of reason returned to his eyes as he hurriedly looked at me. Stop. Bro, I was wrong. Don't mess with me anymore. I won't dock your salary again. Let's call off your divine power. I snorted lightly. Then you'll have to pay more. Fine. I'll give it to you. I'll even return all the wages I've deducted before. Old Wang quickly agreed, now struggling to suppress an overwhelming urge to pee in the corner. Seeing my goal achieved, I finally issued the recall command to the meatball. After old Wang transferred the money he'd earned from screwing bolts over the past few days to us, Little Fatty and I left the factory. Little Fatty said cheerfully, "Man, your talent must be at least gold tier, right? You actually made old Wang like that. It was so satisfying to watch." Stay low key, I said, though I couldn't hide my delight. I glanced again at the summon's ability description, grow stronger when eaten, then tentatively reached into the pixelated mass and pulled out a small, sticky black blob. Will eating this boost my mental power a bit? I hesitated, looking at the squirming flesh in my hand. Why did you just tear off a piece of your pet? Little Fatty asked, staring in shock. To eat it, of course. Without overthinking, I stuffed the thing into my mouth. Instantly, the taste of rotten eggs flooded my taste buds, mixed with vinegar and sweaty feet. Damn, this tastes awful. I forced myself to swallow it quickly. Ding! Meatball's mental power +1. Seeing this notification, my expression improved slightly. Sacrificing for the meatball's strength was worth it. Most ordinary people have a mental power around 5, while the meatball's was 15, 3 times higher. That's why it could affect old Wang like that. But against Iron Tier awakened individuals, whose mental power ranges from 10 to 15, the meatball's effect would be weaker. So, we still needed to level up more. I turned to Little Fatty. Want to try it? Wait. Why would you eat this disgusting thing? Is it some kind of miracle pill? He asked, horrified. You got it. According to the panel, this is exactly that. I tore off another small piece of flesh. Here, give it a taste. Little Fatty hesitantly took the squirming pixelated blob, still skeptical. Can this really be eaten? Go on. I've already eaten some. It's delicious. I coaxed and lied. This thing even has a chance to boost your stats. I wouldn't offer this to just anyone. Fine. He reluctantly put it in his mouth. Instantly, his eyes bulged, and his face turned ashen. Just as he was about to spit it out, I covered his mouth. Don't swallow it, or it won't work. Under my coercion, he gulped it down, then gagged, tears and snot streaming as he glared at me. I thought we were brothers, and you tricked me into eating this? I coughed and turned away, feigning calm. The taste is random. I got apple pie earlier. You just had bad luck. The description says the flavor varies for everyone. What about the stat boost? Did I even get one? He demanded. Frantic, I avoided his gaze guiltily. Like I said, it's random, but it's harmless. Don't worry, he sighed. Whatever, let's just go to school and ask the principal to switch majors. Half an hour later, we arrived at the principal's office, and the procedures went smoothly. Anyone in the school who awakened could unconditionally transfer to the spirit martial class. The principal cheerfully signed the documents. Great, our school has gained 2 more talents. You'll be assigned to Spirit Martial Class 2. Just go straight to class tomorrow morning. The principal patted our shoulders approvingly. You both have good potential and can strive to become transcendent stars. The top student in the class not only receives triple resources but also mentor training and scholarships. With that, we turned and left. The next morning, Lu Hong and Little Fatty then partnered up and headed to the classroom of Spiritual Martial Arts Class 2. Although it was a bit upsetting to have to ask for so much money for tuition, Lu Hong was still looking forward to what he was going to learn next. Are you interested in the transcendent star that the principal talked about yesterday? Fatty asked. Of course I am. It's triple the resources. 1 step faster is 1 step faster. The more resources you have, the easier it is to widen the gap. Lu Heng's confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The stronger, the weaker the weaker. This transcendent star must be gotten with all our might. You're right. Little Fatty's also had a determined look. Lu Heng's heart began to think freely. We are now an awakened person, different from the small transparent society in the past. From now on, how can we say that we have to be high profile? Not to mention, he was going to announce that he was going to compete for the Transcendent Star as soon as he entered the class. At that time, there would definitely be people who would underestimate him and challenge him. And all he needed to do was to release the name of Summoner, followed by releasing his divine favor and defeating everyone. Capturing the Transcendent Nova in front of everyone's shocked eyes. It wouldn't take long for him to continue to obtain more resources, guidance from famous teachers, and upgrade faster and faster to become the strongest in the entire school, followed by a step-by-step journey to the pinnacle of his life. Ha! My awesome life is about to begin. Lu Hong clenched his fists. He was starting to get hot-blooded just thinking about it. The two of them quickly arrived in front of the class door of Spirit Martial Class 2. Lu Hong let out a deep breath, adjusted his mind, and slowly opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, a tall student rushed over, and he came up and excitedly shook Lu Hong's hand. "Hello there. My name is Jiang Che, I'm the transcendent star of this class. I heard that you're the new summoner in the class, right?" The corner of Lu Hong's mouth twisted. Here it comes. Looks like this is my next challenger. Before he could even initiate the challenge, Jiang Che had already begun to make all sorts of compliments. Summoners must be very strong. I've heard that summoners are gold ranked at the very least. But whenever a summoner is allowed to grow up, it's a humanoid nuclear bomb that can shock the foreigners, and one person is a legion that can kill through the foreigners. Even if you don't unleash your abilities, I can guess that you're very powerful. Your future is definitely unlimited. Lu Hong was a little embarrassed by what was said to him all, but he was quickly alerted down. Nope, he's definitely trying to let my guard down. Knowing that all new students will launch challenges, so he wants me to give up competing for the Transcendent Star? Too naive. Lu Hong said bluntly that, since you're here, let's not be polite, I want to compete for the Transcendent Star. What? That's great. Jiang Che's face was overjoyed. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted that amount of words just now. Then I've decided. I will now transfer my Transcendent Star badge to you, and you will be the strongest person in this class from now on. With that, he hung the badge on his clothes directly on Lu Hong's body. Ha! Lu Hong was a bit confused. Aren't we going to go through the process? Like competing for strength, looking at combat power or something. Oops. What's the point of wasting that time? Jiang Che directly waved his hand. I declare that Lu Hong is the strongest person in our class, he is the boss of our class, and we are all his little brothers. Those who agree raise their hands. As soon as these words came out, the students behind them raised their hands one after another. Woohoo! Good. I agree. I also agree. The classmates began to wail, so enthusiastic that Lu Hong felt a little weird. Wait. Lu Hong hurriedly raised his hand. Am I misunderstanding something? This Transcendent Star wouldn't be fraudulent, right? Why are they all so happy to try to push it on me? Didn't the principal say that the Transcendent Star has more resources? Why don't they all want it? There's no misunderstanding. Shouldn't the Transcendent Star go to the strongest person in the class? You're the Honorable Summoner Lord, at the very least, you're gifted at the gold rank, you're definitely stronger than me. Jiang Che laughed out loud. You don't know, in fact, my abilities are the most trashy in this class, and it's them who had to force me to be the Transcendent Star. What? I kind of didn't get it. Lu Hong was a bit stunned. Jiang Che explained, I awakened the Black Iron Grade talent, expired power, which is to make any food become expired. Do you think my ability is garbage? Lu Hong was puzzled. Then why were you able to become a Transcendent Star before? Isn't that something only the strongest in the class can obtain? Because he was farting, my ability is the most trashy. However, a laughing curse suddenly came from the students behind. Know what my talent is? It's luring a cockroach. Let me ask you guys, what use is luring a cockroach? However, someone in the class was obviously unconvinced. What do you mean by this? My ability is to dye other people's hair green, and it will be bald within 3 days, even if it's wasted. It's still easy to get beaten up. Bull. You can still dye your hair a color. My ability is to instantly cut off someone's fingernail caps. I'm the one who's wasted. No, my talent is the most crap. My ability is to make someone's dicks hard. My ability is to turn chili peppers salty. My ability is to make down jackets unwarm. My power is to burp constantly after drinking water. All off. Who can have my ability to trash? A shout came. Only one man was seen standing on the table with his shirt directly open. Watch this. Said his chest cavity flashed with a white light. Then, no change occurred. That's right. My talent is to release air. Do you guys think this ability is necessary to awaken? No one is a bigger waste than me. No. Chapter 4. It's simple, I'll enter the factory, not just. Lu Hong was a little shocked. ISNT. This classic comparison of who is trashy. However, the little fat man on the side suddenly had an epiphany. Grass. Suddenly remembered that we are just a junior college. But any Awaken talent above silver can easily get into the undergraduate program, and the talent above gold can even guarantee the undergraduate program. Those who come to junior colleges aren't all black iron level talents. Lu Hong pondered, then. That this transcendent nova won't be a problem, right? Jiang Che said bitterly, Jinda, transcendent nova is definitely good 3 times the resources. Mentors private guidance. There are also tens of thousands of bonus subsidies every year, how nice. Lu Hong still had doubts in his mind, however, it was too late to ask more questions, the class bell had already rung. Ding bell. Everyone took their seats one after another. Lu Hong also had to find an empty seat in the second row and sat down first. At this moment, a man wearing a black trench coat also leisurely walked in. Have you guys selected the Transcendent Nova? You can't push it this time, otherwise I'm going to force the designation. The mentor said lazily. Selected. After the unanimous consultation of all our students. The new student, Lu Hang, is the most suitable candidate. Right. This handsome, powerful and charming dude is very suitable to be the Transcendent Nova. Everyone's eyes were looking at the second row, which caused Lu Hong to be a bit stunned. The mentor glanced at Lu Hong. Oh. New student? I heard that it's a summoner, that's indeed much stronger than this group of black iron talents, that's you. You'll be the one representing the school in the group school joint competition a week from now. A joint competition? Lu Hong hurriedly asked, what the hell is this, why do you want me to participate in this? It's fine in the past, every transcendent rising star had to participate in this. Jiang Che, who was on the side, said with a smile. Anyway, the mentor had already determined the candidate for Transcendent Rising Star. Jiang Che also didn't hide it, this joint competition for our Jiudago Vocational and Technical Institute. To put it bluntly, it's a disgraceful conference. But it's okay, brother, as long as you're thick-skinned enough, just think of it as traveling and strolling through the scenery. Lu Hong was shocked. Disgraceful conference? Why do you say that? Because there are all kinds of school elites over there. There are 90 colleges and universities in our province that will participate, but do you know how many colleges and universities there are? 1, just our one junior college. So we're just going to disgrace ourselves and go to the bottom every year, get it bro? Lu Hong was even more shocked, then knowing that it's a disgrace for a junior college to go, why does our school still go to participate? Jiang Che waved his hand, because our principal is a stupid X. This doesn't need to be explained, you'll understand later. The surrounding people also spat out. This dog, knowing that sending us is a disgrace, he still has to send people to participate. He also had to let us come back with a ranking, saying that it's to help the school promote its undergraduate program. With us being such a dud, it's not funny. He himself is shameless, causing our people to lose face as well. Lu Hong finally understood at this time why everyone didn't want the medal of Transcendent Rising Star. Feelings had a price, but it didn't matter, as long as there were benefits. As for the words of the school-wide federation, competing with geniuses? It still sounded like fun. Ahem. Everyone get ready for class. The mentor said with a light cough. The people at the bottom hurriedly sat down. Lu Hong didn't want to think about the Transcendent Nova for the time being. Right. At least we have 3 times the resources and a famous teacher to guide us. Since we've come to the spiritual martial class, we have to study hard. I'm sure we'll have to learn all kinds of new and strange transcendent knowledge next, right? Or maybe an intense demonic beast duel? Profound martial arts fighting techniques? Just thinking about it, Lu Hong began to look forward to it. The mentor's sharp eye swept over the group. Did you all bring your cell phones? Brought them. Everyone raised their hands with a smile. Lu Hong suddenly detected a hint of something wrong. Then everyone just sit in their seats and play with their cell phones properly. After the mentor dropped this sentence, he lazily plopped down on the table. I'm going to take a nap, call me after class. The class, on the other hand, seemed to have long been accustomed to this. On the number. Quickly, I've entered the King's Canyon. More than that, let's shovel a handful first. The surrounding people were in a mess, and some people even directly carried stools to find friends to sit together, ready to start hacking. Lu Hong looked at these somewhat confused. Fatty was also surprised, How is this more outrageous than our previous civil engineering class? In our class, at least the teacher will still open a PowerPoint and read the script, and the people underneath will just play secretly. How did this come to this and just ignore everything? Jiang Che, who was on the side, said with a laugh, Aya. Brothers, all of us are here to mix our lives. How much better can we Black Eye and Talent Awaken be than the ordinary people? Why do we think about it so much? Let's play. Wait, what about our resources? My triple resources won't be fake. Lu Hang asked in shock. That, buddy, I'm not going to hide it from you, 3 times the resources actually, it's 3 low-level stones of experience, equivalent to nothing. What about that senior tutor? Lu Hang asked again. The other party smiled cheekily and pointed to that. No, that's the mentor, you find him private pair to teach it. Lu Hang was silent, looking at that mentor's lazy appearance, he probably couldn't teach anything. Looking around at his classmates who were having fun, he asked with some reluctance, you guys are awakened even if you say so you're just going to put up with this for 3 years? What about after graduation? Ha ha. Jiang Che sniffed and just waved his hand and said, it's simple, I'll enter the factory not just college man, college soul. If you can't eat the pain of studying, you'll have to eat the pain of hitting screws. Brother, don't think so much, we are all here, in the future or into the factory life. Lu Hong suddenly fell into silence. This was not the same as the awakening he had imagined. He thought that awakening would make him a human being, but now you're telling me that I'm still a small transparency in the society. It's fine if you let me enter the factory before I awakened. After my awakening, you still let me enter the factory? Then I didn't awaken for nothing. Lu Hong had some numbness in his scalp. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, then he stood up with a pang, no. This is not the life I want. This drew everyone's eyes over. I'm not going to stay in the classroom and play with my cell phone every day like you guys. I'm not going to enter a factory right after graduation. I have my own goals, I want to become a very, very strong transcendent, I want to be a human being. I want to work hard, I want to struggle. After Lu Hong finished speaking, he rushed out of the classroom in grief, if you guys don't teach me, I'll go out and study by myself. This scene took the crowd a bit by surprise, even the tutor looked up. Lu Hang began to run wildly around the playground, I'm going to work hard. I'm going to fight. He went to the library and found that he couldn't understand a single book on transcendent knowledge. He went to the training plaza again and realized that there were no machines in the entire plaza for him to train on. He began to run through the entire school and found nothing, this school had almost no effective facilities offered to the awakened. He got tired. Until 30 minutes later. Lu Hang lay on his bed in the dormitory and rolled over, happily brushing the short video. He. Cell phones are so fun. Chapter 5, Pay attention, this woman's name is Lu Xiaoku. Little Fatty came back to the dormitory in no time. He looked at Lu Hong on the bed brushing the jitterbug, and wondered, didn't you struggle hard to go? Lu Hong coughed lightly and said, I didn't find anything worth fighting for even after looking around the school. He consoled himself, it's mainly because this school is too rubbish, I'm thinking, do I want to repeat my studies? You can come on. Fatty directly waved his hand and said, repeat you are also the life of a junior college. Lu Hong was unhappy, I'm unawakened, there are still schools that don't want me? Big brother, repeat the college entrance examination is also to look at the comprehensive results ah. Little Fatty said with a twitch of his mouth. Do you still remember our high school's low intelligence student with Down syndrome? A full score of 600 points, people got 245 points in the college entrance examination, you have a normal IQ but you got 122 points, now you tell me that you want to repeat? Lu Heng's face turned red, how many times have I said, don't mention this matter of college entrance exam scores anymore, and I had to work part-time every day at that time, I didn't have time to study at all, I've already worked very hard. Fatty said happily, what about your sister, doesn't Lu Xiaoka follow you out to work every day? Why is it that people are able to get into the first prize in our province and go to the best university? Lu Hong wanted to retort, but finally lowered his head, you're right, it's me who didn't work hard enough, my sister worked much harder than me. The two siblings had lost their parents when they were young and didn't even have any relatives, basically relying on their own hard work to earn money and be self-sufficient to maintain their lives. Her sister, Lu Xiaoko, also always worked part-time, but her grades just managed to consistently remain number one. In her old sister's words, she put in unimaginable effort in her studies. Lu Hang sighed as he silently opened the gallery on his phone. The pictures included a wide variety of honors and awards, only these were all Lu Xiaoku's. There were countless awards such as National Scholarship, Competition Champion, and First in the school. Especially at the very center was an acceptance letter. Tianbei Lingwu University, acceptance, Lu Xiaoku. As a top 1 university in the world, those who could get in were all the best of the best. Over the past month, others always asked him if he was under any pressure to have such an outstanding sister. Lu Hong just sighed silently. Hey, my oldest sister should be at school writing hard at this time, right? It'll be nice when I can catch up to 1/10 of his efforts. Tianbei Spiritual Martial University. Spirit Martial Class 3 Classroom. Hee, cell phones are so fun. A young girl with a delicate face was lying on the table, happily swiping her cell phone. She was sitting in the last row of the classroom, playing with her cell phone and eating chips at the same time, so happy. On the table were snacks and fatty nerd happy water, and as for the book for this class, she hadn't even opened the cover. Instead, the teacher on the podium was lecturing seriously. The students under the stage were even studying hard, their eyes incomparably serious, and their desks were filled with all kinds of study materials. This scene formed a sharp contrast. However, the teacher did not have the slightest intention to call off the young girl, as if everyone had long been accustomed to this. Ding bell. Until the bell rang. The teacher coughed lightly and said that the next class is a classroom quiz, and the results are to be counted as credits, so everyone had better review it. At these words, the students underneath shook their fists. Dry. I've been studying all night for 3 days for this quiz. I'll definitely get a high score this time. Rubbish. I've been preparing a week in advance. I'm sure I'll get second place. What's the point of talking so much? Final review. Everyone began to read frantically. And in the last row, Lu Xiaoko was still happily swiping her cell phone. Until the male classmate next to him coyly reminded, Boss. The next class exam, slightly look at it. Lu Xiaoko then turned off her cell phone and poured another mouthful of Coke. It's also time to start working hard. She picked up the book and removed the cover, then asked, which part of the test? It's all on the test until page 94. The male student rushed to say. Okay. Lu Xiaoko just held her chin with one hand and flipped through the book with the other. And she flipped the book extremely fast, almost turning a page in a few seconds, so much so that it made others think he was reading a comic. However, she just flipped for 10 minutes and soon finished the 90 or so pages. As the class bell rang, the teacher spoke, then. Start the exam. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes became sharp, as if they had entered a battlefield. An electronic screen lit up on everyone's desks, and the exam questions surfaced. Everyone was all pumped up and worked carefully on the questions. Lu Xiaoku, on the other hand, leisurely answered the questions on it. Almost 10 minutes later, after others had just done less than half, she had already finished the questions and submitted her paper. Sweeping a glance at the others, they were all still working on the questions. So slow are you guys? Lu Xiaoku simply lay down to sleep. It wasn't until school was almost over that the teacher spoke up. Alright, those who haven't finished also submit, don't give it any more time. Damn it, there are still 2 questions left to do. Hey, the questions in this class are so hard. I don't believe there are still people who can get 100. Teacher, directly announced the results. Since it was an electronic exam, the scores could indeed be settled at the first time. The teacher didn't refuse, and directly put all the grades on the large blackboard at the back. A slip of text quickly arranged itself. Lu Xiaoko, 100 points, first place. Jiang Tianyi, 84 points, second place. Zhang Jing, 80 points, third place. Once the grades were announced, everyone spat out blood in anger. Damn it! Why did Lu Xiaoko score 100 points again? Boss set a new record again. Last time he studied for 20 minutes to get 100 points, this time he only studied for 10 minutes. Boss is the best. Shut up, lickspittle. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. She must have been secretly studying at home. Brother, she didn't even open the cover of the book. Why can't I get first place even though I've worked so hard? These people started yelling and screaming in the class, and even the teacher's mouth twitched. He had long heard from the other teachers that Lu Xiao is an ultimate demonic genius. Don't be bothered with whatever you want to do in class. Today's test took a look, and it was really powerful. You have to know that the ones who come here are all top students, and he also knows how difficult this class is. For that matter, Lu Xiaoko only studied for 10 minutes and was able to take 100, and was also able to open a gap of more than 10 points with the second place. And la. Lu Xiaoke consoled, "It must be that you guys didn't work as hard as I did, so keep up the good work next time." When these words came out, the others were even more annoyed. "You 10 minutes of effort is also called effort, ah? Oh. Then what does my month of studying count as? What is my staying up all night for 3 days in a row? How can you have the nerve to say you worked harder than us?" Lu Xiaoke said indifferently, "Then why didn't you guys score as high as me? Isn't it because you didn't work as hard as me?" This sentence directly choked everyone speechless. After dropping this sentence, Lu Xiaoke then held the soapy happy water in one hand, continued to open his cell phone with one hand, and left the classroom in a leisurely manner. Only the people inside the classroom were left wailing miserably. "Yikes. I'll fight with these geniuses." "Hey. Don't be angry, people are just more talented than us, accept the reality." "No. What I'm angry about isn't that she's talented, what I'm angry about is that she obviously relied on her talent to take first place, but she has to say that she relied on her hard work." Chapter 6, I'm going to make everyone's mouths water. Jiudao Go Vocational and Technical College. In the dormitory, Lu Hong was still constantly thinking, which direction should I go in? At this time, a yellow hair cursed and returned to the dormitory. "The judges are all stupid X's, how dare they engage in subterfuge?" Lu Hong looked up. "What's wrong, Cheng Xiaotian, so angry today?" Cheng Xiaotian sighed, "Hey, I went to participate in our school's chef competition in the morning. Before participating in the competition, it was said that it doesn't discriminate against any majors, and anyone who goes can compete fairly, but the ones who were eliminated in the morning were all non-chef majors, and it's clear that there are many of us who make better dishes." Cheng Xiaotian has loved cooking since he was a child, his techniques are first class, and his roommates all said good things when they ate it, so it really doesn't make sense that he was eliminated in the first round. The more he said, the more angry he became. There are a few chef majors, mixing a sauce can even get the ratio of salt and sugar wrong, upside down the pot is even the vegetables almost all spilled out, and finally made a paste, just like them all advanced. I strictly follow the requirements to do, the finished product color and flavor, but by the judges hard to pick fault to eliminated, this competition shady too obvious. Lu Hong patted each other's shoulder and comforted, "It's okay, buddy, gold will always shine, we don't participate in this program, we can be a good chef even if we go out ourselves." Cheng Xiaotian laid down on the bed and said, "Harm. I also just learned from a friend that the top 10 prizes are all internalized to the chef major students. Earlier so that I also do not go to the competition. Even those judges are random students, all talking nonsense with their eyes wide open, it really pisses me off." Lu Heng's eyes lit up and suddenly had a bold idea. How many judges are there in this competition? 15 in total, in fact, there are only 3 main judges, the other 12 are all students who come to be judges to mix credits. Cheng Xiaotian said. Lu Heng asked with some surprise, "Can we still sign up for the competition now?" 15 judges, that would be an increase of 15 points of spiritual power if they were to feed the meatballs meat to them. By then the meatballs would be able to suppress the Black Iron Realm with ease. Grass. Finally, there was a direction to work towards. Cheng Xiaotian nodded. "There's another round of elimination in the afternoon where you can bring your own ingredients, but I think there's definitely no one from other specialties going to participate this time, it's too shady." Lu Heng hemmed and hawed, "I'd like to take part in it, and take revenge for you on the way." "You take revenge for me, what do you mean?" Cheng Xiaotian froze for a moment. "I have a super hard to eat ingredient here, I'm going to use this to disgust them." Lu Heng revealed a treacherous smile and said, "Grass. It can be. It's still you kid who can do bad things." Cheng Xiaotian was filled with excitement. He was wanting from the bottom of his heart to make those judges suffer revenge. "Come on, what are you talking about? Let me taste it to make sure the plan is feasible." Cheng Xiaotian spoke with excitement. "Brother, you're fierce, you don't know how hard that stuff is to eat." Fatty on the side said in disbelief, "It gave me vomit all over." "That's all the more reason for me to try it." Cheng Xiaotian was even more curious. Lu Heng didn't talk nonsense and directly took out a few spare pieces of meatball meat and handed them to the other party. Cheng Xiaotian was also a ruthless person, even if he saw how disgusting this stuff was, he was able to eat it directly. He even chewed on it twice, and immediately his face turned an iron blue. Vomit. He directly spat it out. However, his face was not angry, as if he was even more excited. "Good. Excellent. Far more powerful than I thought. It feels like the smell of dead rats plus expired instant noodle soup base, with the smell of burnt electronics. Who said this stuff is unpalatable? This stuff is fantastic." Lu Hong laughed out loud. I told you it was hard to eat, just wait and see what happens this afternoon. The few people waited together until the afternoon. Lu Hong, on the other hand, directly packed the meatballs in a suitcase and then arrived at the competition site. The venue was quite large, with 30 cooking tables set up, 3 main judges in front, and 12 student judges at the back. The host spoke when he saw everyone had arrived. So, this round is about to begin. There are a total of 26 people participating in the competition, and half of them are expected to be eliminated this time. First of all, please present your self-prepared ingredients. One by one, the students came forward to introduce themselves. I brought organic grass carp from my hometown to prepare an authentic Westlake vinegar fish. I prepared a selection of snowflake beef and plan to make a pan-fried steak. I brought freshly picked morel mushrooms, preparing to stew them with tender chicken for a fresh off the brow morel mushroom stewed chicken. As one by one, the personal introductions were finished. By the time Lu Hong opened the suitcase and displayed the large mass of Mosaic, everyone was dumbfounded. Hello judges, the ingredient I brought is called tai sui meat. It's taken from the body of a transcendent creature. The selling appearance is a bit poor, but this ingredient comes with 1,000 different flavors and the benefit of prolonging life, so I believe that the dishes made with it will definitely reap everyone's praise. The 15 judges at the bottom were somewhat interested. This Taiyang meat? It's a bit rare. Taste and try it later. Then with a countdown of 90 minutes, let's start the competition everyone. The students on the field began to methodically handle the ingredients and cook in various ways. Lu Hang's means of handling them was also very simple, first removing 15 portions of meat from the top of the meatballs, followed by starting a pot to boil water and directly boiling it. After 10 minutes of boiling, the entire pot of water turned a light black color, which looked rather frightening. Lu Hang then performed a simple deodorization operation on the tai sui meat, and then casually added some pepper and other condiments. Soon enough, the meat pieces were all placed on a large plate. I'm done. Lu Hong was the first to speak. Those participating students and judges were a bit shocked. So fast? Knowing that the competition time was a full 90 minutes, others might have just handled the ingredients, while Lu Hong simply got into the pot and cooked it once and was done with it, without putting any seasoning on it. Seeing this scene, the judges silently shook their heads in their hearts. The cooking technique was too perfunctory. This was definitely going to deduct points in the competition. However, it didn't matter, the passer of this competition was already predetermined. This Lu Hong was going to be eliminated no matter what. But as a judge, one should still pretend. One of the judges opened his mouth and asked, boil meat in plain water? Then add some spices and you made it so easy? Lu Hong cheerfully said, yes, I'm confident in my ingredients. Each one will have a different flavor when eaten. I'm sure it will be a treat for all of you. The judges spoke with interest. It's a bit interesting, bring it up for us to taste and savor. Chapter 7 You can't eliminate me if you don't eat, you've been tricked if you eat. Lu Hong took the lead in carrying the plate to the front of a spectacled male judge. The man first glanced at the tai sui meat, then with a smiling expression, he asked, I just saw that when you made this meat, you didn't do a very good job of removing the fishy, why is that? Lu Hong said confidently, yes, I removed most of the fishy flavor, but retained some of it. The man with glasses had not realized the seriousness of the problem at this point, and still asked with a smile, was it intentional, or was it careless? It was intentional. Lu Hong proudly raised his head, because I think this is the way to retain the original flavor of the taiyaki meat. The spectacled male judge smiled and nodded, then picked up his knife and fork and stabbed a piece of tai sui meat. Seeing that the thing was forked and even began to slowly squirm, the glasses man was confused. This is still alive? Lu Hong hurriedly reminded, judges, this piece of meat of mine is from a transcendent creature. It's normal to retain a trace of activity, and this is extremely valuable, so it must be swallowed in order to feel all the flavors contained in the taiyang meat. All where necessary, I will forcefully cover your mouth in case you spit it out. Hearing this, the spectacled male judge began to notice a hint of something wrong. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. Lu Hong said with a smile. With hesitation, the glasses man put the tai sui meat into his mouth and slowly chewed it. Barf 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 barf. For a time, various flavors filled with irritating nausea exploded on the tip of his tongue. His eyes widened and he quickly took out a tissue from the side, wanting to spit something up. Luckily, Lu Hong was quick on his feet and directly went up to block the other party's mouth and bellowed, as a judge, you can't waste any ingredients. Quickly swallow it in order to taste the full range of flavors. The man with glasses began to struggle continuously, his face suffocating red, only to realize that Lu Heng's hand was unexpectedly strong. Gudu. Under Lu Heng's forceful measures, the glasses man finally swallowed the meat. Ding. Meatball spiritual power +1. This scene left the surrounding judges dumbfounded. Isn't this something that still needs to be forced to be eaten? What the hell is the flavor? The man with glasses slowed down for half a minute before looking at Lu Heng with a scowl. Why does it smell like industrial wastewater and moldy cheese? Did you secretly add ingredients? Lu Heng was not subdued and said, Judge, please respect my ingredients, this is Taya meat. It's normal for the taste buds to change, it's just not to your taste. The man with glasses held his tongue for a long time before spitting out a few words. You have 0 points. Each judge was allowed to score their own points, thus deciding who would be eliminated. However, Lu Heng didn't care in the slightest and brought the meat to the second judge. With the previous experience, this judge was also a bit scared. Are you sure this is edible? Of course. Lu Heng said confidently, the flavor of Taya meat is ever-changing. The previous judge might have a tricky preference, and it just so happens that the Taya meat doesn't suit his taste. Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, Lu Heng simply urged, eat it, you as a judge must take your work seriously. The other party gritted his teeth and could only swallow it. Like the last judge, this person just put it in his mouth, just chewed it twice before he couldn't do it, and he could only swallow it after being gagged by Lu Heng. Vomit. The other person dry heaved a few times, then painfully spoke, why does it smell like cockroaches paired with rotten pork? What the hell is wrong with this ingredient of yours? 0 points. 0 points. Seeing that both judges were having such a hard time, the last main judge was completely flustered. When Lu Heng came forward with the meat with a smile on his face, the judge was horrified. I'm not eating, take it away. Lu Heng was instantly upset. You are the main judge, if you don't eat it, you can't score it. How can this competition go on? This is a chef competition that our school spent a lot of money to organize. Are you so not giving face to the principal? Lu Heng snorted coldly. If you don't eat, you can't eliminate me. Eat it, and you've fallen for my scheme. He was convinced that the other party would eat the meat. The judge's eyes widened. You. I see, this is a Yang scheme. This is the Yang scheme. You're in league with those who were eliminated in the morning. Too despicable. It's so shameless. The judges were about to explode with anger. Lu Heng said with a stern face, what kind of words are these? I'm just a student participating in the competition. I can't let you slander me like this. If you don't eat again, I'll report it to the principal. Good. I'll eat. With a sad expression, the judge swallowed the piece of meat. With all sorts of disgusting flavors surfacing in his mouth, the judge could only hold his breath. Ding. +1 to the meatball's spiritual power. Very good, you are a qualified judge. Lu Heng said with satisfaction. The 3 main judges had finished tasting, and the remaining 12 student judges were next. In the frightened eyes of these students, Lu Heng walked over with a kind smile. Even though their hearts resisted in every way, as judges, they had to eat this meat. 10 minutes later. These student judges had revealed a lifeless expression. I feel like I've eaten a dead rat, and there's a flavor of internal bile. My mouth now smells like stinky leather boots and tarry asphalt. Oh. You guys are so lucky, all I ate was the flavor Ollie gave me. Not caring about the mood of these judges, Lu Heng glanced at the panel of the meatball. Spiritual power, 32. Lu Heng, on the other hand, left the scene with a joyful expression. Not bad, now black iron level monsters can't resist me donuts mental pollution. Since there was another class in the second period in the afternoon, he simply went directly to the classroom. Lu Heng knew that this teacher wouldn't teach anything, so he didn't even bring his books. By the time he arrived at the classroom, all the other students had arrived, just in time for class. Lu Heng sat in the second row as he did in the morning. Let's hope we can teach something useful today. Not a moment later, the tutor arrived as well. That, everyone has arrived, right? He swept the crowd and finally looked at Lu Heng. Kid, your impassioned words this morning moved me. You were right this morning, even as junior college students, we shouldn't waste our time like this. At the same time, I also feel that it's not good to let you guys stay in the classroom and play with your cell phones. Not only does it tarnish the image of the class, it also tends to wear down everyone's will. Lu Heng was pleasantly surprised. Could It be that the mentor was finally going to teach a little something new? The mentor said with a smile, "It's not good to play with cell phones in class, and it's a waste of time to sit here, so I've decided to have everyone go straight back to their dorm rooms and play on their cell phones. I'm going on a date, also everyone doesn't need to come to the classroom tomorrow, the day after tomorrow's class will be the day after tomorrow, and don't call me if there's something wrong, that's it." The mentor left the classroom irresponsibly after dropping this sentence. The students in the class, on the other hand, started cheering. Yoo-hoo! Yeah! Back to the dormitory to play games. Round God. Activated. The students left the classroom happily. Only Lu Hong was left alone in the wind. The corner of his mouth twitched. Forget it, it's just time to go home and find my old sister to take me to brush copies. Chapter 8 My Poor Neighbors. Wenchang Street. It was dusk, and the entire street was colored a warm orange by the setting sun. A beautiful young girl wearing a unique school uniform walked down the street. A white shirt paired with a dark blue pleated short skirt, the slim design emphasized her slender figure. A pair of long legs were tightly wrapped by black knee-high socks, and her feet were also wearing small black leather shoes. Her face is small and delicate, her fair skin is a light pink color, and she has a pair of big round and bright eyes, with the ends of her eyes slightly raised, revealing a dynamic energy. Due to her appearance being too outstanding, she attracted side glances from passers-by, with a turnaround rate of almost 100%. This girl is also too beautiful, or go up to ask for a contact. What do you think? Did not see that uniform, Tianbei Spiritual Martial Arts University students, this is the country's top 1 institutions, students are all awakened, you can climb up? Holy, that's really awesome. Lu Shaoke seemed to have long been accustomed to the whispers of the passers-by, and just walked on the road by himself. Suddenly, seeing a shiny thing on the ground, her eyes instantly lit up, also disregarding her image, she directly squatted down to pick it up. Finding that it was just an ordinary trinket, she smacked her lips in disgust and casually stuffed it into her pocket, muttering, "Maybe I can sell it for some money." Continuing to walk for a while, her eyes stopped in front of a stall selling roast duck. Lu Shaoke licked her lips, obviously having some cravings. Looking at the balance in her cell phone, there was still $1.62 left. Damn it, I should have known not to buy so many snacks. She could only move her eyes away with heartache. Forget it, I won't eat tonight. Save it for tomorrow morning to buy 2 buns. Lu Shaoke continued to walk, and soon returned to her rental house. The monthly rent for this house was only 900 yuan, and the 40 square meters of space contained 1 room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The space was compact, but all the facilities were there, and the overall layout was very cozy. Only the sound insulation is too poor, even can hear the sound of men and women having sex from next door, making people listen to the face slightly red. Lu Shaoke changed into slippers and flopped down heavily on the sofa, muttering breathlessly, "So hungry ah." Click. At this time the door to the room of the rental house was opened. Lu Hong just happened to come home. Lu Shaoke twisted her head to look and said with a face full of surprise, "Yo! Lao Deng, how come you're back, not playing screws today?" "I fired the boss," Lu Hong said as he changed into slippers and then sat on the sofa as well. "Then the paycheck should always be paid, give me some gold coins to pop." Lu Shaoke's eyes flashed with anticipation as she looked at the other party with a smile. Lu Hong smiled crookedly, "You think too highly of me, there are no pennies." There were still $25 left after paying the tuition fee yesterday, but after 2 meals today plus taking the bus home it had long been spent. Lu Shaoke dropped her head at once. "Well. Then what are you doing home today, don't you usually come back on Saturday?" "Actually I came back because I want to tell you something." Lu Hong thought for a moment and said, "I awakened yesterday." Lu Shaoke's originally drooping head snapped up, shock written all over her face. "What? Your uneducated, unproductive, idle, lazy, trashy old brother who only thinks about daydreaming actually awakened? Hey, just think about it in your heart if you have it, what's the point of saying it?" Lu Hong said without a trace of anger. Who knows that Lu Shaoke covered her face with a pillow and said, "Oh. It's finished, you awakened, our family's monthly poverty subsidy of $1,000 is also going to be gone, and in the future, we can't afford to eat. Dry. I have awakened, you are still afraid of not earning $1,000 a month?" Lu Heng's face went black. "Then you get me $1,000 now." Lu Shaoke extended her hand. "That is not available for now." Lu Hong turned his face away in embarrassment. "Didn't you say you have quite a lot of scholarships? How come there's no money in your hand either?" He had planned to lick his face and find his old sister to ask for some living expenses to come. Scholarship is there, but I have to spend a lot of money on upgrading, otherwise I can't catch up with other students, and I'll spend it all as soon as the money arrives. Lu Shaoke said with an aggrieved voice, I also have a particularly large appetite lately, and I haven't been able to eat enough. As she said this, her stomach began to rumble. Lu Shaoke was even more aggrieved, I'm a bit hungry. Goo goo. This time, it was Lu Hang's stomach that was growling. He sighed, I'm hungry too. Both of them fell silent. So poor our family. At this time, a steep thud came from the next room, and listening to that movement, it was obviously hitting the bed. Immediately after that, those sounds that made people blush to hear became clearer and clearer, and the volume kept climbing. Lu Hong was already hungry, hearing these sounds was even more annoying, this is a nuisance. Lu Shaoke also exasperatedly spoke, I don't know what's going on next door, but it's been happening a lot in the past few days. It can only stop at 7 or 8 o'clock at night. Let me talk some sense into him. Lu Hong cursed and picked up his cell phone, sending a message in the owner's group. Door number 114 brother, next time when you do something cannot be a little quieter, we have this shabby house soundproofing pour you know, put it away, okay? Not long after, a person with the name, owner 114, applied to add Lu Hang's friend. Lu Hong frowned and agreed. 114 owner, I'm not at home, I'm working overtime at the company. Lu Hang's face was dumbfounded, Then how come there's the sound of your wife's what's her name next door? As soon as the message was sent out, he realized what was going on. Feelings this buddy is stolen home 114 owner, transferring $384.24 to be received. 114 owner, brothers, help me block the door, I'll be right home. Chapter 9, Justice may be late, but never absent. Lu Hong froze for 2 seconds. This transfer also has a zero and a hole, it seems to be the entire balance has been transferred. I work overtime every night, pocket money is so little even if, wife also every day to engage in an affair? Lu Hang couldn't help but mourn for the other party, and then sent a message, brother. Don't worry, I'll block this door for you. He silently clicked down to confirm the receipt, then said, old sister, there's work. There's dinner tonight. Lu Shaoke looked at the message and cheerfully said, I said it. It turns out he was stolen from home. Take people's money and do things for them. Lu Hong didn't talk nonsense, directly got up and headed out, go, help him block the door. Let's go out for a good meal after the job. Good lord. No need to go hungry tonight. Lu Shaoke also stood up with excitement. The two siblings quickly went out and came directly to the door of room 114. After determining that the sound was coming from inside, Lu Hong hurriedly said, Sofa, drag out our family's broken sofa. And the closet too. It must be blocked for them. Oh. After a handful of times, the two of them worked together to carry the sofa and closet out of their own home, and then place them in front of the door of room 114. Everything is ready. Just waiting for his homeowner to come home. Lu Hong said joyfully. Lu Shaoke, on the other hand, began to look forward to the evening meal. The people inside the room obviously didn't notice the difference outside, and the blush-inducing sound still continued. After waiting for another 20 minutes, the voices inside subsided a lot. A thick male voice came from inside, I'll go downstairs and buy a few bottles of water, let's come back and continue. Okay, a flirtatious female voice came, its tone trailing off. Lu Hang's eyes flinched and he lowered his voice, old sister, pay attention, they're coming out. With that, he steadied his feet and braced his hands on the closet in front of the door. Lu Shaoke's eyes also became serious, staring tightly at the door of the room. Brother, don't worry, my current strength attribute is 18 points, it's comparable to 2 adult hunks, I can definitely block it. Click. The handle inside the door was twisted with a crisp sound. However, when the people inside tried to push the door open, they realized how they couldn't open it. What's going on? The Hanyo's voice was filled with suspicion as he pushed the door back and forth a few times with force, only to be blocked from moving by a strong resistance. He approached the cat's eye, and with one eye pressed up, he was able to see the darkness outside the door, stacked with a worn-out sofa as well as a simple closet. Not good. We're being blocked. The Hanyu looked alarmed, his voice rising steeply. 2 other male voices came from the room, their voices filled with shock and panic. What are you saying? Our business won't be discovered. Hearing these voices, Lu Hong, who was outside the door, changed his expression drastically. Old sister, why do I hear 3 men inside? In broad daylight, it's not even enough to cheat on your wife, but you're still playing with such flowers? Lu Hang suddenly felt that the male owner of this house was also too sad. I jow. The mistress of this house is shameless. Lu Xiaoko was also shocked. The Hanyu inside began to yell, Ram. Let's combine our efforts and smash the door open. The words just fell. The three men inside began to exert their strength, their faces flushed red as they began to viciously bang on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of banging kept coming from the door of the room. And outside the door, Lu Heng's feet were firmly planted on the ground, his hands were tightly pressed against the sofa, and the veins on his arms were rippling. Go for it, old sister. For $300, fight. Yikes. For tonight's roast duck. Lu Xiaoko wasn't far behind, pouring her whole body strength into her arms against the closet. Both sides went back and forth, and the door panel made an unbearable creaking sound under the violent impact, and the wall skin around the doorframe rustled and fell. Lu Xiaoko's physical strength was indeed very strong. With her 18 points of strength, she was able to block the three big men's rounds of impact together with Lu Hang. I hear someone outside. The person inside the door panicked. Who? Who's outside? The other man pulled his voice and snapped loudly, his tone full of anger and uneasiness. Lu Hang positively bellowed, Don't you care who I am? Your nasty behavior has already been known by the male owner of this house, and he will come to sanction you soon. Little brother, I hear you're still young, you don't understand the affairs of grown-ups, quickly let us out. The Hanyu shouted again, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Bull. I'm already in college, don't treat me like a 3-year-old. Lu Hong snorted coldly. Let you guys out? Impossible. I'm the one who received the money, do you know anything about professional ethics? At this time, the woman's delicate voice leisurely came out, Little brother, I can hear who you are, you're the poor kid next door, right? You let us out, I'll give you $3,000. Upon hearing these words, Lu Hang and Lu Xiaoko looked as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization, and instantly glanced at each other. Both parties' eyes were filled with heartfelt light. Lu Xiaoko said in surprise, Brother, they give 3,000 enough for you to play screws for a month. You're right. Lu Hong nodded excitedly, then rushed inside and asked, Then how do you pay? At this moment, all that was left in his eyes was the desire for money. A second of hesitation was disrespectful to the bills. I've added you as a friend. The woman's voice came again, with a hint of sultriness. Lu Hong hurriedly looked at his cell phone, and sure enough, a person with an unfamiliar avatar sent a friend request, and as soon as he passed, the transfer message popped up, a whole 3,000. Hey! $3,000. Lu Hong happily clicked to confirm the collection, rushed inside and said, Alright then, you guys go, I don't care. The two siblings took the initiative to take a few steps back. And as if the people inside sensed the movement, they violently slammed the door, and the door was smashed open, and even the sofa at the entrance was heavily pushed aside, making a piercing friction sound. Only 3 strong men rushed out, 2 of them unclothed, their pants not even lifted. Run, run, run! They shouted, running towards the building in a panic. The young woman on the side also panicked, her originally delicate makeup looking a bit lousy at the moment, and hurriedly followed them. Lu Hong looked at their fleeing backs and silently opened his cell phone to send a message to the owner. Lu Hong, transferring $384 to be received. Lu Hang, I'm sorry brother, there are 3 big men on the opposite side, we really can't stop them, I can't take this money. 114 owner, what? 3 big men? 114 owner, brother, I know your sister is a transcendent, how can she not be able to block them, tell the truth, are they stuffing you with money? Lu Hang's eyes were slightly embarrassed, but he still sent a message, yes, they gave me 3,000. 114 owner quickly responded, I can still get a loan, I'll send you 5,000. You help me catch them. I'll be right home. Transferring $5,000 to be received. Lu Hang's eyes quickly became sharp and serious the moment he received the message. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Seeing that those Hans had just descended the stairs, Lu Hang let out a loud shout towards them. Don't run! Chapter 10, Yell Yell Yell. Old sister. I can't catch up, you quickly go catch them. Lu Hong shouted in a hurry. Good. Lu Xiaoko answered and rushed off. With her higher agility attribute, she kept closing the distance with the big men. Her steps were light and powerful, her small leather shoes stepping out on the ground with a crisp sound, and as she ran, the hem of her dark blue pleated skirt fluttered up and down with her movements. Those big men were a little flustered. I rubbed. Didn't I give you all money? Why are you still coming after me? Humph, your money is too little, unless you add more. Lu Shaoke said bluntly. These words made them all explode with anger. Grass. Really think that you, a schoolgirl, think you can stop us? One of the big men said with a fierce face. The other two men also stopped and looked back viciously. Lu Shaoke didn't panic in the slightest. She saw the right moment and fiercely stepped forward to grab one man's shoulder, then she turned her body smoothly, utilizing her own inertia and powerful strength to easily throw that big man up. The big man's body traced an arc in the air and landed heavily on the ground with a thud, causing him to let out a wail of pain. The scene of a clearly soft-looking body easily taking down a strong man of 1 meter 8.5 could be considered extremely visually striking. This is an Awakened. The other two men saw this and stared in horror. He. Lu Shaoke's right leg was raised high, and the long leg wrapped in the black knee-high socks was like a sheathed blade, carrying the sound of whistling wind as it kicked heavily at the other man's side waist. Dang! Another person was kicked over. Before the last person could react, he was similarly kicked in the stomach by Lu Shaoke, wailing in pain. As for the young woman, she didn't dare to run, and crouched on the ground with her hands on her head. I won't run, don't hit me. That's fine. Lu Shaoke tidied up her somewhat messy skirt and a happy smile spread across her face. Lu Hong rushed over with eyes full of surprise. Okay, old sister, when did you become so capable of fighting? It's all because of the basic martial arts class in high school, you didn't learn it properly. Lu Shaoke said with a smile. The two waited for a short while. The male owner came back, looking like an honest man. After seeing the young woman squatting on the ground, he angrily went forward and slapped the other party. I've paid so much for you, why are you cuckolding me? So I didn't pay enough for you? What's wrong with me just having a little fun? The young woman said unwillingly. What have you? UTM paid for me? The male owner shouted. I gave you babies on a drinking stomach. Cooked for you with hands that smoke and shake dice. What do you have against me? You ungrateful thing. The young woman cursed, not taking the man in her eyes at all. You're unbelievable, I was really blind to marry you in the first place. The man was even angrier. The husband and wife looked like they were about to fight. Seeing this, Lu Hong unobtrusively tugged Lu Shaoke's sleeve and said in a low voice, let's go, this is someone else's family business, let's not get involved. Lu Shaoke obediently nodded, ow. The two started to leave the place. The bickering in the stairwell behind them continued to rise and fall, with you saying one thing and me saying another, not giving way to each other. But Lu Hang's siblings were as if they hadn't heard it, shoulder to shoulder they walked out with a brisk pace, leaving the clamor behind. I want to eat roast duck. Eat 10. Okay, Lu. The next morning. The alarm clock in the bedroom rang. Ding bell, ding bell. Lu Shaoke wore a pink pajamas and slowly got up. Brother, I'm going to school, I'll take you to brush copies in the afternoon when I don't have classes. Lu Hong was sleeping on the floor beside his bed, he also opened his eyes in a daze. Okay. He attempted to get up, yet felt too sleepy to get up. Lu Xiaoxiao could see this and soothingly comforted, it's alright old brother, there's no need to beat yourself up if you can't get up. You can't create any value by getting up anyway, he. Dropping these words, she changed her clothes and prepared to go out. You're right, Lu Hong heard this consolation and huffed and puffed again with peace of mind. Lu Xiaoku, on the other hand, leisurely rushed towards the university campus. This rental house was not far from the school. She arrived at the school in about 10 minutes on foot. As soon as she stepped into the campus, the bustling atmosphere hit her. On the road, students were in a hurry. Some people are holding books in their footsteps, some people are carrying their backpacks, while nibbling on the buns bought from the street, while discussing with their peers the gossip of the school, occasionally letting out a bright laugh. And Lu Xiaoke's arrival attracted the attention of some of the students, whispering among themselves. I heard that this is that academic genius from freshman year, Lu Xiaoke? It's her. There are also people who say that she's a hidden god-level talent, but she never admits it herself. She's also really good looking. I remember when the student council chose the freshman school flower, the first one they wanted to choose was Lu Xiaoku. Right, then when they found out that she dried 18 bowls of rice in the cafeteria by herself, they silently changed the school flower to Su Yao. Isn't this nonsense? What's wrong with eating more? Isn't the school flower better looking than anyone else? Hey, maybe the other students will think that temperament is more important. So envious of her study and good looking, and may also have god-level talent. Without caring about the whispers around her, Lu Xiaoko has long been used to these since she was a child. At this time she was happily looking at her cell phone's balance of $4,000. Finally, I can eat a good meal. She first went to a small supermarket and bought a big bag of snacks. Then went to a breakfast store at the school. 5 cages of meat buns, 10 barbecue pork buns, 2 sweet corn, and 6 cups of soy milk. Yo! Pretty Lu is here again? Serve it to you right away. The boss said enthusiastically. Lu Xiaoko directly swept the money over, and then casually found a seat. In no time, the boss placed breakfast on the table in droves. Eat slowly. Lu Xiaoko's eyes instantly lit up. She couldn't wait to grab a meat bun and start eating it, her cheeks quickly bulging up like a little hamster that was storing food. After eating it, she stuffed the barbecued pork into her mouth and ate it. Her eyes slightly narrowed and a satisfied look appeared on her face. Yale yale yale. At this time, a man wearing a tie-white suit with a big back hair slowly walked into the breakfast store. With what he thought was a dashing pace, he walked across to Lu Xiaoko, and without saying a word, pulled out a bench and sat down. Smoothly propping his elbows on the table, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an exaggerated arc and said, "Beauty, can I have breakfast with you?" Chapter 11 Licking Dog, but High Emotional Intelligence. Vomit. Lu Xiaoko intentionally made a vomiting expression, then said in disgust, "Get lost, I can't eat when I look at you." Oh? What about if I cover my face? Sun Yaoza obviously came prepared, bringing a pure white mask over his face. You know, I didn't mean anything else by coming over here, I just want to look at this beautiful face of yours, otherwise I feel like something is missing this day. You're having chicken-flavored skillet buns today? Saying that, he also bared his nose exaggeratedly and inhaled, an intoxicated expression on his face, but the smell of the buns still can't hide the fragrant breeze on your body. Hehijia. Lu Xiaoko shivered involuntarily and simply blocked the bun cage in front of her. And Sun Yaoza, obviously unforgiving, began to talk about love. "Lu Xiaoko, can I call you you?" This time Lu Xiaoko didn't want to pay attention to him, just a dry rice. Sun Yaoza smiled evilly, "Because then, I can put you in my heart." Crunch. Lu Xiaoko gritted her teeth. Hold back, hold back. Leave immediately after eating. Never respond to him. She forced herself to calm down in her mind and began to bury her head in dry rice again. Seeing that Lu Xiaoko did not want to care about him, Sun Yaoze not only did not converge, but smiled triumphantly. "You ignore me, is it shy?" "It's okay, I understand, girls, is thin skin." He thought love words had an effect, and began to use that superb bubbly voice again, dragging out his tone to say, "Then. Can you help me wash a thing? Like, 11 cheer me." Lu Xiaoko was so angry that she wanted to drop the bowl and scolded, "Roll na." "Oh? You're willing to talk to me?" Sun Yao's smile became even more evil. "I knew that you have me in your heart." He slowly stood up, his sight crossed the bun cage, his eyes looking deeply at the other party. "But you know, my love for you is as sensational as a tractor going up a mountain. Count on me to beg you, you don't know how to tease a girl, don't tm hard tease, okay?" Lu Xiaoko put her hands together and only felt a burst of scalp numbness. "I can't eat for a day with your oil." "Ha, is it? That's really not honored it." Sun Yaoza didn't care about Lu Xiaoko's dislike, and cheekily continued, "Then why don't you go to my house for dinner? We have a top chef in our house. With me, you'll be able to eat and drink spicy food and enjoy endless glory and wealth, and then you'll definitely want to stick to me every day." "I won't eat, okay?" Lu Xiaoko scratched her hair furiously and left the breakfast store grumpily. "Hey! Don't you want your rice?" Sun Yaoza hurriedly said. Lu Xiaoko ignored him, only the pace of her feet became more and more hurried. Hey, she really does have me in her heart, knowing that I didn't eat breakfast and leaving me so much. The corners of Sun Yaoza's mouth rose. He slowly reached out and took out a napkin, elegantly hanging it in front of his chest, the manner as if he was in a high-class Western restaurant at the moment. At the same time, he called out to the people outside, "You guys, come in and eat together as well." Soon, 3 more students in black suits walked in, looking like Sun Yaoza's minions. A few people directly surrounded the table and happily ate. "Boss, it's still you who's great, this meal at least a few $dozen came to hand. Look at that chick mesmerized, such a sumptuous breakfast is said to be delivered. Boss is awesome. Boss is so handsome. We'll definitely be able to take her within a week." The 3 lapdogs kept on praising. And as Sun Yaoza listened to these compliments, his faces gradually showed the beginnings of a Dragon King's smile. I must be cursed. Lu Xiaoke cursed as she walked. Why is it that lately, all I always encounter are people with this kind of major illness? Forget it, class. She carried her book bag to the martial arts classroom. The classroom was extremely spacious. The raised space was like a small indoor martial arts arena. Inside were some strangely shaped practicing equipment, and various data constantly flashed on the ghostly blue display screen. On the surrounding walls, a wide array of wooden weapons were hung. Most of the students had already arrived, while the martial arts teacher opened his mouth and said, "This morning is all about martial arts free practice, so everyone can just take the weapon they are good at and find equipment to practice against, or you can start a duel with other students with the same weapon." Since the beginning of the school year until today, only Lu Xiaoke has practiced the basic skills of kendo to 100% progress. I hope that today there will be a second person with 100% progress. No matter what kind of weapon it is, everyone cheer up. As soon as the words fell, the other students grabbed their weapons and started training in various ways. Some practiced directly with their equipment, while others directly looked for someone to initiate a duel. Start practicing, start practicing. We must try out the basic marksmanship to 40% progress today. It's no fun practicing with machines. Anyone come and fight me in a fierce battle between real men. Come on. Add me. For a while, the entire martial arts practicing ground was filled with the thumping sounds of weapons clashing, the shouts of the students, and the roaring sounds of equipment running. Wooden weapons crisscrossed each other, bringing up a trail of residual shadows. The scene was full of vigor and blood. In the midst of this fervor, Lu Xiaoke looked out of place. Carrying her school bag, she walked over to the recliner in the corner of the martial arts field and slowly lay down. A large pile of snacks in her school bag was taken out, and while eating, she played with her cell phone. This scene was watched by a certain young girl, who gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it! Lu Xiaoke, I will definitely defeat you today. I'm never going to be a 10,000-year-old dick again." Jiang Tianyi held the wooden sword steadily, then pressed the machine's start button. Only to see the machine's mechanical arm begin to rapidly raise, simulating a blazing attack move. Jiang Tianyi's eyes were full of concentration and determination as she continuously practiced attacking and blocking. The morning passed quickly. Everyone else was too tired to start resting on the ground. Jiang Tianyi was still training frantically, her sword style becoming more and more eloquent, and finally she struck the machine's head with a poke sword shot. Ding! Jiang Tianyi's sword skill base 99% 100%. On the screen, this data was displayed prominently. Yay! My sword skill is 100%. I've finally caught up with you, Lu Xiaoke. Jiang Tianyi jumped up happily, waving her hands in the air, unable to hide her inner leap of joy. She looked at her attributes again. Name, Jiang Sweet. Rank, Black Iron 9th level. Attribute points, Strength 13, Physique 13, Agility 13, Spirit 10, Composite 49. After looking at her attributes, Jiang Sweet's chest rose high. Her eyes were filled with confidence and fighting spirit, then she launched a challenge, Lu Xiaoke. You're also Black Iron level 9, right? Now that we're at a common level in terms of rank and sword skill, I don't believe I'll still lose. Dare to have a real woman's fight with me. Chapter 12, You must not be trying hard enough. Ha! But school is almost over. It's better to do it another day. Lu Xiaoke raised her eyes to look at the clock on the wall, her tone revealing a few points of lethargy and reluctance. Cough cough. Martial arts teacher opened his mouth at the right time, his eyes looking back and forth between the two of them. It's not easy to have another student with 100% foundation, and you both play with swords. Why don't you have a duel to deepen your skills? He paused for a moment and then added, this way, whoever wins I will give him a piece of black gold iron ore. It's great for forging weapons. All right. Lu Xiaoke sighed lightly and stood up helplessly. She stretched her waist, her slender posture showing her laziness, and then slowly walked towards the center of the field. The competition between the top two in the class instantly attracted everyone's attention. The originally exhausted classmates also came into the spirit and gathered around, with a glint of curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Jiang Sweet was seconded in 5 swords last time, so I guess he wants to get back this time. Both basic sword skills 100%, and both are Black Iron level 9, it should always be 50-50 this time. Maybe Jiang Tianyi will win? I still think that Sister Lu has a better chance of winning. The genius will definitely have a bottom card that we won't expect. Ha ha. I love watching women fight the most. That. Martial arts teacher cleared his throat and said, you two start straight away. Lu Xiaoke picked up her wooden sword and flicked her wrist, juggling a beautiful sword flower. Jiang Tianyi, on the other hand, had a grave face, her willow brows furrowed, and her hands gripped the wooden sword tightly. Brush! The battle between the two sides started immediately. In the first move, Lu Shaoke started with a swift stab of her sword, and a hint of panic flashed in Jiang Tian's eyes as she hurriedly resisted. That wasn't all. Lu Shaoke began to flick her wrist, the sword flower forcing Jiang Tian to keep retreating. Immediately after that, she swung her sword with great force, causing her opponent's arm to go numb. Finally, Lu Shaoke was again a swift blow. Jiang's sweet hands of wooden sword fell, completely defeated. Anyone with eyes could see that Jiang Tianyi didn't even have time to use her sword technique this time, and was overwhelmed by her opponent's higher strength, agility, and reaction speed. The students had their mouths wide open, astonished looks on their faces. For moves, this time it was 4 moves to defeat Jiang Sweet. Holy! Sister Lu is really a genius. It's not even if she learns fast, but for the same level, her attributes are also higher than others. Sister Lu is awesome. Oh. I'm going to have an inferiority complex again. Jiang Tianyi asked with great reluctance, aren't you? You a black iron level 9? What are your attributes? Nua, see for yourself. Lu Shaoke indifferently showed the panel to the other party. Name, Lu Shaoke. Rank, black iron level 9. Attributes, strength 18, physique 15, agility 15, spirit 11, comprehensive 59. Jiang Tian was so shocked that she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Why are you 10 whole attribute points higher than me? Didn't your family not have the money to buy an attribute treasure book? Most at the black iron rank were 40 points of combined attributes. And each upgrade within the black iron rank would only add 1 point of random attributes, which meant that a normal person's attributes would be around 49 points at black iron rank 9. However, Lu Shaoke exceeded this range by 10 points. It must be that you didn't work hard enough, La. Lu Shaoke leisurely took away the black gold ore from the hands of the martial arts teacher with a smug smile on his face. At this moment, the bell rang just in time, and she tossed the ore while humming a light-hearted tune, leaving the classroom with a light step. Only leaving the students behind with a burst of envy and jealousy. Shortly after Lu Shaoke left the classroom, she found a corner where no one was, and crunched down the ore in one bite. Physique 15-16. Experience plus 121. It's not bad, this ore, it can add some physique. Lu Shaoke left the scene satisfied. God tier talent, Star Swallower. Introduction, can devour all transcendent materials and subsequently turn them into experience and attribute points, as well as special bonuses. This was Lu Shaoke's talent, and although outsiders had speculated that she was a god-level talent, only that she had never admitted it. So far, only herself and Lu Hong knew about this talent. And her attributes were higher than normal because of this reason. Go home, go home. Lu Shaoke remembered that she had to bring her oldest brother to brush copies in the afternoon, so she simply sped up her pace. It was already 10 minutes later when she arrived home. The moment she opened the door, she saw that the table was filled with fragrant dishes, as well as 3 large pots of steaming rice. Lu Shaoke's little pink mouth opened into an O shape, and then screamed excitedly, braised pork, kung pao chicken, and potato roasted spare ribs. I love you, brother. As she shouted, she threw away her school bag and rushed to the dining table, directly starting to work. Eat. Lu Hong took off his apron and also served a bowl of rice and said, finish eating early and brush your books. Good. Lu Shaoke answered, picked up the bowls and chopsticks and began to eat in a whirlwind. 2 large pots of rice were finished in no time. And I'm afraid the 3rd pot of rice wouldn't last long either. The corner of Lu Hang's mouth twitched. Has your appetite gotten bigger again recently? Isn't it enough that I purposely steamed 3 large pots? Anan. One of the awesome characteristics of my talent is that I can eat all the time. And it doesn't grow meat. Lu Shaoke's eyes narrowed into a curved crescent moon. Do you know how many young girls dream of this talent? Ha ha ha. Emotionally, a god-level talent is the most useful in your case, just one of being able to eat. Lu Hong shook his head helplessly. Aang. Lu Shaoke's mouth was stuffed to the brim as she responded vaguely, this talent upgrades fast, yes, but it's too costly and not suitable for me. Lu Hong thought for a moment and sighed, our family still needs to make more money before we can buy you more high-level materials. You can't afford to waste this talent, and it should cost quite a bit of money on my side as well. It's so hard. Lu Shaoke did not think so much, directly said, there is that money might as well dazzle my mouth, eat more good does not smell. Lu Hong smiled helplessly. How many people dreamed of a god-level talent, but this old sister of his didn't care at all. If others knew about it, they would definitely be envious and jealous. No more eating. Get ready to go. Lu Xiaoko opened her mouth after taking the last bite of her meal. Which copy are you going to go to? Lu Hang also cleaned up the dishes and asked. Animal Paradise, the monsters over there are good to fight. Lu Xiaoko said and took out an iron sword from under the bed. Lu Hang asked, did you get this from your school? Yeah, but it's not much use, it's just basic equipment. Lu Xiaoko handed out the sword. Name, the village's trashiest sword. Attribute requirement, none. Special bonus, none. Durability, 79-100. Introduction, what's the point of having a bicycle when you're getting it for free? Just use it. Lu Hang glanced at it and said, it really isn't much use. Let's go to the Animal Paradise now. Chapter 13, your speed of pretending is actually above me? The two quickly arrived outside the replica. It was a very large square, with a space-time rift gate in the middle that was about 4 meters long and wide. There were probably hundreds of people in the square, either teaming up or looking for a lap. It was very lively. Bronze rank transcendents have brought people to brush their copies off. Guaranteed to take you up 300 experience points, $5,000 at a time. Come and talk if you need it. 4 people in a team. 3 short of 1, come quickly. Those who don't have the number of times to enter a copy can look for me. I'll take you in for free, the experience will be shared equally, but all other rewards will go to me. Bypassing these noisy people, the brother and sister duo came directly before the time and space gate. There was a gate in front of the door, and it needed to be confirmed by the managers before they could enter. The managers directly said, please show proof. New awe. Lu Xiaoko directly took out her student ID. The administrators scanned it with their cell phones and then said, Tianbei Spiritual Martial University's right? You have 4 chances to enter the replica every month, there are still 2 left, and they are in the process of uploading the information for you. Lu Hong listened with envy from the sidelines. After all, their crappy junior college would only give the opportunity to enter a replica once per semester, and the rest of the time, they could only think of their own ways to gain access to the replica. Lu Xiaoko's school, on the other hand, was able to enter the replica 4 times a month for free. Are you teaming up with this young lady? Management asked, looking at Lu Hong again. Lu Hong nodded, yes, do I need to consume additional times? No need, the same number of times will allow up to 4 people to enter. The administrator operated on his cell phone, you can go in, and your group application is done. Ding! You and Lu Xiaoko form the same team, the experience of the 2 of you will be shared equally, while the other rewards will be distributed amongst yourselves. Lu Hong quickly received a message. Drip! The gate in front of the 2 was also opened. Older brother, remember what I just said, when you enter the copy, make sure you stay behind me and don't run around, okay? Lu Xiaoko said uneasily. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. Lu Hong waved his hand and said. It's not the same, it's your first time entering a copy, a slight mistake in here can kill you. Lu Xiaoko's expression became much more serious, you don't have to do anything, I'll be responsible for killing the monsters, you just protect yourself. This had been repeated countless times by the other party on the way here, and Lu Hang's ears were getting calloused from hearing it. Saying that again. The corner of Lu Hang's mouth twitched, I've already said that I can kill monsters too. Thinking of his meatball's 32 points of spiritual power, he gained a few more points in his bottom line. You've got to be kidding me, even those students in our class who scored a perfect score in high school martial arts, had to obediently stay at the back when they first entered the copy, and a single carelessness would be hurt by the demonic beasts. Lu Xiaoko obviously didn't take it seriously, not to mention people like you who only scored 3 points in high school Wudao, and your overall attributes aren't high enough, so just obediently lay back, and have me lead the flight. Lu Hong sighed helplessly, okay, I'll listen to you. This little ninny, still subconsciously treats me as useless. I must pretend in front of her later and shallowly shock her. Then go old brother. Lu Xiaoko then smiled in satisfaction, her eyes narrowing into a curved crescent moon. The 2 of them stepped into the space-time rift together, their bodies instantly disappearing. And at the back. Yale Yale Yale. Sun Yaozi looked at the brother and sister duo who had just entered the copy, an evil smile sketched out on his face. It seems that Lu Xiaoko and I are just destined to meet, brushing a copy can meet. Beside him there was a bald tattooed man, his face was hideous, his eyebrow bones were high, his pair of triangular eyes were gloomy and fierce, and his body exuded a ruthlessness that no one should approach. A look as afraid of campus violence as not enough kind of people. However, he was respectful in the face of Sun Yaozi. Zhang Hu inquired, "Young master, is that girl just now the genius beauty girl you mentioned?" "Not bad, that's the kind of person who can fall into this young master's eyes." Sun Yaozi said confidently, "I'm sure she's at least talented at the diamond rank or above. I see a brat following her around, it can't be a suitor, right?" Zhang Hu wondered. "What words?" "That's my great-uncle." Sun Yaozi glared at him and said. Oh, Zhang Hu added, "Master said for me to bring you to brush up to bronze second rank today, is it hard for you to have other ideas?" Sun Yaozi thought thoughtfully for a while, then said, "Not bad, I have some ideas. Go, follow me into the copy first." Inside the animal paradise copy. Into the eyes was an endless huge plain, with blazing sunlight pouring down. The meadow full of golden yellow grass was like a golden ocean, and in the breeze it was flooded with layers of waves, just like the African savanna. Ding! You have received the talent quest. Rising to level 4 in this copy will reward you with a summoning opportunity. Lu Hong froze for a moment. "Old sister, did you receive the talent quest?" "No, you received it?" Lu Xiaoxiao laughed, "Then you're quite lucky. Everyone has the probability of triggering talent-related quests when entering a copy, and the rewards are all talent-related, only the probability of occurrence is very low." Lu Hong nodded in understanding. "The quest allows me to rise to level 4, this shouldn't be difficult. Easy peasy la. I'll brush the monsters in the front and you just stay in the back." Lu Xiaoka said confidently while dashingly drawing her sword. "That won't do, I also have combat power." Lu Hong said cheerfully, "Later on, give me a whole sword as well, our brother and sister will be invincible with both swords." "Come on you." Lu Xiaoka juggled her sword and walked forward. Just after walking for a while, Lu Hong discovered a creature lying down within the grass. Spiked porcupine. Attributes: Strength 4, Physique 3, Agility 4, Spirit 2, combined 13. Skills: Arching Strike, Counter Spike. "Ha, old sister, look what I found. A wild porcupine." Lu Hong leapt to his feet and said. It was time to pretend in front of his old sister. "Summon." Lu Hong waved his big hand and the meatball was quickly released. He quickly ordered, "Come. Use mental taint on it." Before he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoka had already leapt forward and swished in front of the porcupine. Put! The sword in her hand easily cut through the porcupine's body. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained experience 6. Black Iron level 1630. Lu Hong was stunned. "Old sister, why are you moving so fast? I haven't even loaded the pig yet. Old sister's loading speed is actually above mine?" Lu Xiaoka shrugged off the blood on her sword. "What's there to pretend with just this mongrel? Say, is this summoner of yours buggy? How come it releases a cloud of mosaics?" she said strangely. She knew that Lu Hong was a summoner, but she didn't know that the other party's summons were so abstract. Ahem. Appearance is a bit strange, but the ability is still very strong. Lu Hong said rather awkwardly. Lu Xiaoka said, "Keep going, there are fewer monsters at the entrance." Chapter 14 Quin Chicken. The two of them began to advance through the grassland. Soon, Lu Hong saw a few more roosters with a center-parted comb that were carving out bugs to eat on the ground, with a basketball next to them. Quin Chicken. Attribute: None. Whoa! Brother, we've hit the jackpot, we've encountered colorful egg creatures. Lu Xiaoka went forward in surprise, drawing his sword and chopping it. Nice one! Lu Heng's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had heard of this thing in a copy. Gah! These Quin chickens started screaming and fluttered their wings to fly away. However, they were chased and beheaded by Lu Xiaoku. Your teammate decapitates Quin chickens for. You gained experience 24. Black Iron level 1, Black Iron level 2050. Spirit 1213. Hiss. Originally, Spirit was high enough, how come the randomly added attribute is still Spirit? Lu Heng blackened his face and said, adding more will make him a spiritual boy. He preferred that he could add a few more points of strength or agility so that his base combat power could be stronger. Spirit points, on the other hand, were more esoteric and often required specific skills and equipment to bring out their value. Shaking his head, he looked ahead. Brother, look, colored egg creatures are just good at popping out good stuff. Lu Xiaoka cheerfully handed over a book. You use it. You have obtained the Power Treasure Book 1. Add 1 point of power after using it. Okay. Lu Hong didn't refuse. He knew that the other party could obtain attribute points by devouring transcendent materials, so naturally, there was no shortage of this book. Power 1011. Feeling the increase in his body's strength, Lu Hong clenched his fist in satisfaction. Say, are all the animals in this animal paradise so trashy? There are even attribute-less chicks. He was a bit curious. That's not true, there are also powerful beasts in here, such as mammoths and saber-toothed tigers and whatnot, and there are even orcs present. Lu Xiaoku explained, generally speaking, they can't be encountered. After all, it was a novice copy, the difficulty wouldn't be too high. If they really encountered a high combat power creature, most people couldn't deal with it and could only recognize their own bad luck. Ow! Right at this moment, the sound of wolves howling came from behind the two. Only 10 golden-haired wild wolves drilled out from the surrounding tall grasses at the same time, surrounding the two of them. This kind of coyote's fur was very similar to the grass, and it was hard to be discovered when they got down. Golden-backed coyote. Attributes: Strength 7, Physique 5, Agility 8, Spirit 3, combined 23. Skills: Ambush, Pack Howl, Bite. Older brother, look at your crow's mouth, you've really run into a tricky one. Lu Xiaoku's eyes instantly sharpened. The single combat power of this creature was not high, but appearing in groups would be troublesome. Her body crouched down slightly, taking up a stance to strike at any time, trying to find a break in their encirclement. No fear. Lu Hang wasn't panicked in the slightest. Looks like it's time for me to show. He quickly ordered, come. Meatball, quickly use Spirit Taint. Before the words fell, Lu Xiaoku was already like a white lightning bolt, and with one skill, Surge, he zipped towards the wolves. The skill, Sword Dance, was then unleashed. The hilt of the sword in her hand began to shine with a piercing light, as if an invisible sharpness was wrapped around the top. Only Lu Xiaoku's agile figure could be seen as she rolled through the wolves. Her footsteps were light and steady, sometimes turning sharply, sometimes surging forward. The sword in her hand was like a nimble white snake, accurately stabbing at the vitals of each golden-backed wolf, as if she was really dancing with the sword. The wolves were caught off guard by this sudden attack, and a large amount of warm blood splashed out, and in a few rounds, they were cut down. Your teammates killed the black-back wolves 10. You gained experience 60. Black Iron level 2, Black Iron level 3, 10 100. Power 11 12. At this moment, Lu Xiaoku turned her head and asked, what did you just say? Lu Hong looked at the sky awkwardly and said, nothing, I said the weather over here is quite nice. Oh, then keep going. Lu Xiaoku continued to go deeper towards the front. Lu Hong simply shook his head, forget it, I'm not going to pretend today. It seemed that before entering the replica, what the old sister said was not without some truth. One's own obediently lying flat is good. He simply put his hands in his pockets, not caring about anything, and leisurely walked forward. And in the place where the two didn't notice. Above a bread tree, there was a cat head covered in golden hair that was hiding behind a branch and observing all this. It was the size of a human, even with a bit more athletic leg muscles. The cat person licked the fur on its palms and looked downward with feminine eyes. It seems that the human in front is the main combatant. Kill her first, then decapitate the punk kid in the back. Young master, I probably know their bearings. Zhang Hu looked at the battle traces around him and said, it should be not far to the south. When each wave of people entered the copy, the location where they appeared was randomized, so the location where the two Sun Yaozi entered the copy was also different from Lu Xiaoku. Fortunately, Zhang Hu possessed some tracking ability and easily found Lu Xiaoku's location. Alright, we'll proceed as planned later. Sun Yaozi said with great excitement. He had a bold idea in his mind, as long as it came to fruition, he would be able to obtain Lu Xiaoku's heart. Zhang Hu hesitated for 2 seconds and said, young master, do you really want to play a wave of heroes rescuing the beauty? This kind of classic bridge sequence on TV originally seemed really cliché to Zhang Hu. It was hard to say whether it would work or not, and if it was discovered, wouldn't it be a huge loss of face? The corner of Sun Yaozi's mouth hooked, revealing a confident expression. What are you afraid of? Lu Xiaoku doesn't know you, just think of yourself as a ruthless robber, and show your bronze 5th rank strength to scare them, you will be able to scare them out of their wits. When Zhang Hu heard this, hesitation was written all over his face. Will this work? I really play robbers to scare people off? He was just fierce looking, but hadn't really done anything bad, but was a legal citizen with a job and a family. He didn't know how many times he had been misunderstood by law enforcers since he was a kid, and just because of this fierce look, he would be questioned by law enforcers on patrol every time he went for a stroll. Therefore, Zhang Hu in turn was more careful about what he did than other citizens, fearing that he would commit a crime. Of course it's fine. Absolutely no problem. The more Sun Yaozi spoke, the more energized he became. When they're scared and panicked by you, I'll make a direct flashback. At that time, I'll fling out the treasure weapon that Pops gave me, and then fight you as hard as I can, knocking you off your feet. Once you run away, Lu Shaoke will still admire me and be mesmerized. When her brother sees how brave I am, he'll definitely have to recognize me as his brother-in-law. I'll be able to hold a beautiful woman in my arms. Sun Yaozi said while gesturing a fighting action, as if he had already seen Lu Shaoke casting adoring eyes. Okay. Okay. Zhang Hu could only agree. Who let the other party is their own young master, the other party is determined to do this, he is subordinate, how dare to stop. Can only pray that they don't see the problem when the time comes. Very good, then will you play the bad guy? Sun Yaozi asked again. Speaking of this, the corner of Zhang Hu's mouth twitched. Look at my face, I'm a bad guy when I stand there. The most unfortunate thing since I was a child is that I haven't stumbled upon any school bullies. He patted his chest again, and I love watching heist movies, I know exactly how the bad guys act. Only then did Sun Yaozi nod in satisfaction. Okay. Remember not to hurt the two people, just scare them. Let's go. Chapter 15, A Bad Guy at First Glance. At this moment, Lu Hong and Lu Shaoke were rushing along a path. The two of them had arrived within a forest, surrounded by tall trees that covered the sky, vaguely revealing a bit of mystery and danger. Where are we going? Lu Hong asked. There are a few caves over here, treasure chests may appear inside the caves, so we can try our luck. Lu Shaoke responded. Suddenly, a sharp cry broke the silence. Meow. Only to see a black shadow galloping down from between the treetops like lightning, pouncing straight at the two. Lu Shaoke reacted extremely fast and quickly drew her sword to meet the black shadow and fought against it. She fixed her eyes and said, "It's a beastman." Only to see that the catman in front of her was nearly 2 meters tall, covered in oily black hair, with pointed ears and a pair of ghostly green eyes flashing with bloodlust. Catman. Attributes: Strength 16, Physique 15, Agility 20, Spirit 12, Composite 63. The catman and Lu Shaoke instantly fought as sword shadows and claw marks crisscrossed. The catman relied on his agility to constantly roam around Lu Shaoke, attacking vigorously. Even though Lu Shaoke's sword skills were superb, he was slightly overwhelmed by such an agile opponent. Seeing this, the corner of the catman's mouth hooked up with a cold smile. As far as you're concerned, I'm afraid you'll have to explain yourself here today. Saying that, the attacks on his hands became more and more vicious. And at that moment, Lu Hang's shout came from behind. Oi! I'm not human nah, so not take me seriously? But the cat person didn't care about Lu Hang's voice at all, he was just staring at Lu Shaoke, who was already on the verge of not being able to fight back, and his mind was set on hurrying up to get rid of his opponent first. Suddenly, a circle of bizarre dark purple halo drilled straight into the cat person's mind. The cat person's eyes suddenly fell into a stupor. I'm a canine? No. I am a sheep person? It was as if its mind had fallen into chaos, and it just stayed in place. Lu Shaoke, on the other hand, found an opportunity to chop a sword at the opponent's waist. Put! The sharp blade entered the flesh, and the cat person's abdomen was instantly torn open with a large gash, crimson blood gurgling out. This was followed by another sword slash to the leg, but this sword was too useless, and it stuck in the other party's bones after only half of the slash. However, this was enough to make the catman lose his ability to resist. After all, the other party relied on their agility attribute to fight. The cat person's body swayed and fell to the ground with a flutter, then instantly regained his senses. What did you just do to me? Lu Hong took a big step forward and kicked the catman without mercy. What do you care what I did? You're about to be finished anyway. Alright you old brother, I didn't expect your talent to be really useful. Lu Shaoke gave a rare thumbs up. That's not true, can your brother be a waste minion? Lu Hong was doubly flattered by his old sister's praise. Who wouldn't want to show off in front of their own sister? Release me. At this time, the cat person began to twist his body, his voice trembling from fear. Let go my ass. I'll let you go to your death now. Lu Shaoke pulled out his iron sword from the other party's leg and was about to slash down immediately. Lu Hong, however, hurriedly stopped it. Old sister, wait. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lu Shaoke's eyes, but she immediately took the initiative to move away and stand aside. The cat person was pleasantly surprised in his eyes and said with a crying voice, "Are you going to let me go?" "Thank you. I will remember your great kindness." "Who said to spare you?" Lu Hong gave it a strange look before taking a piece of meat from the meatball. Lu Hong directly shoved a lump of dark meat into the cat person's mouth. "Eat it for me." According to the panel, the meat of the meatball could only grow in spiritual power if it was fed to intelligent creatures. It was rare to come across a talking beast man, so it couldn't be wasted. Woo! Wah! The catman choked on the sudden movement and rolled his eyes, making a pain sound in his throat. "It stinks." "What is this smell?" "Eat. Eat or I'll kill you," Lu Hong said viciously. The catman managed to swallow the mass of black meat with great difficulty, and then asked shiveringly, "Can you let me go now?" "All right, it can be killed." Lu Hang clapped his hands and got up with a smile. "Put." Without hesitation, Lu Shaoke swung the sword in his hand once again and chopped off the catman's head. The opponent's body convulsed a few times, and then completely stopped moving. You have gained experience 30. Black Iron level 3 4100. You gain Cat's Eye Stone 1. You gain Bronze level skill Pearl Dynamic Vision. The rewards dropped by this cat person are not bad. Lu Hong examined it with satisfaction. Dynamic Vision Bronze. Ability, when activated, enters a 1-minute dynamic vision time, slowing down the movement speed of all things in the line of sight. Skill cooldown, 120 seconds. Attribute requirement, Spirit Points 15, Attribute requirement, Spirit Points 15. Hey, this skill is good, I can use it right away. Lu Hong was quite surprised and said. Then you keep it, this cat's eye stone is for me to eat. Lu Shaoke directly that cat's eye stone directly swallowed into his mouth. Lu Shaoke's agility value +1. The two of them opened their panel view access to each other, so they could see each other's agility value. Lu Hong lightly sked, "It's still a good talent you have, what you eat makes up for what you have." Aha! Lu Shaoke raised her head, "Say, what are the conditions for using that mosaic of yours?" Lu Hong explained, "Twice the mental power or more will be able to make the opponent experience cognitive dissonance. My summon is at 33 mental power points right now. There shouldn't be any monsters with 17 points of mental strength in this copy yet. We can go directly to the Wolfman Cave and Tigerman Cave, they are more dangerous but also have the most generous rewards." Okay. Lu Hong didn't refuse and agreed. The two of them began to advance. It didn't take long to find a dark cave. Unfortunately, it was already empty when the two entered. "This treasure chest has been opened." Lu Shaoke said, "Then we can only go to the Tigerman's cave, only that one is so dangerous. The Tigerman's combined attribute is over 90 points, I definitely can't beat it, so I can only rely on your summons, old brother. I'm afraid that he'll move too fast, and before you can use your abilities, the Tigerman will give us both seconds." Lu Hong also thought about it and said, "Indeed." At this time, a burly man suddenly barged in the cave. His face was hideous and horrible, not to be messed with at first glance. "Look what I found." 2 college students, with a little beauty among them. Zhang Hu revealed a vicious smile, "Jia. Although he hadn't really been a villain, he knew exactly how it was played out on TV. With his outstanding appearance, Lu Hong was quickly bluffed by the other party. To think that he looks so fierce, he's not to be messed with at first glance. Old sister, it looks like we're in trouble. Chapter 16, I must teach you a good tune-up today. Name, Zhang Hu. Rank, Bronze 5. Attributes? Skill? Seeing this, Lu Shaoke immediately crossed his iron sword in front of him and stared at Zhang Hu vigilantly. "Brother, this one is Bronze 5th rank, I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with." Only to see Zhang Hu with a sardonic smile on his face, then his right arm began to gather up spiritual energy and violently slammed his fist on the stone wall beside him. Bronze rank skill, Avalanche Fist. Rumble. A deep crack instantly appeared in the stone wall, and debris flew as he seemed to be using this to show off his terrifying power. "Ha, see this sandbag-sized fist of mine? Just asking if you're afraid." Zhang Hu let out a wild laugh, his voice full of intimidation. "I advise you not to resist me, or else I'll be ruthless enough to scare even myself. Come. Hand over all the treasures you have on you. In addition." Zhang Hu's gaze like a hungry wolf on Lu Shaoke, the corner of his mouth hooked up a sickening evil smile. "Little beauty, today you will accompany me to have fun, Jia. As he spoke, he recalled the lines and actions of the villains in those heist movies in his mind, trying his best to act more like a vicious robber. Damn it! In broad daylight, you simply dare to be so heartless. Do you really think that you're out of the rule of law after entering a copy? Lu Heng bellowed, Meatball, use mental pollution on him. Buzz buzz buzz. A purple light was swiftly released from Meatballsy, drilling straight into Zhang Hu's mind. Zhang Hu's movements suddenly paused, and his original ferocious expression disappeared, which in turn transformed into stagnation. His body slowly got down, his eyes blank. I am a sexy little wildcat? That's right. You are a sexy little wildcat. Lu Hong was happy. It seemed that this Bronze Fifth Order's mental power was nothing more than that, it was easily mentally polluted. It wasn't as good as that cat person before. Meow. Zhang Hu called out in a petulant manner. He landed on all four limbs, but his strong body twisted out an exaggerated S-shaped curve, slowly crawling towards Lu Hang and the two of them. The Bronze Fifth Order pressure that was originally full of oppression instantly dissipated, and was replaced by a bizarrely petulant aura. Me do. Older brother, it's still you who's great. Lu Xiaoke was completely shocked. Previously, that cat person had just fallen into stagnation before she hacked her awake, and it was only now that she saw the true strength of spiritual pollution. In no time, Zhang Hu came to Lu Heng's front, and even rubbed his cheek against Lu Heng's pants leg affectionately. Come, let me touch it. Lu Hong forced a smile and deliberately tickled Zhang Hu's chin in a cat-teasing tone. The burly man actually really squinted his eyes and pressed his fat palms on Lu Heng's thighs and kneaded them. His demeanor was generally the same as that of a cat. Lu Xiaoke was even more shocked. Brother, how long can this spiritual pollution last? He doesn't have a trace of lucidity until now, eh? As long as we don't forcefully attack him, lasting a few minutes shouldn't be a problem. Lu Hong responded. Meow. At this time, Zhang Hu had already rolled over to reveal his stomach. Any random person could kill him, completely putting himself in the middle of a crisis. Lu Xiaoke simply spoke up. Why don't we waste him first, just in case he comes to his senses later? Okay. Lu Hong directly said, this person was trying to defile you just now, let's sterilize him first. Coincidentally, just at this moment, a loud shout came from outside the cave. Let go of that woman. Only to see Sun Yaozi suddenly rushing in with a large sword in his hand. His expression was filled with valor and determination, a look of imposing strength. However, when his eyes touched the scene inside the cave, his originally determined eyes instantly froze, and the muscles on his face followed suit. Meow. The original domineering and unapproachable Zhang Hu was now crouching on all fours, rubbing affectionately against Lu Heng's pants leg. This strong contrast was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hit Sun Yaozi's heart, causing a great mental shock to him. Cough. Sun Yaozi intentionally did not look at Zhang Hu, instead he smiled awkwardly. Yo, Lu Xiaoke, I didn't expect to see it over here. Lu Xiaoke eyes alert, what are you doing here? I came here to brush copies. Sun Yaozi scratched his head and laughed. That's fine, I'll leave first. He hurriedly turned around, preparing to quickly move away from here. At that exact moment, Zhang Hu's eyes regained a hint of lucidity. Young Master. Save me. Something's wrong with my spirit. He had only regained a sliver of his sanity at this point, his cognition was still in a half-cat, half-human state, and he could only call for help while his body struggled to adjust. Who the hell is your young master? Don't recognize people indiscriminately. Sun Yaozi cursed him, and his steps away began to gradually accelerate. And slow down. The corner of Lu Heng's mouth revealed a smile. Why do I feel that you kid is more or less a bit problematic? Lu Xiaoke, who was at the side, explained, brother, he's from our school, but this person is a bit of a big disease, always harassing me. I see. Lu Hong thoughtfully looked toward Zhang Hu at his feet. You two are a gang? Zhang Hu shook his head repeatedly. No, I don't know, young master. Screw you. Lu Hong kicked him hard. I see you want to go on being a sexy little wildcat. Believe it or not, I'll cut your balls off. So that you can't hold your head up for the rest of your life. He was more or less able to guess what these two were trying to do at this point. Ah. Don't. Zhang Hu recalled what he had just experienced, only to feel panic and shame surging up at the same time. Just now, he was caught in spiritual pollution, but he was completely defenseless, completely at the mercy of others. If he had encountered a real enemy, he would have only died 800 times. I admit, the two of us are a team. I was just acting as a bad guy on young master's orders, and then letting young master come and perform a heroic rescue. Zhang Hu said in a hurry. But Sun Yaozi didn't have the slightest intention of admitting it. Instead, he said furiously, "What are you talking about? You are slandering." Slander. His face was red with anger. If this matter were to explode out, he would have lost this old face. Although he originally did not want much face. "I see you want to be a sexy little wildcat for a while too." Lu Hong got impatient and was about to release spiritual pollution with the meatball immediately. Young master, don't pretend, his ability is wicked, you can't stop it." Zheng Hu hurriedly advised, fearing that Sun Yaozi would do something impulsive. Sun Yaozi looked at the massive mosaic creatures beside Lu Hang and gritted his teeth. "I admit it, all right. I just wanted to chase your sister, am I wrong? Who let your sister with such a good-looking face, but also every day in the campus back and forth, that is not the intention to seduce me? Can you just guarantee that you won't like a girl for the rest of your life? I rack my brain every day to think of all kinds of love words to tease your sister. I create no less than 5 chances to meet your sister every day. I give full play to my high emotional intelligence and high intelligence to chase her. Even heroes can come up with such tricks to save the beauty, just ask who can do it to the extent that I have. Lu Xiaoke definitely has feelings for me. She's just shy. Ask her if you don't believe me." Sun Yaozi could be said to have shown his shamelessness to the fullest, with a look of righteousness. Lu Xiaoke, who was listening to this, felt a fire in her heart. The gas shivered cold. Why in the world would there be such a person with a big disease? Lu Hong was also exasperated and laughed. Well, it seems that I have to teach you a good lesson today. Chapter 17, Love Your Mom's Twisted Love. Mental pollution. Lu Hong bellowed, and a blinding purple light instantly blossomed on the meatball, whooshing into Sun Yaozi's brain. In an instant, Sun Yaozi was shaken, and a vague murmur issued from his throat. "I am a horse?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his legs went limp and he flopped down heavily on the ground. His knees rubbed violently against the rough ground, and immediately afterward, his arms stretched forward as well, his entire body completely immersed in the knowledge that he was a horse. Lu Hong, on the other hand, sat straddling Sun Yaozi's back, grabbing the other's hair with both hands as a rein, and purposely whipped his buttocks with a tree branch. "Giddy up! Run faster for me!" Sigh. Sun Yaozi let out an altered horse neigh and ran wildly through the cave on all fours. "Giddy up! Faster! Faster!" Lu Hong yelled loudly while whipping harder and harder. "Can't you harass my sister in the future?" After these 2 lashes, Sun Yaozi's sanity was half restored. He followed the horse's frantic gallop while yelling back, "This is not harassment, this is called love. Love, do you understand? I love you, mom, batch twist love." Lu Hong scolded viciously, "If you dare to harass my sister again, I'll sterilize you later." "Yeah. You come ah. True love is invincible. You can't strike me." Sun Yaozi felt the increasingly violent thrashing and just let out a shout to show his dissatisfaction. He seemed to have turned this dissatisfaction into motivation, stubbornly running wildly through the cave without the slightest intention of stopping. His originally straight suit was rubbed to rags, revealing a large portion of sturdy wheat-colored skin, and even a lot of blood hung from his palms. The bodyguard in the back looked shocked at this scene. He had never seen the young master break out with such a steadfast and unyielding will. Lu Xiaoke helplessly covered her eyes. "Gotta, you let this Sun Yaozi go after other women, I really can't stand him." The 2 people in front of them were still constantly battling. Lu Hang kept whipping each other, and Sun Yaozi kept running wildly. It wasn't until Sun Yaozi was completely exhausted and his butt was swollen red. Only then did Lu Hong curse and stood up. "You were a donkey in your past life, right, so stubborn." Hoof. Sun Yaozi, although his body was paralyzed with exhaustion, he was still able to show his standard evil smile. "True love is always invincible. You TM so rich, good chase, okay? Don't harass my sister with a pervert like, okay? Which girl can withstand you so harassment? If others, the spirit is going to be you whole out of the problem." Lu Hong saw that he couldn't be coached, so he started to reason. However, Sun Yaozi still insisted on saying, "What do you know, with money to chase that called love? This is what I call high emotional intelligence. I don't want to be like other dead-licking dogs, all kinds of spending money and giving gifts, it's too low. I want to impress your sister with sincerity. Grass. You're hopeless." Lu Hong was completely convinced. Lu Xiaoke also sighed. "Brother, let's go to the next cave, let's look for the treasure chest." Lu Hong paused for a moment and suddenly turned his gaze to Sun Yaozi. aren't you the young master? Your family must have given you the equipment to deal with high-level enemies. Sun Yaoza rubbed his buttocks and got up with a displeased expression. Yes, what do you want? Then go and lure a monster for me, lure the Tiger Man out of the cave for me. Lu Hong directly said. The Tiger Man was not easy to deal with, but as long as someone could attract the Tiger Man's attention and allow the meatball to unleash its abilities, it could kill the opponent in seconds. Huh? On what basis? Sun Yaoza said, unless I let your sister beg me. Lu Hong grunted coldly, I'm informing you, not begging you. With that, he propped up the meatball. Still want to try the feeling of being ridden? Sun Yaoza's body shivered. Just go. He had kind of witnessed what this thing could do with his own eyes, and he definitely wouldn't be happy about letting him experience it once more. Zhang Hu sighed, today is considered bad luck. Several people then rushed to the Tiger Man cave. Since the other cave wasn't too far away, it took about 3 to 5 minutes to reach the outside of the cave entrance. You, go in. Lu Hong pointed to the interior of the cave. Damn it! Sun Yaoza gasped and said with his fists, when I grew up, I was never the only one instructing others, but today I would actually be instructed by you. You get TM in there, your ass isn't swollen enough, is it? Lu Hong kicked the other party's ass hard. Ah! Sun Yaoza's face was sore from the pain. Only then did he curse and enter the cave. Not a moment's effort later, a loud tiger's roar came from inside the cave. Ow! Immediately following, a huge humanoid tiger rushed out after Sun Yaoza with its teeth and claws open, constantly clawing madly at Sun Yaoza's back with its sharp claws. On the other hand, Sun Yaoza desperately waved the jade pendant in his hand, which was emitting a faint shimmering light, obviously able to block powerful attacks, and ran all the way outside in this manner. Right at this moment, Lu Hong found the right opportunity to make the meatball use spiritual pollution. Buzz! As a halo of light drilled into the Tiger Man's brain, the other party fell into a momentary daze. Quick! The mental power gap is small this time, it won't last long. Lu Hong hurriedly said. Lu Shaoke's eyes were firm, and without saying a word, he drew his sword and rushed towards the Tiger Man like electricity, directly sticking his sword into the Tiger Man's throat. Zhang Hu also reacted quickly. He let out a roar, his huge fist with the force of 1,000 pounds ruthlessly smashed into the Tiger Man's abdomen. Puff! The Tiger Man instantly lost his power of resistance, crimson blood spewed out from his neck, drawing a line of blood in the air. Immediately after that, Lu Shaoke grasped the opponent's head with one hand in a death grip, gripped the sword hilt with one hand with force, his arm muscles tightened, and with a strong slide, he cut off the Tiger Man's head. The Tiger Man was completely dead, falling heavily to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Tiger Man, you have gained experience 100. Black Iron level 44250. Your agility +1. You have successfully completed the talent quest. Summoning times +1. Lu Hong revealed a joyful expression. Since he and Lu Shaoke were on the same team, and Sun Yaoza and Zhang Hu were on the same team, it was a matter of whoever beheads the Tiger Man first, who gets the experience and rewards. And Lu Shaoke moved fast and in turn grabbed this experience. Alright, you can go now. Lu Hong patted Sun Yaoza's shoulder, remember to harass my sister less in the future. Sun Yaoza was silent this time, only bringing Zhang Hu with him as he slowly walked towards the distance. Originally, Lu Hong was still skeptical about how the other party suddenly became quiet. Who knew that this Sun Yaoza was actually holding a breath in his heart? Only to see him come to a position more than 50 meters away from Lu Hong, before he angrily shouted, Lu Hong, remember, I am not a man who forgets his hatred so easily. The humiliation that you have subjected me to today, I will return it 1.5 times. After letting out his vicious words, he pulled out his legs and ran away, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Chapter 18 The Strongest Dog Legs Debut. Running quite fast. Lu Hong skimmed his mouth. At this time, Lu Shaoke then directly drilled inside the cave. Look, the treasure chest. She joyfully opened the treasure chest. Congratulations on opening the Tiger Man's treasure chest, you have obtained the following items. Golden Tiger Sword 1. Tiger Skin Gloves 1. Iron Bone or 1. Skill Book, Fist Technique Basic 50% Skill Book, Fist Technique Basic 50%. Strength Book 2 Strength Book 2. Physique Book 2. Spirit Book 2. A column of information was displayed and Lu Hong was pleasantly surprised, the rewards are very generous. Lu Shaoke picked up the golden tiger sword and fiddled with it for a while. This sword is much better than my broken sword. You take it and use it, this glove belongs to me. Lu Hang picked up that tiger skin glove and looked at it. Tiger skin glove bronze. Grade, high quality. Special bonus, forced stun. Description: as long as this glove is worn, whether it is a punch or a slap, as long as it hits the head, it can cause the enemy to fall into a 1-3-second stun. Can only be triggered once by a single person? The effect is good. Lu Hong was quite satisfied and said. Lu Shaoke rummaged through the chest again and took out the piece of iron bone ore and said, I'll eat this one, you can take all the other things, upgrade early and take fly me later. Okay. Lu Hong didn't politely talk to his old sister and directly used all the rest of the stuff. Fist technique basic 0% 50%. Strength 12-14. Physique 9-11. Spirit 13-15. It just so happens that Spirit has reached 15, use the skill treasure pearl as well. Lu Hong took out the skill treasure pearl and used it directly. You have acquired the bronze rank Spirit skill Dynamic Vision. Dynamic Vision, after using this skill, it can cause all images in your eyes to slow down by 3 times. Lu Hong took another look at his comprehensive attributes. Rank, Black Iron level 440 250. Attributes, Strength 14, Physique 11, Agility 10, Spirit 15, Comprehensive 50. Not bad, not bad, this comprehensive attribute is comparable to Black Iron level 9. Lu Hong nodded in satisfaction. Right, you should be able to summon a new partner, right? Lu Shaoke spoke up at this time. She was still quite curious about her old brother's ability as a summoner. Lu Hong also said with considerable anticipation, right. I'll summon it now and take a look. He directly expended the number of times he had summoned. Buzz. With a flash of glorious special effects, the outline of a creature began to emerge on the ground. Immediately afterward, a cartoon-like Shiba Inu appeared before the eyes of the two of them, except that it was actually humanoid, standing upright, with a very peculiar appearance. It's actually cartoonish this time? The sense of anticipation in Lu Hang's eyes intensified. However, the moment the dog opened its eyes stared straight at Lu Shaoke, as if it had seen the most precious treasure in the world. Woman. Ah. It's a woman. The corners of this dog's mouth grinned uncontrollably, and harangues flowed down the corners of his mouth as his body lunged and rushed towards Lu Shaoke. I jow. Lu Shaoke kicked it out in fear. However, after the colorful dog was kicked out, it only rolled a few times on the ground before it quickly climbed back up again, the frenzy in its eyes not diminished in the slightest. With its tongue sticking out and an impatient look, it once again rushed towards Lu Shaoke. Beauty, please let me see your fat ass. Lu Shaoke was shocked and punched it hard in the face. Get lost. The colorful dog's nose blood instantly spurted out from the punch, and its body stumbled backward a few steps. It wiped the blood on its nose with its paw before it subsided. Strong enough? Old brother, what kind of summons are these? How come one is stranger than the other? Lu Shaoke looked at Lu Hong in astonishment. No more harassing my sister. Lu Hong commanded with a dark face. He now more or less suspected that this talent of his was a bit buggy. What kind of was this summoning? The colorful dog sniffed and just unwillingly pounded the ground with his paw. Damn. Why should I meet the woman I want to protect the most in my life at the age when I am the most powerless? Can UTM drama not be so much? Lu Hong covered his head helplessly and simply loaded the dog directly back into the summoner space. He looked at the other party's panel. Strongest lapdog. Lightspeed slap. Can instantly move within a distance of 10 meters and slap a person in the mouth, interrupting all skills of the enemy. Limitations on ability use, same body, can only interrupt a skill once in 3 minutes. Description, lustful, but protective of his master. Lu Hong was then in a much better mood. The ability is not bad. It was written above, but it could interrupt any skill. This was also considered a divine skill, right? It's just that this character is a bit of a problem, a horny dog? Let's call him a colorful dog from now on. Let's go, get out of here first. Lu Hong shook his head and said. The two quickly left this place and came outside the copy. Lu Hong thought about it and asked, I have to participate in the joint campus competition next week, did your school send you? No, our school also has a lot of internal competitions, not that we pay much attention to the joint competition, and not many people sign up. Lu Shaoke responded, but the people who participate in this competition are freshmen. Old brother, with your talent, you should be able to get a good ranking over there. Good, then you go home first, I still have class tomorrow, I have to go back to school today. Lu Hong nodded and said. Okay. Lu Xiaoku answered. Lu Heng then found a bus and went back to school. By the time Lu Hong returned to school, it was already dusk. That was when he happened to receive a message from his original guide. It said that he was told to change his dormitory and move from his original dormitory to the floor where the spirit martial class was located. Dormitory 404 in the Tianjin building? Lu Hong looked at the message, then let's go meet the new roommate first. He quickly arrived at the 404 dormitory. Opening the door with a click, Lu Hong saw a fairly spacious dorm room with 3 people hacking and playing games. A student with messy hair, a tall and skinny student, and to Lu Heng's surprise, there were also 2 students with bald heads in here. The tall and skinny man was the former transcendent star of this class, the dude with expired abilities. The 3 were still feverishly hacking away, but when they saw Lu Hong come in, they directly stopped what they were doing. I'll be moving to this dorm room from now on. Lu Hong said simply, I'm the student who joined Spirit Martial Class 2 yesterday, you guys should know me, right? The 3 people also stopped playing the game and revealed expressions of surprise. Holy! Transcendent Star is moving to our dormitory. This will be the big brother of our class from now on. The person with the most useful talent in the entire class is moving to our room, haha. Several people went forward to introduce themselves. Hello, my name is Jiang Jin. Brother, I didn't expect it, we're quite destined for each other. Jiang Jin said cheerfully, I'm the one who transferred the Transcendent Star to you, you still remember me, right? Lu Hong smiled and nodded, remember, the ability to make things expire. Come, sit. He directly pulled Lu Hong to sit on the bed, let me introduce you to the others. Nah, this bald guy is called Zhang Tianyun, you can also call him Brother Green Hair. Jiang Jin grinned as he introduced them. Chapter 19, Good Night, Makabaka. Lu Hong was a bit puzzled when he heard this, he's obviously bald, why is he nicknamed Brother Green Hair? Oops, because my ability is to turn other people's hair green. Brother Green Hair scratched his bald head and explained nonchalantly, but my ability has a side effect, I will go bald within 3 days after dyeing my hair green. Saying this, he pointed to his head, look, I just accidentally used my ability on myself, and hard to make myself bald. Not to mention, this bald head of his was smooth and clanky. Then, what about this dude's bald head? Lu Hong pointed to another housemate. This hanging hair called Qin Liang, just started school when he had to try my ability, I gave him to use, but not become bald. The green-haired brother laughed. Being called Qin Liang's person heard, face instantly red, cursed, who knows you this green hair dying after also with bald, and a bald is a month, so far even a hair is not with long. Don't worry, wait a while longer and it will definitely grow. Brother Green Hair waved his hand and said. Jiang Jin then introduced, this Qin Liang, his nickname in our class is Hard Brother. Hard Brother? Lu Hong asked with some curiosity, how hard? Come on, Xiao Liang, give him the whole job. Jiang Jin directly got up. The corner of Qin Liang's mouth twisted as he pointed one hand at Lu Hong. Lu Hong suddenly felt a pang in his crotch, his second brother seemed to suddenly stand up. Lu Hong was shocked beyond words, good guy. You're the dude who can make other people's dicks stand up. Hard Bro laughed out loud and said proudly, hard or not? Just asking if you're hard. Hard. Hard enough. The corner of Lu Heng's mouth twitched as he acknowledged the other party's ability. This dormitory's roommate was also quite odd. Jiang Jin then patted Lu Heng's shoulder, after you enter this dormitory, you'll all be brothers from now on. All brothers. Lu Hong smiled and answered. It seemed like everyone was getting along quite well so far, and they all had interesting personalities. But I still have one more question to ask you. Jiang Jin suddenly asked seriously, are you single? Single, why? Lu Hong was slightly stunned, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. That's good, everyone is single. All good brothers. Jiang Jin revealed a smile. He then cheerfully stood up and asked, come, then hacking, Lu Hong, do you play King Pesticide? Let's go together. Lu Hong smiled and waved his hand, no, I'm going to move my luggage first. Right, go, we'll help you. Jiang Jin simply opened his mouth. Alright, thanks a lot. Lu Hong was also not polite. Without a moment's effort, Lu Heng's bed and luggage were all moved over here. After Lu Hong packed up his bed, the other party offered to hack again. The hospitality was hard to resist, so Lu Hong had to hack a few games with a few people. A few people played a lot, and all of a sudden, they played until 12 o'clock at night. Lu Hong looked at the time and said, "It's 12 o'clock, when are you going to sleep?" The previous dormitories also all went to bed at 1 or 2 o'clock at night, so he guessed that it was the same over here. We don't have to wait, he Zhang and I usually go to bed at 12:30, but Brother Green Hair is estimated to go to bed at 2 or 3 o'clock, and Brother Heart is even better, all-nighters are common. Jiang Jin explained. Lu Hong was a bit shocked. All night every day. You're still at the black iron level right now, your body is no longer young enough to withstand your tossing and turning. Hart said, a cold knowledge, the lifespan lost by staying up late for a long time has actually been made up by the lifespan made up by staying up late for a long time. So staying up late increases the time of youth and decreases the time of old age, it's cost effective. Lu Hong was astonished. What you're saying is really a bit reasonable, it's equivalent to transferring time off, right? Hear the applause. Hardy laughed. I'll sleep first then. Although Lu Hong was much better physically, he would still get sleepy once the point was reached. Alright, lights out. Expired Brother was still more reasonable and directly turned off the dormitory lights. The other roommates also tacitly turned off the sound of the game. The room was plunged into darkness, but the roommates still chatted a few words from time to time. Even if their voices were deliberately suppressed to a whisper, Lu Hong could still hear their whispers due to his higher spiritual power. Moreover, the content of their chats truly made Lu Hong a bit tense. For example, after turning off the game, Brother Green Hair, for some reason, suddenly turned on Net Suppression Cloud and put on his headphones to listen to emo songs. Listening to it, he sighed, "Hey. Hard brother, you said it would be nice if someone loved me. I feel so lonely, no one understands me. I don't want a guide every day, I want to be loved." Hardy swiped the short video while responding nonchalantly, "You hanging hair, you play games in the morning, games at noon, games in the afternoon, and games at night too. As soon as it's 12 o'clock at night, you turn on Net Suppressor Cloud and say you need love, do you have some kind of major disease?" The expired brother then opened his mouth, "Want to be loved, go to chase the girl, maybe which girl blind dog eyes to see you. Chasing girls? You also know how bad my level of flirting with girls is," chatting a sentence was scolded once, "Hey." Hard brother listened to the emo ditty, and his heart was even more emo. He began to fantasize, "You say if I wake up tomorrow can awaken another talent is good, such as let my charm level rise 10,000 times, by that I send a good morning to the goddess, she have to cry and say that she wants to spend the rest of her life with me. Your top priority right now is to delete the tomato novel." The corners of expired brother's mouth twitched. "Stop thinking about women all the time, you're more suited to becoming a monk." Hardy snickered. "Grass. You don't say, I really did go to the temple when my college entrance exam results first came out." Brother Green Hair got angry when he said this. "I found the abbot at that time and said that I wanted to become a monk." Do you know what the abbot said? "People asked me if I was a graduate student or a doctor, TM too poorly educated and still not allowed to become a monk." 6666, so what did you say? Hardy was happy. "I said I just scored over 200 points on the exam." Brother Green Hair continued, "Then the abbot gave me another line, Ba Buddha, my Buddha does not ferry tertiary education. Solid iron tie." Expired brother coughed lightly. Brother Green Hair sighed and continued to listen to emo ditties. But they were still chatting every now and then. First they talked about girls, then they started talking about their future and complaining about society. Immediately after that, they chatted about history, about national issues. They even started an impassioned debate, criticizing the presidents of various countries. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the night that the brothers started to go to bed one after another, even saying good night to each other before going to sleep. "Good night, Makabaka. Good night, Wasi Dixie. Good night, Igubigu." Chapter 20 Hot-Blooded Fist Practice. The next morning. The alarm clock dinged. Everyone was woken up. Lu Hong woke up and lightly exhaled, Don't say, high mental power is indeed a bit useful, even if I didn't sleep very well last night, I'm not too sleepy now. Say, is there a class this morning? I'm so sleepy. Brother Green Hair asked in a daze. Green Hair, did you not go to bed until 5 o'clock yesterday? Hard said cheerfully. Brother Green Hair said breathlessly, 5:30, I think, and I've only slept for 2 hours so far. Then you're screwed, this morning is martial arts class, the teacher is going to make us practice martial arts, you're afraid you'll have to die suddenly. Expired brother joked. It doesn't matter. If the teacher doesn't care, I'm lying on the ground and sleeping. Green-hair brother got up and said. Today is a martial arts class? Lu Hong was a bit surprised. Can we finally teach something useful? Aya, that instructor can't teach anything, it all depends on your own practice. Expired brother said as he got up to put on his clothes. In a short while, everyone woke up, bought breakfast together, and then came to the martial arts dojo. The martial arts dojo was quite large, but the place was somewhat empty. Apart from the 30 or so wooden stakes, and a large pile of wooden weapons placed in barrels, there was nothing else. And the mentor was standing right in the center. All here right. The mentor swept a glance at the crowd and said, then practice martial arts today. Let's all pick a weapon that you can use while you're here. Remember that once you pick one, you have to keep practicing after that until the base comes to 100% before you can practice anything else. Don't be overly ambitious and practice half of this and half of that, or else you'll end up practicing nothing. After saying the words, everyone came to the vat in unison to pick their weapons. Some picked wooden swords, others picked wooden guns, only the quality of these wooden weapons were not too good. It was only when it was Lu Heng's turn to pick that he realized that the weapons in the vat either emitted a faint musty smell, had mold spots on the surface, or crumbled and fell off at the slightest touch. They looked fragile, as if they would break with 2 random swings. Forget it. Lu Hong sighed helplessly and gave up on the idea of picking a weapon. He turned his attention to the fabric bound to the weapon, reaching out to pull it off and carefully wrapped it around his fist in a circle. Let's just practice boxing, there's still 50% of the boxing base anyway. Lu Hong remembered the skill book he absorbed yesterday. It was just as well that practicing this didn't pick a weapon. After everyone had finished picking their weapons, the crowd then re-stood in a few rows. Today is the first time I take you guys to a martial arts class. The instructor said with his hands behind his back, I would like to start by asking everyone, why do you think you want to practice martial arts? The faces at the bottom looked at each other and spoke. To better challenge the copies. In order to strengthen your body. To protect myself. Not bad, but there are more important reasons for practicing martial arts. The mentor blandly said, everyone knows that. Reading books is to make you and calm your mind and talk to stupid X. And practicing martial arts is to make the stupid X talk to you in peace. Hear the applause. The people at the bottom applauded, all feeling that the mentor's words made sense. Then, as you all know, we have limited conditions here, so there aren't many tools to aid in training. The mentor looked at everyone with a smile, so everyone pick up your cell phones and search and practice on your own, there are enough stakes, come back and ask me if there's anything you don't know. Understood. Roger. The students at the bottom responded, and then they each found a cool and comfortable place to stay. Although they promised to look for martial arts practice tutorials, in reality, many of them swiped short videos or played games as soon as they opened their cell phones. Seeing this, Lu Hong couldn't help but secretly sigh, then his eyes became determined. No, I can't be so self-indulgent. Unlike the others, he seriously picked up his cell phone and started searching for boxing practice videos on the internet. Not to mention, with the internet being so developed, this kind of basic martial arts practicing video was really easy to find. After finding a suitable video, Lu Hong followed the tutorials in the video and practiced carefully one move at a time. Since he already had 50% of the foundation of boxing, the practicing process was quite smooth and he was able to keep up with the rhythm of the video. However, as he practiced, Lu Heng always felt that something was wrong. For example, he couldn't grasp the details of the movements in the video, and he wasn't quite sure if the way of power generation was correct. After thinking for a moment, he took his cell phone and walked to his mentor, humbly asking for advice. Mentor, how should I practice this place? This is simple. The mentor smiled confidently, then picked up Lu Heng's cell phone. Let me help you with Baidu. Lu Heng. The mentor pointed to the screen and said, look, according to what it says, this action has to sink the center of gravity first, just like the horse stance, firmly rooted on the ground, the lower plate is solid, the punch is powerful. Okay, Lu Heng covered his forehead, his heart was full of helplessness, and he simply turned away. No, the things on the internet are still too miscellaneous. I have to find a reliable tutorial for practicing martial arts. I can't practice for myself to go off the deep end. Lu Heng pondered for a moment, then remembered Lu Xiaoku. Solely, he sent a message to his old sister. Lu Heng, does your school have any tutorials on practicing martial arts? Send me a copy. Lu Xiaoku, you wait, I'll ask for a copy for you. Lu Xiaoku, documents for teaching basic boxing at Tianbei University, waiting to receive. Lu Xiaoku, video and text analysis inside have, watching this practice will not be a problem, but the school does not allow outsiders, your own practice do not tell others how. Lu Hong, understood. After receiving the file, Lu Hong watched the video and his mood instantly became much more comfortable. It's still good to be a top university, all kinds of high-quality teaching materials are available. In the video, not only did it show a complete set of basic boxing techniques, there was a detailed analysis of each movement's PowerPoint, breathing coordination, and movement essentials. Even the points that were easy to make mistakes were marked out, and a response analysis was given, including the places that Lu Hong had just practiced and did not understand. Compared to those free and uneven quality teaching contents on the internet, this tutorial was simply too much better. Finally, I can start the path of hot-blooded martial arts practice. Lu Hong clenched his fists tightly with excitement in his eyes. With a reliable tutorial, Lu Hong's practice was finally on track. He stood in front of the wooden stake, fully concentrating, swinging out punch after punch, striving to be precise and accurate with every punch. Boom! 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 A powerful crashing sound began to reverberate in the martial arts arena. On top of the square, most of the students were leisurely playing with their cell phones, and the instructors also found a corner to sit down and rest their eyes. Only Lu Hong, under the hot sun, tirelessly continued practicing. Sweat slid down from his forehead like rain, soaking his shirt. After practicing for a long time, so tired, Lu Hong began to feel exhausted and his legs went weak, then he sat down on the ground with a thud. But after resting for just a short while, a wave of unwillingness surged within him. No way! How can I cry out of exhaustion when I've only been practicing for a while? Lu Shaoke must be working incredibly hard in school right now, how can I admit defeat? Strive! Strive! I can't be so lazy, or how will my old sister look up to me in the future? As soon as he thought of his hard-working and striving sister, Lu Hong seemed as if he had been pumped with chicken blood, and he stood up with a flourish. Hardly holding on to his exhaustion, he once again kept firing punches towards the wooden stake. Hee, cell phones are so much fun. Lu Shaoke was lying on a chair and swiping the video. She was also within her school's martial arts practicing ground, but the situation was very different from Lu Hong's side. The students around her were all training frantically in the heat of the moment, but she was the only one who was alone, comfortably lying on her recliner and playing with her cell phone. Not only did Lu Shaoke not feel the slightest bit guilty, but instead, she grinned widely and propped up the recliner, adjusting it to a more comfortable position. Sleepy, take a nap. Boom boom boom. Lu Hong's punches became more and more powerful, and under the continuous high-intensity practice, he had already smashed 3 wooden stakes one after another. Fist technique base 50%, 53%. His hard training spirit caused the surrounding students to look at him with shock in their hearts. Every time he was exhausted to the limit, Lu Hong only rested briefly for a moment before rejoining the training. Hardy couldn't help himself and went up to advise, "Take a break, brother, we can't keep practicing like this, our body won't be able to take it." Lu Hong, however, firmly shook his head, "No. My sister must be at school right now. My sister is definitely putting her best foot forward at school at this moment, how can I, as a brother, be lazy and swing for the fences? Man, martial arts training must also be about combining work and rest." Hardy once again advised, "You don't want to give your body a bad practice. You guys don't understand, in the process of practicing, I can feel myself getting stronger step by step, this feeling is simply great." Lu Hong laughed out loud and then turned around to continue into the training again. Boom boom boom. Under his superior punching technique, those aged wooden stakes were broken one after another. 53%, 56%. Ha ha ha. Fast and furious. Lu Hong was immersed in the passion of training, and his laughter echoed in the martial arts dojo. This scene infected all the students. Even the mentor, who was resting with his eyes closed, was startled. The mentor stood up and looked at Lu Hong with a shocked expression, lamenting, "I've been teaching at this college for 5 years, and it's been a long time since I've seen a student who works as hard as you do. Kid, come over here, I'll say a few words to you." A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Hong's eyes. Could it be that my mentor has seen my efforts and is ready to teach me some real skills? He walked over to his mentor with anticipation. The mentor, on the other hand, smiled and patted Lu Hong's shoulder. "To be able to break 10 wooden stakes in one day, very good, very spirited." He then made a steep turn in his words. "But these 10 wooden stakes you broke, $200 each, remember to pay the price." Chapter 21, A Mentor Deserves to be a Mentor. Lu Hong's face changed drastically. "Isn't this robbing money?" "Aya, there's no way, this is stipulated on the principal's side, you can't blame me." The mentor was helpless. Just find the principal to transfer the money tomorrow. You know the wooden stakes were originally 2,000 apiece, in our school for 8 years, today all broken by you, one only compensated 200 good. Lu Hong clenched his fist. Damn! I still owe the principal a few thousand in tuition fees, and now I owe the stake money. Sooner or later I'm going to transfer to another school. But in the end, I'm still satisfied with your spirit of struggle. The mentor said with relief, I'll help you pay 500 out of my own pocket. Lu Heng's face instantly eased a lot. Mentor, you're still good, much better than that principal. Well, you are a transcendent rising star, in the end you still have a private teaching privilege, I have to take care of you more as well. The mentor smiled. In that case, it's good to be idle, so I'll guide you on some upgrades. Lu Hong was happy. Finally, he was going to teach himself the real thing. I heard that your ability is summoner? The mentor asked. Lu Hong nodded, yes. The mentor said thoughtfully, I heard that you participated in the chef competition 2 days ago and secretly added to the judges' ingredients. Why did you do that? Lu Hong panicked, Mentor, that's my summon. Unimportant. I'm just asking why you fed your classmates that. The mentor waved his hand and said. Lu Hong coughed lightly, because it can upgrade my pet, and that pet of mine can add a little bit of spirit power every time a piece of meat is eaten. The mentor nodded seriously, then it does have to be fed, and it has to be fed several times. Transcendents are meant to do whatever it takes to upgrade, just do it and be done with it. Lu Hong was pleasantly surprised, now that's a confidant. The mentor thought about it and came up with a trick, this way, you go to the cafeteria and feed to as many students as possible. Lu Hong shocked but mentor, feeding to classmates like this, if you get caught it won't be the end of you, the principal surely won't let me do it. The principal won't let you feed? You won't feed it if he doesn't let you? The mentor's expression turned serious, I'm telling you, you'll have to feed it even if you die. Lu Hong was shocked, then what if I'm found out and then expelled? The mentor directly waved his hand, it's impossible to be expelled, he's not even a serious warning. It's just a notice that you can't feed your classmates anymore. Because you're not a serious offense kid, he's got a grade for this one. You didn't get anyone killed, you didn't destroy the school's finances, so what's the point of expulsion? If the principal catches you, he'll just act stern and say you're not allowed to feed your classmates anymore. And he'll only talk about it, he won't be on you all the time, there's so much going on in a school, how can he as principal be on you all the time? So once he's gone, will you still feed them later? I'll tell you what, you keep feeding the next day. Boldly feed your classmates. And then harvest another wave of spiritual power. Lu Hong was pleasantly surprised, then said, then what if he catches it a second time? The mentor came confident, come, I'll show you how to do it. First I'll tell you, don't be sophomoric. Definitely don't be sophomoric, but don't say you just accidentally added to your classmate's meal. Boldly admit that you fed. First things for sure, if he catches you a second time, he still won't expel you. After all, you're the rarest transcendent in our school, and a transcendent star to represent the school in the combined competition. But the principal will definitely be angry at this time, right? He will say how can you be like this classmate, after saying that I told you not to feed the and not to feed the, you still feed the. He might even threaten to expel you. I'll tell you what to do this time, just follow my example and laugh awkwardly like this. The mentor performed a look of embarrassment, then you just look at him and laugh awkwardly like this, without saying anything. Lu Hong scratched his head, then teacher, what if I don't know how to smile awkwardly? No. The mentor's look was confident as he said, you will. Because when you have to laugh when someone is staring at you with a blank stare, it's all going to be awkward. If you look at him like that for a while, the principal will slowly fade away and probably warn you again, with a fine at best. Good, this matter will be over. And then what happens in a couple days? Then go feed the. Harvest another wave of mental power for your summon. But what about the third time you get caught? You'll have to be sincere this time. First of all, sell yourself short and say that your family's condition is bad and you can't afford to buy supplements for your summons, so you can only boost your pet's battle power through this means. Then say that you're also trying to better participate in the campus union competition, and promise to never feed again, ever again. After all, if you feed again, the principal will be pissed off, so my initial estimation is that it's fine for you to feed 3 times. So boldly go feed. Now. The mentor patted the other's shoulder and gave an affirmative look. Lu Hong was pleasantly surprised. Grandma, the mentor was worthy of being a mentor. If he really wanted to do this, feeding 3 waves of to his classmates, wouldn't his meatballs soar by hundreds of spiritual power points? Grass. It. Lu Hong didn't bowl and directly looked at the part-time jobs on campus on his cell phone. When the school year just started, he did do a few part-time jobs in cooking, and then realized that the money given for this thing was too little, so he followed Little Fatty to go outside to look for a daily in job. However, he was still very clear about the part-time job process. As expected, he soon saw a part-time job in the cafeteria recruiting meal beaters on the school's official website. Lu Hong was delighted and took this simply on his cell phone and rushed to the cafeteria without saying a word. At this time is 11 o'clock in the morning. The cafeteria has come one after another some students to eat, but not many people. He came to the location given in the part-time job information, that is, the 9th window in the cafeteria. This side is selling a la carte dishes. There are 8 kinds of dishes at the window, 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetarian dishes, and the person who buys the meal can choose 3 dishes by himself. At this point in time, the window has already set up the dishes, but no one is here. Soon the back kitchen that came the chef said, "Sorry, today the auntie of the meal is not here. Let me help you with the meal. What do you want to eat?" No, I see that your side is recruiting meal beaters. I'm here to do a part-time job." Lu Hang went up and said politely. The chef smiled and nodded. "Yes, there's a shortage of people over here today. A day's work will give you $20 in wages, in addition to managing a meal at noon." Dry. Lu Hong nodded. The wages were small, but he didn't care. Rather, he wanted more people to all taste the meat from the meatballs. The chef nodded and said, "All right, then you can come in from the back. It's almost 12 o'clock and there should be more people." Chapter 22 Strange Incident in the Cafeteria. Lu Hong walked directly from the back kitchen to the window position. The clothes were not that elaborate. He only brought a dust cap and a pair of plastic gloves to prevent his hair from falling into the rice. "Have you done this before?" the cook asked. "Done it before." Lu Hong responded, "No need to teach me." There were 8 portions of dishes at the window here, while at the back there was a table with 2 rice cookers filled with steamed rice. All that was needed was to put in the rice before adding the dishes, and Lu Hong was planning to sneakily add ingredients to the rice so that he wouldn't be seen. "Then I'll go back and get busy. You just take care of the collection and rice over here." The chef returned to the back kitchen after explaining this. Since there was no one left to watch over the side, Lu Hong took the opportunity to remove many finely chopped pieces of mosaic meat from the meatballs. He then put all these finely chopped meat into the rice cooker at the back. The rice cooker was made of a large lid, and when the lid was lifted off, the students outside buying rice would not see what was in the pot. Therefore he loaded the rice at just the right time to be located in a visual dead zone. When it was time for someone to buy rice, he planned to first put a spoonful of rice into the bowl, then quietly add a piece of mosaic meat, and then cover the meat with another spoonful of rice. Finally, he'd add vegetables to the top. "Just do it, no problem." A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Hang's mouth. Lu Hong then waited so slowly. Ding bell. Until the bell rang for the end of class. Lu Hang's face was delighted. It's coming, it's coming. As expected, just after less than 3 minutes, the entrance of the cafeteria was filled with a huge crowd. The original slightly empty interior of the cafeteria was instantly bustling with the sound of plates clashing, students talking and laughing, and footsteps intertwining together. In front of the a la carte window that Lu Hong was in charge of, the queue also quickly lined up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Seeing the students stretching their necks one after another, the line snaked up to more than 20 people in a short while. At the front of the line was a yellow hare, sweet and sour pork, green vegetables, tomato and egg, packed. Lu Hong answered. He moved nimbly to snap the rice into the lunchbox. When he added the vegetables, he even showed full generosity, not shaking his hands at all. Huang Mo looked at this full of rice, his face smiled. "Yo, newcomer ah? Or young people's hands are good." That auntie before was like she had epilepsy, shaking her hands while adding food. Lu Hong heard this and responded with a smile. "Eat more. Eat more. In our place, we'll make sure everyone is well fed. The money has been transferred." Yellow Hair then happily left with the packing box. After this, the food queue in front of Lu Hong continued to move forward in an orderly manner. Lu Heng's hands and feet were nimble as he continued to sneak the mosaic of meat into his bowl, and a portion of rice was handed to his classmates. Just as he was selling his 15th meal in a flowing stream, a beep sounded in his head. Ding! Meatball spiritual power +1. Lu Heng's face instantly rejoiced as he subconsciously looked around the interior of the cafeteria, but saw that everything in the cafeteria looked unchanged. He pondered in his mind that it should have been those students who packed their bags back to their dormitories and ate first that triggered this reward. If it was discovered by those who ate in the cafeteria, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to sell it for long. When he thought of this, Lu Hong was full of energy, his hands moved more and more quickly, selling one more meal, fearing that someone would eat something different in the cafeteria in the next second. Under his full operation, in less than 2 minutes, the meals were successfully sold out 7 or 8 more. Ding! Meatball spiritual power +1. Ding! Meatball spiritual power +1. A prompt began to come in over and over again. At this time, the cafeteria always appeared different. Only to see that in a corner of the cafeteria's interior, after a student ate a mouthful of rice, his features suddenly twisted into a ball, and an extremely disgusted expression appeared on his face. He then flopped down on the ground and began to dry heave. The girl beside him was so scared that she lost her face and patted him on the back. "What's wrong? Are you choking?" The student managed to take a breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'm going. I don't know what I've eaten, the smell is unbelievable. It's like a bunch of stinky socks soaked in the gutter, mixed with rotten cucumbers, plus rancid instant noodle soup, it's disgusting." While saying this, he also exaggeratedly made a movement to spit out his tongue, as if this could get rid of the strange flavor in his mouth. When the girl heard this, she was full of incredulity. How? How is it possible? However, this side of the farce hadn't ended yet, and at the other end of the cafeteria, there was suddenly a miserable scream. "Ah! This rice is not right!" Only to see a classmate covering his stomach, his body went soft like noodles, and immediately afterward, he began to dry heave continuously, and then fainted as his eyes rolled white. The students next to him jumped up in horror, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Don't eat! Don't eat it! The cafeteria's rice is poisonous!" This voice, as if a thunderbolt, instantly shocked the entire cafeteria, and everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at this scene in disbelief. Seeing this, Lu Heng's heart thumped, but his face still pretended to be calm. Looking at the dozen or so people still lined up in front of him, he hurriedly said, "Classmates, that person is probably suffering from hypoglycemia, let's continue to eat, it's not in the way ha." The people behind him didn't take it too seriously, and continued to line up to buy food, as if what just happened was just an insignificant hiccup. Lu Hong was secretly relieved in his heart, and continued to speed up to feed his classmates. But who would have thought that the cafeteria was like a powder keg that had been ignited, and unusual situations erupted one after another. For example, there was a student who was eating with great relish, suddenly his face swished and turned red, he couldn't say a word, and stayed for 3 seconds before he swallowed his food. It was not easy for him to come back to his senses, holding his face full of veins, but only squeezed out a sentence, What did ITM eat?" Soon, another student jumped up violently, while jumping and screaming at the top of his voice, ITM ate the flavor of. There's a pervert secretly jerking off into the rice." That voice was incomparably terrified, and the people in the cafeteria were so shocked that they didn't dare to eat. For a while, the entire cafeteria was like a big stage of madness. These kinds of weird phenomena were staged everywhere. Some students were eating and suddenly jumped up like they were electrocuted, shouting with their hands in the air. Some students just plopped down on their desks and kept dry heaving. What the hell is going on here? Did someone secretly put poison into the cafeteria's rice? The students in the entire cafeteria were scared to death, putting down the dishes in their hands and looking around in horror. "Classmates, what exactly did you guys eat?" Finally, a bold student couldn't help but ask. "A la carte dishes. We ate a la carte dishes." The student who ate something strange, with a bitter face, said with a sobbing voice, No, this thing is designated as poisonous, I have to hurry to go to wash my stomach, if I'm a little late, my little life will be gone. I also choose my own food." "Me too." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes swished, like searchlights, and looked in unison at the cafeteria's a la carte window. This family wouldn't have used expired ingredients, right? Expired ingredients don't have such an outrageously strange odor? Someone must have secretly added ingredients. Who the hell is it? So unethical. There are bad people in the crowd. The students who were originally still lining up to buy the food of their choice were also all showing looks of surprise at this moment. One of the classmates frowned and asked Lu Hong, "Classmate, did you know that someone secretly spiked your family's meals?" Lu Hong said with a blank expression, I don't know, I just came here today to work part-time on the meals." Chapter 23 Red Hair Pirates. Forget it, this meal can't be eaten. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Since everyone had no evidence and couldn't directly find trouble with Lu Hong, they simply all switched to another house to eat. And at this time, the increase in the meatball's spiritual power slowly stopped. Afterward, he checked the meatball's spiritual power. It had soared from the previous 33 points to 56 points. With this spiritual value, it could basically sweep the bronze rank. Lu Hong closed the window for the meal with a satisfied mood. At this time, the back kitchen was also in a mess. He sheepishly glanced back and simply fled the scene directly. However, the net of heaven was wide open. This matter was soon reported to the school by a student. After a surveillance investigation, the school quickly confirmed that Lu Hong was the culprit of this incident. Thus, the principal found Lu Hong that afternoon. "You brat, you've just entered the spirit martial class and you've started tossing around such a thing." The principal said angrily, "Tell me, why did you add ingredients to your classmates' meals? Do you have some special fetish?" Lu Heng's heart was a little flustered, but remembering his mentor's words in the morning, his heart gained a few points of strength. He explained with a sincere attitude, "Headmaster, I'm doing this in order to upgrade my summons. Someone has to eat his flesh in order to become stronger." "What the hell kind of ability is this? So abstract." The principal frowned slightly. "So you didn't secretly jerk off into the student's rice, did you?" "How could?" Lu Hong said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, "It's just that the meat of that summon of mine is rather strange, the flavor changes randomly." The principal asked again, "By the way, the Thai meat from that chef competition 2 days ago was also something you messed up, wasn't it? The 3 judges and 12 students were all disgusted by you." "It was me." Lu Hong directly admitted it, with an awkward smile on his face. "It's not good for you to sneakily feed other students this kind of thing in order to enhance your pet's spiritual power." The principal's tone carried reproach, and there was dissatisfaction in his eyes. "If you were a student in an ordinary class, I would have expelled you long ago." Lu Hong hurriedly pretended to be pitiful. "Hey, don't I have to participate in that campus joint competition? I have to improve my combat power, and I'm doing this out of necessity." Hearing this, the principal's expression eased a lot. "Well, although this matter of yours has damaged some of the school's property, your intentions are still good. Then let's simply fine you $1,000. You can't even sell the a la carte food this morning. You made the school lose so much money, you should always compensate for it. Also, you broke 10 steaks in the morning, right? That's a total of $2,000, but your tutor paid $500 for you. And you still owe the school $5,800 for tuition, which means you need to transfer $8,300 to the school now." The principal took out his cell phone and said, "First transfer of $4,000 over, not a penny less." Understand. Lu Heng's mouth twitched and transferred the money together. "Damn. Just earned $4,000, this instantly spent." The principal nodded with satisfaction, but then made a stern expression, "I'll help you suppress this matter, but in the future, you're not allowed to secretly add ingredients to the cafeteria." After saying this, he left with his hands behind his back. Although Lu Hong was a little heartbroken about the money, he still felt that it was worth it when he remembered the 20 points of spiritual power that the meatballs had added. Tutor is truly a divine calculator. He left the place with a joyful expression. Next time, we'll continue feeding. Lu Heng's matter quickly spread across the campus walls, instantly rushing up the campus hot search list. The murderer who secretly added ingredients to the cafeteria at noon has been found. It seems to be called Lu Heng. I heard that he was also the one who used a phallic trick to swindle the judges into eating Tai Yao meat at the chef competition 2 days ago. Grass. I know him, he was in our civil engineering class before. This kid, I thought he was dishonest before, I didn't expect him to have this fetish. Ah. I want to find him to take revenge. That mouthful of rice in the morning disgusted me and I'm not slowing down now. Why would anyone jerk off into their rice? Come on, he's from the spiritual martial class. I heard that he's still a transcendent nova, and this guy is designated to have some kind of pet peeve. If you go over there to seek revenge on him, I'm afraid that you'll still have to be fed a full meal. Damn it! Can transcendentals do whatever they want? There's no way transcendents can do whatever they want. Up to this point, Lu Heng's name was considered to have been initially spread around the campus, and someone had even given him a name. The Great Sage of Feeding. Lu Hong did not care about these miscellaneous words. After all, he himself recognized how unethical the things he did were. His classmates had given the meatballs a lot of spiritual power, so they were scolded. At this time, Lu Hong was holding a beautiful mood. Leisurely walking back and forth inside the campus of the junior college. Oi! A voice suddenly came. only to see a group of uninvited guests suddenly blocking Lu Heng's way. This was a group of spiritual guys with red-dyed hair, beanies on their feet, tight pants, a small hat on their heads askew, and a self-righteous and godly energy on their faces. 7 or 8 spiritual guys lined up, all of them tall and thin, like a group of delinquent teenagers who came out of a comic book. Moreover, these guys all looked to be transcendents, vaguely exuding an air of distinction. "Just your name is Lu Hong, right?" The redhead at the very front tilted his neck as if he was looking at people through his nostrils. As he spoke, he also deliberately poked his chest with his index finger. "Know who I am?" The other party's arrogant demeanor caused Lu Hong to frown slightly. "What do you want?" "I heard that you are a summoner?" Red Hair raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashing with a provocative light. Lu Heng's eyes instantly narrowed. The visitor is not good nah. He quickly summoned his pets out without saying a word. The colorful dog and the meatball appeared beside him at the same time. Phew! Still really a summoner. A trace of surprise flashed across Red Hair's face, but it was quickly covered by his usual arrogance. He clasped his hands in front of his chest. "As for me, my name is Qin Zhe, these are my little brothers, and they are quite a prestigious little force in our school. I like watching the King of Thieves, especially the red-haired pirates in it, so we dyed our red hair. You can call us the red-haired pirates," Qin Zhe said while pointing his hand one by one over the little brothers behind him, as if showing the strength that his gang possessed. "As for these little brothers of mine, they are all very strong," Qin Zhe said rather arrogantly. "At least they're a bit stronger than the group of losers in your class." His face was filled with disdain when he said the word waste, as if he was extremely looking down on Lu Heng's class. "As for myself, my strength is also not bad. I am currently the Transcendent Rising Star of Spirit Martial Class 3. The arrogance in Qin Zhe's eyes was even thicker. "I won't say more. The purpose of me coming to you is..." Snap! Before the redhead could finish his sentence, the colorful dog instantly moved to the other party's face like lightning. Its big furry paw slapped the red hair's face without mercy, making a crisp sound. "Big gall! How do you talk to my boss?" The colorful dog stared at Qin Zhe with big copper bell eyes and shouted at him. Red Hair's head snapped off by this sudden slap, and his entire body was confused. He was filled with shock and anger. "You dare to slap me? The one who slapped is you." Lu Heng also shouted at this moment, and rushed over with a jerk. He knew the principle of striking first. At this time, he had already changed into tiger gloves and went up with a combination of punches. Only to see his fists waving in the air, bringing out a whistling wind sound, like rain towards Qin Zhe's face. "Dang! Dang! Ah! Ah! Ouch! Don't hit!" Qin Zhe was beaten without the ability to fight back and began to scream out. "Fart!" Lu Hong, however, was getting more and more excited the more he fought, his eyes glittering with excitement. It just so happened that he hadn't used the boxing techniques he practiced in the morning, and now that there was such a human sandbag, how could he not practice? His face was overflowing with the passion of fighting, and every punch he threw was accompanied by a roar, as if he wanted to unleash all of his power. "Ah!" Qin Zhe began to roll up on the ground, his face instantly turning blue and purple. He hadn't even had time to unleash his own abilities before he was beaten by Lu Hong without a fight. "Boss!" Seeing this, one of the red-haired junior brothers in the back instantly reddened his eyes and loudly questioned, "Why are you hitting my boss?" "Sap!" Color Dog slapped over, directly slapping the other party confused. Color Dog then stood in place and said disdainfully, "Humph! Does my boss still need a reason to hit someone?" The second junior brother stepped forward and angrily accused, "What do you have?" Snap! Color Dog showed no mercy, slapping him in the face with another precise slap, on the basis that we have the strength. The third junior brother stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Do you know what we are here for?" Slap! Another slap fell, and the colorful dog sneered, "Humph, one look at your dangling looks, you're here to challenge the boss, this kind of thing is too common." The fourth junior brother was horrified, "You let me finish my words first." Snap! The fifth junior didn't dare to speak when he saw this scene. Snap! The sixth little brother was shocked, "He didn't speak, why did you hit him?" Pa! The seventh little brother hurriedly begged for mercy, "Don't hit me. Pa!" The eighth junior brother was so scared that his legs went soft and he directly squatted on the ground with his hands holding his head. Pa! The ninth little brother was terrified and turned to run. Color Dog dodged forward in a flash. Pa! Until the end, a red dog slap mark appeared on the face of every junior brother, and they covered their cheeks one by one, their eyes filled with fear and aggression. On the other side, Shinzei had also been beaten by Lu Hong and cried. He was lying on the ground, snot and tears mixed together. Oh. Why did you hit me? Are you looking down on our red hair pirate group? His voice carried a sobbing tone, sounding very pitiful. Only then did Lu Hong stop the movement in his hands and looked condescendingly at Red Hair. Remember, next time, don't challenge others easily, especially challenge me. Redhead cried while raising his head in disbelief. What challenge or not, we came over because we wanted to defect to you. Chapter 24, I'm the enemy. Lu Heng's entire body froze when he heard this. You're coming to join me? Yeah, I heard that there's a very powerful transcendent in class 2. Not only is he a summoner, but he was able to break 10 wooden stakes in his first martial arts practice. Shinzei huffed, wiping tears and snot from his face with his sleeve as he spoke. We, the red hair pirates, like strong people, so we thought of coming to join you. And I'm also a transcendent rising star. We are going to team up to participate in the campus combined tournament when the time comes, and I still want you to bring me along. Shinzei said, and pulled out a dozen red tickets from his arms, crying, look, I also brought protection money. Damn. I really deserve to die. These words came down, causing Lu Hong to feel a little guilty. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, not knowing what to say. He came to defect, and I actually beat him up? And with protection money too. Where can I find such a knowledgeable little brother? Then you came to defect. Why were you so arrogant just now? I thought you were mixed with the Black Shark Club. Lu Hong scratched his head, the embarrassment on his face becoming more and more obvious. Because we are the Red Hair Pirates, the most powerful team in the entire freshman year, we must have a face. Even if we defected to someone else, we must have the most arrogant stance. Shinzei said while still trying to straighten his waist, trying to get back a little bit of the prestige from earlier. However, he still had undried tear stains hanging on his face, making him look very comical. Okay. The corner of Lu Heng's mouth twitched and he sighed helplessly. This guy was probably a little bit seriously ill as well. But then again, Lu Hong didn't move and took the $1,500, and coughed lightly twice. Okay, you guys are in. Thank you, boss. Woo-woo. Shinzei wiped his tears, his face still with aggression. Alright, don't cry. Lu Hong patted the other party's shoulder. In the future, if you have something to say properly, don't get too cocky in attitude or you'll easily get beaten up. He opened his mouth and advised, young people still don't get too angry. That won't do. Red Hair was not happy. If you are not exuberant, then can you still call yourself a young man? The corner of Lu Heng's mouth twitched as he asked again, speaking of which, what do you guys want to defect to me for? I'm not going to go with you guys to get into the Black Shark Club. You've got it wrong, boss. We're not a black brotherhood, we're a group to protect ourselves and ensure that we're not bullied by others. Red Hair said in a serious manner. Protect ourselves? Lu Hong raised his eyebrows and asked, then where is the enemy? His eyes were filled with doubt, and in his mind, he couldn't help but think back to all the experiences he had had since arriving at the school. That said, between arriving at the school and now, he hadn't encountered any ungrateful ones that came to provoke him. Boss, our school's discipline commissioner is the enemy. Red Hair said with a serious face. His eyes burned with anger, as if he had a bellyful of anger at the mention of the Wind Discipline Commissioners. The Wind Discipline Commissioners are all made up of powerful transcendents, and the students are basically sophomores and juniors. Boss, they are the real Black Shark Club. Every day they just wander around the school idly, and when they see misbehavior, they fine them, and when they come up, they are all fined tens or hundreds of dollars. The Red Hair said more and more excited. Oh. I remember, there is such a thing. Lu Heng then remembered that he had heard rumors about these people since he himself had enrolled in school. So arrogant, no one has touched them then? Lu Heng's eyes became even more suspicious. These Wind Discipline Commissioners are all sophomore and junior transcendents. Most of our school are ordinary people, who would dare to touch them? Red Hair spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. Speaking of the matter of you throwing into the cafeteria at noon today alone, that group of students would just spit on the campus wall. They wouldn't dare to really come and find trouble with you. Lu Hong nodded and said thoughtfully, you say that too, haha. He slightly lowered his head, and in his mind, he began to calculate these things that Red Hair had said. This junior college of theirs was also a countdown existence within the country. There were a total of 3 grades in the school, and each grade had almost 6,000 people, adding up to 18,000 people. And amongst these 18,000 people, there were only 300 awakened, a ratio of only 61. Then these people are so arrogant, it must be very damaging to the school's image, right? What if no one enrolls in the school in the future? The principal should always take care of it. Lu Hong thought about it. He had also heard about the affairs of the Win discipline commissioners in this school before he enrolled in school, and it was true that there were some evil traces, and at that time, he had also hesitated for a period of time as to whether he wanted to come to school here or not because of this. Red Hair waved his hand and said, "Oops, big brother, have you ever heard of such a saying? It's not that you chose Jiudaogo Vocational and Technical College, but Jiudaogo Vocational and Technical College took you in." The corner of Lu Hang's mouth twitched. It's still true. Jiudaogo Vocational and Technical College's scoreline was at the bottom of the list within the country. The students here were the ones with the worst grades. They couldn't go to the slightly better junior colleges, and if they were a little bit worse, they could only go to the private junior colleges. The only way to pick the tallest short person is to choose Jiudaogo. Therefore, those who can come here to go to school have no choice. Red Hair sighed, his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and bitterness. So it doesn't matter if these Win discipline committee members are too poor in character, the students who enroll every year will not be less, and the principal also turns a blind eye to what they do. Even the money fined by the Win discipline members, there is still a part of it that has to be handed over to the principal. Surely no one cares, nah. A hint of anger appeared on Red Hair's face, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with this phenomenon. Lu Heng's face revealed a shocked expression. Grass, then according to you, our principal has become the head of the Black Shark Club. Not bad. You've hit the nail on the head. Red Hair clapped his hands together as if he had found his soulmate. Our school is ranked at the bottom of the nation, and the resources it can obtain for upgrading are also the least, and the financial aid it receives is even less pathetic. Then where does the school get the money to build the school? No money. Red Hair said helplessly. From where will the students of the Spirit Martial class obtain resources? Let them find them on their own. So, the Win discipline commissioners appeared, and they made money by fining the students, and then used that money to invest in themselves. There's no need to go to the duplicates to brush up on monsters at all. They can make money just by sneaking around every day. Do you know how much they earn in a day? They can earn $50 per fine. A discipline commissioner can fine 30 people a day, that's $1,500 a day, and the commissioner can earn even more. It's all oppression, exploiting the students for the people's wealth. This is too hateful. Xin Zai's eyes burned with burning anger. Lu Heng's mouth opened slightly as if he was shocked by the figure. What? A person could earn over $1,000 a day just skulking around? And the commissioner was even more? A picture of the Win discipline commissioner's arrogant fines instantly surfaced in his mind, and his heart could not help but ripple. Those red-haired juniors also began to wail, each one emotional. Right. They are all more inappropriate than one another. It's not even if they oppress other students, even our freshman spirit martial arts class has to be bullied by them. And they say this is the freshman ceremony. I've been punished by them hundreds of times. Every time, they say I have a bad image and damage the public image. They're so evil, they're the cancer of our school. We as freshmen should eliminate them. That's why we, the Red Hair Pirates, appeared and resolutely fought to the death against these Win discipline committee people. Never let these dark forces bully us. Lu Hong swept his gaze firmly over these people, his eyes revealing a hint of appreciation. I didn't expect it. It looks like the most black-knuckle students are instead the biggest anti-black force on campus. Very good. Very spirited. He then changed his words. So, how can I join the Win discipline committee? Dry. One fine is a couple $dozen. Dozens of fines a day, that's thousands of dollars. This was much more lucrative than earning money from playing screws. Lu Heng's mind kept calculating these figures, his eyes filled with the desire for money. You only need. Xin Zai froze, his entire body dumbfounded in place. Boss, what did you say? I said how I need to be able to join the Win discipline committee and earn this black money. Lu Heng's face showed his eager desire for money without any concealment, and his eyes flashed with greed. I want to earn this black money. I want to get ahead so badly. At this point, he had already made up his mind to join the Win Discipline Committee, a money-making organization. Xin Zai's face changed drastically at his words. He then shouted with a fervent face, Boss! You wake up, our purpose is to eliminate this group of black forces, not to join them. You can't be as inappropriate as they are, You can't be tainted by money, Red Hair's voice was close to hissing. It was the pain of having his expectations of Lu Hong dashed. His body trembled slightly from excitement, and his hands tightly grabbed Lu Heng's arms as if he wanted to pull him back from the edge of degradation. Lu Heng's eyes recoiled and became firmer. No. It's you guys who have been blinded by the hot-blooded teenage animation and don't know that money is the most important thing. I've decided, I must join the Wind Discipline Committee. As he said that, he broke away from Red Hair's hand and said brokenly, Red Hair, from today onwards, I'm not going to be a human being. What justice or injustice, morality or immorality? Let these people hit the screws for a few days and they'll know that a passionate heart can't be a meal. Making money is the real thing. What the mentor said this morning was right, being a transcendent meant doing whatever it took to upgrade. Lu Heng listened to it and held it as the truth. No. Xinzhe killed himself. He was originally looking for a strong leader to rebel against the tyranny of the Wind Discipline Commissioners, but he didn't expect to bring himself a powerful enemy? Chapter 25. Open the door. Bed check. Damn it. Xinzhe slumped to the ground in pain, slamming his single fist on the ground. Lu Heng patted the other's shoulder and comforted, I understand you just don't want to be bullied by the sophomore and junior Wind Discipline Committee members. As long as I become the head of the Wind Discipline Committee, in the future, it will be our freshmen who will bully the sophomores and juniors. If you want to not be bullied, you have to bully others. Lu Heng assured and extended his hand to the other party. Upon hearing this, Xinzhe's eyes gradually lit up. The junior behind him also got thoughtful. You are right. Xinzhe firmly shook Lu Heng's hand and rose to his feet. He said as if reassuring himself, the one at fault is not the Wind Discipline Committee as an organization, but that group of students. That's why we should overthrow their tyranny and be in charge ourselves. Lu Heng patted the other man's shoulder in relief, very good, very perceptive. Then how can I join the Wind Discipline Committee? Red Hair pondered for 2 seconds. As a matter of fact, those who can join the Wind Discipline Committee are the strongest in the spirit martial class, the weak are not worthy of entering it. The current head of the Wind Discipline Committee is Jin Sonlong from the junior year spiritual martial class 1, who was also their transcendent rising star back then. So, as long as you can beat them, and then apply to the principal, surely that will do. I see. Lu Heng realized, then do you have any specific information about them? Xinzhe thought for a moment and said, tonight, the Wind and Discipline Commissioners will be checking the dormitories, and they'll be checking the building of our spiritual martial class, so we can use this to learn about our enemies. Good. Lu Heng agreed, then you guys go back first. Let me meet these guys first tonight. Lu Heng quickly returned to his dorm room. The three buddies were playing a game while chatting with one word or another, and it was mostly meaningless but entertaining content. Have you watched the news yet? Yes, did something big happen again? No, it's the Peppa Pig cartoon. The pig mom in it announced that she's having 3 babies. It's on the news, too. What do you know, the neighbor's dog pissed on the tires of other people's cars and it made the news. 6666. Lu Heng listened to these conversations and was successfully amused. When the 3 brothers saw someone enter the dormitory, they quickly joked, "Hey, Lu Heng is back. Older brother, you're on fire on the campus wall for spiking the cafeteria at noon today. They all rumored that you have a little fetish, you really do." Lu Heng smiled and responded, there is no such thing as a pet peeve, I definitely have my purpose for doing this. Saying that, he took out 3 pieces of mosaic meat. This is it, do you guys want to taste it? Eat it and I'll tell you guys. No eat, no eat. The trio shook their heads in fear. Lu Heng simply put the 3 pieces of meat on their table, then remember to eat it when you guys are hungry. After saying that, he laid down on his bed. The 3 brothers were really curious and went over to take a look. This meat has its own mosaic on the outside, it's awesome. Don't say, it's good to keep this as a prank. Alright, then let's keep a piece for each person. A few people divided the meat, and then continued to sit in front of the computer to play the game, once again chatting without a word. Since it would take some time before the disciplinary committee came to check on the dormitory, Lu Heng simply sat on the bed and played with his cell phone, but the chatting content of the following brothers successfully attracted his attention. For example, Hard Brother looked at his cell phone while picking up the topic, what if I don't have any pocket money? Brother Green Hair was incredulous, it's only the 12th, don't you have $2,000 a month for living expenses? How do you spend it? Hard Brother scratched his head, I look at my living expenses issued on the first day, that night ate a meal and spent $300. TM what meal costs $300? Green-haired brother surprised. I don't know, it seems like there is a tea egg sold for more than $200. I thought that I had never eaten such an expensive egg, so I bought it and tasted it, but the result was an average flavor. Hardy shook his head and said, Okay, you are simply a contemporary college student's consumerism. Expired brother came interested, then what? Where did the other money go? Let's see, right, I played Source God Kryptonite for 648 the day before yesterday, Hard brother said cheerfully. I drew a 2-life water god, hee. That cost $1,000, where's the other 1,000? Brother Greenhair began to gradually analyze it. I thought I was spending money too fast, I had to earn some to do so the day before yesterday I was sold to buy a set of courses, saying that watching it would guarantee me riches. Hardy opened his cell phone and said, it's a total of $588. He continued, it had some kind of entrepreneurship tutorial, 100 ways for men to succeed, and thousands of small zero-cost entrepreneurial projects, so I thought it was worth it. You've been scammed, haven't you? The green-haired brother's mouth twitched. Let me see that lesson of yours. That won't do, I spent more than $500 on it, you have to give me $200 for me to let you see it. Hardy immediately slid the phone into his arms, his face full of displeasure. I think you got ripped off anyway. A hint of helplessness passed through the green-haired brother's eyes. How can that be? There's something comprehensive and sensible in there. Hard brother retorted. The expired brother on the side interjected, then since it can guarantee you riches, why haven't you succeeded by now? What do you know, people said that any theory has to be paired with practice. I'm not making any money now, not that this set of lessons is wrong, but I didn't pair it with action. Hard said unconvincingly. Alright, I probably know where you spend all your money, anyway, you have to live on instant noodles for the next half a month. Expired said indifferently. If you want me to say, just go into the factory and work for 2 days to earn some living expenses first. Brother Greenhair advised, there's a factory near the school that recruits daily end workers, screw driving work, there's more than $100 a day. That won't do, I'm the one who wants to be the big boss. Hardy waved his hand, you can't work part-time, I can't work part-time for the rest of my life. Then you be it. Brother Greenhair stopped talking and began to focus on playing the game. Hiss. I suddenly have a bold idea. Hard brother's eyes suddenly flashed a bright light. You say I enter the factory, $4,000 a month salary, but I spend $3,000 to hire a person to work for me, then I'm not a net profit of $1,000? If I get 10 people to work for me, that's $100,000. Hard said excitedly. Wait. Let's not talk about how you find people, let me ask you how you calculate that 10 people can earn you $100,000? The green-haired brother was shocked. Mental math, my mental math is very fast. Hard brother opened his mouth. Brother Greenhair was shocked, then let me ask you, a person with a salary of $3,000, how much salary do you have to pay if you find 16 people? Hard brother didn't hesitate and said, $32,000. Wrong. It's $48,000. And you just said you found 10 people to work for you, 10 people is only 10,000, not 100,000. Brother Greenhair raised his voice and corrected loudly. Hard brother scratched his head, oh. Then I did miscalculate, but let me just ask you if you counted fast. Fast. Too fast. You, not only are you hard enough, but you're also fast enough. Brother Greenhair said while clapping exaggeratedly, you've had it in your life. Lu Hong listened from above with a twitch at the corners of his mouth. These brothers were also quite abstract. At this time, the knock on the door suddenly sounded. Open the door. The disciplinary committee is checking the dormitory. Chapter 26, I'm going to fine you every day. Holy. These dogs came to check the dormitory again? The several people in the dormitory all looked a little unsightly. A few people had not been subjected to the discipline committee's difficulties before, and when they heard this voice, their hearts were on fire. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside impatiently knocked on the door again, shouting at the top of his voice, is everyone inside deaf? What are you busy with? Dawdle, open the door quickly. Hardy was reluctant in his heart, but had to go forward and open the door. Only to see a few students wearing black school uniforms with the armband of the disciplinary committee, strutting in, the posture as if this was their territory. The leader, a thin and tall man, tilted his head and droned, in the future, look at the faces of the 6 of us, we're here to check the dormitory. Keep an eye on the armband, it's no good for anyone but us to control you. he said, while pointing his finger at a cold-faced, upright boy beside him. He introduced, "This is the head of our disciplinary committee, Jin Sonlong, call me senior." Although the expired brothers were not happy in their hearts, they still said in unison, "Good day, senior." Lu Heng's eyes lit up at this moment. Is this the disciplinary committee? It's so powerful. So arrogant. I like. So much. He directly looked at the information on Jin Sonlong. Name, Jin Sonlong. Rank, Bronze 6th Order. Attributes, Strength, Physique 19, Agility, Spirit 17, General. Skills? Only 17 points of mental strength? It's still not quite enough if you run into a meatball. A smile had leaked out of Lu Heng's face. Tomorrow, he would approach the principal and challenge the head of the Wind Discipline Committee. Steady! Only 6 people began to majestically wander around the dormitory. The skinny student's brows were furrowed as he scanned the floor before yelling out with a face full of impatience, "Look! Look at the garbage on the floor. Last time I told you to clean up properly. Why are you still in this state? The dormitory will be fined $50 collectively." "No, this is all just thrown, we'll sweep it right away." Brother Greenhair stepped forward to explain, "Don't punish it. Is it up to you or me?" The thin student's eyes glared, and he fiercely gouged out the green-haired brother. "The fine must be paid in full tomorrow morning, or you'll have a hard time. And this one, do you know that you are not allowed to pile up things on the balcony? Why do you still put 2 big cardboard boxes? What's in here? Shoes?" Another student stomped over to the balcony, and after taking a look at it, he frowned and shouted. The expiration date brother forehead seeped out fine beads of sweat, hurriedly jogged over and said, My, things are too much, the dormitory really cannot make room to put a. There is no place to put on the male home, dormitory fine of 100. That student's eyes did not lift, directly and coldly said, "Next time you have not moved things away, and then punished until you remember." Okay. Expired brother's face was written with suffocation, he could only secretly clench his fists. Jin Sonlong put his hands behind his back and paced slowly in the room. His eyes fell on Lu Heng and he opened his mouth to ask, "Are you new here?" "Yes." Lu Hong responded. He had heard of this Jin Sonlong before, and by the looks of it, he really thought of himself as a Black Shark Club boss. The other party slowly raised his finger and pointed at the bottom of Lu Heng's bed. "You're hiding this garbage bag quite deeply, just throwing it in the basin so casually?" "No, I just moved here and haven't had time to buy a trash can." Lu Hong looked frank and explained without panic. "This warmer of yours, it stipulated that it should be placed neatly in the corner, and you just put it by the bedside so casually?" Jin Sonlong pressed forward a step closer. "Freshman is just a bunch of faults. Your personal fine is 100, transfer it to me now." Lu Heng's eyes flashed with a different light. "This can be fined too?" Not only did he not get angry at being fined, but on the contrary, it was like he had discovered a new continent. After all, in his opinion, this was simply a good opportunity to learn from experience. There are many places that can be fined. Jin Sonlong grunted slightly through his nostrils. He walked to the desk in large strides, and grabbed a handful of randomly placed books on the desk. "Look at this desktop of yours, it's a mess, the books aren't even neatly arranged. If this lets the principal see it, he won't say that we are derelict in our duties as a disciplinary committee member?" Said, he walked to the windowsill, his fingers gently wiped on the windowsill, looking at the dust on his fingertips. "And this windowsill, how long has it not been wiped? Dirty like this, seriously affecting the beauty of the campus, the dormitory will be fined another 100. Immediately afterward, he cast his eyes on Lu Heng's bed. "This quilt is not even folded? What's it like?" "The school stipulates that the quilt should be folded neatly, it's simply perfunctory, your personal fine is another 50. Jin Sonlong finished, his eyes faintly looked at Lu Heng. "There are too many problems, but that's it for today, now transfer the money. This is simply open robbery. It's too good to be true." Lu Hong couldn't help but applaud as he spoke, his face overflowing with excitement. Fine, play like this right. I have to be the head of this Wind Discipline Committee." Jin Sonlong frowned at Lu Hong. "We're going to fine you, why are you still so happy?" "Because I saw how fast this path comes to money." Lu Hong revealed an excited smile, his eyes brimming with confidence and ambition. "Tomorrow, this position of yours will be mine." Jin Sonlong's eyes were stunned, then he checked Lu Heng's information. Lu Hong. Rank, Black Iron 4th Order. Attributes, Strength 14, Physique 11, Agility 10, Spirit 15, Combined 50. Skills? Due to his higher rank, Lu Heng's attributes could be seen at a glance by him. He snorted, Black Iron 4th rank, the comprehensive attributes are quite high, but you want to be the head of the Wind Discipline Committee by using this? Still thinking too beautifully. You'd better go back and sink your teeth into it again, don't daydream here. Jin Solong carelessly took out his cell phone, quickly pay the fine, we are too busy to spend time with you here. No money. Lu Hong spread his hands. Jin Solong's face instantly sank, disobeying the orders of the disciplinary committee? Another fine of 50. Lu Hong spread his hands again, I've said I don't have any money. Seeing this, a few other students quickly surrounded like a pack of vicious wolves. All of them cross-eyed, their eyes glittering with unkindness. Hey. You guys aren't going to beat people up, right? The green-haired brother at the side hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade, we're in a school, even if you're a transcendent, you'll be arrested by law enforcers for hitting people. What are you talking about? Of course we know we can't hit people. Jin Solong squeezed out a fake smile on his face, we can all be law-abiding citizens. But as long as you guys are in school, this is our territory. He looked condescendingly at Lu Hong, his eyes full of threats, there are plenty of places to trip you up. I'll give you one more chance, will you pay this fine? The green-haired brother on the side was full of anxiety, pulled the corner of Lu Hong's coat, and persuaded in a low voice, Lu Hong, why don't you just give it, it's better to do more than less, freshmen all come this way. I've said I don't have money Lu Hong still had a faint smile on his face. I'll lend you. Expired brother clenched his teeth and spoke with a determined look. That's not necessary, I'd like to see how they can trip me up. Lu Hong looked at the 6 men with a smirk, a fearless energy in his eyes. Very well. Jin Solong threatened, you'll understand, in this school, the Wind Discipline Committee is the rule. Your school personal ratings, scholarship applications, and upgrade resource allocations all have to go through my hands, and as long as I lift my finger, I can make all your efforts go to waste. And all the transcendents in the first and second year of college will have to listen to my orders, even certain mentors will have to listen to me, I'll make them isolate you fiercely and make you experience 3 years of painful college life. These future days, there is something for you to suffer. Jin Solong sneered, how? Aren't you at all worried about such days coming? Ha! Lu Hong stuck his hands in his pockets and said with a cocky expression, Jin Solong, right? I just want to say that you won't be able to sit in the position of commissioner for more than a few days. When I take this position, the person who checks the dormitory every day will be me, and see if I'm done punishing you for the fine in the future. Chapter 27 You're blacker than a black club. A few of the buddies in the dormitory were dumbfounded. Even the few people checking the dormitory were stunned. They had been the disciplinary committee for so long, and had threatened others to pay fines many times. However, it was the first time they had ever seen Lu Hong threaten someone in such a straightforward and unafraid manner. A few of the Wind and Discipline Committee members looked at each other in dismay, and then they were actually exasperated and laughed. Good. Kid, you're even better than us. You want to fine us, right? Fine, we'll wait for you. Black Iron Level 4 wants to turn around and bully us bronze rankers, how dare you open your mouth? Jin Solong also snorted coldly, a mocking smile on his face, the look as if he was looking at an insouciant clown. With full of disdain, the few people flung their sleeves and left the dormitory in large strides. The hard brothers in the dormitory, on the other hand, were confused. Older brother, are you serious? Of course I'm serious, isn't this Wind Discipline Committee position taken by whoever is capable? I'll challenge them tomorrow. Lu Hong stuck his hands in his pockets and slightly raised his chin, as if he was already victorious. It was just a bunch of bronzes though, all miscellaneous fishes. And you guys are bullied by these people every day, don't you want to take revenge? Lu Hong opened his mouth to ask, his gaze sweeping over each of his roommates with a hint of encouragement in his eyes. Mainly this side is the freshman ceremony well. The freshmen are going to be bullied by the sophomores, and the sophomores are going to be bullied by the juniors. The green-haired brother squeezed out a helpless smile on his face, when we're sophomores we can also bully the freshmen. That won't work. Lu Hang violently waved his hand and said decisively, when we're sophomores and then bully the freshmen, won't it be just picking soft persimmons to pinch, and how bad will it be to spread the word? I have to treat everyone equally to make it work, I'll bully the freshmen, and I'll bully the sophomores and juniors. Make everyone feel fair. The corners of Hard Brothers' mouth twitched, and their faces cried and laughed, fine, you're even more black than the Black Shark Club. They both felt that Lu Hang's idea was bold and outrageous, but were also vaguely infected by his courage. But this idea of yours is quite good. The key just now to check us out is the juniors, and they've already entered the copy 4 times, we haven't been there once. Expired brother said with a worried face. Lu Heng's concern was not about this, his eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion as he asked, they've been going to junior college for 2 years, and they've only entered 4 replicas in total? So trashy? You have to know that Lu Xiao could just started school less than a month ago have gone into 3 copies. Yeah, students who can enter 4 replicas in 2 years are considered fierce. Our school will provide students with a chance to enter replicas every semester. Hart explained. Half of those students don't want to enter a copy, and directly resell the opportunity to enter a copy. Why? Lu Heng asked with a puzzled look on his face, this is a chance to upgrade, and they just sold it? Because as long as you enter a copy, your life will be in danger, especially for people like us who have useless talents and have never even killed a chicken in reality, letting us take a scrap weapon to brush this book, isn't that just looking for death? Expired brother also explained. Lu Hong thought about it and what the other party said did make sense. These Black Iron Tier 1 students really didn't have much stronger attributes compared to ordinary people, especially since they all had low scores in their martial arts fighting courses, and couldn't fight at all. As for the higher education institution that Lu Xiaoku was in, the students there would basically have mentors who would take them to brush up on their copies and provide better quality martial arts training to make sure that they wouldn't encounter any danger to their lives. Reality wasn't a game, and you wouldn't be resurrected if you died, so there were plenty of people who hadn't entered a copy in their 3 years of tertiary education. Entering a copy is the only way to upgrade, and not entering a copy to upgrade is doomed to mediocrity, which is why these tertiary students would say that they are all working lives. A hint of understanding passed through Lu Heng's eyes as he gradually understood why these tertiary students started swinging for the fences as soon as they entered the school. According to you, those few people from the Wind Discipline Committee are also people who have risked their lives to enter 4 copies. This state of mind alone is indeed possible. Lu Hong said thoughtfully, with a hint of admiration on his face. That's not true, they are also wimpy, all 4 times they paid for someone to take them to brush their copies. As for the way the money was obtained, it was by penalizing us. Hardy bristled and said with a face full of contempt. And let me be frank, that Jin Solong was a sophomore in college when his family just happened to be demolished, thus he took a lot of money to look for someone to take him to brush his copy, and it took him a dozen or so times before he came to the Bronze Sixth Order. Hard said while shaking his head. Lu Heng's face revealed a hint of a crying and laughing expression. Emotionally, they didn't rely on perseverance and courage to upgrade, but relied on money. So it seems that this Jin Solong is just a scrapper with high attributes but can't fight. The corner of Lu Heng's mouth curled into a confident smile. With the 2 summons, paired with his own basic fist technique, the matter of defeating the opponent was much more stable. Lu Hong said confidently, I'll go find the principal tomorrow to talk about this matter. Early the next morning, Lu Hong was in high spirits and directly found the principal's office. The principal was sitting in front of his desk, looking into the mirror and carefully combing his Mediterranean hairstyle. Seeing Lu Hong come in, a kind smile appeared on his face. Yo, it's Lu Hong, how is it? There are still 3 days to go to the joint competition of all the schools, how are you preparing? Lu Hong coughed lightly and said with a serious look, that, I would like to challenge the chairman of the Wind Discipline Committee to make myself the president. Hiss. You kid, instead of properly preparing for the competition, why do you want to go as the president? The principal stopped her hand movements and put down her comb with a puzzled look on her face. Lu Hong said bluntly, because I want to make money. There was nothing to hide, the purpose of the Wind Discipline Committee's existence was to help the school's top transcendent students make money and improve their strength. And the participants in the campus combined tournament are all first-class geniuses from various schools. I can't even beat Jin Solong, so wouldn't I be at the bottom of the list if I go to the tournament? Lu Hong said while spreading his hands, a helpless expression on his face. That's true, anyway, the head of the committee is the one who has the ability. The principal nodded slightly, a trace of approval flashing in his eyes as he recognized Lu Heng's idea. I'll arrange a duel between you and him. Lu Heng's eyes flashed with excitement. Thank you, principal. The principal waved his hand and directly made a call with the Wind Discipline Commissioner's side, then he led Lu Hong to the martial arts practicing ground. Within a short while, a group of Wind and Discipline Commissioners arrived here one after another. At the same time, Lu Hong also had the Red Hair Pirates come over to watch the show. Boss, you really challenged the Wind Discipline Commissioners. Xin Zhe was very excited. Aang, the principal has agreed. Lu Hong shrugged. So, then are you sure you can beat him? Red Hair asked expectantly. Lu Hong said confidently, of course, I still have a good chance of winning. While the two were talking, those disciplinary members, who had also slowly arrived around the martial arts practicing ground, whispered amongst themselves. This kid, only a freshman and he wants to be the head of the discipline committee, too arrogant. This kid is different, he was first admitted into our school with a low score, and then naturally awakened, his talent level is a bit higher than all of us. Then he's only a black iron, Jin so long has been awakened for 2 years, can he still not fight a brat? I also think so, our chairman has entered a dozen copies, it's not something that this hairy kid who just awakened 2 days ago can provoke. After waiting a little while, Jin Songlong finally arrived at the scene. He glared at Lu Hong sinisterly before walking onto the sparring ring. Lu Hong had an excited smile on his face as he followed suit and walked onto the ring. The headmaster watched the scene from the sidelines and said with a smile, in this battle, only the highs and lows will be divided, no life and death will be decided, so everyone will be on point. The winner, in my presence, will become the head of the Wind Discipline Committee. Chapter 28 Big Mouth Slap 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 Slap. The rules of the match are simple, just engage in unlimited fighting, and the match is not allowed to end until no one falls out of the ring. After the introduction, the principal then shouted, then, the match begins. The two people in the ring were ready to fight. Jin Solong narrowed his eyes at Lu Hong. I didn't expect it, you're really prepared to take my position? The war had just been declared last night, and today he was standing in the ring. Why was this kid in such a monkey's hurry? The corner of Lu Hang's mouth grinned slightly, right. All right. Jin Solong took a deep breath. I heard that you are a summoner and a freshman transcendent nova? It does seem like a bit of a thing. But in front of me, it's still not enough. Saying that, he slowly drew out an iron axe, the blade of the axe flashing coldly in the sunlight. In an instant, an intense light began to frantically coalesce at the tip of his axe, and the beams of light were as if they were substantial. At the same time, an oppressive force spread out in all directions with Jin Songlong at the center, suppressing everything around him. Silver rank skill. Spotlight strike. The Wind Discipline commissioners at the bottom were instantly happy when they saw this scene. It seems like the commissioner does value this kid, coming up with a big move. Killing a pig with a bull's knife, right? If this axe goes down, the chairman will have to be deflated as well. So what, this kid is going to be seconded anyway, I don't know if his little body can carry it. At this moment, Lu Hong only felt an invisible force binding his body, as if he was caught in a thick quagmire, and his movements became exceptionally difficult. Raising his eyes, he saw that the beam of light on Jin Sunlong's hand was getting stronger and stronger, and was obviously accumulating more terrifying energy. The power of this axe would be extremely astonishing. This skill special effect is good. Lu Hong commented, but my special effects are above yours. After saying that, he silently recited a summon in his heart. A dazzling beam of 7-colored light appeared from in front of Lu Hong, and the outline of a dog slowly appeared. Only a bellowing cry quickly resounded through the entire arena. Bold! How dare you disrespect my master? Before the colorful dog even appeared, the voice came first. Immediately afterward, a yellowback shadow scurried like lightning to Jin Songlong's front. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp ringing sound, that big furry paw slapped hard on Jin Songlong's face. Just TM you called Jin Songlong? The colorful dog's face was filled with arrogance and dominance, a living dog's leg. The beam of light in Jin Sunlong's hand instantly dissipated like a bubble without a trace. Due to the forced release of the silver skill just now, his body was also instantly deflated. This slap from the colorful dog had the magical ability to interrupt any skill, even if it was as ineffective as a silver rank spirit skill. What? Jin Songlong was filled with dismay. However, the point he cared about wasn't the skill being interrupted, but rather, he roared angrily, how dare you, a dog, slap me in the mouth? My parents haven't even slapped me in the mouth. Slap. What's wrong with just slapping you? The colorful dog slapped up again, and although this blow no longer had the effect of interrupting skills, the insult was strong. You. What did you say? Jin Sunlong's eyes widened and he was about to counterattack immediately. However, Lu Hong followed suit and slapped out with the same vicious slap. What's wrong with just hitting you? Slap. As this slap went down, something magical happened. Tiger skin bluff characteristics, probability of causing stun after a heavy blow. Jin Songlong felt a dizzy spell in his head at this moment, his eyes rolled white, and the whole person fell into a 3-second stun state. In these 3 seconds, the time in Jin Songlong's mind seemed to freeze, the whole world was only left with the colorful dog and Lu Hang's alternating slaps. Slap. What's wrong with just hitting you? Pa. What's wrong with just hitting you? Pa! Snap! Snap! Slap! In just 3 seconds, one person and one dog cooperated well, slapping Jin So-long back and forth a dozen times. Until Jin So-long came to his senses, his eyes were filled with anger and humiliation, and he roared, "If the tiger is not powerful, you really think I am a sick cat?" The bronze rank skill. Tiger shook. He quickly unleashed the skill, and a wave of air spread around his body, shocking a man and a dog back 2 meters. You who? Lu Hong raised his eyebrows and revealed a playful smile. He waved his big hand once again. This time the meatball was summoned, while a purple light also attacked the enemy. Jin So-long only felt his brain fall into stagnation once again, and his eyes became hollow and lifeless. He said in a daze, Am I an onion? As soon as the words fell, Jin So-long was as if he had been cast under a fixation spell, and he just squatted on the ground and didn't move. Meatballs, but there are more than 50 points of spiritual power, and the gap with Jin So-long is about 3 times more. This led to the other party's cognition was completely altered, transformed from a person to a plant. Seeing this, Lu Hang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Right, you're an onion. The colorful dog, on the other hand, jumped up excitedly, and without saying a word, he went up and continued to swing his slap. Lu Hong followed suit and went up to slap, the two of them working together as smoothly as if they were traveling in a cloud. Slap! 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 Another round of stormy and furious bombardment. Jin So-long's face quickly became like a pig's head, swollen up high, and a trace of blood even spilled out from the corner of his mouth. And the other party was still in a brain freeze. His mouth was still muttering, I am a green onion, green onions can't move. Don't say. This time the gap between the mental power of the meatball and the enemy was too big, causing the other party to be unable to wake up even after being hit. This scene could stun the audience at the bottom. The entire scene, which could only be described as tragic, Jin So-long's face quickly became blue and purple, and swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone looked dumbfounded. The entire scene was silent, only occasionally came a few slight huffing sounds. Hiss. The principal sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The sun, as terrifying as this. Hiss. The discipline members also collectively sucked in a breath of cool air. Too vicious, too cruel. Our chairman will be disfigured, he won't be able to see anyone in the future. Chinze didn't have any more cool air to suck in, and said excitedly, Boss is great. The other Red Hair Pirates juniors also recalled the fear of being dominated by a slap. But at this moment, they unexpectedly found it exciting, their eyes glittering with excitement. The sound of slapping continued for 2 minutes. Until Jin So-long's brain completely regained consciousness. His voice also became a little shaky due to his anger. You guys. He bellowed once again and used his spirit technique for the second time. I'm going to get you 2 sons of Es killed. This time, he didn't spare the cost of his body being overdrawn as he continued to use the spotlight strike. Instantly, golden light gathered around the axe, and the powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding air to become scorching hot. Yikes! Jin So-long was clearly enraged to the extreme. And this time, the beam of light was even more powerful than before, as if it was going to engulf the entire ring. Coincidentally, just at this time, Color Dog Skill CD was also ready. Different targets could use interrupt skills without limit. And for the same body, after interrupting a skill once, it only needed an interval of 3 minutes to release it again as well. Snap! With an instantaneous flash, Color Dog interrupted his opponent's skill again with a slap. Jin So-long was once again filled with dismay, and before he could react, Lu Hong continued to rush up and give him a big slap. Slap! Scream! Bark for me again! Seeing that the one man and one dog were about to deliver another combination blow, a hint of fear finally flashed through Jin So-long's eyes. Stop! I surrender, I surrender. He said in horror, I don't want the commissioner anymore. Only then did Lu Hong nod his head in satisfaction, a hint of a victorious smile on his face. Very well. Although Jin So-long said that he conceded defeat on his lips, he still didn't forget to let out a vicious sentence. I concede defeat this time, but you wait for me, the shame of today, I will return it tenfold. He clenched his fists tightly, veins rippled on the back of his hands, and there was viciousness in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat Lu Hong alive. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, his footsteps still a little staggered. Wait! A hint of displeasure flashed in Lu Heng's eyes, and he directly held the other party's shoulder. I hate it when people threaten me. This shows that you haven't not convinced me yet. I've surrendered, what else do you want? Jin So-long turned his head and glared viciously at Lu Hang. Lu Hong smiled, but that smile made people feel shivering. I won't accept your surrender. Chapter 29 Fine. The rules of the match are whoever falls out of the ring is considered to have lost, Lu Hong said with a smirk. So? I won't accept your surrender. When these words came out, it was like a heavy bomb. Not only was Jin So-long confused, even the spectators underneath the surrounding area were too shocked to speak. Keep fighting. Today, I must beat you into submission. Only Lu Hong let out a loud shout. Without saying a word, his figure flashed and he charged towards Jin So-long. This time, he no longer used his slaps, but waved his fists. The tiger skin gloves with tiger bones on the back, paired with Lu Hang's boxing base, made hitting people even more painful. The colorful dog also changed its previous way of slapping and began to scratch and scratch. Its claws were incredibly sharp, leaving a trail of blood on Jin So-long's body. Ola 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 ola. With excitement, the one man and one dog unceasingly dealt furious blows to Jin So-long. Realizing that Jin So-long had unleashed two concentrated light strikes in succession, his body had long been overdrawn, not to mention resisting. He could only crouch on the ground in fear, his hands clasping his head as his body trembled unceasingly. Ah! Jin So-long let out a miserable scream of pain. But these stormy blows in turn aroused him to even greater fury. Aha! Wait, you wait for me. I know many brothers. I'll return whatever you hit me with today. You dare to humiliate me like this? I'll find someone to remove your arms. Jin So-long let out vicious words in a frenzy, his voice was a bit distorted. Lu Hong, on the other hand, was silent, just outputting in one go. Boom boom boom. His fists descended like a rainstorm. During this period, Lu Hong was still drilling his punches, constantly adjusting the rhythm and strength of his punches, seemingly treating his opponent as an excellent human sandbag. The Key brothers' physique truly carried the beating, and even after being battered and bruised, they had yet to pass out. Jin So-long howled at the top of his lungs for 3 minutes, and Lu Hong beat him mercilessly for 3 minutes. Gradually, Jin So-long's eyes changed. From the angry and unyielding at the beginning, it transformed into dismay, followed by panic and helplessness, and finally was completely filled with fear. In the end, he completely broke down, his eyes reddened and tears came out of his eyes. Whoa whoa! Jin So-long was beaten and cried. Wrong brother, I was wrong, I shouldn't have threatened you. Jin So-long said with a sobbing voice, his voice filled with remorse and pleading for mercy. The onlookers at the bottom were stunned, their eyes wide and full of incredulity. No one had expected that the once unrivaled Jin So-long would be begging for mercy in such a sorry state at this moment. Only then did Lu Hong stop the movement in his hands and rubbed his slightly reddened fists, as if he still felt that he hadn't practiced enough. Fist technique basic 56% 59%. Lu Hong calmly asked, you know you're wrong? I won't dare to offend you again, you're the boss, I'm convinced. Jin So-long's body was still trembling uncontrollably. Lu Hong thought for a moment and asked again, really convinced? Truly convinced brother, I'm truly convinced, I will definitely not mess with you in the future. Jin So-long was so scared that he didn't even dare to look straight into Lu Hong's eyes. I don't believe it. Lu Hong shook his head. Jin So-long's face instantly turned pale. What? Keep fighting. Lu Hong bellowed and continued with his upper fist. The colorful dog heard the command and immediately wailed in excitement. The two began a new round of combination strikes. Ah! Jin So-long howled in pain, his voice echoing in the air. This scene caused the spectators underneath to be horrified. Devil! This is the devil, isn't it? The Black Hui. Our school has entered the Black Jerks. Principal, please take care of it. It's atrocious. It's too inhuman. The principal couldn't stand it anymore, and hurriedly said, let's leave it at that, don't beat him to death. Only to see that at this moment, Jin So-long was already dying, lying on the ground like a dead dog, not moving at all. Lu Hang glanced at the data. Fist technique basic 59% 60%. Only then did he put away his fists in satisfaction, with a hint of a smile on his face. Alright, I know you've admitted your mistake, so let's just forget about it this time. Lu Hong had a seemingly gentle smile on his face as he reached out to help Jin So-long. I'm not going to hit you anymore, get up. However, Jin So-long was still trembling with fear, not even daring to look at Lu Hong, his body instinctively cowering. Seeing that Jin So-long didn't react, the colorful dog kicked the other party very unhappily and scolded, "My boss has personally helped you up, why don't you even squeak? Quickly say thank you, boss." "Ah. Thank you, boss," Jin So-long said in shock, bending his waist extremely low. "Very good." Lu Heng patted the other party's shoulder, "You can go now." Jin So-long sniffed as if he had been amnestied, rolling and crawling to get up from the ground, stumbling and running away. The principal also opened his mouth to announce, "Then, from today onwards, Lu Heng is the new head of the Wind Discipline Committee." He looked at Lu Heng with satisfaction and said, "Although the tactics were a bit inhuman, I recognize your strength now. I hope that when you participate in the campus combined tournament next week, you will be able to deal with your enemies this way as well." After dropping these words, he smiled and shook his head as he left the place. The Wind Discipline Commissioners present, on the other hand, stayed where they were trembling, waiting for the new commissioner to be sentenced. Lu Heng smiled and swept his gaze over these people. "Then, I'll make an announcement. Starting today, you are all dismissed. All of your positions will be taken over by the Red Hair Pirates." At these words, the Red Hair Pirates were all flushed with excitement and fell into a state of surprise, with some even unable to stop themselves from cheering. On the other hand, these Wind Discipline Committee members were instantly thrown into a frenzy. "On what grounds? Holy, we didn't do anything? We've all been discipline committee members for quite some time, and now you're going to fire us? So many of us are at the bronze rank, and now you're finding some black iron ranked people to be the disciplinary committee members? This is out of order." Seeing this, Colored Dog bellowed, "What are you all screaming about screaming? You guys just listen to whatever the boss says." Lu Heng also snorted coldly, a displeased look on his face. "I'm informing, not requesting, this matter is settled." "No way. We don't agree." These Wind Discipline Commissioners reddened their faces and shouted loudly, veins bulging on their necks. They could all count on the Wind Discipline Commissioners to bring them income and cultivation resources, and no one was willing to be relegated back to being an ordinary student. "We recognize it when the commissioner is changed to you. But if you want to expel us, we don't submit." "Right. The school's connections and resources are still controlled in our hands, and you'll definitely be hindered by such a sweeping decision. Without us, don't think that you can do whatever you want with a commissioner status." When Lu Heng heard this, a playful smile appeared on his face. Fine, I hate it when people threaten me." "Who said that just now?" His eyes were as sharp as a falcon as he swept over the group. The people at the bottom were not willing to show weakness either, each staring straight at him, their eyes filled with defiance. Lu Heng snorted coldly, "Very well. Wait for. Need to check your bed tonight." This sentence directly subdued everyone. When they thought about it, they also liked to use this kind of words to threaten disobedient junior high school students. Unexpectedly today, they were in turn threatened by their schoolmates. They were well aware of the killing power of this sentence. Once the Wind and Discipline Commissioner started checking the dormitory, it was like entering their own rule domain, and with all the rules being dictated by the commissioner, the ordinary students could only be squeezed. These students were scared, their faces instantly turned pale, their eyes filled with remorse. "Wait, brother, we were wrong," a disciplinary committee member was the first to soften. "What I said just now was all a joke, brother, don't take it seriously." Another Wind Discipline member also rushed to say, "It's late, now go back and clean up your dorm rooms properly, I will definitely check on you tonight." Lu Heng dropped these words and turned around to leave the scene in large strides. The chairman of the committee was determined by the principal, he had already won the fight and naturally became the chairman of the committee. Whether this group of people at the bottom would stay or go was naturally all up to him. The red-haired pirates also rushed to catch up with Lu Heng. The mood of the crowd was extraordinarily pleasant, with excited smiles on their faces. Unexpectedly, within a day, the identity had directly undergone such a huge reversal. "Boss is awesome." Qinzai's face was filled with excitement. The eyes of the other redheads were also filled with admiration. "I originally thought that the Wind Discipline Commissioner was our greatest enemy. I didn't expect you to solve their commissioner in one day, and it was a crushing blow. He must have a psychological shadow over you now." At this time, Qinzai asked again with curiosity, "Boss, what do you plan to do in the future?" Lu Heng's footsteps lurched at the words, then he stood in place for a moment in thought. "Since I've become the chairman of the committee, the previous rules will definitely have to be changed." He straightened his back and swept his gaze over everyone in the Red Hair Pirates. The redheads had anticipation in their eyes, ready to listen to their boss's new rules. "The minimum for each fine is $50? That's not good. Lu Hong took the lead. The redheads nodded viciously and said with a face full of indignation, "Right. They are all students, where can they get so much money to be fined every day? Those people before were too arrogant and bad, we have to change things." Lu Hong began to gush, "So, I've decided to raise the single fine to $500. There can't be trash in the garbage can, or else the fine will be $500. No one can lie on the bed during the day, or else you'll be fined $500. You must greet the discipline committee when you see them, or you'll be fined $500. And every time you make money, you have to share half of it with the principal? That won't do. I find him with my skills, why should I give it to him? From now on, after each fine, only 10% of the amount will be reported to the principal. If the principal assigns us a task, we'll do it if we can. But for fines, we must be aggressive. Our code of conduct focuses on 1. Eat. Take. Card. Want. Redhead opened his mouth wide in shock, surprise written all over his face. "Boss, aren't we a bit inappropriate? They originally thought that they were here to be dragon-slaying teenagers, how come they didn't even have a transition and directly became the new evil dragons? What I mean is, for the last Wind Discipline Committee members, as well as other people who have bullied us, and those who don't listen, each time, we will be fined at 500. Lu Hang smiled and patted the other party's shoulder. "For ordinary students, just fine them 50 more, otherwise they can't afford it." Red Hair was happy, a happy smile on his face. "This is fine." Lu Hong straightened his back and rushed at the redheads as he continued to announce, "Then everyone remember, when I take office as the commissioner, I will do 3 things. Fine. Fine. Or TM fine. Chapter 30, Suffocating. Too suffocating. Good." The redheads applauded at his words. Lu Hang then spoke, "Let's go, our manpower is still too small, I'll go gather a few more brothers." He first returned to his dorm room and invited his roommates to join the Wind Discipline Committee together. The brothers didn't hesitate in the slightest, and couldn't wait to go out and try out the fines. Especially Hardy, this brother didn't have any living expenses left at all, and was even more desperate to earn some money. Time quickly came to night. The people from the Red Hair Pirates, plus the people from Lu Heng's dormitory, all came to the Wind Discipline Commissioner's special helper, the eyes of the crowd harboring excitement and nervousness. "Come. Change into the Wind Discipline Committee's special clothes." Lu Hong distributed the clothes all together. It was a slim-fitting black suit, with a bright red tie at the collar that was bold and eye-catching, and a silver badge engraved with the Wind Discipline Commissioner's special symbol on the chest. When the crowd put on these clothes, the arrogant aura was instantly drawn out. The newly appointed Wind Discipline members are very excited. Because in Jodago Vocational and Technical College, as long as you wear this outfit, it means that you can make the entire student body feel a sense of oppression, as cool as a person in power. Come. Let's start by checking the sophomore and junior Transcendental's dormitories tonight, especially the past Wind Discipline Commissioners, and make them spit out everything they've eaten. Lu Hong said with a big wave of his hand. Good. The crowd shouted in unison. Lu Hong nodded his head in satisfaction. At this moment, he was like a general who was strategizing and began to deploy his battle plan. Starting now, split the troops into 3 directions. Shin Zhe, Brother Hardy, you two will form the vanguard assault team with me. Brother Green Hair and Brother Expired, on the other hand, you each pick your own manpower and form the other 2 squads. You guys first go all the way north and kill the junior dormitory building, first catch them by surprise. When you see those who violate the rules, directly punish them heavily, don't talk nonsense to them. The other way is heading south, sweeping through the sophomore dormitories. Whoever dares to disobey, just give me the death penalty. And I, personally, will lead the team to attack the Yellow Dragon. I'll take care of all the past Wind Discipline Commissioners. After tonight, I'll let the whole school know that we're the new boss. Let's go. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Hong left the office with Shin Zhe and Hardy. The others also quickly formed a team and rushed to the target location. Boss, let's check that one first. Red Hair said with excitement. The first dormitory, let's check Jin Songlong first. Lu Hong took the lead in summoning the colorful dog, and then he found the dormitory where Jin Songlong was. Dormitory 707, right. With his hands in his pockets, he first kicked the door open without saying a word. Dang! The door of the dormitory was kicked open, revealing the 4 people inside the dormitory. Jin Songlong was lying on the bed shriveled up, his head still swollen with a pig's head look, while the other roommates were taking care of him, their mouths still saying bad things about Lu Hang. Oof. Lu Hong said with an arrogant face, bed check. Ah. Why are you here again? Jin So-long saw Lu Hang like an enemy. I said that I must check your dorm rooms tonight. Lu Hong walked in with a smile. At this time, the colorful dog took the lead and tilted his head and drank. In the future, look at the faces of the four of us. When we come, we are here to check the dormitory. Keep an eye on the medals. Besides us, it's no good for anyone to control you guys. As he spoke, he pointed at Lu Hong. This is your new style and discipline committee head, Lu Hong. All call me committee head. Jin So-long was shocked. These words were clearly all he had used on others before. In just a day's time, the identities of the two had switched around. Why are you still frozen? Call the chairman of the committee. The colorful dog flashed his dog's paw. Is it still wanting a slap? Jin So-long's eyes were horrified, and he hurriedly said, Good day, chairman of the committee. The other housemates also had to be convinced and bowed their heads in unison. Good day, commissioner. Lu Hong was like a high and mighty official. His eyes looked askance at the ground and said in a disgusted tone, Why are there bandages all over this ground? Is this how you guys set an example when you were members of the Wind Discipline Committee before? As he spoke, he kicked the bandages on the ground with his foot. You hit so hard. Why do you think there are so many bandages on the floor? One of the housemates said angrily. Not only were there some bandages with blood on the ground, there were also some medicinal items, cluttered next to Jin So-long's side, thought to be for Jin So-long to heal his wounds. However, Lu Hong didn't care about this, but instead pulled out the collection code without hesitation. Fine 500. Transfer the money. One of the housemates was so angry that his face was red, his eyes glared like copper bells, as if fire was going to spew out from inside, and he yelled, How are you TM so black? Pa! The colorful dog reacted extremely fast. Stepping forward was a slap on that housemate's face. It roared loudly, How do you talk to the boss? That housemate's head was slapped, and a reddish dog slap mark immediately appeared on his face, his body trembling slightly with anger. You dare to hit someone? Seeing this, Jin So-long quickly raised his hand. Stop, don't go against him. He was now truly afraid of Lu Hong. The moment he thought of the scene of being brutally beaten by Lu Hong and the colorful dog jointly today, his body couldn't help but shiver. In case he upset the other party again, he would be the one to suffer. Although the rest of the housemates were full of discontent in their hearts, when they saw Jin So-long's miserable condition and looked at Lu Hong's clothes, they could only give up helplessly. However, Lu Hong didn't just end it like this. He put his hands behind his back and grinned like he was patrolling his territory as he skipped around the dormitory. As he walked, he looked around, occasionally touching the table with his hand or kicking a chair. Nah, look at that. These shoes are arranged in a mess. What's wrong with them? Fine 500 as well. And this one, the garbage wasn't taken out, fine of 500. The quilt folding doesn't work either, it's just spread out like this, fine 500. Waiting for him to look at this dormitory almost after, only then was satisfied to open his mouth. Okay, today first fine you 2000. His tone was relaxed and casual, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Black Sherbari Club. You're a black astrologer. Those housemates couldn't hold back any longer and began to rebuke bitterly. Lu Hong hurriedly said, Hey, you can't talk nonsense, I'm following the rules. He said that he was following the rules, but in fact, the rules were all set by himself. This feeling was so damn cool. As he said that, he shook the collection code in his hand. Quickly pay. Several housemates stood in place, full of reluctance, just not going forward. They gritted their teeth, their eyes flashing with defiance, their hearts filled with dissatisfaction and resentment towards Lu Hong. Yo ho! Lu Hong raised his eyebrows. Colorful dogs. Get ready to go. Yes, SIR, the colorful dog started bouncing while fanning the air through the air, as if he was doing warm-up work. When Jin So-long saw the scene, he was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs went limp as he directly fell to the ground. His voice trembled as he shouted, Give it to him quickly. Quickly give it to him. Seeing this, the surrounding housemates were extremely reluctant to obediently step forward and sweep over $2,000 with their cell phones. Only then did Lu Hong's mouth quirk. Alright, we'll continue checking tomorrow, remember to tidy up the dormitory's housekeeping. Only then did he turn around and leave the dormitory with a slow and steady pace, the back looking incomparably arrogant. Only left a few people in this dormitory crying, suffocated, 2TM suffocated. Chapter 31 Muscle Brotherhood. Lu Hong and the others didn't care about the cries and howls coming from the dormitory behind them. Instead, they took big strides towards their next target, ready to continue their dormitory checking business. Just as they walked out of the dormitory, a few redheads ran over in a hurried manner. "Boss, the people in dormitory 507 are not convinced, what should we do?" "How?" Lu Hong put his hands behind his back, his expression calm. "They're also former committee students, but these guys are hardcore and strong looking. They were driven away as soon as we entered." The redheads lowered their heads, their voices tinged with guilt. "I'm sorry, boss, I've embarrassed you." Lu Hong gently patted the other's shoulders and said in a harmonious voice, "It's alright, I'll go myself." Several people then arrived at the so-called 507 dormitory. Before they even stepped in, a strong androgenic odor hit their faces, as if an invisible barrier, allowing people to actually feel the tough aura emanating from inside. What met his eyes was a messy but powerful scene. All kinds of fitness equipment are scattered around the room, dumbbells are placed randomly on the floor, and the walls are covered with fitness posters. In between the pictorials, there were weapons hanging, ranging from short knives glowing with cold light to wolfsbane sticks covered in barbs, making it a daunting sight to behold. Something. Lu Hong turned his gaze to the four men inside. And inside there were four muscular brothers and sisters, all of them looking big and bulging with muscles. They sat on their respective beds, either lying down or leaning back, and when they saw Lu Hong come in, they just coldly swept a glance, their eyes full of disdain, as if they were silently expressing their contempt for Lu Hong and the others. More than that, the people in this dormitory were indeed not to be messed with at a glance. Lu Hong was not the least bit flustered as he began to review it with a steady pace. His first glance was towards the trash can. "Let me see, there's even trash in your trash can? A fine of 500. At these words, one of the brothers instantly widened his eyes. "Where's the robbery you are?" "What words? This is a fine. If you don't organize your dorm room cleanly, you should be punished." Lu Hong looked calm and responded nonchalantly. "In addition, not greeting the commissioner when you see him, you also have to be fined 500. And those few thermos bottles, the rules say that they must be placed neatly in the corner. How did you guys blindly place them? You'll be fined 500. The beds are too messy too, fine 500. A series of fines came down, and a few of the older brothers didn't care anymore. "You can fine us as much as you like, there's no way we're going to give this money today." "Very well, I like your toughness." Lu Hong revealed a smile. With a thought in his mind, the meatballs were directly summoned out. "Come. Use mental pollution on him." Lu Hong pointed towards the dormitory head. Buzz. A beam of light shot out, extremely fast. The moment the dormitory chief was hit by the beam, the expression on his face became extremely bizarre. I'm a dancing girl?" Only to see that he let out a stabbing sound and tore open his undershirt with force. His movements were very rough. Immediately after that, he began to pole dance around the bed, his body twisting into various exaggerated poses, his face revealing an intoxicated look. His eyes were mesmerized, as if he had completely immersed himself in his own world. "Holy! Old Bai, what are you doing? Old White! Old Bai! Wake up!" The three remaining housemates were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths, their eyes wide open. One of the housemates grabbed the dormitory head's arm tightly with both hands, pulling with all his might, his face filled with anxiety. "Old Bai, stop it, wake up!" However, this dude had completely fallen into his role, unresponsive to his roommate's tugging, still dancing to himself. After all, the difference in spiritual power between the meatball and him was too great, and it was hard for the man to wake up. "All get out of the way, I want to dance." That old white man shook off his roommate's hand with force and continued to dance out all sorts of enchanting dance moves, with some strange cries coming out of his mouth from time to time. Lu Hong had his hands behind his back. "Now give it back or not?" Although the three housemates at the bottom were already a bit flustered in their hearts, they were still sticking their necks out, their faces full of defiance. "No way! Don't you think we'll give in?" Lu Hong revealed a smile. "Very well." He picked up his cell phone and started recording the video while commanding Meatball again. Flesh Globber used spirit pollution towards two of them again. Those two people's eyes instantly became dull after being hit by the beam. "I am a juggler," one of them said, and began to flip up on the ground in a comical motion. "I am the Emperor." Another person stood on the bed with his arms crossed and an arrogant look on his face. As for the last person, the meatball was clearly a little short on spiritual energy. A total of more than 50 points of spiritual energy, spread over 3 people, was already the limit. But it was enough. Only to see the entire dormitory begin to swarm with demons, and the last housemate who was in a lucid state of mind also fell into a state of panic. "Ha ha ha, I am the Emperor. All kneel down for me. One of them stood on the bed, one hand pointing out of the window in a fit of madness, his face twisted and insane. It's all my world, it's all my world. He then hugged the housemate who was pole dancing with brute force, with a lewd smile on his face. Afe. Come, sleep with me tonight? The pole dancing housemate instantly became shy. Hate. To pay. Holy, you two TM wake up. The sober housemate bellowed in alarm, trying to go wake the two up again. Clatter. Just then, the brother who thought of himself as a juggler violently lifted a table. The items on the table were jolted by the sudden movement, and mugs, books, and lamps crackled and scattered with a cacophonous noise. He swung the table with such force that he accidentally hit his sober roommate's head. Boom! A dull thud came. The sober housemate's body jolted, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Let me perform a chest-breaking boulder for everyone. Only this juggling brother's eyes were rounded. Immediately afterward, he laid down on the ground without hesitation and placed that table on his chest. Afterwards, he clenched his fists with both hands and began to slam the table one after another like crazy. Every time he smashed it, his arm muscles bulged high, and the expression on his face became more and more hideous. Along with his frantic movements, the table shook violently and wood shavings flew. The Taishang Emperor on the other side also became even more mad. I Fei. Kiss one. The Taishang Emperor laughed out loud and embraced his pole dancing housemate with one hand, wanting to kiss him. The pole dancing housemate didn't refuse either, she just shyly greeted him. Muah. This picture was spicy to the extreme. The entire dormitory was thrown into a state of chaos and absurdity. Chapter 32 continue tomorrow. After such a mess, the sober dude's legs went weak, and he shouted with a sobbing voice, Big brother, you can quickly collect the divine power, we'll admit to this fine. We admit it. Lu Hong sniffed, the corner of his mouth outlined a standard Dragon King smile. Very well. With that, he waved his big hand in a dashing manner, and only then did the entire dormitory gradually regain their senses. However, for those absurd to the extreme things they had just experienced, their memories were incomparably clear. Especially those two brothers who had just kissed together. At this moment, they looked at each other, their eyes full of embarrassment. Puff. The juggling brother violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, then flung away the table on his body and said, I'm TM suffering from internal injuries. Lu Hang is not panicked, we'll just recorded video screen externalization out. Look, you in the dormitory room to make a demon video I have shot down. In the video, the scene of the group of demons in the dormitory reappeared. You guys don't want the video of your disgrace to be known by your families either, right? Lu Hong smiled wickedly, so quickly hand over the fine. A few people completely lost their temper at the sight, and obediently swept the fines in unison. Go! Go to the next one! Lu Hong nodded in satisfaction and turned around to leave the place. Before the colorful dog left, he also said disdainfully to a few elder brothers and nobles, Humph, if you had been so obedient, wouldn't you not have to suffer? These brothers and sisters lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single breath. And at this time on the campus wall, the news about Lu Hong starting to check the bedrooms had spread like crazy. People were talking about it, saying that he was simply inappropriate when it came to fines, and that all sorts of reasons for fines could be found. For the ordinary dormitory is okay, a fine of tens of hundreds of dollars at a time. And for the past members of the Wind Discipline, a fine is $500, a dormitory down is about $2,000, and the means of collection is also incomparably cruel. Therefore, when Lu Hang began to check the first dormitory, the news began to spread like crazy in each class group. In addition to the women's dormitories, the men's dormitories throughout the campus basically began a major reorganization. The students' hands were in a frenzy, some frantically cleaning, some desperately organizing their belongings, and everyone looked panicked for fear of being caught by Lu Hang. This scene was simply more intimidating than a real leader checking the dormitory. So when Lu Hang checked the third dormitory, he felt a little surprised. Originally, those usually high and mighty, unrivaled discipline committee members, once they saw Lu Hang come in, they changed into incomparably polite smiling faces. Good day, Commissioner. Several people were full of smiles, their eyes narrowed into slits, and their voices were filled with flattery. Chairman of the commissioners, please check the bed. They even bent over, putting their posture extremely low. Lu Hang couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this. It seemed that the news of his bed check had spread so quickly. Although he didn't know what these few people thought in their hearts, they did do a pretty good job on the surface. With a slow pace, he began to investigate in the dormitory. Don't say, there really wasn't any problem at all. After all, these guys were also discipline committee members before, for finds this kind of thing handily, naturally also on the dormitory housekeeping requirements clearly. However, this could not defeat Lu Hang. A hint of cunning flashed across his face, and he gave a look to Hardy. Hardy understood and directly used his ability. In an instant, the 4 people in that dormitory only felt a heat in their lower bodies and began to have a strange reaction. The 4 were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? One of them reddened and muttered in a low voice. The other person subconsciously covered his crotch with both hands. No way, why am I suddenly reacting? Lu Hong swept his eyes sharply over the lower bodies of these 4 men and suddenly shouted, "What are you doing?" He had righteousness written all over his face. Did you just sneak in the dormitory room to look at Shirbari stuff? Nope. We didn't. A few people turned pale with fear and desperately waved their hands. No? No, why are you all bulging? Lu Hong had a stern face and his voice raised a few decibels. Check the cell phone. Check my cell phone. Shinzei had long been unable to hold back. He laughed out loud and without saying a word rushed forward to collect the cell phones of the 4. Hardy and Colorful Dog also went up and snatched away their phones, and then they started probing in all kinds of ways. Boss, I found out that there's a Cerberus website on his cell phone. Shinzei was the first to raise his cell phone and shouted. Hardy also shouted excitedly, I've also found it out, it's the browser. There are surprisingly no less than 10 websites in there. Good lord, this dude has dozens of G's of resources on his netbook. Sex Dog, on the other hand, exaggeratedly shouted. With these words, the 4 people in the dormitory all clammed up, embarrassment, anger, shame and other emotions intertwined. What's wrong with a man having a little hobby? Does this TM have to be checked too? One person roared with a red face. Check. Lu Hong said decisively, the pants of the 4 of you are still bulging even now. It looks like you were just gathering a crowd to guide, each of you will be fined 500. The 4 of them almost exploded with anger when they heard this. One of them angrily smashed the bed with a loud thud. It just so happened that a roll of toilet paper fell to the ground from the edge of the bed. Lu Hong pointed at the toilet paper with one hand and droned, pick up the toilet paper. Pick up the toilet paper. Look, this is evidence. The Colorful Dog quickly took the toilet paper in his hand. What does this prove? Don't be outrageous. The 4 men were enraged. However, Lu Hong didn't care at all. Be good and pay the fine over. Otherwise I will report it to the school in the name of you gathering a crowd to guide. The school gave you the campus network for you to study, not for you to watch this kind of dirty and astringent stuff. Abominable. Abominable. The world can have such shameless people. Can you be a person? We didn't bully people like this even before we checked the dormitory. Big guts. The Colorful Dog said furiously, before was before, now is now. Its eyes were sharp as it scanned the crowd. The boss's rules are the rules. Quickly pay the money. Otherwise you will definitely regret it. The 4 brothers gasped tightly, their chests rising and falling violently. But remembering that they had just seen the tragic situation of the last dormitory in the group, they still wimped out. In the end, they were still filled with humiliation and obediently handed over the fine. Lu Hong, on the other hand, cheerfully put away his cell phone. Go. Next house. This night, Lu Hong not only checked the former committee members, but the other students. None of them escaped his clutches. He didn't just punish the committee members, whether it was the students of the other spiritual martial classes or the students of the ordinary classes, he didn't let go of any place where he could pull wool over their eyes. In Lu Hang's words, he never picked a soft target to pinch, but rather oppressed everyone equally. By now, Lu Hang's great name had also completely spread across the campus. Words such as heartless, wild goose, and black jerks all became synonymous with Lu Hang. Regardless of whether they were freshmen, sophomores or juniors, when they saw Lu Hang knocking on their dormitory doors, they all panicked as if they had encountered a man-eating beast. All of them deeply memorized this name and buried their fear in the bottom of their hearts. As for Lu Hang, he was now leisurely counting the money in his own dorm room. There were a total of about 20 members in the past, and Lu Hang had earned more than $14,000 after punishing them all. As for the other ordinary students, they were only fined 50 at a time, and Lu Hang didn't check much, adding up to $1,000. This time, we made a total of $15,000, cool. Lu Hang laughed out loud. These $15,000 were enough for him to play screws for 5 months. And he had earned so much tonight just by skulking around the various dormitories. Being a disciplinary committee member is just great, no wonder all those sophomores and juniors are clamoring to be the disciplinary committee member. Lu Hong leisurely lay on his bed and began to think about his next plan to make money. But checking the bed still needs to be kept in moderation, will keeps being gripped and then it's given to baldness. In addition, I'm only checking the men's dormitory, it's not fair to the girls. Next time, let's just sneak around the campus, catch one and punish one. Continue tomorrow. Chapter 33, You've kicked Cotton in the face for messing with me. The next morning. As soon as the alarm clock went off, Lu Hang leapt out of bed like a spring. The housemates were disoriented by the commotion. Hardy rubbed his sleepy eyes and muttered, "What's up? Why are you waking up so aggressively today?" "Going out to make money." Lu Hong responded as he changed into the Wind Discipline Commissioner's special suit. He came to the door and asked, "Are you guys going or not?" "I'm going." Hardy also came motivated and hurriedly got up to dress. "The two of us won't go." Expired brother and green hair brother, on the other hand, were so sleepy that they all retreated back under the covers to sleep. There aren't quite enough people. Lu Hong simply picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Qin Zhe. It wasn't long before Qin Zhe arrived at Lu Heng's dormitory door in a flurry of activity. Immediately after that he summoned out the colorful dogs. The trio and dog combination from last night's dormitory check was once again complete. "Boss, are you still fine today?" Color Dog asked. "That's right, leaving now." Lu Hong responded. So the three people and one dog started walking towards the outside. It didn't take long to arrive at the playground. The scenery here was very nice, the early morning sunlight gently sprinkled on the ground, the flowers and grasses on both sides of the road gently swayed in the breeze, the surrounding area was full of youthful and energetic students, either practicing in the morning or taking a walk. Lu Hong smiled and nodded, "Very good. I like this kind of atmosphere." Colorful Dog, Qin Zhe, go. Find the target, fine and go. However, when he looked down, he found that Color Dog had already disappeared. Lu Heng's expression became surprised, "Huh? Where's Color Dog?" "Over there flirting with the girls." Qin Zhe stretched out his finger and pointed towards the other end of the playground. Only to see that the colorful dog was sitting on a public bench with a girl. It was sitting straight and its voice was deliberately low and magnetic. "Beautiful girl, you know. The first time I saw you, I knew that you would be the second woman I met in my life that I wanted to protect the most." The colorful dog said with a face of deep love, "So, can you let me become your Knight Highness?" When the female student heard this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "You're so funny, what kind of creature are you?" This student wasn't afraid. I think she had seen this kind of transcendent creature that could speak human words. "Me, I'm just a divine dog that fell from the divine realm to the mortal world." The colorful dog tilted his head, his eyes looking into the distance, putting on a look of vicissitude. "Do you know the Tengu?" "The Tengu that eclipses the moon, that's who I am in the divine realm." "Oh? Is the Tengu is a Shiba Inu?" The female student had a probing look in her eyes. "It's not right, is it? And since you're a god, you should be very powerful, right?" The colorful dog sighed helplessly, a touch of sadness appearing on his face. "It's a long story. I offended someone in heaven, which is why I was cursed to become mortal and subsequently fell to earth." "Really?" The female classmates began to cover their mouths and laugh, clearly not believing what the dog said. "But I still have a way to regain my divine power." The colorful dog suddenly stared at the female student with both eyes tightly. "Have you ever heard of the Frog Prince? The moment a beauty kisses a frog, the frog becomes a prince," it said, and moved forward. "I'm also under such a curse, so can you give me a kiss?" The colorful dog said with a colorful face, "When I recover my person, I'll appoint you as the Grand Princess of the Divine Realm." "Ha! You're so horny, you're definitely not a proper summoner." The female student's face flushed with a hint of redness and said poutingly. The colorful dog, however, did not care at all, but instead his eyes glowed. "Then can you let me lick your thigh? It would restore half of my divine power. Showing me a fat ass would be fine too." "Okay." The colorful dog could only droop its ears when it saw this. It then suddenly raised its paw, pointed to the sky, and shouted, "Look!" "What's that?" The female student subconsciously glanced towards the sky. Just then, the colorful dog stretched out its paw with great speed and took the opportunity to lift the other's skirt. Yikes! The female student's face instantly turned red, and with shame and anger, she swung her arm with force. With a snap, she directly slapped the colorful dog. This slap was so strong that it actually sent its body flying out. But the colorful dog's body drew an arc in mid-air, and its nosebleed splashed out with it, pulling out a line of blood in the air. In the end, the colorful dog collapsed heavily on the ground, but there was still a happy smile on its face. He. I saw it, it's blue and white striped. It laughed while wiping the nosebleed on its face with its paw. Colorful dog. The female student was so angry that her face turned red, stomped her foot, turned around and quickly left the place. Lu Hong watched from the sidelines as the corners of his mouth twitched, his face filled with helplessness and embarrassment. He quickly stepped forward and lifted the colorful dog up with one hand, and said in a good-natured manner, "We have a mission today, don't keep running around blindly, okay?" "No problem, boss." Color dog, while wiping the nosebleed, while smiling playfully, said, as if everything just now did not happen, "Keep running blindly and I'll take back the summoner space for you." Lu Hong opened his mouth and spoke. He then looked at the playground with a torch-like gaze. "So who will be punished first today?" At this moment, Hardy pointed at the public seats next to the playground. "Lu Hong, look. Someone is kissing." Only to see that there was indeed a young couple on that public bench, disregarding the surrounding students who were practicing in the morning, just eating their mouths so openly. "That's right. You have to be fined for kissing." Shinzei also hastened to agree, perking up, "Otherwise it will easily cause discomfort in the hearts of single dogs like me." Lu Hong felt that this was reasonable, and without hesitation, he quickly hurried over and came up to drink, daring. "Kissing in public is really degrading. A fine of 50. What's wrong with you?" The boy who was pointed at was disturbed in his excitement and directly began to swear. However, when his eyes touched the eye-catching Wind Discipline Committee armband on Lu Heng's body, his face instantly turned pale. "Wind Discipline Commissioner?" The man's lips trembled as he stammered, "I was just kissing in the neighborhood, is that against the school rules too?" Hardy's face was filled with anger, and he loudly rebuked, "You have caused a great degree of psychological damage to single dogs like me. I've long been sick of seeing you guys. If you want to eat your mouths, find a grove to secretly kiss yourselves. Why do you have to kiss in such a crowded place over here?" Lu Hong didn't talk nonsense, quickly took out his cell phone. "Quick, fine 50. The colorful dog also shouted, "Do you know who my boss is? The newly appointed commissioner. Know what the consequences of defaulting on fines are?" The young couple was shocked and panicked. I know, I'll pay you now." They then finished paying the fine and hurriedly ran away. Seeing this, Lu Hong cheerfully said, "See, this is the consequence of being famous. I don't even have to make a move." The other party obediently gave the money. And at the same time, the entire playground discovered the current situation over here. The playground that was originally bustling and full of laughter instantly quieted down. A few moments later, a cry of alarm suddenly came out, the voice filled with fear. "Not good. It's the Wind Discipline Committee. Holy! Is that the new guy who was appointed yesterday? Yeah. This new commissioner is inappropriate. Run!" I don't know who yelled out, but the entire playground immediately exploded like a pot, and the students scattered. Most of the students quickly fled, and in the blink of an eye, the playground became cold and quiet. The corner of Shinzei's mouth twitched as he said with a bitter smile, "Boss, your fame is too big now, we can't punish anyone." Lu Hong coughed lightly. "Don't panic, can't we catch anyone in a huge campus?" His eyes began to sweep around the entire playground. He really met someone who didn't run away. For example, a cute-looking girl was sitting stupidly on a chair, eating a bun and soy milk in her hand. She even looked curiously towards Lu Heng's side. Very good. A hint of delight flashed in Lu Heng's eyes as he walked over in large strides. "Hey! You, what are you doing here?" Su Ranran looked at the other party's stance and said a little nervously, Eating. Lu Hong approached to take a look, and through the differences on the school uniform, he could tell that this guy was also an Awakened. However, this girl was not from their second class and should be fined as usual. He swept up and down and then spoke, seeing the Wind Discipline Commissioner and not even greeting her. "Fine of 50. Su Ranran's eyes widened. "You dare to mess with me? HM? Are you very powerful?" Lu Heng's eyes changed slightly. Could it be that this girl was sitting here so confidently because she was very strong? Lu Hong was calm on the surface, but his words were tentative. What will happen if I mess with you?" Saying this, he also flashed out his Transcendent Nova's medallion, as well as the sleeve badge of a Wind Discipline Committee member, trying to use this to see the other party's reaction. Su Ranran saw these, and her originally tough tone instantly wimped out. You've kind of kicked cotton by messing with me. The corner of Lu Hang's mouth twitched. Su Ranran aggrievedly opened the payment QR code, her mouth still muttered non-stop, today you mess with me is considered to pinch the soft persimmon. You mess with me, what can I do? I have no power to fight back. I will use the actual action to tell you, the end of messing with me is that nothing will happen. Mess with me and you'll be happy, because you've messed with the best person to mess with in 100 miles. Chapter 34, no one can stop him now. Scummo, what are you talking about? Quickly give the money. Lu Hong directly opened the collection code. Ow. Su Ranran transferred $50 over while being aggrieved, while also forcing it in a small voice. After saying that she packed up what she had just eaten, she clutched the garbage tightly in her hand and turned around to leave. Hey! Lu Hong called out to her, what's your name? Su Ranran. The girl responded with doubtful eyes. She had a little expectation in her heart, is he going to pay me back? Lu Hong said, well. You must have been secretly cursing me just now, find me another $20. I don. T have it, Su Ranran's eyes widened at once. When I say you have it, fine. Lu Hong directly said. Su Ranran then pitifully transferred the money. She then sped up her steps and walked away. However, after she had not walked for a while, it seemed that there was still some unwillingness in her heart. Su Ranran then turned back and shouted in a forceful manner, I remember you now, you wait for me. Ha! Lu Hong glared at the other party, his eyes full of intimidation. I'll forget in a few days. Su Ranran ran away in tears after saying that. Next to him, Shinzei said, Boss, aren't we going a bit overboard? More action than good will lead to death. Full of smooth talk, you're going to take a college entrance exam. Lu Hong knocked the other party's head. Where do you get money without fines? Where would you get the upgrade resources without corruption? Without upgrade resources, how else can you and I progress? We're going to participate in the Campus United competition soon, and we don't even have a set of newbie equipment by now, so we'll really be disgraced when we go up there. Do you still want to be the Pirate King? You do not want to be the King of Thieves, I still want to take the first place in the joint competition. If you want to become stronger, these are all indispensable steps, we have to become bigger and stronger step by step. Making money is over. Lu Hong dropped these words and continued to skulk around the campus, constantly looking for new targets. Shinzei pondered for 2 seconds and seemed to think that the other party had a point. Right, make money first, and when I become a formidable figure, then I'll rob the rich to help the poor and make up for all the bad things I've done now. The two began to continue skulking around the campus. So the morning passed quickly, and Lu Hong earned another $1,000 in fines. And that wasn't all. When it was noon, Lu Hong had another idea. By the way, the day before yesterday, I fed the students Thai meat in the cafeteria once, and it went up by more than 20 points. Mentor said that feeding it 3 times is not a big problem. So I can feed it again today. Lu Hong rushed to the cafeteria once more with a joyful smile. This time, he didn't even pretend, and directly took a bunch of Mosaic meat and wandered blindly inside the cafeteria. Soon he dinged a male student who was eating, the skin on the other person was tanned, so he thought he was a sports student. Classmate, Thai sway meat understand? Lu Hong said as he held a twisted and writhing piece of Mosaic meat. Seeing the suit on Lu Hong, the gym student was shocked, you are the head of the Wind Discipline Committee, Lu Hong? Remembering the rumors on the school, he hurriedly stood up and bent 90 degrees, good day, Commissioner. This look, as if he was afraid that Lu Hong would fine him. Hey. Dinner time, no fine. Lu Hong smiled and patted the other's shoulder, come, sit down and eat slowly. I'm full, not eating. The gym student was a bit scared and wanted to flee the place. Hey! Eat, how can you waste it? Lu Hong still had a smiling expression, but with one hand, he hard-pressed the other back into his seat. With his 14 points of strength attribute, it really wasn't difficult to press down an ordinary physique student. Lu Hong then continued, here, try the Thai meat I brought. He then stuffed a small piece of Mosaic meat directly into the other party's rice. What is this? The gym student asked with some concern. Good stuff, this is good stuff. Lu Hong said with a smile, you practice sports, right? Eating this can make you strong. A tiger will be powerful. The golden spear will not fall. I won't eat it. The gym student shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with panic. It seemed like he had also heard of this stuff. After all, the day before yesterday in the a la carte dish that gave incident, it could scare many people. Seeing that the other party was somewhat resistant, Lu Heng's face turned serious all of a sudden. Eat. Eat when I tell you to eat. Not to eat is a waste of food, careful I fine you. Not. Didn't you just say that there is no fine during mealtime? The gym student said with tears in his eyes. Don't talk so much nonsense. Give me food. Lu Heng's attitude hardened. Damn. The gym student was forced to swallow the meat by Lu Heng's lustful authority. Unsurprisingly, it didn't take long for the dude to start a bout of dry heaving. It's so damn hard to eat. Very good. Lu Hong nodded with satisfaction and continued to look for his next target in the cafeteria. Don't care what kind of sports students, art students, transcendent students, but whatever he caught, they couldn't escape his clutches. So in the course of one noon, he forced a dozen or so people to eat the taiyaki meat. In the end, Lu Han looked at Meat Donut's spiritual power. Meat Donut. Spiritual power, 75. Very good. Lu Hong said cheerfully. Now his Meat Donut was able to mentally contaminate even a silver-ranked transcendent. He would be able to be a little more sure of himself in the next campus combined competition. However, what he did today caused another uproar on the campus wall, and all sorts of agitated messages continued to spread. The feeding great sage is persecuting us again. Cafeteria. Don't even go to the cafeteria to eat these days. Everyone will pack up and go back to the dormitory to eat in the future. No. The feeding great sage is now the head of the Wind and Discipline Committee, he can check your dormitory. Then go to the playground to eat. Eat at any place on campus. What do you think, the playground he also check, this morning he just slipped around inside the campus, fined more than 20 people. Damn. Cafeteria can't stay, playground can't stay, dormitory can't stay, next even classroom can't stay. Can anyone control him? Let him persecute us like this? I miss the past discipline committee members. Although they weren't as inappropriate as Lu Heng. Right, where are the past Wind discipline commissioners? You all pull yourselves together and reclaim the position of president. Are there any dragon-slaying warriors? Hurry up and slay this evil dragon. No one can stop him. No one. Chapter 35, I want to get better so badly. After a short fermentation of events. Unsurprisingly, the principal once again approached Lu Heng. Unlike last time, the principal was particularly angry this time, and a series of accusations were uttered. You. Why did you make such a big mess for me? Said I wouldn't let you feed, why are you feeding again? Taking my words for granted, huh? How many days have you been awakened, huh? Last Sunday, right? Transferred you to the spiritual martial arts class that day. First day of class this week, and in the afternoon you dared to feed the judges Ali. The second day you went home to brush your copy but you didn't do anything. On the third day, you went to the cafeteria to feed Ali again. On the fourth day you dared to challenge the committee, and at night you went to ask for a bed check. Just check, the same transcendent class, you find people 500 at once, why are you so greedy? Today, not only did you sneak around the whole school in the morning to find people, causing panic, at noon you went to the cafeteria to feed your classmates Ali too. And I heard that you didn't even act, forcing your classmates to eat it, right? Heavens, it's only been 5 days since your awakening. You've established yourself as the strongest intimidating figure on campus, why are you so inappropriate? The principal uttered a series of angry curses. Lu Hong was not the least bit flustered by what he heard, as he remembered what his mentor had once taught him. He deliberately said sincerely and pitifully, yes. Sorry principal, I want to progress too much. There are still 2 days to go before the campus combined competition, I don't want to lose face there. You also know how bad my family's condition is, I don't have the money to buy upgrade resources, so far I don't even have a set of newbie equipment. I want to win honor for our school to get a good ranking, I have to upgrade, I harm to boost my pet's battle power, I can only feed my classmates a few more times Ali gives. I'm doing all this to get a good ranking on the competition, the heavens are visible. It's all for the school, it's all for your face. I can go to hell with you. Hearing this, the principal in turn became even angrier. You said that last time, and you're still planning to fool me this time, aren't you? Okay. If you have the ability to participate in the competition to bring me a ranking over. The principal then said, our school used to participate in the competition, every time as the bottom of the first, you this time if you were still the bottom of the first, I will expel you, and you find the money to me 10 times back. Do you hear me? 10 times repayment. Lu Hong was shocked at his words. He had fined a total of 16,000, if he really took the bottom spot, he would have to pay back 160,000 by then? 160,000. This was simply killing him. However, he thought a little, and then felt that it wasn't difficult to condition such a thing as not taking the bottom place. The principal said coldly at this time, by the way, all the students participating in the competition are from undergraduate colleges, and according to the progress, they are all above the bronze level. And you just awakened less than a week ago, and you're only at black iron level 4. The principal grunted coldly, seek your own fortune. Most students were potion awakened during the college entrance exams, 2 months of summer vacation, plus 1 month of school, totaling 3 months. Generally students rarely upgraded during the summer vacation, so they mainly became bronze rank through this opening month of school. It was indeed a normal progression for students from undergraduate colleges. On their junior college side, 90% of the students still stayed at the black iron rank, not to mention upgrading, they didn't even have any progress. No wonder in the past, the junior college was the bottom one every time. Lu Hong coughed lightly and said, it's okay principal, isn't tomorrow Saturday, I will definitely work hard to brush copies and upgrade in the next 2 days, and strive to come to the bronze level in 2 days. Get a ranking for our school at the competition. The tournament starts next Monday, the last 2 days, really have to fight hard. The principal then slowed down his tone a little bit, well, all the other students are afraid to enter a copy, while you have just awakened and have been there once, it's really not bad. But becoming bronze in 2 days isn't too realistic, the amount of experience needed to get from black iron level 4 to bronze rank is huge, and if you want to come to bronze you can't go to a novice copy. Then what do you mean? Lu Hong was puzzled. The principal simply said, I can give you a qualification to enter the second order copy, do you want it? The so-called second order replicas, the monsters inside were bronze level at the very least, and there were even a handful of silver level creatures. Having a black iron ranked student participate in a second order copy could be said to be extremely risky. It was easy to lose one's life if one wasn't careful, but the principal obviously didn't care about that and only wanted Lu Hong to win him the rankings. Lu Hong, on the other hand, laughed, too. As long as I'm allowed to go to the bronze level copy, I'm certain that I'll come to bronze within a day. Very well. The principal was in a better mood then. As long as you don't take the bottom place, this matter will be over and I won't expel you. After thinking about it, he promised again, there are a total of 100 rankings, if you can take about 90th place, I will reward you with another $100,000. Lu Hong was a bit surprised, what if I can take about 50 places? The principal was happy, in the future, if you fine or add ingredients to the student's rice, I won't even ask, do whatever you want. In addition, your future fines, all to your own, do not have to share a penny to me, every year a variety of large and small scholarships, all unconditional for you to apply. Including any resource requirements you have for teaching, such as a tutor specializing in martial arts, a tutor specializing in skills, I can hire an external tutor specifically for you to give you one-on-one teaching. Lu Hong's eyes brightened even more, then. What if I take the top 10? Ha ha ha. Young man, don't be too overly ambitious, I'll be satisfied if you don't take the bottom one. The principal patted his shoulder and said, the opportunity to enter the second order copy will be transferred to you on the system. Lu Hong nodded, I'll be cheering. The number of second order copies, don't want it for nothing. Well, bronze copies are still dangerous, you just earned a lot of money here, right? It's best to buy a set of novice equipment for transition use first. The principal went on to advise. Just buy a used set of this stuff, you can sell it again after you wear it a few times. The principal left with his hands behind his back when he finished speaking. Lu Hong felt that the other party had a point. However, he definitely wouldn't buy the equipment inside the school, he knew how bad the equipment inside this junior college was. So he went to the equipment store outside the school. Looking at the series of defense gear on the shelves, Lu Hong was a little distressed, how come the cheapest ones are 5,000? Especially those full sets of equipment that included armor, leg guards, and shoes, the price had to be tens of thousands. And he himself only had 16,000 right now. However, he had to improve his life-preserving ability to enter the second stage copy, so Lu Hong picked for a long time before selecting a full set of newbie-specific equipment. Lightweight protection complete set novice level. Quality, average. Defense, 8, Physique, 1. Special bonus, every 60 minutes you can accumulate a layer of power of protection, which can completely protect you from 1 serious damage, below silver rank only. Chapter 36 Insurance. 8 points of defense value. Lu Hong estimated. The defense value that came with the equipment corresponded to the strength attribute of the enemy. 8 points of defense value meant that a creature with 8 points of power coming to attack Lu Hong would barely be able to cause damage. A creature with 16 points of power attacking Lu Hong would also have half of its damage cancelled out. The important thing was the power of protection of this set of equipment, which could help withstand 1 fatal injury, which was what Lu Hong needed. Anyway, with my old sister leading the way, as long as I don't get screwed by a sudden sneak attack, it's not a big problem. Lu Hong thought so and decided to buy this set of equipment. Boss, how many UNZ does this set of armor cost? Lu Hong asked. The boss said, $16,000. Grass. That's expensive, for that or a second-hand price. The corner of Lu Hong's mouth twitched. The boss explained, it's not expensive, it's all at this price, and you can sell it again after wearing it for a period of time. Selling it to someone else is also about $16,000, it's equivalent to you renting one without spending a penny. Then, do you pack recovery on your side? Lu Hong asked. Packed old brother, the recycling price is $13,000. The boss laughed. That's okay. Lu Hong thought so and felt that it was still quite cost-effective. I'll buy it then. Got it. After Lu Hong packed the equipment, he looked at his balance and only had $50 left. Damn it. There's no money again. Lu Hong sighed, let's prepare for the tournament first, and then we'll squeeze these students after we come back. He then packed the equipment into a box and carried it on his shoulder. Buzz. At this time, Lu Hong's cell phone suddenly vibrated, a message from his oldest sister. Lu Xiaoko, brother, you're going home today Friday, right? Lu Xiaoko, remember to bring me a burger, fried chicken, fries, and an ice coke when you come back. Lu Hong looked at the $50 balance in his cell phone and silently ignored the message. He directly left the equipment store and spent $2 to get on a bus to go home. The bus drove for more than 20 minutes before arriving at Lu Hong's neighborhood. At this time, Lu Hong's cell phone buzzed again. Lu Xiaoko, brother. Our family won the lottery. $5 million. Lu Hong was shocked and hurriedly said. Really? Lu Xiaoko, false. Lu Xiaoko, I'm just making sure you saw the news, remember to buy me a burger set compare heart. Lu Hong. He looked around at the burger stores, forget it, I still have to let him take me to brush copies tomorrow, so I'll just buy it. So he bought a big package of burger sets and returned home. After returning home, Lu Hong flung himself onto the sofa. Not long after, Lu Xiaoko also came home. The first thing she said was, Lao dang. I'm broke again, pop some gold coins for me. That voice was crisp and loud, with the usual big grin. Lu Hong coughed lightly, no money. How could it be? Didn't you earn 4,000 a few days ago? You spent it all so quickly. Lu Xiaoko was puzzled. The corner of Lu Hong's mouth twitched as he asked rhetorically, what about you, did you spend it all too? Spent it all. Lu Xiaoko said carelessly, sitting on her but on the sofa, reaching out and unloading a chicken wing from the roasted chicken and gnawing on it. She muttered, it's not even enough to eat, we still have to rent some kind of simulated battle room, otherwise we can't improve our skills, that things can be expensive. Hey! Your side also spends so fast it seems we still need to earn money to do so. Lu Hong also reached out and unloaded a chicken leg and ate it. Right. We need to make a lot of money, lots and lots of money. Lu Xiaoko nodded her head repeatedly in agreement, then said pitifully, you know, my appetite has gotten bigger again, and I couldn't even eat enough in the past 2 days. Lu Hong couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken when he heard the other party say this. As an older brother, he had let his sister not have enough to eat every day, it was really too incompetent. He thought a little and suddenly had an idea, how about this, in the future, you'll be responsible for laundry and cooking, and I'll earn money to support you. Ah? Really? Lu Xiaoko giggled happily, happiness came so suddenly. In the past, she was the one who earned the big head of the money, and now old brother had even figured it out? With this thought, Lu Xiaoko added petulantly, then what are you going to do to make money in the future to support your universe invincible cute sister? Lu Hong said, open a laundry and restaurant. Scram! Lu Xiaoko's face instantly darkened. Ha ha. Just kidding, it's better to brush copies, brushing copies makes money fast. Lu Hong said smilingly. Then how are you going to brush copies to make money? Lu Xiaoke asked vigilantly. You take me to brush. Lu Hong said with a smile, you're responsible for killing monsters in the front, and I'll rub experience and pick up drops in the back. Zhao. In the end, you still have to rely on me to make money, right? Lu Xiaoke contemptuously gave a middle finger. Aya, we're all family, besides you're bronze now, right? Those who can do more should do more. Lu Hong said. Okay. Lu Xiaoke helplessly agreed, smoothly picked up a cup of Coke and took a sip, asking, what copy? Clown Paradise. Lu Hong coughed lightly and said. Put. Lu Xiaoke's mouthful of cola directly sprayed out, crossing the ranks to fight a copy? How dare you? Lu Hong explained, it's not a competition the day after tomorrow, I have to hurry up and upgrade. Lu Xiaoke was full of questions, the students in our class are basically all bronze, they are only scheduled to go to bronze copies next week to practice, and there are mentors with them, you only have Black Iron 4 to go to Adventure Awe. Isn't this with you? Lu Hong said with a smile. It's dangerous there, Dai. Can't go. Lu Xiaoke shook her head repeatedly. I'm already bronze level 1, and my attributes are on the high side, so it's fine to let me go by myself, but I can only brush the monsters, protecting people won't work at all. If you get attacked, you'll be finished, your life will be gone. Lu Xiaoke continued. Not a big problem. Lu Hang then pointed to a wooden crate at his feet, look, my newly purchased newbie equipment that can save your life. Lu Xiaoke then looked at the equipment, which relieved her breath, this. Well, as long as we don't go to the dangerous area. That's fine. Lu Hong revealed a joyful smile. And Lu Xiaoke was still a little uneasy. She opened her cell phone, looked at her $1,500 chanting loan balance, and decided to do something about it. So she secretly ordered an insurance policy for Lu Hang in her cell phone. Chapter 37 Dabbling with Experience. The two of them rested for the night. Early the next morning, they took a bus and rushed to Clown Paradise. A huge space-time gate stood in the very center of the square, and there were many people around. Lu Hong and the two of them came directly to the front of the time and space gate, wanting to go in. The staff scanned Lu Hang's information and said, you have a number of second-order copies, but your level is too low, only Black Iron level 4, you are not allowed to go in. Lu Hong was dumbfounded, huh? It's fine if you have to enter a second-rank copy, but it requires at least 3 bronze ranks to join the team. The staff dropped this sentence and dismissed Lu Hang's application to enter the book. He then chased the two away. Lu Hong scratched his head, what should I do? I can't brush the book yet if I want to. Lu Xiaoke thought for a moment and said, then form a team. It's fine old brother, I'll just send a message to the class. She consoled, our class is all bronze, so it's a good idea to have them take you to brush the books. Lu Hong was a bit surprised, how? Let them dilly-dally with your chance to get a copy, a count would have gotten 4 people in anyway, and in addition, talk to them about taking you to brush the monsters and sharing the experience with you. Lu Xiaoke said in a well-organized manner. Even though the experience is split into 4, it's also faster to kill the monsters, and you'll upgrade faster, and it's also safer. Lu Hong happily agreed, that's a good feeling, I don't have to do anything, just lie back and rub the experience. That's right. Lu Xiaoke then sent a message in the class group. Tian Bei Ling Wu de E3 class group chat. Lu Xiaoke, I have 1 entry into the Clown Paradise here, and I can also add 2 people to form a team, and ask to bring a Black Iron order to brush for an hour. After that you guys are free to move around, anyone want to come? Classmate A Asama's sister Lu, just reached bronze and went to brush the second order book ah. Are you so confident in your own strength? Classmate B, look. I told you Lu Xiaoke must be secretly working hard in a place where no one is. Lu Xiaoke, don't talk nonsense, I'm just asking if there's anyone who's coming with me. Classmate C, it's a bit dangerous to brush the second order book when you've just reached bronze, right? I'd rather wait for my mentor to bring me next week. Student D, I'm not going either, let's talk about it next week. Tian, I'll go. Let me go. I won't allow you to work harder than me. Tian, I'll also bring my brother, the two of us together. Lu Xiaoke, then you guys come. She turned off her cell phone and said to Lu Hong, wait for a while, the second place in our class, and his brother will be here in a while. Lu Hong nodded. A good school was different. casually finding 2 bronze-ranked ones to bring brush copies. Like their school's Jin Songlong, every time he found someone to take him to brush his copies, he would have to spend thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Hong had saved several $1,000s in one go. After waiting for a short while, a pair of similar-looking men and women walked over. Coming. Lu Xiaoxiao laughed and said, "The person to bring is my brother, no problem." Tian Sheng nodded and said, "My brother is also here, he's the class president of Class 4, and he's here to brush up on his rank as he's going to be a contestant in the joint competition of the schools the day after tomorrow." Tian Jing on the side smiled, "Hello guys." Lu Hong was a little stunned. This was bumping into a contestant? He looked at the other party's information. Bronze 6th Order. Attributes: Strength, Physique 21, Spirit 19, Agility, Composite 80. Why is the rank so high? Lu Hong was a bit puzzled. Also from the Tianbei Spiritual Martial University, how was he 5 ranks higher than Lu Xiaoku? HM? What's wrong, friend? Tian Jing was puzzled. Nothing, seeing that you are quite high in rank. Lu Hong said. Because I was drawn to participate in the joint competition. Well, the school allocated more resources, gave me a whole lot of experience treasure beads to absorb. Tian Jing laughed, "It's just better luck, I was still at bronze 2nd order the day before yesterday." Lu Hong couldn't help but sigh. This was the good school, just a chance to participate in a copy alone would give so many experience treasure beads, but they in Jiudaogo would not give anything. Tian on the side wondered, "Say, you're Lu Xiaoka's brother, huh? You only look like you're at Black Iron level 4A. If the younger sister was so talented, the older brother couldn't be this bad, right? My brother just awakened less than a week ago, this rank is normal, right?" Lu Xiaoka shrugged her shoulders from the side. Tian nodded in understanding, "I see, Clown Paradise is quite dangerous, we can only take you to brush the monsters, can you protect yourself?" "Don't worry, I'm a very strong summoner," Lu Hong said confidently. "That's fine." Tian smiled at this. "Let's go into the copy." This time, the administrator did not hinder Lu Hong anymore. So the few people walked into the interior of the replica together. The entire environment here was a pink color tone. The ground under their feet was paved with floor tiles, and there were carousels, bumper cars, and other amusement facilities around. And in the very center of the replica, there stood a towering Ferris wheel, and the overall look had the tone of a fairy tale world. And as soon as he entered the replica, Lu Hong received a prompt. Ding! You have triggered the talent quest. Coming to the Black Iron 7th level in this replica will allow your existing pet to obtain a new skill. Lu Hong was a bit shocked. Could it be that he triggered quests every time he entered a copy? However, it seemed that the quests were simple at the moment. At this moment, Tian Jing spoke up, "Be careful, this place is different from other copies, you'll encounter ambushes and tons of monsters when you first come in." As expected, with an eerie crunching sound, a pair of twin monsters slowly appeared from the permeating pink mist. They were dressed in red and white tight-fitting costumes decorated with various bells and ribbons, as if they were acrobats emerging from a circus. Acrobatic twins bronze. Attribute? Description: a pair of twin acrobats who share life values and specialize in flying daggers and flames respectively. Jia. The twins let out a strange laugh and directly launched an attack towards the several people. Up! Tian reacted extremely quickly, sheathing her sharp sword and slashing straight at one of the monsters. At the same time, Tian Jing also moved, a bone whip made up of eerie white bones flung out from his hand, heading straight towards the other monster. These are all miscellaneous fish, just lay back and rub your experience. After Lu Xiaoka delivered this sentence, he drew out his golden tiger sword to help Tian. The two monsters moved with agility, the flying daggers and flame circles in their hands danced quickly, colliding with the three's weapons to create a series of dazzling sparks. The clanking sounds of metal clashing were endless. However, within half a minute, the two monsters were killed. The acrobatic twins have been killed, you have gained 220 experience points. Black Iron level 4, Black Iron level 5. Agility 10-11. Upgrading just after entering in, it's worthy of the charm of a transgressive copy. Lu Hong was happy. Just then, a group of monsters covered in bandages began to burrow out of the ground. These monsters had strange postures and danced weirdly while approaching towards the crowd. So many monsters. I have to do a favor too, right? Lu Hong was planning to summon a pet to contribute. However, the three people in front of him didn't take a wimpy step at all and directly dug into the pile of monsters to fight. Experience plus 80. Experience plus 80. Experience plus 80. Black Iron level 5, Black Iron level 6. Agility 11-12. Alright, it's still you Tianbei University people who are fierce enough. Lu Hong was happy to be free, so he simply found a stone pile and sat down, watching the battle with interest. Chapter 38, Fire at Me. Poo 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 poo. There was still a fierce battle ahead. Tianjing was the fastest at killing monsters, a whip was a few monsters falling. Lu Shaoke wasn't slow in killing monsters either, one sword at a time. Tian was the slowest to kill monsters, and as if he was competing with Lu Shaoke, he worked harder and harder to kill monsters, trying to outperform the other in terms of killing speed. However, the continuous high-intensity battles made her gradually run out of stamina. On the contrary, Lu Shaoke was still in high spirits, her killing speed did not decrease at all, and she was even indistinguishable from Tianjing, who was at the 6th level of bronze. Noticing the difference in his sister, Tianjing said while maneuvering his bone whip to attack, "Little sweet, go rest in the back, there aren't many monsters left." Alright, Tian was really out of strength and could only drag her heavy steps back to the back. Upon realizing that Lu Han was sitting gracefully on a stone stump watching the show, she couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you a summoner? Why don't you release your pet?" Lu Hong pointed at Lu Shaoke. "Nua, that's my summoner." "How nice of you." The corner of Tian's mouth twitched, "Just letting your sister lead you so openly, ah. This is called preserving strength," Lu Hong said indifferently. His own pets were all single attacks, for group creatures, it was better to leave it to Lu Shaoke to kill. "Alright." Tian skimmed her mouth and didn't say anymore. The two of them, Lu Shaoke and Tianjing, who were in front of them, also happened to have finished decimating the last few small monsters. "The monsters here have been killed, we can go to the center," Lu Shaoke said as he wiped his golden tiger sword. However, right at this moment, a low roar came from the distance. Only a 2-meter-tall figure slowly walked out from the shadows. It was dressed in tattered black robes, and within the black robes was a creature whose face could not be seen. Its hands were also wrapped with a large amount of silk threads, connecting one puppet after another, creaking as it rushed here. Tian's face suddenly changed, and she cried out in disbelief, "No good, it's a puppeteer. The elite monsters are coming. This guy is not easy to deal with, ah," Tianjing's face grimaced. Lu Shaoke, on the other hand, turned around and said, "Older brother, there's just this last elite monster left, why don't you use your summons to solve it?" Okay, Lu Hong directly agreed. He wasn't good at dealing with group monsters, but single monsters were just sprinkles to him. "Ha? Can you deal with a puppeteer with a Black Iron 4th ranked summoner?" Tian was obviously a little less convinced. "Don't believe it? Then I'll just have to shallowly pretend." The corner of Lu Hang's mouth quirked, and then he waved his big hand. In an instant, light flashed, and the colorful dog and meatballs appeared in front of everyone at the same time. Tian on the side also had a few moments of curiosity in her gaze, staring intently at Lu Hang's summons. Just as she wanted to see how these two summons would perform. Who would have expected the colorful dog to rush towards her in excitement as soon as it appeared? "Ah! Woman! It's a woman!" Tian only felt a flash of yellow shadows in front of her eyes, and a strong sense of crisis surged through her heart. When it was too late, before Tian reacted, the colorful dog lay on her thighs and licked furiously for a while. Blah blah blah. Drool quickly stained Tian's thighs. This scene left Tianjing and Lu Shaoke dumbfounded. Yikes. Pervert. Tian was so scared that she lost her color and used all her strength to lift her leg and kick. With a bang, the colorful dog flew straight out. Tian looked at the colorful dog in disbelief, a dog that speaks human language? Since she was a child, this was the first time she had seen such a strange summon object. The colorful dog grimaced and climbed up, yet his eyes still looked colorful. "This kick is strong enough. Simply kick me in the bar of my heart. From now on, you are the third woman I want to protect the most in my life." The eyes of the colorful dog became more and more hot. "Can you let me see your fat?" "No way." Tian looked at Lu Hang in shock and anger. "Your summon is so horny. Can you control it?" Lu Hang's face was filled with black lines as he reached out and lifted the rear spine of the colorful dog. The colorful dog flailed in the air and shouted at the top of its lungs, "No! Woman! My woman! Stop shouting! Lu Hang shouted sternly, "The elite monsters are here, Lu Xiaoku is in danger now, hurry and go help." Upon hearing this, the colorful dog's eyes instantly showed ferocity. What? The first woman I wanted to protect in my life is in danger? Only to see that puppeteer appear with a bizarre stride and arrive in front of Lu Xiaoku and Tianjing. A strange cackling sound came from its throat, as if rusty gears were rubbing against each other. Immediately afterward, it held its hands out violently, and a dozen or so string puppets sprang out from all directions, rushing towards Lu Xiaoku and Tianjing. Bold! The colorful dog bellowed, instantly flashing in front of the puppeteer. Splat! The dog's palm slapped down, and the silk threads manipulated by the puppeteer's hands instantly snapped. The 10 small puppets also lost control and crackled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This sudden blow caused the puppeteer's figure to stall. Lu Xiaoku seized the moment, tapping his toes on the ground, the long sword in his hand accurately stabbed at the puppeteer's neck with a flash of cold light. At the same time, Tianjing waved his bone whip and wrapped it around the puppeteer's body like a spirit snake, making him unable to move. Explosion! Tianjing shouted, and without knowing what spirit skill he had used, his next palm slapped fiercely at the puppeteer's heart. A huge explosion came, directly destroying the puppeteer's body. At the same time, Lu Hang also received a string of notifications. Killed puppeteer. Experience plus 1200. Black Iron level 6, Black Iron level 7. Physique 11-12. You have completed the talent quest. The colored dog has gained a new talent. Fire at me. Hey, not bad, you little dog. Lu Xiaoku looked at colored dog approvingly. Surprisingly, you can interrupt skills. He. The colorful dog instantly resumed that look, saliva dripping down the corners of his mouth. Then can you let me lick my thighs? Scram! Lu Xiaoku raised her willow eyebrows and raised her foot in a gesture to kick it. The colorful dog shrank its neck in fear and ran away with its tail between its legs. This summoner property of yours is a bit strange, Tian said with a momentary speechlessness. Tianjing's gaze was appreciative instead. A very strong summoner, with that slap just now, the ability is at least at the gold rank. Tian skimmed her mouth and spat, it's just that this horny problem is too outrageous. Ha ha. Tianjing cheerfully laughed a few times and waved his hand, no one is perfect, pets are the same. He added, this wave of monsters is almost cleared, let's lift the experience sharing, right? Lu Hong heard this and nodded his head cheerfully. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and operated a few times on the game panel to lift the team application with the two of them. Tianjing patted Lu Heng's shoulder and then said, I'm going to try my luck elsewhere with my sister, so take care of yourselves on the next road. See you again sometime. Lu Hong responded with a smile. And so the two Tianjing siblings left the place. How many levels are you now, old brother? Lu Xiaoku asked. Black Iron level 7. Lu Hong smiled. He then took the opportunity to look at the colorful dog's skills. Fire at me. Every time Color Dog uses the skill, he can transfer any attack within a 1 kilometer radius to himself. Usage limit, cooldown of 10 seconds. Hey, this skill is also a god tier. Lu Hong was a bit surprised as he instructed his pet, Color Dog, stand away and test the new skill. Okay. Color Dog hurriedly ran away and found a place to wait 10 meters away from Lu Hang. Lu Hang immediately extended his leg out and said, old sister, you step on my foot. Lu Xiaoku was puzzled, what is this for? My colorful dog has awakened a new skill that pulls all attacks to his side, I want to see how it works. Lu Hong explained. Good. Lu Xiaoku didn't make much effort and stepped lightly towards Lu Heng's foot. The colorful dog at the other end hurriedly shouted, fire at me. Barf. Only to see Lu Xiaoku's body suddenly began to shift angles uncontrollably, while instantly moving more than a dozen meters at once. The foot that was originally going to step on Lu Heng's body unexpectedly stepped on the colorful dog's body. Her leather boots clung to the colorful dog's face. The colorful dog, on the other hand, slumped to the ground and let out a laugh, hee hee hee. Chapter 39, Running Fast. Ha! Lu Xiaoku was astonished. On the other hand, Lu Heng's face had surprise written all over it, so useful? This skill could actually directly move the attacker's position, the use was beyond imagination. Lu Xiaoku clasped his hands on his chest, but this skill is too supermodel, I don't know how many little girls will have to be abducted by it in the future. Haha, let alone little girls, as long as it's a creature, I can pull it over. The colorful dog's tail was sticking up high with a smug look on its face. Lu Hong rubbed his chin and then asked, melee attacks can move positions, what about long-range attacks? Try throwing a rock at me. Lu Shaoke stood aside, eager to try. That'll work too. Lu Hong took a few steps back and bent down to pick up a stone. The stone was then flicked by him. Whoosh! The stone flew towards Lu Shaoke. Seeing this, the colorful dog hurriedly shouted, fire at me. In an instant, the stone that was originally flying towards Lu Shaoke actually made a sharp 90-degree turn. Bang! The stone smashed heavily on the colorful dog's head. Hiss! Pain, pain, pain. The colorful dog clutched his head with both hands and grimaced. Lu Hong pondered, well. The disadvantage of the skill is that the color dog is easily injured, but my pet will enter the summoner space after death and can be resurrected after 24 hours, so it's not a big problem. That's not too bad. Long-range attacks can be directly transferred to it, and melee attacks can also pull enemies over instantly, although it will injure the color dog. Lu Shaoke summarized with a smile. Let's go, we're done experimenting with the skills, let's move on. Lu Hong finished speaking and took the lead towards the depths of the replica. Lu Shaoke and Color Dog followed closely behind. As the three of them walked, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of them. They only saw a man in tights running towards them at a rapid pace. His footsteps were messy, his hair was blown wildly by the wind, and his face was terrified. Why does this person look so much like our school? Lu Hong stopped in his tracks, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. He subconsciously greeted him and shouted, hey! Bro, what are you doing? Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The man's voice trembled, showing no signs of slowing down, instead running faster and faster. What the hell? Lu Hong screamed in his heart that it was not good. He had just wanted to sidestep and dodge, when the man had already been like an out-of-control bull, crashing heavily into him. Boom! Lu Hong only felt a huge impact coming, and his entire body flew backwards. Older brother. Lu Shaoke's face was flustered and her hands tightly held onto Lu Heng's shoulders. The man who hit the man was full of panic and said, I'm sorry. I can't stop, I can't stop. His feet seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force, still mechanically stepping in one direction. Seeing that the man was about to run away again, the colorful dog instantly stormed. He instantly moved over and slapped a loud slap on the man's face. Bold! Hit my master and still want to run? Colored Dog roared in anger. The slap directly slapped the man to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Miraculously, the man really stopped, and his entire body sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes filled with shock. The curse. The curse disappeared? Thanks. Thank you for slapping me in the face. His face was full of gratitude, and he reached out to hold the paw of the colorful dog. Look what you've done to my master. The colorful dog, however, didn't acknowledge him in the slightest and just glared angrily at the other party. At this moment, Lu Hong was lying motionless on the ground. Lu Shaoke was shaking Lu Heng's shoulders hard with both hands. No. Older brother, you can't die. At least you can't die now. The insurance I bought for you hasn't even started to take effect yet. But Lu Heng's mouthful of old blood almost spewed out as he looked at Lu Shaoke in shock. You secretly bought insurance for me? You live is good. Lu Shaoke cheerfully helped Lu Heng up and patted the dust on him. Don't be so adventurous next time. Lu Hong coughed lightly and rubbed his sore back. I know. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he looked at Ding Jun angrily. Grass. Why did you hit me? Seeing Lu Hong wake up, Ding Jun breathed a long sigh of relief. I'm sorry man, I was just inflicted with a curse and had to keep unleashing my talent, I couldn't stop at all. Your dog was great and helped me interrupt the skill, otherwise I would have had to run to my death over here today. Lu Hong frowned slightly and looked Ding Jun up and down. Are you from Jiudaogo Vocational and Technical Institute? Man, how do you know? Ding Jun fixed his eyes and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You're Lu Hong, the feeding saint of our school. Cough cough. Lu Hang asked, you're the Transcendent Nova of Spirit Martial Class 3 right? I've seen you once. There were a total of 3 classes in freshman year. The Transcendent Nova of Class 1 was Qin Zhe, and the one in Class 3 was this Ding Jun. Only he didn't expect to meet this guy over here. Well, so they're all classmates, then we'll have to go to the campus combined competition together the day after tomorrow. Ding Jun said with quite a surprise. Well, you were also recommended by the principal to come here? Lu Hong asked. He remembered that this guy's talent wasn't weak, and he was also the one who had first entered the Jodago Junior College and subsequently awakened naturally. Yeah, the principal said that I'm now at Black Iron level 9, just a foot short of bronze. Ding Jun cheerfully said, that's why I was given the number of replicas to punch. Lu Hong complimented, then you're quite bold, no one has brought you along, so you dare to challenge the second-rank copies alone. It's not that I'm bold, it's mainly because I'm a fast runner. Ding Jun laughed. I rub wherever there is something, I run when I encounter danger, hee. Chapter 40, Fire at Me. Not only that, this talent of mine, apart from running fast, can also haul items through the air. Ding Jun said excitedly, come, I'll show you my hand. Before the words even left his mouth, Lu Hang felt a traction force coming from behind him. This force was like a pair of big invisible hands that steadily held his body, causing him to slowly float behind Ding Jun. Lu Hong was a little surprised, then how fast can you go at this speed? Come, take you to experience it. Ding Jun grinned, his feet directly powered up to run. The two bodies quickly rushed out. His speed quickly soared to 30 mph, equivalent to 100 meters in 7 seconds. The strong wind whistled by, blowing Lu Hang's clothes hunting. The two came to a stop after they had finished a round of biao biao. A lot of people haven't had time to pick up the loot after killing the monsters, and I've already rushed over and snatched the treasure. Ding Jun was full of complacency, they couldn't catch up to me at all, after all, this is a gold-ranked talent. To be honest, it was really a condescension for him to come to a tertiary institution with this ability. But it couldn't be helped, this guy was first admitted into the junior college before he was naturally awakened. Lu Hang's eyes glowed, dude. My team lacks talents like you. Join my Wind Discipline Committee. With this ability, wouldn't you have a humanoid cargo lorry? When you encounter benefits, you can ride over and grab them, and when you encounter danger, you can get on the car and leave. A godly teammate. Okay. Ding Jun happily agreed. He knows how big the oil of a disciplinary committee is. Moreover, with this famous feeding saint as his big brother, wouldn't he be prosperous in the school? Lu Hong now didn't care about being bumped into just now. Lu Xiaoku, on the other hand, came over and asked, you just said you were cursed, what's going on? Oh right, Ding Jun hurriedly pointed to the huge Ferris wheel at the very center of the replica, that's the core area of the replica. Just now, a large group of people brushed out the boss here, the epileptic clown king, but unfortunately, everyone was trying to retain their strength to grab the final rewards, and they were defeated by the boos instead. I was also cursed by the epileptic clown king at that point. Ding Jun said awkwardly. Lu Xiaoku's eyes lit up, someone is organizing a group to brush the boss? The rewards for defeating the boss were very generous, and she couldn't help but be a bit tempted. Yes, but since we failed the challenge, the boss has disappeared and needs to be summoned again, so you guys still have a chance to get a piece of the action now. Ding Jun explained, there are 30 gift box clowns over there, killing them will summon the clown king. Lu Xiaoku looked towards Lu Hang, brother, let's go too, the experience of the clown king will definitely be enough to get you to bronze, and the reward will be enough to increase your strength by 50%. Okay. Lu Hong was also interested. So a few people walked towards the direction of the Ferris wheel. Soon they reached their destination. A burst of clamor also reached their ears. Under the huge shadow cast by the Ferris wheel, more than 20 teams of students were spread out everywhere, fighting with one clown monster holding a gift box. Surrounding them was also a small pink hill, overgrown with weeds, providing just the right amount of space for concealment. Thus, Lu Hong and the others quickly climbed up the hill and found a location with an excellent and hidden view to hide. Looking out from here, the entire Ferris wheel area was in full view, allowing them to clearly see the battle situation at each brush point as well as observe the monsters' patterns of action. Why does it look like they're all students? Lu Hong created some doubts. Ding Jun explained, they're all people who are going to participate in the joint competition of the schools the day after tomorrow. The rewards of the clown copies are very generous, and everyone wants to take advantage of these 2 days to raise their combat power a bit more. Hiss. Feelings, these are my competitors. Lu Hong realized. Let's just wait here, when they finish killing the gift box monsters, the boss will automatically appear. Ding Jun licked his lips and said, I'll find a chance to bring you 2 biao over to grab the monster, we'll run if we get it, and we won't lose if we don't. Okay. Lu Hong rubbed his hands together excitedly. At this moment, Lu Xiaoku suddenly spoke up, I remember those gift box clowns are reward monsters, right? Their drops are pretty good too. These were all things he had learned in his school lessons and could not go wrong. Yes, each gift box clown drops a gift box, and random rewards can be opened inside the box. Ding Jun said. The key is that the total number of clown monsters that exist here is just 20, and they've already been divided up amongst the various squads. Oh? Lu Hang suddenly laughed cheaply. Since we can't find any new clown monsters, let's just rob their ready-made ones. Ding Jun froze. Huh? We're going to rob the big boss later. Although these small bonus monsters are not bad, there's no need to startle the snakes. Lu Xiaoku on the side suddenly realized, then smiled playfully. Older brother, are you planning to let the colorful dog play a role? No problem. Lu Hong obviously thought of the same thing as the other party. Seeing this brother and sister's inexplicable conversation, Ding Jun was obviously a bit puzzled. Lu Xiaoku directly said, I've learned in a book that these gift box clowns have a total of 3 lives, which means that they need to be killed 3 times in a row before they will drop the gift box. And their physique and defense are also very high, basically requiring a bronze squad to constantly grind blood for 10 minutes before they can be killed. Am I right? Ding Jun? Lu Xiaoku asked. That's right, that's also the reason why the boss is so hard to summon. It requires grinding 20 gift box clowns to kill. Ding Jun nodded. Lu Hong took a look towards the teams that were brushing the monsters. They were indeed constantly circling the clown monsters, and so far none of the clown monsters had been milled to death. Lu Xiaoku suddenly pointed in a certain direction at this moment. Look, that clown monster is already on his 3rd life, he's going to die soon. As expected, there was indeed a clown monster covered in sores over there. And in front of him was a 3-man squad. Looking at the uniforms on their bodies, they should be students of Tianyun Ocean University. Color dog, get ready to pull the monster. Lu Hong hurriedly patted the dog's head. Good. Color dog's eyes began to stare tightly in that direction. Lu Xiaoku then reminded, pay attention, as soon as the clown's eyes start to turn red, it means that it's entering a near-death state. On the side, Ding Jun was even more puzzled. What the hell do you guys want to do? How can you grab monsters when you're so far away? Shoo. Lu Hong made a shushing motion, you'll know later. Only to see that the Ocean University's people had already fought the clown to the end, and the 3 of them unleashed a powerful attack on the clown in unison. Poo 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 poo. The clown monster's body began to continuously spike out black and red blood. Ew. The clown monster's eyes also turned red in an instant. It began to raise the gift box high, as if it was going to use its last strength to smash the enemy to death. It's now. Lu Hong hurriedly said. The colorful dog's eyes tightly stared at the clown monster, and then he shouted. Fire at me. Chapter 41 Brush the Boss. Brush. The clown monster's position suddenly shifted instantaneously. Its gift box smashed heavily on the colorful dog's head. At the same time, Lu Xiaoku took the opportunity to use an explosive skill. Burst. The golden tiger blade in her hand flashed, instantly missing the clown monster's head. Put. This time, the gift box clown died directly. Its body also turned into a pink mist that slowly dissipated, leaving only a gift box floating in midair. Successfully killed gift box clown, gained 260 experience points. Get down. Lu Hong reacted extremely quickly, grabbing the gift box and rushing to get down on the ground. The 3 men and a dog got down in unison and hid inside the grass. This series of actions was very fast, only taking less than 2 seconds. Not far below the hill, the 3 people from Ocean University were dumbfounded. They looked around for a while. What's going on? Where's our clown monster? I've been brushing it for almost 10 minutes, and it just disappeared? No way, I just heard a shot at me or something, and then the clown disappeared. These clowns must have hidden skills. Forget it, just rest, get your energy ready to deal with the big boss just now. These few people at the bottom were in a daze. And Lu Hang and the others on the small hill were blossoming with joy. Hey, it really works. Lu Hong happily opened the gift box. You have obtained the bronze rank skill pearl, explosive fist. Absorption requirements, strength 13, physique 10. Skill CD, 8 seconds. Not bad, you can use this old brother. Lu Xiaoku also saw the reward. Right. Lu Hong was not polite and directly absorbed this skill. He counted himself as having an attack skill. And Ding Jun, who was on the side, was surprised. This dog still has the ability to pull monsters through the air? And this ability has to be platinum or above at least, right? It's too buggy, right? Poof. The colorful dog proudly waved its tail. The more Ding Jun thought about it, the more unbelievable he felt. If there's no restriction on the use of skills, wouldn't all the clown monsters present belong to you? The big boss later will be even more stable. That's not true. Lu Hong heatedly smiled. Hurry, hurry, 7 o'clock, the second clown is entering residual blood. Lu Shaoke hurriedly commanded. Several people rushed to look. There was indeed a clown monster that screamed in exhaustion, and then raised its gift box with red eyes. Fire at me. Colored Dog used the skill for the second time. Brush. This clown monster was instantly transported at the same time. Lu Hong quickly used Explosive Fist to slam it hard. Boom. His fist accompanied by a blast of flame hit the clown. Successfully killed the gift box clown, gaining 260 experience points. This time, there was no need to be reminded, as several people got down and hid in unison. So another squad was confused. Not. Where's my monster? Where's the bonus monster I've been grinding for so long? Haunted shenanigans? The book didn't say anything about clowns having vanishing skills, did it? Weird. These few people were wondering. On Lu Heng's side, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, grabbed another reward, he. He opened the gift box without hesitation. You have obtained explosive weapon, light feather burst bead bronze. Description: a one-time explosive weapon. Any creature with a physique of 30 points or less will not be able to hold up to his blast, and will surely die in a single blow. Good. This is just right for grabbing booze. Lu Hong put it in his pocket. Awesome. I still have to run over to grab other people's loot, but this is good for you, you just need to wait for the reward to come over on its own. Ding Jun gave a thumbs up. Lu Heng smiled, then looked at Color Dog and asked, can you still hold on? Only to see that Color Dog's brain already had 2 large bags on it, both from being smashed just now, and it looked like it hurt. Color Dog, on the other hand, said in a dashing manner, it's just a minor injury. Good dog. Lu Hong stroked the other dog's head. Let's continue. So in the next few moments, the 3-person and 1-dog combination began their shameless monster-grabbing journey. Lu Hang wasn't stupid and knew the truth of shooting a gun for a place, and every time he grabbed a monster, he would change a hill and re-hide it. The students in the entire center area also noticed that the environment had become weird. Every now and then, there would be a cry of fire at me coming from a certain hill. That was also even so. The key was that the clown monsters that everyone was killing were also frequently disappearing. It was just 5 minutes down the line. By the time all the teams had fought, at least half of the teams present had their clowns strangely disappearing. Everyone was becoming a bit frantic, yet they didn't know what was going on. It was only assumed that the clowns in this copy had collectively gained the barrier skill. At this time, Lu Hong was also just killing the last clown monster. You have gained 260 experience points. Black Iron level 8, Black Iron level 9. Physique 12-13. Count the rewards. Lu Hong smiled. He had grabbed a total of 8 gift boxes just now, and the rewards could be considered generous. 3 transcendent materials, 2 power treasures, as well as a physique treasures, a spirit treasures, and a bronze rank spiritual skill 9 sword chopping. The 3 transcendent mortal materials you ate, and the spiritual skill happens to be a sword skill, so it's yours as well. Lu Hong distributed all of these to Lu Shaoku. It's the first time you've taken me flying like this since I grew up. Lu Shaoke happily swallowed all the materials, turning them into attribute points and absorbing the skills. Just wait, old brother will take you flying every day in the future. Lu Hong laughed. There were still 4 remaining attribute treasures, and he used them on his own. Strength 14-16. Physique 12-13. Spirit 15-16. Ding Jun looked on enviously, how come no one has taken me flying? I'll share a little something with you after I grab the Epileptic Clown King's reward later. Lu Hong laughed, that one is a big target, it will definitely attract attention, and you'll still need to lead the run at that time. Right. Oh. The Epileptic Clown King is going to appear. Ding Jun hurriedly looked towards the Ferris wheel. As expected, the entire ground began to rumble and tremble. Ho ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a bizarre laughter, a creature of enormous size slowly burrowed out from the ground. Its body was like a small mountain, its round body was covered in a colorful gown, and its huge head was wearing a pointed hat askew. This guy's face was even more miserable and white, painted with exaggerated red blush. The whole also exuded a chillingly evil aura that made one's scalp tingle. Epileptic Clown King Silver. Attributes: Strength 40, Physique 40, Agility 40, Spirit 40, combined 160. Skills: Paradise Curse, Crazy Chains, Epileptic Laughing Gas. We have to hide, it has a strong ability. Don't ever get cursed. Ding Jun said in hindsight. Lu Heng smilingly sat down on his knees underneath. It's fine, let's just keep waiting for them to finish cleaning up and then grab the monsters. So the three of them just hid and prepared to grab the monsters. As for the 20 squads below, their eyes all became blazing, looking at the boss as if it was a treasure. Go! Chapter 42 Golden Legend. Up! It was not known who shouted out. However, this shout was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, only causing a faint ripple. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, but none of them were willing to take the first step and act as a leader. Even the Clown King, who had already released his protective skills, was infected by the strange atmosphere, and he stopped where he was, surveying the cowering group of humans with suspicion. Go! You go first. You guys go first, I'll go afterward. Screw you. The crowd said one thing to another, but none of them were willing to take the lead in launching an attack. Seeing this, Lu Heng also knew why these people would fail in the last round of boss battles. After all, they were all competitors in the day after tomorrow tournament, and no one was willing to have their efforts become someone else's graft. However, at this moment, a man holding a bone whip shouted out, "I am Tian Jing from Tianbei Spiritual Martial University. I know that we all came here to level up for the competition the day after tomorrow, and even though we're rivals with each other, we must work together to kill the monsters now. When the boss is killed, everyone can split the rewards at the end according to their level of contribution." Tian Jing's gaze eloquently swept over the faces of the crowd. It'll be too late if we don't make a move. I agree. I also agree. The crowd responded, but a hint of calculation flashed in the bottom of many people's eyes. After all, the reward would only fall into the hands of the person who killed it, and the so-called equal division was just an opening front. In the end, whoever could give the Clown King a fatal blow would be the true winner of the reward. I'll go first. Tian Jing was not sloppy and took the initiative to launch an attack as the head of the group. Crack Whip Strike. He directly used an explosive skill, and violently flung his bone whip into the air. Only to see the bone whip quickly split in mid-air, transforming into 10 tiny bone whips, each flashing with a sharp edge, viciously cutting towards the boss. The Clown King let out a strange laugh and blocked in front with both arms. Puff! Those 10 bone whips tore the gowns on the boss's arms and left some very shallow wounds. Although the damage was not great, it played a leading role. The group of students behind them started to attack one after another. Wow! In an instant, magical light intertwined with the cold light of weapons. All sorts of arrows and elemental spells were shot at the Clown King, and there were also people who directly brought their weapons forward to slash. During this period, as long as a small number of people went all out, most of them secretly reserved their strength, only to release their big moves at the last moment to grab the monster. The Clown King let out a deafening roar and danced its thick arms, releasing a powerful group attack. Wherever it went, the ground exploded and debris flew, while the students scrambled to dodge. After the battle lasted for about 5 minutes, the Clown King's body was already covered in many wounds, to which a maniacal expression appeared on its face. Immediately, the Clown King unleashed a skill. Paradise Curse. Wave. Invisible pink gas was released from its body, spreading out like a tidal wave. It's this again, run. The students were alarmed and scattered in all directions. However, there were still a small number of people who got too close, resulting in being struck, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their mouths chanting words and frantically releasing spirit techniques. In a moment though, they were physically exhausted and collapsed to the ground. That wasn't all. Immediately after that, the Clown King used his second and third skills. Crazy Chains, Epileptic Laughing Gas. The Clown King let out a burst of epileptic laughter, and then opened a wave of crazy attacks. One could only see countless chains flying out from its body, pouncing on the students like vipers. At the same time, a mass of white gas spewed out from its mouth. The entire scene was in complete chaos. At least half of the students were hit, either entangled in chains and unable to move, or unable to stop laughing maniacally, completely losing their ability to resist. And the remaining half of the students didn't cover up anymore, using their strongest means of offense one after another. Giant Transformation. Tian Jing shouted violently. The bone whip in his hand instantly rose several times in size, ruthlessly lashing out at the Clown King. Poof! Another student's hands quickly formed a seal, and a ball of fire quickly condensed in front of him, ruthlessly smashing at the Clown King. The other students also used their strongest strength. Everyone rushed forward in unison. In an instant, a large number of swords, axes, and guns failed to enter the Clown King's body. The students' offense was as overwhelming as a tidal wave. Although the Clown King was still resisting, its breath became noticeably weaker and it quickly became battered and bruised. Lu Hong watched from above with some emotion. Awesome, undergraduate university students are just fierce, huh? Emotionally, the dude who took me to brush the monsters just now is also collecting power. However, everything these people did was going to be a graft for him. Lu Hong hemmed and hawed. At this moment, the Clown King's eyes suddenly turned red, and then he covered his hands together as strong energy gathered in his palms. Seeing that it was ready to launch its last attack towards the ground, Lu Hong quickly moved away from Color Dog a dozen meters away, then said, "It's now." Color Dog also crossed its arms and shouted, "Fire at me." At the same time, the remaining students guessed that the Clown King had very little blood left, and they all used their undercurrent skills. Swish! The Clown King's body disappeared. However, all of their skills fell short. On the other hand, on a hill where Lu Hong was, there was a roaring sound. Boom! The small hill was unexpectedly smashed out of a large pit by the Clown King's final strike. It was fortunate that Lu Hong had moved away from the colorful dog by a dozen meters in advance, circumventing the damage of this strike. However, he also received a prompt. Your color dog has been fatally injured and has automatically returned to the summoner space. You will need an interval of 24 hours before you can summon it out. Fortunately, Lu Heng's talent came with the skill to infinitely resurrect pets, otherwise Lu Hong wouldn't be willing to let Color Dog sacrifice itself to lure monsters. Ew! The Clown King seemed a bit stunned, not understanding why he had suddenly instantly moved here. Lu Hong, on the other hand, laughed out loud at this moment. Color Dog, I won't let your efforts go to waste. He picked up the explosive weapon he had just obtained, and with a forceful swing of his arm, he threw the spirit bead fiercely towards the Clown King. 1,000 feather spirit bead, explosion. In an instant, 1,000 crystal clear feathers appeared from above, each one emitting a stern aura. This large swath of feathers then carried a sharp whistling sound as it frantically stabbed at the Clown King. Like a heavy rainstorm, these feathers deeply pierced into the Clown King's body. For a time, blood splattered all over the Clown King's body. With a deafening roar, the Clown King's body collapsed to the ground. You have killed the epileptic Clown King and gained 4,000 experience points. Black Iron level 9, Bronze level 1. Agility 1214. Settlement of the Clown King's rewards is underway. You have obtained the following items. All Attribute Treasure Dictionary 3. Basic Technique Dictionary of your choice 40%. Technique Advancement Treasure Book 1. Experience Pearl 1500 points 3. Equipment Quality Improvement Pearl Bronze 1. Silver Level Skill Pearl, Blessing of the Healing Clown. Silver Level Transcendent Item, Chain Gift Box 1. Rare Grade Transcendent Material, Paradise Core Battery 1. Seeing these rewards, Lu Heng couldn't help but marvel, wow. Golden Legend. Chapter 43, Preparing for the Competition. A lot of stuff exploded. Lu Xiaoko could also see the reward settlement. However, a few people didn't have time to check out what the treasure actually had, as the group of people below had already discovered them. After all, the epileptic Clown King's commotion was so big that even if these people were stupid, they would be able to see who was up to no good. Epileptic Clown King instantly moved to that hill? Grass. Someone is robbing our boss. And this robbing technique is so familiar. Look guys, there are still a few people on top of that hill. It's him. It's him. It's him. Young hero Little Neza? No, our monsters must have been taken by this guy. The gift box clown monster that I've just been grinding for a long time was also snatched away by him like this. Darn it, darn it. Mustn't let him get away. Catch him. Catch this. Angry roars rose and fell from the crowd, as if a powder keg that had been ignited had instantly exploded. The students who were originally scattered all around were all red-eyed at the moment, madly surging towards the direction where Lu Hong was. Encountering this situation, Lu Hong was also a little panicked and hurriedly grabbed Ding Jun's back. Quickly get on the cargo Lala. Let's run. Lu Xiaoko also followed and grabbed Ding Jun. Ha, don't worry, these things can't run away from me. Ding Jun laughed out loud. Its back automatically extended traction, lifting up Lu Hang's siblings. He then rushed out with a prancing sound. The speed shot up to 30 yards at once, easily leaving the crowd behind him far behind. The people behind them then began to wail. Ah! Don't run! Give me back my reward. No! However, they couldn't catch up with Lu Hang's few people in any way. Even up until now, they hadn't even been able to see Lu Hang's few people's faces, they only saw their backs vaguely. Ding Jun, on the other hand, was constantly running wildly as the scenery around him flew backwards. After running hard for 10 minutes, he took his siblings directly out of the replica. Only when they reached the square outside the copy did the few people feel completely relieved. Awesome, Ding Jun. Lu Hang patted the other party's shoulder with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I'll reward you with 2 experience treasure beads. 3,000 points of experience is also enough to get you to bronze first rank, right? Enough is enough. I'm short by more than 2,000 points myself. Ding Jun was thrilled once he heard Lu Hang's reward. Lu Hang didn't talk nonsense and directly handed Ding Jun the 2 experience treasure beads. Ding Jun directly absorbed them, and then his body glowed with a bronze-colored light. Thank you, brother, I'm bronze. Ding Jun smiled and said, the day after tomorrow we'll go to the tournament together and be more certain. Lu Hang smiled and nodded his head, we'll still have to rely on your runaway function when the time comes. It was still this guy's ability that worked well, no matter how he tossed and pulled hatred, he could run away in the end. The few people exchanged a few more pleasantries and then parted ways here. Lu Hang, on the other hand, got on the bus with Lu Xiaoko and prepared to go home. On the bus, Lu Hang asked again, do you know who your school has sent to the joint competition? A Tianjing, and a Sunyaozi, just the guy you rode like a horse, and a beast tamer. Lu Xiaoko responded. The corner of Lu Hang's mouth grinned, that guy was also drawn so it seems that for now, none of these 3 guys can stop my meatball spirit pollution. He, that colorful dog of yours can interrupt skills and pull monsters, you're definitely going to rise to prominence in this tournament, old brother. Lu Xiaoxiao laughed, although I'm not participating in the tournament, I'll be there to watch. Lu Hang nodded, well, by the way, those rewards obtained just now. Just give me that transcendent material battery. Lu Xiaoko smiled, you're going to participate in the competition, I can't use the other resources for now. Alright. Lu Hang was also not polite. However, he always felt that dividing the rewards like this was too stingy. So he decided to draw a big pie for Lu Xiaoko, when I take off in the future, I will definitely make a lot of money to let you eat well every day. Okay, then I'll wait. Lu Xiaoko smiled. She didn't care if the other party's big cake could be realized, after all, they were all family, it was the most important thing that the other party could live well. Give me the battery, I'd like to see how much attributes the rare grade material can add to me. Lu Xiaoko said as she stretched out her hand. Lu Hang directly handed the electromagnetic to the other party. Lu Xiaoko swallowed it, and then a trace of lightning rose from his hair. Wow! Lu Xiaoko said in surprise, my game panel has an extra 10% lightning proficiency. Lu Hang was shocked, holy, your talent can still add this supernatural attribute. It was important to know that the acquisition of supernatural attributes was very difficult. Either it was an attribute that came with a portion of people when they awakened, or it was only possible by absorbing it using a particularly precious treasure, and it was also very difficult to raise supernatural attributes. And for an old sister to be able to obtain supernatural attributes just by eating them, one must envy others to death when they say it out loud. Lu Xiaoko also casually took out his golden tiger sword and scratched it in mid-air, and the tip of the sword also flashed with a trace of electric arc. My general attacks can now have lightning attribute bonuses attached to them, and that's just the basics. If I learn lightning skills in the future, I'll also get multiplier benefits. Lu Xiaoko said happily. Not bad, not bad. Lu Hang also began to count up his rewards. First was the transcendent prop, the infinite chain gift box. The item as a whole looked to be the size of 2 palms, with a red and white box on the surface. Lu Hang looked at the item description. 100-meter chain supply. When the user activates the gift box, a steady stream of tough chains will be spat out from within, totaling 100 meters, which can be cut and connected at will. Tracking locking binding. The chains have an intelligent tracking ability. Once the user selects a target, the chains will automatically lock onto the enemy's scent and wrap around it with precision, and no one with a strength attribute of 40 points or less will be able to break free. Good stuff. Lu Hang was satisfied, then he looked at the all-attribute treasure. This thing would add a point to all 4 attributes after absorbing it. And he had 3 books in his hand to absorb. Strength 16-19. Physique 13-16. Agility 14-17. Spirit 16-19. Lu Hong followed up by absorbing the optional Basic Technique Treasure Book 40%. Basic Fist Technique 60% 100%. As for the Advancement Treasure Dictionary, Lu Hong didn't leave it behind at the same time, and similarly used it on Fist Technique. Basic Boxing Technique 100%. Advanced Boxing Technique 10%. Lu Hong felt that his understanding of boxing had become a little more thorough. His boxing chicken ability now had come to the point where he had practiced for 2.5 years. Lu Hong again absorbed the skill pearl he had just acquired. Healing Clown's Blessing Silver. Ability, removes a large number of negative effects after use, minor injuries to the flesh can be fully recovered, and serious injuries gain a small amount of relief. Skill cooldown, 180 seconds. This thing is good. The colorful dog gets injured every time he pulls a monster, using this is just right. Lu Hong said cheerfully. Immediately afterward, he looked at the remaining harvest. There was also a copy of Equipment Advancement Treasure Pearls. Without much ado, just use it directly on the Tiger Skin Gloves. Tiger Skin Gloves quality, premium fine. Stun duration, 1-3 seconds increased by 2-5 seconds. New feature, randomly triggers Tiger Shock when punching, with a small amount of deterrent power. As for the last experience pearl, it was also absorbed by him. Finally Lu Hong looked at the attribute panel. Rank, Bronze First Order 1706,000. Attributes, Strength 19, Physique 16, Agility 17, Spirit 19, combined 71. Skills, Dynamic Vision Bronze, Explosive Fist Bronze, Healing Clown's Blessing Silver. Technique, Advanced Fist 10%. Summon Beast Space 2-3, Meatball, Color Dog. As far as this game panel of Lu Hong was concerned, it was already considered to be of the top level within the entire Bronze First Order Awakened. Everything is ready, rest for a day and join the competition. Chapter 44, The Race Begins. Monday. Lu Hong woke up early this day. Although Lu Xiaoko also went to watch the game, she was able to take the school bus there, so she went to school early. As for Qin Zhe and Ding Jun, they also came to his neighborhood in no time. Lu Hong got everything ready and went to meet with the two. Boss. Qin Zhe laughed, let's take a taxi together and set off, it's in the suburbs, and there's a replica of it used exclusively as a tournament venue over there. Lu Hong scratched his head, didn't we say there was a school bus dispatched? How come we still have to take a taxi by ourselves? Harm. That's a treatment that only undergraduate colleges have. People are directly pulling a car full of people over. Besides the 3 who are participating in the competition, there are also people sent over by our school to cheer. Ding Jun waved his hand, our school has been in the bottom of the list in the past few competitions, who would be happy to come and cheer us on, wouldn't that be a pure disgrace? Lu Hong nodded, that makes sense. Did the principal reimburse the taxi fare? No, we 3 AA. Okay. The 3 of them just took a taxi and rushed to the competition site. This place was located in a circle of green hills surrounding the venue, which was crowded with people, densely packed like a tidal wave of people. They wore various school uniforms representing their schools, while some wore cultural shirts printed with the avatars of the players they were supporting. All around the field, there stood many super large screens, on which the previews of the game and the exciting moments of the previous years were constantly playing. The host was shouting through a loudspeaker, the match has not yet started, all the participating members all stand to their match positions, each school also has its own viewing area. As soon as these words came out, Lu Heng's trio hurriedly entered the interior. The entire area was divided into 100 blocks, each of which had seats specially prepared for the students of their school, and there were special people holding up signs to indicate the location. At this moment, more than 90% of the area was already filled with people. As for the area where Jiudaogo Vocational and Technical College was located, not to mention the people, even the seats were not prepared, there was only a big sign indicating the location inserted on the ground. The corner of Qin Zhe's mouth twitched, not. Our school always have to send a person to watch the point of it, this how a staff or not. He himself doesn't think he can win, but he keeps forcing us to participate in the competition. Ding Jun also spat. The 3 of them remembered the principal's face, making them talk so well when they entered the competition, drawing all sorts of big cakes. It was only when they got here that they realized that the principal himself wasn't even coming. When Qin Zhe and the others looked at the area of the school next to them, they felt more or less heartbroken. The other school had not only sent a group of spectators, but had even brought a cheerleading squad. Some youthful and beautiful young girls, to their own school contestants vigorously cheering, the teachers are also a burst of booing. And the Jiudao Ditch Junior College side is just the three of them standing alone. This scene formed a huge discrepancy. Lu Hong waved his hand. It doesn't matter, just the three of us will save us from being idle. He looked at Red Hair and asked, say, Shinzei, what is your ability? I still don't know until now. Shinzei coughed lightly, I'm a bronze level talent, but the name isn't very catchy, so I call him the Seeing Hearing Color Hegemony. The so-called Seeing Hearing Color Hegemony is also known as the anti-reconnaissance ability. It can observe whether or not one has been spied on by the enemy. Shinzei explained, no matter where the enemy is spying on us, no matter how far away they are, I can detect it. Yo, that's not bad. Lu Hong was quite surprised. This ability is more than bronze, right? Well, it's mainly because the conditions of use are more complicated. Shinzei said and picked up the mineral water he was carrying and took a sip. Lu Hong then realized that the other party had a dozen bottles of mineral water in his backpack. He didn't ask much, thinking that these waters were the talent usage conditions. Just then, the last bus drove up from the entire competition area. All the members of the competition arrived. The host also started the opening speech of this competition. All the participants have arrived. It's time to start this year's campus combined competition. This joint competition will be participated by all freshmen who just started school, with each school sending a squad to participate, and each squad can only have 3 people. There are 100 schools in this tournament, totaling 300 people. The rules of the tournament are the same as usual, totaling 8 hours of tournament time. The staff will issue point bracelets to all of you, and there are all kinds of monsters waiting for you to kill inside the copy, so you can earn points by killing them. In the first half, each team can only kill monsters to gain points. And in the second half, you can take away a third of the points from other students by defeating them. The defeated student will be directly out of the game, and the remaining 2/3 of the points will remain on the scoreboard for ranking settlement at the end. Additionally, there will be various bonus monsters appearing in the second half. Killing them will not only give you a large amount of points, but also additional resources for upgrading. At the end of the 8 hours, the rewards for this tournament will be announced again. Then, the competition begins. The host dropped these words. The replica door at the very front opened. The blood of all the students present boiled up, and they all put on their points bracelets and drilled towards the inside of the replica. Lu Heng's trio also quickly entered the replica. The replica was large, and the environment was inside a boundless forest. From time to time, some pure white animals could be seen wandering around. Lu Heng glanced towards the surroundings and realized that there were several other squads that were assigned to this location. How can they still be passed to a piece? Lu Heng instantly prepared for battle. However, he saw that these people were not hostile at all. One of them wearing a blue school uniform spoke, "Hey! It's fate that several of our schools have teleported together. Right, let's form a team for now then?" Another squad spoke up. Lu Hong was confused. School to school can form a team again? Right. The blue uniformed student explained, didn't you look at the records of previous matches? It's not like there's any points for defeating students 4 hours before the match, and there's no restriction on teaming up with each other to kill monsters. The accumulation of points in the first half is very important. Even if you are defeated by someone from another school in the end, you can still retain 3 points and 2 points. The ranking won't be too bad at that time. There's strength in numbers. A squad that joins forces between schools can swipe monsters at a much faster speed than a 3-person squad swiping points. I see. Lu Hong nodded in understanding. The blue-clothed student then spoke, then let's all report our schools and ranks, so we can all form a team together. Alright. Shinnan Ocean University, all 3 of you are at the bronze 3rd rank. Black Dragon Spiritual Martial University, all of their rankings are above bronze 4th order. Van Sinking Mountain University of Technology, all of them are at the bronze 3rd rank. Jodago Vocational and Technical College, 2 bronze 1st order and 1 black iron 5th order. Chapter 45, let's work quietly and then amaze everyone. As soon as Lu Hong opened his mouth, the eyes of several other people changed. You guys are the junior college that's at the bottom every year. The blue-clothed student said in disbelief. Right. Lu Hong said directly. The other 3 squad members glanced at each other, then said that we might not be too suitable to group together. Ahem, the 3 of us will be fine in a group. Go go go. After saying that, they directly left the place and went off to team up and brush the monsters on their own, not giving any face at all. The corner of Lu Hang's mouth twitched. However, he had expected it. No one would want to bring a school that was dragging their feet to brush monsters, it was normal. Qin Zhe was a bit exasperated instead. Who are you looking down on? That's just it. Can't a junior college brush up on monsters? Ding Jun also staggered. We're much more powerful this term than before. In the past, all the participants were black iron rank. This time, we have 2 bronzes, so we definitely won't be at the bottom of the list. Qin Zhe said enthusiastically. Lu Hang smiled and shook his head, but seeing these 2 people so emotionally charged, his heart was still pleased. After all, with such positive emotions, the monster brushing process would also go all out. Let's go, find the monsters first. Lu Hong laughed. So several people started to go looking towards the depths. And along the way, the 2 of them, Qin Zhe and Ding Jun, were starting to constantly pump themselves up. Who said that junior colleges can only take the bottom? We must completely crush some prejudices. Right. Colleges can also get good rankings. It's just that those people from other schools don't look down on us, but even our own school doesn't think highly of us. I don't believe it, we have to fight for it. We're going to quietly brush the monsters and amaze everyone. Lu Hong was also driven by their exuberance and clenched his fist. Right. We must shock them. Soon, the trio spotted the first wave of monsters. It was a group of pure white dwarf creatures, holding various weapons such as swords and clubs. Albino dwarf. Attributes: Strength 10, Physique 10, Agility 10, Spirit 10, combined 40. Lu Hong excitedly said, "They are all miscellaneous monsters, let's go." After saying that, he rushed up with an arrow step. Knowing that his fist technique had already come to the advanced class, with a combined attribute of 71 points, it was naturally no problem to fight these monsters. Boom boom boom. As he threw a burst of violent punches, the dwarf monsters were quickly beaten back. Points plus 100. Points plus 100. Lu Hong was excited to fight and was getting more and more courageous. However, after he had fought for a while, he realized that his 2 teammates never came up to help. Lu Hong was puzzled and looked back. Only then did he realize that the 2 brothers were standing in place and did not even dare to come up, but just kept cheering him on. Go boss! I don't know how to fight, so I'll leave the matter of gaining a ranking to you. We must hit those people's faces hard. Amaze everyone. Lu Hong? No, what's the use of you guys just cheering? Why don't you come over and help? Lu Heng's face turned black. How can you rely on me? You guys have to work hard yourselves. Qin Zhe was embarrassed. Boss, I don't know how to fight, I'm practicing leg technique, but my basic leg technique is only 7%, and I'm still black iron level 4, I'm dragging you down by going over there. Ding Jun also nodded seriously. Right, I can't fight either, I don't even have a basic technique, I can only run. Lu Hong cursed. Grass. Feelings that you guys were just talking about punching them in the face and fighting hard or whatever, all of it is entrusted on me. No boss, I can cheer you on. That's right, I can still take you on a run when I'm in danger later. We both play a supporting role. So these 2 brothers just stood far away from each other, shouting cheer 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 one after another. So Lu Hong could only accept the reality and brush the monsters by himself one by one. And outside of the replica, the audience was watching the match through the big screen. It wasn't known if it was intentional or accidental. The guide projected the big screen image to Lu Heng's side. Ha ha ha. These 2 junior college buddies are killing me with laughter. Only shouting cheers right. 6666. Suffering for the brother who brushed the monsters in front of him, he still looks quite capable of fighting. But if he's the only one who brushes the monsters, with this speed, he'll be the bottom one as usual. Everyone was having fun watching. And on the other big screen, the guide broadcast switched to another screen. It was the students of Tianbei Spiritual Martial University, and they were brushing monsters just as fast. Tianjing used his bone whip to keep flinging it around, and an albino monster couldn't even get close. Sun Yaoza, on the other hand, kept throwing out flames, directly causing group damage. The last person was a beast tamer. Several wolves were released by him to form an encircling net, forcing the monsters to be unable to escape. The match had just started, and Tianbei Spiritual Martial University's points had already come to first place on the leaderboard. It's still the Tianbei Spiritual Martial University that's powerful. I heard that they just randomly drew 3 students to compete, and these 3 aren't even the most powerful in their freshman year, they can only be considered to be at the upper middle level. Just this can also crush other schools. And in the audience of Tianbei Spiritual Martial University, Tian was happily watching the big screen, and even quietly glanced at Lu Xiaoku. Although she herself couldn't compare to Lu Xiaoku, but her own old brother was far superior to Lu Xiaoku's old brother. And it was still the difference between the first and last place, which gave her heart an unexpected sense of satisfaction. On the contrary, Lu Xiaoku was eating a snack and was not very attentive to this. He knew that Lu Hong hadn't released his summons yet and was only brushing monsters through his personal attributes. With the perverted skills of those 2 summons, old brother would be able to get a top 10 ranking anyways. Inside the arena, Lu Han was still constantly brushing monsters at this time. Points plus 100. Points plus 100. This wave of the most basic monsters had taken him almost half an hour. Finally, Lu Han wiped the sweat from his forehead. What place are we in now? Reporting boss, dead last. Qin Zhe responded from behind. What? Lu Hong took a look at the points list. The Jiudaogo Vocational and Technical Institute was ranked in the 100th place. Lu Hong, 4,100 points, Qin Zhe, 0 points, and Ding Jun, 0 points, totaling 4,100 points. As for the 99th place, all 3 were above 2,000 points, totaling 6,000 points as well. Damn it! Our monster brushing speed is still too slow. Lu Hong clenched his fists tightly. He was really going to take the bottom spot at this rate. How would he still be able to be a bully in school in the future, and how would he still be able to make fast money? How was he going to progress in the future? How could he still be a man of honor? When he thought of these, Lu Hong only felt his scalp tingle and his future was ruined. No way! It can't go on like this. Lu Hong hurriedly asked, is there a place with more points? Qin Zhe thought for a moment, then said seriously, yes, boss, there is. Chapter 46, Excessive Jiejia. There are 30 spots in the arena that can constantly refresh high-point monsters. One of those monsters is 1,000 to 3,000 points. Let's brush a few more and we'll be able to get on the rankings. But there are only 30 spots in the entire map, so let's grab one spot to make it work. Plus those big monsters aren't easy to deal with. Qin Zhe explained. Lu Hong pondered a little and said, why don't we do it the old-fashioned way, and just color dogs to grab the monsters? Ding Jun was pleasantly surprised, okay. I think it's fine, it's better to rob monsters like this, it's cool and easy. Go! Let's find a spot to go. So the crowd changed locations and went to look for the so-called spots. The strange thing was that Qin Zhe had been drinking water along the way, and even his little stomach was a bit bloated. Lu Hong not only asked, why are you drinking so much water? Talent related, the more you drink the better. Qin Zhe lightly coughed and said. Alright, still selling out at this point. Lu Hong didn't want to ask more questions. The crowd had probably traveled some distance before they soon found a certain spot. Hide. Several people hurriedly hid behind a large tree, and a few hundred meters away in front of them, there was a small team of 9 people, among which there were 7 men and 2 women. The colorful dog immediately stared with wide eyes. Boss, look, it's Black Silk. The corner of Lu Heng's mouth twitched. There was indeed a little beauty in that team wearing black silk with a sailor uniform, and her thighs were very slender. It should be their school uniform, and it was indeed very tempting. Lu Hong frowned. Don't pay attention to those, our mission is to grab the monsters. Okay, boss. Colored Dog nodded. The crowd then fixed their eyes on the 9-man squad. They were facing a dog bear like pure white creature. Moreover, the big dog bear's body had been left with large and small wounds, so it was thought that it had already gone through a grueling battle. Boss, what are we going to do over here? Qin Zhe asked. Hush. Lu Hong signaled him to calm down. My pet can snatch the monsters from space, just find the right moment. Qin Zhe was surprised, but he obediently kept his mouth shut. At this time, that 9-member squad was still surrounding the big dog bear and unleashed a powerful strike in unison. Ow! That dog bear suffered a serious injury and was about to fall, so he raised his bare paw and prepared to deliver the final blow. And the ones next to it also rushed to counterattack. Lu Hong hurriedly said, it's now. Pull the dog and bear. The colorful dog reacted extremely quickly and hastily shouted, fire at me. With a swish, the beautiful woman in black silk was teleported over. At the same time, the kick she had been preparing to kick on the dog bear landed on the colorful dog's face. But the colorful dog was directly kicked out. I told you to attract the dog bear. What did you recruit this woman for? Lu Hong said in shock and anger. I'm sorry, boss. Black silk is too good looking. I didn't control it and pulled the wrong person. The colorful dog hurriedly climbed up while wiping its nosebleed. Its face showed a joyful emotion, as if being kicked by a black silk thigh made it happy. That black silk girl was also confused. What did you guys do? That might be a bit of a misunderstanding. Lu Hong tried to explain. However, the girl directly cried out for help towards the back. Come on, people, nah. There are people here. Shut up. Lu Hong stepped forward and covered the other party's mouth. It was too late to think much about it now, as he hurriedly took out his transcendent props, chained gift box. Clatter. A chain hurriedly extended out from within the gift box, tying the girl down. After doing this, Lu Hong hurriedly said, "Bugger off. Get in." Ding Jun hurriedly used his talent, and his traction ability directly drove a few people to run away in a puff of smoke. The squad over there that was brushing the monsters also quickly discovered the difference. Not good. Our class's Xiao Shui has been abducted. Why is this abduction technique so familiar? This is how we were robbed yesterday in Clown Paradise. Quickly catch him. Those 8 people were in a panic and hurriedly chased after him. However, Ding Jun really ran too fast and ran away in a puff of smoke. Ding Jun dragged a few people to keep running wildly, and soon came to a deserted place. Great, they didn't catch up with us. Lu Hong was relieved. After all, that squad was large in number. The spiritual pollution of the meatballs was spread out based on the spiritual power. If dealing with just one person, it was no problem. If dealing with more than 8 people, one needed to divide 70 points of spiritual power into 8 parts, with 9 points of spiritual power in each part, and it would be difficult to cause spiritual pollution to the enemy. This was the limitations of the meatball. It was invincible in single combat, but it was troublesome when facing a group of people. Thus Lu Hang's main strategy was to break them down one by one, rather than going up to mang a group of people. At this time, Lu Hang glared at the colorful dog again and said, "What are you doing? What's the point of pulling a girl over when you're told to pull a dog and bear?" Right. Sorry, boss. Color Dog was very embarrassed, but this is my nature, I really can't control it. After saying that, it looked at the black silk girl with a colorful look, and this girl is so beautiful. Seeing this scene, the girl began to scream in fear again and again, "Quickly let go of me. Quickly let go of me. You perverts, what do you want to do?" At this moment, her body was entangled in chains, making it difficult to break free at all. This is a copy challenge, everything can be seen by the people outside. She was terrified, she was clearly brushing the monsters just now, and in an instant she was teleported in front of 3 big men. And then being tied up and brought here by these guys. Especially the dog that could speak human language, who had been looking at herself colorfully, with drool dripping from his mouth. Not to mention that she was a little girl, even a big man who was tied up like this was also afraid. Hey, Lu Hong helplessly covered his forehead. Then how do we deal with this person? Ding Jun was puzzled. Luring monsters can still have 1,000 to 3,000 points, what's the use of luring this woman? Wait. Doesn't the game say that you can loot 1/3 of someone's points in the second half? Lu Hong suddenly remembered something. He looked at the points watch on this girl's wrist. 3,400 points. According to the rules of the game, as long as the match entered the second half, Lu Hong could take her watch and take away 1,133 points. This was already comparable to 10 small monsters. And it was still when the game had just started. Waiting for an hour or two, basically everyone could have tens of thousands of points in their hands. Taking away one person would be tens of thousands of points. And the big point monsters in the early stages had a maximum of 3,000 points at a time. Holy! I suddenly have a bold idea. Lu Hong said in surprise, since we're slow at brushing monsters, why don't we just snatch people in advance, and once the game reaches the second half, we'll directly take away their points. Boss, then how do we keep the people we snatched? Hide them? Shinzei scratched his head and said, 1 or 2 is fine, more than that would be hard to mess up, and you have to wait 4 hours with them. Lu Hong, on the other hand, grinned, that's up to Ding Jun, what's your traction power, what's your load? Ding Jun said confidently, as long as you can tether all of their bodies and don't move around, it's not a big problem for me to haul 50 people. And the personal speed won't be reduced in the slightest. We can totally carry a group of people around the entire racecourse blindly. Very well. That's a divine skill you've got there. Lu Hong was very excited. Ding Jun didn't just run fast with his own talent, paired with the skill of traction force, this was simply the existence of a cargo truck. Ah. Boss, have you accepted my proposal? The colorful dog was also beaming with joy, then it looked at the sister with a smile. I'm sorry, sister, I'll have to let you stay with us until the second half. Tonic. What the hell are you guys trying to do? The black silk girl got even more scared as she started yelling for help, help. Help, there are perverts in the match. Someone save me. Listening to the colorful dog's face got even more agitated when he heard the plea for help. Jia. Little beauty, even if you shout your throat out, no one will come to save you. Chapter 47, A Lifelong Enemy. Pa. Lu Hang vigorously slapped the colorful dog's head. What are you thinking about you? Just watch, you still want to get your hands dirty. This side is a formal competition. Every dead corner of the whole field can be monitored by the people outside. If you really want to do something, you are going to be taken away by the law enforcers personally to drink tea. Woo. I know. The colored dog sighed sadly. Let me go, can you, said the black silk girl in a pitiful manner. No. Lu Hong directly tore off a piece of fabric from the other party's body and stuffed it into her mouth. Oh hoo. The girl was gagged and couldn't even speak. Lu Hong nodded with satisfaction. Go. Let's find the next target to go. So Ding Jun once again used the power of traction, dragging a few people out of here. However, along the way, Ding Jun ran faster and his traction power was not stable. The people he was carrying were in a floating state behind him, and still swayed as he ran. It was torturous. So the girl developed a feeling of motion sickness, her brain was dizzy. This was also just what Lu Hong wanted, saving the girl from making a lot of noise. So the group quickly arrived at the next spot to brush the monsters, and peeked up at a group of squads that were brushing the monsters. There was also a big pure white bear there. This time it was a squad of 12 people brushing monsters, 8 males and 4 females. And looking at the uniforms they were wearing, they were all from relatively well-known universities. Let's see, this is Jinho Water Conservancy University, and Yunqing Transcendent University. Are all teams ranked in the top 30? They definitely have more points. Lu Hong revealed a smile. He looked at the rankings through his watch and quickly determined the candidate with the highest points. Colorful dog. Come, arrest someone for me. Lu Hong pointed to a person and said, see that male student in the black battle uniform? He has the highest points here, drag him here for me. Good. The colorful dog fixed his eyes on him, then shouted, fire at me. Brush. A lowly girl in white silk was hauled in again. The girl's punch that was meant to hit the monster also hit the colorful dog's face. Put. The colorful dog was knocked out again. And Lori was visibly confused when she realized that the position she was in had changed. Alu? How did you catch the wrong person again? Lu Hang viciously glared at the colorful dog. I'm sorry, boss, this white silk challenges my willpower too much. The colorful dog said with a happy face as his nose bled. Grass. Lu Hong didn't care, tie it first. Ah. What are you guys going to do? What are you guys going to do? The girl was stunned. Ding Jun, on the other hand, rushed forward to cover Lori's mouth. Lu Hang then hastily opened the chain gift box. Wow. Another thick chain extended out, wrapping Lori tightly around it. The chains within the chain gift box were separable into many segments, so tying someone up was very convenient. The people over there who were brushing the monsters also obviously realized that there was someone missing over here. They also quickly noticed Lu Hong and the others in the distance. There are monsters. Quickly catch them. A loud shout came from over there. However, Ding Jun had already used the power of traction to drive Lu Hang and the others to slip away. His speed was extremely fast, and the surroundings kept regressing. Since Lu Hang's several people were levitating and floating behind him, as he ran, the several people's bodies began to constantly lurch in mid-air, too. For example, sitting in a van passing through a steep mountain road, the car shook and jolted, it was hard to bear. And Ding Jun's traction power, the bumps brought her many times more. At this time, not to mention those two sisters who were tied up. Even Lu Hong had trouble adjusting his balance, and for the first time, he had the feeling of motion sickness. Vomit. The lowly girl directly vomited in midair. Slow down. Slow down. Can't slow down. Keep picking up speed. Lu Hang endured the feeling of motion sickness and said, "Time is urgent. We need to capture the most people in the shortest time to gain more points." Good. Ding Jun nodded firmly. Shinzei also clenched his hands into fists. In order to punch those people in the face, we can only commission these sisters. And so the entire picture of the next match changed. Lu Hang and his group began to appear in all sorts of places, and each time they appeared, they would abduct a girl. And after abducting, they ran away. No one could catch up with them. The whole field was in a state of panic. Outside the arena, the audience watching the projections were in a state of rage. At this time, the guide broadcast had already used a screen as the exclusive screen of the Jiu Daogo team, so everyone could see what they were doing. The Jiu Daogo squad wasn't just satisfied by arresting a few people. Without a moment's effort, Ding Jun's back had already hauled on a dozen or so sisters, not a single man. Each one of these people was chained to death. As Ding Jun's running, their bodies were also bumpy. Each one of them produced a feeling of motion sickness, dizziness. More and more people directly vomited out. And this 3 people of Jiudao Ditch is also a group of inappropriate people who do not care about how difficult it is for the sisters. Their eyes only have points. Their mouths wail to hit everyone's face, to quietly earn points, and then stun everyone, and to take the first place or something. Grabbing the girls is not subtle at all. Especially that colorful dog, always looking at those people with a lustful look. If it wasn't for Lu Hang stopping it, this dog was afraid that it would rush up and furiously lick the thighs or faces of these beauties. This drove the spectators outside mad. Damn it! It's our university's little Sakura student who was captured by them. No! How dare they treat my goddess like this? The female students in our class are going to vomit. That one in charge of leading the run, can't he run a little slower? Can't you be more gentle? That dog. Is there any control over that dog? It's secretly lifting my goddess's skirt. Aha! I'm so angry. People of the Jiu Daogo squad, from now on, you will be my lifelong enemies of Qingyan University. I, Jinlin Geology University, also regard them as enemies for life. I, Yunhai Ancient Martial University, also regard them as enemies for life. I, Jinnan Spiritual Martial University, also regard them as enemies for life. Chapter 48, the second half. In the seating gallery of the Heavenly North Spiritual Martial University, Lu Shaoke revealed a smile and said, "Although this dog's character is too horny, but his ability is still very strong. When the time comes later, old brother should be able to increase his score by 300,000 points at once." Although on a leaderboard, Lu Han was still sitting outside the bottom with a score of 4,100 points. Once the match entered the second half and the points scramble was opened, there was a high probability that Lu Han would be able to come to first place. Tian, on the other hand, said quietly, "Lu Shaoku, the epileptic clown king that my old brother and I tried our best to defeat the day before yesterday, the feelings were snatched away by this dog. I said that the group of silhouettes that slipped away, how so familiar, the original is you and your brother in the ghost." Tian said in a strong tone. Ha ha ha. This is all discovered by you. Lu Shaoke hemmed and hawed and laughed. Tian looked towards the big screen and shivered again on her body, "And your brother's summon is so perverted. Luckily, she didn't participate in the competition herself. In case she was targeted by the Jiu Daogo squad, she was afraid that she herself would suffer. Having to go through the crazy bumps along the way while facing that dog's lewd eyes, it wouldn't be easy for anyone. Lu Shaoke just laughed and similarly looked at the big screen. Older brother, go for it. At this time within the competition, the news about Jiu Daogo Academy constantly grabbing women also spread. It caused most of the teams to be on edge. A total of 100 teams, or 300 people, had come to this competition, and there were only 90 sisters among them. However, Lu Heng's side had already lost their hearts and grabbed more than 30 people. At first, there was speculation that they had grabbed away people just to get points in the second half. But after such a long period of time, all the girls that Nine Roads Gully had captured were girls, not a single man. Therefore, everyone decided that the Nine Roads Gully team was not only grabbing girls for the sake of points, but also to do something dirty. This can be the entire game within the female students have a nervous breakdown, do not dare to blindly around. At the moment, the Qin Ocean University team was a prime example of this. They were facing a group of monsters. The two male students were struggling to kill the monsters in the front, while the female students in the back were scanning around with nervous eyes, not even daring to make a move. Zhang Yao, make a move, these monsters are not easy to deal with. The male student said. I am scared. The female student clutched her sword with both hands and hid behind the large stone pier, not daring to show her head. Don't be afraid. The two of us will protect you. The other shouted. Right. Even if you're captured, we'll definitely get you back. Trust the two of us. Under the two men's encouraging tone, the female student could only stand up, then you guys must protect me. Both male classmates revealed a relieved gaze, we will. Okay, I'm going on. The female student gathered her spirit and held her iron sword towards the monster in front of her with a stab. But her body suddenly disappeared out of thin air. When the girl reacted, she realized that she had arrived behind a bush. Her sword also stabbed directly at Colored Dog's body. The colorful dog's shoulder took a hard hit from the sword and zipped out blood. Lu Hong cursed loudly, "You're so ruthless, you don't pull that guy, this girl with the sword, you'd rather get hurt than pull it, right?" "It doesn't matter." Colored Dog covered the shoulder, dashing a smile, "District fatal injury is just, in exchange for a beauty, worth it." Tonic wow. The female students, on the other hand, screamed in fear. Shut up. Jinzei rushed forward and covered the other's mouth. Clatter. Chains simultaneously sprang out from Lu Hang's gift box, tying the other party to death. At the same time, Ding Jun once again used the power of traction and took a few people with him before buggering off. The two male students in the back went crazy. No. Zheng Yao. I'm sorry, Not caring about the shouts of these two men, Ding Jun had already run away in a puff of smoke. Behind him there were already more than 30 women handcuffed by chains, one by one suspended in mid-air above the other. Most of them had fainted, while a few were gagged by rags of clothes. The entire scene looked shocking. Lu Hang then looked at Zhang Yao's points, 34,000 points, not bad. I can share more than 10,000 later. He then looked at Colored Dog's injured shoulder and threw out a clown blessing. A light green glow covered it, and the wound on Colored Dog's shoulder began to slowly recover. In fact, Lu Hong had already healed Colored Dog several times along the way. After all, the other party was required to haul people at the cost of being injured. Do the math, how many points? Lu Hong said cheerfully. 30 people, it adds up to over 900,000, we can take away 300,000 points. Jinzei said, while taking the time to take a sip of water. Lu Hong looked at the point rankings at the moment, 300,000 points, it was already enough for him to come to the first place. As for the first place, it was Sky North Spiritual Martial University, totaling 150,000 points, which meant that each of them had to kill 500 small monsters, and they didn't know how they did it. Anyway, letting Lu Hong do it definitely wouldn't be able to kill that many, after all, his pets and skills were all single damage. There's still 10 minutes to go before we start entering the second half of the match, by then we'll harvest 300,000 points in one fell swoop and go straight to number 1. Lu Hong smiled and found a place to wait with a few people. However, what he didn't know was, due to the female students being captured, this had infuriated those schools. A powerful alliance of the schools had already assembled. Capture. Capture Lu Hang. All students unite. Defend the girls in our school. I can track the students in our class, everyone follow me. It was unknown how those students had reached an agreement. In short, there were more than 20 schools, totaling more than 40 people forming a huge team. One of them quickly used his ability to locate the students in his class, and soon he also found the direction where Lu Hong was. Everyone don't act rashly, this brother is running too fast. Later on, so everyone form an encirclement first, so they can't escape with their wings. That's right, we have a total of more than 40 people here, it's more than enough to surround them. Good. Thus, a group of people began to rush towards Lu Hang's direction in unison. And at this moment, Lu Hang didn't know about this. He looked at his bracelet, time's up. The entire student body also received a radio alert. The first 4 hours have passed, the match will enter the second half next. Chapter 49, is this counter-observation? Everyone can loot the other school's point bracelets and take 1/3 of the points. And the major reward monsters have already appeared within the replica, killing them will allow you to gain a large amount of points, as well as superior rewards. The broadcast quickly ended. Lu Hong, on the other hand, quickly gave the order, take off these people's bracelets. Alright. The three of them then began to remove the bracelets of those schoolgirls one by one. Points plus 7,500. Points plus 12,100. Points plus 11,500. Unsurprisingly, Lu Hang instantly gained 300,000 more points and soared to first place. Ha ha ha. Yes. Lu Hong was excited. All he needed to do next was to find a place to hide. Those girls, however, whimpered and cried, "Big brother, you've taken the points too, let us go." According to the rules of the competition, those who had their bracelets removed were not allowed to fight again or the entire school was eliminated. These sisters could no longer put up a fight, so it was reasonable to let them go as well. However, Lu Hong held his chin and said, "Let me think." Suddenly, a rush of footsteps broke the calm. A group of students as quickly surged towards Lu Hang's location and soon formed an encirclement. "Lu Hong, you won't be able to escape today." "That's right. Give back our female student. How dare you win first place through this method? Your points are ours too." A group of people excitedly rushed towards Lu Hang's position. Ding Jun was a bit alarmed. "Boss, we're surrounded." "Hiss. It's a bit difficult." Lu Hong sucked in a breath of cool air. The surroundings had almost formed an encircling net of 40 people, it would be really difficult to escape. However, soon, Lu Hong had a solution. Seeing that those students were about to rush in, he shouted, "Wait." At the same time, Lu Hong directly grabbed the two women with both hands and shouted, "Whichever team dares to come closer, I'm going to let the colorful dog strip the clothes of your schoolgirls." "Let him thrashing." The colorful dog was filled with excitement. "Holy. Boss, really?" Everyone's face changed drastically, and they stopped in their tracks in unison. "You dare? No way. I won't allow it." "Ah. You're so cruel. Shameless. Despicable. Too despicable." The crowd cursed, but they didn't dare to step forward again. Lu Hong, on the other hand, lifted the sister over the head of the colorful dog. "All of you, back off." "Oh." The sister cried out in fear. And the colorful dog was even more excited, his mouth full of saliva. The female students at the back were even more terrified, and a great fear of Lu Hong arose within them. As for the encircling students, they all didn't dare to make any rash moves, and could only stop far away, taking a few steps back with angry faces. Damn. Damn ah. This scene formed a strong sense of contrast. The atmosphere of the scene was scorching. These students, who were originally furious and had the momentum to take Lu Hong and the others down in an instant, did not dare to move at this moment. Lu Hong saw this scene and arrogantly laughed. In the past, there was Cao Cao holding the son of heaven hostage. Now there is Lu Hong holding his sister hostage to order his alumni. Aren't they just a bunch of undergraduates? Still not enough to look at in front of the pinnacle of my junior college. Your sister is in my hands, I'll see who dares to act rashly. After Lu Hong finished speaking, he grabbed the female classmate again and said, "Don't you just want your female classmates back? I'll give it to you right here." This girl was directly thrown by him towards a direction violently. "No. This is a student from our class." A two-person squad instantly turned pale, and without being able to think too much, they hurriedly rushed towards the female classmate in mid-air. As the female student was about to hit the ground, she steadily caught her. "You!" The two boys clenched their teeth and glared angrily at Lu Hang. However, by this time, Lu Hong had already become heartless, his hands kept grabbing one female classmate after another and throwing them out like sacks. "Come on. Don't you just want girls? Give it to you guys. All of you." The female classmates who were thrown out lurched violently in mid-air, their stomachs turned over and they couldn't help but vomit. This scene caused everyone within the encircling net to panic, rushing out to catch the students from their own classes. The scene was instantly in chaos, with pushing and shoving sounds, shouts, and shrieks intertwined together. "Ha ha ha. Look, isn't this encircling net in chaos?" Lu Heng's face was overflowing with joy. He grabbed Ding Jun's arm and said, "Cargo Lala, quickly slip away." Ding Jun's face was filled with excitement as he quickly hauled up Lu Heng's few people and swished out. Since there was already a gap in the encirclement, several people escaped without any hindrance. The three people and a dog were like wild horses that had taken off their reins, galloping towards the distance and quickly disappearing from the sight of the crowd, only leaving behind a chaotic field and the students who were furious and stormy. "Lu Hong! I Nima! Don't run if you're capable. Ah. Ching ching student, ching ching student. How are you doing? Did those guys do anything to you just now? Some people rushed to visit the female student. They, three, owe you. The female student was about to say something, then she began to vomit furiously for a while, then collapsed in a daze. No. Ching ching student. Ah. What have the girls in our class been tossed to? What the hell did those do? Catch them. Must catch them. Old me won't take the rankings today. I'm going to make these dogs suffer the price they deserve. Everyone unite. Let's catch Lu Hong first. Then we'll have a match afterwards. I agree. I agree too. Ignoring the group of wailing students behind them. Lu Hong had already moved away from this place of wrongdoing with a few of his teammates. They ran for a long time before finding a place that was still safe. Only after Ding Jun stopped did Lu Hong look at Qin Zhe, say, "Don't you have anti-observation ability? How come I haven't seen you use it until now?" It was reasonable to say that there were so many people sneaking around just now, this guy's ability should have detected it, right? That ability needs to be used actively, it won't be used passively. Qin Zhe said. Then tell me how you should use this ability. Lu Hong asked. Qin Zhe scratched his head and said, "Actually, boss, I want to tell you that I was born with a habit of not being able to pee while being watched." Lu Hong? What are you giving me this for? I asked you how your ability works? Lu Hong looked puzzled. What I mean is, I can't pee when I'm watched. Qin Zhe said rather awkwardly, "That's my ability." Lu Hong was astonished, so the fact that you can pee out means that there is no one around watching us. Right. Qin Zhe nodded repeatedly. Lu Hong was silent for 2 seconds, but this talent of yours is quite useful. Right. Ha ha. Qin Zhe laughed, "It's just that I have to drink a lot of water to keep my stomach full of urine. Then you pee now to check if anyone is watching us." Lu Hong opened his mouth. Okay. Qin Zhe directly took off his pants and started peeing. "Boss, you can't peek at me or I won't be able to pee." I know, Lu Hong and Ding Jun both simply twisted their heads. Qin Zhe was ready to pee, but all of a sudden his eyes became wrong because he couldn't pee. It's not good. Boss, we're being observed. Lu Heng's eyes scanned around in shock. There are people around? Qin Zhe's scalp tingled, yes. And from the sky above, I can feel at least tens of thousands of lines of sight looking at us. It's too frightening. At this moment outside the big screen. Yikes. Yuck. I'm a girl who can't watch this. Where's the guide? The guide cut the screen quickly. What's the point of showing people peeing? Chapter 50, You're in need of coaching again. There were tens of thousands of people watching the match outside. Since Lu Heng's side was too active, one of the big screens was almost always showing Lu Heng's side. But seeing Qin Zhe suddenly take off his pants in the screen, the guide had to cut the screen awkwardly. The screen then turned to the second place of the match, the side of Tianbei Spiritual Martial University. The three-member squad was no longer killing monsters, but instead, they were constantly chasing down the other team's people for a confrontation. At this moment, they were fighting against someone from another spiritual martial university. The three people from the Tianbei squad were all very strong, one could use fire, one could tame beasts, and there was also a whip-juggling thief 6. Only Sun Yaozi kept flinging his hands, a flame was flung out by him, forcing the enemy to get close at all. That beast tamer, on the other hand, whistled and maneuvered 3 strong black wolves to hold each of the 3. Tian Jing, on the other hand, flicked his wrist and his bone whip swiftly lashed out at the enemies. In the face of the incoming attacks, in just a few minutes, the opposing 3-man squad was beaten by Tianbei's squad and lost their ability to resist. This was just the second half of the game, and this was already the third wave of people that Tianbei squad had exterminated. Their points also quickly came to 210,000 points. If things continued like this, and if they continued to exterminate teams, it would be easy for them to reach 300,000 points and surpass the first place. In contrast to Lu Heng's side, the audience was mostly appreciative and adoring of Tianbei University. Still, Tianbei University is awesome. Right, a group of people from Jiu Daogo who play smart are just temporarily being the first place, if they really need Tianbei. University, they will definitely be hanged. If only someone from Tianbei University could go and sanction them. Hee. You guys look, their direction seems to be the Jiu Daogo squad side. Grass. It's still true. They're going to meet up soon? I'm so looking forward to it, hurry up and eliminate these 9 Roads Gully people. Only to see on the screen that those 3 wolves seemed to be searching for a new target. Their noses kept sniffing on the ground, then they found a direction and rushed over. The beast tamer spoke, "Let's go, there's another wave not far ahead." The 2 behind, Sun Yaozi and Tian Jing, also rushed after them. Zip zip zip. As Qin Zhe peed out, Lu Hang and the others were completely relieved. However, Qin Zhe only peed out a throw, then hard to hold, urine has to be saved, later will also be used to counter observation. Alright, still you're capable. Lu Hong gave the other party a thumbs up. This guy didn't know how he practiced, he could hold his urine when he said he would, and he could also run back and forth while holding a large bubble of urine hard. Just now, it should be the audience outside watching us, so there are a lot of sightlines overhead, and the guide should have cut the screen by now. Qin Zhe explained. That's good, as long as it's not someone around ambushing us. Lu Hong nodded reassuringly. It's just that you've been holding your urine for the competition, does it really not matter? Doubtful from the side. It's not a big problem to hold it for another half an hour, I've practiced holding my urine for a long time. Qin Zhe said confidently. Okay, anyway, make sure there's no one around, let's just hide here for a while, the first place is only temporary, let's wait for them to have more points later, then we'll go and steal people. Lu Hong thought about it and said. Good. Both of them agreed to come down. So the 3 men and a dog found a bush to hide in. Unbeknownst to them, the Tian Bei squad behind them was not far from this side. They were rapidly rushing here under the leadership of the 3 hounds. Along the way, Tian Jing held a bone whip and was always on the alert. Sun Yaozi, on the other hand, always had a lazy look on his face in this match, except for Lu Hong from Jiu Daogo that I mentioned, no one else is our opponent, don't worry. Tian Jing nodded seriously, I've seen the person you're talking about, the day before yesterday I even brought him to brush the copy, his summons are really strong. Yes, Sun Yaozi said with a crooked corner of his mouth, but I've already mastered a way to deal with him, really let us meet, I will let his pet have no chance to strike. Shoo! The beast tamer suddenly signaled everyone to be quiet. Only to see the 3 wolves stop at the place where Qin Zhe had just peed, sniffing low and then barking. Someone peed here? Sun Yaozi looked at the puddle of urine stains and wondered. Yes. People are not far from here, stay alert. There might be an ambush. The beast tamer said calmly. As soon as these words came out, the 2 of them, Tian Jing and Sun Yaozi, also picked up their weapons. Woo! Only to see that the 3 wolves suddenly looked towards a bush on the right and started barking furiously at that side. At this moment, all 3 people stopped talking. Tian Jing exchanged a glance with the other 2, and made a hand gesture indicating that he himself would go first. Sun Yaozi and the beast tamer then nodded and looked over to the bushes vigilantly. Tian Jing tightly gripped his bone whip and slowly and leisurely walked towards the bushes step by step. However, before he could approach, a purple beam of light suddenly drilled into his head. Tian Jing's spirit instantly became in a trance. I am a tree? That's right. You are a tree. Immediately after that, Lu Hang jumped out of the bushes violently and yanked away Tian Jing's points watch. Points plus 26,200 points. After the points arrived, Lu Hang then looked at the other 2. It's you! Sun Yaozi's face changed drastically. He really didn't expect that Tian Jing didn't even put up a fight and was spiritually contaminated in just one look. That beast tamer was also shocked. Tian Jing was eliminated in this? I said he's strong. Quickly back off. Quickly back off. Don't ever get mentally polluted by his pet. Sun Yaozi frantically backed up. Grass. The beast tamer also hurriedly greeted the 3 wolves and retreated a dozen steps back together. Lu Hang and Sun Yaozi then looked at each other from dozens of meters away. Lu Hang also grinned after seeing the other party's appearance. Yo, I remember you, the guy who likes to harass my sister, right? You guys have a lot of points, why are you so far away? Why are you so far away? Why don't you come closer and let me rub some points off on you? You wish. If you get closer, your pet will mentally pollute me again. Sun Yaozi had also learned to be smart, no matter what, just don't get close to Lu Hang. Then an incomparably excited smile appeared on his face. When you insulted me like a dog, I said that I would definitely return the favor 1.5 times. These days, I've been practicing my techniques diligently just to be able to restrain you. A ball of flame slowly began to rise in Sun Yao's hand. Watch this. Only to see that he began to throw fireballs continuously in all directions. One of the fireballs was thrown to the bottom of his own feet, while the other fireballs were falling all around Lu Hang. The fireballs began to burn continuously after they landed, becoming one hot pile of fire after another. In total, more than a dozen balls of fire burned on the ground around them, as if they had formed some kind of formation. Lu Hang, you don't know what my talent is, do you? Let me tell you, it's been 3 days of furious practicing for this day. This time you can't use your pet spirit to control me no matter what you say. Sun Yaoza revealed a frenzied expression. Let's settle our revenge today. Lu Hang, on the other hand, had a disbelieving look on his face. I see that you owe it to yourself to be tempered again. Chapter 51, Easily Exterminating the Team. The corner of Sun Yaoza's mouth hooked up in a provocative arc. Oomph. Try it if you have the ability. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body plunged headlong into the flames churning behind him. His body then quickly disappeared. What the hell? This scene caused Lu Hang's few people to be somewhat startled indeed. Wow! Just before the crowd could react, Sun Yaoza actually burst out of the pile of flames beside Ding Jun. Accompanied by a dull air explosion, his fist smashed into Ding Jun's chest. Dang! Ding Jun's body staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground with a thud. And after Sun Yaoza struck this blow, he instantly drilled back into the flames. At the same time, his body drilled back out from within a flame further away. Oh. I see, instantaneous transferability, right? Only it requires a ball of flame as a medium. Lu Hang stared at Sun Yaoza with interest. This talent is somewhat interesting. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a high achiever from Tianbei University, I'm only afraid that this talent would have to be platinum or above. As long as he guy released enough flames around him, this guy's flexibility was strong enough. That's right. Doesn't your summon rely on spirit pollution to suppress others? But it must have a distance limit. Sun Yaoza laughed openly. That means as long as I weave fast enough, your skills won't be able to catch up with me. Before his words fell, Sun Yaoza once again transformed into a residual shadow, weaving back and forth between the various flame bushes. During this period, his body appeared in the eastern flames for a while, and flashed to the western flames for a while. Every now and then, he also threw a ball of flames towards Lu Hang and the others to attack, leaving them with no way to counterattack. When these flames landed, they could turn into new instantaneous spots for Sun Yaoza. The opponent relied on this move to constantly launch surprise attacks on Lu Hang's teammates. Lu Hang's side was still fine, because Sun Yaoza was more or less worried about Meatball's ability, so he didn't dare to teleport directly beside Lu Hang. However, the other two suffered. Ding Jun and Qin Zhe were panting and scorched by Sun Yaoza in no time. Holy! Boss, how can we fight? Why don't we retreat first? Qin Zhe shouted anxiously as he dodged the attacks in a sorry state. No need. Lu Hang looked calm. He'll suffer when I find an opportunity. The gaze of the colorful dog on the side was also locking onto Sun Yaoza's figure. As long as it was within a distance of 10 meters, it was able to instantly move over to give the other party a slap in the face. Therefore it was constantly looking for a time to strike. At this moment, Sun Yaoza was still laughing recklessly, weaving and provoking at the same time. Only his body was seen weaving back and forth within the dozen or so flames around Lu Hang, constantly taunting. Come on! Catch up to me if you can, Look, I came over. I left again. I came over again and I left again. He. You can't mentally pollute me, right? Just when Sun Yaoza was getting carried away. The colorful dog finally found the opportunity to snap. Its body instantly moved in front of Sun Yaoza's, and the dog's paw slapped up fiercely. In an instant, dozens of flames around it were like being swept by a gust of wind, instantly disappearing without a trace. Sun Yaoza was instantly confused. He staggered back a few steps, his eyes full of disbelief. How was my talent interrupted? Clatter! Before he could react, another string of chains catapulted out, locking his body tightly. Sun Yaoza instantly became panicked. Lu Hang's face, on the other hand, surfaced with an evil smile as he approached the other party step by step and said, I really need to teach you a good lesson. Sun Yaoza squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. There are a lot of people watching the competition this time, can you stop riding me? Humph. Give me the points first. Lu Hang drank coldly. Give. Give it all to you. Sun Yaoza was already locked up and couldn't resist at all. Lu Hong, on the other hand, took off the watch from the other party's wrist. Points plus 21,700. Not bad. Lu Hong nodded in satisfaction. With the loss of the watch, Sun Yaozi was no longer able to strike out and attack according to the rules. Lu Heng's gaze turned at this moment, and he stared at the beast tamer at the back again. That person's face suddenly changed and he turned around without saying a word. Ding Jun! Chase! Lu Hong shouted. Yes. Ding Jun quickly exerted his traction power and rushed out with Lu Heng. His speed instantly soared to 30 yards, bringing up a puff of dust as he quickly caught up. The beast tamer was chased to the point where he was sweating profusely and his legs were weak. However, he realized that no matter how desperately he ran, he could not shake off the two. So he got annoyed. Grass. If the tiger doesn't show its power, think I'm a sick cat. He stopped violently, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Beastification. In an instant, his epidermis began to glow with a layer of fine golden hair, and his aura around him climbed steeply. Yikes. When my bestialization is over, my strength can directly triple. You guys are by no means my opponents. The beast tamer roared with red eyes. Ha! The colorful dog wouldn't give the other party a chance to bestialize. It only saw it go with a hard slap, directly interrupting the opponent's skill. This beast tamer then fell to the ground with a hard thud. At the same time, his freshly grown fur quickly faded away, and his aura became shriveled all of a sudden. Immediately afterward, Meatball unleashed spiritual pollution and a purple beam of light drilled into the opponent's head. The tamer's eyes instantly froze. I am a sick cat. He then slumped to the ground motionless with a physically weak face. Lu Hong stepped forward and easily snatched away his electronic watch. Points plus 22,100. Still, the tiger is not powerful. You are not a sick cat. Lu Hong said cheerfully. Almost 2 minutes passed before the handler and Tianjing came to their senses together. Tianjing was first confused for a while, then said, I'm eliminated here? Just now, I was still exploring the grass. How did I open my eyes and the whole army was wiped out? Aha! Lu Hong shrugged and said, Man, I can only blame it on your bad luck. The tamer, on the other hand, directly fell to his knees and smashed his fists into the ground. Damn. I'm so unconvinced, I haven't even unleashed my real abilities yet. Lu Hong shrugged off his hand. Oops, hurry up and leave, you guys lost, it's time to retire. Go, 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 go. Sun Yaozi was the last person who wanted to stay long. He was afraid that Lu Hang would really give him an insult package, so he hurriedly dragged the two of them on and slipped away. After this battle, the Tianbei University team was completely wiped out. And outside the arena, tens of thousands of people witnessed this scene. Everyone became dumbfounded after seeing Lu Heng's operation of easily overpowering Tianbei University with his own strength. Tianbei University lost this? What kind of god is that Lu Hong? With his own strength, he crushed the three people who couldn't even release their abilities and lost. Jiu Daogo Vocational and Technical College isn't going to turn over a new leaf, is it? It used to be the bottom one, but now it wants to make a shocking turnaround and take the top spot? Crazy. Chapter 52. He's coming over. Lu Hong checked his points. He had just gained 70,000 points by defeating the Heavenly North Spiritual Martial University, and with his original 300,000 points, Lu Hong had come to a high score of 370,000 points. There was a gap of a full 200,000 points with the second place. Boss, are we going to get first place even if we lie down and do nothing? Qin Zhe said with incomparable excitement. Most likely, after all, the second half of the game still has a lot of variables, such as this second place. If we can destroy 10 squads we can still earn a few 100,000 points. Lu Hong stroked his chin and said, Anyway, we can't stop either, grab some more points if we can, and brush more monsters if we can. Right. Ding Jun also nodded, Didn't you say that there are bonus monsters in the second half? Those kind of monsters give the most points, one might be 100,000 points, we can go kill those. Can. Lu Hong also agreed. As long as it was a single monster, he could easily deal with it with his meatballs and colorful dogs. It would be good to brush more reward monsters to stabilize the first place throne. Go! Go find the reward monsters. At the same time, in another part of the arena, that allied army of 40 students was still searching around for Lu Hang. As a matter of fact, as soon as they entered the second half of the match, people from various schools would face each other, but this match had broken the tradition because of Lu Hang's appearance. Even the organizers didn't expect that one person could cause so much public anger, and the angry students didn't even care about the rankings anymore. They had to finish eliminating Lu Hong first before they were willing to continue the match. The group was discussing countermeasures at this moment. Did you guys see that? Lu Heng's points have come to 370,000 points. Whoever can beat him now will directly gain 120,000 points. Right. We have to have the points, but what's more important is to avenge the female students in our class. This time, he can't threaten us with the female students. As long as we can surround him, he can't get away with anything he says. Look for. Keep looking. As long as the competition doesn't end, we'll keep finding him until we do. At this moment, outside of a reward cave, 3 women were standing outside. A round-faced girl, a ponytailed girl, and a girl with glasses. Looking at the uniforms they were wearing, they were students of the North Cloud Women's Academy. This is the cave where the reward treasure chest is located. There are 100,000 points for opening the chest, but the danger of the boss here is also high. The round-faced girl said, "Are you sure you want to try squatting someone over here?" The ponytail girl's eyes were firm and she said without hesitation, "Sure. With these 100,000 points, we'll be able to rush into the top 30 and get rid of the bottom rankings. Where's the invisibility cloak given by the principal? Quickly take it out." The spectacle girl pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose and calmly said, "With this treasure, our risk can be greatly reduced. Take it here." The round-faced girl quickly pulled out a huge piece of fabric. "Just stick to the plan. There will definitely be people coming to swipe the reward monsters, and when they fight the monsters to a standstill, we'll make a sneak attack and reap the benefits. If they can't beat the monsters, we'll just stay hidden and won't be in any danger." The ponytailed girl analyzed methodically. The remaining 2 thought for a moment and nodded their heads. The 3 of them then crouched down at the entrance of the cave, and the round-faced girl quickly unfolded her invisibility cloak, enveloping the 3 of them. In an instant, they blended in perfectly with their surroundings, undetectable to the naked eye. The 3 of them then began to wait quietly. 10 minutes later, footsteps came from the distance. 3 men arrived with a dog. "Huh, someone's coming." The round-faced girl lowered her voice with a hint of excitement in her tone. "Good. Don't act rashly, let's wait until they're almost done fighting with the monster, then we'll rush up and sneak attack." The ponytail girl's eyes flashed with anticipation. "We're so resourceful." The glasses girl began to heave a laugh. However, as the visitor approached, the 3 girls instantly froze. They huddled in their invisibility cloaks, their voices trembling. "Wait, isn't this someone from the 9 Roads Gully Academy?" "That's right, it's their school uniform." "Huh? What about this?" "I heard that they specialize in catching female students doing shy things." "What are you afraid of?" "We have a cloak of invisibility, they can't discover it, not to mention being caught by them. We can still find a chance to rob their monsters." "But I'm a bit scared." "It's okay, let's just see what happens." "Shoo. All stop talking, they're coming over soon." The 3 of them completely quieted down, then stared nervously at the line of people. At this moment, Lu Heng's trio leisurely walked outside the cave. "Well, this is the refresh point for the reward monsters," Lu Hong said with a smile. He scanned the surroundings before speaking. "Jinzei, go take a leak and test to see if there are any other people around. That group of students might still be catching us, we must be careful." "Understood." Without saying a word, Jinzei immediately unzipped his pants. However, when he took off his pants, his eyes immediately changed. "Boss, something's not right. There's someone here. And it's not the audience this time, I can feel someone staring at me. Damn it. I can't pee when I'm being stared at. There must be 3 people here sneaking a peek at me," Jinzei said nervously. Lu Heng's face suddenly changed. "Where?" Jinzei's finger pointed towards the side of the cave entrance. "I feel like it's right over there. I'll go check it out." When the 3 girls saw Jinzei's actions, they were frightened and their faces instantly turned red. "What is he going to do? What is he going to do? Why are you taking off your pants at us?" "Ah, he's coming this way. Could it be that we've been discovered?" "Aha, don't." Chapter 53, Jia Little Beauty. Seeing Jinzei walking this way without even pocketing his pants, the 3 girls were terrified and violently lifted their invisibility cloaks. This scene startled Jinzei. "I knew there was someone." The 3 girls, on the other hand, were red-faced and said with shame and anger, You three perverts. Don't come over. This is a competition, no hooligans allowed. Otherwise. Or the enforcers will come to arrest you. Seeing that these three people were frightened, Lu Heng's mouth twitched as he said, You guys seem to have misunderstood. We are decent people, we don't play hooligans. However, the three sisters didn't listen at all, they just blushed and pointed at Qinzhe's crotch and shouted. Your people even took off their pants and still want to weasel out? Right, I heard that you guys lost your hearts and grabbed many female classmates. And all of them played with people to vomit. You three are just big perverts. Ahem. Forgot. Qinzhe only then reacted and fumbled to lift his pants. Sisters, we must work together, we can't be caught by these three perverts. Ponytail was about to use her spirit technique right away. The other two also took up combat positions, seemingly about to fight Lu Hong and the others to the end. Seeing the three girls panicking, Lu Hong didn't bother to explain, colorful dogs. Go up and slap them to interrupt their skills. However, a second passed and the colorful dog did not move. Lu Hong frowned at the colorful dog. However, he saw that the dog had changed his appearance and looked righteous. Sorry, boss, I don't hit women. Lu Hong? When the hell are you going to be reliable? Lu Hong simply released the meatballs. Two spiritual pollution as quickly shot across the street. There were three people on the opposite side, so as long as they could contaminate two, the situation would be in control. So the glasses girl and the round-faced girl were hit. The glasses girl's eyes were stupefied, and then she laid down on the ground and pampered herself. I am a cat, meow meow meow. The round-faced girl also sold her good behavior and lay on the ground. I am a puppy, woof woof woof. Seeing that the two had completely lost their ability to resist, the ponytail also panicked. What's wrong with you two? However, the two did not respond at all, instead, they lay on their backs with a cute expression, and even took the initiative to reveal their stomachs. Meow meow meow. Woof woof. The ponytail was filled with fear. What have you done to my teammates? She quickly got a good look at the bizarre shape of the meatball, While the outside was wrapped in a layer of mosaic, the inside was like a Cthulhu creature, and there were even a few black tentacles waving around. The ponytail directly screamed in fear, tentacles. Tentacle monster? Due to the spread of various hunting websites, everyone had heard about the image of the tentacle monster. It could be said that this thing itself represented a perverted fetish. And these three people went around grabbing girls and bringing a tentacle monster with them, all the while enjoying hallucinating the girls and leaving the schoolgirls defenseless. Thinking about it like this, these three people are definitely trying to do something. At this point, the ponytail completely lost the courage to resist. She squatted on the ground and cried, Oh, don't bully me, don't bully me. I am still a yellow flower big girl. At least be gentle with me. The corners of Lu Heng's mouth twitched, helplessly explaining, I've said it's a misunderstanding. However, before he finished speaking, the colorful dog drooled and pounced over excitedly. Jia jia jia. Little beauty, then I'm not polite. Chapter 54, Discriminator. The ponytailed girl cried even harder. I knew it. You guys just want to do that kind of thing. It just said that it doesn't hit women, but now it's changed its appearance. You guys are really all clothed animals. Whoa whoa. Lu Hong was shocked and rushed over with an arrow step, grabbing the rear spine of the colorful dog with a death grip. Calm down for me. Color dog was grabbed, his body hanging in the air, his expression agitated. No. Boss, I can't help it. You just let me get high for once. Can't help it but also endure it for me. Lu Hong glared at it. Lu Heng then said to Ponytail again, We only have this dog here who is like this, we are all decent people. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The ponytail whimpered and cried, constantly shaking his head. Hey! Leave the points behind and hurry up. Lu Hong helplessly covered his forehead. Although he acted in a somewhat inappropriate style, but illegal and criminal things, absolutely will not do. This time jumping into the yellow river also can't be washed away, explaining is also useless, simply lazy to say. Really? Really? Ponytail timidly asked. Don't bull. Hurry up. Lu Hong impatiently urged. Thank you guys. The ponytailed girl was as if she had been amnestied and hurriedly handed over her points watch. Points plus 31,000. It then hurriedly slipped away with the two delirious sisters in a hurry. Hey! Lu Hang sighed, it's important to get the points first. Only after having Qin Zhe check once again to make sure there was no one around, did Lu Hong walk into the cave. Inside was a monster with a huge figure and a deer head. After seeing this fellow, Lu Hong was delighted in his heart, it's a single creature. Without saying much, he directly let the meatball use spiritual pollution. Unsurprisingly, this deer-headed monster also fell into a dull time. Boss, this monster has thick blood, it's not easy to kill. Red Hair, on the other hand, said somewhat nervously. Who said to kill it? The corner of Lu Hang's mouth rose. Taking advantage of the monster being in a daze, he directly slipped into the depths of the cave and opened the innermost treasure chest. You have gained 100,000 points. Not bad, not bad. We now have 500,000 points, first place is a little more stable. Lu Hong said with satisfaction, go. Continue to find the next reward cave. The three of them left one after another. However, after they had walked out of the cave, just after walking a distance, they saw a group of students surrounding them. It was the temporary alliance of those 40 students. Hostility flickered in each of their eyes. Lu Hong. Didn't expect it, it wasn't easy for us to find you. You can't threaten us with female students this time, I'll see what else you'll do. Avenge the same day for the same day. Lu Hong. Prepare to die. Hiss. Lu Hong sucked in a breath. He didn't dare to be sloppy and hurriedly opened the chained gift box. Clatter. The thick chain seemed to possess life, twisting flexibly in the air and quickly wrapping around one person's wrist. This also caused the other students to quickly react, darting back and dodging. Due to the appearance of the chains, the students were thrown into disarray and were never able to get half a step closer to Lu Hong for a while. However, Lu Hong knew in his heart that this kind of hold could only last for a few tens of seconds, and when they found an opportunity, the situation would become more and more unfavorable to him. Boss, what should we do? We won't be able to run away this time. Red Hair asked nervously. Ding Jun kept scanning his gaze and gritted his teeth, there really is no gap to escape this time. Faced with this situation, Lu Hang's brain raced. Soon, his clever little brain had a solution, in that case? We can only sacrifice the colorful dog. Ah, boss, what are you going to do? Colored Dog looked at the other party. I will throw you out. Lu Hong grinned, then you'll use your ability from afar to pull all these people away. So that I can find a chance to escape. Thinking that the method the other party said was feasible, Colored Dog agreed, okay. Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came out from the group of students, you think you're the only one with a treasure tool? Only to see a student leading the group suddenly fling out a black box. Silver rank spirit tool, hand of suppression. Boom! The black box opened while a hand that was about 5 meters wide suddenly drilled out, and this large hand then locked onto Lu Hang's treasure tool. The black hand yanked on the chain while pulling backward fiercely. Lu Hong only felt a strong force come upon him and helplessly dropped the gift box. Clatter! The large hand yanked the chain with the gift box along with it, and then it pounced and pressed down hard on the ground, sealing the chain gift box temporarily. The black hand also quickly lost its activity. It seems that this thing can only be used once, and it is in existence specifically used to suppress treasure tools. At the same time, the student who had just used the treasure tool shouted, everyone! Don't give him a chance, let's go together. Yes. All three can't be spared. Only to see more than 40 people quickly split into 3 waves, charging towards Lu Hong, Qin Zhe, and Ding Jun at the same time. The colorful dog hurriedly said, Boss, quick! Throw me out! The higher and farther the better. Good. Lu Hong directly grabbed Colored Dog. Just as these students surrounded him, he fought to throw Colored Dog into the sky. Attack! At the same moment, the students held their weapons and split into 3 groups, rushing towards Lu Hang's trio in a furious manner. Just as this huge pile of attacks was about to land on Lu Hang's trio, the Colored Dog used his inertia in mid-air and shouted towards the students below. Fire at me! This cry was like a thunderbolt that instantly changed the battle situation. A large number of students who rushed in front of them, their bodies violently stagnated, and immediately after, they instantly shifted to the mid-air 10 meters away from the ground. The weapons in their hands had entered the colorful dog's body. The Colored Dog was fatally injured and has returned to summoner space. As the line of prompts flashed by, those students who were pulled into mid-air also fell into a brief pause, as if they were frozen in mid-air. Ha! Ah! Immediately afterward, screams echoed in mid-air one after another as the students sank rapidly like they were weightless. Flopping and crashing sounds rang out one after another as the students fell to the ground like dumplings, instantly creating a mess. Some of the students smashed heavily onto others, and those who were crushed underneath let out pig-like screams. Their arms and legs flailed about, trying to push away the weight on their bodies, but they found themselves too sore to exert any strength. Most of the students, on the other hand, fell to the ground, their heads knocked on the hard ground, their eyes blazing, and they directly fainted. Hiss. Hurts me to death. What the hell just happened? Damn it, who is pressing down on me? Get up quickly. My old waist, eh? The scene was chaotic. These students were huddled together, limbs intertwined, unable to move. Everyone's physique value was not low, although not to the point of falling to their deaths. Most of these students sprained various joints when they fell. The pain that came from the broken bones drilled through their hearts, leaving them paralyzed on the ground, completely losing their fighting strength. The original imposing encirclement fell apart in just a few seconds. Lu Hong looked at this scene and revealed a big smile. Colorful dog, colorful dog. What a good job. There were only 3 or 5 students left in the room that weren't pulled into midair by the color dog's ability. However, they were also dumbfounded by the scene before them. Run! Run! They couldn't figure out what other means Lu Hong had on him, so they turned around and ran without saying a word. Lu Hong didn't bother chasing after them, but instead looked at the wailing students all over the ground. These were all bright and shiny points. Qin Zhe and Ding Jun were both excited. There's no one who will come after us next anymore. The other squads are no match for us either. We're definitely in first place. I told you that our junior college is also very strong. Now we've slapped them hard in the face, ha. The 3 of us are too good. Lu Hong let out a light laugh. The match isn't over yet. Let's finish taking these people's point watches and find a place to hide later to take first place. His eyes looked towards the students who had fallen to the ground. Most of them had lost their ability to fight and could only lie on the ground and wail. Taking away their point arms, there were at least 300,000 points. That would really secure the first place throne. You can't. At this time Qin Zhe suddenly covered his stomach. I drank too much water, my stomach is starting to hurt. I have to put some of my urine first. This game he can drink a lot of water, the process he did not pee out much, has been hard to hold. After saying that, he looked for a place to settle up. Okay. Lu Hong then came to the pile of people to pick his watches. However, he had just taken off a watch when Qin Zhe behind him shouted, "Boss." Not good. I can't pee. Lu Hong hurriedly looked back. What? There's someone else? Only to see Qin Zhe pocketing his pants while retreating a few steps back in fear. There must be someone else spying on us. Lu Hong's expression also changed when he heard this. His eyes swept around. Who's here? Come out. Pa 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 pa. An unhurried clapping sound suddenly rang out. Only to see a burly, muscular man slowly walk out from concealment. As he applauded, he leisurely spoke. It turns out that you guys have a means of counter-observation. It seems that there is no need to hide it. I am a student of Gunjing Spirit Martial University, Zhang Zilu. He puffed out his chest and exuded a powerful aura. Lu Hong looked Zhang Zilu up and down and made sure that there was only one person across from him. He was relieved in his heart. Even though the chain demon box was suppressed and the colorful dog was unable to fight, the meatball alone was enough. Only Zhang Zilu's gaze swept over the group of students on the ground who had lost their fighting ability, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, as if he had already set his sights on these points. Zhang Zilu licked his lips and said, "You guys can help me get a lot of points now. More than 30 people, the ones that can be taken away have at least 300,000 points." With that, he turned his sight to Lu Hong, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. If I beat you again and take away 3 of your points, this first place will definitely be mine. Qin Zhe looked at the leaderboard and instantly recognized the other party. Your second place? Xuanin Lingwu University, Zhang Zilu, 81,000 points, Zhang Yu 42,000 points eliminated, Qinshan 56,000 eliminated, total points 179,000 points. The other 2 people on the leaderboard had 3/2 of their points remaining after being plundered, and thus could still retain their participation in the ranking settlement. But this dude was still able to hold on to second place with only himself left, so he seemed to be a fierce man. Lu Hong's complexion was aghast as he said in a deep voice, "Meatball. Unleash mental pollution on him. Buzz. Only to see the light surging around me. Donut, a beam of gaze instantly shot towards Jiang Zilu. However, after the beam hit, Jiang Zilu didn't move at all and still had that confident smile on his face. This person was not affected in the slightest. What the hell? How come it's useless? Lu Hang asked in an uncertain manner, dare I ask what talent your excellency has? The corner of Jiang Zilu's mouth hooked, I'm not talented, my talent is a pornographer. Hiss. Lu Hang felt that it was not simple as soon as he heard the name of this talent. Only to see the corners of Jiang Zilu's mouth quirked, connoisseur is not only my talent, but also my profession. I watch more than 8 hours of porn every day. I also often go on the darknet to watch all sorts of hunting videos, whether it's any disgusting images or gory images, I watch them for a day. But all normal people can't stand this, it will cause great damage to their spirit, but in my eyes it's just a drizzle. And not only am I immune to these mental contaminations, but I can also resist all types of illusions and easily break mental attacks that are within 10 times my mental power. Little brother, what a coincidence, I'm gramming you. Jiang Zilu let out a loud laugh as he stepped forward and grabbed the mosaic, tearing it apart with a zip. Put. The meatball was directly torn into a dozen mosaics. Your meatball died and will be resurrected in 24 hours. Lu Hong also got serious, well. I can't believe I met my match. Jiang Zilu moved his shoulders, now. That dog of yours is gone, and so is your mosaic creature, as a summoner you can only be defeated by me haha. Lu Heng's eyes quickly sharpened as he first viewed his opponent's body data. River Self-Discipline Bronze 6th Order. Attributes, Strength 20, Physique 17, Agility 17, Spirit 17, combined 71. The equivalent rank was 5 ranks higher than himself, and the comprehensive attributes were the same as his own. Lu Hong was slightly relieved. Fortunately, he had used a few more attribute treasures, so he didn't have too much of an attribute gap with the higher ranked players. Oof. We both have pretty much the same attributes. But you only have 1, while I have 3. Lu Heng's heart also gained some confidence, the advantage is mine. Xin Zhe. Come. Defeat him with me. He hastily shouted towards the back. Sorry boss. I can't move. Xin Zhe said in agony. Lu Hong looked back in surprise. He only saw that Xin Zhe was already lying on the ground, his body curled up in a ball, and he was holding his stomach in death. I just held a lot of urine but didn't let it out. My bladder is going to explode now. You guys stop looking at me, it's so hard for me to pee. Xin Zhe wailed in pain. Lu Hong hurriedly turned his head to look the other way. Ding Jun. Where's Ding Jun? However, as he took a look towards the distance, the dude had actually unleashed his talent and ran away on his own. Boss. I believe you can do it. Go for it. Ding Jun's legs ran extremely fast and he left the place in a puff of smoke. Lu Hong could only see the other party's back getting farther and farther away from him. Ha! Lu Hong shouted anxiously, you just ran away? Just like that I left behind? However, Ding Jun could no longer hear what he said and even disappeared from his sight. Ha ha ha. Looks like the two of us can only fight one-on-one. Jiang Zilu looked more and more excited. Come on, let's have a duel between real men. Chapter 55. Don't underestimate the bond between us. Only to see Jiang Zilu's arms spread out with force. Boom. His clothes unexpectedly burst open, revealing a body full of sturdy muscles. Just from the style of bursting his clothes, one could tell that he was frighteningly strong. Lu Hong clenched his fists. With his summons gone and his teammates unreliable, he could only curse and go up to fight his opponent. Lu Hong was the first to use the skill, Explosive Fist, and his right fist slammed hard towards his opponent. Jiang Zilu similarly used the skill, Shock Fist, and directly hit him head-on. Boom! The two fists collided, and the airwaves spread in all directions with the collision point as the center, forming a small impact. Immediately afterward, both of their bodies were uncontrollable and simultaneously retreated 2 steps backward. You are also a fist practitioner? You also practice boxing? The two men spoke in unison, their eyes filled with astonishment. Very good. Jiang Zilu became more and more excited and exclaimed, boxing is the technique that real men should practice. Kid, I appreciate you. Good. Lu Hong also got serious. The attributes were the same, and the techniques practiced were the same. In that case, it would be better to treat the other party as a target practice and have a good fight. Let's have a good duel then. Lu Hong put on his tiger gloves and took the lead in rushing towards his opponent with a fierce stomp. Zhang Zilla dodged sideways, causing Lu Heng's fist to graze the corner of his coat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Zilla sank his waist and sat on his horse again, his right fist striking Lu Heng's ribs directly. Lu Heng's left arm quickly returned to defense, blocking this strike, followed by a whip leg sweep to his opponent's lower body. Zhang Zilla tapped his toes and took half a step backward. That's not all, Lu Heng followed up and started to throw a series of punches. Zhang Zilla quickly raised his arms in a defensive position. Dang 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 dang. Lu Heng's momentum was unforgiving, each punch carried a tiger's roar. This was a characteristic that came with the tiger skin gloves, which could produce a deterrent effect on the enemy. However, this deterrent was not only useless to Zhang Zilu, but instead made him even more excited. Kid, so you're pretty fierce too. But madness suddenly surfaced in Zhang Zilu's eyes. You'll still lose. Bronze technique, berserking. Gulp. Only to see his entire body's muscles rapidly filling up with blood, his originally bronze-colored skin becoming red, and blood vessels like earthworms protruding under his skin. His aura was also much stronger, as if his strength had gained a massive boost in a short period of time. Come on! Zhang Zilla fiercely threw a punch. Lu Heng's pupils suddenly shrunk, and almost at the same instant that the other party launched his attack, he quickly raised his arm in a defensive position as a reflex. Boom! A fist smashed down heavily. Lu Hong only felt a strong impact coming down his arm, and his entire arm instantly went numb, as if he had lost consciousness. With this blow alone, he realized that his opponent's strength attribute had increased by more than 10 points. Immediately afterward, Zhang Zilla entered a berserk state, punching faster and faster. His arm swung with a whistling wind sound, so fast that it even left a trail of residual shadows in the air. Huffing and puffing and huffing. Lu Hong only felt that he was enveloped by fists in all directions, and he felt the pressure multiply. Not to mention counterattacking, right now he could only dodge left and right, and from time to time he had to carry it hard. Zhang Zilu's eyes became red from excitement, and he even began to shout while throwing punches. Ha ha ha. Weak. Too weak. Lu Hong, do you know why you can't fight me? Because you're not disciplined enough. I work out for 2 hours every day. Whether it's windy or rainy, it's unchanging. And every time I finish working out, I go to the bathroom to reward myself, and that's more than an hour. After rewarding myself, I go and watch porn for 8 hours. After watching porn, I'll go for an hour-long run in the wilderness. I'll come back from the run and reward myself again. I only sleep 5 hours a day, and the rest of the time is all about self-discipline. Every day, never stopping. No one else has been as disciplined as me since school. I'm strong because of my self-discipline. I'm confident because of my self-discipline. I'm a real man. And each and every one of you who only relies on upgrading and using attribute treasures to enhance your physique is simply not as powerful as me, who relies on self-discipline to be strong. So, you can't fight me. He laughed madly as the speed of his punches began to become even more violent. Lu Hong was incomparably shocked at his words. Insisting on watching porn is considered self-discipline? You guy. But I won't admit defeat. He also made use of his skills. Dynamic vision. This was a skill that Lu Hong had once obtained from Catman. As the skill activated, he began to feel everything around him slow down. The opponent's punches became traceable, so it was possible to anticipate and dodge them in advance. Lu Hong let out an excited laugh. Come on. Continue. The frustration of being suppressed just now was swept away, and he launched his fiercest counterattack. Zhang Zilu's eyes became more and more excited. So you're also a real man. For a while, the situation changed once again. The two of them went back and forth, with intense clashing sounds coming and going. Every attack contained a powerful force, and every defense concealed an opportunity to counterattack. The battle became more and more intense, and the dust raised around them enveloped them. Only the muffled sounds of fists and feet clashing could be heard, as well as their heavy panting. And beyond the two men's line of sight, Shinzei was sprawled on the ground. Dark-colored urine stains began to seep out of his crotch and spread rapidly. Then Shinzei violently opened his eyes. Peed out. He panicked and looked over to Lu Heng's side, only to realize that there was a fierce battle going on over there. Shinzei's eyes immediately became red. The boss is fighting for his life in the front, but I'm harboring here. I can't help with anything. How can I be like this? Damn. Shinzei, how can you be such a waste? Stand up for me. He began to stand up with his hands on the ground, his body trembling slightly. At this moment, his pants had already been completely soaked with urine, and a large amount of yellow liquid continued to drip down his pant legs. However, his eyes became abnormally hot-blooded. Boss. I'll come to assist you. Yikes. I'll show you my leg technique. Shinzei's eyes rounded as he violently rushed forward. Only his legs began to kick rapidly, and with each kick, urine stains with an odor splashed around. Jiang Zilu's original frantic expression instantly froze, replaced by a look of horror. His body instinctively retreated back and forth, attempting to dodge the sudden possessed attack. And the situation where he and Lu Han were evenly matched was just overturned. Shinzei, on the other hand, kicked his legs while shouting, "Come on! Fight me squarely!" His leg technique was incomparably exquisite, and the urine stains were flung fiercely. For a while, he actually forced Jiang Zilu to find it difficult to fight back. Do you insist on coming up to help even if you wet your pants? Shinzei, you guy. Witnessing this scene, an uncontrollable fervor also inexplicably surged within Lu Hang. Don't underestimate the bond between us. Before his voice fell, he also rushed up. This time, the two of us will beat one of you. The advantage is mine. Lu Hong punched even harder, and with an unrelenting momentum, he ruthlessly smashed into Jiang Zilu. Shinzei also did not show any weakness. His legs swung at high speed, and he seemed to be holding a lot of stock in his stomach. He was peeing as he fought, and he simply could not run out of urine. The two of them were in perfect harmony, one attacking, one defending, one on top of the other, beating Jiang Zilu back. Jiang Zilu's face was written with panic, bean-sized sweat beads mixed with splashing urine stains. You too have gone so far as to do whatever it takes in order to win? Seeing that his body was already stuck with a lot of foul-smelling liquid, he didn't care that much. Aha! So what if I pee? For the sake of first place, I'll fight. Jiang Zilu roared, no longer dodging. No longer caring about Shinzei's possessed attack, he charged towards Lu Hong and Shinzei like a maddened bull. In a fierce collision, the three of them tangled up once again. However, Shinzei's physique was slightly inferior after all, and he gradually lost strength under Jiang Zilu's frantic counterattacks. Jiang Zilu saw a break, and a powerful heavy punch ruthlessly smashed into Shinzei's chest. Puff! Shinzei flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily on the ground. No! Shinzei! Lu Hong shouted. Ha ha ha! How? Jiang Zilu's face was covered in yellow liquid, but he laughed in an incomparably maniacal manner. Now you don't have a bottom card, do you? However, right at this moment, another shout came from the distance. Lu Hong! I've come to assist you. Ding Jun, who had just run away, unexpectedly turned back at this moment. As he ran, he shouted, "Actually, I didn't run just now, I was building up my skills. Now watch me create him to death." As he spoke, Ding Jun's body glowed brightly, and a thick layer of virtual energy slowly gathered in front of him. Soon, these energies coalesced into a virtual truck head again, carrying a powerful sense of oppression. Moreover, at the end of the truck head, there were actually two large words carved with a great sense of oppression. Great luck! Chapter 56, Dirt Bike. Charge! Dirt Bike. Silver. Explosive skill. By running you can continuously build up kinetic energy. The faster and farther you run, the stronger your final impact ability will be. Yah! Ding Jun roared up to the sky, his legs alternating crazily on the ground as he ran at high speed. Lu Heng's face flushed red, trembling with excitement. Ding Jun. Good job! He rushed forward in an arrow step, taking the lead in yanking away Shinzei's arm and dragging him away from the scene. Holy? Jiang Zilu, on the other hand, had his pupils suddenly shrunk, panic written all over his face. Even though he was far away from Ding Jun, the oppressive feeling from the great luck seemed to pounce on him, leaving him breathless. This strike was fatal. It might even send him across to the other world. Moreover, the other party was simply too fast for him to run away. No! Before Jiang Zilu could react in any way, Ding Jun had already wrapped his truck head and charged over. Boom! Like a cannonball exploding, the dump truck ruthlessly crashed into Jiang Zilu's body. His body instantly flew backwards, drawing a parabola in the air, breaking several branches one after another, and finally crashing heavily into a large, thick tree. Ka-ching! The large tree shook violently, and even a spiderweb-like crack appeared on its trunk. Jiang Zilu only felt that his entire body's bones were falling apart, and then he collapsed limply to the ground, completely losing consciousness. As for Ding Jun, he was similarly not feeling well, his body ached immensely and his legs went numb as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. For him, forcing a bronze rank to use a silver skill was an act of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800 of his own. It was a good thing that this match had gotten first place without any suspense. Ha ha ha. Good job. Good job, Ding Jun. Lu Hong was so excited. Qin Zai's face was similarly overflowing with uncontrollable joy. We won. We really won this time. Lu Hong rushed forward to help Ding Jun up. Say, how did you get this move? So strong. Ding Jun laughed weakly. He, the base skill that my old man spent a huge amount of money to buy for me yesterday, it's strong, right? Although the silver spirit skill was powerful, in the end what was powerful was Ding Jun's own golden talent, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to play such a powerful role. Strong. Too strong. Lu Hong laughed. I won't call you Cargo Lala anymore, I'll call you Big Luck from now on. The three of them were happy. No one else came to challenge them this time. So after collecting everyone's points, the group found a place to hide until the end of the match. In the end, the Jiu Daogo squad took the final championship of the tournament with 837,000 points. Outside the arena, the audience was confused. Grrrrrrrr. Surprisingly, we really let these three dogs take first place? Seriously, that last battle was a tough one, they do have some strength. Yes. But they're also too lackluster. Hey, Jiudao ditch. When it's really a reversal of history. This is considered one of the most outrageous dark horse teams ever. Year after year, they are in the bottom one, but this year they soared to the positive one. No way. They still can't finish insulting our school's female students. Let's go to the copy exit and block him. Right. Let's at least demand an explanation from him. So the students from all the major colleges and universities gathered together and rushed towards the exit of the duplicate. After waiting for a short while, the Jiu Daogo squad walked out of the copy with a happy mood. Lu Hong originally thought that when he came out, what he saw should be a welcoming ceremony that belonged solely to the first place, but in the end, what he saw was a bunch of gawking students. This had bluffed him. There were only 40 people surrounding him during the match, but now there were at least a few hundred people blocking the outside. Oi 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 oi. The match is over now. Lu Hong hurriedly said, no more hands. Humph. We're not going to make a move, we're just going to ask for a statement. Right. You're too unethical, grabbing the girls in our class and running back and forth, and throwing them around one after another, they haven't slowed down until now. Have you ever treated them as human beings? Facing these people's criticism, Lu Hong retorted, this is a competition. Where are all the rules and regulations? It's our skill that we can win. The students were even more annoyed at this. Fine, but remember, our major colleges already see you as enemies. We'll have many more tournament events in the future. If you're brave enough to keep participating, let's see if we screw you over or not. Chapter 57, Swinging for the Fences. Fine, threaten me huh? I hate it when people threaten me. Lu Hong directly threatened in reverse. Let me tell you guys, I'm in first place now. With my ability, I can transfer to your school whenever I want. When the time comes for me to transfer into your school, I will go and oppress you all. Go and bully you all, and let you experience what it's like to be fined and fed. For those who don't know, you can go up to the campus wall of Jiudaogo Vocational and Technical College and take a look. I'm already the strongest deterrent on campus now. Lu Hong said something that immediately caused these students to be shocked. There's still such a threat? Transferring to my school to oppress me? Is this kid really that powerful? Holy, I just searched the campus wall of Jiudaogo. This dude is simply a campus nuclear weapon level existence. Just awakening for 7 days makes all the students scared of him. Don't say. That with his bug level summons, he can really just change schools. Hiss. I won't allow such a transfer to my school. Seeing that his threat was really effective, Lu Hong was arrogant, tiny undergraduate, laughable. I'm the pinnacle of a junior college, if I'm allowed to transfer to your school, won't you guys blow up? Who else? Who else wants to threaten me? Stand out. The faces of the students present changed drastically, and they all fled from this place, fearing that Lu Hong would really transfer to their school for this reason to do wrong. The Lu Hang in the competition alone was enough, but I didn't expect him to be even worse to his own people in school. If this kind of person transferred to their school, wouldn't the students be in the dark? Quickly report it to the enrollment office, make sure to blacklist him. The students shouted and fled in panic. Lu Hong, on the other hand, smiled crookedly. I don't look at your school. If I want to transfer, I'll also transfer to a higher education institution like Tianbei Lingwu. Go! Let's go get the prize. The three of them happily went to the prize collection place. Here, there was only the presenter who gave out the awards, but there were no more spectators, which saved a lot of trouble. Hey! The Jiu Dao Go squad is here. The host greeted them with a smile. Your rewards are generous, let's just come over here and pick them. He led the three into a small warehouse with tons of shelves. It was filled with a wide variety of treasure tools, skill pearls, and a large number of weapons and tomes. Lu Hang's trio was excited. This was full of goodies. First of all, I need to explain that apart from the total team score factor, the individual rewards are also distributed based on individual contributions. The host explained, the MVP amongst your squad is Lu Hong, so his reward is going to be a bit more than the two of you. Do the two of you have no problem with that? No. Of course not, this first place is all thanks to the boss bringing it out, ha. Qin Zhe hurriedly said. Ding Jun also smiled and nodded. I'm satisfied to rub off on the rewards. That's good, the two of you can each pick a bronze rank spiritual skill, as well as a high-quality grade bronze weapon. As the squad with the highest priority to pick a weapon, this is actually a very good reward. The host said with a smile. It's fine, it's already very good. Qin Zhe and Ding Jun directly began to pick up suitable items from the shelves. Soon enough the two of them picked out their respective items. Qin Zhe picked out a leg armor and a supportive skill. Ding Jun, on the other hand, picked a pair of shoes and a defense skill. The two then happily left the warehouse. The host looked at Lu Hong again. As for your rewards, they include a copy of the Spirit of Eternity, as well as an Elemental Attribute Treasure Dictionary, plus 10 Experience Treasure Beads of 2,000 points, and 5 Attribute Treasure Dictionaries of your choice. Spirit of Eternity? Lu Hong was a little surprised. It could be said that the Spirit of Eternity was the most valuable reward in here. This kind of thing could often bring about a kind of permanent buff augmentation, and it was one that possessed growth. The boost it brought was equivalent to awakening a second talent. It would also get stronger and stronger. The Eternal Spirit is a reward that belongs exclusively to the first place. You can come and pick between these 3 Eternal Spirits. The host pointed to the back. Only 3 small glass jars were being placed on the shelves of the first floor, all of which had an active beam of light pulsing inside. Lu Hang briefly looked at the information. Spirit of Leap. Description: provides the ability to fly through the air. The speed of the leap is determined based on the speed value, as well as the rank. Example: bronze rank's flying speed doubles its own speed attribute by 2 times, silver rank doubles it by 3 times, and gold rank doubles it by 4 times. This one can provide a decent running ability, but with this buddy Ding Jun, I won't be able to use this for a while. Lu Hong looked at the second jar again. Spirit of Recovery. Description: based on the value of the physique attribute, it provides flesh recovery ability. Example: 15 points of physique can quickly recover superficial abrasions, 30 points of physique can stop bleeding from trauma, 50 points of physique can do it on its own to recover from minor injuries, 100 points of physique can do it on its own to recover from serious injuries, and 200 points of physique can revitalize severed limbs. This is not bad, it's just that the help it can bring in the early stages is too small. Lu Hong shook his head and looked at the last one. Spirit of the Twins. Requires 2 characters of the same level to use it, after which both parties can permanently share experience, no matter how far apart they are. Whenever one of them gains new experience, they will unconditionally make a copy of it and bestow it on the other. Holy, this can be. It's simply a divine level of experience rubbing. And the other person's experience won't be divided up, it's a complete copy for me to use. Lu Hong was pleasantly surprised. This eternal spirit, isn't it a bug to use it directly for his old sister? His own old sister's Star Swallower talent was very powerful, and she could gain attributes and experience by devouring materials. Although she couldn't share her attributes herself, the experience was good enough. It was important to realize that buying materials could be much more cost-effective than buying experience pearls. Especially since her oldest sister was in an advanced institution, her future upgrading progress was far beyond that of other ordinary people. Lu Xiaoko was leveling up at the university, while he himself didn't need to do anything and could upgrade while lying down. At this thought, Lu Hang became even more excited. This is good. I'll take this one. People are so young that they can nibble on the old man, but they can nibble on the sister in the future. What's the point of going to a junior college? Directly go home and swing. Chapter 58, Harvesting Rewards. Oh. It seems like you have a suitable candidate for sharing, little brother? The host laughed, but be sure to pick the kind of person who upgrades quickly. Oh, the faster the upgrade, the more cost-effective the twin spirit is. That's right. Lu Hong nodded. Directly giving this to his old sister, there was no need to think twice. Both sides' experience was shared with each other. The old sister could rub her experience to herself, and the experience she gained would be rubbed to Lu Xiaoku. If the two went to brush copies together, it would be equivalent to double the experience. The price-performance ratio pulled full circle. Alright, then you can also pick an elemental attribute treasure book. The host continued, this includes a dozen or so elemental attributes, so you can pick your own. Lu Hong began to search through the shelves, and soon he selected a dark attribute treasure dictionary. It wasn't that the dark attribute had much battle power, it was just that he had heard that those who possessed the dark attribute were naturally suited for Old Six. A Gopian like Lu Hong liked such style attributes. This is it. Immediately after that, Lu Hong chose 3 physique treasures and 2 agility treasures. After taking those 10 more experience treasure pearls, Lu Hong then left the small warehouse. He used the attribute treasure dictionary first without saying a word. Dark attribute proficiency 0% 10%. Physique 1619. Agility 1719. Attributes, Strength 19, Physique 19, Agility 19, Spirit 19, General 76. Looking at a whole column of 19. Lu Hong was comfortable in his heart, it's better to be balanced. As for the dark attribute mastery, he didn't feel any changes, he planned to feel free to study it again. Let's find my old sister first. The audience of the Sky North Spiritual Martial University. The beast tamer was shaking his head while sighing. Originally, I thought that I would secure first place this time, but I didn't expect to be eliminated just after entering the second half. Tianjing also sighed. Yes, it seems that we are still too weak. I thought that the most outstanding group of people were in our Tianbei University, but I didn't realize that there are people outside of the crowd, and there is a sky outside of the sky. The game has just entered the second half. I didn't do anything and I was eliminated. Hey! Tianjing's heart was very uncomfortable. Taming Beast patted him on the shoulder. Who isn't? I tend to use my bestiality ability only as a bottom card. I didn't expect to be interrupted this time without even making it out. What up? Seeing the two of them so frustrated, their mentor came over and consoled, in my judgment, that Lu Heng's talent is estimated to be above the diamond rank, so the two of you don't have to feel bad. He's just more talented than you guys, but our school is better than him and has more resources than him. The teaching staff is also stronger. In time, you guys will definitely surpass him. Saying that, the two of them were also in a better mood. Where's Sun Yaozi? Tianjing twisted his head to look. Only to see Sun Yaozi licking his chops to find Lu Xiaoku again. Oh, Lu Xiaoku, so you came to watch the match too? Sun Yaozi smiled evilly. Did you come for me? No, I came to see my brother. Lu Xiaoku said unapologetically. I don't believe it. You definitely came to see me. You miss me, right? Sun Yaozi said with a deep look on his face. Actually, I miss you too. Do you know that when I was competing just now, I've been remembering everything about you. Every time I think of you, I feel like I'm filled with strength. Every time I strike, I fantasize about you cheering for me at the finish line. I miss your voice, like the warm spring sun, melting all the haze in my heart. I miss your smile, like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating my way forward. I miss your... Yikes. You shut your mouth. Wow. Lu Xiaoku covered her ears with a hard face. Are you not happy? Sun Yaozi said with a comforting tone. It's okay, say what you're upset about. I can coax you. You give me a roll. I'll be happy when I roll. Lu Xiaoku said angrily. No roll. Sun Yaozi still brazenly said, why don't you accompany me to have a meal at night? I have whispers I want to say to you, only to you. Can you not be so deadpan, hey? Lu Xiaoku cursed and stood up, ready to leave the place. Don't go. Sun Yaozi was going to chase after him, but then he noticed the arrival of an uninvited guest. Oi! Surname Sun, harassing my sister again? Lu Hong walked slowly with an unkind gaze. Sun Yao's face changed drastically. Holy, why are you here? Get lost. Lu Hong said in a cold voice. You. Sun Yao clenched his fists angrily, then said with a hardened face, just roll. The 36th plan was the best strategy. Wait for him to develop for another 2 or 3 years. Surely he would ring Lu Xiaoko with his left hand and step on this guy with his right foot. Lu Hong was also too lazy to care about this dude at this time, but took out the spirit of twins and said, this is the spirit of eternity that I just obtained, let's use it together. Seeing that Sun Yaozi was finally driven away, Lu Xiaoko also breathed a sigh of relief. She briefly looked at the item's introduction and directly agreed, sure. But it says that you have to be at the same level to use it, and I'm currently at bronze level 2. Lu Xiaoko said. Simple. Lu Hong directly picked up the 3 experience pearls and absorbed them. You have gained 6,000 experience points. Bronze level 1, bronze level 2. Spirit 1921. It can be used now. Lu Hong directly opened the jar of the twin spirits. The small ball of light inside slowly floated out, and then it split into 2 halves. One group floated towards Lu Heng's body, and one group floated towards Lu Xiaoko's body. You have entered into a twin contract with the other party, and experience will be completely shared thereafter. Did you receive the notification? Lu Hong asked. Aha! Lu Xiaoko nodded. Very good. Lu Hong followed up by taking out the remaining 7 experience treasure pearls and absorbing them together. Experience plus 14,000. Bronze level 2, bronze level 3. Agility 1921. Leader old brother, I received your experience as well, I'm now bronze 3 hee. Lu Xiaoko was very happy. In the past, he always felt that he had to spend a lot of money and buy eating materials to upgrade, it was too extravagant and too much of a burden for his family. But now that his oldest brother could also upgrade in sync with him, this was great, and in the future, she would be able to let go of buying materials to eat. Okay. Nothing else. Lu Hong laughed, in the future, we have to work hard to make money, and when we make money, we will buy materials for you to eat, and I will be able to upgrade when you upgrade. Although he still wanted to lie flat, but as a brother who really went to nibble on his sister, he still couldn't pull his face. Good. Lu Xiaoko said with a smile. Ever since his old brother awakened, he was getting more and more able to take himself flying. You go back to school first, I have to go back too. Lu Hong dropped these words and turned around to find Xinzhe and the others. And the other students of Tianbei University were confused. No, Lu Xiaoko, the first place winner of that competition was your brother? Someone asked in disbelief. Lu Xiaoko, on the other hand, proudly raised her head. Yeah, my brother took first place, very strong, right? The students were shocked. Strong, too strong. It turns out that both siblings are perverts. One with a perverted talent and one with a perverted personality. Chapter 59 Guardian. Without caring about the whispers behind him, Lu Hong found the 2 of them again at this time, Xinzhe. Xinzhe spoke, Boss, there was a man in black looking for you just now. A man in black? Lu Hong was puzzled. They asked me to give you this card. Xinzhe handed over a black card. Lu Hong took a look at it, and it even had the words, Guardian, written on it. Holy? Guardians were existences that were responsible for guarding the doors of the replica as well as resisting the foreign races. Some of the monsters within the replicas were ones that would open up their spirit. These creatures were collectively known as intelligent species and were also known as foreign races by humans. Often, when a foreign race appeared inside a copy, they might lead more monsters to break through the copy and invade the human world. That's when the Guardians would appear, responsible for suppressing these foreign races and restoring the replicas to their original state, protecting the safety of humans. Xinzhe thought for a moment and then said, that man in black said that after you are silver ranked, you can directly join the Guardians with this kind of card. They welcome the arrival of talented people like you. Whether you join for a long period of time or temporarily, they will give a lot of resources as well as generous treatment to talented students like you. Lu Hong said happily, that's not bad, I haven't even graduated yet and I've received a job offer from the Guardians in advance. Not. People were unemployed after graduating from college. He himself already has a job booked. Not bad, not bad, this card has to be put away, when I'm silver ranked later maybe I'll really contact them. Lu Hong stuffed the card into his pocket. Let's go, back to school. Right. Let's go back now and punch those people in the face. They definitely haven't learned the news that we won first place yet, we must go back and put on a big show. Ha ha ha. I'm already looking forward to it. Jiudaogo Vocational and Technical College. Principal's office. The sunlight passed through the floor-to-ceiling window and fell on the principal's Mediterranean Sea, and then the strong light refracted and pierced into the eyes of a group of people. Jin Solong subconsciously covered his eyes. Including the other WIN disciplinary members also adjusted their positions to avoid being shaken. You guys want to be the WIN discipline members again? The principal leaned back in his chair and asked nonchalantly. Yes, yes, yes. Jin Solong nodded repeatedly. Headmaster, as you can see, Lu Hang is practically a mongrel at school, making a mess every day. Even if he feeds to his classmates, he always oppresses everyone with fines. The students are in agony. They are all looking forward to removing him from his position and letting me continue to be the chairman of the committee. This is what the people want. The principal smiled and nodded. You guys are right, although according to the previous rules, the strongest person serves as the chairman of the discipline committee, but he did act too out of character. I've already given him a notice. As long as he doesn't place in the top 50, I'll remove him from his position, and if he takes the bottom one, I'll directly expel him. Fine, that's enough. Jin Sunlong's face was red with excitement, as if he had already seen the scene of Lu Hong being pulled down. After all, he had participated in the disgraceful assembly himself, and he knew how strong the monsters inside were and how good the students were. Even though Lu Hong was stronger than him, he was just a little more powerful with his summons and had 2 dragons with him. This guy's talent was just enough to bully the students of colleges and universities, but could he also step on the elites of undergraduate colleges and universities? With this in mind, Jin Solong completely let go of his heart. At this moment, the principal's cell phone suddenly ding-dong, popping up a message alert. The results of the joint competition should have been announced. The principal grinned and picked up his cell phone. Jin Solong and the others were also energized and hurriedly asked, "Can you quickly see what place he came in?" The principal smiled and opened the competition record. In an instant, the smile on his face froze. First place? Seeing this expression on the principal's face, Jin Solong's few people were incomparably excited. Ha, I knew it. This guy definitely took the penultimate place. With his arrogance, when it really comes to a competition full of geniuses, won't he be abused into a little cutie by all the experts? That's right. A person who only relies on his summons to show off, when he really meets a tough opponent, he'll be revealed. He's going to be expelled for being in the bottom one. Jin Solong laughed his head off, his nostrils almost facing the sky. No. Not. The principal's voice carried an undisguised excitement. He took the positive first place. It's TM positive first place. The principal was so excited that he directly jumped up from his chair, his belly full of flab followed the tremor. The fact that he could still make this kind of out-of-control action at a very old age was a testament to his inner ecstasy. What? The surrounding students, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. Jin Solong didn't even care about etiquette and grabbed the principal's cell phone. First place, Lu Hang, 837,000 points, Ding Jun, 0 points, Jinzei, 0 points, total, 837,000 points. The first place. Is really the Jiudaogo squad? Jin Solong was confused. How is that possible? We can still have a first place in our junior college. It can't be a bug, right? The students looked at each other with shock and confusion in their eyes. Compared to them, the principal went crazy with joy. Ha! Good boy, to think that you've brought me a first place over here. Our junior college's spiritual martial class can now apply to become an undergraduate level. And this year's transcendent resources will be doubled 15 times. The number of duplicates is also available, and so is the money. Our junior college is going to fly. Looking at the principal smiling from ear to ear, Jin Solong and the others were dumbfounded. That the matter of the WIN discipline commissioner. Several people scowled. Go! All of you leave. The principal blared at them. Just a few of you still want to covet the position of committee head? Lu Hong will be the head of the WIN discipline committee from now on. It's a deal. Don't even mention the committee chairperson. Even if you give him me as the principal for 2 days, it'll be fine, ha. Seeing that the principal had fallen into a state of insanity, the few people from the WIN discipline committee had no choice but to leave in disgrace. No wonder the principal was so happy. It was because the gold content of this joint competition was extremely high and important to the major colleges. All of the participants in the competition were students who had just started university for a month. All of them hadn't grown up yet, so wasn't the competition about their respective talents, as well as the school's education level? If the students can place in the competition, then the school has taught them well. The school should then be given more resources and funds to further enhance its competitiveness, and even the principal himself gets a bonus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept forcing these students to participate in competitions before. The principal laughed out loud and quickly initiated another notification. Come, quickly gather all the students of the spiritual martial class, all go to the school entrance, let's go and welcome the return of the blessed star. Chapter 60, Welcome. Forget it, I'll go myself. The principal hoofed it and personally went to the freshman dormitory building to shake people down. After roughly half an hour of preparation, the entire freshman year's 100 or so students were rushed to the school's entrance by him in a hurry. The crowd's expression was still confused. Some of them were playing a game when they were forcibly shut down. Some of them were still sleeping when they were forcibly dragged up. There were others who were rewarding themselves by spacing out the toilet when they were directly opened the toilet door and staggeringly dragged out saying that they wanted to greet Lu Hang. Lu Hang took first place? What first? Disgraceful competition, every transcendent star has to participate, don't you know? Oh yeah. There's this thing, Campus Union Contest? First? Yes, it's that super competition where all the undergraduate colleges gather and the talented students keep coming. And there are video replays from the competition. This Lu Hang guy can fool those people. Even the students from Tianbei Spiritual Martial Arts University were seconded by him. So powerful. The crowd of students were collectively in shock. Snap. The principal clapped his hands, signaling everyone to look over. Lu Hang represented our school in the competition and took first place, and we weren't there to celebrate him first, so he must be very lost. Then at the second time he returns to school, we must make up for this. Congratulations. We can't let our school's students get cold feet. So, everyone listen up, when Lu Hang comes over later, you must keep a smile on your face and welcome him with your warmest attitude. As soon as these words came out, everyone became disinterested again. Shock was shock, celebration was celebration, these were two different things. What does him taking first have to do with me? Yeah. I've even been fined by him before. Now that his position as commissioner is more stable, won't he have to squeeze us to death in the future? Damn. Might as well let him take a countdown. Many of these people within these people had either been fined by Lu Hang's team or were just tired of this kind of thing that had nothing to do with them. There's no benefit to myself, yet I'm expected to give emotional value? Can't do a bit of it. Hey. What are you all doing with black faces? Smile. Give me a smile. The principal was upset. Whoever doesn't smile, I'll go back and make him write a review. These students had no choice but to put up a fake smile. Look at you guys, your smiles are not natural at all. Look at that group of redheads, how happy they are laughing. The principal pointed in a direction. Over there was exactly where the current Wind Discipline Committee members were. Shinzei's red-haired minions, as well as a few of Lu Hang's housemates, were all in that area. The principal looked at one of them and asked, teach them how to act like they're sincere. Reporting to the principal, we are happy for Lu Hang from the bottom of our hearts. Brother Hardy cheerfully said, he said that as long as he gets a ranking this time, we can fine him as much as we want in the future, no one can control it. Brother Greenhair even laughed, our Wind Discipline Committee is going to take off. I can do evil in the school. In the past I didn't even give my female classmates my V-mail, in the future I want all the female students to add my V-mail. Expired brother was thrilled, one man gets a chicken and a dog. Our whole dormitory is going to take off. The principal sniffed and his face instantly darkened, get a grip on yourself. Seeing this scene also infuriated the other students, and their already irritated mood got even worse. Look! After this Lu Hang took the throne, it's us ordinary students who are being squeezed. How can we laugh? Instead of having no benefits, I have even more bad points. That's right. The principal was also annoyed, I don't care about your this and that, all of you put on a good attitude. Lu Hang is a key factor in your promotion to undergraduate. It's true that other classes don't matter, but your freshman spirit martial class is definitely prioritized to be upgraded to the undergraduate level. Upgrading resources, number of copies, and cultivation equipment will all be multiplied, so you guys can see for yourselves. People go to undergraduate level through their own efforts, you all just need to wait for the school to work hard to become undergraduates. Now you just need to put on a good smile to greet our lucky star. You can't even do that? The principal said something, and only then did these students reveal smiles one after another. One more than is sincere. The principal was satisfied, and then he casually found a female student and gave the other a handful of flowers. Come on, later you are responsible for going up to Lu Hong to give him flowers, smile a little sweeter. Su Ranran agreed unhappily. Ow. She had personally been punished by Lu Hong for $70, it was hard to smile. But in order to be an undergraduate, bear it. The principal nodded with a smile. Everyone smile a little more sincere, make up more words of blessing while you're at it. Lu Hang is our school's fortune tree, we can't let people get cold feet. Otherwise, what if we force people to change schools? Cab. Lu Hong cursed and put down his cell phone. Damn. The application for transferring to another school was rejected. Ha! Shinzei was shocked. You're the first place in the joint competition. Even the Tianbei squad was seconded by you. If we're this powerful, other schools won't rush to get us? I'll try again. Lu Hong picked up his cell phone and sent emails to the admissions offices of a dozen schools in a row. Apart from the more top universities, whether they were ranked in the middle or at the back, as long as they were undergraduate, he tried them all. However, without exception, the emails were rejected right after they were sent. The reasons were all pretty much the same. Either they bluntly said that Lu Hong was too capable of organizing things, worried about disturbing the order of the school, and feared that he would follow in the footsteps of Zhou Daogo College. Either politely said Lu Hong ability is very strong, but act too publicized, the school cannot tolerate this big Buddha. What's more, they directly returned the message saying, I intended to recruit, but after reading the competition records and campus experience, I am worried that our students will be bullied by you, so I can only reject it. I am sorry. It was obvious that Lu Hong had really been blacklisted by these schools. And odds were that it was those students who had blocked him at the entrance of the replica, spreading the news. Didn't I just scare those students? They really went back and snitched. Lu Hong was angry, they were clearly the ones who came to block me first. Boss, it's alright, even if you don't get an undergraduate degree, with your abilities, you'll still be awesome in the future. Shinzei comforted at the right time. Lu Hong sighed, hey. It seems that only Zhou Daogo can accept me. Tertiary, just tertiary. Tertiary people, tertiary soul, in the future is the same as people. With all this self-congratulation, the cab quickly drove to the entrance of the school. The three of them immediately discovered a large pile of students gathered there. Ha! Is this here to greet us? Shinzei was happy. Principal, this old dang, he didn't even think to give us a taxi fare before the competition, but now that he won first place, he wants to greet us. Ding Jun also nodded in agreement. This old thing, very bad. Harm, the rewards that the principal promised to give me before are also quite a lot, it's better to give a face. Lu Hong laughed. So the three of them got off together. Coming. The principal's eyes lit up. Come. Warm welcome. Clap, clap, clap. The applause quickly connected. Welcome. Warm welcome. Congratulations to our schools Lu Hong, Shinzei, and Ding Jun for winning first place in this competition. Chapter 61, Upgrading to Undergraduate? Applause. The sound of clapping continued. Everyone then put on a sincere smile and with a tone of reading from a script began to congratulate. That Lu Hong looked really super handsome on the field. It's so inspiring to us. The three of you are our school's superheroes, using strength to deepen the outside world's prejudice against our school. No. Said the wrong word, it's breaking the outside world's prejudice. You three are fantastic. Winning the championship this time is the reward for your efforts, but also the motivation for us to move forward. There's another sentence what comes. Right, I hope that we will all be together in the future, so that the name of our Zhou Daogo will always shine in the various big competitions. Seeing that these people can't even say their lines, the principal's face is black, hurriedly signaling Su Ranran to send flowers. Su Ranran stepped forward with sultry eyes and handed the flowers to Lu Hang. I'm very unhappy to serve you. What do you mean, not happy to serve me? Lu Hong was happy to hear. Alright, don't pretend. This congratulation is like reading a script, purely acting for me to see. What's the point of all this fancy stuff, just give me the reward directly. Lu Hong waved his hand, go and do whatever you need to do. The students all left happily upon hearing this. Lu Hong didn't care about them and came directly to the principal. Headmaster, what did you promise me before? Is it still true? I didn't just take the top 50, I was first place. He. Of course it's all serious. The principal said with assurance, in the future, in this school, as long as you don't break the law, I don't care what you do. And that $100,000. I'll give it to you. Not to mention the 100,000, I will also find you even better tutors, as well as several $100,000 worth of upgrading resources every year, and specifically build a technique training room for you. Wasn't this principal only capable of drawing big cakes and punching people? How come he was so forthcoming this time? Lu Hong even detected a hint of something wrong. But, the principal's words changed, these can't be returned to you right now. Ha! I knew it. Lu Hong skimmed his mouth and asked, why? First of all, it's that 100,000. I'm going to hold a commendation meeting for you next week, and then I'll give you your due bonus in front of everyone. The principal revealed a smiling expression, this is fine, right? Lu Hong waved his hand and said, oops, what's the point of having a commendation meeting, what's the point of going to all that trouble? The students don't like to see this, you can't just give me the money directly. No. The commendation meeting is still necessary. The principal had a cunning smile, the people who will see the commendation ceremony are not just the students of our school. There will also be leaders sent by the Transcendent Unification Bureau to inspect, so we must make this commendation ceremony a bit more grandiose. As long as the commendation ceremony goes smoothly and the leaders are comfortable, the money will be yours. Lu Hong? Is this a commendation ceremony for me or for the leaders? The so-called Transcendence Unification Bureau was an organization that specialized in managing the nation's transcendence. They included information and were also responsible for the resources invested in various regions as well as schools, and also included the number of replicas given. Of course it's open to you. The principal continued to laugh, and since you are the head of the Wind and Discipline Committee, the entire matter of this commendation will be left to you to arrange. Lu Hang went numb, my own commendation meeting, and I still have to prepare it for myself? Of course you do, but there is another important layer of purpose after the commendation meeting. The principal continued, that's to conduct an in-school inspection and rating. Lu Hong, do you know what it means for you to take first place? It means that the leaders will re-examine the overall quality of our freshman Spirit Martial class and give the Spirit Martial class the qualification to be promoted to undergraduate status based on the ratings. Don't say that I didn't give you good resources in the past, as long as we promote you to an undergraduate class, the unified authority will give us good resources. Lu Hong was also shocked, meaning I don't need to transfer schools, our class can become an undergraduate class on its own. Why did he want to transfer schools? Wasn't it because he disliked the fact that the resources were too little and the teachers were not good enough? Directly upgrading his class into an undergraduate is not a bad path. Right, you'll also have more specialized teachers and more replica times. The principal began to gabble and paint a big picture. In the past, students were given 2 replicas in half a year, but from now on, it'll be once a month. And you, Lu Hong, 4 times a month. It's equivalent to the level of Tianbei University. On top of that, the resources of the other students will catch up to the minimum undergraduate level, and your personal resources will also multiply several times. At the very least, I'll make sure that your personal resources catch up to the level of Tianbei University. Let me ask you, would you rather be the phoenix tail at a top university, or are you taking the same resources and being the chicken head here in our place? And I won't care how you want to fix things in our school, it's different in a good university, let alone fines, the status of a disciplinary committee member won't even be given to you. Lu Hong thought it made sense and nodded, okay. Since he could promote his class to undergraduate, why wouldn't he be happy about it? Wasn't it just preparing for the next commendation meeting? A smooth matter. But, the principal once again turned his words around, ratings also require requirements. According to the minimum undergraduate requirements, all students are required to have 90% of their freshman Spirit Martial class's student ratings come to Black Iron Level 6 1 month after the start of the school year. Therefore I have just decided that this matter will be left to you as well. You go and bring all the students to Black Iron Level 6. The principal bestowed a heavy responsibility. It took you 7 days to come to Bronze Level 3, as the fastest upgrading existence our school has ever seen, this task couldn't be better given to you. Lu Hong? You're using me as aren't you? Bring over 100 students to Black Iron Level 6 in a week? I'm a ING administrator, a little background adjustment of the game panel values and I gave them a promotion? Lu Hong couldn't help but burst out. This was the first time he had seen the shamelessness of this old den. You're all pointing to me alone to give you an undergraduate promotion, aren't you? Of course I won't let you do it for nothing, we have funds for this mission. The principal hurriedly pacified. Hearing that there was money, Lu Heng's face then looked a little better. How much is it? Look, this is $30,000. The principal cheerfully took out 3 piles of large bills and said, 30,000? 30,000 is enough to do what? A minimum of $5,000 to find a parking space that takes students to brush monsters. $30,000 is enough for 6 students at most, and the odds are that they won't get to the Black Iron 6th Order. Lu Hong resisted the urge to curse. There are nearly 100 students in freshman year. The principal continued to comfort. It's fine. You still have your mentor as a booster. I've already told him that all of your classes this week have been replaced with brushing copies, so you must step up your speed to upgrade and raise your levels. Your mentor is also very strong. Let him take 3 people at a time to brush the book, plus you also take 3 people at once. So counting, you each take the students to brush the copy 15 times on the line. Bring them 3 times a day in the morning, afternoon, and evening. That's just enough for a week. The principal said shrewdly. Lu Hong gritted his teeth. Do you really intend to use me as a? Good deal. After everything is accomplished, the resources will be given to you, and the $100,000 bonus will be given to you as well. The principal patted Lu Heng's shoulder. I believe in your smart little brain, you can definitely do all of this. After saying that, he turned around and left. Grass. Lu Hong could only curse and come up with, you old dang. What a go. Today, he had learned how pitiful this principal was. There were a lot of big cakes drawn, but the benefits were not given, and he was only thinking of letting himself work. Forget it, ask the tutor what to do tomorrow. Chapter 62, What do you always care about that rating for? The next morning. The students of the 3 classes had already assembled at the playground. Since the instructors hadn't come yet, the big guys chatted on the playground. Shinzei was arrogant over in his own class. How about? You all taunted me before I participated in the competition, saying that I would be at the bottom of the list, and now I'm number 1. No. However, the students in the first class obviously didn't take it seriously and instead disliked them back. Screw you, we watched that match too. It was all because of the other Lu Heng's lead flying. Do you know that there is actually a scoring system for this match? Lu Heng is 9.0 points, and you 2 each have 0.5 points. Lu Heng is the MVP, you are a lying dog. How do you still mean to act like a pussy here? That's it. Lay win dog. Shinzei was annoyed when he heard this. What lying win dog? He had worked hard to get a first place and wanted to come back to pretend to be a pussy, but he was scolded as a lying winning dog? So Shinzei Red warmed up. Why are you so cognizant of this scoring system? He will alienate the person's pay, understand? Let me give you an analogy. There are 4 people in your family. Your mom cooks every day, your dad goes out to make money every day. At the end of the month, your dad makes a lot of money, and you say, oops. My dad won the MVP. Look at your mom every day at home as a full-time housewife, either laundry or cooking. Lie to win dog. Your mom is a lying dog, your mom's rating is 0.5 this month. Can you count like that? Doesn't that depend specifically on what you did? Did your mom do the laundry and cook a nice meal? Did I act as a counter-watch on the game? Did I temporarily repel Jian Zidong at the end? And also put aside this scoring, so you pay attention to the scoring system. Why The other party said a great deal, however no one in the scene at all listened to his crooked reasoning. So the entire class was filled with joyful laughter. Just then, the tutor also came. All 100 students quickly and neatly stood up. If they had been in the past, they would still be hanging around, but today, the mentor would be taking them to brush up on their copies, so they had to take it seriously. Lu Hong also felt that the mentor should always be serious this time. Mentor. The principal gave us a death order for you and Lu Hong to take us to brush to Black Iron level 6. A student spoke up. Whom? The mentor nodded. Then what are we doing today? All the students looked at the mentor. The mentor smiled. Proceed to play with your cell phone. This time, not only Lu Hong, all the students were confused. What are you flabbergasted for? Just play when I tell you to, there's no task today, so play with yours. The mentor waved his hand and said. The students at the bottom looked at each other. The mentor didn't give a plan, they really didn't know what to do. But The mentor must have his reasons for doing this. Right. Then? Narrow Chow. Activated. Sixth personality. Activated. King. Activated. Everyone went off to play with their cell phones in excitement. Lu Hong was alarmed. This won't work, I won't lose my $100,000 if I play this. So he went up and asked, Mentor, do you really not need to take them to brush up their levels? Of course not. The mentor said with a lazy face, let me ask you, how much funds did the principal give you? 30,000. Lu Hong said. Heh. Only TM 30,000? I know this guy is stingy, I didn't expect him to be so stingy. The mentor cursed, do you know how much money the competition will reward you for taking first place? At least 300,000. And all of that was supposed to be rewarded to the spiritual martial class. He's good, not only did he take all of it himself, but he even gave 30,000 upgrade resources out of his own pocket in a fancy name. Lu Hong was also shocked, that much? That's right. Let me ask you, what is $30,000 enough for? 100 students, that's only $300 per person. The tutor shrugged and said. If it's $5,000 a person, they can still buy a chance to dabble in copies, and there's someone to bring them along, but now it's all up to the two of us. Lu Hang asked thoughtfully, then. Why do you let the brothers continue to play here? Of course it's a drag. The mentor said confidently, it's the principal who's in a hurry, not the two of us. The school to promote undergraduate is his business. Let's just stall and do nothing. If we delay for a day, he'll definitely come to us, and we'll use the excuse of insufficient funds to send him away. By the next day, he'll be panicked and might give us a little more money. But we can't panic at this time, he won't give much this way. This whole thing is very doggy, we must drag him for 3 to 5 days, and then we can directly find him to ask for $100,000 or $200,000 of funds, or it will be easy. Lu Hong suddenly came to a realization, tutor is truly a genius. What about with this $200,000? How should we spend it to bring all the students to Black Iron level 6? Lu Hong asked again. Spend it on them? No. Why should we spend the money that we have come by our ability to spend on these students? The mentor laughed, the two of us will give him all the $200,000 that we have to ask for and keep it for ourselves. We can't spend any of it on the students. What did I teach you? Do whatever it takes to get promoted. Don't you also publicize eating, taking, carding, and demanding? The mentor said with a smirk. Holy mentor, you've simply spoken to my heart. Lu Hong was thrilled beyond measure. Right. Compared to going for $100,000 reward by himself. Wouldn't it smell better to directly embezzle him for $200,000? Lu Hang asked again, then with the money being embezzled by ourselves, how will the students be upgraded afterward? This I have my own way. The mentor smiled mysteriously, as soon as the principal's money arrives, I'll take the students to upgrade. 3 days is enough for all of them to come to the Black Iron 6th Order, don't worry. Good. Lu Hong nodded heavily. Since the mentor had said so, he must have his reasons. It was rare that the competition was over, so he really had to take a good rest today. So he pulled out his cell phone and headed over to his roommate's side. Don't open it yet. Wait for me to get on. Chapter 63, Winning the Hemp. So the next time, Lu Hong and his mentor really did nothing every day, hard to stay the principal. The first day passed. The level of all the students have nothing to do, although the principal is puzzled, but did not ask more questions. The first 2 days passed. The principal showed a hint of anxiety and urged Lu Hong and his mentor. But the two did not respond at all. The third day passed. The principal became anxious and he personally approached Lu Hong, hoping that the other party would bring all the students to upgrade. However, Lu Hong only responded with a single sentence: insufficient funds, difficult to take on the heavy responsibility. The principal left in anger. The fourth day passed. The principal was even more anxious, and this time, instead of looking for Lu Hong, he looked for the mentor. However, the mentor only responded with the words insufficient funds, difficult to take on the heavy responsibility. The principal once again left in anger. The fifth day passed. The principal was afraid. He personally approached the two. There are only 3 days left. The leaders are coming to inspect next week. If you don't give them an upgrade, there won't be any hope at all for your spiritual martial class to move up to the undergraduate level. The principal advised bitterly. Lu Hong, don't you want to be promoted to an undergraduate degree? Tutor, don't you want to become a senior tutor? Lu Hong smiled and shook his head. No. Upgrading to an undergraduate degree for the school is something you have to worry about. Not me. Without this degree, I can still make a good living. This undergraduate degree, don't want it. The mentor also smiled and nodded. Lu Hang is right. Ascending the undergraduate degree is the matter of the principal. You are a shirker even if the funds do not give much. It is really not good. This senior mentor, not to be inappropriate, also to stop. Seeing that these two were determined to ask for money, the principal also wimped out. Okay. I'll give it to you guys. I'll give you guys the funds, okay? The principal gritted his teeth and said, how much do you guys want? 200,000. The mentor said directly. What? You actually want that much? The principal was filled with reluctance. 200,000 isn't much, principal. Lu Hong smiled and said, when I took first place, the leaders above gave you 300,000, right? You can still deduct 100,000 yourself here. Well. I'll give. The principal gritted his teeth and agreed, but can you guarantee that you'll get all the students to the 6th rank within 3 days? Lu Hong looked at the mentor. The mentor, on the other hand, smiled and said, by the way. Well. Seeing as you're so confident, then I'll wait for the two of you to return from your endeavors. The principal sighed and shook his head as he left the place. I'll credit the money to your cards. Compared to $200,000, it was indeed more important to upgrade the spirit martial class to the undergraduate level. Although we could only upgrade this spirit martial class to the undergraduate level at the moment, and the other majors would still be specialties, this was already very good. Tutor is truly a divine calculator. Lu Hong was a little excited. The principal had really given $200,000. This was much faster than him going out and getting money from fines. This isn't over yet, we can still make another fortune. The mentor said with a bad smile. Hiss. Can still make money? Lu Hong was pleasantly surprised. Yes, I've already made a bus appointment for all the students, now I'll take you to a place. The mentor smiled mysteriously. It's a copy of a place called the Blackworm Mother's Nest, which is about 100 kilometers from here. You know about the wisdom species, right? Some wisdom species were awakened in this copy, and then they led a large army of unintelligent bugs to break through the copy yesterday and invade the human world. But they were all trashy bronze monsters, and at the first moment they invaded the copy, the human guardians arrived and burned the bugs to death with a shot of great fire magic. Now that site is a bug graveyard, that's where we're going. Hearing the other party finish, Lu Hong couldn't hold back his inner curiosity and asked, Mentor, then what are you saying about making money? The bug graveyard is now in dire need of a group of hard laborers to clean up the bug corpses at the scene. Those bug corpses total tens of thousands of them, and at least 100 people have to go to be able to clean them up. The mentor smiled. We can pack up the 3 classes and send them to clean up the bug corpses in the name of work. $300 per head, there are 100 heads here, that's 30,000, 3 days of work is 90,000, and this 90,000 is all ours. Holy. Yes. Lu Hong shamelessly agreed. He remembered that the traditional art of tertiary education was to send students to electronic factories to earn brokerage fees. At that time, Lu Hong felt that this kind of behavior was really shameful, going so far as to use students to earn agency fees. He didn't realize that he could also be the head of the agency today. Lu Hong only wanted to say, making money is really cool. He. No. Then aren't we going to give them an upgrade? How did it become a black intermediary? Lu Hong had a new question. This you don't understand. The mentor clasped his hands on his chest and said, let me ask you, what's the most on the graveyard? Corpses. Lu Hong answered quickly. Right. But are these corpses really dead? The mentor asked with a smirk. As long as the monsters weren't dead through, there would be experience to eat if you mended them. At this thought, Lu Hong shook his fist in excitement. Mentor, I've come to my senses. The mentor nodded appreciatively. The insect graveyard we're going to next has a large number of corpses that were killed by that guardian and left without taking it seriously. You have to know that the vitality of these bug races is still very strong. There is always 1 in 100 that is not dead. Maybe their body suffered a heavy blow, maybe they just had a hard time moving because their body was burned. Maybe they will die within 2 days, but as long as this insect race is not dead through, if we go up to fill in the gap, we will have experience to eat. Lu Hang smiled in understanding. In the name of the work of cleaning up the corpses, it'll allow the students to brush up on their experience, reasonable. The mentor smiled and nodded. We both earn money, the students earn experience, and the school gains undergraduate qualifications. That's a triple win. Chapter 64 Brushing Classes. Without saying much, the two immediately went to gather the 3 classes. Everyone heard that there was a way to safely brush experience, and they couldn't wait to get on the bus. Over 100 kilometers, it took about an hour or so to arrive at their destination. Everyone saw the mega-dimensional spacetime gate from afar. Unlike the other duplicates, this place had been temporarily closed and no one else had come here to brush up on their duplicates. As the bus drew closer, the crowd soon smelled a strong and pungent smell of burning and rotting, causing everyone to retch. Looking around, the ground was covered with densely packed insect corpses, which were as big as adults, and most of their body surfaces were covered with traces of being scorched by high temperatures, making it impossible to see their original appearance. Occasionally there were a few wisps of smoke with sparks, curling up from the pile of corpses, enough to prove how intense the fire was. "Where's the mask? Quickly put it on, it's smoky." The students had put on the breathing masks that had been prepared in advance, so as not to be fainted by the smell of the place. As a few buses parked, a middle-aged man in a battle uniform directly greeted them. The mentor smilingly went forward to shake hands with the other party. "Lord Guardian, how are you?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Make sure it's 100 people, right?" A total of 103 students, all of them are awakened. Although their level is low, their physical quality is still very good. The mentor hurriedly said. "Well, there are roughly 30,000 insect corpses here. On average, each person has to clean up 300 corpses. But you guys can rent large instruments from us for free, it's not particularly difficult." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he directly transferred $90,000 to the mentor. "Good deal." The mentor cheerfully took the money. "You guys do a good job, just clean up the corpses within 3 days, after that, there will be other people to clean up the place, and the copy will have to be opened again by then." The middle-aged man said and left. "Don't worry." After getting the money, the mentor revealed a smile. "Together with the 200,000 given by the principal, we now have 290,000. This is all the money we both coveted with our skills, don't tell the students, ha." Lu Hong nodded excitedly from the side. "Understood. That $200,000, after all, is what you fought for by taking first place, so I won't share it." The mentor said generously. "The rest of this 90,000 in agency fees, you and I will take 30,000 each, and the other 30,000 will be divided between the other 2 classes of Transcendent Rising Stars, is that okay?" Okay, thank you, mentor." Lu Hong happily agreed. Although the mentor blackened the students, he didn't blacken him. "Good then, you directly give the students a clear plan." The mentor said, "Just let them mop up and get experience on the first day, and then we'll work hard on the second and third day to clean up the corpses. Now, since you're taking the lion's share of the money, the students will be in charge of brushing up their experience. You don't have to do anything, just keep an eye on them." The mentor smiled and said, "I'm going to find a place to rest and go, is that okay?" It seemed that the other party enjoyed being lazy, but there really wasn't much work that needed to be done. Therefore Lu Hong agreed. "Understood." The mentor smiled and transferred the money to Lu Hong, and then drove off in the bus, not knowing where to play with the $30,000. Lu Hong, on the other hand, happily opened his cell phone to check his balance. He had earned $230,000, and the principal had given him $30,000 before, so he had a total of $260,000. If he bought materials for Lu Xiaoke to eat, he would be able to directly work his way up to the 9th level of bronze, and he would also be able to soar a lot of attributes. With a happy mood, he went to find Ding Jun and Qin Zhe again. "Boss, why did the mentor say that this side can safely brush experience?" Qin Zhe opened his mouth and asked. "Directly mending these monsters." Lu Hong pointed. "These are bronze monsters, one is 100 experience points." "Ha?" Qin Zhe's eyes were pleasantly surprised, so that's how one brushes levels. Black Iron 1st rank to Black Iron 6th rank requires, respectively, 30, 80, 150, 250, 400 experience points, totaling 910 experience points. Ding Jun also calculated, so everyone just needs to be able to replenish 10 bug corpses. In a battlefield this big, with over 30,000 bugs, there will always be 1,000 bugs that haven't died out, making it properly enough for us to upgrade. Ding Jun laughed. "That's right. The 100 or so students in our class can be split into 2 waves, you two each bring 50 people to brush up your experience." Lu Hong transferred another $15,000 to each of the two. Do a good job, this is what you two deserve. Hiss. Boss, what are you doing? Xin Zhe was a bit surprised. Lu Hong explained, this is the intermediary fee, we can't brush the monsters for nothing, we need to clean up the corpses present afterward, so the guardian gave $90,000 for hard labor, my mentor, and I split $30,000, and the remaining $30,000 was split between the two of you. This money is all for the three of us? Xin Zhe looked at the students behind him, what if they know? Hi. If you don't say it, I don't say it, and the tutor doesn't say it. Who else will know? Lu Hong laughed badly, besides, they have experience to take. Just say that this drudgery is what the mentor got from the Lord Guardian's side by trusting his connections, using the cost of the cleaned up corpses in exchange for the opportunity for everyone to casually brush up their levels. As for the headcount fee thing, to hide it, okay? This. I will hide it from them, but I don't want the money. Xin Zhe was a man who wanted to be the king of thieves, and was not quite able to do this kind of thing of pitting students. But the words of the boss can't be disobeyed, so he doesn't want this money, and he can be a little more at peace with himself. Lu Hong saw this, began to bitterly say, look at you, since the three of us did this black intermediary, we have to take the benefits together, and conceal the students together. If you don't take it, how can I take it? I don't take it? How can the tutor take it? The mentor doesn't take it? How else are we going to progress? Xin Zhe sniffed, still somewhat hesitant. Ding Jun, on the other hand, didn't have so many twists and turns, and directly took 15,000 without conscience. At the same time, he also followed and advised, right, in the end, it's because the three of us took first place that the principal thought of letting the students upgrade. Since we gave the students jobs, it's not even if the students aren't thankful to carry them, but they still want a salary? It's enough that they have experience, this money is what we earned with our skills. Okay. Xin Zhe had to agree. $15,000, not to eat and drink working for 3 months to earn, for students is really a lot of money. He was indeed a bit moved, so he accepted the $15,000. Nah, since you two have also taken quite a bit of money, you two will be in charge of the students brushing up their experience. Lu Hong smiled and said, I'm going to find a place to rest and go, is that okay? Okay, boss. Just leave it to me. These two buddies were, after all, both the transcendent rising stars of their respective classes, and were still very prestigious, especially Xin Zhe, who was also able to lead a group of students to dye their red hairs, and thus they were equivalent to roles such as class presidents in their own right. It wasn't difficult to leave this kind of thing to the two of them. So the two of them went and gathered more than 100 people and gave everyone an explanation on how to brush the monsters. After gabbing and explaining for a while, all the students also heard and understood. Everyone then took a weapon and divided into more than 100 areas, each going to mending knives. Not to mention, some students quickly mended their experience. Carry. With a weak wail, one of the insects was stabbed through the heart with a knife. With a whole 100 experience points in hand, that student directly came from Black Iron 1st rank to Black Iron 3rd rank. This made him overjoyed, there really is one that didn't die through. You can really make up experience, huh? Once these words came out, the people present did it even more vigorously, taking their knives and poofing them all over the entire battlefield. Chapter 65. What a mess. Ding Jun and Xin Zhe hadn't been idle either, and had been orderly adjusting everyone's monster brushing areas, even helping everyone find targets to make sure everyone could come to the 6th rank. Lu Hong had been playing with his cell phone on the bus, and after playing for a while it wasn't fun anymore. So looking at the students who were feverishly brushing monsters, he also had a bit of an itchy hand. Come here, I'll brush it too. Bronze 3rd order 4815,000. Looking at his experience requirement, there were still over 10,000 points. Anyway, there were definitely enough monsters here to split, maybe he could actually level up. So Lu Hang also took his sword and entered the worm pile corpses and started stabbing around. Very quickly, Lu Hang also managed to patch up a bug that wasn't dead through. Experience plus 100. You have opened the talent quest, kill 100 bugs. You can obtain 1 summoning opportunity. Lu Hong was a bit surprised, another quest has been opened? As soon as he saw the talent quest, Lu Hong mended his sword even harder next. Even with his higher physical quality, Lu Hang's mending speed could be much faster than those ordinary students. Puffing sounds kept appearing, while others might have only mended 3 or 5 bugs, Lu Hong had already brushed a dozen. Lu Hong laughed and stabbed even harder. At this moment, underneath the piles of bug corpses, a body trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, a bug race with a very different appearance struggled to crawl out from the pile of corpses. It exuded a profound purple light all over its body, and what was particularly conspicuous was a silver-colored symbol embedded in the top of its head, representing its extraordinary identity. Damn! Human world is really still too dangerous. It let out a low and hoarse hiss, its voice full of chagrin, as one of the few awakened intelligent species in the insect race, as a prince of the insect race. I shouldn't have been in such a hurry to invade the human world. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. The insect prince's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to that tragic encounter. At that time, it had just led tens of thousands of clansmen to break through the replica and slaughter the humans at the scene, yet a strong man flew through the air in just 10 minutes. He didn't even get a good look at that strong person's appearance before the blazing and dazzling fire engulfed its sight. A heaven-destroying and earth-destroying power came like a mountain, easily crushing all of its pride and confidence, and annihilating all of the insect race on the scene. Only itself, because of the protection of its bloodline, did not die, but it was also seriously injured and fell unconscious. The human world, there is actually such a terrifyingly strong person. Its voice trembled slightly, and its words were full of unwillingness. Damn it! In the past, those humans who entered the insect race's small world, the strongest was only at the same level as the insect king. I have to return to the small world immediately and inform Father about the situation here. Next time, we must be more vigilant and make a good hidden plan before invading the human world. It laboriously lifted a bug corpse beside it and looked out vigilantly. However, when it saw that a group of humans were traveling between the corpses, wantonly stabbing the bug corpses with their knives, the anger in its eyes intensified. Unforgivable. Damnable humans, slaughtering my race isn't enough, but they even came to insult the corpses of my race. The insect prince used his compound eyes to observe for a long time, then sneered, so they are all weaklings. The humans present are no more than black iron rank, and only 2 or 3 of them are bronze. As long as I use my bloodline evolution, all of the people present together are no match for me. Right at this moment, a man holding a sharp blade was skillfully stabbing the bug corpse at his feet while stepping closer to the direction it was in. Ha ha! Already killed over 60 of them, so damn cool. Lu Hong had an excited look on his face as he stabbed more and more skillfully. The insect prince's face was livid. Damn human, abusing and killing my tribe, and you still think it's cool? I will make you pay for your blood. Accompanied by a loud shout, the insect wings behind it swished and unfolded. The insect wings then quickly stirred up, and the powerful air currents swept up the surrounding dust, wrapping its body as it slowly flew into the sky. Bloodline evolution. The insect prince hissed. In an instant, its body was enveloped by a layer of strange light, and there seemed to be electric currents flickering in the light, constantly traveling across its body's surface. Holy? Lu Hong was taken aback. How was it that a living thing suddenly appeared out of this heap of insect corpses? His gaze quickly focused on the insect prince, and a line of information surfaced before his eyes. Insect Prince Bronze. Attributes: Strength 16, Constitution 14, Agility 17, Spirit 14, Overall 61. Skills: Bloodline Evolution can temporarily break through the boundaries and come to the next major level. All attributes soar and gain 3 additional skills. Bugle Call, Bugle Wing Strike. A talking monster? This is what's called an alien race, right? But this guy only had bronze rank, and his overall attributes were pretty weak, except for that bloodline evolution which looked like something. But any perverted skill that encounters the slap of a colorful dog will only end up one way. Lu Hang smiled disdainfully and directly summoned his pet out. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the aura on the insect prince climbed. It looked up to the sky and laughed, its laughter filled with fanaticism. Ha ha. Stupid humans, when I succeed in my evolution, I will slaughter all of you. Even yo? Like to pretend? The colorful dog raised an eyebrow and looked towards the sky, directly making a skill. In the next second, its body instantly moved into the air, and the dog's claws slapped fiercely towards the insect prince. Splat! The insect prince was originally still evolving, and this slap came up, directly dispersing all of its evolutionary energy, and it then fell towards the ground uncontrollably. Ha! It was dumbfounded. What happened? How did my skill break? What happened to the dog that could instantly move? Without waiting for it to be clear about all this, it saw that human charging up with an excited face. A burst of fists directly greeted it. Boom! This punch with explosive impact directly hit its abdomen, and the insect prince only felt that its internal organs were instantly churned into a ball, and every organ spasmed in severe pain. Knowing that it was already heavily injured, this blow would really kill it. Seeing that Lu Han was still going to make a move, the insect prince raised his hand in horror and said, "Wait. I'm the prince of the insect race, give me face. You. Pretend I'll make you fly." Lu Han smashed another swift punch into the other party's head. With a bang, the bug prince only felt countless golden stars popping up in front of his eyes, in his ears was a sharp buzzing sound, and the entire world was spinning around. Immediately afterward, another set of combinations came. Lu Heng's fists began to swing alternately, constantly landing on the insect prince's body. Boom boom boom. The insect prince painfully endured this round after round of heavy blows. Its body instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was unable to move due to the heavy blows it suffered, so it could only allow the rain of fists to continuously fall on its body. In a short while, the insect prince's body was bruised and battered, its shell shattered, and it could only cry out madly in its heart. "I am the prince of the insect race. I am the son of heaven's destiny who has awakened the bloodline of the insect king. My father said that I am destined to become the bug emperor who scares the world. Shouldn't I be the main character of the world? Shouldn't my future be to lead the bug race army to trample the human world, and then let my fame resonate throughout the world? Now. I'm going to be like a runner, and just die in this human's fist? No. I am not convinced." It used its last ounce of strength to forcefully endure the pain to make itself stand up, and roared with a scowl, "No. I can't just scribble my way to death. Remember, I'm not some fictional run-of-the-mill mongrel. I'm the insect race's heavenly pride, I'm the hope for the rise of the insect race. Remember my name. My name is..." Dang! Lu Hong smashed his opponent's head with a single punch, and a large amount of green blood soared. A generation of the bug race's heavenly pride had fallen. Lu Hong shook his hand with a frown, "What a mess. Chapter 66. You want to be the embodiment of justice too? Ding! You have killed the bug prince. Gained 2,000 points of experience. You have obtained Silver Stripe Bug King Bloodline 1. A mass of black and red blood converged out from within the corpse, then floated in the air, wrapped within a film. Oh yo? This really isn't a run-of-the-mill little monster that can drop a bloodline? Lu Hong briefly read the introduction and realized that this thing was considered a top-tier transcendent material. It could be used by bug servants, and could also be used to forge some treasures and upgrades. So he happily put this thing away. At this time, the other students around him also scratched their heads, blithely not taking what was happening over here seriously. It was just taken as some stray insectoid not being dead enough to return to life, shouting a bunch of rather pretentious lines, and then being decapitated by Lu Hang. Keep going on. Lu Hong also put what had just happened behind him, and between his hands, he continued to mop up more bug races here. About another hour or so of brushing went by. All the other students had long since arrived at the Black Iron 6th level. And Lu Hong was still struggling to mop up. The boss is the boss. He works harder than us in everything he does. Why don't you say that the boss can take first place? In addition to talent, hard work is also incomparable. Qin Zhe and Ding Jun looked at Lu Hong with appreciation. While the two were thinking like this, Lu Hang's side suddenly stopped. Boss, aren't you brushing? Qin Zhe scratched his head and asked. Brushed enough. Lu Hang excitedly looked at the talent prompt. Bronze 3rd Order, Bronze 4th Order. Strength 1921. You have killed 100 insectoids and have gained 1 summoning opportunity. He couldn't wait and was about to use up his new summoning opportunity right away. Come on. A new summon. Lu Hong waved his hand. Wah! With a flash of 7-colored light. Appeared on the ground. A belt. It was not the traditional 7-pointed wolf, but that much more flashy kind of belt. It looked a lot like the toys sold at ground stalls, but it was exquisite. The belt was black and gold with a bit of cool patterns, while in the center of the belt was a diamond-shaped mechanical module with the word justice written on it. It looked a bit sci-fi with a hint of mystery. What is this thing? Lu Hong held the belt and played with it for a while. Armor of Justice. Armor Merge. By wearing the belt on your body and shouting Armor Merge, you will be able to summon the Armor of Justice to cover your body. At that time, your body will be fully given to its control, and it will be proficient in all 36 martial arts, and your overall battle power will be boosted. The longer and tougher the battle, the more the Armor of Justice will be stimulated, breaking through its temporary power and allowing it to use more weapons and techniques. Introduction. Remember, it's very righteous. Special justice. Ultimate invincible justice. It is the embodiment of justice. Even yo. Finally, one that can directly enhance combat power. Lu Hong was excited. The existence of the justice armor made up for his own lack of combat power. Here, let me try. Lu Hong hurriedly put the belt on his body. At this time, the other students also looked over curiously. Although the lines were a bit middle of the road, Lu Hong shouted out, "Armor combination." The belt suddenly exploded with blinding white light. The belt quickly wrapped around his waist, and a large number of red and white metal armor pieces sprang out of the diamond-shaped module and climbed up the limbs. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling red and white armor wrapped around his entire body. A pair of red shoulder armor was brought at the shoulders, the chest justice emblem was bright and piercing, and the feet were brought with gold-rimmed combat boots. Wow! A pure white cloak suddenly unfolded behind his back, with justice written in large letters and flowing golden light at the edges. Immediately after that, a silver-colored mask came down at the helmet, followed by the red slits of the mask burning with ethereal light. Lu Hong just raised his hand, and the armor joints spewed out white mist, scaring the onlooker student straight back. Armored warrior? Is this an armor transformation? There really are armor transformers in this world? It's too cool. Many of the male students present had fantasized about owning a pair of transformation belts or Ultraman transformers when they were young. Seeing Lu Hong summon the armor with his own eyes could make them envious. The crowd went up to observe it again, marveling under their breath. Lu Hong was observing the changes in his body at this time, and a column of data appeared at the top right of his vision. Hot blood value, 0%. Comprehensive battle strength, 82. Battle skills, unlocked. Weapon, unlocked. The so-called comprehensive battle power was his comprehensive attributes. After all, his comprehensive attributes also happened to be 82 to come. As for the battle techniques and weapons, it seemed that they needed to be opened by using the skill, Boiling Blood. Lu Hong was ready to open his mouth to speak, but found that he had completely lost control of his body and could only talk to the justice armor through his heart. Lu Hong, hello? Can you hear me? Justice armor? I'm here. The justice armor suddenly spoke. His voice line was exactly the same as Lu Hong's. Therefore those of the students also mistook the justice armor in front of them for Lu Hong himself. Boss, where did you get this transformer? Can you lend it to me to play with it as well? I want to be an armored warrior too damn much. Qin Zhe asked excitedly. Lu Hong disdainfully said, "Get lost. Can I just lend you this summon?" However, his heartfelt words could not reach Qin Zhe's ears. Instead, the armor of justice took the initiative to speak. "Oh? Friend, do you also want to become the embodiment of justice?" Chapter 67. Tired, destroy. Qin Zhe nodded excitedly. "I want to. I want it so much. Boss, I loved watching armor transformations when I was a kid. I watched it every day. I want to fight monsters and defend world peace. I want to transform even now. Knock down all the foreigners. Not bad. Justice has been engraved in your heart since you were a child, and you haven't eroded this belief through the years. It's rare and precious." The justice armor clasped its hands to its chest and said, "I agree with you. If I have the chance, I will merge with you once." Grass. Great. Qin Zhe violently clenched his fist in excitement. It's not brother armor. What are you two talking about? Just don't take me seriously anymore, chant. Lu Hong spat in his heart. Moreover, he always felt that this justice armor seemed to have a bit of a middle-aged and sick feeling. The other male students also gathered around. Lu Hong. Lu Hong. I also want to experience a transformation. The armor of justice didn't oblige them so easily this time, but stood coldly in place. Friends, remember the path of justice is only trodden by the brave. I can see the desires in your hearts, but it's just to play it cool. When you want to put on this armor, do you dare to look straight into the tide of blood churning in the abyss? He swung his right arm violently and said righteously, "Justice is never a toy in the hands of a child. It is to use the spine to hold up the heavens, and the blood and bones to pour out the oath. If you only covet the dazzling light when you transform, you might as well go play in the mud before it's too late. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility." This is by no means an empty motto. When you're wearing armor that can withstand thousands of troops, You have to be willing to turn into a shield of flesh and blood, and take the arrows that pierce the hearts of the unarmed people behind you. Do you understand? After a lecture, the male students looked at each other in disbelief, and then said in a sour tone, "Che, if you don't want to borrow, just don't borrow. Isn't it because Chinze plays well with you that you're willing to borrow? We still don't know what you're like, a moment to fine, a moment to feed your classmates to eat Ali give, the heart ghost ideas a lot, you also talk about justice." That's right, just like a middle child, shy. Although the male students were still a little itchy in their hearts for this kind of thing, Lu Hong was not willing to lend them anything, but they could only spit out their mouths. Lu Hang also blushed a bit at this moment. This armor brother has always been so middle-aged? Damn, what a shame. Shoo. Right at this moment, a harsh red light suddenly flashed at the Justice Armor's eye patch, and it quickly assumed a fighting stance. I smell evil. What's wrong, boss? Shinzei followed his line of sight, only to see that the gigantic sub-dimensional gate suddenly had an accident and began to fluctuate violently. The entire surface of the sub-dimensional gate suddenly churned like boiling asphalt, and a burst of black mist emerged from the twisted ripples as sticky black liquid seeped out. Faye? It's a foreign race? The crowd exploded in shock. The students all turned pale. This alien race is going to break through the copy and invade the human world again? What should we do? We've only just gotten to the 6th rank of Black Iron. With an ear-piercing shrill whistle, the dimensional door rumbled open, only to see densely packed insect soldiers pouring out like a tidal wave. At a glance there were at least 300 insect soldiers, and all of them were above bronze rank. Their armor friction each other, mixed with squeaking hissing, each hideous incomparable. What are you waiting for? Run! Lu Hong exclaimed in his consciousness. However, he saw the Justice Armor standing tall with its head held high and its cloak hunting behind it. You guys go first. I'll break the back. The students froze, shock written on every face. Lu Hong, so? It turns out that you are such a great person. Damn. I'm sorry, I was wrong about you before. I always thought you were a person who only cared about your own interests and didn't care about others. I didn't expect that at the moment of life and death crisis, you were willing to sacrifice yourself to protect everyone. I will always remember you. Lu Hong. Let's go. With tears in their eyes, the students fled the scene. It's not. Hello. This is not what I want to say. Take me with you. Lu Hong shouted frantically in his heart. However, what came out of the Justice Armor was, right. Run quickly. The farther you run, the better. The sacrifice of only knee is enough. He assumed a battle stance, ready to meet the terrifying swarm. Lu Hong frantically tried to disarm the Justice Armor, but found that his body had been completely manipulated by the Justice Armor, and he couldn't even disarm it. No. I don't want to sacrifice. I've just earned more than $200,000, I haven't spent a single cent yet. Lu Hong wailed and wailed, please, Brother Armor, let's not play this pussy today, okay? I don't want to die. There is no greater grief than not spending all the money you have earned before you die. Therefore Lu Hong was in pain, he didn't want to die in the bug tide so unexplained. No. Host, your heart is still not strong enough? The Justice Armor said righteously, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Humanity needs my protection. If we let these insects invade the human world, how many innocent people will die by then? How many families will be shattered? I won't allow this to happen. You're righteous, you're noble, you're marvelous. You patronize other people's lives, you disregard mine. Wow. Lu Hong cried bitterly in his heart. Just then, Shinzei and Ding Jun but violently folded back. Only Ding Jun clutched Justice Armor's arm in a death grip. No way. Lu Hong, I still think it's too dangerous here. You can't die here. Shinzei also said with reddened eyes, if we want to go, let's go together. Right. Shinzei, you two are really good, take me away. Quickly. Hope surfaced in Lu Hang's heart, moved beyond measure. However, he saw the Justice Armor slowly turn its head, its dazzling eyepieces reflecting the anxious faces of the two men, and its voice carried an unquestionable firmness, I told you, humans need my protection. It violently broke away from the two's hands, if sacrificing me can guard more people, then let this body be the first line of defense. Just then, the swarms of insects leaned closer, seeing that they were about to surge up, the situation became more and more critical. Armor brother. I beg you, I have never begged anyone in my life, let's just run, that's a foreign bug wave we go up is really a death sentence Lu Hong shouted. But he saw the Justice Armor yell, you guys go. Leave me alone. Qin Zhe was frozen on the spot, and rolling tears came out of his eyes, damn it. Boss. I'm going to sacrifice with you. Ding Jun gritted his teeth and violently tugged on Qin Zhe's collar to force him away, don't be stupid. The two of us staying here are just dragging Lu Heng's feet. Since Lu Hong has already made his own decision, then we should respect his choice. His eyes reddened as he directly dragged Qin Zhe and darted away from the place. At the same time, the insect-tide army directly surged up. Kill! The Justice Armor bellowed and charged violently. Ha! I don't have long to live. Lu Hong closed his eyes in despair, tired. Destroy it. Chapter 68, Justice. Black Stripe Bug Soldier Bronze. Attributes, Strength 14, Physique 17, Agility 13, Spirit 11, combined 55. Skills, none. Squeak squeak squeak. Hundreds of insect soldiers present raged and roamed, hundreds of Celibacy crisscrossed, and a putrid stench poured out. These were not technically foreigners, but rather a group of unenlightened insect soldiers that would only savagely rush up to pounce. A bunch of sinful animals. Don't even think about endangering humanity. The Justice Armor raised its arms and bellowed, its metal joints spewing out white gas, and the cloak behind it suddenly spread out. The two large words Justice were incomparably conspicuous. Only to see him step and shatter the floor tiles, his fists slashing violently at the swarm. Dang! Poo 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 poo. A golden wave of light struck out along his fist, just like the chi energy in traditional ancient martial arts, carrying the power of a mountain separating from a cow, and his punch unexpectedly shook through the organs of two bug soldiers. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. The death of the two bug soldiers didn't scare the bugs, but instead made them become more and more ferocious. Ow! The bug vanguard soldiers' poisonous Celibacy slashed down, but it only hit the surface of the armor with stardust like sparks, not even a scratch. Over 8. The armor backhandedly clasped the head of the insect, and his palm directly crushed the armor. I'm full of righteousness, how can I allow you to defile it? Die! Between its spinning body and horizontal sweep, white gas kept erupting from its joints, and a sweeping leg kicked down another circle of bug soldiers around it. He then used his skillful leg technique, the hard soles of his boots crushing one bug soldier after another. Squeak squeak squeak. Seeing another group of insect soldiers charging up desperately, the Justice Armor made the Taiji Bagua palm starting stance again, yin and yang rotate, evil can't defeat good. With that, its palms began to slap continuously, almost forming a residual shadow. Poo poo poo. A single insect soldier that rushed up was strangled by him as much as possible, the broken limbs of the scene continuously flew apart, green blood flew all over the sky, and the insect carcasses cracked into scattered pieces. The way of heaven, to lose more than enough to make up for the lack my way, to cut down the evil spirits to protect the living beings. In the past, the criminal heaven danced the ganchi, today, my generation defends the mountains and rivers. If your filth is like the tide, I will be the needle that sets the sea. As I am not afraid of demons and devils. Anyone who offends my human race will be executed even though they are far away. Lu Hong was dumbfounded in the space of consciousness, watching his own body striding across like a god of war. And this dude was indeed middle-aged, shouting lines while fighting. At first, Lu Heng felt a bit ashamed, then for some reason he felt a bit handsome again. When the armor blasted away a row of bug soldiers with a roundhouse kick, he shouted again, the light of the righteous path will eventually illuminate this chaotic earth. Hiss, Lu Hong was really loaded, brother armor. I was wrong, I shouldn't have said you were pretending. You are truly awesome. Along with the Justice Armor's constant annihilation of monsters, Lu Heng's experience value was also soaring. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. Then again, isn't your battle power an exact copy of my attribute points? Lu Hong was puzzled again at this point, why can you be so strong? Right. But justice inspires one's will and will make me double, triple, or even 10 times my battle power. The Justice Armor said in a firm tone. Actually, I'm not strong. It's just that for the sake of humanity, I have to grit my teeth and keep going. Ahem. You, as long as you're happy. The corner of Lu Heng's mouth twitched. As far as these 300 or so monsters on the scene were concerned, as long as they were killed, there would be at least 30,000 points of experience, and they would also be able to ascend another level. Lu Heng's original mindset had completely changed: kill more, kill more. Be sure to kill these evil spirits cleanly. Protect humanity for the sake of that what? Good. The Justice Armor nodded and continued to strangle. Sky North Spiritual Martial University. Spirit Martial Class 3 Classroom. A fat teacher was lecturing. Students, I'm your new course teacher, my surname is Yang, you can just call me Mr. Yang. Next, I will explain some theoretical knowledge about upgrades and attribute points to you. Teacher Yang said with a smile. The students at the bottom also put on a state of listening attentively. First of all, everyone has come to the bronze rank, right? It only took just a month, and the total amount of experience needed is just 9,000 experience points. Compared to the black iron rank, the bronze rank is much more difficult to promote. Each level of promotion requires tens of thousands of experience, and most of the bronze monsters only have 100 to 500 experience points, meaning that you guys will have to kill hundreds of monsters each time you upgrade. That's why upgrade theory is a very important course. In addition to that, I'll also teach you some knowledge about attribute points. In this way, I will first take a student's game panel to give you an example. Teacher Yang's eyes kept scanning over the desks, and soon he spotted Lu Xiaoko, who was sleeping on his back. Mr. Yang's face instantly darkened. Who is this student? Why are you sleeping in class? Teacher, her name is Lu Xiaoko, she's the genius of our class. A classmate opened his mouth to explain. Lu Xiaoko? Genius? Teacher Yang's face became unhappy. Does a genius not need to listen to class? Can a genius disrespect the teacher? The student at the bottom continued, Teacher, he's different, he's especially genius, he learns all the lessons at once, all the other teachers don't care about him, he learns on his own for a while and gets full marks. The teacher sneered, my class is different too, I teach everyone how to upgrade. Teaching everyone how to raise their attribute points. She could easily take first place in her studies, but what about an upgrading? Upgrading isn't something you can do by simply moving your brain, it requires constant time and effort. Is it hard to believe that he can upgrade just by falling asleep? The students at the bottom didn't reply this time. It seemed that this teacher was going to be a bit more harsh. Never mind, let's take this student as an example. First, let's all take a look at his attribute panel. Lu Xiaoko said in a daze, Huh? Is class over? The surrounding students all looked at Lu Xiaoko with curiosity. This kind of thing had actually happened quite a few times in class before, and every time, Lu Xiaoko was able to put on a big show and crush the teacher's ego to the ground. Therefore, they were looking forward to what Lu Xiaoko would do this time. Teacher Yang said with a bad look on his face, Come on, show your panel and see if you can upgrade even while lying down and dare to sleep in this class. Chapter 69 Haha. That's funny. Oh. Lu Xiaoko indifferently shared the panel out. Soon, her game panel opened. Since it was a smart classroom, her panel was even shared on top of the large screen at the front of the classroom where everyone could see it. Lu Xiaoko then slumped down to sleep again without taking it seriously. Being so lazy. Even if you have good talent, you won't see much in the future. Teacher Yang snorted coldly and began to continue his lecture. Then everyone should know that even if everyone's equal rank is the same, there will be a big difference in their comprehensive attributes. The minimum comprehensive attribute for bronze first rank is 53 points, 58 points is considered average, and 65 points is considered excellent. Let's take a look at Lu Xiaoko's comprehensive attribute, whether it belongs to the category of average or the category of excellent. He was speaking, but he realized that all the students were confused. They stared blankly at the large blackboard, as if they had seen something unbelievable. The teacher frowned slightly. What's wrong? He turned around to take a look. Only to see that Lu Xiaoko's panel was actually constantly refreshing its experience value. Bronze 4th Order 297000 30,000. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. Level Bronze 4th Order Bronze 5th Order 60,000. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. Ha! The teacher was dumbfounded. Is there really someone who can upgrade while lying down and doing nothing? The students, on the other hand, were once again in a state of grief. Teacher, didn't you say that no one in this world can upgrade while lying down and sleeping? Can you explain this phenomenon? I kind of don't want to go on. I'm getting more and more inferior day by day. I'm so anxious. I feel that my self-esteem is being constantly rubbed, so there really are people in this world who can be upgraded just by lying down. Teacher, it's all your fault. Isn't it good for you to let her sleep well? It has to be that she has to act this way. Whoa. Bronze 4th step, bronze 5th step. Physique 1921. Die. The Justice armor killed the last monster. At this point, all 300 or so insectoids had been knocked out. There was an extra pile of bug soldiers' corpses on the ground. Lu Hong was excited. You're still very strong, you even made me go up a level. I'm just carrying out justice. The Justice armor said with a cold face, these evil things don't even think about harming humans. Alright, I'll admit that you're pretending this, stand down. Lu Hong said with satisfaction. No. The armor of justice suddenly looked towards the Sublime Gate. The battle is not over yet. Not, Lu Hong suddenly sensed something was wrong. You're not still going in to kill, are you? It's still not clear why these bug soldiers came out. I can already smell evil. The Justice armor pointed at the sub-dimensional gate. The origin of these evil spirits is inside. If we don't remove the source, there will be more monsters invading the human world. There will still be innocent humans killed, and there will still be a family separated from its family. What? You mean there's a big boss waiting inside? Lu Heng's eyes widened. That's all the more reason why you can't go there. I will not be at peace until the monsters are eliminated. Justice armor bellowed and directly rushed towards the copy. Tonic wow! Lu Hong shouted in terror. However, his voice couldn't stop the Justice armor at all. Instead, it made him more and more determined, and he directly drilled inside the subdivision gate. Just as he passed through the gate, a rotten meat odor drilled into his nose. Lu Hong felt that his feet were slimy and full of greenish liquid, and the ground was crawling with vein-like strips of flesh, which looked extremely frightening. At a glance, the surrounding area was densely filled with 2-meter-high large meat packets, like giant dumplings, and these meat skins were so thin that they were transparent to the light, and one could even see the insect soldiers inside fluttering to break their shells. Roughly speaking, there are at least 700 big meat packets here. There are also more than 300 burst empty shells on the ground, thinking that they are those bug soldiers that have already rushed out of the copy. Hiss, Lu Hong looked ahead again. He found that there was another white flowery worm mother here. Its body was nearly 5 meters tall, with hundreds of flesh whips growing on its body surface, and the whips were covered with barbed spines. What's even more evil is that the back of this worm's ass is still poofing eggs. These small meatballs grow like a balloon once they land, and in a matter of seconds they become a new big meat bag. Secondary Black Streak Bug Soldier Matrix Silver. Attribute points? Abilities: Unlimited Procreation, Poison Whip Strike, Bug Soldier Collective Reinforcement, Elite Soldier Summoning. Lu Hong was confused. Dare he say that this place had turned into a giant hatchery? The root of the evil spirits is here. The Justice armor said with firm eyes, if we don't get rid of it, there will be a constant stream of monsters being born. No, this is only a secondary mother, but this is not something that we bronze ranks can deal with, right? Lu Hong was a little unsure. Although the Justice armor was also very strong, its battle power wasn't so outrageous that it was hard enough to single-handedly kill a silver rank mini-boss across a large class, right? If this thing really fights, it really doesn't have much of a chance to win. Let's not go in hard, okay? Lu Hong said worriedly. Humph. The Justice armor bellowed, directly charging up. The so-called justice is never a choice after weighing the odds of victory. Alright, Lu Hong was helpless. Since he couldn't stop the armor of justice, he could only expect it to defeat this so-called mini-boss. When this armored brother killed those bug soldiers just now, it still looked like it was at ease. Maybe it still retained a lot of strength? Maybe it could really be able to single-handedly defeat a silver-ranked mini-boss? With this thought, Lu Heng's heart grew a little more expectant. He clenched his fists in his consciousness. Maybe this guy is really hiding a killer weapon. Immediately after that, Lu Hong stared dead on as the armor kept advancing, and his heartbeat became faster and faster. Drink! Only to see the Justice armor storming out. The moment he was about to approach the secondary matrix, his body suddenly tilted downwards and slid towards the other side, driving a cloud of smoke and dust. Lu Heng's eyes widened. What is this? Slide shovel of yours? Slide shovel. It was the slide shovel. It was this trick. It could immediately pull down the blind spot of the monster's attack, and before the monster could react, it instantly sliced into its lower blind spot, paired with a hand knife to slice through the opponent's body. This is the most unreasonable counter-killing technique of all time. Moreover, Justice Armor's was simply a textbook level of sliding shovel. The angle between his body and the ground is kept at 15 degrees, and with a 5:1 size difference between the enemy and us, the sliding shovel distance is just within 12 meters from the start. Theoretically the most extreme angle to avoid the blind spot of an attack. Justice Armor. You guys, are you this handsome with your slide shovels? Lu Hong was incredibly energized. There was a chance of defeating this boss. Only to see the body of the armor of justice like an arrow off the string charging against the ground, the metal boots scraping against the carrion ground and plowing out sparks. In the nick of time, the insect mother's hundreds of eyes snapped open, sweeping Lu Hang with a cold-blooded gaze-like substance. At the same time, the hundreds of flesh whips on its body quickly gathered and twisted together, lashing towards the justice armor. Boom! The sound of collision came as the justice armor flew backwards like a broken arrow. The insect eggs that crashed along the way spewed out hot green blood, and the justice armor slid out dozens of meters before it came to an honest stop. The surface of its chest was also covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The justice armor was spread out on the ground, its entire body paralyzed and unable to move. Lu Hong also fell into a brief brain blank. Who am I? Where am I? How did I think that the justice armor could beat my opponent? Ha ha! That's funny. Chapter 70 Hot-Blooded. Gulp gulp. The compound eyes of the secondary insect mother looked at the location of the justice armor in unison, and hundreds of flesh whips danced wildly like living snakes as its body slowly squirmed over. The bug eggs on the ground suddenly trembled collectively, exploding one after another with a thud. A large number of newborn insect soldiers broke out of their shells against the slime, and the sound of densely packed Celibacy rubbing together made one's teeth sink. Bronze and silver bosses. This is not even a magnitude ah. Lu Hong only felt his scalp go numb at this moment. Even though the pain was all borne by the justice armor, the muffled sound that came from that meat whip on the armor still shook his temples, as if his brain plasma was going to resonate with it. Brother Armor! Quickly get off my body! If we drag on, we'll both be accounted for here. Lu Hong was in a hurry. This is located right at the entrance, I still have a chance to escape now. However, the metal body was full of holes, but it slowly began to support the ground, and a large number of armor joints made a piercing sound of misalignment. Even after receiving such severe injuries, it actually intended to climb up. Justice does not allow retreat. The justice armor said hoarsely. It knelt on one knee, its knuckles deeply embedded in the carrion ground, and it looked like it was about to get up. The insect mother body, however, did not give a chance to catch its breath, and another whip slashed vertically. Boom! The body of the justice armor plunged into the ground, and a large number of cracks appeared in the armor once again. Lu Hang's eyes turned red. Count on me begging you. This is not in a movie. Let's admit our weakness, shall we? Wimp out, the armor suddenly looked at the boss, scarlet light leaking from its shattered goggles, when the next bug soldier ripped apart the child. You told me to concede? When this monster lays its 1000th egg, you tell me to concede? He violently grabbed the ground with one hand, making his deep-set body rise up. Today, even if my body completely disintegrates, I will still. Dun dun dun. Before the words fell, dozens of Celibacy of insect soldiers stabbed at the same time. The armor braced itself and raised its arms, blocking these incoming attacks. The sound of collisions kept coming, and even Lu Hong inside felt his chest cavity being shaken and stuffy. Lu Hong cried, "Brother, we have to pretend this pussy is it? Humph. Justice is not child's play. I will never fall." The justice armor hissed. Even though its tattered shoulder armor was still smoking, even though it was being surrounded, it still had to stand up. Only to see the insect mother wriggle over, hundreds of flesh whips twisting together in the air once again, snapping at the armor. Whoosh! This strike carried a breaking sharp whistle, directly slapping the metal body that had just braced itself up into the cracks in the ground once again, and rubble mixed with green slime splattered. Ah, Lu Hong numb, really numb, you used my body ah. You do not want life, I still want to take life ah. I will not fall. Never. The justice armor gritted its teeth, and the joints of its broken right arm made the sound of gears jamming. It slumped to the ground, its left hand gouging the ground in death as it tried to stand up once again. Poof! Another heavy blow struck. The body plunged into the ground once again, and it sunk even deeper. The energy patterns on the back of the armor all dimmed, and the core parts that had disintegrated inside could even be seen in the chest armor's depression. But it still didn't admit defeat. "Yeah!" The Justice armor roared, and that tattered body shook once again. This time when it stood up, even its legs were trembling, and its entire body clicked. This was a sign that the armor system was completely damaged. Lu Hong was tired, he didn't want to persuade anymore. He resigned himself to his fate. And just then, the Justice armor roared once again, "Justice is undying!" Its hiss almost shattered the air. Golden light suddenly erupted around its body, and those cracks unexpectedly healed automatically, and in just 2 seconds, its armored body was completely restored as before. At the same time, Lu Heng's panel in the upper right corner began to frantically jump. Fervor first level, open. Overall damage, 86% 0%. Feverish blood value, 0-10%. Armor battle power temporary breakthrough, 84-160. Weapon 1, Prime Sword. Unlocked. Battle Technique 1, Zhangyang Yijian. Unlocked. Accompanied by the sound of the sword, a metal stick suddenly popped out from the armor's waist, and then the metal stick continuously folded and reorganized, forming a large red sword full of mechanical beauty. And the moment the prime sword was unsheathed, even the insect mother body paused. Lu Hong was shocked. So this skill was so dangling? Directly doubling the combined attributes dry? That doesn't become silver? This combat power, all of a sudden, I've gone from bronze to silver. The Justice armor resumed its fighting stance, but this time, its aura had skyrocketed a lot compared to before. And it started shouting out one pretentious line after another again, "What lies beneath the armor is a ruling more fiery than that of the gods. The breath of an evil spirit is all blasphemy against the living. As long as there is a trace of evil in the world, I will never fall, ever." It violently raised its great sword, the red light in its eyes grew even more intense. Under the prime sword, bronze can also shake silver. When this sword is sheathed, it will cut down all the evil spirits in the world. Today, I will empty you monsters. Let the dawn of justice return to earth. Lu Hong was loaded to the hilt again, damn shameful, but I recognize you. Yeah. The Justice armor raised its arm and swung out a golden sword arc, and wherever the stream of light passed, dozens of bug soldiers were cut off at the waist. The boiling sword blade was wrapped in golden energy, and it easily annihilated one insect soldier after another. The insect mother manipulated hundreds of flesh whips that struck towards the Justice armor, like torrential rain pouring down. Just as these flesh whips were about to come close, the Justice armor directly raised its greatsword high and threw out a burst of sword blossoms, cutting off all of these flesh whips. The sword blossom lasted for half a minute until that matrix had no more meat whips available. The armor used its strength to leap into the air, and in the blink of an eye, it closed in on the insect mother's bulging abdomen. Chop! 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 Holding the greatsword in both arms, it turned into a residual shadow and slashed frantically. Each sword cut a deep wound in the mother's body, and sticky green body fluid shot out like a fountain, etching out deep craters of smoke on the ground. The mother body began to twist up in pain, and those flesh packs that were not yet formed also began to explode one after another. Finally, the armor suddenly closed the sword to store power, the energy around his body like a whirlpool convergence. Zhang Yang. A sword. When the sword blade was swung out again, a 5-meter-long red gold sword wave chopped out. Poof. Chapter 71, Turn It Off. Turn It Off. Tianbei Spiritual Martial University. Spiritual Martial Class 3 Classroom. So what if sleeping adds experience? Look everyone, it's fixed at 100 experience points every time. This must be some sort of temporary buff. Teacher Yang blushed and explained. I've seen this kind of temporary buff a lot, it's not that rare. He reassured the students underneath in droves, it lasts for 10 minutes at most. One level up and she'll stop. And this buff only adds 100 points of experience at a time. To put it bluntly, it's only in the bronze rank that it can be of some use. After coming to the silver rank, the demand for experience is in the hundreds of thousands, and the demand for the gold rank is even more. According to our school's progress, you guys will come to the silver rank after 3 months, and you'll have a chance to come to the gold rank within a year. By then, even if he has this temporary buff, the effect won't actually be considered much better. Everyone who comes to this school is a genius, everyone doesn't have to feel inferior much. Teacher Yang said a big speech with a red face, and the students underneath felt slightly better. Right. It's just a temporary buff. Maybe it'll stop later. It's okay, it's not particularly perverted. And so everyone began to wait with anticipation. Lu Xiaoko was still huffing and puffing while the students all stared at the big screen. Time passed minute by minute, however, this experience-adding buff showed no signs of pausing at all, and even got faster and faster in the back. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 20,000. Bronze 5th rank, bronze 6th rank. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. The students went numb. No. Isn't. Adding up to 100 points at a time. How does this add experience with a blitz? Adding 20,000 points at a time? How long has Lu Xiaoko just been lying down? 2 levels in a row after sleeping for 1 lesson? Teacher, please explain this anomaly. Teacher. Is this really a temporary buff? Answer me. Is it really a temporary buff? Why doesn't it stop even though it's lasted for almost 20 minutes, and it's adding up faster and faster? Please teacher, tell me this is all fake, the big screen is just bugged right, Lu Xiaoko can't even lay down and add experience. The teacher's forehead was in a cold sweat. This. I don't tao. He looked at Lu Xiaoko and was only shocked at this point. No wonder other teachers always said never mess with Lu Xiaoko. This sister is just like that cool novel heroine, anyone who intends to make a fool out of Lu Xiaoko will be severely hit in the face by her. The teacher really got it. Pervert. 2TM perverted. The other party didn't even talk much in this class, just laying on his back and sleeping, and he was loaded to the gills. And the students really didn't want to go to class this time. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn off Lu Xiaoko's panel. Turn off the big screen. Why did you put this up? My already fragile mind has suffered 100 points of bludgeoning heavy damage. Drop out, this Tianbei University is no good if you don't go. Outside of the insect copy. At this moment, a red-haired middle-aged man flew through the air with Qinzhe behind him. Lord Guardian. This is it. Qinzhe hurriedly pointed downwards. He had called the Guardian's hotline the first time he and Ding Jun left this place. The other students stayed in a safe place for the time being, and this Guardian arrived in the shortest possible time and brought Qinzhe over here again. Chen Huanyan scanned the surroundings, and then he looked at the pile of insect corpses at the entrance of the replica. How come they're all dead? His body slowly floated down and roughly inspected them, and they're all corpses that haven't been dead for long. Where's the boss? The boss is missing? Qinzhe searched around somewhat anxiously, but he could never find Lu Heng's figure. Calm down, I can't sense the presence of other humans here. Chen Huanyan said. No. Qinzhe looked at the bug corpses on the ground in horror and said, could it be that the boss has been split up and eaten by these bugs? He sacrificed himself? The boss had intentionally stayed here in order to save them, the students, and if something really went wrong with him, Qinzhe would find it difficult to have peace of mind for the rest of his life. Chen Huanyan frowned and observed for a long time before his eyes glared and said, not good. These are freshly born insect soldiers, there are insect mother bodies here. Matrix? Qinzhe looked at him in disbelief, there are other existences besides bug soldiers? It's over, something can't really have happened to the boss. Right. The Matrix is the existence that can release bug soldiers. Chen Huanyan looked inside the replica gate, it should be inside the replica. Then. What about my boss? Qinzhe asked worriedly, could he have been captured inside the replica? This. Chen Huanyan suddenly fell silent. Yes, since Lu Hong had disappeared, it was highly likely that he had been captured inside the replica. Moreover, the insect mother was at the very least a silver-ranked existence, and it was still at the mini-boss level, with a strength that far exceeded that of elite and normal monsters. I'm afraid that this young man is really fierce. It's dangerous here, you go back to your students' gathering place first. Chen Huanyan gritted his teeth, I'll enter the copy now to take a look, such a righteous young man shouldn't have fallen here just like this, even if I die, I'll bring out his corpse. I am good. Qinzhe wanted to go along, but knowing that he would be dragging his feet if he went, he could only agree. Chen Huanyan, on the other hand, quickly flew into the interior of the replica. Upon looking inside, he froze on the spot. The ground was full of bug corpses, piled up like small mountains, at a glance there were at least 700 of them, the whole scene was bloody and incomparable. The body of the Mother Emperor's big meat bug has been chopped into several sections, the original meat whips that were flung around are all limp and paralyzed in the blood water. And in the middle of these corpses lay a young man. After the justice armor had finished killing the insects, as well as Lu Hang's request, the other party had finally retreated. Lu Hang was also deflated at this time, feeling a sense of weakness welling up. After all, that scene just now was too exciting. If it wasn't for the justice armor's sudden surge in battle power, otherwise Lu Hang would really be finished today. The good thing was that more than 700 bug soldiers plus a big boss directly brought him 90,000 points of experience, drying up to Bronze 6 in one fell swoop was still 3W points of experience, and the rewards that came with it were quite a lot. Bronze 6 3W 10W. Spirit 2123. You have obtained the following props. All Attribute Treasure Book 3. All Attribute Treasure Book 3. Bug Soldier Soft Armor Set Silver Fine. Skill Advancement Dictionary 40%. Skill Advancement Dictionary Silver 2. Disposable Transcendent Item, Recovery Insect Flesh can regrow severed limbs. Looking at these rewards, Lu Hang revealed a pleased smile. Chen Huanyan, on the other hand, looked at Lu Hang with a shocked expression. Kid. All of this, you did all of this? Chapter 72 Badge of Courage. Chen Huanyan glanced at his attribute value. Bronze 6th Order. Attributes, Strength 21, Physique 21, Agility 21, Spirit 23, combined 86. Only Bronze 6th Order? Comprehensive attributes of 86, in this level is indeed considered excellent. But crossing a large order to kill a secondary insect mother, it is simply impossible. This TM is still human? Did you kill all of these? Chen Huanyan asked again. Indeed it was my doing. Lu Hang looked at the other party suspiciously. May I ask who you are? Seeing that the other party was actually flying in the air, Lu Hang also sensed that the other party was not simple. This person was feared to be a big shot. That me is the Guardian. Chen Huanyan coughed lightly and slowly floated down and asked, how did you do it? Kill the bugs? I don't remember. I was shouting something about justice cut down all the evil spirits hot-blooded so I killed them all. Lu Hang recalled a little, but it's mainly my summons that are working. I'm a summoner and my pets are more powerful. You're good. Chen Huanyan's eyes were excited. We guardians lack geniuses like you. Want to join us? Guardsmen, Lu Hang smiled. Someone has already sent me an invitation card before, saying that I can go over there at the silver rank. Hiss. I don't know which brother has gotten the first foot in the door. Chen Huanyan shook his head sadly. Each invitation card belongs to a different commander. When the time comes, Lu Hang is also first divided into other people's camps. He is not too good to dig other people's walls. Unfortunately, this kind of genius who could kill bosses across large orders could not even produce a few in one session of top 1 Tianbei University. It was even less in the Guardian camp, but if he could let him grow up, the future was promising. But it's normal, a person like you, it's too normal to be discovered early. Chen Huanyan smiled and said, since the boss has been resolved, there's nothing more to do, let's leave here. Good. Lu Hang also counted on experiencing the feeling of flying, and was directly taken flying away from here by the other party. The two of them flew for just a few minutes before arriving at a safe gathering place. The students of Jiu Daogo were basically all here. Go meet your classmates, they're worried about you. Chen Huanyan said with a smile. After the two landed, Xinzei came up with tears in his eyes. Boss. You didn't die. What damaging words. Lu Hang said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Great. Just now we were planning to give you a grand funeral. Xinzei wiped the corners of his eyes. I also said that I'm going to pay out $20,000 to hire a mortician for you, even if it's the crushed flesh that was eaten into your stomach by worms. I have to find a way to put it back together for you, and send you away happily. It's really great that you're okay. Xinzei was happy. All the other students also revealed a touched look. Lu Hang, I didn't expect it. At this moment of life and death crisis, you would even sacrifice yourself to save your classmates. We had been wrong about you before. It turns out that you are the one with a heart of justice. Lu Hang. Although you always like to whine and have a bit of a perverted pet peeve, we now feel that those are nothing. These are minor flaws that are nothing compared to your true righteousness. I've decided that the entire class of 100 or so will eat your what's-his-name taiyaki meat once to satisfy your little fetish. Don't count me out, one size fits all, I'll at most take the initiative to turn in some fines in the future. Lu Hong scratched his head. He actually wanted to run. Nay, the justice armor had brought him hard to kill the monsters, so it was good that the other party's strength was indeed possible, killing the insectoids to the bone. But it was indeed true that delaying the bug soldiers for these people and giving them a chance to escape. Everyone was a student, and their attitudes were all sincere after actually facing a life-threatening situation personally and being saved by Lu Hang. Lu Hong grinned, and la, saving people, and all that, something in passing. Chen Huanyan on the side also smiled and nodded repeatedly, not bad. You kid is indeed suitable to join our guardians. I've decided. Give you the order of the guardians. The guardians have 8 virtues. Each virtue has a medal of glory that symbolizes that person's noble virtues. Lu Hong froze at his words. A person like me can still get a whole noble virtue medal? Well, this thing is good. Although you haven't joined the guardians yet, you're already considered half, so it's reasonable to award it. Chen Huanyan said forcefully. What I'm going to give you is the Yi Courage badge, proving that you're willing to go against an enemy stronger than yourself without hesitation in order to protect the weak. Lu Hong cheerfully said, fine. I'll report about this matter right away, and the badge will be sent to your school. Chen Huanyan patted Lu Hang's shoulder. We are very guardians welcome you. Then, let's meet again sometime. Chen Huanyan dropped these words and flew away with a swish. Seeing the guardians leave, at this time, the tutor also said with a bit of a guilty conscience, classmates, it's my pot, I was so focused on bringing you here to brush up your levels that I didn't realize that there were dangers over here. Although he wanted to earn agency money, he really didn't think that this kind of thing might cause danger to his classmates. It's fine tutor, aren't we safe here? After all, what kind of upgrade doesn't take risks? It's just bad luck this time. Besides, all of us have come to the 6th rank of Black Iron. The mentor coughed lightly, that's good then. Since we've brushed enough levels as well, it's time for us to get to work and clean up all the bug corpses present. The students mistakenly thought that they had to work in exchange for their experience, so they had no complaints, and spent the rest of the day working properly. Of course it was impossible to rely entirely on manpower. However, the Guardian side was offering to rent tools to them rent-free. Including all kinds of forklifts and trucks, as well as designated recycling stations and so on. So for the next 2 days, everyone quickly finished cleaning up the bodies at the scene. Once everything was over, everyone rode back to school together on the bus. The students soon returned to the school. However, when everyone got off the bus, they found that the entire school was feverishly cleaning up. A whole bunch of cleaning ants were constantly cleaning the roads, and the students in each teaching building were not idle, cleaning each classroom. There were also some trimmers who were constantly building the green belts in the school. Even Lu Hong saw quite a few workers wandering around the school as if they were building something new. What's going on? Lu Hong got out of the car somewhat puzzled. Hardy, on the other hand, cheerfully said, what else could it be? It must be that the leaders are coming to inspect. Chapter 73 Speech. Also Lu Hong suddenly realized. Counting the time, the people from the Coordination Bureau would be coming tomorrow. Not long after Lu Hong got off the bus, the principal also rushed over at the first opportunity. He checked the grades of the students in the 3 classes and then said with an excited look on his face, Good. Everyone has come to the Black Iron 6th rank. You two really didn't let me down. There's hope for the freshman spirit martial arts class to move up to the undergraduate program. The principal was thrilled. Lu Hong shrugged, then the ones you promised me before? Of course, I'll give them to you. After the leadership inspection ends tomorrow and all the dust settles, I'll give you all that I promised. The principal heavily patted his shoulder, but you must perform well in tomorrow's commendation ceremony and the school inspection afterward, this is a big deal for our school. Oh. Lu Hong agreed. If you don't perform well, then all the big cakes you drew before won't count. However, Lu Hong didn't bother to argue with the other party about this now, anyway, he had already earned quite a lot of money in the past 2 days. Right, since time is too tight, you don't need to do the commendation ceremony yourself, I've already found other people to arrange it for you, tomorrow you just need to go on stage and read your lines. The principal smiled again, just memorize your lines tonight. Okay. Lu Hong was happy not to have to work and agreed. And the principal next exchanged words with the other students, explaining the matters for tomorrow's inspection. Lu Hong, on the other hand, took the lead and went back to his dormitory. The rewards from killing the bug mother before hadn't been counted yet, so it was a good time to use them all. Not to mention, 3 full attribute treasures, optional advanced technique treasures 40%, and 2 skill advancement treasures silver, directly use them all. Strength 21-24. Physique 21-24. Agility 21-24. Spirit 23-26. Advanced fist technique 10% 50%. Dynamic vision bronze silver. Effect enhancement, the duration of the skill can be maintained for 10 minutes after each use, and the agility is increased by 20% after use. Explosive fist bronze silver. Effect enhancement, can use 10 consecutive explosive fists in a short period of time, stamina consumption is reduced. Lu Hong was joyful, this boosts the battle power quite a bit more. Finally, he looked at the introduction of the bug soldier soft armor silver. Quality, fine. Defense, 20. Special bonus, can release bug wings for 30 minutes of continuous flight. Even this one is not bad either, the defense is very high. Lu Hong was pleasantly surprised. Most humans of the bronze rank were just above 20 points in strength. With this defense, it could basically completely unload their attacks, hitting their body was like scratching an itch. Even this thing could make itself fly. It was convenient for rushing and dodging damage and all that. As for the last recovery worm meat, Lu Heng briefly looked at it, the effect was also very strong, those who were missing arms and legs could grow them back within 3 days after eating this. Not bad, not bad. Lu Hong finished counting the rewards. He then picked up the lines that the principal had given him earlier and read them, and in no time, he was left with a black line on his face. In the end, he sighed helplessly, forget it, I have to perform well in the commendation meeting tomorrow, so I'd better memorize it. The next morning. The commendation meeting was on schedule. The assembly was arranged in a lecture hall. There were roughly 500 people seated in the room, containing the students and teachers of the 3-grade spirit martial classes. Also in the front row were 7 leaders of the Coordination Bureau. The principal sat on one side of them, chatting with them. Soon, the commendation ceremony officially began. Lu Hong put on the clothes that belonged uniquely to the Wind Discipline Committee and walked up to the speaker's podium with a solemn expression. The principal had said that he had to perform well this time, or he wouldn't get his $100,000. Lu Hong can only do his best to pretend to be a good student. There is a prepared script on the speech platform, although yesterday he has already read it once, but now still feel a little outrageous. He cleared his throat and then began to deliver his acceptance speech. Standing here, I am reminded of what the principal said when I first joined the campus. Even if we are tertiary students, every student is still a diamond in the rough to be cut. He valued the growth of every student and did his best to help us upgrade and train in the hope that we could break the cocoon into a butterfly and get out of the junior college. This month, the late-night lights in the principal's office and the full supervision of the special training for the competition have also made me realize what it means to be a strict teacher like a father. Thank you again for planning a growth path for me with a strategic vision, and those seemingly harsh trainings became an opportunity for me to win the first place. Thank you. Lu Hong felt like he was going to be unable to hold himself together and bowed as much as he could. He caught a glimpse of the principal on stage smiling and nodding, the corners of his mouth lifting into a satisfied arc. Lu Hong turned to the audience again. More than anything, I have to thank the students who fought side by side. Everyone worked hard before the competition, training with me all night long, and taking the initiative to act as my companion during the actual battle simulation. When these words came out, Jin So Long in the audience gritted his teeth. In his heart, he cursed, spicy next door, at that time, this dog thing and I raced to take me to practice boxing. Lu Hong continued, even everyone always pays out of their own pockets to help me purchase resources for upgrading this fellowship is far more precious than being first in the competition. As he spoke, his afterglow swept over the students who had been fine by himself, and their eyes carried a murderous aura. He deliberately twisted his head and continued, I would also like to thank everyone for finally electing me to participate in this competition. Without everyone's trust, I wouldn't have been able to take the first place in any case. This time Lu Hong remembered expired brother. He still remembered that as soon as he entered the class at that time, this dude wailed and gave him the Transcendent Nova, and then he entered the competition for unknown reasons. Lu Hong composed himself and began to give his speech sentence by sentence. Everything I've gained today cannot be separated from the school's all-round support. Every teaching from my mentor has allowed me to reap epiphanies. The principal's love and care has allowed me to make progress. Every help from my classmates made me feel passionate. From the priority supply of rare resources to the authorization to use top-notch equipment, every breakthrough I made stepped on the ladder built by the school. Lu Hong spoke for a full 10 minutes before he finished his speech. Pa 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 pa. The bottom began to applaud continuously. The leaders nodded with a smile, not bad, not bad. The principal walked up to the podium quickly with a spring in his step, his gaze permeated with undisguised excitement. At the same time, he also held up a tray with neatly arranged cash. The brand new banknotes were conspicuous under the spotlight. Congratulations to Mr. Lu Hong for winning the crown. This $100,000 bonus is the reward he deserves. He handed the tray over. When Lu Hong saw the banknotes, his mood instantly became pleasant and he directly caught the banknotes. Thank you, principal. The principal nodded with a smile and said aloud towards the people at the bottom again, in fact, just the day before yesterday, our student Lu Hong also did a great thing. At that time, the students were collectively practicing outside of the insect replica, when they suddenly encountered a foreign race descending, and all of the students were caught in a crisis. Especially since there were no guards over there at all, it was simply difficult for the students to resist when they encountered such an unexpected situation. At that time, the situation was incomparably critical, and it was Lu Hong who took the brunt of the situation and rushed out, attempting to block the alien race at the cost of sacrificing himself. He protected all of his classmates and also defended more humans from the crisis. Later, even the Lord Guardian felt admiration for his actions and awarded him the Order of the Guardian. After saying that, the principal took out another brocade box and took out an exquisite medal from it. This is the Medal of Courage given by the Guardian. As the principal, I will personally wear it for him. After saying that, he smiled and put the medal on Lu Hong's body. These words stunned the few leaders below. A guardian giving a medal? That must at least be given by a commander-level figure. This student was actually rewarded by the guardian commander. It's still the Medal of Courage. It seems that this Lu Hong's quality is indeed noble. The 7 leaders revealed looks of approval and snapped their hands in applause. When the principal saw this scene, he smiled even more joyfully in his heart. He glanced at Lu Hong with satisfaction and continued, "It is because of the school's cultivation that we have this kind of student with both moral, intellectual, physical, and aesthetic qualities. You should know that our school likes to deliver high-quality talents to society. Not assholes who waste society's resources. This is one of our firm philosophies. And this is also well reflected in Lu Hong's body." Chapter 74 A Good School. Lu Hong's mouth twitched. This can be used by you to make an article, no wonder you are the principal. It was a good thing that the commendation meeting had come to a successful end. Pa pa pa. At this time, the leaders applauded while standing up exuberantly. The students in the back also took a stand and all stood up as the applause grew louder and louder. Good. Good. It's a good student. It's a good school. It's amazing that your school can produce such an outstanding talent like you. Very good. The leaders' faces were all in agreement. The principal, on the other hand, smiled and walked down. So the commendation ceremony is over, let's continue around the school next, shall we? Right. It's time to start evaluating the overall quality of your school. The leader swept back, let me first see how the students in your spirit martial arts class are doing. Are these all freshmen? One of the fat leaders pointed to an area. Yes. The principal hurriedly said, these are the 103 students from the freshman year, and the rest are from the sophomore and junior spirit martial arts classes. The fat leader nodded, I scanned them when I came here, your sophomore and junior students are progressing too slowly, they've been attending school for 1 or 2 years, but they're still at black iron and bronze. So according to the rules, their class definitely won't be able to advance to undergraduate. You are right. The principal nodded seriously, our school's current center of development is indeed in the freshman spirit martial class. The main reason was that the progress of the sophomore and junior classes was indeed slow, and there was simply no way for him to have them brush up their grades and come to the level of an ordinary undergraduate in a short period of time. The principal continued, in fact, I made plans a few years ago that I had to make the new class of students break with tradition and catch up to the undergraduate level even for junior college students. The ones who came here are the most trashy students in terms of talent, but even the most trashy students, are we going to give up on them? Let them graduate and go into the factory? Or deliver takeout? No. I won't give up on every student. I won't allow that to happen. The principal said forcefully, that's why I've spent years just to sharpen a class of the highest quality students. That's right, talent aside, after all, everyone has to have a chance to succeed, right? You can't veto someone just because of talent. The leaders said in agreement. The fat leader smiled and nodded. Well, all of your freshman students have come to the 6th rank of black iron instead, and it's a 100% degree, catching up with the minimum undergraduate degree level. The fat leader thought for a moment and added, since we're going to be evaluating, we also need to look at the students' perception of the school. He pointed to a random person and said, classmate, let me ask you, what do you guys usually do in class? The one who was pointed to was the expired brother. He quickly put on a proper attitude and said with a serious face, hello leader, we have been studying properly in class. Our instructor is very strict. The first thing we do in class is to make us turn in our cell phones, which helps us to sink our minds and immerse ourselves in the sea of knowledge. As a result, we're all good at theory, or at least catching up to undergraduate level. We also have martial arts classes, which utilize state-of-the-art equipment and employ the most professional martial arts instructors. Finally, thank you for the cultivation of the principle. The other party finished. Lu Hong, on the other hand, revealed an expression of astonishment. I'm not the only one who emotionally memorized the script, everyone secretly memorized the script yesterday, ah. The leader smiled with satisfaction, good, it seems that the students like this school as well. Then let's go around? The other leaders also proposed. Okay, I'll lead you on a tour of the campus. The principal made an inviting gesture. At this time, the fat leader suddenly looked at Lu Hang. Right, little friend, you come along too. The principal also looked at Lu Hong with a smile, signaling him to follow. Oh. Good. Lu Hong agreed. So for the rest of the time, the two of them, the principal and Lu Hong, followed the 7 leaders. One of the leaders proposed to go around the various teaching buildings casually first, saying that he wanted to see how the students' attitudes were in class. Lu Hong was a little flustered. He knew what kind of students in this school were like. Teachers often opened the PowerPoint and read the script, and the students below basically played with their cell phones secretly. As long as they didn't go too far, the teacher wouldn't care. Certain students are more excessive, maybe behind the food, or directly open the black playing games. The teacher saw also at most reprimanded 2 sentences. This is seen by the leadership as not over? However, when a group of people really came to the teaching building, and after passing 7 or 8 classes in a row, Lu Hong found a weird phenomenon. These students were actually studying properly? Every classroom presented an atmosphere of serious learning. The teacher was holding the textbook on the podium and lecturing, while the students below were listening attentively. No one was playing with their cell phones. In order to find out the truth, when they passed by the civil engineering class, which was the class that Lu Hong used to stay in, Lu Hong even deliberately observed inside through the window for a little longer. Only then did he realize that although the students were looking up at the blackboard, they were just nodding their heads, and from their eyes they could see clear stupidity. There was also a stupid buddy among them who had his book upside down, but it was a very serious look of listening to the lesson. Obviously, they don't understand, just have to look right. The teacher may know what level the students are at, and they don't dare to ask questions, but they just keep on lecturing seriously. In response, Lu Hong revealed a relieved smile. The leaders took a general look and nodded from time to time. Although the school is a junior college, the learning atmosphere is all very good. It's a good school. Chapter 75 to not say it's the principal. Well, the general classes all have a pretty good learning atmosphere, but that's not even the point. We should go and see how the spiritual martial classes' learning facilities are. The fat leader said with a smile. Right, let's see how your teachers are, let's see how your training facilities are. These are all important criteria for being rated as an undergraduate. The other leaders also nodded. Lu Heng's face appeared to change slightly. It's over and done with. Where does the spiritual martial class have any learning facilities? Wasn't what he had said earlier at the commendation meeting a made-up script? Where was there any professional teacher, only a rather mixed-up mentor? They also didn't have any training ground, only a broken empty space that was specially vacated for the spirit martial class, as well as a pile of rotten wooden stakes, and even the weapons used for training were things that were almost rotting away. However, they saw the principal become all confident. Please. He then led the way in front. The leaders behind him followed. Lu Hong once again sensed a hint of something wrong. Why wasn't the principal panicked at all? Could it be that he had prepared in advance? As expected, when everyone reached the playground, Lu Hong was shocked. The old crooked and rotten wooden stakes had now become neatly arranged alloy training machines, and these training Akes would automatically eject all kinds of weapons to accompany the students, which was expensive. And here unexpectedly arranged more than 20 training machines. In addition to that, the original that used to put the broken training weapons was also gone, transforming into a brand new weapon rack. On the rack were cold steel swords and knives, dozens of weapons, and all of them were real. What was even more astonishing to Lu Han was that there was also an additional professional martial arts room of more than 10 square meters on the west side out of thin air, and through the glass, one could see more professional training equipment placed inside. Not bad, not bad, these training facilities are pretty good too. The leader nodded with satisfaction. Then let's go see how the teachers are doing. The corner of Lu Hang's mouth twitched. There was only one instructor for their 3 spiritual martial classes combined. Not to mention whether the other party's real level was enough or not, at least one mentor for the 3 classes just couldn't be justified. However, when the crowd arrived at the teacher's office of the spirit martial class, Lu Hong realized that there were more than a dozen unfamiliar faces inside. Hiss. Who were these people? Where was the original mentor? Teachers, stop what you're doing for the time being, our leader is here to inspect. The principal hurriedly raised his hand and said. The dozen or so teachers got up and politely greeted the leader. The leader's gaze swept through the crowd, then looked at a female teacher and asked, "What do you teach?" The female teacher pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and said seriously, "Hello, I am responsible for teaching my students how they should survive when they are shipwrecked in various dangerous copies. I have been teaching for 12 years, and I have worked as a sub-researcher at the Xenobiology Research Institute, compiling ecological maps within 16 replicas." She pulled out her desk drawer, where her awards and project accomplishments were laid out. I also won the Ecological Construction Teaching Innovation Award from the Teachers Association last year, and this year I was privately recruited by the principal of the Nine Roads Academy to offer the Survival Strategies for Otherworldly Replicas course over here. Privately recruited? Meaning that your salary is all paid by the principal personally? The leader was a bit surprised. It was reasonable to say that all teachers in public schools were paid by the Ministry of Finance, but this teacher's salary was borne by the principal personally, which was a personal act. Yes, the principal can be said to visit the door every day in order to bring me here, so I was touched by his spirit and came over here to teach. The female teacher nodded with a smile. The principal also smiled as he explained, after all, it's a tertiary institution. It's true that good teachers aren't willing to come over here to teach, but in order to ensure the education of the students, I hired these excellent teachers out of my own pocket. Very good. For the sake of the students' education, you are still willing to pay the cost, a good principal. The leaders said approvingly. The fat leader's fountain pen began to rustle in the record book, then looked at the silver-haired old man in the corner and asked, "What about you?" The old man heaved his metaphysical iron cane on the ground as he rose. "I am a former silver-ranked tactical instructor of the Guardian Legion, and have taught at 4 colleges and universities since I retired from the military. I specialize in close combat and crisis prediction, and 16 of the students I've taken have made it into the Guardian Elite Reserve Battalion." Next, the fat leader went and asked all the teachers present one by one about their qualifications. Not to say how impressive, at least all of them were senior teachers at the undergraduate level, and more or less all of them had something real. So Lu Han was shocked. In such a short period of time, where did this all find professional teachers? So this principal's connections were so hard? It seems that your school has indeed put in hard work. The fat leader closed the record book and swept his eyes over the newly hung faculty honor wall on the wall. These faculties are completely up to the undergraduate standard, and even ranked at the level of the top 300 institutions. The principal smiled and said, No, it's still far from a good school. At this time, another leader, with a bright idea, said, "Why don't we take a look at the school's campus wall? This is where you can often see the students' most honest evaluations." Makes sense, then let's look at the student comments on the campus wall. The leader smiled. Lu Hong really panicked this time. It's over, I'm not as popular as a dog up there. All the students' comments on me are inappropriate people, or something cloudy like that. If this lets the leaders see it, won't all the personas I performed at the commendation meeting fall apart? However, when the leaders used their cell phones to check the various forum messages on the campus wall, everyone's faces remained good. Even the fat leader looked at Lu Hang with a more appreciative look, worthy of being a student who can obtain the Guardian Medal. Lu Hong was astonished. He hurriedly opened his cell phone and looked online. It turned out that all of his previous wind reviews had been deleted. They had even all been modified by the background administrators into something else. Lu Hang then realized that he had done so many good things in school. such as carrying a feverish classmate to the hospital on a stormy night, helping his classmates to make up lessons every day, helping the cafeteria ants to push the carts, unclogging the sewers on a stormy day, and donating his earned money to the poor students, etc. A whole lot of good people. Even the comments at the bottom were changed. The students all praised themselves for being a great benefactor, the teachers all said that they like students like him, and the popularity was simply too good to be true. Lu Hong looked at the principal in shock. The principal returned a subdued smile. As if to say, "Small sample, you think I can miss this?" Lu Hong was really loaded by the principal this time. Grass. How else would you say it was the principal? This set of process checked down not a little problem. If I were the leader, I would be confused too. Chapter 76, No, you want it, you want it. Not bad, the inspection is almost done. Several leaders discussed amongst themselves a bit more and felt that the Nine Roads Gully School was really good. Finally the fat leader spoke, "Congratulations, the initial inspection of Geodago Academy has passed. The above will send you a year of undergraduate pilot testing, as well as resources for your first year. That means letting your freshman spirit martial arts class temporarily be an undergraduate for a year. If the students can catch up with the minimum undergraduate progress in the second year, they will continue to be issued the resources for the second year, the third and fourth year and so on, with inspections every year. This is guaranteed for at least 6 years, until you have graduated 3 consecutive spirit martial class students, all of which have achieved undergraduate quality, and your spirit martial class undergraduate level is considered stable." Okay, we will definitely guarantee the progress of the students," the principal said in a hurry. "Then we will leave first," the leaders said with satisfaction. Well. Go slowly." The principal politely sent these people away. When the leaders finished walking, Lu Hong still felt that something was wrong. Is this enough? This is if the top really comes over to check it over, surely it can't be hidden. Hey! What do you know, this is just going through a process. The undergraduate level of our freshman Lingwu was basically determined yesterday. The principal waved his hand and said, "How much effort I secretly put in behind the scenes and how many relationships I've made, you simply don't know." Hiss. What have you done? Lu Hong was a bit shocked. Hush. Adult things, children less prying, you just know this undergraduate, steady on it. Of course, it's also an important step for you to take first place in the competition. The principal smiled and patted his shoulder. "All the big pies I drew for you before will be given to you. Next you guys take 3 days vacation, just wait for the resources to be sent down, huh?" After saying that, he left leisurely with his hands behind his back. The farther the principal walked, the more the sunlight swept above his bald head. The light then refracted and shone into Lu Heng's eyes. The principal's image became blurry and glorious in Lu Heng's eyes. Lu Heng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This school's promotion to undergraduate is still dependent on the principal. The principal was the MVP. Lu Heng really felt five for the principal now. He shook his head joyfully. Since he had 3 days of vacation, it was a good idea to take a trip home. It just so happened that he had earned quite a lot of money this time, so he could just buy more resources for his old sister to eat, and by the way, he could share his experience and bring himself up to the next level. Inside the insect copy. Located inside a cave deep under the ground. The surrounding walls were all covered with a white tissue that was even writhing and bouncing. And a humanoid insectoid was sitting on the ground with a sad face. He was the insect king, the boss here. Said as the bug king, right? He actually just awakened to become intelligent species not half a month, so all the information about humans come from the transmission of the bug soldiers, can be said to know nothing about humans. Moreover, he was so wimpy that he had stayed in a hole in the ground and hadn't gone out since his awakening. He constantly sends his soldiers and children to attack the human world, but never goes out himself. After it sensed the death of its son, it spent its days lamenting, "My son is dead. My most talented son is dead. He should have inherited my mantle and led thousands of bug armies to invade the human world, but now he died outside for no reason. Even my bug soldier army has been wiped out. Could there really be super strong people in the human world? Could it be that the humans who have entered this copy before are only considered weaklings of the human world? No. I need to investigate clearly." The Bug King suddenly clenched his fists. "I've already lost a son, and this time. I can't be so reckless. I'll have to quietly send a clan member out this time." It looked to the writhing wall. "Oh daughter, it is time for you to come out." His arm stroked over the wall, his mouth broken. Soon, the wall changed. The white tissue of the wall suddenly churned, and with a wet, ripping sound, a figure wrapped in slime crashed out from within the wall. Surprisingly, it was a woman who looked and shaped exactly like a human. Flop! The woman fell to the ground, then opened her eyes in confusion. Father? It's done, it's in human form, it's in human shape. The Bug King was thrilled, and it's still silver rank. Although you don't have a bloodline talent, your individual battle power is still strong. In that case, the task of investigating the human world is yours. Yes, father. The woman said respectfully, please give me a name. A name? Yes. Should give you a human name. The Bug Emperor said thoughtfully. He thought for a long time and finally came up with a name that he thought was perfect. Let's call it Xiaomei. The Bug King said with a smile, from now on, you'll be called Bug Xiaomei, and that's your identity in the human world. My mission, is it to go out and investigate the human world? Bug Xiaomei asked. Right. The Bug King said solemnly, the strongest person of my clan in all generations is called the golden rank in the mouths of humans, but I'm not sure if there are any existences beyond the golden rank among humans. And I'm only at the silver rank now, give me 3 years as much time as I need to come to the gold rank, and then I'll lead my troops to attack the humans. Before that, you need to go and investigate just how powerful the strongest people in the human world are, whether there are any existences beyond the gold rank, and just how much their general battle power is. By the way, go and find out the weaknesses of the humans to help our army successfully invade the humans 3 years later. Okay, father. What should I investigate? Bug Xiaomei asked again. The Bug King thought for a while, go to the university. The humans who like to invade our world are called students, and they come from a place called the university. It's thought that it's this kind of thing that constantly creates human powerhouses. Based on the information available, the best university is called Tianbei Spiritual Martial University, so you should go over there and investigate. The strongest humans must be over there. Lu Hong was extravagant today. In the past, he used to take the $1 bus home. But he spent $20 on a taxi today. It's still good to be rich. Lu Hong happily opened his cell phone to look at his balance. This was already the 17th time he had checked his balance today. A whole $360,000. It took an ordinary person working for more than 10 years to save up. Lu Hong, however, had earned it in just a few days. This feeling of being rich made him feel great. So he decided to buy more resources for his old sister to eat, so that Lu Xiaoko could eat her fill and experience a little more of his brother's care. He quickly returned to the house. After waiting for about a while, Lu Xiaoko also came home. Brother, you're home again. Lu Xiaoko said in surprise. Had a 3-day vacation. Lu Hong smiled. Let's go have a good meal today? Lu Xiaoko was excited. Yes, but what if I don't have any money? Lu Hong said happily, silly you, it doesn't matter if you don't have money. I'll just go by myself. Lu Xiaoko's face darkened, get lost. Just kidding, brother made $360,000, must take you for a full meal. Lu Hong laughed. Lu Xiaoko was shocked, did you find a rich woman? What rich woman? I earned the money with my skills. You think the big name of the competition is that reward, our school also gave me a lot of it. Lu Hong laughed. Lu Xiaoko was happy, good. Then I'll have hamburgers, fried chicken, fries, pizza, and chicken wings. Lu Hong shook his head, no. I'm going to give you heart of black cloud tiger, white ginseng worm, brain of 9-headed rat, lava black dew. Lu Xiaoko's face darkened again, these don't taste good, one tastes weirder than the other, I don't want these. Lu Hong smiled, no, you want. You want. Chapter 77 Lightning Proficiency 100%. What Lu Hong had just said were some common transcendent materials, the purpose of which was to give them to Lu Xiaoko to eat and then upgrade. Is it true that the effect of you eating the materials isn't as good if you eat more of them? Lu Hong asked. Yes, buying 5 copies of each material is the most cost-effective. Lu Xiaoko said sullenly. Lu Hang then started picking one by one on the shopping website. The ones he picked were all materials that were cost-effective. Most of them belonged to trash quality, but as long as they were given to Lu Xiaoko to eat, they were experienced, and the main one was cheap but in large quantities. There was also a part of the more common high-quality materials that added more experience and also added attributes to Lu Xiaoko as well, slightly more expensive. Lu Hong felt that everything had to be balanced, both attributes and experience were needed to make it work. How much is your thunder attribute proficiency coming up? Lu Hong asked again. Still 10%. Lu Xiaoke said. All right. Lu Hong picked out some more lightning attribute transcendent materials. These few things were expensive, one was tens of thousands of dollars, as for the other materials he bought most of them were only a few $100s. After picking sporadically for more than half an hour, adding up to a total of 134 materials, buying 5 copies of each material, that was 670 materials. In the end, $370,000 was spent, leaving only $100,000. Lu Hong is not heartbroken, upgrade well. Spend more money is quite good. Order. Lu Hong directly clicked on payment. These were all from within a large warehouse of transcendent materials nearby. After the two of them waited for a few hours, a large truck personally delivered these materials and parked outside of Lu Hong's neighborhood. The driver asked, "How do I unload?" "There's no need to unload, can this truck be parked every other day?" Lu Hong said. "Parking for 2 hours is free, but parking for a day will cost you $500. The truck driver said. "Okay, then you park for 2 hours first, just come and drive away later." Lu Hong said. The driver nodded and directly got off the truck, seemingly ready to wander around the neighborhood. Lu Hong and Lu Xiaoke, on the other hand, directly flipped onto the truck. "That's it, eat." Lu Hong said with a smile, "See how good brother is to you, eat it all." Lu Xiaoke directly picked up an iron block and stuffed it into her mouth. Crunch! Don't say it, the thing was swallowed in one go, especially smooth. Experience plus 1240. Lu Hong quickly received a message prompt. What did you receive? 1240 points of experience. Lu Xiaoke picked up another piece of high-quality material and swallowed it. Experience plus 2248. Lu Hong asked again, what about this time? There's a bit of power this time in addition to experience. Lu Xiaoke said. Not bad, keep eating, keep eating. Lu Hong heatedly laughed. Faced with half a truckload of materials, Lu Xiaoke sighed and had to dazzle for a while. Experience plus 899. Experience plus 1140. Experience plus 997. After roughly 10 minutes of eating, the two of them leveled up. Lu Hong was happy. But Lu Xiaoke was not happy. Lu Hong, I don't want to eat anymore, these things don't taste good at all. Have you ever eaten raw liver? Have you ever eaten materials with rusty flavor mixed with earth? These are really bad to eat. Lu Hong sniffed and began to advise bitterly, eat. Eat more, this is all old brother's love for you. Other people's families who want it still don't get to eat it. I'm doing this all for your own good. Whoa. Lu Xiaoke, with tears in her eyes, ate another large box of materials. Crunch. Crunch. One copy of the materials was consumed at a rapid pace. And as Lu Hong watched Lu Xiaoke keep eating, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He could probably feel why those parents like to spend money on their children, enrolling them in cram schools and buying all sorts of body tonic materials. There really was a sense of satisfaction in seeing a child grow. Not to mention that he himself could be upgraded by association as well. But after Lu Xiaoke ate for a while, she suddenly started coughing. Lu Hong, my throat is not feeling well. Lu Hong was worried. What's wrong? My throat is too itchy, I can't restrain myself from coughing now. Lu Xiaoke said with a tangled face. Then don't eat it today, it should be eating out. Lu Hong sighed, buy you some medicine later. Maybe he did push too hard. If you can't, just pay a $500 to have the truck stop for a day and continue eating tomorrow. No need. Lu Xiaoke licked her lips, get me some boneless chicken feet. Just let it go in and scratch it for me. It has to be boneless, the ones with bones have too much hand strength for fear of scratching it. You. Lu Hong's mouth twitched, okay. This gluttonous girl, just letting him eat the difficult ingredients was indeed quite difficult for her. Lu Hong simply jumped off the truck directly, went to the surrounding small stores to buy some food and snacks, and sent them on the truck. 10 bags of boneless chicken claws, a dozen packs of spicy fries, 5 bottles of Fat House Happy Water, and 10 bags of potato chips. Hey! Lu Xiaoke was happy now. So for the next half an hour, she started snacking on various transcendent materials while eating them. With the addition of food, Lu Shaoke began to show off for a while. Experience plus 1008. Experience plus 849. Experience plus 994. Bronze 6th order, bronze 9th order 25W 25W. Attributes: Strength 26, Physique 26, Agility 26, Spirit 26, Comprehensive 104. 3 levels in a row, and the combined attributes have surpassed 100 points, cool. Lu Hong laughed out loud. Locking experience? Lu Shaoke asked, old brother, do you want to directly upgrade to silver or prepare some good materials before upgrading? Of course it's locking experience to prepare for alien evolution. Lu Hong returned. There were 2 ways to upgrade from bronze to silver. One was to directly brush enough experience to upgrade, which didn't improve much other than adding 5 attributes. There was also another way to upgrade from alien body, which was to lock the level at the 9th step of bronze when it was full of experience, and then absorb it afterward with a set of high-level evolutionary materials. This way, in addition to attributes, one would also gain a copy of the transcendent physique. For example, with the Vajra body, the body would come with dozens of points of defense, with a strong resistance to injury. Or the flying spirit physique, the body would become lighter and more flexible, able to perform various difficult maneuvers. There was a huge gap between the physique, and it all depended on how good the materials were. But overall, a human with an evolved xenomorphic body would definitely be able to hang on to an ordinary evolved human. Okay. Lu Shaoke nodded. It just so happened that not many materials were left on the truck. Those materials just now had added a full 67W experience points to them. If they went to brush the bronze monsters, they would have to brush thousands of them. Out of the 600 plus materials eaten just now, there were more than 100 high-quality materials. Your attributes should have added more than 100 points as well, right? Lu Hong rubbed his hands together and asked. Right. Lu Shaoke directly lit up her panel. Attribute points: Strength 50, Physique 44, Agility 48, Spirit 38, combined 180. Lightning proficiency, 100%. Chapter 78, cannot be looked at straight. Ha ha. Good. Finally, I've cultivated you into a numerical monster. Lu Hong was incomparably energized. What was the concept of 180 points? Starting from the silver rank, each level up added 5 points of attributes, and the entire silver pool was only able to add 50 points of attributes. If the attribute treasures, attribute props, and equipment additions were counted, most of the transcendence attributes would be in the 140-180 point range when they were at the 9th silver rank. Lu Shaoke, who was only at bronze 9th order now, was already comparable to the attribute value of silver 9th order. As long as Lu Shaoke was allowed to obtain another decent alien body, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that she was invincible at the same rank. This star swallower's talent was truly too strong. It was true that one still had to have money to make Lu Shaoke's level work. Lu Hang asked again, what level is your current progress in your school? Lu Shaoke thought for a moment and said, there are a total of 22 spirit martial classes in our freshman year, and there are quite a few super geniuses in the other classes as well, but at my current level I have no problem ranking in the top 10. Lu Hong was a bit shocked. I've cultivated numerical monsters for you to rank in the top 10? The few people you defeated at the campus combined competition at that time, Sun Yaozi, they all drew lots to enter the competition, and really speaking of their own strength, they are actually only at a medium level in the Heavenly North spiritual martial arts. Lu Shaoke explained. Lu Hong thought about it, really wasn't wrong. The squad that was originally expected to take first place in the joint competition was only at a medium level in the top 1 schools, and the top students were all perverted when they thought about it, right? No wonder when he said that he wanted to transfer to Tianbei University, they rejected him directly, but his level was only medium in theirs. Lu Xiaoxiao laughed and said, but I'm definitely the boss in my own class, I can beat all of them. That's enough. Stronger you is strong, weaker you is weak. At that time, the resources you can allocate will definitely be quite a bit more than them. Lu Hong cheerfully said, what you can't use can still be given to me. This was also considered an investment for himself. When parents invested in their children, it would take 10 or 20 years before there was a return. If he invested in Lu Shaoke, it wouldn't take more than a few days for him to get a return. Okay. I'll bring you all the good stuff that the school assigns in the future. Lu Shaoke readily agreed. Older brother bought himself materials to eat, and had experience and attributes. He himself gained strength and then played matches to get prizes for his old brother. The two complement each other, and we both have a bright future. Right, I suddenly remembered that I still have two things here that I haven't given you. Lu Hong first retrieved that Silver Streak Insect King blood from before. This black and red blood was wrapped within a film that automatically floated in the air. Silver Stripe Bug King Blood Silver. Quality, treasure. Lu Xiaoke glanced at it and then said in surprise, "This is an evolutionary material. It's too wasteful to give it to me to eat. You can totally use this for alien evolution." Lu Hong was puzzled. "Are you sure? But it was just something obtained from killing a bug in passing. This thing wasn't something good, right?" Of course, there's an altered body called the Bug Resurrection Body, which requires 3 copies of bug material, and this bug bloodline is the rarest thing in there, and you won't even be able to come across it once in 10 years. Lu Xiaoke had learned about many kinds of alien bodies in his theory class at school, and he had gotten full marks, so he remembered the types of alien bodies and the required materials clearly. Lu Hong was a bit surprised. "What about the other 2 materials, are they good to obtain?" Lu Xiaoke explained seriously, "In addition to this bloodline, a copy of the Insect King's heart is also needed, as well as a copy of the insect soul. The soul of the bug clan is also a relatively rare thing. It's an existence used by the bug clan to create powerful individuals, and this kind of creature also depends on luck to stumble upon. As for the bug king's heart, it's the easiest to obtain. As long as you kill the big bosses in the bug clan's copies, it's bound to drop. If you use these 3 together, you can obtain the Bug Resurrection Body, which is a super alien body that can be reborn with severed limbs at the silver level, and belongs to the T0 level." Hiss. That sentiment, I'm quite lucky. Lu Hong was happy. The most difficult to obtain have been obtained. Why don't we go to the bug copy tomorrow and try our luck again? Maybe we can really get a whole super alien. Lu Xiaoxiao laughed. Bug kings all need summoning props to be released, but our school just happens to have this. It just so happens that I have a test tomorrow, so as long as I get first place, I can easily apply for this prop. As for the insect soul, I'll ask my teacher again if there's a way to obtain it. I think there's someone who specializes in collecting this kind of thing. Lu Hong cheerfully said, "Alright, then it's all yours." Just after investing in his old sister, he could immediately reap the rewards. Worth it. Immediately after that, Lu Heng summoned another meatball and took out a piece of mosaic meat and said, "By the way, and then you taste this and see if you can gain attribute value or something." This fuzzy mass of meat kept wriggling in Lu Heng's hand, giving Lu Xiaoke a confused look. "This can be eaten too." "Just taste it, it doesn't taste too good. I'm just curious what attribute bonuses you can get after eating it." Lu Hong asked. "Won't this be a problem if you eat it?" Lu Xiaoke said with fear. "Hiya, I'm your own brother, how could I harm you? Quickly taste it," Lu Hong urged. "Okay." Lu Xiaoke directly ate the meat into his mouth, and soon his face turned green for a while. But under Lu Heng's encouraging eyes, she forced herself to swallow it. Voodoo. Meat dumpling spiritual power +1. Lu Xiaoke spat out her tongue with difficulty. "It's so hard to eat, I can't describe it as hard to eat." "Quickly see if you've added attributes?" Lu Heng asked expectantly. Lu Xiaoke looked at the panel and was soon surprised. This material even comes with super properties. Evil God trait cannot be looked at directly. Lu Heng said, "Trait? Is it equivalent to a skill?" "Right. The trait is for that pet of yours." Lu Xiaoku, on the other hand, said happily, "I've directly converted the trait into a skill." "Then try it." Lu Heng said expectantly. Lu Xiaoke nodded and directly used the skill. Wah! Only to see a large mosaic directly appear on her body, unable to see any of her appearance inside. Holy? Is this not to be looked at directly? Lu Hong was shocked. No wonder it was said to be an evil god. In order to take care of human beings, they directly put a mosaic on themselves. Isn't that not being able to be looked at directly? This skill is very good, our old brother. Lu Xiaoke, who was wrapped by the mosaic, was a bit surprised. In the future, you can bring this to do bad things, no one can find out. And this skill doesn't even have a cooldown or any consumption, instantly turns on and off, very strong characteristic skill A. Lu Hong nodded with approval, that's quite good. Lu Hong laughed, let's go, I'll take you to a good meal. Eat what? Take you to eat hamburgers, fried chicken, fries, pizza, chicken wings. Yeah. Chapter 79, Silly Sweetness. The next morning. Outside the gates of the Heavenly North Spiritual Martial University, a woman dressed in black sneakily arrived. This is the Heavenly North Spiritual Martial University that Father has spoken of, isn't it? Bug Xiaomei's eyes were vigilant as she looked towards this school. There were constantly students coming in and out of the school entrance. As a fae, she could roughly observe other people's rank through their scent. So she observed for a moment and was soon shocked. Among these students, all of them were at least bronze ranked, a random one was a silver ranked existence, and there were countless gold ranked powerhouses. One could even see existences that surpassed the gold rank. This really is a gathering place for human powerhouses. Bug Xiaomei clenched her fists and said, every single one of them is so strong. With the existence of such perverted forces, it seems that the big plan of the insect race invasion seems to be put on hold for a while. Bug Xiaomei pondered for 2 seconds and said, but my mission isn't over yet, I need to investigate the source of these strong people before I can do so. Why can this place give birth to so many human powerhouses? Do they possess a matrix as well? A human matrix that is stronger than the insect matrix? Bug Xiaomei couldn't figure this out, so she decided to go in and see for herself. She realized that as long as they were young males and young females, they could just enter and exit the school gates, and there were no strong people guarding the entrance. Thus Bug Xiaomei hesitantly stood in place for a few seconds before planning to just go in for a bit and try it out. She made her expression as natural as possible, and then took one step at a time to the gate. However, when the face scanning device automatically scanned her, there was a ticking sound. The security guard also rushed out in a hurry. Students who are not from this school are not allowed in. Bug Xiaomei panicked. That. Me. You want to come and visit, right? Visiting is also not allowed. Which school's back where? The security guard said sternly. Oh. Seeing that the other party didn't make any other behavior, but just wanted to drive herself away, Bug Xiaomei quickly left the place. No way. It turns out that there are transcendent props over there that can recognize enemies. Bug Xiaomei began to continue thinking, I have to abduct a weak student first and ask what's going on. There were a lot of silver and gold powerhouses among these students though. But there were also quite a few bronze weaklings, and as a silver-ranked individual, he could easily deal with these people. Just then, she spotted a female student in her school uniform, humming a little song as she walked down the road. Lu Xiaoko was in a happy mood. I'm awesome for trying to eat a truckload of materials yesterday. I have to keep working hard today to get first place in the test. Seeing that she was about to walk towards the school entrance, Bug Xiaomei's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman possesses transcendent power, but it's only the bronze rank. And judging from her school uniform, she's from this university. It's her. Before Lu Xiaoko entered the school, Bug Xiaomei rushed over to stop the other party. Hello, may I ask if you are a student of this school? Yes? What's wrong? Lu Xiaoko was puzzled. I found something good nearby, do you want to come over and take a look? Bug Xiaomei said with an expectant tone. What the hell? Lu Xiaoko said doubtfully. A very good transcendent prop, we can go get it together. Bug Xiaomei continued. Huh? Lu Xiaoko gave the other party a skeptical look and said, I still have things to do, you find someone else. Damn it. I've made up such a good reason, and the human isn't even fooled by me? Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Bug Xiaomei hurriedly pleaded, wait, don't go yet. Please just come with me, I'll do anything. You're so strange. Lu Xiaoko decided to look at her panel. Insect Soul Derivative Spider Demon Seed Silver Elite. Race, Bug Race. Attributes, Strength 34, Physique 26, Agility 30, Spirit 30, combined, 120. Even yo? Insect Soul? Is that the material that Lao needs? Lu Xiaoko was surprised with a hint of confusion. Was this sister just strutting down the road like this? But any human who came along with a higher mental power than her would be able to take in all the information about her at a glance. To say she was lucky, she was indeed lucky that she hadn't encountered any high-level transcendence even after wandering around outside for so long. Call her stupid, but it was also really stupid to not know that humans could view panels. Had this alien just been born a few days ago? Doesn't know anything? Why is she acting like a dumb white girl? Lu Xiaokola decided to decapitate this foreigner. She opened her mouth and asked, so do you have money? Yes. I do. Bug Xiaomei hurriedly said. Give me $50 and I'll go to Hong Kong with you. Lu Xiaoko said with a smile. Okay, you come with me. Bug Xiaomei was pleasantly surprised. Great. I've been tricked. I actually don't have any money at all. This stupid woman, just like a silly white woman, Bug Xiaomei was so excited that she immediately said, "Elbow. It's not far from here." Lu Shaoke smiled and followed. So under Bug Xiaomei's leadership, the two of them slowly entered the alley where there weren't many people. Bug Xiaomei hid her inner excitement and walked in front. Lu Shaoke quietly pulled out his big treasure after following for a short distance. The golden tiger sword slowly came out of its sheath, and a trace of electric arcs began to travel above the sword. As the two of them continued to go deeper and deeper, Bug Xiaomei's eyes became more and more agitated, and her face slowly began to change and her limbs squirmed. Only to see Bug Xiaomei suddenly take her original form, her head turning into a spider's head and 4 pairs of spider claws sprouting from her body. She then instantly twisted her head around and prepared to attack towards Lu Shaoke. "Stupid woman, I advise you." Put. Before the words fell, Bug Xiaomei's body was directly chopped in half. Her upper body fell to the ground, her eyes filled with a trance. Huh? What happened? Wasn't this student a bronze? Obviously on the same level as the bug soldiers of our world, how is the difference in strength so great? He. Lu Shaoke held the golden tiger sword and was about to decapitate the other party right away. Bug Xiaomei panicked. "Wait. I'm actually the soul of the bug race. Give face." "No give." Lu Shaoke directly chopped out a sword, cutting off the other party's head instantly. Put. Bug little sister's eyes instantly widened and she didn't move a muscle. However, Lu Shaoke did not receive a beheading notification, nor did he add experience or anything. Lu Shaoke was puzzled. What's going on? She scrutinized the corpse for 2 seconds and then came to a conclusion. Could it be that she was playing dead? The role of the insect soul seemed to be to ensure that the body was broken, but the soul remained immortal. So Lu Shaoke directly tried, "Stop pretending, I know you're not dead, I've seen this little trick of yours many times." Bug Xiaomei's eyes suddenly widened, and the only remaining head vocalized, "You. You are so smart. I can't believe I didn't fool you. Ah, you're so cute." Lu Shaoke was all amused by the other party's actions. Bug Xiaomei didn't understand why the other party said that, and just begged for mercy one after another. "Please don't kill me, wow. I'm shouldering the hope of reviving the bug race, I can't die yet. I don't care about your this and that." Lu Shaoke picked up the knife and slashed again. Bug Xiaomei's body was directly chopped into a dozen pieces, but she was still wailing, "Don't wow. I don't want to die so suffocated. I haven't finished investigating the information of the human world, I haven't completed the task that father gave me. I don't want to just disappear like a runner. My father emperor will look down on me. Oh. Bug Xiaomei was cut to tears. Lu Shaoke, on the other hand, was stunned. This sis was divided into a dozen pieces, how come she's still alive? So she decided to blackmail the other party. Alright, I'll let you off." "Really?" Bug Xiaomei's eyes surfaced full of gratitude. "Thank you, you're a good person. When I invade the human world in the future, I'll make sure to let you live to the end. You can be spared, yes, but I'm a very curious person, I want to know why you can't die." Lu Xiaoxiao ridiculed, "If you tell me, I will let you go." Yeah. Bug Xiaomei said happily, "Actually, I have a soul crystal in my heart, the soul crystal is the body, no matter how much my flesh is destroyed, I can't die." "Okay, thank you, you are also a good person." After Lu Shaoke sent out the good person card, he directly poked open the other person's chest with a knife and pulled out the heart. "Not. You, what are you doing?" Bug Xiaomei was scared. Lu Shaoke didn't say anything, just silently pulled out the soul crystal in the heart. "Crush this and you're dead, right?" "Tonic, wow, why are you so bad?" Bug Xiaomei cried out once again, "I don't want to die like a runner, my name hasn't resounded through the human world yet, I don't want to die without a single person remembering me." "Then tell me your name." Lu Shaoke felt that the other party was very interesting and decided to leave the other party a face. "I will remember you. Bug Xiaomei." Bug Xiaomei said quickly. As soon as the words fell, Lu Shaoke crushed the bug soul crystal. Bang! You killed the insect soul derivative. Experience plus 16,000. You have obtained the insect soul. Xiaomei? Lu Shaoke spat. That name is just like a running gag. Chapter 80 Combined Battle Strength 192. Insect Replica. The Bug King was originally staying quietly in the hole in the ground when suddenly it sensed the death of its daughter. Thus it was shocked. What? Xiaomei only went out yesterday and died today? Damn. It turns out that there are really many strong people in the human world? The insect king itself was only a silver-ranked boss. And it was very wimpy, as could be seen from the fact that it had only sent out its children to leave its copies on the previous 2 occasions. It was really afraid of death. Plus, he really knew too little about humans, and even more so, he didn't dare to have thoughts of revenge. Then what should I do next? The insect king pondered for a long time and came up with a solution that he thought was perfect. He decided to swing for the fences. That's just it. These hateful humans keep slaughtering my clan, so let them kill. The matter of invading the human world is never to be thought of again. I'm the only intelligent species left in my insect race now, so it's better to enjoy my old age in this world honestly. I just don't believe that if I hide in this hole in the ground a few hundred meters underground, someone can still forcefully dig in. Sky North Spiritual Martial University. Later on, I'll first find the school to apply for the Insect King summoning props. Even if it's hiding a few hundred meters underground, I'll be able to summon it out for it. Lu Shaoke walked on the campus road, thinking so. But before that, I need to test my combat prowess and take first place. So she arrived at today's testing room. Today, it was still Mr. Yang in class. After being invisibly faked and punched in the face by Lu Shaoke last time, Mr. Yang was much more honest. At least he wouldn't be provoking Lu Shaoke for no reason. Today is a lesson about attributes, mainly testing everyone's real battle power. Teacher Yang said with a light cough. The attributes on this panel, right, are actually just theoretical values. The real battle power that everyone can really play out is still not quite the same. For example, some people can only play out 80% of the level, while others can play out 120%, and this is the gap. But today with the equipment test, it's closer to the real level. Mr. Yang pointed to the equipment present and said, "Who wants to test first?" The students looked at each other in disbelief, then said in unison, "Sister Lu it is." No need to say more, this test will definitely be Lu Shaoke taking first place as well. People can upgrade while lying down, their level is definitely higher than ours now, and their attribute points are also higher. I'm betting on a pack of chili fries. Sister Lu is going to act tough again today. Accompany a pack. The eyes of the crowd then looked towards Lu Shaoke. Teacher Yang also looked at Lu Shaoke. Then you'll go first? Okay. Lu Shaoke went straight up. First please report your rank. Teacher Yang took out his notebook and said, Bronze 9th rank. Lu Shaoke responded. Not. How did you upgrade again? Teacher Yang was confused. Yesterday it was still Bronze 6th order, but today it soared to Bronze 9th order? A full 600,000 to 700,000 experience points. How did he brush it? Did he really just lie down and sleep for a night and rise 3 levels in a row? I won't tell you. Lu Shaoke hemmed and hawed and came directly to the front of the strength test program. There was a strength tester machine in front of him. Lu Shaoke took a deep breath, then his fist was covered with light lightning, and he vigorously punched towards it. Boom! The instruments soon began to drip. Test result, strength 58. 58, the teacher was shocked. What is your true strength attribute? 50 points. Lu Shao said directly. It was thought that it was the augmentation effect of Thunderbolt proficiency that allowed him to utilize his strength 1.16 times. Teacher Yang went numb. What about your other attributes? Physique 44, Agility 48, Spirit 38, combined 180. Lu Shaoke continued. I knew you could fake it, but I didn't expect you to fake such a big one. Teacher Yang was numb. Forget it, you test the others first. Lu Shaoke promised and continued to test on the other 3 instruments. In the end, he measured actual Physique 44, Agility 55, and Spirit 35. The comprehensive battle strength of 192 was 12 points higher than the actual comprehensive attribute points. Very strong. Alright, the first place this time is yours. Teacher Yang covered his head and said, You'll be the number 1 in this class in terms of combined battle power from now on, so you can go to the treasure warehouse and apply for a treasure. The other students were also numb. They couldn't even find adjectives to portray Lu Shaoke anymore, so they simply squatted in the corner and went to doubt their lives. Then I can leave class early? Lu Shaoke asked with a smile. Go, you're a genius, who dares to stop you? Teacher Yang was also completely bowed down. So Lu Shaoke directly left and logically applied for the treasure tool to summon the Bug King from the school's treasure trove, after which he rushed towards home. The rental house wasn't far from the school, so it took about 10 minutes to get home. After returning home, Lu Xiaoke took out the insect soul with gusto. Older brother, look. Holy, ectoplasmic material. Lu Hong was pleasantly surprised. Where did you get it? I was lucky today, I just ran into an ungrateful one who came to provoke me, and then I got her killed. Lu Xiaoke said with a smile. Good, good. It seems that God really wants me to awaken this other body. Lu Hong was pleasantly surprised. Then let's rest for the night and get ready to leave tomorrow for the insect replica. Chapter 81, A Strange Shame. On the second day, the insect replica. Lu Hang and the two of them woke up early and rushed here. The replica had been closed a few days ago, and it was only today that it was reopened. The corpses and filth here had all been cleaned up, and it was impossible to tell that this place had been invaded by the insects before. There were already quite a few people outside the replica at this time. Multiple people have come just after it was opened. It seems that this copy is quite popular. Lu Hong said with interest. A passerby beside him responded, it's mainly because of the recent anomalies within this copy. The monsters are piling up and multiplying in number, and now it's become a mecca for brushing experience. That's quite good, but didn't the wisdom species appear here? Lu Hang asked, how come so many people still dare to come? Harm, the guard said that there are at most 3 wisdom species awakened in there, and the strongest is just the silver rank. Except for those tens of thousands of bug soldiers poking through the copy last time that made a little wave, this bug race has run out of ammunition. The passerby continued to laugh and said, the Guardians reopened the copy in the hope that the passerby can clear out the bug monsters inside earlier. The Guardians don't take the miscellaneous foreign races inside seriously at all. I see. Lu Hong nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to enter the copy, a provocative voice came from behind him. Yo, Lu Hong, haven't seen you in 3 days, why are you pulling so much? Lu Hong turned around and was instantly happy. Isn't this brother self-discipline? Such a coincidence. Lu Xiaoke also recognized the other party, the person who was defeated by his old brother at the end of the match. The corner of Jiang Zilu's mouth twitched. I didn't expect I can run into you even here. What's to say, last time you were hit by great luck, you were hurt pretty badly, right? Why do you still look alive and well now? Lu Hong said jokingly. Che, so what if it's great luck, but it's just an injury? Jiang Zilu pretended to exaggerate and showed off his muscles. With my big muscle-buster physique, paired with the school's medicinal liquid, and coupled with super self-discipline's recovery training, 3 days will be enough to recover as good as new. After saying that, his eyes were full of challenge again. Lu Hong, the last time I lost to you, it was because the 3 of you beat one of me. The advantage was with you. If the 2 of us were to compete again now, I would definitely win. Ha! Lu Hong just silently raised his middle finger. What, still wanna fight me? At that time, when he fought against Jiang Zilu, he was only at bronze 1st rank, and he was able to fight the other party back and forth. Now he was at bronze 9, and compared to that day, he had tens of points more in attributes. Don't say I don't need a teammate now, I can beat you 2 by myself now. Lu Hong said confidently. Alright. Then have another real man's fight with me. Jiang Zilu laughed out loud and directly rushed up to fight. Lu Hong shouted in shock. This dude was super Xiong. He was about to start a fight in public. But Lu Hang is also not vegetarian. Before the other party rushed over, directly as lowered on the body, gave an over-the-shoulder fall. Boom! Jiang Zilu hadn't reacted yet, and was wrestled to the ground at once, with a little trance in his eyes. Lu Hong shook his head. Traditional kung fu, point to point. You are not my opponent, admit defeat. How can that be? Jiang Zilu was surprised. How could he himself be thrown over the shoulder? Can't. I was careless just now and didn't flash. Do it again. Jiang Zilu snapped and stood up. Very quickly. He came up with a left square stomp, a right whip kick, and a left jab. Lu Hong defended out of all of them. I'll let you go even if I let you do it once. You're still stomping your nose, aren't you? Lu Hong frowned and directly used his full strength to give his opponent a set of combination punches. Done, done, done. In 3 or 2 blows, the other party was knocked down. Stop. I'm not going to compete. Jiang Zilu said in horror. How could the other party become so powerful all of a sudden after not seeing him for a few days? Jiang Zilu hurriedly checked his opponent's panel. Lu Hong. Rank, bronze. Attributes, strength 26, physique. Agility. Spirit, comprehensive. UTM. Why is your strength value so high? Jiang Zilu was shocked. Could it be that you're even more self-disciplined than me? Humph. Lu Hong smiled grimly. Young man, all the muscles you practiced in the gym are useless, they are all dead strength. Traditional attributes are still about upgrading. When the attributes are high, it's useless for you to practice anymore. I'm now at bronze 9th rank, how are you going to fight me? Damn, Jiang Zilu was struck. He was a man who regarded Lu Hang as a lifelong competitor since he was created to fly by great luck last time. It was fine that he was defeated by the three of them last time, but this time he was directly defeated by Lu Hang alone. This was simply a strange shame for him. But purely from the attribute points, the other party would be able to beat him owlishly. So he clenched his fists. Looks like I'm still not disciplined enough. I should adjust my program. I'm going to sleep 3 hours less and discipline myself for 3 more hours every day. I'm going to practice boxing for 1 more hour. Watch 1 more hour of porn. Work out for 1 more hour. Reward myself from 2 to 3 times a day. Lu Hong, just wait. I will definitely surpass you. Jiang Zilu somehow warmed up again. Ha! Lu Hong still looked indifferent. Self-discipline is useless. You should be like me, eat and drink when you need to, play with your cell phone when you need to. Lick your face and find someone to take you when you need to upgrade. When you don't have money, look for someone to rob you. If you can, you abstain from lust again. That way you can upgrade faster. Jiang Zilu got annoyed. What kind of crooked reasoning is this? This goes against my original intention of self-discipline. Reward yourself less, I see you're about to jack yourself silly. Lu Hong shook his head. Humph. Jiang's self-discipline was about to enter the copy immediately. Just wait, I'll definitely level faster than you. Lu Hong didn't care about that much and directly followed Lu Xiaoku into the copy. The three entered the copy at the same time, and naturally were teleported to the same main road, needing to walk a distance together. You have opened a new talent quest. Defeating the Bug King will allow the Justice Armor to obtain a copy of the new skill. Lu Hong was happy. This time, the talent quest was rather the same as his purpose. He suddenly remembered something at this moment and looked at Jiang Zilu curiously. Say, you should be familiar with this copy, right? Of course. My school is from this neighborhood, and I often come to this copy. Jiang Zilu said confidently, I know exactly where all the monsters exist and their ecological habits. Oh, then shall we join together? Lu Hang asked, you lead me to the location of the booze, and the monsters you kill on the way, the experience will be sent to you. Anyway, he had already stuck his level at bronze 9th order, so he couldn't get experience in killing monsters, so it didn't matter if he shared it with others. However, when Brother Self-Regulator heard this, he heard another meaning. Are you insulting me? A former enemy actually wants to take me upgrading? Joke. This is simply a great shame to me. Chapter 82 Jiang Zilu. The corner of Lu Hang's mouth twitched. You've got a problem, free to take you to upgrade and still not happy about it. Jiang Zilu grunted coldly, not relying on your own struggles, all relying on your own shamelessness. I'm not a person like you. He would have seen that Lu Xiaoku's entire attributes were question marks, and thought that she was ridiculously strong. It seemed that this girl was here to bring Lu Hong to brush the monsters. Lu Hong gave a middle finger. You hanging hair, don't see how powerful your self-discipline is. That I also came to this day by virtue of self-discipline. I'm proud, I'm proud. Jiang Zilu laughed loudly. Unlike you, a big man even licked his face to find a little sister to take you to brush the monsters. Screw you, this my own sister, numerical value monster you have not seen, this my own hand-raised numerical value monster. Heh, don't believe me, you must be thinking that you spent money to find a surrogate brushing guy, afraid of losing face to say so. Ha! Even if I paid to find it, it's still my skill. The two of them fought for a while as if they were enemies. Lu Xiaoku all looked happy. Luckily, after the two of them had traveled some distance on the avenue, they finally came across a fork in the road. Just wait, I'll definitely surpass you. Jiang Zilu walked towards the fork in the road in front of him on the left with confidence. Hanging hairs, small deer to be happy, big deer to hurt, strong deer gray smoke, I advise you to less guide, you rat-tail juice it. Lu Hong despised and disliked back. Then Lu Xiaoku and Lu Hang both walked towards the fork in the road in front of them on the right. However, they had just stepped out not long ago when, unsurprisingly, there was an accident. Squeak squeak squeak. Only to see that a large number of insect race monsters unexpectedly emerged from the left and right fork roads at the same time. These were not insect soldiers, but monsters that were common to this copy itself. but the number was much higher than usual, and at a glance there were surprisingly 40 insect monsters on each side. Spider Monster Bronze. Combined attributes, 55. Beetle Monster Bronze Elite. Combined attributes, 80. Worm Monster Bronze. Combined attributes, 47. Oh yo, there's a lot of monsters. Come on. Let's both go together this time. Lu Hong strapped on his gloves and directly piled into the pile of monsters. With his comprehensive attributes that exceeded 100 points, fighting these bronze monsters was like playing now. Lu Shaoke drew out his golden tiger sword and directly went forward. 194 points of comprehensive battle strength wasn't just for fun, killing the monsters present was like cutting grass. ZZZ. Seeing the golden tiger sword in Lu Shaoke's hand covered in lightning, a single chop was a large swath of insect monsters dying. Lu Hong, on the other hand, was able to dry bomb the head of a bug monster with a single punch. And paired with the chain magic box, it directly rolled around the surrounding bug monsters squarely in disarray. Plus, he himself had an insect's soft armor, so even if he was attacked, it was still painless. For a time, the monsters around him began to sharply decrease at an accelerated rate. On the other hand, on the other fork in the road, Jiang Zilu appeared to be struggling a bit. With his strength, it was fine to deal with a dozen or so bronze monsters. But this time, 40 bronze monsters had come, and there were also elite monsters mixed in, so he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Damn. Me for being careless, there used to be at most 2 bug monsters ambushed on this road. Jiang Zilu frantically threw punches, but new monsters kept pouncing up around him. He had thought that even if the number of bug monsters was boosted, it would only double about 3 to 5 times, but he didn't expect it to double 20 times at once. His fist slammed into the bodies of the monsters, but he couldn't resist the large number of monsters. Put! One of the elite spider monsters directly bit Jiang Zilu and injected a large amount of toxins. For a moment, Jiang Zilu felt his body become numb. Damn! How can I admit defeat here? Jiang Zilu roared and turned on his berserking skill. His body became stronger and stronger, his strength attribute rose by a dozen points, and his combat power soared. Monster after monster around him was knocked down by him, but Jiang Zilu's body also had more wounds. And the paralyzing toxin was gradually taking effect, even making his body lose feeling. No. I won't admit defeat. As long as the will is strong enough, I'll be able to defeat these monsters. Jiang Zilu shouted, punching harder and harder. However, with every punch he threw next, his strength was becoming less and less, and his stamina was getting weaker and weaker, hitting the monsters without pain. On the contrary, on Lu Heng's side, the battle was long over. Even Lu Hong looked with a provocative gaze. Yo! Brother Zio, haven't seen you for a minute, why are you pulling so much? Do you need me to go over and help? Damn! Jiang Zilu had wanted to say stiffly that he didn't need it. But now the situation is in comparable crisis. Could I have to ask him for help? Just now I swore that I don't need someone else to bring it. If I ask him for help, I am not admitting that I can't do it. How can a man say he can't? No. I don't need you to save me. I'm telling you, even if I die, even if I jump off a building, I don't need your help. Yeah. Jiang Zilu then continued to try to kill. Half a minute later. Brother. I was wrong, come and save me. Jiang Zilu shouted towards Lu Hong with pleading. His body was already bruised all over, and he was also incredibly weak at the moment, yet there were still a dozen or so bug monsters eyeing him at his side. If he continued like this, he was really going to G. Lu Hong was not moved at all, instead, he crossed his arms and laughed, "Ha, aren't you quite capable? Continue to be awesome. What's wrong with being brought? I don't know how many levels I've been brought up today as I walk all, so I can easily eliminate these monsters. What about you? Still believe in your so-called self-discipline? I just don't save you, Lu, you love it, ha ha ha. I rub. Don't brother. I don't fight with you, mouth cannon, I recognize you powerful, I am a goat, okay? Jiang Zilu said in horror, you can't see death to save it? Ha 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 ha. I just want to see death to save what? Lu Hong gave the other party the middle finger from a long distance away. I'm telling you, I won't save you even if I die, even if I jump from this side. No! Jiang Zilu wailed. The surrounding bug soldiers surrounded him once again, the toxin in his body spread more and more, this time, he was really powerless to resist. He realized at this moment that he was wrong. He shouldn't have tried to be strong. He should have run away when he realized something was wrong just now, but he didn't want to lose face on Lu Heng's side, so he had to carry on with these monsters. Losing his life for the sake of face, it's not worth it, it's too worthless. No, I can't die here. I have to find a way to get him to save me. What should I do? Jiang Zilu began to run his brain at a rapid pace, recalling what he knew about Lu Heng's online popularity these days, as well as the conversation he had just had. What kind of things did Lu Heng like? What desires did he have? What can I say to get him to save me? And so on. I know. He exerted the greatest strength of his life and yelled towards Lu Heng's side. Me. Yes. Money. Chapter 83. It smells so good. Me. Have. Money. Save me out. I'll give you money. Jiang Zilu continued to shout. At these words, the eyes of both siblings changed. Hiss. Brother, our family seems to be quite short of money right now. Lu Shaoke looked at Lu Heng and said. There was only $100,000 left in their family. When the time came, Lu Shaoke's heterogeneous materials would also need to spend quite a bit of money, so $100,000 was actually not quite enough. Lu Heng hesitated, but I've just made a FLGE. In fact, he had planned to save it, but he had to make this kid beg himself 2 more times before he could do so. Brother! You wake up a bit. Money is the most important thing, didn't you decide to lose your face a long time ago? Don't you want the money delivered to your door now? Lu Shaoke hurriedly persuaded. Grass. You're right. Lu Heng nodded solemnly. He then shouted towards Jiang Zilu's side, how much money can you give? 50,000. I can give you 50,000 right now. Jiang Zilu said in panic. 50,000, not bad. Lu Heng pondered a little and decided to make a move. Saving people was just a matter of passing by anyway. Lu Shaoke, go. Yes, sir. The two of them went forward together and directly cleared all the monsters around them. Zzz. The sword in Lu Shaoke's hand flowed with electricity, and in 3 or 5 strokes, he decimated all the monsters around him. Nah, it's all been killed for you. Lu Heng said casually, it's all just miscellaneous fish. Alright. Thank you. Jiang Zilu's heart was finally relieved. Although he had just made a bit of a mess with the other party, this brother had indeed saved him. Right at this moment, surprisingly, more monsters suddenly appeared and kept surrounding this place. Squeak squeak squeak. These insect monsters clustered together, and at a glance, there were at least 70 to 80 in number. Holy? What's going on with this copy? The more you brush, the more there are still? Lu Heng was a bit startled. The copies have been closed for some time ago, and the copies just opened today, so it's normal for the monsters to accumulate a bit more. Lu Shaoke said, once again ready to kill the enemy. But the stray fish came in a bit more, as usual. Lu Heng's eyes, however, appeared to change a little, and he looked at Jiang Zilu with a smile, that $50,000 is the price for killing the monsters just now, as for now well. His meaning was obvious. There had to be an increase in money. 100,000. I'll give you 100,000. Jiang Zilu hurriedly shouted. He was afraid that the other party would really not save the people. Got it, boss. Lu Heng laughed out loud. Directly, he went up to kill these monsters. The number of monsters present once again plummeted. However, after killing them for a few minutes, Lu Heng felt that something was wrong again. Only to see that as soon as they finished killing a batch of monsters, a new batch of monsters would rush over. It was as if there was a constant stream of monsters on the scene, more and more, and just after killing dozens of them, dozens more would rush over from afar. There was no end to this killing. How is this still endless? Is there a bug in the copy? Lu Heng said with some suspicion. Why don't we just leave here? Lu Shaoke's eyes were also a little more wary. Okay. Lu Heng nodded. The two of them were about to evacuate immediately, but they forgot about Jiang Zilu. Wait, bring me along too. Jiang Zilu hurriedly shouted, 150,000. I'll give you $150,000. His body was now completely paralyzed, he couldn't move at all, so he could only be taken away by others. What? 150,000? Lu Hang's eyes changed once again, from the previous casualness to seriousness. He directly carried Jiang Zilu on his back and said with a firm face, "The boss's life is my life. If the boss wants me to go east, I will never go west like that. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you out of here alive. Lu Xiaoku. Make way." "Yes, sir." Lu Xiaoku was excited and directly killed a bloody path through the constant stream of monsters around him. Lu Hong, on the other hand, carried Jiang Zilu on his back and hurriedly followed away. 150,000 ah. Saving him away was 150,000 ah. Even if he died, he had to bring him out. In front, Lu Xiaoku's golden tiger sword kept slashing, and wherever the sword blade passed, the monsters were cut off at the waist. Lu Heng's feet kept stepping on the corpses of various types of insect monsters, and Jiang Zilu was firmly carried on his back. From time to time, there were a few scattered bug monsters in front of him on the road, all of which were firmly rammed away by Lu Heng. "I am so hot." Jiang Zilu's expression was a little confused at this time. Lu Heng's face changed drastically. "Don't. You mustn't ga off. Be sure to hold on, I'll take you out alive. $150,000 hasn't been given to me yet, how can you gar off?" "Lu Xiaoku. Hold on," Lu Hong hurriedly said. "Good." Lu Xiaoku directly released her skills. The weapon in her hand threw out sword blossoms, constantly cutting down the monsters that surrounded her in droves. Lu Heng's eyes also became more determined. He had never wanted to save someone from leaving so much in his life. Jiang Zilu was also relieved at this moment. "Thank you. With these two people around, he would definitely be able to leave alive. I'll give you 200,000 later, that's all I have," Jiang Zilu said. "What? 200,000? Lu Heng's eyes changed again when he heard this. From the original firmness, they changed to a hint of deep emotion. Without saying a word, he directly picked up Jiang Zilu, who was behind him, by the waist. It was a princess hug. "Oh. Dear boss, the bumps just now must have been hard on you." Lu Hong hugged the other party and said fondly, "For the rest of the road, I will make sure that you leave here comfortably and never get hurt a bit." At the same time, he released the colorful dog and meatballs as well. "Even if you sacrifice yourself, you must protect your boss, understand?" Lu Hong said towards the two summons. "Boss of the pack." Color Dog said firmly. "Boss, come and conclude a group contract, and all the experience of these monsters will be yours." Lu Hong directly initiated a group request with the other party through the game panel. Although his own experience was locked, the experience gained from killing monsters could be completely given to Jiang Zilu. Jiang Zilu didn't refuse this time and directly agreed to come down. Soon enough, he saw that his panel was constantly refreshing with experience values. The three of them just advanced all the way. The monsters in front of them were killed by Lu Xiaoku as much as possible, and the occasional leakage of one rushing towards Lu Heng's side would be mentally contaminated by the meatballs. Or when certain monsters came tearing in, they would be carried by the colorful dog who took the initiative to carry the damage. Lu Hong was even more determined, and whenever a monster intended to attack Jiang Zilu, it would be forcibly knocked away by him. "I will never allow anyone to harm the boss. Never." He would even rather be injured himself than see Jiang Zilu get hurt. Jiang Zilu was held in the other man's arms and was a little ashamed at first, but looking at Lu Heng's serious eyes, he watched as the other man carried himself away despite everything. His face turned a little red. Lu Hong seemed to notice the other party's change. He said softly, "Don't worry. I will definitely take you away alive and not let you get hurt a bit." Jiang Zilu's face involuntarily twisted over and whispered, After about a few more minutes of rushing, the three of them finally left the encirclement of the insect soldiers. "Boss. You're not hurt, right?" Lu Hong was still princess hugging the other party and said gently, "May I ask if my service just now is still satisfactory?" Jiang Zilu blushed and said, "It's not bad. I have a bank card on me with a password of 6 zeros, $200,000 are all yours." Lu Hong took the bank card with one hand, and his original gentle demeanor instantly disappeared. He directly threw Jiang Zilu out of the way and cheerfully put the card inside his pocket. "Ha! The money is in the account, go." Jiang Zilu was dropped, and it was as if the toxins in his body began to recede. He instantly came to his senses. "Let me tell you, I was only saved by you once this time when things went wrong. I still despise your behavior of relying on people to bring you upgrades. Shame on you. Shameless." Next time I'll say nothing about being led by you. Lu Hong also said with a mocking face, ha! Do I think I saved you for this amount of money you have? Do you think banknotes can buy me off? Let me tell you, I don't care about money, I'm not interested in money at all. I don't even care about this little piece of money of yours. I was just trying to save your ass. Next time, no matter how much more money you give, I won't take you anymore. The two started another round of mouth bombardment. Hang hair. Stupid X. In the end, the two cursed each other, then parted ways and left the place. Chapter 84 Insect King. Not caring about the little episode just now. Lu Hang and Lu Xiaoke proceeded to advance, and soon arrived at the location of the boss of this map after asking for directions. It was a large open space that looked flat and uneventful. I heard that the Insect King is deep underground here? Lu Hong asked. Yes, this is it, summon it directly. Lu Xiaoke said. Can it be beaten? Lu Hong asked. Don't worry, 180 attribute points with 100% Thunderbolt proficiency, it's easy to beat a silver boss. Lu Xiaoke said confidently. Lu Hong nodded and directly summoned all of his summons. Meat Donut, Color Dog, and Armor Shifter were all in place. Lu Hong directly brought the Armor Shifter on his body, then shouted, Armor Merge. Click click click. His body was quickly covered in armor. Battle Strength 104. Since he hadn't turned on Fervor, his battle power could only mirror Lu Hang's combined attribute points. But it was enough for now, and with Lu Xiaoke's battle power, it really wasn't too difficult to fight a silver boss. I smell evil. The Justice Armor's gaze went to the ground. There is a powerful and evil demon buried here, we need to take care of him. Is this the Justice Armor? It does look quite handsome. Lu Xiaoke gave the other party a curious look. She knew that the one operating Lu Hang's body right now was another person, so she didn't say anything to the other party. Instead, she directly took out the summon boss prop and used it. Brush. Quickly, a burst of light shone on the earth. The ground rumbled and cracked with spiderweb-like lines, and a beetle shell-wrapped humanoid creature broke out of the ground. Its entire body was covered in diamond-shaped armor, and a streamlined sheath-winged helmet grew at the head position, with two tentacles studded with crushed diamonds poking out from between the slits. Ha! The Bug King was confused. It had just stayed in a hole in the ground and slept. How did it suddenly come to the ground at this moment? Ah! Humans are coming to attack me? The Insect King looked at Lu Xiaoke and the Justice Armor in horror. Get ready for battle! Lu Xiaoke's eyes were alert as he quickly drew his sword and prepared to release his skills. However, in the next second, the Bug King directly crouched on the ground in fear, holding his head with both hands. Don't kill me! His own Insect Prince and Insect Princess had already died in the human world, and it already knew that there were strong people in the human world. Now there was even someone who could instantly drag him out from hundreds of meters underground, so it must be a strong person. Is this the booze? How come it's so wimpy? Lu Xiaoke was a bit stunned. She didn't think about it that much, and raised her golden tiger sword before she began to gather the lightning elements. ZZZ. The sword was quickly covered with a layer of lightning elements. Lu Xiaoke then leapt up and the golden tiger sword ruthlessly slashed at its glowing armor. A large amount of sparks exploded with a piercing sound. The Bug King's armor was quickly scalded red, and the places where the lightning flowed through were smoking. Then with a poof, the Bug King's body was directly sliced in half, from top to bottom. However, in less than a second, the two halves of the Bug King suddenly sucked together, and the wound grew back like melted plastic. Ah! Is this a human powerhouse? The Bug King came back to his senses, so scared that he quickly hugged his head and squatted into a ball. Woman, spare my life, please don't kill me. Hiss. Although Lu Xiaoke had expected it. But she was still shocked by this guy's perverted recovery ability. Let me do it. The Justice Armor also rushed over. It directly made a set of ancient martial arts techniques and punched its metal fists on the Bug King. Left hooks and right swinging kicks caused the Bug King's armor to thump and muffle, constantly splattering sparks. The Bug King didn't dare to resist, so he just squatted and took the beating, and in a while, he was punched to the ground, his body dented into several large craters, and blue blood dripped down the cracks. But the Justice Armor just closed the move. See the Insect King wounds ripples, originally sunken armor with a balloon-like restoration of the original. The blue blood that flowed out was also quickly sucked back into the body, not even leaving a wound. The Justice armor was also silent for a moment. This enemy is too powerful compared to the past, it's actually so difficult to deal with. This moment, the Bug King also slowly reacted. You guys can't seem to kill me? It has been staying in the hole in the ground without going out since its awakening, and has never fought with humans. Not only does it not know how many kilograms of humans, but it also doesn't know how many kilograms of itself. After taking a beating for a while this time, it realized that not only did it not hurt when it was beaten, but its wounds could also recover infinitely. The Bug King suddenly gained a bit of confidence. Could it be that I am stronger than these two humans? It quietly looked up. What came face to face was a chopping strike with lightning. This time, Lu Xiaoke directly used the skill, 9 sword chopping. The sword in his hand chopped out 9 streaks of lightning in the void at once, instantly chopping the Bug King's body into dozens of pieces. The Bug King that was shattered into dozens of pieces was originally still smoking blue smoke on the ground. But in the blink of an eye, ripples suddenly appeared at the breaks that were bubbling with electricity, and the broken flesh began to wriggle crazily, and a large amount of mucus gushed out from the broken body, like invisible glue yanking the pieces of flesh together. In less than 3 seconds, the complete Bug King squatted in place again, and even the scorch marks made by Lu Xiaoke's chopping disappeared cleanly. Lu Xiaoke was really shocked this time. How can this fight? Chapter 85 Moral High Ground. Lu Xiaoke tried cutting a few more swords and the Bug King was still able to recover quickly. It should be known that the previous Bug Soul was and is cut in half to die, but it can't recover, and it will die just the same after being cut into dozens of pieces one after another. This Bug King is awesome. No matter how much it is cut, it can't die, and it can also accelerate the recovery of the body. Sure enough. You guys are just ordinary strong people, not super strong people. The Bug King also completely reacted this time. As long as this kind of person couldn't kill it in seconds in a short period of time, it wouldn't be able to die itself. This time, the Bug King wasn't afraid, and instead stood up ferociously. In that case, it's going to be my turn to fight back. Poof poof poof. Before the other party finished his words, Lu Xiaoke went up and slashed several times in succession, once again chopping the other party into several pieces. But as earlier, in less than 2 seconds, the Bug King's body recovered. Since I can't hack it to death, let's hack it to death. Lu Xiaoke was furious and went up to chop again. The opponent once again recovered as before. Lu Xiaoke chopped again, and the Bug King recovered again. Chop again, recover again. Chop again. After several times of this, the Bug King also got anxious. Slow down. You have to give me a chance to make a move, right? However, Lu Xiaoke didn't care and just kept outputting. With 180 attribute points, he exerted a combined battle power of 192 points, comparable to a supernumerical monster. Every time the Bug King tried to counterattack, it would be instantly chopped into several halves, with no chance of resistance at all. However, Lu Xiaoke was also a bit anxious at this time. It's not a good idea to keep chopping like this. Originally, he had thought that he could easily deal with a silver-ranked boss, but who knew that he would also encounter a mechanism monster? The bug bosses recorded in the previous data didn't have such strong mechanisms. Perhaps they had awakened into a foreign race and their abilities had mutated. If she really chopped down like this, there would always be a time when she ran out of strength. The Justice armor on the side spoke, "Don't worry, I won't allow such a monster to stay in the world and harm the earth. Isn't it just a competition of who can survive more?" The armor of Justice clenched its fists and said, "Then let's compare whether this monster's recovery ability is more enduring, or whether my passionate blood is more enduring." Before the words left its mouth, it shouted something about justice, hot blood, and began to throw a burst of punches and kicks at the Insect King. Mixed male and female doubles, directly hitting the Bug King, couldn't find his way out at all. And so for the next few moments, Lu Xiaoku on the Justice armor kept beating up the Bug King. The Bug King, on the other hand, kept recovering his body. After a few minutes of fighting, the Bug King didn't even care anymore. It directly laid down on the ground and didn't move a muscle. Fight it, fight it. After you guys run out of strength, it's time for me to fight back. Lu Xiaoku did not say anything, just output at a glance. The Justice armor was outputting in one go, but the lines kept coming out of its mouth. "I won't allow monsters like you to endanger the earth. I will even less allow you to threaten my teammates. You want to exhaust my strength? Then let's have a match. I'll show you that my will is angsty and undying. I won't lose to you." It shouted a line out of its mouth, and as it did so, the eyes of the Justice armor suddenly changed. Fervor first level, open. Fervor value, 0-10%. Armor Battle Power Temporary Breakthrough 104-208. Weapon 1, Prime Sword. Unlocked. Battle Technique 1, Zhangyang Yijian. Unlocked. Kill. The Justice Armor drew out its prime sword and began to continuously cut up the Bug King's body. The Bug King was taken aback. However, seeing that his opponent was not able to kill him in seconds, he was relieved again. Lu Hong, on the other hand, was happy. Then at this rate, it's not too late to open the second tier. According to the introduction of the hot-blooded skill, long-lasting and tough battles could all constantly stimulate the Justice Armor to improve its combat power. The last tough battle could turn on fervor, and so could the long-lasting battle this time. Then as long as the Bug King can keep recovering his body, the battle can continue, and the Armor of Justice can keep turning on the next layer of blood boiling. Until the Bug King could be killed in seconds. Tian Ko. Lu Hong laughed out loud in his heart. The Bug King's body was constantly being cut and restored again. And as if the Justice Armor was tireless, the greatsword in his hand slashed furiously for a while. Ola oyula 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 oyula. Lu Shaoke, who was beside him, was a bit tired. Isn't your strength inexhaustible? Can I take a break? Leave everything to me. The Justice Armor responded, and proceeded to hack and slash. Ola oyula 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 oyula. Okay. Lu Shaoke happily rested on the side. Humph. Stupid human. The Bug King's body continued to be cut and then recovered, and his heart grew more and more confident. There will always be a moment when you run out of strength, and my physique's recovery ability is endless. This is the super characteristic of my awakening as an intelligent species. Ola 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 ola. The Justice Armor continued to output in one go. And so the battle continued for another 10 minutes. Suddenly, the Justice Armor started shouting lines again. You are strong, but the weight of justice is never crushed by the speed of regeneration. I won't give up, whether it's a day, a week, a month, or a year, I'll always be here to decimate you. And so the Justice Armor shouted something about justice, fervor, and opened the second tier of the talent. Feverish Blood second tier, open. Fervor value, 10% 20%. Armor Battle Power Temporary Breakthrough, 208-312. Weapon 2, Lava Meteor Hammer. Unlocked. Battle Skill 1, Shatter the Vault of Heaven. Unlocked. What? The Insect King was truly confused this time. He felt the increase in his opponent's strength. The aura of the Justice Armor climbed once again. Only to see it hiss and rip open its belt, the iron chain clattered out and ran straight up into the sky like a train hook. Immediately after, at the end of the chain, a basketball-sized hammerhead was yanked out by it, and the surface of the hammerhead was lumpy and full of spikes, and it was also dripping with reddish magma. Clang! The meteor hammer landed on the ground, hot white gas bubbling out. This time really scared the Bug King. Wait a minute. What do you guys want? Let's talk about it. I want you to die. The Justice Armor didn't give the other party a chance to beg for mercy at all, grabbing the iron chain and smashing it on the other party. The chain whooshed out, and the meteor hammer dragged its magma tail as it slammed down on the Bug King's body. Boom! The lower half of the Bug King's body was smashed to pieces on the spot. Wait! Wait! The Bug King was horrified. I'm the first creature of the bug race to awaken into an intelligent species. I'm the Bug King. Give me face. However, the armor didn't rest at all and swung the hammer in a series of thumps, each blow bringing up sonic booms. The head of the hammer crackled the air, and the Bug King's entire body was directly smashed into mud. Before its flesh began to recover, the next hammer of the Justice Armor smashed up. So on and so forth, the meteor hammer was smashed for just over 10 seconds, and the ground was smashed out into a deep crater. The Bug King's body was smashed into pieces, then smashed into meat foam, and finally roasted into charred slag by the meteor hammer's own lava. At this point, the Bug King was completely dead. You have killed the Bug King. You have obtained the heart of the Insect King. You have acquired Flesh of Recovery 10. You have obtained the Bug King's weapon of choice Silver Treasure Chest 2. You have obtained the Silver Skill Pearl, Flesh and Blood Self-Healing. You have completed the Talent Quest. You have completed the Talent Quest. You have completed the Talent Quest. Your Justice Armor has unlocked a new skill, Moral High Ground. Moral High Ground. As long as you stand on a higher moral ground than another person and accuse them, you can make that person feel deeply guilty. Chapter 86, Back to School. Brother! This summon of yours is awesome. Lu Shaoke gave a shocked thumbs up. The foreigners are dead. The Justice armor laughed out loud and also faded away automatically at that moment, revealing Lu Hang's body. Lu Hong said with a happy face, I feel awesome too. This ability of the Justice armor was very perverse, and when it came to evenly matched or persistent enemies, it just could get stronger and stronger. The only drawback to worry about was getting knocked out straight away. As long as it didn't get spiked and made the fight last long enough, it could keep getting stronger. Lu Hang did some math. The first layer doubled his own attributes, the second layer doubled them again, and if he flipped to the 10th layer that would be 10 times the combat power, and he would be directly invincible in the world alright. With his 104 points of comprehensive attributes, he would be able to utilize 1000 points of comprehensive attributes, not to mention gold. A platinum-ranked powerhouse would have to kneel when they encountered him. Armor of Justice. Awesome! Lu Hong laughed and counted the rewards of the Bug King. First was the good treasure that he had longed for the most. The Heart of the Bug King. 3 materials gathered. Lu Hong was about to use it right away. He directly placed the 3 prepared materials in the palm of his hand and then began his absorption. Immediately afterward, his body began to produce changes. The flesh on the surface continued to wriggle and shrink again. Bronze 9th stage, Silver 1st stage. Strength 2631. Lu Hang suddenly felt that his body was different. He hurriedly opened the panel to check it out. Worm Resurrection Body. Pain adjustment, you can adjust the pain to 0% 100% by yourself. Flesh and Blood Resurrection Level 1, can reshape broken bones and regenerate flesh and blood. All body tissues that have been sliced can be quickly connected and restored in 30 seconds. If a limb disappears outright, it will take 3 hours to grow, and if a vital organ disappears, 3 days of growth will be required. Compared to the Bug King's perverted recovery ability, his own was slightly weaker. But as long as it kept upgrading, this talent would also keep getting stronger. Lu Hong looked at Lu Shaoke. Come. Slash me. Is this really possible? Lu Shaoke was a bit of a wimp. Slashing monsters was fine, but something like slashing his own brother was still not quite acceptable. Lu Hong urged, what are you afraid of? If you're a brother, come chop me. He revealed his arm. No, like this, you chop a finger first. Good. Lu Shaoke carefully cut off a section of Lu Hang's finger. Does it hurt? Lu Hong was excited. It doesn't hurt. He could now automatically adjust his body's pain value from 0% 100%. Therefore the pain was directly adjusted to 1% by him. Having his finger cut off by Lu Shaoke, it was at best a bit of a sensation, not even an itchy feeling. And very quickly, the severed fingers automatically stuck to the palm of his hand. Flesh buds began to grow on the broken place, slowly growing, and in less than 10 seconds, it was back to its original state. Continue. Cut my arm this time. Lu Hang experimentally spread his arm out. This time, Lu Shaoke was also much more relieved and directly chopped down with force. Put. The arm was cut off and fell to the ground, but it did not spurt out blood. The severed arm then automatically floated back to Lu Hang's shoulder, the two automatically sticking together. This time it took a little longer, about 30 seconds for the broken arm to recover so. Lu Hong tried to shake his arm and there wasn't a single thing wrong with it. This is good. This is good. Lu Hong laughed out loud. This one really was a top-tier ectoplasm. Things like amputation and rebirth often had to be platinum ranked to be used with the skill. And he, Lu Hong, only had it at the silver rank. Lu Shaoke also laughed, just down the line I'll have to get an alter ego soon as well, otherwise both of us will be stuck with our experience. Although Lu Hong had evolved into the silver first rank, his experience was still at 0. The only way for both to continue killing monsters and adding experience was to wait until Lu Shaoke was also silver. Lu Hong thought about it and decided to give the other party the $200,000 he had just earned from Jiang Zilu's side. Take this money and buy materials, is it enough? Enough, old brother, the bag is enough. But don't you need to spend money? Lu Shaoke asked. It's not like I can eat experience right now. Lu Hang laughed, it's useless to take the money, it's only important that you hurry up and come to silver. And your brother, I'm capable now, I can still go to school and earn a lot of money, so feel free to take it and spend it. Lu Hong directly gave the money to Lu Shaoke. Anyway, he hadn't been fined for a few days either, so he would go to school in a few days to earn some money to spend. Lu Shaoke said, aha, I'm going to get a thunder spirit body, with my 100% thunder proficiency and a dozen or so precious materials it'll be enough, and this one is also a T0 level exotic body. Okay. Lu Hong smiled. So next, he began to count the rewards he had obtained from the Insect King's side. First of all, there were 2 self-selected weapon treasure chests, in which you could choose any kind of weapon that suited you. Lu Hong felt that the tiger skin gloves from before could also be eliminated, so he simply chose a copy of the boxing gloves. Lu Xiaoku also chose a sword. Both weapons carried the same characteristics. Insect King Fist Gloves, Insect King Sword. Megamorphic characteristic, can instantly magnify the weapon many times and deliver a fierce blow. Lu Hong looked at that silver rank skill pearl again. It was equivalent to Lu Heng's weakened version of Altered Body, which could recover all degrees of minor injuries, and broken limbs could be glued back together, but it couldn't regenerate the flesh. So he let the skill go to Lu Xiaoku. It's all pretty much gotten. Home. Resting at home for 2 days. Lu Hong returned to school afterward. It's also time to go to the principal to ask for the reward I deserve. The first thing Lu Hong did when he returned to school was to go find the principal. There was no telling if this old Deng's words counted or not. After Lu Hong found the other party, the principal happily greeted him, "Yo. Coming, go, I'll take you to a place." "Oh? Are you going to honor your promise?" Lu Hong asked. "Of course, first of all, it's the 4 replica opportunities every month. I've already put them inside your personal school system." The principal smiled and said, "You'll have 4 free opportunities to swipe a copy every month from now on." Lu Hong suspiciously opened his cell phone and took a look, and there it was. Lu Xiaoku also had 4 replica opportunities every month, and he had indeed caught up with the other party. He smiled and nodded, "I see it. Well, other students only have 1, while you have 4, I'm taking care of you, right?" The principal smiled and said, leading the other party to the school's small warehouse. Lu Hong followed the other party into the small warehouse and soon found a wide array of shelves. There were all sorts of skill baobabs, weapons, and attribute baobabs placed on them. The principal smiled and said, "Take a look, these are the resources issued from above. I'll give you all the resources I promised you, pick to your heart's content." Chapter 87 High Math. The principal said, "The other students will only be able to receive the appropriate rewards if they obtain a top position in their grades. And you'll be able to receive 3 attribute treasures every month from now on, as well as 1 skill treasure pearl and 1 technique treasure pearl. This skill treasure pearl we have a few hundred in our inventory right now, you can pick 3 right now. By the way, what level are you at now?" "Silver." Lu Hong directly responded. "Ah." The principal was shocked, "Then this really doesn't have any skill treasure beads that you can use, these are all black iron and bronze, the next batch of silver treasure beads will be a month from now." Lu Hong thought for a moment, "I'll take 3 at random first, and pick a silver one next month." So he directly picked 3 bronze-ranked skill treasure beads. Even if he didn't use them, there was still more than $10,000 in selling them, so he didn't want them for nothing. "Then I also have other skill treasures and stuff here, only they are all basic treasures, you can directly pick 5 now." The principal continued. "All right." Lu Heng smiled and went up to observe. Stick Technique Basic Treasure Dictionary 20%, Fist Technique Basic Treasure Dictionary 20%, Leg Technique Basic Treasure Dictionary, Body Technique Basic Treasure Dictionary 20%, Whip Technique Basic Treasure Dictionary. Indeed, there were all sorts of things, but these were all basic treasure dictionaries, and what he needed for his boxing was an advanced treasure dictionary. Lu Hong thought about it and simply took the 5 basic body technique treasures dictionaries to use. With the body technique treasures, his evasive as well as attacking maneuvers could be a bit smoother, and for his personal strength, it could also be improved quite a bit. Basis of body technique 0% 100%. The principal thought for a moment and then said, "In addition, I've set up a martial arts practice room in the school, which can also be used for practicing techniques, combat skills and whatnot, and you can use it permanently for free. If you still need resources for anything else, such as props for summoning Buza, such as elemental attribute treasures, I can give you a personal application. Also, don't you like money? Every year there are all kinds of big and small scholarships, as long as you want it, go ahead and apply, I will give you the green light. Including your requirements for teaching, such as any tutor who specializes in martial arts, tutors who specialize in skills, I've already hired them, one more professional than the other." Lu Hong listened with amusement. These resources were truly catching up to the undergraduate level. And his personal treatment was truly comparable to the good students over at Tianbei University, and a little bit better. And these are the preliminary resources. Subsequently, as your level rises, the resources will also be synchronized to the corresponding level. The principal said with a smile, I've done everything I promised you, you have nothing to say, right? He still understood the reasoning that if you want a horse to run, you have to give it grass to eat. Row. You really didn't draw a big pie. Lu Hong nodded, but had a new doubt. Why are you suddenly so generous? Speaking of this, the principal coughed lightly and explained that, you know, we have only established a temporary undergraduate degree, and you guys want to become real undergraduates still have to put in a lot of hard work before you can do so. This undergraduate degree has to be stabilized for at least 3 or 4 years before it can be done, so I definitely have to give you guys the resources to ensure that you keep upgrading to catch up with the progress before you can do so. Lu Hong then realized. No wonder, if it was in the past, it would have been embezzled by this old deng. It had to be said that the principal was the principal, and his strategic vision was still correct at certain times. In addition, as the number one person in the entire freshman year, you have to do a good job of taking the lead, right? The principal patted Lu Heng's shoulder. Your study task behind you is pretty tough, cheer up. After saying that, the principal left the place. Lu Hong shook his head and smiled. After doing this math, the resources sent to him every month were worth tens of thousands of dollars, and there were also a lot of preferential treatment on the personal side. It was indeed quite good. Forget it, don't think about transferring to another school for the time being, stay for a while and see what's going on with the so-called professional teachers. Early in the morning of the second day, Lu Hong came to the classroom early. At this time, the students had all arrived. Just yesterday, everyone had been issued the latest textbook. Expired brother picked up the textbook and took a look at it. Higher Mathematics for Applied Classes, a specialized textbook for the Transcendental System. This course is Higher Mathematics? Brother Expiry said as he held the textbook. Right. All undergraduates have to take these. Hardy said with a smile. Hey, it's like a dream. A few days ago I was a college student, but today I'm an undergraduate. Expired brother said cheerfully, we can also learn some useful knowledge. Shoo, the teacher is here. At this time, a stern-looking female teacher suddenly walked to the front desk position. Hello everyone, I will be your high math teacher from now on, you can call me Ms. Ching. First of all, I want to tell you all, don't underestimate this theory class. The knowledge I'm going to teach you is very different from the high mathematics of the non-transcendentals. Their high mathematics study is at most used on top of the exams, and they won't be able to use much of it after graduation, whereas the ones I'll be teaching you can be practically applied in reality. This includes various energy conservation laws and skill increase calculations, weakness analysis and damage formula derivation, attribute value application matching, physical strength and mental strength decay equations, critical value calculations for simultaneous use of multi-system skills, spirit tool material ratios and energy conduction efficiency formulas, etc. The students at the bottom nodded seriously. Although they couldn't understand what the teacher was saying, it felt so powerful. Lu Hong even clenched his fists in excitement. Is this what undergraduates have to learn? It looks so high-end. As long as I learn this course, I will be considered a higher education talent. No one will ever say I'm an uneducated junior college student again. Teacher Ching swept a glance at the crowd and continued, another thing I'd like to mention is that your academic performance is pegged to your educational resources. This is something that the principal has highlighted. Those with 2 poor grades don't have the resources, and those who flunk out of school are directly dropped out. And every final exam in the first 4 years is issued by the Coordinating Bureau, and the Coordinating Bureau personally sends people to supervise the exams, so don't think about flunking to be fished out by me. I can't even look at your papers, and whether you can pass or not all depends on your own learning results. Once these words came out, the students at the bottom were a little panicked. Can't be fished for failing a class? Or even directly expelled? Forcing us to study well and not be able to swing it, is it? Of course, this class is still very simple. As long as everyone studies hard, they can pass. I hope you guys must take this course seriously. Oh. The teacher smiled as he flipped up the textbook and said, so cut the crap and start our study today. Since the major universities have already started for more than a month, so our progress has to be pulled a little faster, so let's first start with the relationship between functions and skill mechanisms. The students looked at each other with a hint of nervousness and apprehension as they began to listen to the lesson. Unlike the other students, Lu Heng's heart was conversely inspired with a desire to challenge. High math? It's a bit interesting. I heard that this class is hard to learn, but so what? This is the real thing I want to learn. That's the kind of undergraduate I want. That's the quality of college I want. Upgraded resources to be had and specialized knowledge I can't afford to fall behind. In the past, I didn't have a good teacher to let me study well, so I just played with my cell phone in class. Now that we're in a position to do so, we must study hard and make up for what we missed before. Come on. Let me immerse myself in the sea of knowledge. Lu Hong was in an exuberant mood and started this course with a fervor. 20 minutes later. Lu Hong was confused. Why is the blackboard full of English? Aren't we studying high math? Ah. It turns out to be formulas. Ah. Wait. What the hell is the dynamic balance of attribute increase? What is the marginal effect of the skill growth curve? Not. I haven't even learned the functions in high school yet. How did you start solving for derivatives? You're saying we skipped over functions when we learned them in high school? If I could understand this in high school, how did I get here? Chapter 88 Thunderbolt Dharma King. Lu Hong was dumbfounded. The teacher was still rambling on. If the attribute points are set as the independent variable x, and the skill power is set as the function y equals fx, its first-order derivative fx can visualize the increase in power brought about by each point of attribute enhancement. If fx decreases as x increases, it means that there is marginal benefit decay in skill growth, i.e., the cost-effectiveness of upgrading higher-level skills decreases. If fx is increasing, it represents a qualitative change in the skill at higher-level stages. The second-order derivative fx is better able to judge the concavity and convexity of the growth curve, assisting the transcendentalist in predicting the development trend of skills when fx0, the growth of skills is accelerated, which is suitable for focusing on cultivation when fx0, the cost-effective value for investing resources will continue to decrease. Lu Hong felt like he had received a 10,000-point blitz inside. Damn! Why can't I understand any of this? Is it because the learning foundation in high school is too weak? When he turned his head to look at the other students, he found that the vast majority of them were in a state of confusion. In response, Lu Hong revealed a relieved smile. Ah! So everyone doesn't understand. Ah! So under everyone's torture, the 2 periods of class slowly passed. Everyone was as relieved as if they were relieved. And the math teacher suddenly dropped a sentence and let everyone like into the ice cellar. The principal said, in the future, every week we'll give you a small test your learning level. If you didn't learn it, you must study on your own in the online class during the class time. No. Exam? I'm most afraid of exams. ITM didn't understand it at all. So this is undergraduate? I so want to go back to the junior college in the beginning and open the Genesis as soon as class starts. The students wailed continuously. And teacher Ching just smiled and left the place. Forget it, let's get out of class first and rest for a while, I feel like my brain is swelling. The surrounding students sighed. However, just as the math teacher left, another teacher with glasses seamlessly walked in. That, in order to ensure your learning progress, let's not dismiss the class and just start the lesson. The new male teacher said with a smile. The students went numb. No? In order to catch up with the progress, you won't even give a break? This is the end of class time. The new teacher continued to smile. Yes, you all don't have downtime this semester. And all of your classes for the first 2 months are all scheduled. This is all because the principal personally arranged the schedule for you. The principal is very attentive to you. The students went crazy. Grass. The principal is so? In order to catch up with the progress, a little rest time is not given to us? Call the principal to me. I want to compete with him. Shoo. Quiet down. The new teacher slapped the desk heavily. He began by writing his name on the blackboard. First of all, I was specially hired by your principal at great expense. In addition to teaching you the subject of fey creature habits, I'm also in charge of exercising your self-control and helping you establish good habits of loving to learn. Everyone should have heard of my name. My name is Yan Yongshin. I come with a neurological lightning talent, and I'm best at quitting children's internet addiction and helping them establish good habits of loving to learn. I used to be the chief professor at the Qing and Spiritual Martial University, enjoying a high reputation both at home and abroad, and I have also helped many students with poor self-control accomplish change, so parents are very grateful to me. There is also a big name nickname outside. King of Thunder and Lightning. After one sentence, the students stared at each other in disbelief. Exercising self-control? Quit internet addiction? Sounds awesome. Everyone had yet to realize the seriousness of the problem, and only felt as if this teacher was very powerful. Without further ado, let's get straight to the lecture. Only to see Mr. Goat directly pick up the book and speak gushingly. First, let's talk about the commonality of alien creatures. This class sounds relatively simple, at least not as difficult as high math. Only the teacher had seriously spoken for 10 minutes above, and there weren't many students listening carefully below. After all, everyone came from junior colleges. Either they were not naturally inclined to listen to lectures, or they were prone to running away, or quietly groping to play with their cell phones or something. Therefore, half of the class came down, at least half of the students were not listening to the lesson. Mr. Goat obviously noticed this problem and made his killer move, so come and ask a question, there's a reward for the wrong answer. The students were shocked. Mr. Goat didn't even give preparation, and directly chose Hardy. Class, tell me, what did I just talk about? Hard brother a little bit small panic, that, told what alien environment to come. Mr. Goat smiled, came directly to his side, and patted his shoulder. ZZZ. Zap. Only to see that his hand unexpectedly released a small string of electric current, which directly ran towards Hard's brain. Ah! Hardy's brain instantly felt a stabbing pain, and his body trembled for a moment. He looked at Mr. Goat in horror. Teacher? Why did you electrocute me? Teacher Goat said with a smile, don't worry, this is electroshock therapy from me, specializing in treating problems such as wandering, internet addiction, and poor self-discipline. Although it's painful and irritating, it helps to boost the spirituality of the brain and helps you instantly cut back to focus. Other than hurting that much, there are no side effects. For the next lessons, but whenever I find anyone who is not listening properly, I will electrocute you all, so everyone must get in the spirit and listen properly. Chapter 89 Devil Instructor. Hard brother covered his head with a horrified face. You this direct discharge to the brain, really won't go wrong? Teacher Goat smiled. Don't worry, this electroshock therapy of mine is a gifted ability. I have used it all my life to ensure that it is harmless to the body. I won't hide it from the students. In fact, I also have a talent for mind viewing. I am able to tell if each of you is listening to the class properly or not. I can even tell what you are thinking. For example, this bald student, half of the class was filled with yellow waste. Teacher Goat smiled as he walked towards the green-haired brother, and in one smooth motion, he released an electric shock to the other party. ZZZZ. Zap. A current went over and drilled into his brain. Ah! The green-haired brother's eyes directly rolled white, his scalp was numb, and his body instantly tensed into a bow for a long time before he slowed down. There's also this student, full of games, he also needs to be electrocuted before he can do so. Teacher Goat sidestepped and electrocuted expired brother again. Ah! Brother Expiry's body twitched as he was electrocuted, and then sat down limply on the chair. And this student, half a class has already constructed a Hollywood blockbuster in his head. This one, not listening to class, drawing on the textbook, my class is boring, right? Especially this one, playing with your cell phone in class, right? I'll get you alone to quit your internet addiction sometime. Mr. Goat had to electrocute one person for every word he said. Blue electricity flashed in the classroom, and some of the electrocuted students' bodies stiffened like steaks, while others collapsed in their chairs gasping for air. Others cowered in their seats in terror, their faces pale. Everyone was terrified beyond measure. Where was this a teacher? This was simply the devil. Teacher Goat had his hands behind his back and still had a smiling expression. Everyone, don't look at me with such eyes. I've declared that my electric shock therapy doesn't have any side effects on your bodies, and it can even strengthen your brains, allowing you to become more focused. Everyone also don't say that I'm abusing the students. This is a harmless psychic ability that has been certified by a psychic organization, and electrocuting you more can also enhance your mental power, which can be classified as a game class ability. And these are all allowed by your principal. You can all be transcendentalists. Physical and spiritual value attributes are much stronger than ordinary people. The principal specifically explained that all teachers give you on the maximum pressure. When these words came out, the students cursed. Headmaster. It's the principal again. He's treating us as Even TM's Thunder and Lightning Dharma King was invited over. For the sake of retaining his undergraduate degree, he's treating us students like less than human beings. Boom boom boom. Quiet. Mr. Sheep gently tapped the table. What's next? I'm not going to lecture. I'll leave you all a class period to memorize the book. The principal said that he doesn't believe in your self-control, so he asked all of you to finish memorizing the content in class, and it's permissible to drag out the class if you can't finish memorizing. Then, everyone start memorizing. Today you must finish memorizing all the first 5 sections of chapter 1. I'll keep inspecting during this period. I'll electrocute whoever runs away, so memorize seriously if you don't want to be electrocuted. The students wailed but were forced to pick up their textbooks and start memorizing. In a flash, the classroom was filled with the dense sound of memorization. Some people were red-faced and struggling with the content, some people turned the pages of the book with a clatter, and beads of sweat dripped from the corners of their foreheads down their chins on the textbook. Every few minutes, Mr. Yang would electrocute students who were not serious about memorizing in the classroom, and even thoughtfully covered each other's mouths to prevent the screams from affecting other students' memorization. The students who were electrocuted convulsed and paralyzed back to their seats, but instead clutched their books tighter. Lu Hong was also afraid, and took the book and carefully memorized it in silence. During the period he also wandered off. Yang Yongxin covered his mouth from behind without saying a word. Take a deep breath, don't be nervous, dizziness is normal. Zip zip. Zap. A bolt of lightning drilled into his brain from his cervical vertebrae, and his brain fell into a brief dizziness. Subsequently, when Lu Hong came to his senses, he did feel that his brain had cleared up a lot, his concentration had improved, and the contents of the book were easier to memorize. Damn, memorize! Lu Hong gritted his teeth and began to memorize the book with all his might. The morning passed just like that. The 12 o'clock noon dismissal time arrived. But Yang Yongxin just silently locked the classroom door and demanded to finish memorizing before he could leave. The key was that there was too much to memorize in the book this time, saying that in order to catch up with the progress, it was directly arranged for 5 times the amount of memorization, and there wasn't a single person in the room who could finish it yet. So everyone can only continue to memorize with a wail. This memorization is 2 hours, memorized to 2 o'clock in the afternoon class time. The other students looked a bit depressed. Lu Heng's mental power was higher than theirs, so he wasn't mentally tired, but his heart was tired. Since he went to high school, he hadn't studied properly for many years, and today, he was first tortured by high math for 2 classes, and then he memorized for a few hours in a row, without taking a break for the whole morning. In the past, he used to play with his cell phone all morning, which suddenly let him study for a morning, really a bit unable to bear it. Ding bell. Finally. The bell of the first afternoon class rang. Mr. Sheep then sighed, "Hey. So far there still hasn't been a single student who has finished memorizing it, but although I'm a person who drags his feet, I won't occupy other people's classes. Everyone can go directly to the playground, the next class is a martial arts class, you can relax your brains." With these words, the students were completely relieved, and some were even moved to tears. Whoa! Great, memorization is finally over. ITM was electrocuted 7 times, the whole 7 times People are electrocuted silly. Quickly slip, quickly slip, quickly slip, go to the playground. After using my brain all morning, I really need to go out and exercise in the afternoon. Everyone happily came to the playground. However, as soon as they arrived at the playground, everyone noticed a hint of something wrong. Only to see an old man on iron crutches standing in the center. He was wearing an instructor's uniform, while many gold and red rubber bats were placed on the ground. "Hello everyone, you can call me Senator Lei, or you can call me Teacher Lei. I'm a former silver-ranked tactical instructor of the Guardian Legion. After retiring from the military I taught at 4 colleges and was hired here by your principal at a high price. What about before I give you a lesson, let me give you all a warning. I'm on the outside, others call me the devil instructor." He revealed a devilish smile. The lesson later on might be a bit abusive to the students. No. Can't say it's a bit either, it's outright abusive. Chapter 90, The Beating. The students were scared. No? Straight up abuse? Could it be that Yang Yongxin wasn't the most torturous? Cut the crap, what I'm going to take you to work out today is the physique attribute points. Teacher Lei directly said, as we all know, the physique attribute ensures that you guys have stronger defenses, and even more so, it determines the bottom line of survival in the line of life and death. When a person with a high physique is injured, the wound healing speed is many times faster than normal people, and after being poisoned, they are able to break down the venom on the spot by virtue of their strong metabolic ability. Strong enough physique, even if they are cut off at the waist, they can still hold out until help arrives. Weak physique, take 2 hits, have to lie in the intensive care cabin, not to mention raising the physique brought about by the resistance to cold and heat, underwater air closure, hunger tolerance of these hidden buff. Therefore the physique attribute is very important, it is the key attribute to save your life. He finished these briefly and continued, so besides upgrading, are there any other ways to improve the physique attribute? Of course there is, and that is taking a beating. Everyone can look towards the rubber stick on the ground. It's built with special transcendent materials and it hurts to use to hit people. If you use the right technique to hit someone, it will hurt even more. Although it hurts more, but after taking more beatings, you can add a little bit of physique. It's nice to be able to add physique attributes and exercise your pain tolerance, isn't it? Instructor Lei revealed a devilish smile. The students also reacted. To put it bluntly, it's a beating class. That's right. It's the beating class. Instructor Lei laughed and directly picked up a rubber mallet. I'll give you all a demonstration first. He pointed to a male student who was still quite robust. You, take off your shirt and tie up your horse stance. The robust classmate took off his clothes with some fear and tied up his horse stance bare-chested. Without saying a word, Instructor Lei's rubber baton flung out like a viper. Snap! Snap! The sound of blows mixed with muffled grunts exploded. Before a few hits, the boy's body trembled violently, his legs went limp and collapsed to the ground, and his backside instantly swelled up with bruises and blood marks. Get up! Tie up the horse stance! Instructor Lei kicked the boy's shoulder, his voice stern. You can't stand this pain? When you encounter demons in the future, the enemy will show no mercy. The beaten student's face turned pale. It hurts. Too much. Can you hit a little lighter? Can't. Instructor Lei refused. Your principal personally explained to put you on maximum intensity. Train at the intensity of the Guardian Reserves to ensure that all of you can become unique talents. But don't worry guys, this kind of devil training will last for a few weeks at most before you get used to it, and no one will die. Get up. Keep getting beaten. The student braced himself and continued to crouch up in a horse stance, and unsurprisingly, he was knocked down again within a few beats. Ruined. Too wasted. All a bunch of greenhouse flowers. The instructor's cold and stern gaze swept towards everyone. Now, everyone team up in pairs and hit each other. Remember, strike according to the tutorial. Once you miss, it's a waste of time. If anyone is lazy, I will personally take the field. Move. All move. The students on the playground didn't dare to be sloppy, and they all found good teammates to start training. The entire playground immediately resounded with rising and falling screams. The muffled sounds of sticks hitting flesh and skin, the screams of pain and the instructor's roar intertwined into one. This was not training, it was clearly living torture. Lu Hong had originally found Hardy to train. He had just finished beating up Hard Brother and hadn't even started practicing himself when the instructor personally approached him. You're the transcendent Nova of this class, aren't you? You have a high rank, it's useless for others to beat you, let me do it myself. The instructor said with a stern face. It's not. Lu Heng's scalp was numb. I feel that my attributes are quite high, it's okay if I don't need to practice, right? Cut the crap, if you're a man take off your shirt properly to get beaten. The instructor frowned as he picked up the rubber mallet and droned, come on. Take off your shirt and stomp. Lu Heng sighed and could only take off his shirt and squat in a horse stance. My hand is stronger and more painful than others, but the added attributes are definitely more, so you have to endure it. After the instructor finished speaking, he smacked over with a snap. Sap. A blood-red mark surfaced on his back. Ha? Finished beating? Lu Hong froze and opened his eyes. He had originally had his eyes closed and was ready to endure, but he realized that he didn't feel a single bit of sensation in his body. Forgot. I'm in the presence of a bug alien body now, I'm not afraid of pain. Lu Hong then reacted. He had never used it after awakening his insect ectoplasm, so he had forgotten about it. Then isn't me taking a beating purely and simply adding attributes? Ha ha ha. Who said that this beating will be very painful? This beating is fantastic. The instructor at this time also noticed something wrong. Why don't you shout, don't you hurt? Lu Heng at this time that pretentious energy also came up, the corner of his mouth twisted. In order to improve myself, what is this price? I'm a man, a real man. What kind of man is it to cry out in pain after being hit twice? Keep hitting, hit harder. Fine, worthy of being a student who can take first place, then I'm going to get on the intensity. The instructor was also happy. Actually, the strikes on the first day are just to increase your pain tolerance. The real striking techniques that can increase your attributes are very painful. Then, I'm going to start. The instructor began to make the official whipping strokes, the rubber baton in his hand continuously knocking on various locations of Lu Heng's body. It knocked every 3 seconds, and the method was never the same each time. Snap. 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 Lu Heng's body soon appeared with one blood mark after another. And let alone shouting out in pain, he didn't even have a muffled grunt. Instead, he steadily held his stance. In no time, he received a point of attribute value. Physique +1. Seeing that it really worked, Lu Heng became even more excited. Teacher. Harder, harder. Hiss. You kid, in all the years I've been an instructor, this is the first time I've seen you ask me to go up in intensity like this. The instructor was shocked. Good. Since you've taken the initiative to ask for it, then I'll just have to put some gusto on you. Only to see the instructor begin to speed up his stick technique, going from 1 stick per 3 seconds to 1 stick per second. Snap. 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 The baton shadows were struck at a fast pace. Each strike carried a trembling dexterity, and the rubber stick made a heavy muffled sound as it collided with the flesh. In no time at all, Lu Heng's back was covered with crisscrossing bloody marks, and blood began to slowly drip onto the ground. He continued to be beaten for 2 minutes, but just didn't let out a single scream. This scene shocked the instructor to the core. Lu Heng. Good one, Lu Heng, to have such tenacious willpower? He gritted his teeth and simply began to whip Lu Heng even harder. Physique +1. Seeing that another point of attributes had been added, Lu Heng became even more excited. But he felt as if the instructor's side was a bit tepid. After all, the instructor was so old that it was normal for him to lose his strength after a while. He had to stimulate him a little bit to be able to do it. Lu Heng simply mocked, "Old man, did you not eat at noon? How come I feel like scratching an itch?" Chapter 91, Too Much Garbage. When these words came out, all the other students looked horrified. This? Is this something a human can say? Lu Heng is finished. How dare he provoke the instructor? My god, Lu Heng couldn't have gotten his brains out from being electrocuted by Yang Yangxin in the morning, right? Lu Heng didn't care about the surprise of his classmates, but instead looked at the instructor provocatively once again. "Old man, I'm asking you to hit harder, do you understand me?" Instructor Lei froze for a few seconds, then was infuriated and laughed. Fine, fine. It's been a long time since I met a student like you. You like to be beaten, right? Come. Only to see him tugging at his collar and tearing it with force, directly revealing a bronze chest covered in hideous scars. The already aged body still possessed a perfect body of tendon meat, which was scary to look at. Kid, let me remind you one more time, don't think that I can't exert my strength at my age. If I want to use my real skills, even a gold-ranked person can't carry my strike training. The instructor grinned a sardonic smile. Cut the crap. Me harder. Lu Heng shouted as he set up his horse stance. Good, good. Then I'm going to go for intensity. Instructor Lei's eyes all became sharp. He gripped the rubber rod tightly with both hands, and then he began to use his technique to pound it heavily. Dang! The first stick landed heavily on his shoulder blade. Lu Heng staggered half a step forward, and his backside instantly blossomed with bruises. Don't say, this instructor's hand strength is really big. A stick down even if it doesn't hurt can shock him to stand unsteadily in the horse stance. At this time, before he could stand still, the sound of the rubber baton hitting was as loud as a popping bean. The speed of striking also changed from the original speed of 1 stick per second to 3 sticks per second, hitting out a burst of muffled sound. Knock, knock, knock. The rubber stick began to strike Lu Heng's back frantically, and the entire back soon became reddish, and blood even began to flow onto the ground. This scene turned the other students' scalps numb. His back was bleeding, it hurt just looking at it. Lu Heng, on the other hand, always had a stoic expression on his face, clearly enduring such immense pain. Not only did he not even bring a hum, he was still trying to stand firm on his horse. Lu Heng. Even after enduring such pain, he still has to forcefully pretend to be calm? Too handsome. Just shout out if it hurts. Lu Heng, we've already recognized you. Damn, this is the real man. In their eyes, Lu Heng was simply the typical representative of a true man. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Heng couldn't feel any pain at all, and forced himself to stand still in his horse stance in order for the instructor to play normally and ensure the growth of attribute points. So after being beaten for 2 minutes, Lu Heng's attributes grew again. Physique points +1. Lu Heng began to laugh out loud. Old man, I see that you still can't do it, you've grown so much tendon meat for nothing, can you make it harder? Okay. You like to talk tough, don't you? Then I'll show you what I'm really capable of. The instructor was really aroused, the veins on the corners of his forehead jutted out, and the speed of his arm swinging suddenly increased. Dum 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 dum. 10 sticks a second. The rubber stick transformed into a shadow in the instructor's hand, bringing up a strong wind that even lifted the corners of the surrounding students' clothes into a hunting sound. Lu Heng's body also shook violently with each blow, his entire body was drenched in blood and his skin was split open. This time, he really couldn't even stand steadily in a horse stance, and could only maintain a strange semi-crouching posture to take the blows. But the rate of increase in attribute points did become faster as well. Physique +1. Physique +1. Physique +1. In just 3 minutes, 3 more physique attribute points were added in a row. Lu Hong was refreshed. He continued to be beaten with anticipation. However, after that, the physique attribute didn't move, it didn't increase at all. He could even clearly feel that the old man's movements had slowed down a bit, and he was panting heavily while fighting. Could it be that he really didn't have any strength left? This cannot be. Where could he find a chance to improve his physique so easily in the future? Lu Hong was anxious. So he began to madly mock the instructor. No. Old man, you're too much of a waste. Are you still a guard instructor? It's also too pulled. It's only been a few minutes of fighting and you can't even hold a rubber baton. Are you sure you didn't escape from a nursing home? With this much ability, how dare you teach others to improve their physique? I advise you to retire early and go home to retire. Too much rubbish, too much pull. I want to find the principal to apply for a new instructor. With this amount of mockery, Instructor Lei really warmed up. The other students even revealed their thumbs up, admiring Lu Hong in their hearts. Nima, Instructor Lei's face was incomparably red. He had been an instructor for so many years, and for the first time in his life, he had encountered a student who dared to mock him like this. Seriously, he did get a little weak just now. After all, he was a big old man and didn't have as much energy as he did when he was young. But how could he stand the students underneath him mocking him so much? Row! You forced me, old man, it's time for me to get hot-blooded today. Only to see Instructor Lei roar, his body began to pang and get ready. I'm going to ignite. The ectoplasmic ability that uniquely belonged to the silver rank was turned on by him. Fierce Beast Ectoplasm, Fire 8 Power Body. Gulp! Only to see blue veins emerge like lava veins under Instructor Lei's originally flaccid skin, and a crimson aura suddenly rose on his body surface. Wow! The flames spread along his limbs. Immediately afterward, the muscles of his entire body expanded crazily, his neck became thick, and his brow bone bulged high. Its figure instantly skyrocketed by 3 feet, as if a raging power was hidden within its body. At this moment, Instructor Lei still looked like a human. It was clearly an ancient beast reborn from the fire, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. Instructor Lei let out a fierce smile. It's been a long time since I've opened my heterodyne body, old man, and today you're the one who forced me to do it. Don't worry, my next strike training is very measured. Although it won't kill you, there is a high probability that you will suffer internal injuries. You'll have to lie in bed for half a month, I'm afraid. But it's useless for you to beg for mercy, because you asked for it. Ha 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 ha. Instead of being afraid, Lu Hong laughed excitedly. Come on. Burn it up. The harder the better. Never mind about internal injuries, my awakened bug rejuvenation body is giving you a joke? T0 level recovery ability. As long as you don't have your heart blown out or your head cut off, you will recover. Okay. I'm going to do it. Only to see Instructor Lei swinging his rubber baton and hitting Lu Hong with a sonic boom. There was a loud bang like a cannonball hitting his body. Both of Lu Heng's feet were smashed deep into the sand. Immediately afterward, dense stick shadows poured down like a raging storm. Boom! 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 The sound of the blows was deafening. Lu Heng's body trembled violently with each heavy blow, and his entire body soon had its skin split open, revealing the blood and flesh that rolled underneath. Physique +1. Physique +1. Not a moment later, Lu Hong felt a surge in his chest and a taste of blood in his mouth. Really gave me internal injuries? Although it does not hurt, Lu Hong did a little shocked. This old man is really on the dead force. But it is not a big problem. I can recover my internal injuries. Lu Hong started to continue mocking. Keep going on and on. It's too much pull, Too much garbage. Can you do it or not? Keep up the intensity, old man. Chapter 92 Blood Shadow Cult. Nima. The speed of Instructor Lei's arm swing began to grow faster and faster, bringing up a strong wind that almost formed a small storm on the training ground, lifting up all the sand on the ground. Both of their bodies were wrapped under a small sandstorm. The surrounding students were really frightened by these two guys. One was really planning on laying down a deadly blow, and the other was really damn capable of carrying it. Damn! Is this the world of the strong? Or else Lu Hong could take first place. Sure enough, Weilun Fog is the life of the junior college. ITM really can't carry this kind of training on. Yeah! Old Man Lei roared and continued to strike hard. Even though his stamina was depleting at a rapid rate, he continued to grit his teeth, and every time he struck his stick, it was accompanied by a roar. Physique +1. Physical strength +1. Physique +1. It was a full 10 minutes of fighting. Counting the attributes from just now, Lu Hong had already skyrocketed 17 points of physique in this trip down the course. And that old man gradually lost his strength and slowed down. The physique was also not adding up at all. Lu Hong was scared and hurriedly continued to taunt, "Old man, are you weak in the kidneys? How come you have no energy again? Are you good or not? You?" Instructor Lei's eyes widened and he originally intended to continue on the intensity, but he really didn't have the strength anymore. Forget it, you win. I really burned out. The flames in Instructor Lei's entire body disappeared with a prancing sound. The Fire 8 power body also slowly faded away, revealing its original human appearance. As soon as he dropped the rubber stick, he directly collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. "I'm a big old man, I can't withstand this kind of tossing and turning. You find another student to beat you up, Grandma." Okay. Lu Hong was helpless. At this time, the small sandstorm beside the two also slowly dispersed. The students watching outside also got a good look at Lu Hong's appearance at this moment. Lu Hong was standing straight up in his place, his body was a bloody mess, his back skin and flesh rolled over, and oozing blood dripped downwards. His neck and limbs were covered with purple and black stick marks, swollen to the point of being almost deformed, and there wasn't a single good spot on his entire body, which was completely drenched in blood. The students' eyes were filled with admiration. However, Lu Hong did not feel anything. Instead, he felt great. The pain of being tortured by the theory class this morning was swept away, and now there was nothing but euphoria in his heart. With a dashing laugh, he prepared to leave the scene, laughing up to the sky and going out the door. Is my generation not a waste of man? However, without taking 2 steps, a large mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Put! Immediately afterward, Lu Hong fell to the ground with a thud. This internal injury is a bit serious. Lu Hong slumped to the ground with a look of astonishment. He didn't know if that organ was broken, but now he couldn't even move. The other students also panicked. "Holy, Lu Hong, are you alright?" Lu Hong forced himself to climb up and smiled dashingly. "A mere fatal wound, not a big problem." He then forced himself to straighten his body and slowly left the scene. The students behind him became even more inwardly in awe. Awesome! Lu Hong, I never knew that your willpower was so strong. This is the model of my generation. Right. We have to work harder too. Come on, man. Me hard. I have to get stronger too. You. Me too. The students began to continue to beat each other up, and the sound of rubber bats hitting each other rang out one after another. The entire playground was filled with an atmosphere of hot blood. Lu Hong didn't care what happened to these people later, but instead, he braced his almost broken body back to the dormitory and flopped down on the bed. Not caring about the blood that had soaked the bed, he just wanted to rest. This time, he really couldn't stand up. However, after lying down for a short while, Lu Hong felt that his body began to recover at an accelerated rate. First, the outward flow of blood had been completely stopped, followed by the skin and flesh on the surface of his body starting to grow rapidly. Even the bones in his body began to crackle. At this rate, I'll be able to recover in less than an hour, right? I'll be able to become alive again at night, and it's time to go pay some fines and earn some money to spend. Lu Hong closed his eyes happily, ready to have a good sleep. Nightfall. On the streets near the Jiudago campus, a dozen uninvited guests were arriving quietly. They looked no different from normal people at first glance. But a closer look could reveal that the outlines of their ears were sharper, and their faces were paler compared to normal people, as if they hadn't seen sunlight for years. Sacrifice, there have been rats quietly following us from behind. One of them whispered. Only to see that at the back of the street, there were indeed 5 men in civilian clothes quietly following. Guardians? Looks like they've already discovered our identity. The priest in the lead snorted coldly. In that case, there's nothing to pretend. Only to see him suddenly grab a passerby beside him. Ah! What are you doing? The passerby was a bit terrified, and couldn't break free from the priest's grip. Huff! Only to see a pair of bloody mouths suddenly grow out of the palm of the sacrifice's hand, directly biting on the passerby's neck. Barely bared. Before that passerby could react, the blood in his body was continuously drawn away. In less than 2 seconds it was drawn into a human stem. Ah! The passersby at the scene screamed and fled the place. Not good. Discovered. The faces of the guardsmen who were originally following changed drastically. Prepare for battle and capture these blood shadow cultists. A mere 5 guardsmen want to catch us? Ridiculous. With a wave of the priest's big hand, a line of blood appeared, casually strangling the few passers-by next to him. Pft pft. These few passers-by were cut into several pieces before they could react. You group of foreign traitors. You are humans. One of the blonde-haired guardsmen shouted with angry eyes and charged straight up. Ha! Humans? The priest said in a cold voice, it was the Lord of the Blood Clan who gave me the energy to rival the Transcendence, otherwise I would have been trampled underfoot for the rest of my life. Damn! Quickly grab them! The blonde man commanded, and his arm spread out, a halberd instantly appearing in his hand. The other 4 guardsmen summoned their own weapons and charged straight up. A bunch of difficult guys. With a wave of the priest's right arm, a large amount of blood mist rolled out, temporarily wrapping the guardians. The 5 guardsmen's vision was all blocked and their movements were disturbed. However, the priest didn't have the heart to waste time with these guardsmen at all. His gaze looked towards the 9-ditch academy in the distance. Our purpose is to sacrifice 500 young men at once, and resurrect Lord Baron Spectre as soon as possible, or else we'll be too late. You guys stay behind to kill the guards. I'll enter the school first. Chapter 93, Must feed the principal a piece of. Don't even think about harming the students. Only a sudden bellowing cry could be heard from the blood mist. The blonde-haired man clenched his halberd with both hands, then slashed down fiercely towards the front. In an instant, a dazzling golden wave of light tore through the blood mist, forming a 2-meter-long spatial chop. Swish! The wave of light swept towards the priest like lightning. The priest's pupils instantly shrunk into pinpoints, and he reacted extremely quickly by raising his right hand to block. Only to see his right hand strangely expand 5 times and condense into a set of hideous bloody claws. Boom! The light blade collided with the blood claws with a loud bang before dissipating. The priest let out a muffled grunt, and a deep blood scar was left in the palm of the blood claw. What are you waiting for, all of you? The priest shook his blood-dripping arm and commanded with a dark face. More than 10 worshippers sniffed and drilled into the blood mist. The sounds of metal clashing and energy bursts rose and fell. The guards each displayed their special skills, their halberds swept across and brought up golden winds, and their short swords waved with ice prongs erupting, killing the religious people with great difficulty. Despite the strength of the guards, the religious people formed an encirclement by virtue of their strength and numbers, occupying a considerable advantage. The priest obviously didn't want to waste time here as he impatiently said, "Come find me inside the school after you've finished with these people." Before the words left his mouth, he rushed towards the interior of the Jiu Daogo Technical College, which was not far away. He didn't go through the main gate, but instead, he directly tumbled over the fence that was a few meters high. Thud! He landed silently and no one noticed over. Not knowing that this was that nook of the school, he had a winding stone road in front of him, with the shadows of balsam fir trees on both sides. There weren't many people here, only a few pairs of students' figures looming in the streetlights. Moreover, the place where the guardians and the blood shadow cultists were fighting was still a certain distance away from the school, so for the time being, no students had found out about the turmoil over there, not to mention the fact that no one would find out that someone had secretly stayed in the campus. There are too few people here. Even if we kill a few of them, it will cause panic, which is not favorable for the sacrifice. The priest vigilantly swept a glance at the people on this path. I should go straight to a place with a lot of people. It would be more appropriate to sacrifice 500 students at once. It's now nighttime. Classrooms are definitely empty. That would be the cafeteria, commercial street, playground, and dormitories where there are the most people. He put on a natural look and walked straight towards a male student on the road and asked, "May I ask which way is our school's cafeteria?" "Follow this road to the south, then turn right and continue walking, turn south again at the fourth fork in the road, follow that main road for a while and you'll arrive at the commercial street, and on the commercial street is the cafeteria." The male student said enthusiastically, "Our school is quite big, we have to walk for a while longer." "Good." Sacrifice turned around excitedly. Having gone to school himself, he knew that college students only had clear stupidity in their eyes. Ask for directions and they would answer, they wouldn't even bother to explore if you were a bad person or not. The cafeteria at this hour is definitely full of students, there must be enough for me to sacrifice 500 people. The sacrifice suppressed his excitement and rushed towards the location of the cafeteria. Unbeknownst to him, an uninvited guest had gone to the cafeteria before him 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago. The school cafeteria. Woohoo! Full-blooded and resurrected. With nothing to do, it's time to feed the students some. Lu Hong cheerfully arrived outside the cafeteria. His body had just fully recovered and his entire being was alive and well. So after taking a shower and changing his clothes, he planned to come around to the cafeteria to force-feed the students waves of, and in the meantime, give the meatballs a little spiritual power boost. The principal promised me before, he doesn't care about me if I fool around like this in the future, so I have to have a good time today. Lu Hang summoned the meatball and grabbed a handful of mosaic meat in his hand. He then leisurely walked in, little Ali gives hello. The moment Lu Hong pushed open the glass door of the cafeteria, the steaming hot air wrapped in the aroma of the meal hit his face. The long hall was crowded with people, the sound of stainless steel plates clashing, the rising and falling sound of talking and laughing, and the tiny sound of chewing food resonating into one. It's so crowded. Today's goal, add 100 points of spiritual power. Lu Hang revealed a happy smile. However, when he was about to make his move, the dozen or so cameras around the gate suddenly aimed at Lu Hang in unison. In the next second, the alarms on the entire wall collectively exploded. Oh! A large amount of red light flashed like a tidal wave, and the sound of the alarm instantly resounded throughout the entire cafeteria. At the same time, the loudspeakers overhead emitted a piercing mechanical tone. Level 1 alarm. First level alert. Lu Hong has entered the cafeteria. Please close all cafeteria windows quickly. To avoid being forcibly poisoned. Please ask all students to flee the place as soon as possible. To avoid being force-fed. Woo! This scene instantly caused everyone present to reveal a horrified expression through and through. What? Lu Hang is here again? Run! Quickly run! The principal has already given him the privilege of feeding him, once he's caught, it's over. He's coming to persecute us again. Stop eating. Ah! For a time, the entire cafeteria was in chaos. The sound of plates crashing against the floor rose and fell, some people rolling and crawling knocked over the long tables, hot soup spilled on the tiles, reflecting the panicked silhouettes of people fleeing. The girls' screams pierced through the clamor, and the boys ran faster than one another. At this moment, Lu Hong seemed like a homicidal maniac, and those present pointed to fleeing the place in a hurry. The students either dropped the meals they had just taken a few bites of, or ran wildly clutching their dinner plates. Don't say it, really don't say it. As if these students had rehearsed in advance, there was no crowding or trampling, just a very reasonable and quick escape around the four doors of the cafeteria. So in less than 60 seconds, the only things left in the cafeteria were the overturned tables and chairs, the food scattered all over the place, and Lu Hong who was frozen in place. Ah! Lu Hong was truly shocked. Dude, influence is so big now. Is it even worth it for me to ask you guys to put an alarm device directly on the cafeteria door? And you guys just ran out? Not even giving me a chance to take a bite of Ollie's giveaway? Principal. This go thing. He must have arranged it. Lu Hong understood what was going on after a little thought. This old Deng, at first, said how good he was, letting Lu Hong toss and turn no matter what. At that time, Lu Hong also believed in the truth, did not expect this old Deng has been preventing his op. Surprisingly, he forced the cafeteria to install a checking device and an alarm device. Just to alert the students to flee the scene in a hurry. So Lu Hong cursed and left the cafeteria. Grandma! I'll have to hand feed the principal a pile of it sometime. Chapter 94 Ghost School. When Lu Hong came outside, he realized that not only the people in the cafeteria had run away, even the commercial street outside the cafeteria was in chaos. There were originally all sorts of food stalls, small stores and other small businesses on this street. But after the students learned of Lu Heng's arrival, they fled one after another. So the entire commercial street also became empty. Lu Hong was annoyed. Feeding can't be done, going to the playground to pay a fine is always fine. He directly turned around and rushed towards the direction of the playground. 5 minutes later, the blood shadow ritualist also arrived on this street. Along the way, he also ran into some students, but the scattered number wasn't much, so he didn't bother killing them. Strange. Isn't this a commercial street? How come there aren't even many students? He looked around suspiciously. It should be that this school's commerce is too drawn out, but the cafeteria definitely has enough people. He came directly outside the door of the cafeteria. Don't even think about running away. Only to see him quickly spread his hands, he was the first to release a thick blood mist before even entering the cafeteria. His plan was to wrap the entire cafeteria with the blood mist, and by then, all the students would have their vision obstructed and not be able to see everything. This would make it difficult for them to escape the place, and the sacrifice would be able to more easily sacrifice these students by drilling in it this time. Clatter! Only to see a large amount of blood mist being released by him, the entire cafeteria instantly became scarlet in color. Ha! Finally we can start the sacrifice ceremony. The blood ritualist entered the cafeteria with an excited expression. However, the moment he actually went in, he was confused. How come there's no one? The inside of the cafeteria was empty, and even all the tables still had fresh, hot meals on them. And the ground was littered with broken rice bowls, as if some kind of flooding beast had just come here in advance and scared all the students away. The scene was frighteningly quiet. It's not right. According to reason, it's mealtime, the cafeteria should be the place with the most people. The blood ritualist stared in disbelief, and there are clearly quite a lot of rice bowls on the tables. Could it be that my arrival was discovered in advance? It's not right. It's only been a few minutes, I haven't done anything yet and I've been discovered? No matter how much the blood priest thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. He simply turned around and prepared to head to the next location. Forget it. Go to the playground. The playground is also crowded at this hour. There must be quite a few people playing there. 5 minutes ago. Above the playground. Lu Hong held his breath and came here. I'd like to see if the principal set up an alarm for me over here as well. Don't say it, really don't say it. The moment he arrived at the playground, a man in a security uniform soon looked at him. This man let out a cry of terror and hurriedly picked up a loudspeaker and shouted at the students, "Level 1 alarm. First level alert. Lu Hong has entered the playground. Everyone. Quickly flee. Run away. Don't be fined by him." As soon as the words left his mouth, this security guard took the lead in escaping. This security guard was like a specialized stalker, and there were 9 other people like him in the entire playground. At that moment, the students in the entire playground also started to flee the place with terrified shouts. They were as well rehearsed, and these people fled from the 4 directions of southeast, west, north, and west in just a minute's time. Lu Hong was confused again, not buddies. You guys? It must be the principal arranging it again? Lu Hong was anxious. This go thing but promised himself that he could do wrong in the future. You installed alarms in the cafeteria is not even a problem, even the playground is also specifically sent people to keep an eye on it, right? In other words, all the students have now reached a united front. No matter where I go, there will be people watching me. When I come over here, the students run away, the kind of run that's been practiced in advance. How am I going to get a fine? How am I going to raise my spiritual power for meatball? Damn, I don't believe it. Lu Hong surrounded a boys' dormitory building. It's better to check the dormitory directly. I just don't believe that you all stayed in the dormitory and still have a place to run. South 1 dormitory building, is it? I'm coming. He directly walked towards the boys' dormitory building. And Lu Hong had just left not 2 minutes before. The blood shadow cult priest also arrived at the playground. The priest was shocked again. How is it possible? How come there is no one in the big playground? According to theory, at this point in the night, there should be many people in the playground to this side of the sports playing ball and so on, and then there will also be a small couple around the playground walk it. How the hell a person is gone? Damn. Blood Shadow Sacrifice scratched his scalp in annoyance. I just don't believe it. Besides the cafeteria, the playground, the shopping street. Where else is the school crowded? Right. The dormitory building also has the most people. It's impossible for there to be no one in the dormitory, right? His gaze went directly to a boys' dormitory closest to the playground. There were at least 1,000 people in a whole building, right? As long as he locked the dormitory doors and sacrificed one dormitory after another, although it was a bit more troublesome compared to sacrificing a large number of people at once, it was also much faster than grabbing students sporadically on the main road and sacrificing them. South First Building Dormitory? I'm coming. The sacrifice went directly towards the dormitory building. South 1 Dormitory Building. First floor, room 101. Boom boom boom. Lu Hong knocked on the dormitory door 3 times in a row. Open the door. Dormitory check. The students inside had a terrified look on their faces and shivered as they hid in their dorm rooms. Shoo! Don't make a sound. We've already unlocked the dormitory door, he can't force his way in. Right, don't open the door. Say nothing and don't open the door. Just pretend that no one is there. The few people in the dormitory were terrified and hid inside, not daring to come out. They didn't even bring their voices to breathe, not to mention opening the door. They even held their breath in fear, as if there were wild ghosts roaming around outside. Lu Hong directly turned the door handle a few times. Click click click. Unlocked it for me, huh? Lu Hong gritted his teeth and looked at the slogan on the door. The dormitory door is a public facility, those who forcefully damage the door lock need to be fined 500. With a glance, the dormitory doors on the entire first floor were labeled with this slogan, and at a glance, they were all newly labeled. This is clearly a warning that one cannot damage the dormitory door, otherwise the fine is not even enough to pay for the door. Fine, fine, you principal, playing like that is it? Lu Hong raised his head and swept. Only then did he realize that the surveillance cameras on the entire floor were all looking at him in unison. The people in the surveillance room must have issued a notice to all the students in advance, telling these people to lock the doors and windows and not come out. Grass. Can't I just stop checking? See how scared you guys are. Lu Hong prepared to go up to the second floor to check out the other dormitories. At the same time, the blood shadow cult ritualist also burrowed into the dormitory building. As he swept his gaze, the entire hallway was empty. Humph, there can't be no one here, right? So he came directly to the door of dormitory 101 and twisted the door handle with a click. The door is locked? He frowned slightly and prepared to directly knock on the door. Boom boom boom. Is there anyone? The blood shadow cult priest shouted several times without a response. Is there really no one? The blood shadow ritualist got a bit anxious and directly shouted, if you don't open the door, I'm going to force my way in. The students inside had a look of horror. This dog day ah. He still intends to forcefully break the door fine? Quickly go over the wall. Quickly over the wall. These students didn't dare to be sloppy, sharply flipping out of the balcony. After all, it was the first floor, so they could directly flip out of the balcony to the outside of the dormitory building. They even notified the other students in the WeChat group. Frightened, all the students on the first floor began to flip over the wall to escape. Ka-ching! Boom! So when the blood shadow ritual forcefully broke open the dormitory door, the dormitory was really empty. This blood shadow ritual was truly confused. What's going on? Is this campus a ghost school? How come there's no one in the cafeteria, playground, or dormitory? Chapter 95 Sesame is also meat. The blood ritualist was a bit disbelieving, and went to force open the door of the 102,103 dormitory one after another. Unsurprisingly, the inside is still empty. He did not know that the entire first floor of the students have flipped over the wall and ran away. But blood shadow ritual was already numb. He didn't want to try anymore. Could this really be a ghost school? But there are clearly people on the road outside, why is there no one in the crowded place instead? Sacrifice really couldn't make sense of it. Sacrificing the students outside was actually fine, but he had originally planned to find a crowded place to sacrifice enough 500 people at once. The place outside was wide, and the students were scattered, so killing this one would cause another to run away and cause panic throughout the campus, which would be troublesome to sacrifice. But he couldn't care less when it came to this. Damn it, the sacrifice can't be delayed any longer. The sacrifice's eyes looked around. Sacrificing one is still sacrificing, even if the number is small, it will take more time to sacrifice enough. In fact, he hadn't wanted to be so inviting. After all, it was troublesome to catch people one by one. Whatever. He directly walked out of the dormitory door, ready to go out on the street and arrest people one by one. At the same time, Lu Hong also happened to come down from the second floor. Feelings you all can view the surveillance now, right? Principal really neat ah. He cursed and walked out of the dormitory door. I don't believe it, ITM directly on the street, can punish one is one. Less money is also earned. So Lu Hang and Sacrifice came outside the dormitory gate at the same time and just happened to be standing in one piece. The two looked at each other and spoke in unison. A sesame seed is still neat even if it's small, let's start with you. A sesame seed is neat even if it's small, let's start with you. Yo-ho? Lu Hong raised his eyebrows at the other party. What did you say? Start with me? You want to find me? What fine? I'm going to sacrifice your life to the heavens. The blood shadow sacrifice bellowed, his body's blood chi released, and he was about to attack right away. Lu Hong hastily retreated a few steps back and quickly put on his insect king gloves. Who are you? Scare people on campus for no reason, fine 50 ah. Fine you horse. Blood shadow ritual already had a belly full of anger, and at this time, he only wanted to kill someone immediately to vent his anger. Only to see his right arm instantly turn into a bloody claw and expand several times, ready to grab Lu Hang. Ha? You still dare to make a move? Lu Hang's reaction was quick, and he hastily raised his hand to counterattack. Insect King gloves. Megamorphosis characteristic, can instantly magnify the weapon many times and deliver a fierce blow. Only hearing a wang sound, Lu Hang's right fist instantly enlarged, turning into a huge fist that was nearly 3 meters long and wide. Boom! The moment the blood claw collided with the giant fist, the air erupted with an ear-piercing shrill. The sacrificial blood claw was quickly covered in cracks. Lu Hang's giant fist also directly collapsed and dissipated into countless golden points of light in the air. What a heavy hand you've dealt. Lu Hang also reacted at this moment. This dude wasn't from this school at all. So he hurriedly checked the other party's panel. Blood shadow called ritualist blood slave race. Rank, gold 6th order. Attributes, strength 77, physique, agility, spirit 69, combined 282. Cult are you? Lu Hang's eyes widened. The feeling that this guy's words about sacrificing human lives to the heavens were true. He hurriedly released all of his summons. The blood shadow ritualist was also a bit shocked. There's such a strong student in a junior college? He also checked Lu Hang's panel. Lu Hong. Silver 1st stage. Attributes, strength 31, physique 43, agility 26, spirit 26, composite 126. Oh. So it's only silver 1st order, your gloves are not bad. The blood shadow ritual was relieved. What's wrong with silver 1st rank? As usual, I can beat you to a dog. Lu Hong directly told the meatball to activate its ability. Wah! Meatball Z unleashed mental pollution and directly drilled into the blood shadow sacrifice's mind. Unsurprisingly, the sacrifice fell into a brief coma. Go to hell! Without saying a word, Lu Hang went up and aimed a 10-strand explosive punch at his face. Boom 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 boom. 10 explosions exploded one after another on the blood shadow priest's face. Blazing waves of air rolled around, the priest's face instantly twisted and distorted, his skin flaking off under the high temperature, revealing the oily muscle tissue underneath. This was the enhanced ability of the explosive fist that had advanced to silver rank, and it could explode 10 times in a row at once. If the silver rank was to blow up his head like this, but this priest's physique wasn't low, and he was only disfigured. Ah! My face, my face! The blood shadow priest screamed miserably and covered his face with both hands, looking in pain. Hiss! This gold rank is just different, haha. Lu Hong took a few steps back one after another. To be able to talk even after being blown up like this was just different. Then let's leave it to Brother Armor. He simply touched his transformation belt and directly shouted, Armor combination. Click click click. The belt exploded with blinding white light. The belt quickly wrapped around his waist, and a large number of red and white metal armor pieces appeared, crawling up his limbs. In the blink of an eye, the justice armor wrapped around his entire body. At this time, the blood shadow priest also slowed down, and he gave a hideous shout before releasing his skill. Gold rank spirit skill, Scarlet Corrosion. Hobo ho ho ho. With a gust of cloudy wind curling around him, a large amount of scarlet gas churned up around the blood shadow sacrifice. The concrete underneath his feet was like being scorched by a hot iron, emitting blue smoke, and then the top layer of concrete peeled off at a speed visible to the naked eye, showing how strong the corrosion of this gas was. In the package of corrosive gas, the blood shadow priest said in a vicious tone, "A silver-ranked bastard student, how dare you burn my face? I'm going to corrode your body away inch by inch, making you experience 10 times 100 times the pain. I will turn you into a puddle of blood. I will let you die." Pa! Just as the words were in mid-sentence, an instantaneous slap interrupted the priest's scream. At the same time, the splattered blood mist instantly disappeared. The blood shadow ritualist was confused. He looked down, only to see a humanoid yellow dog pointing at his nose with an arrogant face and cursing, "What are you barking at you? Ah! Yapping away, just you dare to threaten my master? Chapter 96 Can't you be a good person?" The blood shadow priest had a look of horror on his face. "What have you? You done?" His own gold rank skill would actually be forcibly interrupted? Before he could react, the armor of justice had already shouted and rushed over, "The evil blood shadow cult will eventually turn to dust under the sanction of justice. Your evil will be ended by me." Dang! A solid punch smashed into the blood shadow priest's face, sending him back a dozen meters before stopping. The blood shadow ritual then let out another agonizing roar. The blood and flesh on his festering cheeks rolled over, revealing white bones. It was fine that he had fallen once at the hands of a silver rank, but to think that he would fall a second time? This caused the blood shadow priest to receive a great shame. "I don't believe it, a mere silver can still cross the ranks and kill people without being able to." Only to see his arms spread violently, the clothes behind him then ruptured out a dozen holes with a piercing sound. Immediately afterward, a dozen scarlet worms covered with suckers grew out from its back. As if these worms could extend infinitely, they swiftly tore towards the justice armor. Bear, bear, bear. They wrapped around the armor like living snakes, their jagged mouthparts crazily gnawing on the metal. Sparks splashed in all directions amidst the ear-piercing sound of clanking. A large number of dents were quickly squeezed out of the surface of the justice armor, and sticky acid seeped in along the gaps, emitting gouts of white smoke. Damn it! The justice armor struggled, but the joints of his entire body were in a death grip. He couldn't move at all, as if the entire armor was bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds. Ha ha ha! Can't move. For his part, the priest's eyes were maniacal as he held up his hands, and a small mass of blood-colored lightning converged in the palm of his hands. In the blink of an eye, this lightning expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, its diameter skyrocketing from the size of a fist to the thickness of a round table. Immediately after, the thunderball around the air also began to twist and distort, as if it could not withstand this horrible pressure, issued an ear-piercing whistling. "It's so scary to look at." Lu Hong was more or less a little panicked. "Brother Armor, can you carry this?" "Can't carry it." The armor of justice straightened his back and said, "But justice never dies. My fall will be a spark that illuminates others. There will be others to destroy evil. Don't you be a middle child." Lu Heng's scalp tingled. That said, with the justice armor, plus his own Bug King rejuvenation body, even if he resisted this, he wouldn't be able to die, right? "I just don't know if I can inspire it to boil with fervor." At this time, Blood Shadow Ritual had also finished accumulating energy for its skills. Die! The ritualist laughed crazily as the ball of blood-colored lightning had skyrocketed to more than 2 people high. Immediately after that, he threw it fiercely towards the justice armor. Wherever the blood-colored lightning ball passed, the ground was instantly scorched with charred black grooves, which was chilling. Fortunately, Color Dog appeared in time from a distance, and a determined light flashed in his canine eyes. "Fire at me." The blood-colored thunderball that was originally moving forward suddenly trembled violently, the arcs of electricity on its surface twisted crazily, as if there was a pair of invisible giant hands forcibly reversing its trajectory. And the instant the thunderball turned, the colorful dog also grinned and revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. "Tiny cult, still wanna hurt my master?" The next second. Boom! The scarlet lightning that devoured everything completely enveloped it. In a shocking explosion, airwaves swept across the surroundings like a hurricane, and the nearby trees were uprooted and powdered. When the smoke and dust gradually cleared, only a large pit several meters deep remained on the ground. The figure of the colorful dog had disappeared. Your color dog suffered a fatal injury and has automatically returned to the summoner space. You will need an interval of 24 hours before you can summon it out. Lu Han then sighed in relief. Good dog. Anyway, the colorful dog would be resurrected, so it was nothing to be distressed about. But the Justice Armor saw this scene and became completely enraged. No. He clenched his fists tightly and cried out in grief, I actually let my teammates sacrifice in front of me? Damn cultists. Intolerable, intolerable. Swear in the name of justice, I will make you all go up in smoke in my wrath. Colored Dog's sacrifice will not be in vain. I will take his will and turn it into a blade that cuts through the darkness, letting the light of justice scorch every inch of your sins. Grass. It's time to start pretending again. Lu Hong was incredibly excited. It's coming. It's coming. It's time for the battle power to soar. As if in response to him, a string of notifications sounded one after another. The first level of fervor, open. Fervor level 2, open. Feverish blood value, 0% 20%. Armor battle power temporary breakthrough, 126,378. Weapon 2, lava meteor hammer. Unlocked. Battle skill 2, shatter the vault of heaven. Unlocked. Lu Hong was overjoyed. Good, 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 surprisingly 2 levels opened at once. It's still a classic play like sacrificing a teammate that works well. He pondered in his heart that in the future, he would have to let the colorful dog die a few more times in front of Brother Armor before he could do so. This was much faster than taking a beating all the time and carrying it for 10 minutes before wailing and spiking his battle power. Yah! Only to see the Justice Armor bellowing out, it stabbed and ripped off the worms wrapped around its body with its bare hands. Immediately after that, it clenched its right hand, a large string of chains appeared in his hand, and the lava meteor hammer smashed into the ground wrapped in magma. Rise! The Justice Armor's arms violently flung the chains. The meteor hammer began to draw dazzling trails of fire in the air, and wherever it passed, the air twisted into a vortex, emitting sharp sonic booms. The priest looked dumbfounded, he only felt his mind go blank at this moment. How did the thunderball just now suddenly turn crooked? How could this student rip off my worm? How come he seems to have gotten so much stronger? Buzz buzz buzz. No one answered his questions, only the chains in mid-air flung faster and faster, and the magma liquid on the head of the hammer continued to splash. Then the Justice Armor flung violently, the burning chains sliced through the air, the head of the hammer dragging a 100-meter-long flame trail, the ground cracking inch by inch where it passed. The meteor hammer was like a small falling sun, smashing hard towards the Blood Shadow Sacrifice. The Blood Shadow Sacrifice's pupils shrunk like needles, instantly opening his alien body. Boom! The huge impact slapped his entire body into the ground, and the muffled sound of bones breaking came from the smoke. All of the building glass within a 20-meter radius was shattered into pieces, and a crater about 5 meters long appeared on the ground. The Justice Armor let out a cold snort and slowly retracted the meteor hammer. Such a heavy blow, damn it, right? Lu Hong said curiously. However, he saw a shriveled figure slowly crawling out of the pit. You're ing hung, right? How come a silver first rank is so hung? Although the priest didn't die, the ectoplasm that had just been opened was also nullified. His entire body was covered with layers of blood-red scale armor pieces, which were currently covered with cracks and were still falling off. Lu Heng's appearance had completely turned his worldview upside down. He had paid 10 years of his time to obtain a gold-ranked combat power from the Blood Lord, but he was beaten to a dog when faced with a silver first-ranked tertiary student? Seeing that he didn't die, the Armor of Justice began to denounce him again with a cynical tone. Abominable cult follower, have you already fallen to a traitor to the devil? Why do you want to harm humans for the sake of the foreigners? Why are you killing these weak groups for no reason? You are a human, yet you joined the Fae and even want to slaughter your own countrymen for them? Don't you feel shameful? Can't you be a good person? Seeing the other party standing on the moral high ground and issuing a ton of accusations against himself, the Blood Shadow Cult priest was even more confused. If you fight, then fight, and you're still urging me to be good? Does he think he can convince me with just these few words? Chapter 97, The Cult is Actually Myself? The Armor of Justice dragged the meteor hammer slowly, and said aloud, do you know that every drop of innocent blood is carving eternal sins for your soul? Look at this land under your feet, this is the campus that nurtures knowledge and dreams. How many young lives are trembling at this moment because of your atrocities? Do you want the sound of books to turn into cries of despair forever? You were once a scholar, how can you bear to crush the hopes of the future into dust? The Blood Shadow Cult priest was really dumbfounded. Not. You are teaching me to do something? He had been a cultist for so many years, killing more than 10,000 people. Which time has not come up to fight with the enemy to the death, like this come up to a flurry of accusations, he is still the first time to see. Besides, this time he has not yet started to kill. This armor brother is shouting what justice will first give him a fat beating. The more he thought about it, the more angry the priest became, and he directly climbed out of the pile of rubble. You horse, don't take the words of the crown to teach me a lesson. If you want to fight, then fight. Only to see his nails deep into the eye socket, and then poofed out of his eyeballs, eye as a sacrifice. Blood eating returning to the original art. After saying that, he crushed his own eyeball and turned into a cloud of blood mist that merged into his body. In an instant, the bone-deep wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, the festering flesh regrew, and his injuries quickly recovered for the most part. I'll fight you, he shouted, retransforming both of his arms into bloody claws as he charged straight forward. Obsessive. The armor of justice snorted coldly, picking up a meteor hammer to fight with his opponent. The blood shadow sacrifice's body was surrounded by blood mist, and the blood claws that his arms transformed into tore through the air as he frantically launched an attack. The justice armor was as steady as a mountain. The lava meteor hammer danced around, smashing the other party, making it difficult for them to get close. The meteor hammer and the blood claws continuously collided, erupting into a deafening roar. In the midst of the sparks, the priest was shaken back by the powerful impact, but the madness in his eyes became more and more intense. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the justice armor had an absolute advantage. However, the justice armor was not in a hurry to kill, and each attack was just right to force the sacrifice into a desperate situation, while shouting loudly, "Turn back. You can still get rid of this evil curse." The sacrifice, however, turned a deaf ear, fighting for his life in a variety of moves. He took advantage of the gap between the armor's words and lunged forward, his bloody claws going straight for the armor's throat. The justice armor sidestepped and avoided it, and the meteor hammer swept out horizontally, smashing heavily into the sacrifice's shoulder. The priest let out a muffled grunt and his body flew out a few meters away, but he immediately rolled over and charged up again. The battle grew more and more intense. The entire area was enveloped in the color of blood and sparks. The justice armor precisely suppressed the sacrificial attack while continuously persuading, "Look at you now, is this what you want? Give up your evil thoughts and you can still find the person you once were." And the sacrifice's counterattack is getting crazier and crazier. You stepped on the horse and said non-stop, "You are my father, you still want to persuade me to be a good person? Old me defected to the blood clan a long time ago. My power is all given by them, I don't want to be a waste human." The justice armor sniffed, but his eyes became even more determined. "You think you can gain true power by defecting to the Fae? Wrong. That's just drinking hemlock to quench your thirst. As you slaughter your compatriots, the blood clan is using you as a pawn that can be discarded at any time. Turn back. Human unity, courage, and love are the most powerful weapons. Let go of your evil thoughts. Turn back from the wrong path and use your power to guard humanity instead of falling into the executioner of the foreigners." The armor kept swinging the lava meteor hammer, and his mouth couldn't stop talking. At first, the blood shadow priest was filled with rejection. But gradually, his expression appeared slightly confused, as if his mind had been affected a bit. Am I really wrong? The movement of the blood shadow ritual's attack became slowed down. The justice armor suddenly warmed up. "Yes. You were wrong, but you still have a chance to return from your lost ways now. The sea of bitterness has no end, turning back is the shore. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Does it mean that you want to keep living under the shadow of the blood clan and be a coward who spits on even himself? Don't you feel guilty? Don't you feel guilty?" Saying that, the justice armor suddenly rushed forward and raised his fists. "Come to your senses. You asshole." Boom. He slammed his fist hard on the blood shadow priest's face. The priest flew directly backwards. And it was as if this punch woke him up, and the words he had just spoken were like thunder through the ears, causing the blood shadow priest to feel his insides quake. Moral high ground. Launched. As long as you stand on a higher moral angle than others and accuse them, you can make that person feel deeply guilty. The cult priest's eyes snapped wide. You're right. How could I betray my own countrymen for the sake of a foreigner?" The sacrifice was truly deeply guilty at this point, and even flung himself to his knees. This scene gave Lu Hong all a confused look. Is this just the most common mouth recluse technique in hot-blooded comics? The protagonist relied on a single mouth to make the enemy turn away. There are no fancy techniques, just a passionate blood and the passion of the protagonist. In the end, it's just a punch that wakes up the opponent. Grass. It's too canonical. The moral high ground is also too strong. Lu Hong said excitedly, quickly. Hurry up and get him killed. However, he saw the armor of justice waving his big hand and said, no. He has come to his senses, I should give him a chance to redeem himself instead of killing him directly. You. Line it up. The corner of Lu Hang's mouth twitched. Only to see this sacrifice as if he had truly come to his senses, he knelt on the ground and even cried out directly. Whoa whoa. Pa. As he cried, he also slapped his own big mouth. Whoa whoa. I'm a sinner. Pa. I jeopardized the earth. Pa. I fail the living. Snap. I apologize to humanity. I apologize to my parents. My blood has been contaminated by the foreigners. I'm already dirty. He slapped extra hard, extra painfully, and finally fell to the ground and howled. It's okay, you can still redeem yourself. Justice Armor stepped forward and comforted, you can still strike back and kill these foreigners, you can still find the humans you once killed and make amends for their families. Everyone has sinned, but everyone also has a chance to atone for their sins. Hope lit up on the blood priest's face, you're right. I can still atone for my sins. From now on, I'm going to change my face, and I'm going to make amends to all the people I hurt before. I'm going to help the Guardians find the blood race's base camp and exterminate all those foreign races. I'm going to be a good person, I'm going to do more good deeds, I'm going to donate all my wealth to the poor, I'm going to build temples, and I'm going to open a charity medical center. Seeing that the other party is so pious, Lu Hong was shocked, not. How do I feel that Brother Armor you are the cult brainwashing people into what kind of are? Chapter 98, Policy Reversal. This is him waking up on his own. Justice Armor said. The priest still had a pious expression, I'm going to do more good deeds. To cleanse more sins. Just then, the Justice Armor's eyes flickered, I sense other evils. As expected, a dozen more members of the Blood Shadow cult rushed over in a hurry, the very same associates of the sacrifice. Sacrifice. We've already taken care of the guards. They escaped. Let's quickly revive Lord Blood Baron. Why are you kneeling on the ground and crying, sacrifice? Sacrifice. What are you doing, quickly go with us to sacrifice humans. However, the sacrifice suddenly stood up with a righteous face, no. I don't think I should sell out my compatriots for the sake of the Blood Clan anymore, now that I've lost my way. I can't sacrifice humans anymore. I'm going to be a good person, I'm going to be the embodiment of justice. Ha! The Blood Shadow cultists froze, sacrifice. Do you realize what you are saying? Returning from a lost cause? Being a good person? Become the embodiment of justice. How could such words be uttered by a priest? I say. The sacrifice said with a sincere tone, I'm never going to be a traitor to the Blood Clan from now on. I'm going to wash my hands of gold and become a good person, and I hope you guys can get rid of the Blood Clan with me. Not. Priests. The congregation was shocked, with your status, how can you have the nerve to say such words? Which killings in the past weren't you at the forefront? Which sacrifice wasn't initiated by you? You were the one who personally tied a living person to the altar, you were the one who slit the throat of the sacrifice with a knife, and you were the one who did the most of such things as exterminating people's entire families. Who was the one who led the team that bloodied a large superstore with thousands of people last month? Which of the followers present were not recruited into the Blood Shadow cult under your own compulsion? You were the one who shouted the loudest when you said that you wanted to revive the blood race and help it invade the human world and whatnot, and now you're telling me that you're going to fall back? Sacrifice. Are you stepping on a horse that has been drugged? How dare you say that you want to wash your hands in gold? The congregants were truly stunned, and even listed out the Blood Shadow ritual's crimes one by one. However, the sacrifice just said reverently, the past was the past, and the present is the present, from now on I'm just going to get rid of the Blood Shadow cult and become a good person again. The congregation was anxious, what in the world is wrong with you, sacrifice? It can't be that you are really intoxicated, right? Then you can always hand over the Baron's heart, right? Without it, how can we complete the Baron's resurrection ceremony? At that time, if the Blood Lord blames us, we'll all be made into blood puppets. No. I will never hand over the Baron's heart. I won't allow you to bring this kind of monster back to life. The Blood Shadow priest directly refused, if you guys want to rob it by force, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Partner. Good job. Even the armor of justice revealed an expression of relief. We should just refuse the requests of these dark forces and say no to crime. At this moment, he looked at the religious again and initiated his mouth skill. All of your blood has been tainted by the foreigners, but it's okay, all of you have a chance to turn back. The priests have come to their senses, you can all come to your senses as well. The other cultists looked at me and I looked at you, all of them could see some confusion in each other's eyes. They had been a cult for so long, and it was the first time they had encountered this kind of attempt to convince them people. The key was that the boss had now fallen on his sword, and there was no one left to lead the group and give orders. Luckily, a thin congregation took the initiative to come forward and cursed at the justice armor. Who are you? Are you trying to convince us to be the good guys? Did you do something to our sacrifice? The armor of justice gazed over at him and increased the output of his mouth. Friend, you are human. You shouldn't be working for the demons, killing so many people, don't you think it's wrong? Look at yourself. Wearing human skin but doing worse than that. After each sacrifice, you wipe the blood around your mouth and you're at peace with yourself? Those children you dissected alive, those old men who were drained of their essence and blood, their screams before they died, can you really sleep at night? Saying something about being coerced by the Blood Clan is just an excuse for your own cowardice and greed. Which victim was not unarmed? Which innocent can resist you? Now the sacrifice dares to come forward to atone for its sins, and yet you still think of serving the devil as minions? Do you think that by continuing to do evil, you can feed your conscience to the dogs and pretend that nothing ever happened? The justice armor said a great deal, and, moral high ground, was activated once again. And so the thin religious man's eyes were confused. His heart even felt a deep sense of guilt. You're right. What I did seems to be really too much. But do I still have a chance to redeem myself? There is. Of course you do. The armor of justice shouted with a fervent face, everyone has a golden opportunity to redeem themselves. As long as you're willing to give everything for those you've hurt and gain their forgiveness, anything is possible. At these words, the thin man was completely convinced. Right. You are right. I don't want to be a traitor to the Blood Clan anymore, I'm a human being. A proper human being. The other believers beside him were shocked. No, Slim, what's wrong with you? You're going to throw yourself into the arms of justice too? Come to your senses, you can't really be listening to these ridiculous words, can you? But we've all signed a contract with the Fae. The Blood Clan holds the power of life and death over us, you want to die. However, the thin man waved his hand, I can't listen to your words anymore, you've all been compelled by the devil's words, you should also throw yourselves into the embrace of justice just like me. Even the priest came forward to echo, right. We have all sinned. We have to atone for our sins before we can do so. The justice armor nodded in satisfaction, then looked at everyone, come on, everyone, abandon the side of evil and join the side of justice. Grass. I know, it's it. Its language has the ability to compel. One of the Blood Shadow cult followers reacted and shouted in a hurry. Don't listen to him, let's kill him first. The others also instantly realized what was going on, and immediately unleashed a bunch of skills at the justice armor. Clatter. A dozen or so blood-colored energies shot in unison. Fortunately, the justice armor's agility was very high, and it easily dodged these attacks. Damn. The justice armor didn't look happy. You guys are actually unwilling to join justice? Looks like I can only destroy you guys. However, he saw that the priests actually directly used their blood claws and attacked the religious. You guys, how dare you hurt my partners? I'll fight you all. And me. The thin man also rushed over with a righteous face, if you want to hurt humans, you have to go through me first. Seeing that his partner whom he just met joined the fight, Justice Armor clenched his fists in hot blood. You two guys? Since this is the case, the three of us will exterminate these evil people together. How long have you three known each other and you become partners? The other congregants were really sublime. Brainwashed this badly? You don't recognize your fellow cultists who have been together for more than 10 years, and you turn your back on them to help someone you've just met to fight us? Chapter 99, Exterminating the Enemy. Seeing that the sacrifice and the few others had turned against them, these congregants couldn't care less about their once companionate love. Whatever, the priest in him have been completely mesmerized, killed him. Snatch the Baron's heart. All turn on the altered bodies. Attack. Only to see the Blood Shadow cultists' eyes turn red as they violently extended their fangs, their nails becoming long and sharp all of a sudden. Someone's hands oozed out a large amount of blood, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed the blood into lances and threw them forward. Some people directly threw out several bloody whips with hooks and snapped them forward. There were also people who raised their hands and gathered a large red vortex, turning their eyes to form a circle of flying blood blades, slicing towards the front. In a single moment, a dozen or so assorted skills suddenly attacked. In the face of these attacks, the armor of justice quickly drew up its chains and flung them frantically towards the front. Sculptural tricks, how dare you show off your skills here? Boom, boom, boom sounds came. All of these skills were bounced off by its meteor hammer, and none of them came close. Just you low-ranked congregants, you dare to face me, the high priest, you really don't want to die. The priest then casually sprinkled a large corrosive blood mist towards the front. Those blood whips and blood blades turned into blood water just as they collided. Seeing that both of his partners easily diffused these attacks, the skinny congregant also clenched his fists in excitement. As everyone's partner, I can't drag my feet either. With a toss of his hair, he shouted hot-bloodedly, the old me didn't have a choice, now I want to be a good person. Come. Battle it out. Saying that, he charged forward like he was pumped up with chicken blood. As a result, he had just hit a few skills head-on and he was blown out of his body with a poof. He died directly. This dude is here to be funny, right? Liu Heng's mouth twitched. Justice Armor saw this scene but was saddened. Damn it. My partner sacrificed again. He angrily bellowed, since words cannot turn you back, I can only use violence to eradicate evil. The Justice Armor roared in anger and violently swung the meteor hammer out. Boom. A congregant was instantly smashed into flesh. The Justice Armor's next move was as fast as lightning, the chain carrying the meteor hammer cutting out countless fiery red residual shadows in the air. Bang! 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 Several hammer shadows fell in succession, and the congregants were like flies being swatted away. Some were smashed directly into the ground, splashing up large swaths of rubble. Some of their bodies were smashed out dozens of meters away, and finally collapsed on the ground and lost their breath after a few convulsions. Is this still human? The remaining congregants were quickly frightened by the Justice Armor's terrifying battle power and instantly lost their will to fight. Immediately, they intended to escape. However, the Justice Armor had no thoughts of letting them go. Want to escape? You damnable cultists have no qualifications to be deserters at all. He fiercely stomped with one foot, and the ground instantly cracked open with spiderweb-like gaps. His figure rushed out like an arrow off the string, and his iron chain threw out a sharp cracking sound in the air. A member of the congregation had just run out not more than a few steps when he felt a scorching heat wave coming from behind him. Before he could turn around, the meteor hammer smashed his body. The other congregant turned pale with fear and wanted to run around the road. With a flick of the Justice Armor's wrist, chains shot out like spiritual snakes, precisely wrapping around the other's ankles. Ah! The religious man screamed miserably as he was dragged backward and fell heavily to the ground. Immediately after that, the armor stepped forward and stomped on the other party. Evil deserves to be completely crushed. The remaining worshippers scattered in all directions, only to find that no matter where they ran, they would be caught up and strangled by the righteous armor and the priests. In just a few minutes, the once arrogant cultists fell to the ground in a sprawling mass, unable to find even a single intact corpse. We've won. Justice has won. The cultist priests had hot tears in their eyes. But we sacrificed one of our best friends. For his part, the Justice Armor lamented and picked up the body of the skinny cultist. I'll give you a proper burial. The cult priest also nodded. He was a good man. You should find a place with good wind and water to bury him. Seeing this, Liu Heng couldn't even help but spit out, no. It's fine to cheat others, don't you cheat yourself too? Can you not know whether this skinny religious man who just died is a good person or not? It seems that this moral high ground can not only twist a person's character into righteousness, but even the identity of others can be directly whitewashed, right? The priest couldn't hear his words and just looked at the Justice Armor with a determined gaze. Friend, I'm going to make up for all the wrongs I've done next. Before that, I'm going to make a clean break with those blood clans, and the blood shadow cult. The Armor of Justice gently put down the corpse in his arms, his gaze looking deeply at the sacrifice. You really want to go back alone? Those blood clans won't let the traitors go easily. The priest reached out to catch a falling charred leaf, and the blood mist from his fingertips corroded it into ash. Someone has to clean up this mess. He suddenly laughed, revealing sharp fangs but with a few moments of relief. I used to think that power was everything, but now I realize. It turns out that true power is daring to face the sins you have committed head-on. He turned to look at the direction of the blood shadow cult in the distance. The hem of his coat was lifted up by the night wind and hunted. I will use these hands to end this darkness with my own hands. The justice armor stepped forward, its metal gauntlets resting heavily on his shoulders. Good. You remember, you are not fighting alone. If the need arises, I will always fight for you. The priest turned back and smiled, his gaze pulsing with a fiery glow he had never seen before. When I return, I will make sure that there is not a single blood clan in this world that will jeopardize the earth again. He raised his hand to clash fists with the armor, and in an instant blood and golden light collided, the sparks that erupted illuminating the two men's determined faces. It's a deal. The armor said forcefully, I'll wait for your triumph in the light. A promise is a promise. The priest nodded firmly, then turned around and left. Lu Hung Bungbu lived, not. You two spaced out to play a TV show. Hot-blooded comics classic sets all live. In situ burst, mouth to convince, villain whitewashing, life and death agreement, must fall flag. In a couple of days, I'm afraid that the sacrifice is not going to be in the blood shadow cult to receive the box in honor. Then the armored brother will have a burst of seed in place to open the unparalleled, rushed over to destroy the main camp of the blood tribe, and then avenge the sacrifice? That's great. That's too good. If it wasn't for Lu Hong knowing exactly what this guy was made of, he would have been loaded by these two brothers. Seriously, you'd better catch him. What if the effect of that moral high ground skill of yours is gone? Lu Hong couldn't help but advise. What moral high ground? What skill effect? You think too simply of the human heart. The armor of justice turned his head to look at the distant back of the priest and said forcefully, do you think that a person's transformation can be easily swayed by external forces? If there is no dormant light in his heart, even if I shout my throat out, it's useless. He was able to cut through the sins of the past, relying on his own determination to tear through the darkness. This realization is purer than any power. Lu Hang went numb. Fine, then returned the armor quickly. It's my turn to get on the horn. Chapter 100 Executive Officer. At this moment, a dozen or so guardsmen in battle uniforms quickly rushed here. Hurry up! Never let the cultists harm the students. However, when these guardsmen arrived, they realized that the cultists present had all died out. Quan Zilong froze. Why are they all dead? He was not lightly injured at the moment, and it was caused by the fight with these cultists just now. It was good that a few of them found a chance to escape and quickly called for help. But what was going on at the scene? Is it hard to believe that there was someone in this tertiary who could deal with the cultists? There's still a blood shadow devotee here who isn't dead. One of the guards pointed at the back of the blood shadow priest. He's a mid-level priest of the blood shadow cult. Don't run! The guardsmen shouted and were about to chase after them. However, they saw the ritualist take the initiative to stop, and turned around and bowed. I'm sorry everyone, I've done a lot of things wrong in the past, but I've come to my senses now, and I'll never hurt my fellow countrymen again. What the hell are you talking about? This scene froze the guardsmen in their tracks. A cultist would still come to his senses? How could that be possible? Yet the priest really didn't seem to be making any dangerous moves, and even when the guardsmen took it upon themselves to step forward and bind him, the priest didn't budge. Who are you? Can you tell us what exactly happened here? Quan Zilong swept his gaze to the armor of justice. You came too late. The armor of justice just said with a sigh, if only you guys had come earlier, my friends wouldn't have to be sacrificed here. Sacrifice? Were you the one who killed all the blood shadow followers here? Quan Zilong asked in astonishment. Yes. It was me along with my partner who stopped the evil from descending and prevented them from harming more humans. Justice Armor said. Quan Zilong checked the other party's panel and saw Lu Heng's panel instead. Silver first rank. How did you do that? With my bloodlust, and the bond between my companions. The Justice Armor said as such. The crowd of guardsmen looked at me and I looked at you, and they all seemed a bit dumbfounded. A single passionate blood can cross the ranks and kill the enemy? Lying to the devil you. Seeing that everyone didn't believe in it, the armor of justice didn't take it seriously. Anyway, I killed these cultists. I hope you guys handle things here properly. Looking at the battle marks on the other party, and there was really no one else here. Although Quan Zilong found it a bit unbelievable, he can only assume that it was the justice armor that defeated the cultists. So he put on a sincere tone and said, "Thank you for your act of bravery to protect humanity. We won't let you pay in vain, and you'll get the reward you deserve. No, my payment is not important. What is important is the sacrifice of my partner." Justice Armor shook his head. I hope you will bury his body properly. This. Quan Zilong looked at the large body on the ground. It was clear that there were only the bodies of the cultists here. Where did the others come from? Dare I ask what your partner is? Quan Zilong asked suspiciously. It's this one. Justice Armor directly picked up the body of the skinny believer. He was the one who eliminated the evil with us just now. And this friend. Justice Armor pointed at the sacrifice. The contribution of these two partners shouldn't be ignored either. Not. Quan Zilong was really confused. These two cult followers are your friends? And helped you along against the other believers? The other guardsmen were also a bit brainwashed. Can you explain what exactly happened just now? Quan Zilong asked directly. Good. So the Justice Armor spoke up. Here's what happened. Everyone was even more clouded after hearing this. You're saying that you convinced the cult priests to betray the Blood Shadow cult through a few words, and then convinced one of the believers through a few words. After that, these two became your partners and helped you eliminate the other believers together? Yes. The Justice Armor nodded firmly. The bound priest over there also nodded seriously. He's right, I was moved by his words. From now on I'm going to turn my back on evil and join the camp of the righteous. This. Quan Zilong though still felt his brain a bit messed up. Brother Armor, you might as well let me get on the number. Lu Hong said helplessly. Okay. The Justice Armor saw that it was all over and that's when it agreed. After saying that, it removed its armor, revealing Lu Hong's body. The first thing Lu Hong said when he opened his mouth was, let me explain, the armor just now is my summon. He has the ability to transform the enemy's mind, not just say a few words. In addition, he has a strong talent and possesses the ability to get stronger the more he fights, so it's not hard to kill someone across the ranks when conditions allow. After explaining in 2 sentences, Quan Zilong then rationalized, so that's how it is. Then this makes sense. Very strong, this summon of yours is really exceptionally strong. Quan Zilong revealed a smiling expression. Because of your existence, incidents where students were killed were avoided. Your talent is really impressive. Mind switching, killing people across the ranks, any one of them taken out was a top-notch performance of talent. Such a talent shouldn't be reduced to a junior college. That said, do you want to join us? Quan Zilong smiled and sent out an application. I'm sure you'll be able to pass the test to become a guardian. I can help you make an appointment for the test. Actually, this is the 3rd time the guardians have invited me. Lu Hong smiled and took out a card. It seemed like the guardians really value talent. Every time he manifested a bit of strength, he would be invited by them. Quan Zilong glanced at it suspiciously, then said in surprise, good fellow, it's actually a special invitation card under the Black Cat Commander. Then you just so happen that you're going to be divided into our Alien Affairs Division. Oh? Lu Hong was still hearing about the existence of the Foreign Affairs Division for the first time. What is the Foreign Affairs Division? Quan Zilong explained, as you know, the Guardian is an incomparably large and important organization, and the Alien Affairs Division belongs to one of the Guardian's sub-departments and is responsible for carrying out all kinds of large and small tasks in the city, and people like us are collectively referred to as the executive officers. What we have to do includes locating the nests of Fey traders, eliminating Fey lurking in the human world, investigating all sorts of information, and a lot of miscellaneous and difficult tasks. We're also different from those soldiers who are on the front line of the alien battlefield, and each executive officer requires more outstanding abilities and more tricky talents. Likewise, our Alien Affairs Department has better welfare benefits, and is even a bit more liberal than the guards of other departments. Lu Hang asked with interest, detail the treatment. Chapter 101, Foreign Affairs Department. Seeing Lu Heng's interest in the executive officer, Quan Zilong began to narrate. First of all, we in the Foreign Affairs Office have a main focus on having money and resources. The tasks that executive officers can receive are divided into 2 categories. One category is the Iron Law tasks. These are the tasks that are officially designated and dispatched by the Guardians. They cannot be excused and must be carried out, and they may only be taken once or twice a month. There is also a category of free commission missions. The executive officer can choose to actively respond to recruitment instead of passively accepting the mission. The amount of this type of mission is still very large. Basically, as long as you want to do it every day can be picked up. Depending on the importance of the mission you do, and the level of contribution, a certain amount of bonus and contribution points will be settled each time. Contribution points can be exchanged for the goodies you need in the Guardian's treasure trove, and the goodies in our treasure trove can't even be bought in the market. Bonuses, on the other hand, can range from tens of thousands to millions at a time. Compared to other departments that receive a fixed salary and can only get a small amount of bonuses if they make outstanding contributions, the income and accumulated contribution points of the executive officers of our Alien Affairs Department are completely quantitatively crushing. As long as you're willing to take on tasks and dare to fight for performance, the bonuses and opportunities to exchange materials are beyond imagination. Good. Lu Hong liked this kind of money-rich job. Then what's with you saying that executive officers are still a bit freer than other positions? Quan Zilong continued, freedom is indeed a bit more free. For example, we only have to go to the execution when we have ironclad missions. Other times you can take commissions if you want to, and rest if you don't want to. For example, if you are a student now, you can double up as a position in the Foreign Affairs Office, attend classes properly during normal times, and take time off anytime you want to do a mission. And as a person from the Alien Affairs Office, you don't have to worry about failing your courses. We will apply for an unconditional pass from your school and the Coordination Bureau. Even if your grades are poor, the exams will still arrange a passing grade for you and retain your degree. Pretty good, right? Lu Hong was a bit surprised. As long as I don't want to go to class, I can take a leave of absence anytime I want, and I can still not fail the class? That's what it means. Quan Zilong said with a smile, whether you're doing an Iron Law mission or a commission mission, you can take an unconditional leave of absence. With these words, Lu Hong was completely heartbroken. Lu Hong had been deeply tormented by the theory course today. Other than Instructor Lei's class, which he had a better time in, he really couldn't take a bit of the other cultural classes. All right. I'm in. Lu Hong excitedly agreed. In the future, as long as it was a course that was useful to him, he would go to it, such as martial arts classes or something. As for the theory and culture classes, he would just take a leave of absence. Even if the grades failed, the Coordination Bureau's side would have to count it as a passing grade, and it wouldn't affect the whole class passing task required by the principal. One could also go and take on a commission mission and earn some money to spend. It was simply a triple whammy. Quan Zilong thought for a moment and then reminded, of course too much freedom isn't all good. For example, the frontline soldiers' side has unified training to ensure that their combat power improves, but our executive officers will all depend on their own play. And the Alien Affairs Department has a performance and battle power assessment every 6 months. Once the level of battle power, your battle power and performance must meet the standard. If you do not meet the standard, you will be assigned to other departments. Good to say. Lu Hong laughed. I've decided, I'm going to join the Foreign Affairs Department. Lu Hong was still very confident in his battle power improvement speed. For the performance appraisal, he thought to himself that he wasn't considered to be a lazy person, and he would definitely be able to meet the standard if he took on a few more missions. Good. Then I'll send you a location, just report to this place tomorrow. Quan Zilong smiled as he took out his cell phone and added the other party's friend. Okay. Lu Hong cheerfully agreed to be friends. As an existence with a special invitation card, one only needed to verbally agree to join the Alien Affairs Division. And so the matter was settled. Quan Zilong looked at the sacrifice again at this time. As for this fellow, he said that he was determined to be a good person. Is that really reliable? Only to see that this sacrifice still said with a sincere face, I've already reformed, give me a chance to atone for my sins, I can lead the group to the Blood Shadow Cult's lair and exterminate them. Lu Hong coughed lightly and said, this has to do with my ability, I guess. It can make people feel guilty or something like that, so it shouldn't be a problem. But I can't guarantee how long this ability will last. You'd better tie it on. Lu Hong reminded again. Okay, what about this? Does it still need to be buried thickly? Quan Zilong pointed at the body of the skinny believer again. Is this some kind of friend of yours or something? Could he be an undercover human? No, this one is also someone who was influenced by me with my ability. Lu Hong said with a smile, just find a random cesspool and throw it away. Okay. Quan Zilong would have seen it by now. The armored man from earlier and this student were not the same person. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to do, you can just come report tomorrow. These guards then quickly tied up the priest while cleaning up the bodies at the scene. Lu Hang then happily went back to his dormitory. Tianbei Spiritual Martial University. Material Warehouse. Student Lu Xiaoko, the Thunder Spirit Body Evolution materials you wanted have been gathered. Let me do some math. The original price of these things cost 730,000, and as a student of Tianbei Spiritual Martial University, you can buy the materials at a 20% discount per se, which is 584,000. You're the top scorer in the entire theory class, you can enjoy another 100,000 discount on top of 584,000. The martial arts class is likewise first in the whole class, and you can also get 100,000 off. First in all 9 subtests, another 100,000 off. The first to come to the silver rank and the fastest progress in upgrading, another 100,000 off. Hiss. The original price of 750,000 yuan of materials, you spend 184,000 yuan on it, this school's wool is sort of being gripped by you. The management officer sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This school's wool is considered to have been gripped by you. Lu Shaoke raised his head and said, what do you mean by that? I got the discount based on my strength. The material of 730,000 is really a huge amount of money. Just buy any material. How can you also put together a T1 level alien body? Combined with Lu Shaoke's 100% thunder attribute proficiency, the evolved thunder spirit body would be a T0 level alien body, no words. It just so happened that old brother had given him $200,000 that day, and he could afford to pay $184,000. Buy it. Lu Shaoke directly transferred the money. The administrator, on the other hand, took out all the required materials and gave them to her. The first thing Lu Shaoke did after getting the materials was to unlock the experience lock and made her way to the special room next to the alien body advancement. She found a suitable position to sit in, and then the materials transformed into fine bits of electric light that drilled into her pores. A thunderstorm vortex with a diameter of 2 meters suddenly exploded above her head, as if it was absorbing the elemental energy pouring in from the surroundings. Bronze 9th rank, silver 1st rank. Chapter 102, Additive Materials. Without a moment's effort, she activated her thunder spirit body. Zzz. Her pupils transformed into 2 clusters of throbbing thunder light, her hair was windless, and electric arcs continued to emerge from her body. Suddenly, her entire body transformed into a translucent lightning form that lasted for a second before returning to its original form. Is this voiding? It feels so novel, eh? Lu Shaoke opened the panel and took a look. Ability 1, Instantaneous Flash Voiding. Can transform the body into pure electrical energy in 1 second. Any attack will pass through the body and cannot cause damage. Let's try the second ability, Raikai. A set of armor condensed from liquid lightning instantly covered Lu Shaoke's entire body, crackling. She casually waved her arm, and the air immediately exploded with a series of muffled thunderbolts, and the ground was instantly scorched with scorched lightning patterns. Not bad. Before I could only cover my arms, now my whole body can be covered. I can electrocute whoever I want in the future. Lu Shaoke next tried out the other abilities of the thunder spirit body. One by one, new and strange lightning abilities were brought out by him, playing with them. After a long while she exited the advancement room and made her way to the warehouse again. The administrator saw her and asked, finished evolving? Yes, I'm going to apply for another alien body addition material. Lu Shaoke said with a smile. Alien body addition material was another enhancement on top of the ability of the alien body itself. A freshly awakened Fey body was often just a base, and in order to become a full body, it would need to be paired with more addition materials in order to be able to do so. As a portion of the material was absorbed, more and different abilities could be gained. Doesn't every student get to apply for a free copy of the additive materials? Lu Shaoke spoke, I have one too, right? Yes. The administrator didn't refuse and opened his computer to look at it and said, let me look at the addition materials for the thunder spirit body. There are 4 other addition materials in our school's warehouse, one for the flying thunder serpent's wings, and one for the thunderbolt energy storage core. No, I want a copy of the insect king's rejuvenation body's addition material. Lu Shaoke hurriedly said, according to the rules, I can apply for other additive materials of the same T0 level, right? You're a thunder spirit body. What do you need a bug king body for? The administrator was confused. Lu Shaoke said bluntly, because my brother is a bug king rejuvenation body, I want to get one for him. Don't you? You mind your own business first? The administrator scratched his head. No need, the material for that ectoplasm of his is much rarer than my thunder spirit body, you can't even buy it with money, you have to get his together first. Lu Shaoke urged, besides, aren't the rules allowing it, just give it to me. Older brother had paid for the $1,800,000 of materials. One had to get something good for his old brother as well. The thunder spirit body's bonus materials were expensive, but not rare. The materials for the insect king body were truly rare and couldn't even be bought on the black market. Alright, we only have one exclusive material for the bug king rejuvenation body in our warehouse, the infinite blood core. The administrator opened his computer and took a look. Do you want it? Yes. Lu Shaoke happily agreed. Alright. The administrator had to take out an exquisite box from the warehouse in the back. This one material is simply priceless. The school's wool is going to be bald for you. Luckily, there could only be a first-place winner in each class, or else the school definitely wouldn't be able to withstand these students gleaning so much. He. Lu Xiaoke directly opened the box. There was indeed a blood-red crystal core lying quietly inside. Infinite Blood Core. Introduction: Insect King Rejuvenation Body Exclusive Bonus Material. Other alien bodies cannot be absorbed. After using it, it massively strengthens the speed of blood regeneration, making the blood endlessly nourished. Match with Infinite Bone Core and Infinite Flesh Core to form the Bug King Rejuvenation Complete Body. Thanks. Lu Xiaoke took the box and left the place. The next morning. Tianbei Spiritual Martial University, Tianjin Building 404 Dormitory. When the alarm clock rang, the brothers woke up one after another, and it was accompanied by a burst of wailing. Oh. My waist hurts. My ass ah. I'm damn near dead. The beating that old man Lei gave me yesterday was really bad. After they finished being beaten yesterday, they simply went to the infirmary to deal with it and came back to sleep. As soon as they woke up this morning, all sorts of soreness from the pain came flooding out. This was much harder than the feeling of getting up the next day after military training. And taking a beating was nothing. What was hard was that everyone had to take a beating every day. Don't sleep, it's time for class. The tortured day is about to begin again. 8 early today, and full classes all day. Ha! All morning or Sheep Yongshin's class. ITM really do not want to go on. Mentally electrified, physically tortured by the instructor, the dog days of the principal. I want to fight with him. The roommates raged continuously, and it could be seen how hard they were tortured. Hearing their screams, Lu Hang also shivered. It was fortunate that he had joined the executive officers now. Otherwise, he would have to be electrocuted a few times by Yang Yongshin in the morning high and low. Lu Hang smiled thankfully and prepared to head to the Alien Affairs office to report for duty. Lu Hong, aren't you going to class? Hardy was a bit puzzled. I can apply for a leave of absence without any conditions. Lu Hong laughed. I've joined the executive officer. Bye-bye brothers. He left everyone with a pitiful look and left the place. The housemates were left alone with a burst of envy. And Lu Hong had just gone out not long before he received a phone call. Brother, come to the school entrance, I've brought you a surprise. Lu Xiaoke said on the phone. Okay, I'll go out right away. Lu Hong put on his clothes and went over. He saw Lu Xiaoke smilingly holding a box and handing it over. Lu Hong opened it and was pleasantly surprised. Infinite Blood Core? You've come up with all this stuff. I applied for it for the school. Lu Xiaoxiao laughed. Good, old brother, I didn't really invest in you for nothing. Lu Hong was happy. He had lost a lot of blood yesterday when he was beaten by the instructor, and it flowed all over the ground. Although his body could recover from this, he had to lie down for an afternoon. Moreover, he would not be able to get up as soon as he went to lie down on the bed. The internal injuries to his organs was one factor, and his body bleeding too much blood was also a factor. As long as he had the Infinite Blood Core, it would indeed ensure that his recovery speed would be much faster. Lu Hong used the material without saying a word, then added, not bad, you've evolved the Thunder Spirit body as well, right? Lu Xiaoke nodded. That's right, old brother, experience is also unlocked, we can continue to spend money on materials to upgrade. Lu Hong responded cheerfully, alright, old brother, I'm joining the executives now as well, and I'll have tons of money to earn soon. Our family has already realized the class leap, we'll be rich in the future. You just wait for a good life, huh? Chapter 103, how come you don't use love to sensitize me anymore? Good. Then I'll wait for you to make a lot of money. Lu Xiaoke said happily. The two of them chatted a few more times next. Lu Xiaoke then went back to school. She was just delivering something this time she came over. Lu Hong, on the other hand, was going to report over to the Foreign Affairs office. He opened his cell phone and looked at the location, then called a car to go there. It was already half an hour later when he arrived at the Foreign Affairs office. It was located within an office building in the city. He quickly climbed up to the 6th floor based on the information sent by Quan Zilong. It came to the door of a place called the Night Talk office. Knock knock. Lu Hong knocked on the door. It's me, Lu Hong, the intern who's here for the entry procedures. Coming. As the wooden door was opened, the cold air from the central air conditioning hit his face. Inside was a hall decorated in a minimalist style. Surprisingly, yesterday's blood shadow ritualist, who had declared to join justice, was at this moment firmly locked up by a dozen or so chains. He was lying on the ground with a grimace on his face, and the several executives beside him were looking at him helplessly, with Quan Zi Long among them. "Let go of me. Let go of me. I'm not going to be in league with you humans. I was born as Lord Blood's dog and died as Lord Blood's soul. Want to pry information from my mouth? You guys are thinking about it, why don't you just kill me?" The priest fell to the ground and shouted frantically, a world away from his righteous appearance yesterday. Lu Hong also froze. How is it that yesterday he was talking about atoning for his sins, but today he is turned into a traitor of the foreign race? Quan Zi Long coughed lightly. "I don't know, we were originally still properly interrogating some about within the Blood Shadow cult. But after asking about himself and how he joined the Blood Shadow cult, he should have remembered some bad experiences and slowly went off the rails." Lu Hong nodded in understanding. "I see. It seemed that the moral high ground of the justice armor did have a time limit. Or perhaps it also helped to restore the original personality after the other party remembered the deepest purpose of his heart. But it was still good to talk to him before he became like this, and we did learn part of the information." Quan Zi Long went on to explain. He exploded his lair in this city, which contained a total of 37 blood shadow cultists, as well as a blood baron who had fallen into a deep slumber. There are also 2 other blood shadow cult dens in this city that he also knew about, but that was before we had a chance to ask him. Lu Hong nodded in understanding. "Are there many blood shadow cult dens?" "Yes, there are especially many. The invasion of the blood race into the human world is still relatively serious. It's already very good that this little priest can know the locations of the 3 dens, and they probably don't have much of a connection with each other," Quan Zi Long said slowly. He looked at the blood shadow sacrifice again, but there are still 2 dens of information left out of his mouth. "Can you use your skills to convince him again?" "Good point." Lu Hong waved his hand. The blood shadow ritual suddenly struggled violently, and the chains were pulled with ear-piercing friction sounds. "Come on, you're still trying to convince me, aren't you? I know your trick. You're just trying to convince me by driving mind control through a few words. I already know how to deal with you. As long as I stand firm on my stance and recall my own experiences, your so-called moral criticism will be of no use to me at all. Do you know what I've been through? Do you know why I pledged allegiance to the blood? My father died of an illness when I was 5, and my mother sold me to human traffickers. I was abused by my step-parents from a young age. I couldn't take it before I ran away. When I was 8 years old, I was chased and beaten to death by city police when I was rummaging through moldy steamed buns in a junkyard in the middle of a city village. The law enforcers said I was a black family, the orphanage thought I was dirty, and I hid under a bridge hole like a wild dog for 3 whole years." He suddenly raised his neck, and the hideous old scar at his collarbone was shocking. This scar was burned by loan shark punks with cigarettes when I was 15. They held me down and forced me to steal, saying they'd cut off my hand if I didn't pay them back. Do you have any idea how miserable I've been in Tama's life? And you want to use some grandiose words to make me feel guilty and make me save humanity? Bull. When I was about to starve to death, it was the Blood Lord who gave me food. When I was being trampled in the mud as garbage, it was they who gave me strength. And now you want me to betray the Bloods? Dream on. Filth like humans deserve to die. Come on. Keep convincing me with your words of standing on the moral high ground. After a few words, the several executives beside him were shocked to hear them. No wonder the people of the Blood Shadow cult were so loyal to the blood race. A large part of the reason was that the followers they found were all people who carried hatred towards human society. Oh. Selling misery, right? Lu Hong pulled out his ears and said carelessly, "I won't convince you then." He was naturally heartless and could not empathize a bit with this kind of thing. Since the other party was not happy to be morally blamed, let's change the method. Only to see Lu Hong pull out a ball of mosaic meat with his backhand, and without saying a word, he was about to feed it to the sacrifice. "Give me food." Lu Hong stiffly shoved the meat into the other party's mouth. In an instant, all sorts of foul flavors instantly filled the sacrifice's taste buds. Vomit. The blood sacrifice was so stank that he vomited out. "What did you? You step on my horse and feed me?" The ritual sacrifice's face was white and his eyes were horrified. He felt like he had eaten 3 months of rotting stinky fish mixed with the smell of rancid stinky tofu, paired with a kind of stale urine scale from a public toilet. These several flavors were stuffed into his mouth and stirred in a brain, simply stinking to the extreme. "This is called Old Bastard's Secret Small Burger, it's awful, right? Lu Hong said with a smile, tell us the information if you don't want to eat it. It's not that I'm so sold out that you won't empathize a bit? The blood priest said in dismay, You are not even going to use what mind control ability you take to convince me? Aren't you going to use love to sensitize me? According to your persona of a justice messenger yesterday, I'd made myself out to be so miserable. Isn't it logical that you should try to sensitize me with love even more? I was ready to resist mind control. Why did you suddenly change your tactics? Don't push me, say it or not. Keep eating if you don't. Lu Hong wore a ferocious expression as he continued to stuff a lump of mosaic meat into the other party's mouth. Vomit. The priest once again vomited furiously for a long time before slowing down. You man. The priest was a bit scared. This person he really can't see a bit clearly. Yesterday was still a righteous messenger. How come he was like a demon today, actually forcing him to eat this kind of stuff? Chapter 104, I like little stubborn bastards like you. Eat. Keep eating. Lu Hong once again drew out a lump of mosaic meat and was about to tend to stuff it into the other party's mouth. The priest, on the other hand, hastily closed his mouth and clenched his teeth. The mosaic meat could not be stuffed in any way. Good. I like little stubborn seeds like you. Lu Hong looked directly at the bystanders and said, Come. Do me a favor and pry open the mouth I gave him. This scene stunned the people around. They had seen people interrogating others, but they had never seen such an interrogation. Lu Hong urged, Come on, let's also pry the useful information out of his mouth earlier. Oh. Quan Zilong rushed forward and wrenched his hands forcefully towards the mouth of the priest. No. The priest's eyes widened, but he could only watch as the lump of meat was stuffed into his mouth. Lu Hong just shoved the meat in and added, Close the mouth. Make him swallow. Quan Zilong hurriedly did as he was told, and his hands were like iron pincers as he clasped the sacrificial jaws. The sacrifice's neck was bruised, his throat blocked by the mosaic of meat forced into his mouth, and he frantically shook his head and struggled, a slurred whimper escaping from his throat. Lu Hong, on the other hand, pressed down hard on the back of the priest's head with one hand, forcing his neck up. Swallow. Gulp it down for me. The priest struggled frantically, snot spewing out of his nose. However, along with a violent convulsion, the lump of meat in his throat was still swallowed alive. Meat donut mental strength +1. Lu Hong was happy, finally ate it. The priest was paralyzed on the ground, his eyes filled with fear and anger. You're abusing. This is illegal. Ha! And Lu Hong just snorted coldly, You don't know the number of bad things you've done in your heart, and you're still afraid of abuse. Lu Hang once again picked up the meat and approached, Say it or not. If you don't say it, I'll still feed you. Don't say it. The blood ritualist's face was frantic as he said, I've already dedicated my entire body, mind and soul to the bloodlords. It's impossible for me to betray them. Fine, then continue. Lu Hong once again grabbed a large handful of mosaic meat and shoved it into the other party's mouth. Quan Zilong also familiarized himself with the process this time and began to give Lu Hong a match. So for the rest of the time, Lu Hong and Quan Zilong began to continuously stuff meat into the mouth of the priest. Every time the other party just swallowed it, they began to vomit profusely. Before the other party could vomit it out, Lu Hong grabbed the vomit again and shoved it directly into the other party's mouth. The sacrifice was tortured to no end. This scene really shocked the executives next to him to the point of numbness. So this new boy is so heartless? After a dozen times of this, the blood shadow sacrifice really couldn't take it anymore. Please kill me, don't torture me anymore. Lu Hong laughed, Speak. Quickly tell me the information. Otherwise I'm going to keep feeding it. Yikes. You forced me to. I'm going to kill myself. The priest suddenly shouted out in a hideous manner. Without knowing what he did, the air around him suddenly distorted, forming energy ripples visible to the naked eye with him at the center. Fetid blood chi mixed with the smell of sulfur gushed out from his 7 orifices, and a whole person was like a blood-colored balloon that was about to explode, constantly expanding. Not good. He's going to forcefully self-detonate. Quan Zilong hurriedly said, Everyone back off. The other executives also looked as if their faces had changed drastically as they retreated. Ha. I'm telling you guys, I'd rather die than give in. Even if I die. Even if I blow myself up. I won't give out the information either. the sacrifice's face grew more and more maniacal. The blood-colored energy in his body grew, and a powerful sense of oppression struck him. Lu Hong was quick on his feet and instantly summoned the colorful dog. Pa! Colored Dog stepped forward and slapped the blood sacrifice's skill directly. The blood-colored energy exploded into fine shards of light around the sacrifice, and he kept his hideous expression frozen in place, his body that was bulging like a balloon suddenly deflating. Little bastard, you want to blow yourself up at this? Lu Hong once again picked up a pile of Mosaic meat, quite stubborn. Today I would like to see how long you can last. Sacrifice at this time a face of consternation. The arrogance of the party has disappeared, not. Suicide are not allowed? Not allowed. Lu Hong once again stuffed meat into the other party's mouth. The Quan Zilons were also stunned. What just happened? Forget about what I can do for now, come on, keep stuffing meat into his mouth. Lu Hong urged. The Quan Zi dragons sniffed and rushed forward to help peel open the mouth of the blood priest. A new round of torture resumed. Lu Hong kept stuffing the meat, and the sacrifice repeatedly vomited. Devil! You devil ah! The sacrifice screamed in horror. Lu Hong, however, just revealed a devilish smile as he kept stuffing meat into the other's mouth one after another. Even while stuffing the meat, he also threatened, as you can see, this meat of mine grows infinitely. And don't be afraid that I'm going to dry boil with you, I'll send 2 people to guard you specifically at that time, find you a small dark room, and feed you this specifically every day. If you want to kill yourself, I'll break you with a slap. If you vomit, I'll stuff it back into you. Shove your poop back in your mouth when you poop out after digesting it. Make you eat all the time. Eat. Make you eat for a day, a week, a month, a year. Until you give out the information. So the blood priest was afraid, he was really afraid, you devil. You devil. Ha ha ha. Speak. Say it or not. Lu Hong rattled and laughed, if you don't say it again I'll really arrange it for you like this. I say. The sacrifice shivered and opened his mouth, his voice full of collapse. One is in the abandoned chemical factory, the one in the eastern suburb, where fertilizers used to be produced. They're operating in the basement of the factory building, with a lot of hidden sentries laid around. There is also one in the old nursing home at the foot of the southern mountain. No one cares about that side long ago. Seeing that the priest really opened his mouth, Quan Zilong several people rushed forward to ask for more useful information and made a statement. Until half an hour later, the sacrifice then said fearfully, I've said what I should say, let me go. Look, it wouldn't have been better to say it earlier, saving you from so much torture. Lu Hong recovered the meatball with relief. You. The priest didn't dare to speak at this time, and his eyes were full of panic. Quickly take me away. Quickly lock me up. I don't want to see this guy again. The other executives were overjoyed, but the interrogation was over, so there was really no need to keep him around. So they stepped forward and yanked up the priest, preparing to imprison him in a suitable place, and reinforced the psychic energy blockade to prevent the other party from blowing himself up again. Quan Zilong, on the other hand, also smiled and patted Lu Heng's shoulder. Alright, it's still you who is good at this interrogation method. From now on, the position of Grand Inquisitor of our group will be given to you. Lu Hong had just come over and solved the problem for everyone. Although the means were a bit perverted, it was really good. Lu Hong laughed, something by the way. Chapter 105 Platinum. Go! I'll take you through the entry procedures. Quan Zilong directly led Lu Hong to another office. Good. Lu Hong followed. The two began to do some formalities on the computer and had Lu Hong sign some contracts. At this time, Quan Zilong was registering all kinds of information on the computer while introducing, our executives are divided into 1, 2, 3 levels and trainee executives. Your ability is excellent, but you also have to start from the internship period, so from now on you are an intern executive officer. With that, he handed Lu Hong a document. In the future, whenever you encounter any obstacles during the execution of your mission, just give this document and show it to them directly, and they will all have to step aside. This is good. Lu Hong happily accepted it. Quan Zilong continued, in addition, although every city has a foreign affairs office, the executives are divided into many groups. For example, we have 20 groups of executives in Linjiang City. And our group is the 6th group of executives in Linjiang City, with a total of 13 members, among which there are 7 trainee executives, 5 third-level executives, and 1 second-level executive. Our captain is the 2nd-level executive officer, his name is Ji Feng, and he will be coming over later. Lu Hang asked curiously, "What rank is the captain?" "Platinum rank." Quan Zilong laughed, "And I'm a level 3 executive officer, currently at the gold order." Hiss. Platinum ah. Lu Hong had never really seen how the battle power of the platinum rank was. Wouldn't that level 1 executive officer have to be a diamond? Okay. The entry procedures are done. Quan Zilong closed the computer. Quan Zilong patted Lu Heng's shoulder. "Everyone else who wants to become an executive officer needs to participate in various testing programs, but you have a special invitation card in solving the blood shadow cultists with your own strength has already proved your ability. It's equivalent to a guaranteed student, so it's easy to do. In addition, your heroic act on campus yesterday, helping many students from crisis, rewarded 100 contribution points, already issued in your account. You can redeem the reward if you need it." Okay. Lu Hong smiled. After a moment's effort, another stout, inch-haired man walked in. He wore a matte black slim-fit combat uniform throughout his body without any decoration, with only a silver captain's logo embroidered on his left chest. His inch head was clean-cut, his features were three-dimensional like a knife carving, and his entire body had a stern aura. "This is our captain," Quan Zilong introduced. Ji Feng glanced at Lu Hong. "Are you new here? A silver first rank who can cross-step and decapitate a gold rank?" "It's me. Of course killing the gold rank has to be under conditions." Lu Hong opened his mouth. "From what they said, there was a hardcore from the Blood Shadow cult who also conceded on your side just now." Ji Feng revealed a smile. "Not bad, our 6th group likes people like you." Lu Hong hemmed and hawed. "Come with me on a small mission later, to familiarize you with the process," Ji Feng said. "Good." Lu Hong directly agreed. At this time, the other executives just happened to walk over. Ji Feng swept a glance at everyone and said, "Are they all ready?" "Ready." The crowd responded. Ji Feng pointed at a few of them and instructed, "You 5, go investigate the Blood Shadow cult's lair over at the abandoned chemical plant, eliminate it directly if you can, and shake people if you can't. Then the 5 of you go to the old nursing home at the foot of South Mountain, also eliminate it if you can. Lastly, Lu Hong and Quan Zilong, you 2 follow me to the 3rd den." Everyone responded and laughed. "You 2 follow." Ji Feng, on the other hand, took Lu Hong and the 2 of them downstairs and drove directly into a car to their destination. On the car, Quan Zilong said to Lu Hong, "We have determined all the information about the nest we are going to, 37 blood shadow cultists, and a blood baron who has fallen into a deep sleep. Our captain can take care of all of them by himself. You can just follow over and watch the show, and you can collect contribution points afterwards. Pretty good, right?" Lu nodded understandingly. It didn't take much time for the several people to drive to a certain bar in the city. "Right here, get off, I'll be in front, you 2 just follow." Ji Feng directly got out of the car and walked over. Lu Hong and the 2 of them also followed. Since it was daytime, the bar did not start business. At this time, there were still 2 sturdy security guards at the entrance of the bar, who directly stopped Ji Feng. Lu Hang quietly checked the panels of the 2 security guards. Unable to view the panel. Generally speaking, being unable to view it meant that the person was mortal. But wasn't this side the location of the Blood Shadow cult's den? Lu Hang looked at Quan Zilong next to him and asked in a lowered voice, "Can't see the panel, is this mortal?" "No, but any Fae that has investigated humans a little bit will not miss the panel as an important piece of information. Many props and abilities can actually shield the panel to ensure that the Fae can hide better in the human world. Including us Guardians can also apply for a prop called the Quiet Bracelet to shield our own panels," Quan Zilong explained. Lu Hong nodded in understanding. "Then it's not easy to guess whether these 2 are foreigners or humans. That's not for the 2 of us to worry about, just leave it to the captain." Quan Zilong laughed. "The captain is solely responsible for this mission, we'll just lie down." "All right," Lu Hong answered. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the entrance of the bar. Unsurprisingly, a few people were stopped by the security guards. "Stop. Non-members are prohibited from entering during the hours of 7 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. Please come back in the evening." "Oh? May I ask how membership works?" Ji Feng said with a smile. "This needs to be done through the introduction of another member." The security guard said indifferently. "Can I get a membership by adding money?" 1 million. Ji Feng added. "No way." The security guard refused without hesitation. "All right, fine. Then I can only be sorry for you guys. Ji Feng suddenly patted the shoulders of the two security guards. For a moment, the two security guards' movements suddenly paused, as if they were frozen in place. Let's go in. Ji Feng smiled faintly and directly walked into the bar. The two security guards, on the other hand, stayed motionless and never hindered again. Lu Hong slowly followed up and observed somewhat strangely, what kind of ability is this? Why did they not move all of a sudden? Only to see that the two of them still maintained their rigid standing guard position. The only thing that was getting weirder and weirder were the lines of blood that were gradually seeping out from their entire body. At first that these bloodlines were as thin as hair, constantly spreading and wandering around the body, followed by the security guard's skin suddenly blooming with scarlet cracks. The cutting surface was flat and smooth. In the next second, the head began to roll off, followed by the chest and limbs crashing to the ground one after another, and only then did thick blood slowly ooze out from the cuts. Chapter 106, Killing the whole scene in seconds. Lu Hong was shocked. How is this cut into corpse pieces? It was fortunate that his mental power value was relatively high. If a normal person saw a living person being cut up, they would have already vomited. Our captain is a platinum rank. Isn't it easy to kill two miscellaneous fish without moving? Quan Zilong laughed. Ji Feng also made an explanation at this time. The characteristics of the blood shadow cultists: pointed ears, white cheeks, and sharp pupils. Even if these two security guards did hide, it is easy to see under a close look. Since it's established that they are blood shadow cultists, killing them is just as good as killing them. Ji Feng spoke easily, as if killing two people was not a big deal to him. Lu Hong was astonished. Was this the executive officer's code of conduct? It was really decisive. However, foreign traitors, how many humans had they secretly attacked and killed? This kind of person deserved to die as well. Several people slowly passed through a small corridor, and as they pushed open the door to the bar hall, cold air mixed with the smell of rust hit their faces. Under the dim red lights, a dozen or so pale-faced patrons looked up at them. These people didn't even make much of a disguise compared to the two security guards outside, straightening out the kind of features that belonged solely to the Bloods. Lu Heng could tell at a glance that these guys were not human. Coming to drink in broad daylight, you guys are the so-called members, right? Ji Feng gently clapped his hands. I have a favor that I need your help with. Who are you? Who let you in? One of them said with an unkind look in his eyes. Ji Feng directly opened the executive officer's credentials. I'm the executive officer of the Alien Affairs Department. Can I ask all of you to obediently accompany me back to do an investigation, or else? You can only leave behind a corpse. The dozen or so blood shadow cultists' faces changed drastically. It's the executive officer? Run away. Since the executive officer dared to personally come to the door, it meant that they had brought along enough combat power, and these blood shadow cultists weren't stupid, preparing to bolt at the first opportunity. Why don't you listen to me? Ji Feng shook his head, then die. He gently raised his hand. Snort. The air around him steeply seemed to be stirred by an invisible and sharp force, as if there were countless sharp blades cutting through the void. Boom 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 boom. Immediately after that, exploding bean-like explosions followed one after another. At this second, all the bottles on the bar burst out with spiderweb cracks, exploding into a rain of crystal glass. All of the solid wooden tables present cracked into multiple pieces, and the chandelier shattered into 1,000 pieces with a clatter. The entire hall of the bar was suddenly covered with densely packed knife marks of varying depths. And those blood shadow cultists also assumed a bizarre to the extreme posture, standing straight in place. Immediately afterward, an extremely thin red line appeared on the surface of their bodies, precisely snaking along the contours of the human body. Just like the security guards at the entrance just now, their bodies then began to split, from their heads to their feet, slowly being split into multiple pieces along the trajectory of the red lines. Flop flop flop. A large pile of divided flesh and blood fell to the ground, extremely frightening. Lu Hong was mounted again. It was less than 1 second. The entire congregation was killed in seconds. Previously, he had always thought that he could do whatever he wanted with his insect body. Now that he thought about it, the most he could do was to cross a rank and kill a gold rank. If he really wanted to meet a platinum, he would not be able to escape the fate of being killed in seconds. I can't even utilize this flesh revival's ability, I'll have to G. Ha, scared. Quan Zilong patted Lu Heng's shoulder. I've said it all, the two of us are just here to join in the fun, just watch the show and see the flow of our executive officer's business. I get it, the executive officer's case is to kill, right? Lu Hong suddenly realized, a word is to kill, all to kill, kill 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 kill. Quan Zilong returned an affirmative look, no problem. Article 6 of the Executive Officers Code, don't hesitate when you encounter foreign races and foreign race traders, just kill them. Fae, and human traders who have joined the Fae, do not enjoy the civil and human rights of the Alliance, and naturally, there is no protection treaty. Even if they surrender, they can still not be accepted. Once you find a foreign race, be sure not to hesitate. Those with guns directly empty their magazines in 3 seconds. Those who have skills, directly blast out all the skills in 3 seconds, don't give the foreigners a chance to resist. This profession of executive officer is very dangerous, it has to be so clean and sharp, otherwise we will be the ones to die. Lu Hong nodded firmly, understood. This was the executive officer. The main focus was to be fast, accurate and ruthless, not giving the foreigners the slightest chance to live. And during the execution of the mission can also get the corresponding rewards. Kill a Silver Order alien trader reward $1,000, a Gold Order alien trader $5,000, kill more give more. Quan Zilong laughed again. Lu Heng's eyes lit up, there is such a good thing. Then from today onwards, I'll be an alien butcher. C1 and kill one, C2 and kill a pair. I will directly step on the horse and kill. Let's go, continue deeper. Ji Feng raised his hand in a gesture and continued walking towards the depths of the bar. According to the intelligence, this had only killed a portion of the congregation, and there were definitely many more inside. For example, there were many private rooms in this bar. When the group opened the first private room, they found a young girl lying on the sofa inside while a so-called blood shadow cultist was sucking her blood next to her. With a casual wave of the captain's hand, an invisible chopping blow landed on that blood shadow cultist's body. But before that congregationist could react, he was instantly cut into a good 2 halves. Quan Zilong added at this moment, Article 4 of the Code of the Executive Officers, when encountering the injured, priority is given to saving people, and at all times, the priority of saving people is above the priority of killing foreigners. This time it's the captain who has the ability to kill the other party in seconds, but if it's you who encounters a foreigner kidnapping a human, make sure to prioritize protecting the hostage and don't act rashly. Lu Hong nodded in understanding. Is there a reward for saving people? Yes, brother, there is. A reward of $1,500 for saving a person is not a bad deal. Lu Heng's eyes lit up again, good. Then from today onwards, I'll be a good person who saves people for fun. Saving one person is $1,500, saving 2 people is $3,000. I will directly step on the horse to save. At this moment, Quan Zilong stepped forward and touched the young girl's nostrils, not dead yet, but her stamina is very weak, she needs to start the rescue as soon as possible. Lu Hong hurriedly said, don't be in a hurry. Let me do it. He waved his big hand and quickly released his skills. Cure Clown's Blessing Silver. Ability, when used, it can remove a large number of negative effects, minor injuries to the flesh can be fully recovered, and serious injuries gain a small amount of relief. This skill hadn't been used much since it arrived, but today there was finally a place to use it. The skill was quickly released on the young girl's body, the other party was only a little anemic and quickly recovered. Quan Zilong was pleasantly surprised, not bad, you actually have recovery skills. In the future, in addition to serving as the Grand Inquisitor of our group, let's add a medic status. Chapter 107 Blood Donation. Medic. Well said. Lu Hong directly agreed. At this time the anemic young girl also came to her senses. Her eyes were dull and then a gust of fear surfaced. Vampires, there are vampires everywhere here. Don't worry, we are law enforcers, you are already safe. Quan Zilong comforted. Thank you, the young girl said somewhat nervously. How were you abducted here? In addition, this side besides you, are there other people abducted here? Quan Zilong asked again. I was just taking a walk in a park at night, and there were very few people over there, and suddenly I was blindfolded and mesmerized, and then as soon as I woke up I was over here. And there are so many unarmed ordinary people abducted over here, they are in the basement. The young girl hurriedly pointed to a location. Okay, there are no more bloods outside, you can leave now. Quan Zilong answered. The young girl sniffed and fled in a panic. Let's go. Let's go meet those blood race traders. Ji Feng moved his shoulders and walked out of the private room. The few people quickly arrived at the door of the bar's basement. We've killed a lot of blood shadow cultists, but they're all silver rank, so it's reasonable to say that there are still 2 gold ranks that we haven't run into. Ji Feng spoke, they should be in this basement now. You guys hide at the back, especially you Lu Hang, be careful of being sneak attacked. Lu Hong nodded at his words. Alright, then I'll get ready. He directly released all 3 summons. The colorful dog, the meatball, and the belt around his waist. Armor fit. Lu Hong touched his belt. The armor of justice instantly appeared, encasing his body. There is an evil aura everywhere here. The justice armor said with a wary look in its eyes. This is the summon that gets stronger the more you fight, right? Ji Feng observed, quite handsome, huh? Do you need my help? The justice armor glanced at him. No, just stay back there, I'll go exterminate the enemies. Ji Feng smiled and walked ahead, directly touching one hand in front of the basement door. The next second. Boom! The entire door crumbled into several pieces from top to bottom. And the environment in the basement was instantly visible. The entire space was extremely large, and there were 100 human beings lying neatly, while their necks were all connected to a thin thread that was bubbling with red light. Those victims' eyes were hollow, and their blood gurgled along the 100 thin threads into the glass culture tank in the center. Inside the tank soaked a ghastly white vampire with purple lips. It had sharp fangs, nails longer than daggers, and knuckles so twisted they were inhuman. It was creepy to look at as it lay dormant in the dark red liquid. At the same time, there were a dozen or so blood shadow ritualists circling around the entire hall, mumbling something as if they were performing a cult ritual. Die! Chen Feng directly rushed in. Swish swish swish. His figure moved at such high speeds in the room that only a black residual shadow could be seen. In just a few seconds, the blood shadow devotees who were performing the sacrifice ritual were cut into body parts, not even having the chance to react. But the humans present, the blood in their bodies was still slowly feeding into the incubator. However, they were all in bad shape, their faces were pale and obviously overly anemic, and they couldn't even wake up. Quan Zilong spoke in a deep voice, the ones in the culture tank are the blood shadows, they should have suffered some kind of heavy injury. All of them fell into a deep sleep. It seems that these blood shadow cultists are planning to use the blood of these 100 people as a price to input all of them into the vampire's body to help him heal his body. Justice Armor sniffed and directly stepped forward. I'll kill him immediately. No way. Quan Zilong hurriedly stopped it. The blood vessels in his body are still connected to these humans, which is equivalent to forming a life sharing. Once the vampire dies, these humans will have to die as well. Damn it. Justice Armor clenched his fist. Then is there a solution? As far as he was concerned, saving people was definitely a priority as well. Chen Feng squatted down beside the others and observed, these blood transfusion vessels are all extending out from that vampire's body. Can they be chopped off? Justice Armor asked, does chopping it off cut off the life sharing? Once chopped off, these humans will just as easily die in an instant. Chen Feng shook his head. What a despicable tactic. The Justice Armor gritted its teeth, to use the lives of the weak as leverage. Is there no way at all? Justice Armor inquired, leaving these humans here unattended, they can only wait for death. There is a way. Quan Zilong held his chin and recalled, I think I've heard someone else say that in this situation, although you can't forcibly remove those life-sharing blood vessels, you can replace the target being shared. As long as the body of a blood-filled victim is actively brought into contact with the thin threads, the life-sharing thin tubes will shave off the original target and actively lodge themselves in the body of the new victim. And the original victim can then be released from the life-sharing state. That's how those blood shadow cultists replace their victims one by one, which in turn allows the vampires to have a constant supply of blood. Justice Armor understood, that means they can only be saved if someone is sacrificed in their place, right? Right. Quan Zilong nodded, the vampire can infinitely devour blood into his body to help them recover from their injuries, and he won't take back these life-sharing veins unless he can fully recover. He took a general look around the glass tank. In his state, he'll probably need another 300 liters of blood to come to his senses and automatically retrieve all the blood vessels in the entire field. Izumi Ziria said with a strong voice, if you drained 100 people in the field, it would actually be just enough. There were actually only 4-6 liters of blood in an adult's body combined, and these people present had already been drained of a lot of blood, so draining them again would indeed have the potential to reach 300 liters of blood. Here's a method, we need to get 1,000 people immediately to take turns donating blood here, so that each person only donates 300 milliliters of blood, so that the vampire can suck up enough blood and retrieve it back into their veins, and these people won't be too harmed themselves. Other groups have encountered this and used this method, and it does work. This matter is troublesome. Chen Feng sighed, send a request to the Guardian headquarters immediately. I'll go first. The justice armor directly stepped forward. I'll donate a wave of blood first. As long as I can save people, I'm willing to do whatever I'm asked to do. The two men on the side cast admiring glances. Still, you have the spirit of sacrifice. Lu Hong, on the other hand, froze. It's not buddy. Do you have blood you just donate? Chapter 108. One Man, One Piece. Come. Donate blood. The justice armor directly squatted down and extended its hand towards a life-sharing blood vessel. As expected, that blood vessel sensed another lifeform approaching and began to automatically pull itself off the original lifeform and stabbed itself into the justice armor's wrist. Ding! The vein was blocked by the hard armor and could not go deeper. So the vein zapped back into that original victim. Damn! The justice armor simply let all the armor on his right hand fade away. What was revealed this time was Lu Heng's hand. The justice armor brought its hand over again. This time the life-sharing hose finally stuck in and began to zip. Lu Hong could feel the blood in his body slowly flowing away, directed down the suction tube into the culture tank. Not buddy. You, Lu Heng's eyes widened. The justice armor smiled. Great. I can donate blood too. It's my blood you're donating. Lu Hong cursed. Is it? Okay. It's the same if you donate and I donate. Justice armor encouraged. Don't you find the process of saving someone's life uplifting? You. Forget it. Lu Hong had long known what kind of pissant this guy was and was too lazy to say anything. Zzz. The blood in Lu Heng's body slowly flowed away, but fortunately the speed wasn't too fast. Moreover, the infinite blood core that he had absorbed this morning had also played a role, and as soon as the blood was drained away, more blood was automatically produced in his body. Huh? The justice armor was puzzled. Are you running out of blood? Lu Hong did not want to answer him. However, the justice armor was very convinced of its senses. It could feel the constant flow of blood in Lu Heng's body. It then suddenly stood up. I think I can still save one more. It came straight to the other one and crouched down in front of it, passing its wrist over. Put. That vein stabbed over with the same lack of hesitation. Two life-sharing blood vessels appeared on Lu Heng's wrist at the same time. And Lu Hong could feel the rate of blood flow doubling. Luckily, his infinite blood core was strong, and the speed of blood production still far exceeded the speed of bleeding. Not. You're not kidding, right? Quan Zilong looked shocked from the side. I know you're happy to save people, but you can't give your life away. One blood vessel is enough. If you hold on for a good 20 minutes, the Guardians will send someone to do the replacement. If you insert two at once, won't the risk become greater? If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Since I have greater abilities, I should take on more responsibilities. The armor of justice could sense the powerful blood-forming ability within Lu Heng's body and said bluntly, I think I can save a few more people. Many of the humans present were relatively thin and weak, and might not even be able to hold on until help arrived before going into shock, and by then there would be more or less a few people who would have GD early. The justice armor naturally couldn't see this situation. So he righteously went to donate blood in place of the third person. Put. A blood vessel was once again lodged into Lu Heng's body. The rate of blood flow doubled again. Lu Hong was shocked. UTM. You donated my blood. Ah. Is this a case of the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility? This is the greater your ability, the greater the loss of life, right? Save another one. One more. The armor of justice started looking for the weakest humans in the room, picking up their veins one by one. Fourth, fifth, sixth. Lu Hong went numb. You're a real live dad. Luckily, he had just obtained an unlimited blood source this morning, and there was a constant flow of blood in his body. Otherwise, with 3 veins sticking in, he wouldn't be able to last long. Seeing that the justice armor was busy in the room for a while, constantly donating blood instead of others, Quan Zilong rushed forward and advised, Don't donate blood. Although our executive officer's code is to prioritize saving people, you don't have to work so hard. No. I want to save one more. I want to save one more. The justice armor's eyes recoiled and became even more determined after noticing that Lu Hong really did have an endless supply of blood. Quan Zilong couldn't even stop it. Lu Hong was also numb. Forget it, $1,500 for saving one person, do what you like. So the justice armor started to continuously shed the steel armor pieces on its body, exposing more flesh to the public, or having many places to insert blood vessels. Without a moment's effort, there were 50 to 60 blood vessels present that were inserted into Lu Hang's body. One blood vessel pumped blood quickly, but 50 to 60 blood vessels pumped blood much faster. Lu Hang could feel the blood in his body draining away at a rapid pace, while at the same time, the Insect King rejuvenation body was crazily creating blood. At this time, Quan Zilong also reacted to what was going on. You don't have the ability to infinitely restore blood, do you? That's right. So the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Isn't that right? The Justice Armor responded and began to proceed to keep grabbing blood vessels around the room to stick in himself. Quan Zilong scratched his head. He also counted on seeing that this so-called armor's brain circuits were not quite the same as others. But it was naturally good to be able to save people. It's also good, there's no need to bother sending someone from above to take turns with the blood. Lu Hang alone is a super blood bag. Ji Feng was quite happy about it. He directly made a call to the above, so that they didn't need to send any more people. Lu Hang just sighed helplessly at this. There was nothing more to say, so let's save it. And so the 100 people present were all removed from the life-sharing hose under the frantic rescue by the Justice Armor. Everyone was all out of life-threatening danger. Let's wait, we can kill him when he's sucked enough blood. This is just a gold-ranked blood clan, I can easily second him. Ji Feng then smiled as he looked towards the cultivation tank. Hearing Ji Feng say that, Lu Hang was also relieved. Everyone then began to wait. After about 30 minutes, everyone realized that the cultivation tank began to tremble. At the same time, the 100 veins inserted in Lu Hang's body quickly retracted. And the vampire in the culture tank opened its eyes and came to its senses. Good fellow, your blood alone fed him alive hard. Quan Zilong said with admiration. Now it's time to kill this blood clan. Ji Feng's eyes flashed as he grabbed his right hand towards the void in front of him. Immediately after that, the cultivation tank exploded with a bang, including the vampire inside being cut into a dozen or so pieces. And it was as if this vampire had planned this. The moment his body was cut in a flash, it turned into countless black bats. These bats then began to fly away in all directions, flying out from the various pipes and doorways of the room. Not good. Ji Feng reacted extremely quickly, and with a wave of one hand, he hastily strangled dozens of bats in the void. The other bats collectively let out a wail, but flew away even faster. Quickly give chase. Ji Feng rushed out in a hurry, attempting to strangle all the bats collectively. Quan Zilong also hurriedly chased after them, but before he left, he said to Lu Hang, there is no danger here anymore, you stay and heal these victims. Saying that he also chased after them. As for Lu Hang, he looked at the 100 people present and had something in mind. He secretly thought, man, I gave so much blood to save people, they will surely be very grateful to me, they have to make some kind of gesture. Then Lu Hang had a bright idea, decided, let's give them a pile of mosaic meat each. Chapter 109 Spiritual Strength Enhancement. The people have been saved as well, so step back. Lu Hang opened his mouth. The Justice Armor directly lifted its transformation upon hearing this. Lu Hang, on the other hand, turned his gaze to all the humans present. A few of them were starting to slowly open their eyes, but their physical state did not look good. Lu Hang then directly released a clown's blessing. The skill was able to envelop a dozen people at once, causing their bodies to recover a lot. Where is this? What happened? It's the vampires. It's the vampires who captured us, run away. Everyone woke up with different reactions. There were those who panicked and those who looked confused. Fortunately, Lu Hang pacified them in time and recounted what had just happened. For example, the executive officer had eliminated all the enemies, as well as the fact that he kept donating blood in order to make these poor people wake up. As Lu Hang finished speaking, everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude. So it was the Guardians who came to save us. Thank you, Lord Executive Officer. Thank you for personally donating blood to save us. Lu Hang held his chin and thought, are you guys really thankful to me? Of course. These people said in unison. Then you guys see, I came over here to help you guys kill your enemies, I donated blood for you, and I used my skills to help you guys recover your bodies. After all I've done, isn't it time for you guys to do something? Lu Hang suddenly revealed a smile. After donating so much blood himself, he couldn't save them for nothing, it was time to ask for some favors. A dozen people looked at each other in disbelief. What do you want us to do? Lu Hang directly summoned the meatballs and took out a dozen balls of mosaic meat. Everyone, help me eat this. Lu Hang smiled and said, this is called Tai Sui meat, this is a great tonic, it's just a bit harder to eat. With that, he distributed a dozen or so balls of meat into everyone's hands. Come, everyone just awakened and is rather lacking in blood, eat a piece of meat to make up for it. They looked somewhat hesitantly at the writhing mosaic of clumps. Can this be eaten? Of course it can. Lu Hong affirmed, I'm a guardian. I'm the executive officer. Can I still harm you guys? Moreover, I have shed blood for you, I have sacrificed for you, don't you want to repay me? Eating this is good for your health and good for me, so why don't you all enjoy it? When the crowd heard this, they could only take a lump of meat and eat it one by one. Be sure to swallow it, if you don't, you'll have to take another piece. Lu Hong smiled and reminded. One of them observed for a few seconds before finally swallowing the meat in one bite. Unsurprisingly, he soon revealed a disgusted expression, it's so hard to eat. The others swallowed the meat one after another, and all revealed an expression that they were about to vomit. Good. So damn hard to eat. I feel like I'm eating a pile of chemical waste. What I'm eating is the smell of rotting and stinking food. This stuff really won't be harmful to the body? Oops. It's fine. Lu Hong said with a smile, it's already safe here, you guys can go home. The crowd was relieved. No matter what, eating a pile of unidentified objects was way better than just dying here. So the dozen or so people left the place. Lu Hang then looked at the other 90 unconscious people on the ground. The clown blessing could be used once every 3 minutes, and in 30 minutes it would be able to wake up all the people present. By the way, it would allow everyone to eat a pile of meat. That worked out to be 100 points of spiritual energy. It was worth it. So Lu Hong just kept using his skills to recover everyone and subsequently let everyone eat meat. After 30 minutes had passed like this, all the people present were woken up by him and were eating meat. And the meatball's spiritual power also came to 177 points. All the people present were cured and left the place. Not long after, Ji Feng and Quan Zilong also rushed back. Ji Feng's hand was still carrying the head of the vampire from earlier. This guy flew quite fast, it was quite troublesome to solve, but fortunately it was also killed. What about the 100 people lying around just now? Did you finish treating them all? Right, they were all saved and let go by me. Lu Hong laughed. Ji Feng said with satisfaction, worthy of being our team's medic, you did a great job. After saving 100 people, a bonus of $150,000 will be sent to your account. Good. Lu Hong was overjoyed. It was possible to earn spiritual energy and bonus money again. That wave of blood just now hadn't been in vain. There's nothing more to do here, you can go to our different affairs office to pick up missions to earn some contribution points, or you can go straight back to school. Quan Zilong laughed. Lu Hong thought about it, it seemed like there was a martial arts class coming up this afternoon, which would still be useful for him. I'll go back to school then. Okay. Jiudao Go Vocational and Technical College. Lu Hong came back leisurely after getting his $150,000 bonus. He had a meal at noon and went back to his dorm room to rest for a while. After that, he came to a large, relatively empty classroom. The students of the 3 classes were basically all here, while Ding Jun and Qin Zhe also came here. Qin Zhe came over when he saw Lu Hong. Boss, why did you come to class? You didn't join the executive officers, I thought you would definitely skip class. Oops, martial arts class, I still have to come to something that is uplifting to me, otherwise this undergraduate degree at school won't be in vain. Lu Hong laughed. The school is sending undergraduate, he can be said to be credited. Why should he skip the class that is good for him? Qin Zhe, on the other hand, shivered, then you have to get ready, this afternoon is not Instructor Lei's class, but Yang Yongxin's class. Lu Hong was shocked, he's a theory class teacher, how come he's still teaching us martial arts? No Dawa, this class is still a temporary addition by the principal, saying that it's a course about enhancing spiritual power. Qin Zhe shook his head. He's a teacher who transferred from an internet addiction school, and he can still enhance his spiritual power? Lu Hong had a questioning look on his face. Ding Jun said from the side, you can look it up on Baidu, Thunderbolt Dharma King Yang Yongxin isn't just a top teacher, he also possesses more prestigious titles, such as First Grade Senior Internet Addiction Master, Drug Rehabilitation Master, Brain Healer, Spiritual Strength Enhancement Master, or whatever. Just from the name of Spiritual Power Enhancement Master alone, one can tell that he really is something. It's just that I guess he's going to torture us hard again this session. With that he sighed again. Hiss. Lu Hong sucked in a breath of cool air, then is it too late for me to escape now? It's too late. He also didn't know when Yang Yongxin had quietly arrived in the classroom. "You kid, I've seen a lot of people use all sorts of methods in order to escape my class, but joining an executive officer specifically for the purpose of escaping class is the first time I've seen it." Yang Yongxin looked at Lu Hong with interest. "Count yourself as capable." Ahem, Lu Hong was a little afraid to speak. What could he do in the face of this Herculean thunder and lightning Dharma king? He could only pray that his ability would be immune to the torture of this lesson. Chapter 110 Electrocute Me Tough. With the arrival of Yang Yongxin, the students present also revealed rather horrified expressions. It seemed that the students had all been tortured by Yang Yongxin in the past 2 days of contact. Even the intimidating power of the Thunderbolt Dharma King was going to surpass Lu Heng's name of the feeding great sage for a while. Snap. Yang Yongxin gently clapped his palms and said, "First of all, let me briefly explain of my talent. My talent is called Neural Electric Touch, which is a very strong talent that has both gain and damage. I can manipulate the size of the electric current at will, according to the degree of electric current release can be categorized into 5 levels, which in turn can be transformed into 5 skills with different effects. Level 1 Electricity, Electric Level Pulse. A minor gain skill that can boost your temporary concentration, improve your memory, and so on. Temporary cessation of internet addiction and such. Level 2 Electricity, Brain Core Overload. Large gain skill, can boost mental power if used as a regimen, set up different electric shock scenarios for each person, and electrocute them for 10 days and half a month, then you can quit your internet addiction, drug addiction, color addiction, and other desires. Level 3 Electricity, Intelligence Reducing Strike. It's an offensive skill from here on out, and can directly lower an enemy's IQ, turning them into temporary cuties. Or psychotic, insane, etc. Level 4 Computer, Neurostorm. Can do a lot of damage to the brain, and can turn an enemy into a complete cutie pie, total body paralysis, etc. Level 5 Electricity, Neuroelectric Strangulation. Once I use this move, I can basically instantly electrocute my enemy to brain death. As he finished his introduction, the students listened to a burst of scalp numbness. Emotionally, being electrocuted in class these past 2 days was still only the weakest level 1 electrical energy. If Yang Yongxin came up and gave a 5th level electrical energy, wouldn't everyone just go gee? Teacher, are you sure you won't accidentally electrocute us to brain death? A student asked in shock. How could it be? Yang Yongxin laughed out loud. In all my years of practicing, I've never used level 4 and 5 electrical energy on patients and students. I'm still very measured. For patients and students, I will only use level 1 and level 2 electrical energy. Even if one is not well controlled, it will only be level 3 electrical energy, temporarily turning into a little cutie. Only, it will soon be restored. The words were said so, but the fear in the hearts of the students was not a minute less. Then what are you going to do in this class? That student asked again. Yang Yongxin explained, what about the previous day's class? I only used the level 1 electrical energy on everyone to boost your temporary memory. And for this class today, I'm going to use level 2 electrical energy on everyone, brain core overload. The purpose is to boost everyone's mental power attributes. The students at the bottom looked resistant. No way, level 1 electrical energy is painful enough, wouldn't level 2 be even more painful? Can we not take this class? I don't want this spiritual energy. Yang Yongxin shook his head and said, actually, I didn't want to do this, you guys as students really are a bit unable to suffer from second level electrical energy. But your principal harassed me every day, making sure to request that I give each of you a wave of mental power boosts so that the gap between you and the rest of the school is not too great, so I had to take on this task. Don't worry, just bear it and it will pass. At these words, the students cursed again. It's the principal again. It's the principal again. Sooner or later, I'll have to find him to compare notes. Lu Hong, however, was relieved. So it was just electrifying the brain. Then this would be much better. At least he was still immune to pain, wasn't he? And it wasn't like the computer son couldn't take it. Come on, it's 100 people taking the class together today, but I'll make sure that all of you raise your spiritual power by 3 or 5 points. Which one of you will come first? The many students were trembling, and no one dared to go forward. Yang Yongxin took the lead and pointed at Qinzai. Come on, Class 3's Transcendent Nova, you'll give a demonstration first. Qinzai shivered and stepped forward, gently. Gently can you, don't electrocute my brain, I'm still young, I don't want to die. Don't worry, my electric current control is very strong. Yang Yongxin's fingertips suddenly picked up a strand of silver snake-like thin line of electric current. Immediately afterward, he placed his hands on top of Qinzai's temples. That electric current snaked like a living thing, traveling against Qinzai's temple. Zzz. Qinzai's body suddenly began to convulse like he was electrocuted. Ah! Don't! Qinzai convulsed while raising his hand. Stop! Don't stop? Good! Worthy of being a transcendent nova. Yan Yongxin directly amplified the power. Ah! I said. Don't! Stop! Ah! Qinzai's eyes rolled white and his convulsive movements became even more intense. The electric shock lasted for a minute before Yang Yongxin stopped. Qinzai then collapsed to the ground in a flash, breathing heavily. The students were horrified. Is this really okay? It's fine. Yan Yongxin waved his hand and said, this is a normal phenomenon, don't believe you guys. Ask Qinzai what he feels. It feels like there is an engine installed in the brain, buzzing and vibrating. It's hard. Qinzai said with a palpitating heart, but it doesn't have any effect now, and the spiritual power did improve a little. Seeing that Qinzai was still in a lucid state, the students were also slightly relieved. You guys, I told you I'm very measured, so who's next? Yan Yongxin said. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, still not wanting to go up and endure the torture of being electrocuted so soon. Let me get this straight, it's going to be my class all afternoon today, and the principal is going to make sure that every one of you gets electrocuted once, or else the class will be dragged out until this evening. So getting electrocuted earlier and later is actually the same, come on. That being said, the students were still rather scared and didn't dare to come over. Lu Hong waved his hand, a bunch of goons, let me do it. Since he was sure that the other party would only be computerized, Lu Hong had nothing to be afraid of, and was immune to pain anyway. Oh? Yan Yongxin looked at Lu Hong with a smile. I heard about your performance in Instructor Lei's course. The effect of my course is actually similar to Instructor Lei's beatings training. As long as you stick with it long enough, you'll be able to gain more spiritual power. Your willpower is very strong, you don't say a word even when you are beaten and bleeding, but my electricity is not something that anyone can stand. After adding enough 3 points of spiritual power, if you can't take it anymore you must say it, I am still more humane. Lu Hong stepped forward with a confident face, not afraid. Come. Electrocute me hard. Chapter 111, Cool. Lu Hong changed his own pain tolerance to 1%, then confidently said, come on. A 1% pain sensation was basically the same as not feeling anything. Get ready, I'm going to start. Yan Yongxin's palms suddenly lit up with ghostly blue electric arcs. The silver wire-like electric current tensed into a string between his palms, and as he slowly closed his 10 fingers, that electric current swam towards Lu Hang's solar plexus like a spiritual snake. Zzz. The arc of electricity kept traveling continuously on Lu Hang's 2 temples, blossoming into a fine blue light. Well? Yan Yongxin inquired, this is already the weakest level of current for brain core overload, can you withstand it? The corner of Lu Hang's mouth quirked, it doesn't hurt. He only felt a particularly slight light touch on his brain right now, he did not feel any pain and was even quite comfortable. Oh? You do seem to not feel anything at all, could it be that your physique is naturally resistant to electricity? Yan Yongxin came to be interested. Although on Instructor Lei's side, it could be said that he resisted the beating by virtue of his willpower. But on his side, once the electric shock therapy was on, what kind of willpower could not carry it off? Lu Hong didn't even appear to be in a state of physical convulsions, not to mention shouting out in pain. Then there was only one truth. It seems that you possess an innate electrical resistance? Yan Yongxin laughed, if that's the case, then I'm going to go up in intensity. Come on. Lu Hong said bluntly. Only to see the thin line of electric current in Yang Yongxin's hand slightly thicker, spreading to about 3 times its original size. The pain will be doubled by about 3 times next, but from here onwards you will be able to raise your spiritual power. Yang Yongxin explained. The fine electric current then wrapped around Lu Hang's temples like a spider's silk, and each arc of electricity that crossed the skin brought up a fine tremor. Lu Hang's pupils suddenly dilated, his eyelashes fluttered uncontrollably, and he couldn't even speak. Yan Yongxin was a little hesitant when he saw this reaction. Is it too painful? It shouldn't be, your spiritual power is much higher than Qinzai's, so it's reasonable that you shouldn't be pulling your crotch even more than him, right? Before the words left his mouth, Lu Hong suddenly arched his spine, his knuckles clenching the handrail in a death grip. He tilted his neck up, the knots of his throat rolling up and down, but he couldn't produce a complete syllable, and could only leak a broken moan through his teeth. Hiss. Yang Yongxin sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This side reaction is obviously very abnormal. It is reasonable to say that even if it is particularly painful, it should start to twitch? Not to be unable to speak. Lu Heng couldn't be that he didn't hold on for a moment and was about to go into shock, right? This. You won't be going into shock, right? Yang Yongxin sighed. It seems that the so-called willpower and electrical resistance is nothing more than that. He shook his head. In that case, I won't electrocute you. Yang Yongxin was about to withdraw the electric current, but Lu Heng suddenly grabbed his wrist. Don't stop. I'm not hurting. I'm too comfortable. Lu Heng's trailing voice unconsciously brought a tremor, and even the tips of his ears were flushed with an abnormal redness. 1% pain was just good. The originally agonizing electric shock to the brain was like massaging his brain after the pain was cut by 99% at this moment. The brain was so crispy that he couldn't speak in comfort. What? Yang Yongxin was dismayed. This kind of electric shock is all very painful and painful. How did you feel comfortable? What a long time to live. Electric shock resistance still had this effect? Lu Heng didn't explain, his voice carried a suppressed tremor. Continue. To increase the power, it's too good. Yang Yongxin's throat rolled and ghostly increased the power. The moment the current skyrocketed, Lu Heng couldn't help but moan out, so damn cool. At the same time, Lu Heng's spiritual power also increased a little. The body was comfortable again, and he was able to increase his spiritual power attribute. This was a great thing that could not be encountered for many years. With this thought, Lu Heng continued to urge, increase the power. Quickly. Continue to increase the power. Yang Yongxin was shocked. Are you really that comfortable? Could it be that my skills are buggy? Just add it. Since the student had requested so, he had no reason to refuse. Solely, he continued to increase the power. Spiritual power +1. Spiritual power +1. Lu Heng's face became incomparably flushed, and he couldn't suppress a cry from his mouth. Oh sharp, so good. Cool. 2TM cool. How can there be such a cool thing on earth? This scene put the surrounding students in a daze. Nowhere, buddy, are you really this cool? People are more angry than people. What kind of physique is this, and can enjoy and have spiritual power? I'm really envious. How refreshing must this be? Shinzei also revealed a look of admiration, worthy of being the boss. It's just not the same as others. I was just being electrocuted and cried out before I rose a little bit of spiritual power. The boss comfortably rose spiritual power. Lu Heng once again requested, continue to increase the power. Continue to increase the power. In the face of Lu Heng's request, Sheep Yongxin but a little hair goat, no. Lay instructor sighed more on the intensity of nothing. I on too much intensity, really afraid to give you electricity out of the disease. The general public added to this degree cannot stand it. I'm afraid to give you electricity into a little cute. Seeing the Sheep Yongxin did not dare to electricity, Lu Heng in turn some anxious, on. Continue on the intensity. I'm not afraid of. What are you afraid of? He was now just like an addict. He just wanted to continue, he didn't want to stop at all. He hasn't had enough yet. This way, Yang Yongxin's gaze began to look around the 100 students present. Now come 30 students, all hold hands and form a circle. I'm going to use brain core overload on you all collectively next, with Lu Heng as the middle conductor to withstand the maximum strength of the electric shock, while you all help him disperse the current that he can't withstand. At these words, the students were confused. Huh? This thing can still be dispersed? Yang Yongxin hurriedly explained, the essence of spiritual power is the materialization of brainwaves, and when the brainwave frequencies of 30 people are synchronized through my electric current, a temporary resonance field can be constructed. Lu Heng as the core of the field endures the strongest impact, while you guys absorb the residual electricity through resonance while sharing his mental power fluctuations due to the stimulation. Everyone will be able to raise their mental power, and it will rise a bit more, and the amount of electricity you can withstand will also be greater. Hearing his explanation, the students were still in the clouds. But they roughly understood part of it. That was that if everyone held hands in a big circle, they would be able to be electrified and raise their spiritual power at the same time, and it would also reduce the risk of Lu Heng being electrocuted. Then, want to go together? I'll go first. Shinzei, as a loyal little brother, even if he had just been electrocuted, he had to go up at this time without any hesitation. I'll come too. Ding Jun also went up and took Lu Heng's hand. "I'll come too." Immediately after that, Hard Brother, Green Hair Brother, and Expired Brother several people came over. Chapter 112 Drop Wisdom Strike. Yang Yongxin continued, "As I said, everyone has to be electrocuted once. Being electrocuted collectively is the same as being electrocuted, so you won't have to come over one by one to be electrocuted later, it's the same sooner or later." People always follow the crowd. Seeing someone go up and hold hands, other students also gathered around. There were more than 100 people present, and more than 30 people came directly, and they held hands in a circle, and finally took Lu Heng's hand again. "Very good, 30 people, then I can amplify the power 30 times, targeting Lu Heng. I still need to increase the power some more." Yang Yongxin smiled, "Get ready, I'm going to start." "Come on," Lu Hong said with incomparable anticipation. Yang Yongxin did not hinder this time, but began to increase the strength of the current. The current in his hands seemed to instantly coalesce into a beam of shining silver white light, carrying a majestic power that was quickly released onto Lu Heng's body, followed by the current being quickly apportioned onto the bodies of the other 30 students. Zzz. Lu Hong, as the center conductor, endured the strongest current. That current began to travel recklessly through his body, burning from his nerve endings all the way to the depths of his brain. Lu Hong tilted his head and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. The tingling sensation instantly went to his head, and he only felt as if his body was free from earthly bonds, floating away. What the other students experienced was not a tingling sensation, but instead a tingling sensation. It was good that the current they endured was relatively weak, not unbearable. "Well, still want to go up in intensity?" Yang Yongxin said. On of course." Lu Han was so happy that he couldn't speak well. The corner of Yang Yongxin's mouth twitched. "All right." His hands snapped open, and the current instantly skyrocketed into a bucket-thick silver python, which then dispersed onto the 30 people once again. So uptight. Lu Hong felt his consciousness turn into a wisp of light smoke, floating freely in the ocean of electric currents, every inch of his nerves immersed in unparalleled relief. It hurts. The other students felt the opposite. From this moment on, their brains began to feel like an engine was shaking in their heads, and even their bodies began to twitch. Thus the entire circle of people formed a bizarre phenomenon. Lu Hong was over there in a crispy burst of cool screams. The others were convulsing and crying out for a while. Increase the intensity. No. Don't go up the intensity again. Oh cool Sakichi. Ouch. It's going to die. Oh yes. Stop. Keep going. Keep going up. I'm going to the heavens. Lu Hong continued to ask for more intensity. And his spiritual power continued to surge. Spiritual power +1. Mental strength +1. Spiritual power +1. Yang Yongxin's scalp went numb. How outrageous is your brain structure? Let me say this up front, if you go up the intensity anymore, you might not really be able to take it anymore. It really is the limit of what you can take. Lu Hong was incomparably on top right now. At this moment, he just wanted to be cool, the cooler the better. Come on. Keep going up in intensity. I'm getting high. Since that's the case, I'll go up to the maximum intensity of brain core overload. Yang Yongxin gritted his teeth, and the electric current on his hands twisted madly like living creatures, suddenly surging several times as silver blue arcs crackled and exploded. Then that current was like a roaring beast, hissing as it drilled into Lu Heng's body, centering on him and spreading wildly towards the 30 students like a spider web. Zzz. Amidst the deafening sound of the electric current, Lu Heng's hair stood upright. Mental energy began to increase wildly. His eyes violently rolled white, an indistinct moan escaped from his throat, and his body violently convulsed uncontrollably. The extreme relief was like a monstrous wave that engulfed his consciousness in an instant. All of his worries and fatigue were swept away by this current, leaving only endless pleasure and fulfillment. Who knows that just after a few seconds of electricity, Lu Heng's then body jerked and collapsed straight to the ground, with a smile of satisfaction hanging on the corner of his mouth. He fainted with pleasure. The surrounding students were not so lucky. Their bodies were twitching constantly, and although they said that their spiritual power was also increasing violently in a burst, their brains were really entering an overclocked state. There was a state where the CPU was overworked and about to burn out. Even everyone's eyes appeared to change a little. With a hint of dumbness. Not good. Yan Yongxin hurriedly retracted the current. There was a bizarre change in the scene. Lu Hong, on the other hand, was deep in slumber at this time and was simply unaware of all this. There was no telling how much time had passed. Lu Hong seemed to hear someone calling him in his stupor. Lu Hong! Lu Hong! Quickly wake up! Something has happened. Something big has happened. Huh? Lu Hong slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong? He slowly got up, only to realize that there were a lot less students around. A large portion of the 30 students who had just been electrocuted were missing, such as Ding Jun, Qin Zhe, and his own roommate were all gone. The remaining students were also very out of place. Some were squatting in the corner, repeatedly drawing circles on the ground with their fingers, drool dripping down their chins into lines. Some people stood straight up like puppets, repeating mechanical hand-raising motions with lifted eyes, mumbling, 1 + 1 = 3. Equals 3. Others danced strangely around a trash can, head tilted to the side in a shrill monkey call, grinning from their stained mouths, bananas. Banana. Oh. More students, as if degraded, followed the monkey's example and kept screaming. What happened? Lu Hong was startled. The students next to him rushed to say, go find those students, they're all making trouble outside. Yan Yongxin also came over at this time and explained that the intensity on it was too great, and I accidentally released the level 2 electrical energy to level 3. What's a level 3 electrical energy again? Lu Hang asked in alarm. Ahem. Wisdom reducing strike. Lu Hong stood up with a flourish, so they've all turned into cuties now. Up? It's fine. The intellectual downfall strike is only temporary, everyone will return to normal after a few hours of foolishness. Yang Yongxin said with a light cough. The students next to him hurriedly said, how can it be okay? They're all starting to go crazy inside the campus now. You have to go and put a stop to it. Lu Hong had a hint of a bad premonition in his heart. Going crazy how? Panic surfaced on the faces of his classmates. One of the bald heads ran directly into the classroom of someone else's medical class and directly turned everyone's hair green. There was also a student who ran into another classroom and wailed and just turned everyone's fingernail caps into nothing. That's not all, there was another person in your class who ran straight to the men's bathhouse, and I don't know what kind of spell he cast, making all the male students get hard, making everyone confused. After he finished casting the spell, he ran to the radio station, and I don't know what kind of madness he was going to have. The craziest thing was one of the students who ran outside in a flash. He released a very powerful skill and turned into a locomotive on his body as if it was some kind of great luck. Anyway, it's rampaging inside the campus right now, and it's saying it's going to go to the national highway to meet up with other big trucks, so let's go save him first. Chapter 113, All the Little Cuties. These students are more nervous than one another and there's no stopping them, so go and take care of it. That student said anxiously. Hearing these people say this, Lu Hong sucked in a breath of cool air, hiss. Speaking of which, it was indeed his fault. Being electrocuted just now was just too good. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go up in intensity, these students wouldn't have turned into little cuties. Especially this student just said his Ding Jun, hard brother, green hair brother. A few people right, these with his relationship are quite good, must have to manage What if something really happened? Teacher, you just stay here and don't care about anything? The students have all run away. Lu Hong looked at Yang Yongxin again. Yang Yongxin was embarrassed and turned his head away. That, I also have a little responsibility, I will help. I'll go here and take charge of catching some of the students, you go too. Yang Yongxin said, as long as we can bind their movements, they will naturally return to normal in a few hours. Alright, I'll go get my props first. Lu Hong didn't dare to be sloppy and hurried back to his dormitory. He quickly rummaged around and found his chained magic box. With this, I'll be able to tie them all up. Lu Hong went to find Ding Jun immediately afterward. He was truly afraid that the other party would run onto the national highway and bump into another big truck, or else both sides would be in trouble by then. School Square. This area is the biggest and most open, just suitable for racing. At this moment, Ding Jun was releasing his skills as he ran wildly all the way over here, with a virtual red big truck header covering his body. He was cocking his head and giggling, salivation dripping down the corners of his mouth and onto his chest as he joyfully raced all the way around the square. Boom! The truck's silhouette took the brunt of hitting the viewing gallery on the east side of the square. The wooden gallery frame instantly fell apart under the strong impact, and the wood shavings splashed like rain. Ding Jun was oblivious, grinning foolishly, and continued to accelerate towards the next statue. The sculpture that the principal spent a lot of money to put on the playground also fell to the ground under his impact, and the debris splashed in all directions, raising smoke and dust in the sky. At this moment, the square was empty, and there were smashed buildings everywhere. Instead, the surrounding school buildings were crowded with onlookers, and they didn't have the heart to attend class. They all looked through the windows at Ding Jun going crazy below.
I'm Optimus Prime. I am Optimus Prime. I am a Cybertronian. Who dares to come and touch me? Who dares to touch me? Ha ha ha.
Ding Jun's face wore a silly happy expression as he continued to knock over an ornamental tree. As he turned around, he saw another small pink sedan. The rounded front end of the sedan was encrusted with pearl-white curved chrome strips, the light pink paint flowed with a fine pearlescent light in the sunlight, and there were crooked cartoon stickers on the doors, which were exquisite at first glance. If the car is also divided into men and women, this little pink car must be a little beauty in the world of car people. So Ding Jun unsurprisingly fell. Is Cybertron Xiaomei? So Ding Jun maneuvered his big luck and crashed directly on top of the pink minivan. The pink minivan was toppled over the wall, revealing its undercarriage. Ding Jun's face then showed an excited expression. The Dalian heavy truck then began to continuously ram back and forth against the pink minivan, as if it was doing something indescribable. This scene shocked the students on the surrounding school buildings beyond measure.
What is this? What is this Tama doing? Is this the Circe in the eyes of the Autobots, the big old man of Cybertron fighting the little Pinky? Wow! So Cybertronians get lonely too? No dude, you really brought him into Optimus Prime. That's just a little cute. The students really watched a good gossip.
Ding Jun crashed hard for 3 minutes. Until after crashing little Pinky completely, he suddenly felt meaningless again.
No way. I'm going to find other Cybertronians to bump into. I'm going to the national highway.
So he abandoned Pinky and turned around, ready to dash out of the school. Just then, Lu Hong quickly arrived. Seeing the destroyed building types all over the place, Lu Heng's scalp went numb in shock.
Hurry! Lu Hong quickly summoned Color Dog.
The color dog then snapped and instantly moved over, directly interrupting Ding Jun's skill. Lu Hong followed up by releasing the chained magic box.
Clatter! 2 chains quickly soared out, slowly entangling Ding Jun's body. Let go of me. I want to soar. I'm Optimus Prime. I'm a Cybertronian. Ding Jun began to yell, who dares to tie me up?
Have the guts to go to the national highway and touch base with me.
You wake up a bit. Lu Hong rushed up and shook Ding Jun's body vigorously. However, the other party had already fallen into a state of dumbfoundedness at this point, and even began to mutter to himself, Are you a Cybertronian as well? Are you here to deal with me? Are you Megatron?
What a mess! Is this wisdom-lowering blow so severe, it's even more persistent than the mental pollution of meatballs? Lu Hong even smacked the other party's head several times, but he couldn't wake him up. Megatron, I just saw the good-looking Pinky, but she's not built to last, she's broken all of a sudden.
Ding Jun giggled.
Lu Hong turned around and looked, the corner of his mouth twitched as he said, That's someone's family sedan, it's not cheap at first glance, you'll have to pay out a lot of money. He shook his head and grabbed Ding Jun and tied him up, then picked him up with one hand to prevent him from continuing to cause trouble.
But Ding Jun was dumbfounded at this point, his mouth rambling on and on. Megatron, I just remembered. That I broke Pinky, is this considered a forced GNA? Will the traffic enforcers come to arrest me? No. I'm a Cybertronian, I'm an alien. It should be under the foreign ministry. Whatever. Anyone who dares to catch me will create a fly for him. Send him to the other world, he. But crime is not desirable, next time I can't do this kind of thing on the road. I should get an online car. That's not right either, isn't looking for an online car considered whoring Chang? It's also considered breaking the law, right? Megatron, do you look for a net car when you're lonely? You step horse don't say it.
Lu Hong was annoyed, so he simply found a classroom and threw the other party in directly, and then he didn't care. However, Ding Jun's voice was still shouting out through the classroom, Megatron.
Megatron. Where are you going? I'm thirsty, can you bring me a can of 95 oil? It's fine if you want to bring me 92 if it's too expensive.
Lu Hong didn't care about the other party. Instead, he took the chained magic box and looked around anxiously. Next.
Where's the next one? Just one little cutie. It was that serious. Their class had converted a whole 30 cuties. The school would be in an uproar, so they had to hurry to catch them. Just then, the school's loudspeaker suddenly sounded. ZZ. He. Finally took over the radio station.
Hardy's goofy voice came out, and his voice could be heard throughout the campus. His voice began to be passionately oblivious. My name is MC Hard, and I'm going to sing you my own adaptation of the song. The original song is called Spring Fairy.
Ahem, I'm going to start singing. The spring breeze blows through me and you my feelings for you. But you're not with me, I can only go home and play Fiji. Chapter 114 Compare and Contrast. Me and you.
Hardy's passionate and oblivious voice came from the radio station.
Holy! Why did you start singing this song? Lu Hong had a numb face.
He had heard of this song, it was hot on the internet and the content was incomparably explosive.
Whatever, save the others first. Lu Hong couldn't care less and directly traveled to his next destination.
According to his classmates' instructions, Lu Hong rushed to the school cafeteria. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, all sorts of alarms targeting him sounded once again.
Woo-woo.
Alarm sounds and red lights were intermingled. But Lu Hong didn't have the time to pay attention to these this time and instead went straight in the direction of the back kitchen. Just as he entered the back kitchen, he smelled a rotting and stinking odor. At the same time, he saw Expired Brother at a glance. Expired Brother was also looking dumbfounded at this moment. He was having a great time in the entire back kitchen, surprisingly turning all the food stored inside into expired food. Vegetables, fruits, and meats were all turned into a rotting and sour appearance, with a large number of maggots growing. The surrounding cafeteria ants and cooks looked at this scene in horror, but did not dare to come forward to stop them.
Hey! Fun! Expired Brother is applauding and giggling at the same time.
From time to time, he continued to pick up more food and unleash his expired skills. Lu Hong sighed helplessly and directly threw out the chained magic box, completely entangling the other party's body before leaving it on the ground regardless. He rushed out of the cafeteria in a hurry. At this time, Hard Brother's song was still being sung in the school. Oh brother, guide once, I'll guide twice. Brother, guide 2 times, then I will guide 4 times.
Brothers, guide 4 times.
Lu Hong scratched his scalp. Hard Brother was afraid that he was going to lose his reputation inside the school in the future. But he couldn't care less about the other party right now, and instead headed to a certain teaching building right afterward.
A certain finance classroom. The green-haired brother and another student suddenly rushed in. Who are you two? What are you two doing? Do you know that this side is lecturing?
The teacher who was lecturing hurriedly scolded. However, the green-haired brother just raised his right hand with a hefty giggle and pointed at the other's hair. I'm going to dye this thing green. In the next second, the teacher's hair really turned green. The students at the bottom who were attending the class were astonished. Immediately after that, the green-haired brother hemmed and hawed and pointed one finger at everyone. Immediately after that, he lost his heart and dyed everyone's hair green.
Ah! I'm green. I'm green too.
The students shouted in panic. That wasn't all. Right after that, another student started casting a spell as well. With a joyful wave of his hand, he directly turned all the fingernail caps of the people present into nothing.
Ah! My manicure is gone too. Nuts, right, turning my nail caps gone. That's not all. Followed by a few more cuties. Student.
The fancy talents of the black iron level varied. The students found an extra cockroach on their desks one moment, they found themselves starting to burp uncontrollably the next, and they found a lot of little bubbles rising on their bodies the next. The whole class swarmed with demons. And these little cuties. After tossing one class, they ran off to toss the next.
It was already late when Lu Hong rushed to the school building.
Basically, all the students on the 2 floors were dyed green hair. And there were all sorts of strange conditions.
Grass. Don't even toss it.
Lu Hong summoned chains in a panic, and all the students he found were given a hold.
No! Let go of the nest. Let go of the nest.
The green-haired brother began to wail, I'm going to green everyone.
Everyone. Let go of me. Let go of me. I'm going to draw the cockroaches in. I'm gonna release the air. Grass. Lu Hong directly sealed these people's mouths. Next. Who to catch next? Immediately after that, Lu Hong once again looked around. That was when he noticed Hardy's song again. Brothers guide 8 times, I'll guide 16 times. My brother and I share a Fiji cup, how my brother's sweat drips on my back. Nah. Hard brother. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have let go Yongshin on that much intensity. Lu Hong covered his face. Hard brother had completely lost his reputation. But hard brother had no self-awareness, his brain had been electrified, thinking that he was the hope for the rise of the domestic music scene. As the song ended, all the teachers and students were also numbed from listening. Such a bombastic song, how did he sing it out? And Hardy obviously hadn't sung his heart out yet as he continued, then thank you all for listening. Next up, we'll be singing 3 more songs for you, namely Guided Care, Frosty Goblin, and A Little Story After the Rain. So, I'm going to start singing. Don't sing. Lu Hong covered his ears. But he was too late to stop Hard now. Instead, the principal suddenly called, his voice filled with panic, Lu Hang. Quickly come and save me. Come and save me quickly. I'm surrounded by a dozen or so cuties from your class. Surrounded. The door is blocked, I'm almost finished. You come and save me. Why are all the people at your place? Lu Hong was shocked for a moment. He couldn't afford to think too much and hurriedly rushed towards the principal's office again. When he arrived at the door of the principal's office, only then did he realize that Qin Zhe, as well as a dozen or so other students, were all gathered around outside making a blind fool of themselves. Oh hoo! Some students pounded their chests and made a sound like a broken gong in their throats. Some of the other students kicked over trash cans, others put plastic bottles over their heads as crowns. Others picked up broken table legs and hooped wildly like they were wielding a scepter. Everyone was outside for a while, and the scene was a mess. Just then, Qin Zhe suddenly shouted from the principal's doorway, "All eyes on me, I'm a stupid X." The words were like an oath, and like a horn that launched a general charge. Ali gives. The brothers. Before the words left his mouth, he directly kicked open the door of the principal's office. Ohu grip. The students present were like apes, wailing and rushing in. Don't! Don't! The principal shouted in terror. A group of students then began rushing in to toss the principal. The kicked-in wooden door was still shaking, and the group of apes had already surged into the office. 3 students first held his legs and yanked him to the ground like a tug of war. Immediately afterward, someone snapped an ink bottle over the principal's head. A few more students pulled the principal's clothes in circles, dragging him so hard he slipped on the carpet. It didn't take long for the principal's clothes to be tossed around. He grabbed the corner of the desk in desperation, only to be yanked to all fours by the students tugging on his arms, exposing his boxer briefs. Papers were flying throughout the office, couch cushions were falling like snowflakes, and the rising and falling oohs and ahs mixed with the principal's wailing. As Lu Hang watched this scene, it all felt like everyone wasn't stupid at all, more like it was well rehearsed. He had wanted to grab these people with his chains. However, he saw Qin Zhe suddenly come over, and he no longer had the dumb look on his face, but said quietly and gropingly, "Boss. Don't you care, a few of us came to our senses early. We said before that we would find the principal to compare and contrast, this time it's hard to have a reason to act dumb, we must teach him a good lesson." Chapter 115. Good good good. Lu Hong was happy. It's still you guys who can play. Only to see that at this moment, the principal was being held up by several people together, spreading his thighs wide apart, about to rub himself against the pillar for a while. This was the kind of game that everyone loved to play when they were young to trick their classmates. Lu Hong had a deep memory of this, because he had also been tricked like this when he was a child, and similarly, he had also tricked others. The principal was being propped up by a few people, and his eyes looked at Lu Hang in panic. "Come and save me. Come save me." Lu Hong saw this scene and reacted in a hurry. "Ah. Can't, my brain hurts." He suddenly squatted on the ground. "Just now I was electrocuted by the teacher for a long time, I suddenly feel so bad at this moment. I have a bit of a vice, I want to vomit. Ah. I can't take it anymore," he said with a pained face. "Damn. It's all because of Yang Yongshin, he had to give us intensity, I'm so hard at this moment. No way. My head hurts so much. Ah." Lu Hang then rolled his eyes and pretended to faint. Not you. The principal's eyes widened. Shinzei laughed and continued to play dumb as he ran to the principal's side. Following along with everyone else, he played a game of bumping into pillars. No! The principal covered his face and wailed. After playing for a while, Shinzei obviously wasn't happy yet, and he wore a silly expression. Hey! I got electrocuted today, I'm going to electrocute someone else too. So he looked for a few lighters from his desk. Then directly dismantled all these lighters and took out the piezoelectric ceramics inside. This thing was also a must-have for children to play pranks. As long as one pressed it hard, it would produce a tiny electric spark. Then nothing to electrocute the table, nothing to sneak up on a friend or something. The other students' eyes lit up and they also picked up the electronic components. Hee. Electricity, fun. Shinzei directly took this electronic component, came to the principal's side, put it on the other party's temple and pressed it. Ta-da! As the electronic component was pressed, a small arc of electricity appeared along with it. Ouch! What the hell is this? The principal exclaimed. This electricity was very weak, and overall it didn't hurt, just tickled a little. But the students obviously weren't going to stop there. Ha! I'm going to electrocute little Quinquin. Yes. Electric Quinquin is good. I also want to electrify little Cohen. Electric. I do not know which classmate first came on a sentence electric Kiki, other students have echoed. Not you guys. The principal was alarmed. If you guys keep messing up like this, I'm going to expel all of you. In the face of the principal's threat, Shinzei just giggled. Hey! I'm stupid X. I was all electrified by the sheep Youngshin stupid, now all that is done is in the I am a little cute. The situation is made out of the situation, and has nothing to do with the sober me at all. So you can't blame me. The other students followed suit and played dumb. I'm dumb too. Me too. Everyone's an idiot. Silly X is good, Silly X has no worries. Hey, keep electrifying, electrify the principal into a stupid X as well. The principal's face showed a confused expression. Not. Does he have to be electrocuted today? He was scared. Not. Please don't play. I will never stress you guys out again. I won't arrange electrocution lessons for you guys anymore, it's my fault, okay? However, the students couldn't listen to his words at all they wanted at this moment was for the principal to taste the feeling of being electrocuted as well. This principal had arranged so many stressful classes for them. The ones who were hired were also the most torturous teachers in the industry. Could they go and blame the teachers? No, because they can't beat the teacher. Then who to blame? The principal, of course. It's the same thing that invited these torturous teachers and purposely asked the teachers to put on maximum pressure. The principal had to be tossed around today. Tonic ah. Seeing that these people started to strip his pants, the principal was really scared. However, the only thing that responded to him was a giggle. He. This farce lasted for more than 20 minutes. During this time, in addition to the electric kunai, everyone came up with all sorts of fancy ways to toss the principal. A moment of lifting high, a moment of stacking, and a moment of having to play some kind of horseback riding. Even if the intensity of these spoofs are not high. But the principal is more than 40 years old, almost 50 old comrades, where can withstand them so tossed? At this time he was panting on the ground. Don't play. Everyone does not stop, just continue to toss. It wasn't until they had tossed around for another long time that everyone had had enough fun. They then proceeded to act like cuties. Monkeys screamed and left the principal's office. And Lu Hong didn't pretend to be asleep anymore, and stood up with a pang. Brain suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. UTM deliberately pretending to be asleep. The principal stared with wide eyes. What, intentionally or not? I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Lu Hong hurriedly said, there are still a lot of cuties in our class. It's making trouble outside, I have to go catch them quickly. Forget it for now. After saying this, he rushed out without stopping. The principal, on the other hand, could only sit paralyzed on the ground with a confused look on his face. The descending intelligence strike could indeed only last for a short period of time. Just from the fact that Shinzei's gang came to their senses early, one could tell that everyone couldn't be stupid for long.
So over the course of the day, all the students began to come to their senses one after another. Some of the people who sobered up early were okay, at least they didn't do anything particularly serious and embarrassing. But those like Ding Jun and Hardy had a hard time. The incident of Ding Jun transforming into a Cybertronian and forcing himself onto Pinky's car had already been widely circulated within the school. Hard Brother had offered a few explosive songs one after another, which had also made him completely infamous. As for the others, such as Brother Green Hair and Brother Expired, due to the various embarrassing things they did in school when they were foolish, they had also attracted a lot of hatred. Even if they didn't do it on purpose, they had to apologize for a while. Luckily, there were no students who suffered casualties in this group wisdom descending incident, and the vast majority of them were caught by Yang Yongxin and Lu Hang in unison. Time came tonight. In Lu Hang's dormitory. Hardy was covering his face and crying in pain. No. No. My worldly reputation. My good persona, because of a few songs. All gone. I'm going to be completely discredited in school and completely lose my priority in choosing a mate. Brother Green Hair consoled from the side, it's okay, I'm also greatly worse off. I dyed all the little girls in other people's classes into green hair, and they still don't know that their hair will go bald in a couple of days, so I'm just afraid that my big name will also be on the campus wall, and I'll completely lose the right to choose a spouse. Expired Brother also sighed, I'm okay, but I've ruined an entire cafeteria, so I guess I'll have to lose a lot of money. As the instigator of all this, Lu Hong shyly turned his face away. Indeed, at that time, he only cared about getting high. He didn't consider the feelings of his brothers. He had to recognize his own pot. In the future, be nicer to the students in your class and don't charge them protection money. If you have the chance, bring them to brush up their levels or something, just as compensation. Chapter 116 Magic Beast Mountain Range. Right, has our school signed up for a copy of the Devil Beast Mountain Range? Lu Hong suddenly remembered to ask. The so-called Magic Beast Mountain Range was a mega duplicate that only opened once a year. The magical beasts inside ranged from the black iron to the gold rank, and there was a huge number of them, and the experience was 3 or 4 times that of a normal copy. The key is that this copy is so big that it can accommodate tens of thousands of people at once, and as long as you brush the monsters properly, you can basically guarantee that all members will be promoted by several levels, and the other rewards are also too many to mention. Only this replica will only be opened once a year, and the Unified Governance Bureau has only authorized undergraduate-level colleges and universities to enter the interior. In previous years, 9 Roads Gully was not qualified to enter it. This year there should always be one, right? Yes, the teacher even mentioned it in class today. Expired Brother suddenly said, it says that all 3 classes will participate next week, and that our teacher will also lead the team then. It says that he's going to take us to collectively brush up our levels. Lu Hong realized, oh wow, the teacher will even take us to brush our levels? Yeah, isn't it always like that in undergraduate school? Expired Brother said, it's just that those of us who haven't even participated in a copy before, coming up to go to the Magic Beast Mountain Range is more or less a bit dangerous. This is also arranged by the principal, right? Lu Hong said with understanding. Isn't that so? This old kid is thinking of putting pressure on us. Expired Brother said viciously, I heard that today Qin Zhe and the others have already looked for the principal to compare and contrast. Next time there is a chance I have to look for him to compare and contrast as well. Don't worry, I'll protect you guys when it's time to brush copies. Lu Hong laughed. Currently, there were only a few bronze levels in the entire class, and most of the others were black iron levels. When the time came, they would only be brushing monsters on the periphery of the demonic beast mountain range, and the monsters inside wouldn't be much stronger. With his own strength of being able to tough out gold ranks, it would still be easy to bring his brothers to brush a level. With your words, buddy, I'm also relieved, we won't say anything about being electrocuted today. Hard Brother cheerfully said. Being torn up is just as good as being torn up. Being a brother, in the heart. Lu Hong also nodded with a smile, there's still a week left, so everyone prepare in advance, I'll definitely bring you all to brush up to level 5 or 6 by then. Besides you guys, other students as well, especially those who were implicated by me and electrocuted today, I must bring them to brush enough. Lu Hang added another sentence. Good. I'll bring your original words to them, haha. The housemates said cheerfully. So they chatted merrily again. Lu Hong, on the other hand, took the time to look at his game panel. Today, Yang Yongxin had given him a lot of spiritual power-up. Lu Hong. Silver First Stage.
Attributes: Strength 31, Physique 43, Agility 26, Spirit 40, combined 140. Skills: Dynamic Vision Silver, Explosive Fist Silver, Blessing of the Healing Clown Silver. Dark Attribute Mastery 10%. Not bad. Lu Hong admired his panel with satisfaction. Prepare to sleep. A week passed quickly. This week, Lu Hong basically didn't go to class much either, only occasionally going to martial arts classes. It was only that whether it was training from beatings or electricity, Lu Hong didn't add much to his attributes anymore, and it could even be said that it was better than nothing. There wasn't much going on at the executive officer's side either, so Lu Hong took on 2 particularly small commission missions this week, such as finding and killing a few Blood Shadow gang members, such as temporarily guarding the order outside of a certain replica, and earning some pocket money and attribute treasures. And so time passed and it was today. On the playground, Yang Yongxin, Instructor Lei, and Lu Hong's most respected mentor were all here. The students from the other 3 classes had also basically come. Are they all ready? Ready. Good. Let's set off and go to the magical Beast Mountain Range. The people from the 3 classes and the 3 instructors, riding in a bus, arrived outside the replica of the Devil Beast Mountain Range in great numbers. This duplicate gate could be said to be the largest Lu Hong had ever seen. The entire secondary gate was nearly 100 meters wide and 30 meters high. 100 corridors were arranged with fences in front of the gate. Each corridor was lined with students, and the crowd piled up, heading inside like a tidal wave. Basically, hundreds of people entered the replica every second. As for the teachers of the 9 Daogo Academy, after submitting the information to prove it, they brought their students to follow them to the queue. After about 10 minutes of filming, everyone entered inside the replica. As the white light flashed, the scene in the replica was quickly presented in front of all the students' eyes. At a glance, this place was indeed very large. Countless mountain peaks rose and fell here and there, with layers and layers of mountains that could not be seen at a glance. And they were in a hilly area on the outskirts of the mountain range. Instructor Lei introduced, this area is about 3,000 square kilometers, with different terrains, such as the Magma Mountain Range, the Ice Mountain Range, and the Acid Rain Mountain Range. Some places are very harsh, and some places are overgrown with monsters, so everyone must stay close and not run blindly. Yang Yongxin also spoke up at this time. As for our Jiu Daogo students, since most of them are at Black Iron level 6 or 7, we only need to brush the monsters in the periphery. For example, in this hilly area, there are no harsh environments, and the demonic beasts are all at the most trashy Black Iron rank. As for the Deep Zone, although there are more monsters and more resources, that side is too dangerous and is not a place we can go. The entire student body nodded in understanding. Lu Hong didn't want to run blindly this time. There was still a mentor over here. It really wasn't too safe to run by himself, and he promised to take everyone to upgrade at that time, so he couldn't just focus on himself anymore. Anyway, the old sister also came to this copy. Their teacher would directly take her into the depths to brush her experience. One could still share her experience and upgrade while lying down. At this time, the mentor also came out and said, what about our mission today, is to bring you guys to brush up your levels. And what we call bringing you to brush your levels is not to create a group application with you, personally help you kill monsters, and then share the experience equally among you, so don't think of things as too simple. Most of you, it's your first time entering a copy, right? That's why you must learn to do it yourselves, while we will only be in charge of your safety from the side this time. As for killing monsters and whatnot, it's up to you guys. Utilize your talents and brains to the fullest and go kill monsters. Chapter 117 Little Earth Crab. You have opened the talent quest. Upgrade 1 level in this copy to gain a new skill for your pet. Lu Hong received this message as soon as he entered the copy. Even new skill. Lu Hong was looking forward to this. This time, the quest was quite easy. Just by virtue of Lu Shaoku's side alone, he would be able to take himself to level 1, right? Everyone, what are you waiting for? Go and look around for monsters to kill. The mentor urged. The 100 students on the scene looked at each other in disbelief. Most of them were entering a copy for the first time, not to mention killing monsters. They didn't even know how to find monsters. Moreover, everyone was actually a bit fearful of copies because they knew that the mortality rate of transcendents was more than 10 times that of ordinary humans. It's because transcendents have to go into the copies to face the monsters often, which is also the reason why these tertiary students are swinging for the fences and laying down their lives. With their lives gone, what was the use of brushing a higher level and having a high social status? Tutor Yi, we all have no combat power, how can we brush the monsters? A student asked a question at this moment.
How else can we brush? This side is all the most rubbish black iron rank small monsters, even ordinary people can get killed. The mentor said indifferently, just find any weapon, go up and just do it. That student hesitated for a moment and picked up a random stone from the ground. Can this be used as a weapon? Yes, it's enough to deal with the black iron level. The mentor said, what are your talents and attributes? Teacher, my talent is to make other people's fingernail caps disappear. My rank is black iron level 6, and my overall attribute is 46, he responded. Good. That's enough. The mentor gave an affirmative look. He scanned around and quickly looked at a small mound nearby. See that little mound? There must be monsters hiding in there. The mentor pointed over there and said, go ahead and make a bold attempt. Teacher. I'm scared. Brother Nail said worriedly, what if he gets me killed? I'm so afraid of death. Oops. There is no need to be afraid. We 3 teachers are over here looking at you. If there's really danger, we can instantly second the monster at once. The instructor said with an encouraging look. Instructor Lei, who was on the side, also said with a smile, although I'm old, but I also have a golden 6th rank, so how many black iron monsters will be instantly killed? Although your mentor Yi Yan is only at the silver 9th rank, he has a strong talent and can protect you all just as well. As for teacher Yang Yongxin, he's even stronger, he's a gold 9th rank big brother, and he'll be platinum soon. Right, the 3 of us are here to watch over you? What are you afraid of? Tutor Yi smiled and said. This is good. Brother Nail finally mustered up enough courage to pick up the large stone and came to the side of the small mound, then used his feet to peel the earth away. There was indeed a sleeping gargoyle hidden inside. Its appearance was similar to that of a crab, except that its armor looked almost as if it was made of clay, and its size was about 1/3 the size of a human. It just looks like it's easy to deal with. Small earth crab. Combined attributes, 14. Skills, crash, spit ash. Nah. Everyone watch, the black iron level small monsters are pretty trashy, only 14 points of comprehensive attributes. Ordinary humans who haven't been awakened have this much comprehensive attributes, you guys just awakened all have 40 points, right? The mentor looked at the students behind him and encouraged once again, so it's really easy to deal with this kind of novice monster, as long as you guys dare to go up against it, you'll definitely be able to get it killed. The 100 students behind them nodded in unison. The fear of entering a replica for the first time also faded a lot. Come on. Brother Nail. Smash this little earth crab to death. The mentor gave an affirmative look. Good. Brother Nail also gained confidence as he raised the stone and smashed it on the little earth crab. However, before the stone could fall, the little earth crab was awakened by the commotion and jumped backwards with a strange squeak. It then started waving its pincers and flailing its claws, which was their biological instinct, and seemed to intend to use it to scare off the enemy. Nailer's hand shook, and the rock hit the edge of the mound with a bang, splattering muddy spots all over his face. Immediately after that, the little dirt crab took the opportunity to take a catapulting jump. Punch! Boom! The little earth crab slammed directly into Nailer's abdomen, and Nailer stumbled and fell to the ground. Immediately after that, the pincers of the little earth crab stuck hard on Nail Brother's pants leg again. Ah! Ah! I'm going to die. Quickly save me. Mentor, save me quickly. Ah! Brother Nail lay on his back, letting out screams of terror. The pincers of the small earth crab were stuck on the pants leg and tearing it back and forth, while Brother Nail's 2 legs were desperately stomping and kicking, even his shoes were thrown off. This scene scared the students in the back enough. Who said this little earth crab is weak? This little earth crab is too strong. The Crab Clan's great emperor, terrifying as it is, tertiary students like me are really no match. He's not going to eat Brother Nail, is he? So scared. Brother Nail still had a panicked look at this point, and continued to shout, Tutor! You quickly save me! Quickly save me! I'm going to die. I'm really dying. It's not. The tutor covered his face helplessly, he's very weak, just rip him away, don't panic so much, okay? He then said to the students behind him, you too, what is there to be afraid of? But also involved in the Crab Emperor, this thing clamped up really does not hurt. At this time, Instructor Lei then reprimanded, classmates. Remember what I taught you, the one who is brave in the face of a narrow road will win. Especially in the face of such small monsters that are already much weaker than you, there's no need to wimp out, don't ever develop a fearful mentality. However, he saw that at this moment, Brother Nail was so panicked that he slapped the shell of the small earth crab, only to be sprayed with ash by the other party in return. He was coughing and clawing around, and managed to rip off the little earth crab, but he didn't hold it steady, letting the monster fall back to the ground. The little earth crab moved 2 steps sideways and once again slammed into Brother Nail's thigh. Crunch! His little earth shell crashed out cracks. It showed how poor its defense was. Come on, kick him harder. One kick will kill him. The mentor encouraged again. Seeing this, Brother Nail started to ruthlessly stomp down, but ended up exerting too much force and dropped himself with an ouch. The small earth crab took the opportunity to shrink into its shell and refused to show its head anymore. Fingernail Brother also dare not have the heart of resistance, even rolled and crawled to run away. Hey! The mentor sighed helplessly, don't you have talent? You use it instead. Chapter 118 What a good fight! I don't dare to fight anymore. Brother Nail waved his hand repeatedly. No, you rip open your pants leg to let everyone see, how badly are you hurt? The mentor cursed and pulled Brother Nail's pants leg up. It was only when everyone fixed their eyes on it that they realized that there was nothing on Brother Nail's thigh except for a deeper crab pincer mark. There wasn't even blood or bruising. It could be seen how weak the force of the small earth crab's pincer was. Yet even so, Brother Nail was beaten without resistance. One could only say that fear was the biggest enemy that held one back. At this, the mentor was truly speechless. Goon! Too much of a wimp. Do you believe that even if a girl came, she would be better than you? He looked towards Su Ranran. Come. Classmate, you go. I don't dare. Su Ranran became even more scared. He was the kind of little wimp who didn't dare to say harsh words when he was bullied. Delivery of takeout late, also do not dare to go to blame others. The biggest way to vent is to get the takeout when not say thank you. Never dare to hold a grudge for more than 3 days, have a temper only dare to hold their own, hold 2 days to forget. Not afraid. Go and prove yourself. Prove that you are stronger than your male classmates. The mentor clenched his fist and encouraged again. I'm not stronger than him, I'm just a little trash. Su Ranran shook her head frantically. I won't allow you to say that about yourself. The mentor's eyes crossed. So the mentor gave full play to his 3-inch tongue. Classmate. People should have dreams in their hearts, and even more so, they should overcome their fears. Salted fish all want to turn over, and there will be moments of adversity for waste. Don't be a wimp. Su Ranran shrank her neck and ducked back, her head shaking like a rattle drum. No. I don't even dare to squeal when I'm charged protection money, how dare I fight monsters? That little crab is really, really weak. Look, it's all cowering in its shell now and doesn't dare to move, you just need to go up and give him a kick to death. Don't doubt your ability, with over 40 points of combined attributes, it's really easy to kick a little crab to death. Just think of that crab as a pendulum that won't move, it's even more of a wimp than you believe it or not. You go up and kick it as hard as you can, if it doesn't work, you kick it and come back, okay. It's no wonder that the mentor had to persuade his sister to go up and kill the monster. The main reason was that the junior college students in their 3 classes were the kind of existence that had a fear of monsters in their hearts. Obviously, they were small monsters that were many times weaker than themselves, but they didn't even have the courage to do it. One had to do something to eliminate their fear. As long as one let Su Ranran go up and kick that crab as hard as she could, it was indeed possible to kick it to death. This would also let the classmates know that even a little girl could easily kill small monsters, eliminating their inexplicable fear of monsters. Go for it. Go for it. The little stone crab is really weak. If it really pinches you, I'll immediately go up and save you. The important thing is to take the first step. The first step of daring to face this little monster is the most important. Under her mentor's frantic persuasion, Su Ranran then had a hint of courage. Then I'll try. If I get pinched, you must save me. Su Ranran said in a goaded tone. I will definitely save you. The mentor said excitedly, hurry up. You can do it. Good. Su Ranran's eyes looked towards the small stone crab, then gradually gathered her courage. Yawa! She yelled, as if to overcome her inner fear, and then violently rushed out. The mentor's eyes were excited. Right. That's it. Punch it hard. Come on, you can do it. Wait. No. You're going in the wrong direction.
The little stone crab is in the north. What are you doing charging to the south?
The mentor's eyes were filled with dismay.
However, Suranran just drilled into the back of the crowd without looking back. I'm sorry, oh. I really don't dare. I really don't dare, ah. No. The mentor really wanted to curse. This is a little crab with a combined attribute of a dozen points? What in the world do you guys have to be afraid of, ah?
Even the little stone crab was still shrinking in its shell at this point, staying still.
Like this. You guys go together. It's always okay to go together. The mentor was really helpless.
He had to lower their fear of the small stone crab step by step.
It's better to go on more than one person at a time without wimping out, right? Come. You three, you're in the same dormitory as Lu Hong, right?
You three have been following him for so long, you must have something. The mentor pointed to the people in Lu Hang's dorm room again. The trio of Hard Brother, Expired Brother, and Green Hair Brother were chosen at the same time.
Let's go together then.
The three brothers weren't so wimpy, but went forward with wary eyes. Hard Brother found a tree branch to act as a weapon, Green Hair Brother clutched a slate brick, and Expired Brother directly pulled out a mineral water bottle.
The Crab Emperor is very strong, the three of us should have tactics before we do that. Surround it first.
The trio formed a triangular encirclement, spaced half a meter wide, fearing to get too close to the small earth crab. This scene caused the mentor to cover his face. On the contrary, the 100 students in the back all began to look serious with their eyes as they began to scrutinize the tactical maneuvers of Hard's trio.
Squeak squeak.
Only the small earth crab showed its head again at this moment, and it slowly swung its pincers.
Not good. Back off. He's going to attack. Expired Brother shouted.
The three of them then jumped back a step in unison, once again pulling away half a meter.
Come on. Use our talents to test the waters first.
Brother Green Hair was the first to use his talent with a big wave of his hand.
However, the little earth crab didn't react at all. Damn it.
This little earth crab doesn't have hair, my skill is useless against him at all.
I'll do it.
Hardy also released his own talent. Unfortunately, the little earth crab remained unmoved.
Damn.
This little earth crab's genitals can't get hard, and my skills are of no use to him at all.
No way.
I need to touch him to use my talent, we need to restrict his movement. Brother Expired had wanted to use his skills as well, but he didn't dare to get close. He could then only forcefully smash the mineral water bottle in his hand out.
Boom.
The mineral water bottle smashed over and really cracked the little earth crab's earth shell a little bit.
Come on. I'll smash it too.
Brother Green Hair directly threw the slate brick over.
Boom.
The little earth crab's shell cracked again.
Right. Useful.
All find something to smash him with and always keep your distance from him. The next three people then began to continuously pick up some messy things from the ground, and one by one, they smashed them on the small earth crab. The small earth crab, however, was enraged and suddenly accelerated and rushed towards them. Fortunately, the three people were prepared and dodged. The more the trio fought, the more courageous they became, while dodging all kinds of dodging, while using stones and branches to keep smashing at the small earth crab. The small earth crab also kept charging and spitting ash, causing the three to panic. Both sides of the vegetable chicken pecking each other.
Until after 10 minutes of tossing and turning, the small earth crab was finally smashed to death.
Only then did the trio's faces reveal a satisfied smile.
Ha, what a sound battle. Chapter 119 Spiral Pill.
The mentor was looking numb beside him. Alright.
Anything that kills monsters counts as a skill.
Then everyone go to brush the monsters. You have seen how these three students brush the monsters, even if the light with the bottle can be smashed to the small monsters. So everyone, don't be a wimp, there's us watching from the side. Yang Yongshin also smiled at this time and said, those who don't want to face the monsters will have to face me. Oh.
You guys don't want to get yourselves electrocuted into little cuties again either. Right?
After Yang Yongshin finished speaking, the students in the room began to move one after another. They were more willing to face these little monsters than face the taste of being electrocuted. And so the students present began to learn how to find the nearby monsters. Basically, for every small mound that was peeled away, a small earth crab could be found. As soon as the small earth crabs came out, they were going to be surrounded by these students and smashed. It could be said that most of the students here didn't know how to fight, either finding a stick to act as a weapon and swinging it at the monsters.
Either that or take something to smash the monsters randomly. And the little earth crabs were really trashy little monsters. Facing these students who couldn't fight, they would also be smashed hard. The entire scene was just a vegetable chicken pecking each other. Lu Hong also silently shook his head after looking at these guys for a long time. When he shifted his gaze, he unexpectedly realized that Qin Zhe had been shaking his flowery hand facing a small mound. As if he was performing some mysterious cult ritual, it looked a bit bizarre. "What are you doing?" Lu Hong asked with wide eyes. "Brushing monsters, boss." Qin Zhe's hands were raised above his head, shaking and shaking all the time, and paired with his red hair, the spiritual youngster's aura was even more classic. "No, how is this brushing monsters?" Lu Hong was shocked. He, this is my newly learned wind skill, gathering wind shape strike." Qin Zhe laughed as he shook his flower hand and said, "Just by shaking your hands at high speeds, you can condense wind attacks and thus attack the enemy." Then I realized that shaking the flower hand is most conducive to the coalescence of this skill. As expected, after Qin Zhe shook his flower hand for a while, a tiny stream of air gradually appeared on his hand. "Ha! It's coming!" Qin Zhe's eyes were delighted as he directly shook his flower hand and flung it fiercely towards the front. Wow! The wind blade slashed towards the front, directly slicing that small mound, along with the small earth crab that was sleeping inside, into two halves. Hiss! You've got a bit of something with this skill. The corner of Lu Heng's mouth twitched, but it's really a bit of a waste to use it to deal with the small earth crabs. Wouldn't it be fine for you to directly kick the earth crabs to death? Boss, I'm not practicing my flower hand here. Qin Zhe had just finished flinging his wind blade and once again shook his flower hand. This skill of mine is unusual. As long as I shake it long enough and fast enough, the wind attacks I can converge will be stronger. That's why I need to find a way to work on the speed of my flower hand shake, so that this skill can be fully utilized. Lu Hong was silent for 2 seconds and said, "Well, practicing is pretty good." The way this skill was released was a bit strange, but the ability was still good. Qin Zhe added at this time, "In fact, I was just warming up. The speed I shook just now didn't even utilize 1/10 of my ability. We have to find a few small monsters with a little bit of strength, so you can see my true strength." At this moment, it so happened that a small monster similar to an anteater passed by from afar. Qin Zhe's eyes were delighted. "Boss, elbow. Let me show you how I can defeat these little monsters." Ahem. Line. Lu Hong was supposed to be responsible for the safety of these people, so he naturally followed them. As he approached, the attribute panel of the small monsters also naturally appeared in Lu Heng's eyes. Proboscis Beast Black Iron Elite. Comprehensive attributes, 72. This one's not going to be easy for you to deal with, I'm afraid. Lu Hong scratched his head and said. A black iron grade elite monster was indeed not good for a small rookie like Qin Zhe to deal with. Would his flower hand be able to do it? Qin Zhe did not panic in the slightest, not afraid. Boss, you watch this. I'll see if I shake it to death next, and that's the end of it. He only saw him let out a deep breath, and then he began to stabilize his horse stance. His hands began to shake crazily at a speed that was indiscernible to the naked eye, and within 3 seconds, he was shaking out residual shadows. And the air around his hands looked like it was being stirred by an invisible vortex, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Looking at Lu Heng with a look of astonishment, "So this is your strength? The shaking is so fast." Boss, you don't understand. Since I was 13 years old I've been in contact with the flower shaking hand. When I was in my second year of junior high school, I was already the fastest man in the class. You can ask around, Hutton Town Second Middle School, who is the best flower shaker ever. I, Qin Zhe, have practiced flower shaking hands into a Jianghu legend in just 2 years. Even if I go online to play PK, a middle schooler like me can beat all kinds of anchors on the internet. Although I haven't shaken much since high school, I haven't forgotten the various flower shaking hand techniques that I figured out back then, so as long as I'm allowed to practice for a few more weeks, I'll be able to return to the top. As Qin Zhe spoke, the speed of his flower shaking hand became faster and faster. His head of red hair was swirled by the wind currents, and it was as if a small, round, spherical whirlwind had coalesced in the center of his hand. From the first day of my awakening, I've been trying to find a skill that could utilize the power of my flower hand. And, gathering wind-shaped strike, is the skill I found that suits me best. As long as I swing fast enough, as long as the wind is strong enough, I can transform the wind flow into all kinds of forms to attack my enemies. As he said that, a bowl-sized ball of wind began to coalesce in Qin Zhe's palm. The surface of the ball of wind was glowing with a ghostly blue light, and the curling currents contained within it even caused the surrounding air to distort. Boss! Watch out, this move is called Spiral Pill. Shinzei let out a loud laugh, which ended the shaking flower hand. And the small whirlwind sphere stayed in his hand and kept curling as he took a big step forward and violently rushed towards the proboscis beast. Naruto! Give me strength! Nathan just! The long-nosed beast smelled danger, and its small, pitch-black eyes snapped wide open. Its long nose was like a flexible whip, flinging a cracking sound in the air and aiming straight at Shinzei's face. Good timing! Shinzei shouted, grasping the spiral pill in his hand. He directly disliked the opponent's nose. That long nose was directly rolled and compressed by the spiral pill continuously. Boom boom boom! The spiral pill squeezed its nose directly into a ball, and sticky green blood was continuously squeezed out before it dissipated with a clatter. The long-nosed beast suffered pain and let out a hiss as it attempted to retract its nose, only to find that the nose had already been rolled and wasted by the spiral pill. The long nose was crushed into a flat piece and drooped to the ground. Lu Heng's eyes widened. Spiral Pill. It was Spiral Pill. Chapter 120 The Power of I Seek Thought. Shinzei, you even mastered the moves from the cartoon. It's so cool, isn't it? This scene made Lu Hong want this skill. How much did you buy this skill? Boss, this skill is a silver top-level skill that I asked my father for $100,000 to buy, and as long as it's played well, it's comparable to gold-level destructive power. Shinzei said with a proud face. Hiss. Or you're willing to spend money. Lu Hong gave a thumbs up. This skill was indeed possible, with various forms of wind attacks, especially when paired with Shinzei's precursor Flower Hand Sacred Body. It was very strong. Then what's next? Lu Hang asked again, how will you deal with him next? At this moment, the proboscis beast was still screaming miserably. Next? The corner of Shinzei's mouth picked up. I just need to shake my flower hand one more time. Ow. However, he saw the long-nosed beast, with both of its claws thrown to the ground, violently charging over. With a thud, Shinzei was knocked out several meters. Ouch. My ass. Shinzei stood up with a face of pain. However, he saw the long-nosed beast slamming over once again. Shinzei's face changed drastically. Boss, save me. The corner of Lu Hang's mouth twitched as he directly stepped forward and yanked the proboscis beast's tail, and smashed it with a punch. This skill of yours doesn't work either. Explosive power is strong, it just takes too much time, and both hands have to be shaken all the time, during which you can't make any other movements at all, a complete living target. Lu Hong shook his head, feeling that the flaws of this skill were a bit too big. Boss, this is just the tip of the iceberg of my skills. I haven't even utilized my full abilities yet. Ding Jun! Shinzei shouted towards the side of the crowd, come. Oi! Coming! Ding Jun came to meet the sound. He came flying and directly unleashed the power of his talent. Dragging Shinzei's body, he hung in midair behind him. Shinzei, on the other hand, took advantage of this to shake his flower hand again. Boss! Watch this. This is the combination technique between us. Wow 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 wow. Only to see Shinzei's hands once again gathering up air currents. This time Shinzei was no longer rubbing spiral pills, but was continuously releasing wind blades. As long as he maintained the action of shaking the flower hand, the wind blades could continuously disperse outwards in all directions at the center of his hand. Ding Jun! Let's go! Let's go brush the monsters! Good! Ding Jun drove Shinzei directly towards the distance. Lu Heng's eyes were startled as he hurriedly followed. It didn't take long before the two of them found a group of small humanoid monsters. Dwarf beasts. Comprehensive attribute, 47. Brush brush brush. Just by seeing Shinzei continuously shaking his flower hand in mid-air, a wind blade continuously appeared and flew towards these small monsters. These wind blades continuously cut into the bodies of the dwarf-legged beasts, slicing out a large number of wounds on their bodies. Thus they were quickly pissed off. However, when they intended to chase after the two of them, Shinzei. Ding Jun was again able to prop up Shinzei and accelerate away from the dwarf-footed beasts. So for the next few moments, Ding Jun kept circling around the dwarf-foot beasts, using his speed advantage to keep maintaining the distance between himself and the group of dwarf-foot beasts. Shinzei's body, on the other hand, stayed in mid-air, infinitely releasing wind blades. The combination of the two's abilities was comparable to the existence of a mobile turret. The enemies couldn't get close and could only be constantly attacked by the wind blades.
The enemies couldn't run either, and once they got scared and tried to run, Ding Jun would quickly chase after them again, allowing Qin Zhe to continue releasing his skills. And so this group of short-footed beasts were quickly killed off by the two's combination of skills. It's still you two who are great. Lu Han once again gave a thumbs up. Thinking back to when the three of them went to participate in the school's league, these two would only cheer and cheer behind their backs as they watched them go brushing monsters. Say, how much experience do you guys get from brushing a dozen monsters? Lu Hong asked. More than 20 points of experience for a small monster, I think, and these dozen of them add up to more than 200 points of experience. Qin Zhe explained. Lu Hong sked. The experience of the black iron technique was still too little. And if he wanted to rise to silver level 2, he would need 240,000 points of experience. Even if he killed silver rank monsters, it would still take a few hundred of them. There was no telling how long it would take to kill black iron ranked monsters. He always had to go up a level before he could complete the talent quest by entering the copy this time. That said, it's time to start brushing monsters at the old sister's place, right? Lu Hong said to himself. Just then, he noticed that his experience began to refresh violently. Experience plus 900. Experience plus 1000. Experience plus 780. The corners of Lu Heng's mouth grinned. Hey, when all is said and done, is this the start of crazy monster brushing for the old sister? Lava Mountain Range area. At this moment, a whole bunch of students from the Sky North Spiritual Martial University were brushing monsters over here. Since this side was near the crater, there were especially a lot of monsters. A single fire beetle, fire salamander, and fire spirit lizard continuously crawled out from inside the crater and came towards the crowd's side. A large number of fire-type magical beast corpses had already appeared on the scene, while the number of monsters was still endless. It was truly a holy land for brushing experience. These students showed their skills, brushing the monsters more fiercely than one another. But to say that the fiercest one was Lu Shaoku. The Insect King's sword in her hand was entwined with dense lightning, and it was constantly zooming in and out. As soon as the sword went down, the thunder roared, coupled with the Bug King's sword's ability to zoom in and out. Even monsters of the same silver rank would have to be killed by her sword in seconds. Moreover, Lu Shaoku brushed the small monsters, really brushed them exceptionally fast. The dozen or so small monsters near her were chopped up by her in less than a minute. So she ran to other people's place to grab the monsters. Other people had intended to slowly wear out the group of small monsters. As soon as she came over, she gave them all seconds. After finishing killing the small monsters on this side, she went to grab the small monsters of other students. No, how is this sister? So hanged, and also with robbing monsters? Those students who were brushing monsters were confused. The ones who came here were all from the Heavenly North Spiritual Martial University, but they weren't in the same class. After all, this place belonged to the Silver Monster region, and those who could come here were also the top students of each class. Even though they were all top students, at this moment, they were shocked by Lu Shaoku's performance of brushing the monsters. Not to mention accusing the other party of stealing monsters, they were even more afraid that this sister would accidentally brush them as monsters too. Lu Shaoku was also enjoying herself. After all, killing monsters was like cutting vegetables, just like playing a game. Kill. I have to kill more. More experience for my old brother, he he he. Experience plus 1090. Experience plus 1044. Experience plus 1054. Silver first stage, silver second stage. Agility 2631. Hey, it's worthy of being silver rank. You can add 5 attributes in one upgrade. Lu Hong was delighted. At the same time, he received a notification that the talent quest was completed. Congratulations on completing this talent quest. Your meatball has obtained a new skill, My Power of Seeking. My Power of Seeking, you can unleash this skill on your teammates, and they will be hypnotized into believing that they are strong in a certain area, and their unlimited potential will be stimulated. Even if they have a black iron rank talent, there is a probability that they will be able to produce a diamond ranked effect. Chapter 121, Where did you meet? This talent is good. Lu Heng's eyes lit up. If this skill was played well, it would be a bunch of diamond ranked teammates. He immediately planned to test the skill. Come. Qin Zhe, I'll put a gain buff on you. Lu Hong directly summoned Meatball. Boss, you still have gain abilities? Qin Zhe was a bit surprised. Right. I can make your skills stronger. Lu Hong said with a smile.
Then make my flower turner skill stronger, I want to turn and fly. Qin Zhe said expectantly. I'll try. Lu Hang gave a direct order to Meatball, use the power of I Seek Thought on him. Wah! A purple halo suddenly drilled into Qin Zhe's brain. Immediately afterward, Qin Zhe's eyes froze. I Seek Thought. I Seek Thought, my flower hand can spin faster than a helicopter propeller. As soon as these words came out, a faint white light suddenly rose from Qin Zhe's entire body. The power of I Seek Thought takes effect, defining effect strength of both arms. Hiss. Qin Zhe's eyes regained their clarity again in a flash. I feel like I'm a bit different, he said as he looked at his hands. Lu Hang asked expectantly, how so? What kind of feeling do you have? Qin Zhe's eyes suddenly became firm. I feel that I am now strong and scary, I don't know why. I now firmly believe that I can turn and take off. Lu Hang became more expectant. Good. Try it quickly. He wanted to see how effective this I Seek Thought power was. Qin Zhe took a deep breath and raised his hands above his head as he took the lead in drawing two soothing arcs that caused faint ripples. It's different. I really feel a bit different. Qin Zhe's eyes were pleasantly surprised. Only his wrist suddenly accelerated, and the rustling sound of friction gradually became clearer. Before Lu Hang could react, Qin Zhe's arms had already transformed into two blurry residual shadows. Immediately after that, the air around him was suddenly drained away, followed by a terrifying suction force centered on him that began to crazily gather the surrounding air currents. Boom, 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 boom. His hands transformed into shadows, and even each swing brought up sharp sonic booms. It was like two ultra-high-speed running cutting machines were constantly tearing through the air, similar to the propellers of an airplane. Immediately afterward, Qin Zhe's feet also began to slowly leave the ground. Hiss. Flying. It's really going to fly. Lu Hang clenched his fists and his emotions gradually rose. Only to see that the debris and dead branches on the ground were instantly swept into Qin Zhe's side, climbing rapidly in a spiral trajectory. It didn't take long for a small whirlwind with a diameter of several meters to unexpectedly rise up from the ground, rolling dust, sand, and leaves straight into the sky. Fly! 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 Qin Zhe's face was incomparably red, shouting excitedly while spinning his flower hand vigorously. Whew! Qin Zhe really did fly. It even flew higher and higher, directly flying above a dozen meters above the ground. Awesome! Ding Jun's eyes widened. Strong. Too damn strong. Lu Hang, however, vaguely perceived something wrong. Wait. Isn't it flying a little too high? Qin Zhe's spinning flower hand simply cannot stop, really, and helicopters like can continue to rise, not a moment even came to the position of more than 30 meters. This kind of height has been enough to drop him to death. Boss. I can't get down anymore. How do I stop? Qin Zhe shouted with a panicked look on his face, and my hand hurts, I feel like my hand is about to be dislocated. Lu Hang was shocked. The power of my seeking is quite strong, but this skill is quite random to use, so it might give an enhancement of some effect. The strength of his arm was enhanced, but his physique wasn't enhanced. This is too fast, Qin Zhe really can't stand it. At this time, the group of students in the distance also noticed Qin Zhe's current situation. Teacher! Quickly look! Qin Zhe is flying. What is this? Tutor Yi Yan also noticed the scene and his eyes changed. Not being able to think too much, the tutor quickly rushed over. Save me! Quickly come and save me! I don't dare to stop, I'm afraid of falling to my death. Qin Zhe wailed. Don't panic! I'll save you! A bright light dawned in the mentor's eyes, followed by his hands coming together, pinching his two index fingers together and pointing towards Qin Zhe's body in mid-air. Slow! A single word spat out from his mouth. Immediately afterward, Qin Zhe's body felt like it was being lifted up by something. Qin Zhe felt the lifting force, which caused him to stop shaking his flower hand. For a moment, the power of the takeoff dissipated. And the lifting force released by the mentor began to slowly lower Qin Zhe's body down. Phew! Scared me to death just now. Cold sweat flowed from Qin Zhe's head. He wanted to raise his arms to wipe the cold sweat, but he realized that his arms had already gone limp. Just now, the flower spinning hand turned too fast and had already given his arm a waste. Ah! It hurts, my arm. Qin Zhe grimaced up in pain. Lu Hang coughed lightly and hurriedly applied a clown blessing to his opponent.
With the healing light waving up, Shinzei's arm was then much better. It was only then that the mentor said with a stern face, "Don't run too far, in case that kind of thing just now happens again, you mustn't be thrown into mush." "Got it, mentor." Shinzei lowered his head in embarrassment. "Let's go, just brush the monsters near the class," the mentor said. Lu Heng's few people then followed. Seeing the few people coming over, Yang Yongshin then said, "Next time, don't run around." This super copy, aside from the complexity of the areas and a bit more variety of monsters, there are actually some rather special randomized rules. For example, bad weather will suddenly appear in a certain area, super blizzard corrosive acid rain or something. There will even be events such as spatial and temporal turbulence, endless beast tides, and so on. In case you guys are too far away and we're not together, we tutors won't be able to save you if you're in danger. Yang Yongshin said warningly, in case a space-time turbulence comes and directly teleports you away, you'll have to face the danger alone. "I know, mentor, I won't do it again next time." Shinzei and Ding Jun scratched their heads in embarrassment. Just at this moment, the entire land suddenly shook. Immediately after, in this area, a dozen space-time cracks with a radius of 5 meters suddenly appeared. At the same time, a strong suction force came from the space-time cracks. "Space-time turbulence is really here?" The mentor was shocked. "Your mouth opened up not." "It's not." Yang Yongshin was also confused, then hurriedly shouted, "Hurry. The temporal turbulence is irresistible, everyone grab on together. Even if we are teleported away, we must stay together." The students' faces changed drastically as they rushed forward and grabbed the 3 teachers. Shinzei, on the other hand, took the lead and grabbed Lu Heng's arm. Ding Jun followed suit and went up to tug on Shinzei, and a portion of the students followed suit and grabbed. So the 3 teachers on Lu Heng's side were one by one tugging and pulling many people from each other. The 100 students were divided into 4 waves, each wave being around 20 to 30 people. Immediately afterward, these space-time cracks once again enlarged, and the suction force became even stronger. This time, the suction force was truly irresistible, directly sucking away all 4 waves of students. The 4 waves of students present were also dropped into 4 different environments. When Lu Hong reacted, he had already arrived on top of a snowy mountain full of ice and snow. All around him was a snow-covered landscape. At his side, there were still more than 30 students from his class. Everyone was looking around with a bewildered expression. Where did this come for me? Chapter 122, I Seek. Snow Plains Mountain Range. The temperature here was at least a -30 degrees. When the students were teleported here, their first reaction was confusion. Immediately afterward, they felt cold all over. One should know that the weather outside the copy was still summer, and everyone was wearing t-shirts, short clothes, and the like. Suddenly being teleported to the snowy mountains with extremely cold temperatures, where could everyone top it? Cold. I'm TM so cold. Everyone froze and shivered, and their teeth began to Lu Hong didn't feel much, after all. The highest attribute on his entire body was his physique. A 43-point physique was no joke. A mere 30 degrees Celsius is good for him to carry. But these students couldn't carry it. Even if their physique was stronger than ordinary people, they would have suffered from hypothermia after carrying it for 30 minutes at most. Lu Hong. What to do? Shinzei shivered while trembling. The other students also looked at Lu Hong with bated breath. Lu Hong scratched his head. I'll think of something. They were all in the same class, and he himself couldn't live to see them freeze to death. Just then, something more serious came. Hundreds of snow-white figures pressed in like a tidal wave between the churning snow mist in the distance. These creatures were hunched over, their burly bodies as tall as 2 people covered in fluffy white hair, and their eyes were bloodthirsty. With a wail, they surrounded from the neighborhood. Snow Monkey Beast Silver. Combined attributes, 90. Abilities, Cold Attribute Affinity, Ice Shock, Ice Spike. Roar. There were at least hundreds of these snow ape beasts at a glance. Lu Hong hurriedly summoned his armor shifter and released the meatballs and colorful dogs. All protect yourself, I'll get these monsters. Lu Hong didn't have time to think too much and directly shouted Armor Combiner. Immediately after that, the armor of justice instantly covered his entire body.
Liu Heng's comprehensive attributes directly doubled into the armor's battle power. Combined battle power, 290. Another group of bloodthirsty monsters. The justice armor's eyes flinched as it directly drew out its Zhongyang sword and went up to slash. The Snow 8 beast in the lead was the first to strike, its giant palm coming down hard. The justice armor spun around and dodged, the sword blade slashed through the Snow 8 beast's ribs, splashing a string of ice crystal blood beads. However, more Snow 8 swarmed up, and the armor of justice waved its Maseo sword to cut out a path of light foxes. Wherever the sword blade touched, ice mist steamed, but the wounds of these Snow 8 beasts quickly condensed after they were injured, instead, provoking a more frantic attack. Justice armor hard a beat, can only cut more and more energetic. I will never allow a classmate to be harmed. Never. However, taking advantage of the gap between him and a group of Snow 8 beasts fighting, there were more Snow 8 beasts bypassing the justice armor and preparing to attack the students. Ah! Run! Run! The scarlet pupils of the Snow 8 beasts reflected the students running in all directions, and the ice field exploded with panicked footsteps. The justice armor shouted and rushed over to cut down the Snow 8 beasts that wanted to harm the students. However, he was unable to stop all the Snow 8 beasts with his own strength. Luckily, Shinzei reacted in a hurry at this moment. Quick! Ding Jun, get everyone on board. Coming! Ding Jun answered and hurriedly used his talent to run around his classmates, directly lifting all of them up. His back didn't take a moment to drive more than 30 students at the scene. Directly carrying everyone on his back, he ran away from the place. The Snow 8 beast that had just circled around couldn't even catch up, and could only stand in place in a daze. Lu Hong was also relieved to see this scene. Ding Jun did not live up to the name of great luck. Not only did he bring enough people with him, he also ran faster than before. Even the silver-ranked Snow 8 beast couldn't catch up with him anymore. As for the justice armor, seeing this scene, it was completely free of worries and began to slash and kill the monsters in a frenzy. Experience plus 900. Experience plus 1400. Experience plus 1021. In addition to the experience gained by the justice armor from killing the monsters, this also included the experience gained by Lu Xiaoko from brushing the monsters in another area. Thus Liu Heng's experience soared quickly. It didn't take long before it soared to the silver 3rd rank. Strength 3136. The justice armor hadn't been killed for a while. Ding Jun turned back with Shinzei. On top of that, they also brought along another student from the same class. The other students were unknown where they had placed them. And this student that was brought along, Lu Hong, had a bit of an impression. His ability seemed to be that he could make other people's down coats warm to come. Boss! We've come to help you out. Shinzei shouted and directly shook his flower hand in mid-air. Ding Jun, on the other hand, used his talent to drag Shinzei around these Snow 8 beasts in a circle. Shinzei's hands gradually spun a small whirlwind, and although it wasn't as strong as the speed of the enhanced propeller from before, it was still somewhat useful. At least he was able to release a wind blade from the palm of his hand, causing some impact on the monsters on the scene and helping the justice armor to better brush the monsters. Good job! Justice armor's heart perked up as he continued to kill the monsters. At this time, the other student who was brought in shivered and asked, "Is there a purpose for that? You guys brought me here? I'm so cold. Aren't you able to make other people's down coats warm? Quickly use it for these Snow 8 beasts as well, so they'll be cold and shivering as well." I'm only a black iron level talent. It doesn't work on these right. That student said with his mouth full. He also tried to release his talent spirit skill. His skill pointed at a certain Snow 8 beast and shot off a white light. And that Snow 8 beast just stayed where it was for a moment, and then continued to go besiege the justice armor as if nothing had happened. You see. This skill of mine is really useless. It's not the kind of concept level ability that you guys imagine. The most I can use it for black iron level small monsters. It's useless even at a higher level. He said so. It's not a big problem. My boss has gained buffs, said Shinzei, shaking his flowery hand. Lu Hong was also nudged awake at this time. Still, you kid has a good brain. He hurriedly gave instructions to Meatball Z in his mind. Receiving the command, Meat Donut released a purple light directly at that brother. The eyes of the student who was shot by the purple light froze. I seek. I can make all these monsters freeze to death. Chapter 123. A little hot. As soon as these words came out, a bright light suddenly flooded his body.
The power of my seeking thought comes into effect, defining effect temperature loss.
I feel like I'm frighteningly strong right now.
A sudden surge of confidence appeared in his eyes. Only to see brother lost warmth pointing one hand at a certain snow ape beast. The snow ape beast that was touched by the white light from his fingertips suddenly froze in place, and its originally fluffy snow-white fur suddenly lost its original insulating effect. A biting coldness drilled madly into its fur along the gaps of its hair, as if all the cold air around it had been condensed into its body. The snow ape beast's limbs began to tremble uncontrollably and violently, and its thick thighs even slipped on the ice. Since it was born, it had never felt the sensation of cold, but at this moment, it was like falling into an ice cave, and for a moment, it was stunned and stayed in place, not knowing what to do. Immediately after that, its body shivered, subconsciously wanting to find a warm place, and it didn't even have the heart to attack the justice armor.
All freeze to death for me, haha.
Brother Lost Warmth laughed out loud, pointing his hands in the air at one snow ape beast after another. Any snow ape beasts that he pointed at first froze in place. Only after this cold sensation drilled into their bone marrow did they panic and run around, but they didn't know what to do. They would even wrap their arms around each other and try to hug each other to keep warm, but to no avail. After all, they were all low-intelligence creatures that really didn't know what to do the first time they experienced this kind of cold feeling. Lost Temperature Brothers' talent was really made very strong. Not only did it make their white fur lose its insulating effect, even the layers of skin and flesh, fat, also lost their insulating ability in an instant. To know the weather of -30 degrees Celsius, even if boiling water was splashed out, ice slag would slowly form in less than a few seconds. The state of these snow ape beasts was equivalent to completely losing the insulation ability of fat and hair, directly exposing their blood vessels and organs to the extreme cold weather. Cold drilling into the bone marrow was no longer an adjective, and it was feared that it wouldn't take long for them to completely lose their temperature and freeze in place.
Ha 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 ha. I'm too awesome. How am I so awesome? Brother Lost Warmth laughed out loud and began to use his talent frantically.
Since awakening this trash talent, he had never felt as confident as he did one day. Even if he was cold himself right now, his mood was incredibly hot.
All freeze to death for me. Freeze them all to death for me, ha ha ha. Brother Lost Warmth kept using his abilities.
So the snow ape beasts on the scene were enchanted with the heat loss effect in not much time. Their bodies began to become stiffer and stiffer, making it difficult for their bodies to move. The justice armor slashed them as if they were melons, and one snow ape beast was easily defeated. The justice armor was excited. Excellent.
Is this the bond from friendship? I recognize you.
And so for the next few minutes, in less than a few minutes, all of the snow ape beasts on the scene were killed, and a full 100,000 or so experience arrived.
Silver 3rd stage 220,000 260,000. Experience plus 1,000. Experience plus 1,348.
Experience plus 988. Even if the difficulty of upgrading was multiplied from the silver rank. But with the justice armor paired with Lu Shaoka's crazy speed of brushing monsters, Lu Han was still able to upgrade smoothly. It won't be long before Lu Shaoka can brush enough for 40,000 experience, right, and still be able to level up again.
Lu Heng said happily.
After seeing all the monsters killed, the justice armor gave Brother Lost Warmth an affirmative look, and then it automatically shed its armor.
Boss, these snow ape beasts dropped a lot of goodies. Xin Zhe was surprised and went to pick up the loot. Snow ape fur silver. Quality, ordinary.
Effect, powerful heating effect, even in -40 degree weather. As long as you put on the snow ape fur, you will be guaranteed to be on fire all over your body. The snow ape beasts on the scene dropped the most of these furs. In addition to that, there were also some more trashy spirit skill treasure pearls. Lu Heng didn't look at these either, so he was going to take them away and sell them. For the rest of the snow ape pelts, several people took away more than 30 copies, directly allowing Ding Jun to drive the cargo Lala benevolent talent and transport the stuff away. They quickly arrived within a relatively spacious cave. It was still very cold inside. One could see ice slivers forming on the faces of all the students.
It looked like everyone was about to be unable to carry on. Lu Heng's trio arrived in time. Guys. Came to warm you guys up.
Xin Zhe laughed and gradually distributed the snow ape beast fur on the scene to everyone. The snow ape beasts themselves were 2 meters big, and their furs were naturally very wide, not to mention being used as clothes. It was fine to use them as quilts. The big guys had blocked the snow ape fur from the blanket and directly draped it over their bodies.
Oh. Someone soon let out a comfortable cry. Warm. Warm, finally warm. Hiss. This thing even has a heat generating function. I feel hot even when I'm draped in this thing. Oi, oi. It's a bit hot.
It's indeed a bit hot, but it's much better than being frozen.
Everyone present showed comfortable expressions. It's warm.
Shinzei's face also revealed a joyful expression. This is all because boss called you all. All say thank you, boss.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss.
The students were also very sensible, wrapping their blankets and smiling.
Lu Hong waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. So what should we do now? Are we just going to stay here? Will the teacher come to save us? It's hard to say. Does he know where we are?
Yes, before we came in, Instructor Lei put locators on many students just to prevent us from getting separated.
The students whispered.
Lu Hong, on the other hand, held his chin and said, "It's not a big problem, even if there are no teachers coming over, I'll still be able to lead you guys out of here." Although everyone on the scene was a black iron grade talent, which seemed like trash, in reality, as long as it was paired with Meatball's My Seeking Power, all of them could become conceptual grade. The entire student body's black iron level talents, as long as they were gained by Lu Hong, would be a bunch of concept gods.
Come on, what are all your talents? Lu Hong asked with an interested look.
Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what Lu Hong was inquiring about this for. After all, their waste abilities were basically just for show. The boss can turn your black iron talents into temporary conceptual abilities, so maybe there's something that can be used later, so tell us all about it.
Shinzei explained.
Right, my talent could only keep the duvet from keeping warm, just now it hardened a whole bunch of snow ape beasts to keep their direct skin and fur from keeping warm. If it wasn't for being cut down by Lu Hong, I'm afraid they wouldn't be long before they froze to death as well. Brother Lost Warmth said cheerfully, but it can be considered to make me feel good for once.
So Hung. Is it really so powerful? Then my ability is to constantly burp after drinking water, is this also useful?
My talent, as you all know, making people's fingernail caps disappear. Come on.
My talent is summoning cockroaches.
My talent is hitting someone in a way that makes that person feel no pain. My talent is to make myself blind and deaf. Note that it's just me. I can prompt someone to fart, and I can fine-tune it, loud or smelly farts. My gift is releasing air. Really, I've had low self-esteem for a long time because of it. Can you make my gift work for once too?
Will my talent really work as well? Facing everyone's skepticism, Lu Hong revealed a smiling expression. Yes.
Brothers, it's all there.
But any ability can be turned into treasure with me.
Everyone get ready, come with me later to venture outside, I'll bring you out of here safely. With these words, everyone was motivated. There are a lot of monsters out there, after all, this side is a high-risk area, so everyone be prepared.
Ding Jun, once there's danger, you just lead everyone to bolt.
Shinzei, you hold your pee more often, when the time comes, you'll still need your anti-observation ability, just in case we're backstabbed by certain monsters that can sneak up on us.
Lu Hong said methodically. Everyone nodded in unison. Good. Chapter 124 Woman, you're playing with fire. Lava Mountain Range.
Lu Xiaoko was still furiously brushing monsters.
There were no other students here anymore.
After all, as soon as the monsters came out, they were all grabbed by Lu Xiaoko. They simply ran to other areas to brush their experience. And Lu Xiaoko was happy that there was no one here. The bigger the monster, the faster the experience was brushed. It could be said that Lu Hong upgraded and 3/4 of that experience was brushed out by her.
ZZZ. Boom.
Lu Xiaoko also killed the last silver-ranked elite monster at this time.
Experience plus 14,974. Silver rank 3, silver rank 4.
You have obtained the fire-ringing magic stone X1.
Phew. Another level up.
It looks like old brother also brushed a lot of monsters just now, and I wonder if I can run into him or not. Lu Xiaoko said as he swallowed the stone he had just obtained in one gulp.
Crunch. Flame proficiency 19%, 20%. Not bad. Lu Xiaoko was satisfied.
The scene was filled with fire elemental silver monsters, with the elite monsters dropping some very high quality materials. So a large amount of fire elemental materials were dazzled into her stomach, which in turn boosted a lot of fire elemental abilities. Lu Xiaoko ate and fought at the same time. Her battle power could be said to be constantly soaring as she crunched and killed the monsters. Her gaze swept around in all directions, then she skimmed her lips. Looks like this holy place for brushing monsters isn't working either. No more monsters so soon. Gotta go to the next place to take a look. Lu Xiaoko opened the map distributed in the school and began to search for the next monster brushing mecca. However, the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly shook. Immediately afterward, a dozen spacetime cracks appeared in place. A strong suction force instantly struck. I jow. How did this thing stumble upon me? Lu Xiaoko had a look of astonishment on her face. She hurriedly turned on her thunder spirit body, her entire body flashing with lightning, and she was about to flee from this place right away. However, there were too many spacetime cracks. She simply couldn't dodge a bit and was sucked within one of the spacetime cracks. When she reacted, she had already arrived on top of a snow-capped mountain range. Whew! The cold wind whistled. Lu Xiaoko breathed a sigh of relief. So it's the ice and snow mountain range. Fortunately, it wasn't sent to an extreme high-risk area. The map showed that the ice and snow mountain range merely belonged to a medium-risk area, with a lot of silver-ranked monsters and only a few gold-ranked magical beasts occasionally. Come what may, let's brush up on the monsters here then. Lu Xiaoko didn't think about it that much, anyway. Where to swish wasn't swish. It just so happened that he still had his 20% flame proficiency on, which could also have a great restraining effect on the ice and snow attribute magical beasts here. Just in time to practice. Lu Xiaoko used her right hand and snapped her fingers. With a rub, a small flame emerged from her index finger. A smile appeared on Lu Xiaoko's face, and immediately afterward, she began to spread her palm, making the fire in her hand grow bigger and bigger. The flames then got hotter and hotter, gradually forming a blazing fire that formed a pillar of fire that was nearly 2 meters tall. This pillar of fire instantly engulfed the surrounding cold air. The air was scorched and twisted, and the heat wave spread out in all directions in ripples visible to the naked eye. This scene stunned Lu Xiaoko a bit. Hiss. Not right, ah. Fire element 20% can burn so strong? However, as she burned, she suddenly felt that the flames were gradually out of place. Only to see that this tall pillar of flame had slowly formed a silhouette. Immediately afterward, Sun Yao's body appeared. He directly drilled out from this tall pillar of fire. Sun Yaoza then smiled evilly and held Lu Xiaoko's chin with one hand. Woman! You are playing with fire. After a short silence, Lu Xiaoko suddenly stormed out, Ah! Demon! Take life! She drew her Insect King sword and was about to slash away. Lady Warrior, spare your life! Sun Yaoza knelt down on the spot and directly performed a wave of 100% empty-handed receiving white blades. Lu Xiaoko said viciously, Sun Yaoze, why are you here too? Are you secretly stalking me again? You perverted peeping Tom. I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just secretly guarding your safety in the vicinity of the lava mountain range. Sun Yaoshi was in a state of panic. It's not called stalking. It's not called spying. There are so many monsters over there. In case you encounter a demonic beast that you can't deal with, I can still go up and make a heroic rescue. Then that's back. E-Time Rift sucked me into this neighborhood. I sensed the fire you released and immediately teleported over. Isn't this coming to help you? Daring, I can tell at a glance that you're not human. Lu Xiaoko gritted his teeth. Don't even think about pretending to be a human to mess around here. I'll hack you to death, wow. She made a gesture to slash again. Of course, she couldn't really chop, she just wanted to drive the other party away. After all, anyone who was followed by a dog's skin would not feel good in their heart. Lady Warrior, spare your life. Lady Warrior, spare your life. Sun Yaoza folded his hands together and squeezed the Insect King's sword to death. If he had been able to touch Lu Xiaoko in the past. Now he knew deep down that he couldn't beat Lu Xiaoko in any way, so he could only hope that the other party would be kind. You stay away from me. Don't follow me. Lu Xiaoko walked away after saying this sentence. No wonder he hated Sun Yaoza so much. It's not even if this guy likes to play with earthy love words, he also does a lot of various out-of-the-ordinary things. For example, this guy likes to confess in public. Last time in the library, in front of everyone, he shouted at the top of his voice, Lu Xiaoko, do you know what my flaw is? It's flaws you. She was directly blocked by the librarian and was never allowed to borrow books there again. This guy also always liked to rub her nose in her food. Every time she ate in the school cafeteria not long after, this guy came over as if he had turned on his locator, and came up with a flurry of greasy love talk attacks. After driving her away, this guy did not mind, grabbing her leftovers as a wild show.
Breakfast and lunch were all rubbed over. And he liked to imitate the Dragon King's crooked smile, always looking so self-absorbed that he thought he liked him. Anyway, there are a whole bunch of similar problems. Lu Xiaoke was really annoyed by him, causing her to get angry as soon as she saw this guy's face. Get out. Stay away from me. No roll. Chapter 125 Getting Hard. Snow Plains Cave. All rested, let's get ready to go. Lu Hong said as he looked at everyone. Let's go, let's go. Shinzei got up and said, I just drank several bottles of water, so I should be peeing soon. The other students also stopped procrastinating and followed after donning the fur of the snow ape beast. Hoo hoo hoo. The cold wind outside whistled. Luckily, the snow ape beast's fur not only glowed, but also had its own wind-blocking function. Everyone wasn't cold at all. Let me take a look at the map. The snowy plain we're in is located in the northwest direction of the demonic beast mountain range. Shinzei pulled out the map and said, just walk in the southeast direction, which is where we just came in. The space-time gate is also near there, so as long as we get there, we'll be able to leave this place. The crowd responded. After determining the direction, everyone began to follow Shinzei forward in unison. The 30-odd students also honestly followed behind. After not walking for a while, they arrived at an ice field. There were large ice blocks everywhere, the smallest of which were 3 to 4 meters tall. The ground was full of ice shells that clicked when they stepped on it. Shinzei glanced at the map and said, we've arrived at the ice plains area. In order to reach the safety zone, we have to go through here. However, the map shows that there are quite a lot of monsters on this side as well, and it belongs to a medium to high risk area. Lu Hong looked at the large swaths and swaths of ice and rocks around him, and his heart was inexplicably creeped out. It always felt like something was staring at him. He simply said, take a pee and check to see. Good. Shinzei wasn't a bashful person and said with a big smile, I'm going to pee, don't look at all of you, huh? The students also knew what was going on with his ability, so they naturally turned their heads in a sensible manner. The scene was silent for a long time. Shinzei suddenly said with bad eyes, no way. I can't pee. There's something hidden in these big ice cubes, and it's alive. Hiss, Lu Hong didn't dare to be sloppy and hurriedly released the meatballs and colorful dogs. As expected, these huge ice rocks began to shake. Without a moment's effort, cracks began to appear on the first ice stone. Click, click, click. The moment the ice rocks shattered, a huge beast violently sprang out from the splashing ice crystals. Ice Claw Beast Silver. Attributes, Strength 40, Physique 40, Agility 44, Spirit 36, combined 160. Skills, Ice Cracking Claw Strike, Cold Mist Prisoner, Cold Wind Flow. This was a Tyrannosaurus Rex-like looking creature, with 2 small hands shriveled up in front of it, and the soles of its feet replaced by huge ice claws. They were covered in dark green scale armor, and their bodies were 4 meters tall. The pair of ice claws were even more appalling, with 5 sharp claws, each as thick as a human thigh, and as long as a meter, their edges glowing with a cold, chilling light. Its throat emitted a gurgling muffled sound, its pupils were as narrow as knives, staring at the crowd. The sense of oppression was extremely strong. Quick! Meatball. Lu Hong reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly had meatballs release spiritual pollution. A purple halo shot out, and the ice claw beast completely fell into stasis, unable to move. Next, Lu Hong put on his insect king fist gloves, his fist instantly enlarged many times, and went up to serve a flurry of punches. Just so hard to smash several times, hard to the other party smashed to death. And this guy didn't even come to his senses until he died. You know that the current meatball is 177 points of spiritual power, and the Ice Claw Beast's spiritual power is only 36 points, nearly 5 times the gap. The effect of spiritual pollution is really strong. No way. There are more monsters are in these big ice blocks. Shinzei said nervously, he still couldn't pee until now. Click, click, click. The other ice rocks began to crack as well. A huge ice-clawed beast appeared all around. They let out a low hiss as their sharp claws scratched out a deep groove in the ground. However, if one was scratched by this thing, it was feared that their body would be directly sliced into several halves. Lu Hong himself was fine, the insect king body could recover indefinitely, but these classmates would be dead if they were scratched. Right. That dude who can make fingernail covers disappear. You come. Lu Hong suddenly remembered something and hurriedly looked at Brother Nail. You go deal with them. Brother Nail was confused and even pointed at himself incredulously. Huh? Me? Right. It's you. I believe you can do it. Lu Hong gave an affirmative look and then gave instructions in his mind. The meatball quickly unleashed its skills on Brother Nail. Brother Nail's eyes instantly fell into a daze. I seek thought claws are also nails. The power of I seek thought comes into effect, defining effect sharp claws returns to nothing. At the same time, the monsters rushed over in unison. The ice-clawed beasts rumbled on the ice, mixing with hissing sounds to surround the crowd. These huge beasts swung their large claws and lunged. The ice surface was scratched out with 4 deep grooves bubbling with cold air, and everyone's eyes instantly fell into a state of hand-wringing. Nail Brother at this time, both eyes straight, mechanically raised his hand, mouth chanting, "Claws are also nails. Claws are also nails. Claws are also nails." The words just fell, the air suddenly rippled, a dozen or so ice claw beasts' giant claws disappeared in unison, and the brakes even bubbled with white gas. The monsters whose claws disappeared lost their grip and naturally couldn't collect their momentum. They then thudded and fell one after another. A large number of ice-clawed beasts slipped, and their entire bodies were thrown out horizontally like an out-of-control sled, causing the ice rocks to crack, and the broken ice ballast splattered the crowd's faces. Ice-clawed beasts crookedly trying to hold up the huge body of 4 meters high, dark green scale armor rubbing against the ice surface to emit ear-piercing creaking sound. However, they had just used their stumps to hold up the ground, and before their center of gravity could be stabilized, they fell back onto the ice with a crash, their heads knocking out muffled sounds. Even if they managed to stand up tremblingly, they looked like drunkards again, turning around in place twice before rumbling sideways. Brother Nail was confused. I single-killed a dozen ice claw beasts by myself? To say it was a single kill wasn't really an exaggeration. At least these giant beasts had all fallen badly, and having lost their ice claws they were like losing their paws. They couldn't even stand up. At the moment they were lambs to the slaughter. "Ha, good job, I told you could do it." Lu Hong laughed joyfully. The other students were shocked. Holy, are Lu Hong's skills really this powerful? Even a waste skill like the nail cap vanishing technique can become this good. I want it too. I want to try it as well. I also want to experience the feeling of being awesome. Lu Hong laughed. All have a chance. All have a chance. The power of my searching thoughts was so strong. Although their skills could only be used on specific occasions, using the right ones was a bug-level ability. Lu Hong even sought to train a team that would specialize in taking them on executive officer missions in the future. Whoever's ability could be useful for his mission, he would take them. Doing missions could also be much easier. He didn't waste any time next, taking care of the ice-clawed beasts that had lost their mobility one by one. At this time, the other ice rocks also gradually broke apart. Unsurprisingly, another batch of monsters were about to be revealed. It's here again. Shin Zai's eyes changed. It's not a big problem. This is the characteristic of the demonic beast mountain range. Monsters appear in batches after batches, or else it's a holy land for brushing monsters. Lu Hong waved his hand and smiled. Anyone want to take a shot this time? Lu Hong said with a smile. Me. I'll do it. Lu Hong. Let me try. Hard said excitedly, I want the skill to be useful for once too. Good deal. Lu Hong directly let the meatballs apply the skill to Hard Brother. Hard Brother's eyes instantly froze. I seek thought. I seek thought as long as my brother is hard. It means heat, isn't it? The power of I seek thought comes into effect, defining effect group estrus. Chapter 126 Dying of Gas. You're awesome at this. Lu Hong was shocked. To say nothing of, I seek the power of randomness. When the skill took effect, the character inflicted didn't exactly choose the direction of the skill gain on their own, but instead subconsciously said certain words while being dumbfounded. This thing is really fancy when it comes to randomization. Lu Hong looked towards the ice stones that were gradually cracking with some anticipation. In the crunching sound of the ice rocks bursting apart, a dozen or so athletic figures broke out. Ice Demon Leopard. Combined attribute, 150. They were covered in fur intertwined with silver white and frost blue, and their 3-meter-long bodies were tightly muscled. Ow ow ow. These demonic leopards raised their heads and let out a deafening roar, the noise causing the students to cover their blackmail. At this moment, Hardy stepped forward, confidence written all over his face. He then pointed one hand at them and bellowed, "Snow Leopard, shut up." At the same time, its abilities came into play out of nowhere.
The originally ferocious ice and snow demon leopards suddenly froze collectively. Their tails swung wildly and uncontrollably, sweeping messy snow trails across the ice. The male demon leopards began to anxiously plow through the ice, and the white breath they exhaled carried a scorching temperature, and Lu Hong could vaguely see them standing up. The female demon leopards, on the other hand, had yet to be affected, as they did not have small cones. Ow! A female demon leopard immediately prostrated its body and made a move to pounce on the crowd. However, the prostrate movement it made just tempted the other male demonic leopards. A male demon leopard let out a cry and directly plopped down on the back of the female demon leopard. Ow! The female demonic leopard's eyes looked a little stunned. Before he could react, the other male demonic leopards couldn't hold back the desire in their hearts and directly went down towards the other female demonic leopards around them. These male demonic leopards completely lost their desire to attack humans and instead aimed their charging horns at the female demonic leopards. And these female demonic leopards were forcibly suppressed, and the more they resisted, the harder the male demonic leopards made it. The scene was instantly in chaos. Ha ha ha. Am I not? Am I hard? Hard crossed his arms and laughed. It's really hard. Too hard. The students gave thumbs up in shock. For the first time in my life, I've seen a leopard movie. Or a live rendition version of a Silver Order magical beast. Lu Hong smiled joyfully. He was not a person who spoke of martial virtues, and did not care what these snow leopards were doing. He directly went up and launched an attack. These demonic leopards had already been completely affected by hard skills, and at this moment, they were trying to sprint, so how could they care about an external attack? Take advantage of the enemy's hardness. Kill. Lu Hong was armed with the Insect King gloves, and with a single punch, he was able to smash the skull of a demon leopard. Without a moment's effort, the devil leopards on the scene were strangled by him. Is this the second wave of monsters? Will there be a third wave? Lu Heng's eyes looked around. The answer was without a doubt. At least half of the ice stones on the scene were still in an intact state. As soon as these demon leopards died, a new wave of ice stones would soon begin to shatter. It's my turn. It's my turn. Lu Hong. Let me show my performance as well. Let me also Zhilong for once. I'll go first. I'll go first. The students didn't have the fear of monsters anymore. Now they just wanted Lu Hong to give them a gain buff as well and experience the feeling of being a big brother. Ha, I'll have a chance. I'll have a chance. Lu Hong was also happy. Here, what's your ability? Lu Hong pointed to a male student. The male student hurriedly said, farting. My ability is to make others fart. Please let me be useful for once, I don't want to be ridiculed anymore. Good. You're it. Lu Hong directly let the meatballs apply a gain buff to him. Generally speaking, even the person using the skill himself often didn't know how his ability would be enhanced. Lu Hong was also looking forward to what this farting skill could be played with at this moment. Only to see that as the skill was applied on Brother Fart, his eyes froze for a moment. I seek? I seek. Isn't farting just letting out the gas in your body? The power of I seek thought comes into effect. Defined effect gas drawing purification technique. There. It's working. Brother Fart was filled with surprise, and he also experienced a change in his ability. This time, a new batch of ice rocks broke apart, and what appeared was a group of humanoid magical beasts. Frost trolls. Combined attribute, 160. These frost trolls were about 2 meters tall, with rough gray-blue skin and disproportionately large heads, but their bodies were robust, similar to muscle-bound men. Before these frost trolls could attack, Brother Fart directly used his talent. Poof! The troll in the lead suddenly let out a very loud fart. It scratched its head in confusion. It did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Immediately after that, the other trolls that had just appeared all started farting. The farting sounds continued one after another. Moreover, these big guys looked like they had the strength to fart loudly, just like a chain of cannonballs. These big guys panicked. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing. Brother Fart laughed excitedly. It works. It really works. In the past, I could only manipulate other people to let out loud farts and stinky farts. This time I can actually manipulate these guys to let out chain farts. Ha ha ha. I've gotten stronger. I'm stronger. Fart for me.
All of you, fart until you die of farting.
Brother Fart waved his hands frantically, and a mysterious power was applied to each of the magical beasts by him.
So next, these trolls completely lost their grip on the door. Pffffffffff. Sounds exploded one after another, and even got louder and louder the more they were released.
The trolls also lost their ability to fight and stood in place in dismay.
The students were also shocked. What a powerful ability! It's better than running. Brother Fart heard the admiration of his classmates and felt even better. Ha 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 ha.
The heavens did not give birth to me, Zheng Tianming. The path of farting for the ages is like a long night.
Fart, come. Give me. Fart.
As Brother Fart continued to power up, the trolls' farting sounds became more and more shocking.
The intensity of the fart waves became more and more powerful.
The waves of air from their farts even wrapped around the ice shards to spread in a circular pattern. And certain trolls were sent flying backwards by their own farts. Some trolls had their legs spread wide and their asses spewed out spiraling ice mist. Some covered their stomachs and spun around in place anxiously, and every time they spun around, they puffed out greenish-gray clouds of gas, and even their surrounding companions were overturned.
After continuing like this for some time, the trolls' farting force gradually became weaker.
It changed from a deafening roar to a leaky hissing sound. Even their skin began to dry up, their originally robust muscles rapidly atrophied, their eyeballs bulged out, and their mouths opened wide but could no longer spew half a bit of gas. The last troll trembling raised his arm, his throat issued a dying whimper, booed out the last fine as a mosquito fly fart, collapsed to the ground.
It farted to death. Chapter 127 Symphony. Hiss. Such a desperate death. Lu Hang couldn't even help but sigh, awesome.
The other students also began to rise up.
Who said this ability is ruined? This ability of mine is too strong, haha. I'll admit you, the title of Fart King, you deserve it. The Fart King is awesome. Hardly drained the gas from the monster.
This method of death is too sick. Under the praise of the crowd, Fart King proudly raised his head.
That's just a little bit more. Next I'll show you guys my strong point, my ability to accurately adjust farts.
Fart King suddenly revealed a mysterious smile, then raised his hand slightly. The farting sounds on the scene suddenly stopped. However, those trolls weren't in a good state, their faces all looked deflated, and as the farting stopped, they directly paralyzed on the ground and didn't move, shriveled up. At the same time their eyes were terrified, looking towards the Fart King with fear. After all, there had already been one of their accomplices who had died due to fart extinction, and they naturally realized how terrifying this young man was.
Ow ow ow.
These trolls wailed, and although they didn't know what they were saying, from their expressions, they seemed to be begging for mercy. The Fart King doesn't care about this. Instead, he organized his attire and said with a face of reminiscence, "Actually, I have had a dream since I was a child. I wanted to be a music conductor. Because I feel that the music conductors on TV are very elegant, they stand on the stage and control the rhythm of all the instrumentalists. They can adjust the height, strength, and weakness of the notes at will, and make the sound from the instruments turn into flowing poetry." He took a deep breath and swept his gaze over the frost trolls that were paralyzed and shivering on the ground. "For that reason I practiced music conducting since I was a child, repeating those movements over and over again in front of the mirror. But the reality is cruel. I never had the chance to go on stage, and no musician was willing to cooperate with me for a performance. Even when I awakened wasn't a talent for music, instead I was very good at manipulating people to fart. I just thought, can I make a beat with farts?" The students at the bottom revealed shocked expressions at his words.
Lu Hong was uncertain.
The Fart King smiled slightly and waved his index finger in the air with an elegant face.
Put.
The troll who was paralyzed on the ground let out another weak fart.
The Fart King continued to wave his middle finger. Put. The other troll also farted. The Fart King nodded in satisfaction, then. "I'm going to start playing O."
As soon as the words fell, his right hand suddenly drew a harsh arc in the air.
Poo poo poo. Poo 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 poo.
The frost trolls who were originally paralyzed and dying on the ground suddenly convulsed collectively. The sound of farting was like a timpani being played, causing the snow around them to fall.
The trolls were afraid, and they looked at the Fart King with a face full of terror. Ow. Ow ow ow.
This seemed to be begging for mercy, pleading with King Fart to let it go. The Fart King turned a deaf ear to this and just twiddled his index finger and thumb elegantly.
Pffffff.
The three trolls on the right immediately expelled a series of trill-like chain farts. The eyes of the students at the scene changed.
This TM seems like something really.
Immediately after the Fart King's movements changed again, he first lightly knocked the void with the back of his hand, then his 5 fingers bloomed like orchids. Poof poof poof. The frost trolls in the front row then used the length and height of their farts to put together a melodious melody similar to a string group. After maintaining such a rhythm for 30 seconds, the Fart King violently opened his arms. Poof. Poof. Poof poof poof. The trolls in the entire arena fired at the same time, and the deafening sound of farts actually formed a stirring brass crescendo, and the ice on the ground was flooded with fine cracks from the sound waves. The Fart King's movements suddenly accelerated, his hands waving rapidly. Poo 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 poo.
Mountains of farting sounds suddenly appeared.
The live music became more and more agitated.
The frost trolls' bloodshot eyes were filled with despair and their mouths wailed.
While the Fart King's cheeks were flushed with a sickly red color, the broken hair in front of his forehead was lifted up by the waves of farts, and the corners of his mouth rose up crazily, as if he was really standing in a gilded concert hall. The fart sounds that rose and fell sounded like they had been brought to life. Some were short puffs like the beat of a drum, and some were long farts that trailed off. The fart sounds were sometimes sharp, sometimes long, like the high notes of a violin, and like the low sound of a cello. The live farts literally formed a symphony, even forming a perfect rhythm under his direction.
Hear that? This grand symphony, ha 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 ha.
The Fart King's voice drowned out the waves of rowdy farts, and the movements of his hands became faster once again. The farts became more and more in unison and louder, bringing the performance to its climax. The extremely vulgar farting sounds, paired with the perfect rhythm of the music, and the always elegant expression on the Fart King's face, the students literally felt their scalps go numb.
No. It's too damned abstract. I can't understand it, I really can't understand it, wow.
Me too, it's very damned weird, but this music beat is really good, the Fart King is really practiced. This live hole is very good, I agree.
Not. You guys can't understand this music? That means you haven't reached this realm. I've also studied music, and I've already somewhat understood it.
How? A famous artist once said that once nudity becomes art, it is the most holy. Then farting, once it becomes music, is the most elegant. The king of farts bravely went ahead and did what he thought was right, untroubled by worldly gossip.
He's just like the lotus flower, out of the mud.
What are you talking about? Look at his eyes, the more the frost troll suffers, the more elegant his movements become instead. Where is this a whole job?
This is just playing, very concentrated.
Maybe he has been ridiculed all these years because of his fart talent and impractical music, and now he is just going to use the most unpleasant things to play the most shocking music, proving to everyone
that his talent is not wrong. His musical dreams shouldn't be hindered.
I hear you. There are millions of roads, everyone has their own one, and King Fart has opened up a road that is uniquely his own.
No one else can imitate it. Maybe he'll become a top musician in the future?
Hiss. The students were in a heated discussion, commenting on King Fart's creative mood.
The sonorous sounds from the fart were incessant.
But those trolls were in despair, they had been completely reduced to the instrument of the beat, and if they continued like this, they were afraid that one after another, they would die of fart extinction. Some of the trolls rose up in rebellion, farting while struggling to stand up. Facing this kind of not-so-obedient pricks, the Fart King just smiled elegantly and tapped his finger in the air. That troll suddenly let out a very powerful fart, and even its body was ejected uncontrollably, before falling to the ground. The troll then tried to stand up with a face full of madness. But just as it stood still, it was once again shaken down by the fart. As the troll kept getting up, King Fart kept manipulating him to fall down again. King Fart just kept manipulating the troll's body back and forth on the scene as if it was a game. The troll was so desperate that he lay on the ground and didn't dare to move. The scene's symphony of fart sounds lasted for a full 10 minutes. Toward the end, the Fart King suddenly paused, and with the conductor's characteristic art of white space, he plunged the whole scene into dead silence. The fingertips fell like shooting stars, and the last long fart sound trailed a quivering tail, signifying that the show was over. And these trolls after such a toss.
All fart dead. Chapter 128, Winning the Grand Prize. Awesome. Lu Hang couldn't help but sigh with emotion.
In the aspect of farting his enemies to death, the Fart King was gifted. Farting to death was desperate just by looking at it. For his part, Fart King smiled faintly and bowed towards everyone. At the same time, a white light flashed on him. The I Seek power from the meatball was also lifted. The other ice rocks on the scene also began to tremble. It really was as if there was some sort of rule here, as one wave of monsters died, and a new wave of monsters would immediately appear. Lu Han wasn't the least bit flustered by this. Next, Lu Hang clapped his hands and said, "Who else wants to show their performance?"
Me. Me. My turn. It's my turn. I can summon cockroaches.
I can make myself deaf and blind. I can conjure a roll of toilet paper. Everyone raised their hands.
There's no rush. All have a chance. All have a chance. Come on. The one who can summon cockroaches, you do it.
Lu Hang laughed out loud and chose a random person to give the game buff.
Yes.
Brother Cockroach stepped forward with an excited face. As the meatballs applied the power of I Seek Thought to him, Brother Cockroach instantly became stupefied. I Seek Thought.
Isn't a creature like a cockroach very fertile?
One can only give birth to 30 to 40, and 30 to 40 can still regenerate a bunch of them.
Then if I summon one, it's an infinite number.
The power of my seeking thought takes effect, defining effect infinite proliferation of cockroaches.
This one also hangs.
Lu Han was pleasantly surprised. One cockroach was useless, a group of cockroaches wasn't much use, but an infinite number of cockroaches, that would be godly.
Crunch!
At this time, the new ice stone began to break, and what appeared was a group of creatures with bloody mouths, which took up half of their bodies just by opening their mouths.
Brother Cockroach was happy. Come.
He waved his big hand. A cockroach suddenly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Immediately afterward, this cockroach began to lay eggs continuously. The eggs grew instantly within a few seconds, and then proceeded to lay eggs.
1.30, 30.900, 900.2007.
The cockroaches present came to a terrifying number in no time. These cockroaches then began to do a horrible thing, that is, all of them drilled into the belly of the big mouth monster.
They even continued to lay eggs in its stomach and split.
In the end, it didn't take much time for these big mouth monsters to be all propped up. Another strange way to die.
Lu Han laughed and continued, next. Keep going on.
In the next few moments, monsters came out in an endless stream. The ice rocks kept breaking and new breeds of monsters kept appearing. And in the face of these, his classmates were always able to utilize a different I Seek power. For example, the classmate who could turn himself deaf and blind, after applying a gain buff, saw to think that he wasn't deaf or hard of hearing, but that the whole field was muted. He also saw to think that he was not blind, but that others were invisible. He then gained the ability to mute the entire field and the ability to make other people and items invisible, so he directly made all of his classmates invisible and mute, while Lu Hang easily killed all of the new wave of monsters. For example, Expired Brother, the original ability was to turn food into expired. After applying the power of I Seek, he directly recognized the monsters on the scene as food as well. Going up there was a shot of the power of expiration, causing the bodies of a group of monsters to begin to age at an accelerated rate, and within a short while all of them died of old age in place, so another wave of monsters died. There was also that old brother who could make others feel no pain when he hit them. He directly searched for the reason why he didn't feel any pain when he hit others was because their senses were all shut down by him. So another wave of monsters lost their sense of pain and touch, they couldn't even perceive how to walk, they couldn't perceive pain, and they were somehow killed by Lu Hang. Everyone's skills were more fancy than one another, and the way the monsters died on the scene was also more strange than one another. However, not all of those who used the power of I Seek Thought were useful. The direction of the skills gain was randomized after all, with good luck it was randomized to what was currently useful, and with bad luck it was randomized to what wasn't. For example, there was a brother who could change toilet paper out of thin air, and after the gain, he gained the ability to change toilet paper infinitely. But toilet paper, this thing cannot be used to fight, even if more in a large number will not be able to entangle the monster of infinite strength. After he turned out a large pile of toilet paper, easily torn by the monster, hanging useless. There is also a brother who turns chili peppers into salty, after using the power of my search, that is, it can change someone's sense of taste. But this was useful in everyday life outside, but not in this kind of monster scene. There were many more things like that. The good thing was that half of them had abilities that could be used in the scene after gaining the gain. And so wave after wave of monsters were gotten rid of. At the end of the day, Air Brother was the only one left who hadn't had a gain buff applied to him. This made him anxious. Brother! Please, just give me a gain buff too. I can only put air in this talent, I really want to get high for once, I've been a waste for my whole life, just let me be awesome for once. Lu Heng hurriedly said, fine, let's give you a buff, this is for you. Only then did Air Brother excitedly step forward. Meat Donut, come on, use the power of I Seek Thought on him once as well. Meat Donut accepted the command and directly released the skill. Brush! As the skill shot towards Brother Air. Air Brother's eyes also fell into a daze. I Seek Thought. I Seek Thought. There are many uses for releasing air. I can directly inject air into other people's veins and make them explode and die. And air isn't just air, I can pump pure oxygen and pure nitrogen, carbon dioxide and water vapor out of it. I seek to think that poisonous gases are also air, I seek to think that radioactive gases are also air, I seek to think that corrosive gases are also air. I realize that compressed air can also be used as an air cannon. Suddenly, Air Brother's body bloomed with golden light, incomparably blinding golden light. It was important to know that what bloomed after other people's gains took effect was white light. Holy? Lu Heng's eyes widened. The introduction of my power of seeking skill said that the gain effect could be completely randomized, and the previous random effects were probably all between the silver and gold ranks. Could this be hitting the jackpot? The power of my Seeking Thought skill is in effect, and this defined effect is Platinum rank, Chi Infusion Blood Avalanche, Chi Elemental Disintegration Technique, Miasma Surprise Attack, Radiant Chi Bomb, Chi Cannon Strong Attack. Chapter 129 All Bronze. I exploded. Brother Air was shocked. The students were unsure and confused. Lu Hong, on the other hand, spoke with a smile, come on, show. Platinum rank ah. Surprisingly, he had exploded into a platinum rank combat power all of a sudden. He had seen with his own eyes how the platinum rank Jifeng fought, as long as he encountered an enemy below the platinum rank, it was just as a total second kill, directly clearing the screen of combat power. Good. Only Brother Air waved his hand. A strong air current suddenly formed above him. At the same time, another group of rhinoceros-like monsters appeared right in front of everyone. Without saying a word, Air Brother pointed ahead. These air currents then scurried towards the front like mad. Boom boom boom. The swarming group of monsters didn't even have time to react before a few monsters in the front row were filled with air. Strong air waves instantly filled their bodies, the scales on their body surface bursting apart under high pressure, blood mixed with broken flesh sprayed. Boom! Only an explosion was heard. Their originally huge bodies instantly swelled, then exploded into a puddle of broken meat. The students looked stunned. Why is this? Why is his skill so powerful? This kind of destructive power, is this gold rank? Platinum? It's too damn strong. This is platinum old iron. Awesome. There's a platinum rank in our college. I didn't expect the most useless skill to be the strongest in the end. Brother Air laughed and said, quickly, take out your cell phone and record everything I'm going to do next. I'm going to start pretending. Only to see him wave his hand once more. The air was suddenly flooded with weird greenish-purple ripples, and it rolled towards the magical beasts. Poisonous gas is also air. Give me all the poison. In a hoarse hiss, the monsters were all of a sudden enveloped in a dark green poisonous fog, which madly seeped into their nasal cavities. The monsters began to frantically scratch their throats, their fur festering and peeling off, their eyeballs melting into murky liquid in their sockets, and in less than 10 seconds, they collapsed on the ground and convulsed, black blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. In just 2 moves, these monsters were all killed in seconds. Fine, it's decided that it's you, Air Brother. Lu Heng clapped his hands excitedly, for the rest of the time, you'll be the one to lead everyone out of here. Okay. Brother Air laughed. Just now, there had been monsters appearing, and everyone had only been trying their skills, just not advancing. Now that Air Brother's temporary strength had come to the platinum rank, wouldn't it be easy to leave this? So next everyone started to keep advancing. During this time, Lu Heng didn't forget to send out a team request with Brother Air so that they could share half of their experience. There were also quite a few monsters encountered along the way, group after group. And Air Brother was really having fun, with all sorts of strong abilities coming out. A moment later, he extracted pure hydrogen from the air, and then threw a lighter, directly causing a wide range of explosions, blowing up the monsters. A moment later, the air was compressed into an air cannon, and when a monster came, it would fly away. Brother Air was in the front, releasing his ability to kill monsters one by one. The students at the back were shouting awesome 666. Lu Hong, on the other hand, happily harvested the experience, as well as the loot dropped by the monsters along the way. Various skill baobabs, as well as a whole bunch of ice attribute materials. Lu Hong had Ding Jun bring them with him. After about an hour of walking, everyone had finally left the ice plane and arrived at the outskirts of the snow plane. On this journey, Brother Air had taken him to brush up with 400,000 experience, and although Lu Hong hadn't upgraded, he wasn't far away from doing so. Silver 4th Order 40W 45W. After reaching the silver rank, the experience needed to upgrade was really increasing. Brother Air had relied on this 40W of experience to go from Black Iron 6th rank to Bronze 8th rank. It was really a great experience for him. And it wasn't much time before Yang Yongxin found his way over as well. His expression was flustered at first, however after counting the number of people in the class, he then sighed in relief. Fortunately. Not a single person is missing, everyone is safe. Ha! Teacher! How did you get here? Brother Air said in surprise. Yang Yongxin opened his mouth and explained, a group of students and I were teleported to the swampy area next to us. The students over there had my protection and basically nothing happened. After I left the swampy area, I took the students to look for your instructor Lei, and it just so happened that he was also looking for us, and then the two of us met up. Instructor Lei had better luck and was teleported to a very safe zone with not many monsters. So after I explained all the students to him, I hoofed it to look for you guys based on the positioning. Fortunately. You guys are all fine. Yang Yongxin was really relieved. He was afraid that something would go wrong with these students, although it wasn't much of a responsibility with him, but Yang Yongxin was still very responsible for his students from the bottom of his heart. What about Tutor Yi Yan's side? Lu Hong asked again. Hey, he doesn't need to care, this guy is definitely fine. Yang Yongxin laughed and said, the group of students under his hand will be fine as well. How so? Isn't Tutor Yi Yan only at the Silver Knight stage? Lu Hong asked suspiciously. Although his own rank is only Silver 9, his talent is Diamond level, don't you know this? Yang Yongxin laughed. Lu Hong was shocked, he really didn't know. However, today, when Qinze flew into the sky because of his flower-turning hand, Lu Hong did see that his mentor was not simple when he let Qinze land safely by merely spitting out a single word. Well, his talent is a language-related ability, don't look at him as a Silver 9th rank, but I can't even a Gold 9th rank. Yang Yongxin explained, that's why there's no need to worry about the students on his side, none of them will be in trouble. Lu Hong listened with a look of amazement. It turned out that the tutor who loved to swing was actually an expert behind his back? Alright, let's not talk about it, since I'm already here, you guys are safe next. Yang Yongxin waved his hand and said, let's go, I'll bring you guys to gather with the other students, then continue to find a Black Iron level monster area and continue practicing. We have a mission target today, at least we have to bring you all to brush from Black Iron level 6 to Black Iron level 8. Yang Yongxin said so. However, the students in the back looked at each other and smiled, then cheerfully said, Teacher, there's no need. We all completed our leveling targets a long time ago. Yang Yongxin? Just kidding you guys. Yang Yongxin was very disbelieving and checked everyone's panel. He was then shocked. How did you all get to the bronze rank? Chapter 130 The whole field clear screen. He noticed Brother Air again, and was even more shocked, hiss. How did you step on the horse Bronze 9th order? Black Iron 6th order to Bronze 1st order as long as more than 8,000 points of experience, but Bronze 1st order to Bronze 8th order but to more than 400,000 points of experience What have you done you? Air Brother heatedly smiled, Nothing, mainly just lucky, still have to thank Lu Hong. Yang Yongxin looked at Lu Hong, did you lead you guys to brush? Lu Hong then smiled and explained, pretty much, my skills have a gain effect, making them all temporarily much stronger, and the monsters were all brushed by themselves. A large portion of them have brushed, there are a dozen silver monsters, and there are some who came to the bronze 1st rank with shared experience. Brother Air brushed a bit more, one person brushed around 600 silver monsters? Then shared half of his experience for me, and then he got to bronze 8. Before he entered the replica, he had also promised his classmates that he would bring everyone up many levels. This was a fulfillment of his promise. Yang Yongshin's face was still a bit shocked, no wonder.
No wonder. Your talent is really getting more and more outrageous.
Air Brother is also considered to have hit the big time this time. And Brother Air obviously hadn't had enough. He continued to propose, I see that there's another elite monster area nearby, the monsters in there are also stronger, but the drops are all more valuable, do we want to go and take a look?
That's fine.
Lu Hong directly accepted this offer. It was not easy to pop seed a platinum rank, this must not be a hard wool gathering. The next time the meatballs were allowed to inflict the power of I Seek Thought on Brother Air, it wouldn't necessarily bring him to the platinum rank. Most of the time it would still be elevated at the level of the silver and gold ranks. Yang Yongshin shook his head and smiled, alright, I'll follow along, I have to be responsible for the students' safety before I can do that, and then I'll personally take you guys to brush up on your levels as well, this time you guys can just watch from the side. When he saw these students wimp out before, they didn't even dare to deal with the small stone crabs, he thought that it was indeed because they weren't confident in their own strength, not because they were naturally afraid of monsters. Lu Hong only needed to give them a gain buff, and they were actually quite enthusiastic about things like brushing monsters. Since that was the case, he himself would brush up some experience for them first, letting everyone raise some basic combat power before slowly proceeding with the casting instruction.
Yeah.
Once the students heard that Yang Yongshin was going to personally lead them, their moods jumped even more.
Go go go. This is going to the elite area. Snow Plains Elite Area.
It was as if this place was a natural ice sculpture art gallery, with countless ice sculptures rising up from the ground, flowing with a dreamy luster under the daylight. These ice sculptures also represented various unique elite monsters, and as long as the ice sculptures were shattered, monsters would manifest.
ZZZ. Boom.
Lightning flashed as the Insect King's sword continued to slash. At this moment, Lu Shaoke was dealing with one of the monsters.
Ice Crystal Meteor Beast Silver Experience. Comprehensive attribute, 197 points.
Its body was made up of countless diamond-shaped ice crystals piled on top of each other, and there was also an ice core emitting a cold aura suspended in its chest cavity, stirring up a biting frosty fog with every beat. Only to see the monster open its huge mouth covered in ice ribs and spew out 5 interlocking ice cone matrices.
When Lu Shaoke rolled sideways to avoid it, the ground was instantly stabbed with deep honeycomb-like craters.
Even weirder was the monster's back suddenly cracking open, popping out 12 rotating ice crystal chains with sharp barbs at the end.
Clatter! Only to see these ice chains sweeping towards Lu Shaoke in unison.
Lu Shaoke wanted to use his Insect King sword to cleave through these, but he saw Sun Yaozhe suddenly scurry in front of him.
Don't even think about hurting Lu Shaoke.
Yikes! Only to see Sun Yao's hands lifting up, a dozen fireballs jetted from his palms towards the ice chains.
Boom boom boom.
The moment the fireballs and the ice chain collided with each other with a bang, they were cooled down rapidly, and frost quickly condensed on the surface, and the originally tumbling flames were actually suppressed alive and turned into white smoke and dissipated. And those parts of the ice chain that were hit by the fireball were unharmed.
Get up!
Lu Shaoke kicked Sun Yaozhe's but with a troubled face, sending him to the side. Immediately after that, the ice crystal meteor beast let out a deafening roar, and the 12 ice chains suddenly accelerated and spun, shooting towards Lu Shaoke.
Flash!
In an instant, Lu Shaoke's body suddenly exploded with blinding lightning around her. Her figure transformed into a twisted bolt of lightning, her residual shadow still staying in place, and her main body had already instantly moved 10 feet away. And in the charred black footprints left on the ground, nuisance electric currents were still swimming madly. Lu Shaoke was like a flash, dodging this strike completely. When that ice crystal meteor beast saw that its attack fell short, the ice core in its chest cavity exploded with a blinding blue light. It hissed and stomped its foot fiercely, the ground instantly rumbled with a slip of ice spikes, a whole dozen of ice spikes that surrounded Lu Shaoke from far and near, trying to force her into a desperate situation. Flash! Lu Shaoke drank again, and her main body once again instantly moved to another location. She raised her Insect King sword high above her head and droned, Thunder Shadow Transformation Split. The thunder light exploding around her body instantly condensed into dozens of lightning residual shadows. These doppelgangers were made up of flowing electric light, their outlines vaguely outlining a humanoid shape, but their eyes were flashing with a ferocious light like purple electricity. Without waiting for the ice crystal meteor beast to react, the thunder and lightning splitters had already dispersed and attacked in all directions like arrows leaving the strings. Some swung their swords and chopped at the ice chains, the sword blades collided with the ice chains, and a large portion of the 12 ice chains were instantly chopped off. There were other doppelgangers that directly slammed into the monster's body and then blew themselves up.
The thunderstorm from the explosion instantly tore the surrounding ice into pieces.
The ice armor of the ice crystal meteor beast also continued to crack in the thunderstorm. It roared angrily, spewing out ice mist in an attempt to freeze the lightning doppelganger, but it only caused more lightning to explode from the ice mist. The ice crystal meteor beast's body suffered heavy damage, and it looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on for long, so it became angry and threw out its own big move. Only to see it raise its head to the sky and let out a deafening whine. The temperature of the entire snowy plain once again plummeted, and the air began to condense into tiny ice crystal particles. The ice core in the chest cavity of the ice crystal meteor beast suddenly burst out with a piercing blue light, converging the ice crystal energy into a faint beam of light. Immediately afterward, the light beam grew brighter and stronger. Finally, the beam swept straight towards Lu Xiaoku. Boom! Lu Xiaoku's body instantly vaporized into pure lightning, dodging the strike completely. She then leaned forward and rushed directly underneath the ice crystal meteor beast. At the same time, the body lifted its virtualization. She raised the Bug King's sword once more, thunder. Million Gene. The Bug King's sword suddenly erupted with piercing thunder light, and the sword body grew insanely to 10 meters in a roar. Rumble. The giant sword roared down, and the ice crystal meteor beast let out a terrified hiss. The upper half of its body was continuously sliced off by the giant sword, followed by the thunderous giant sword slashing at the ice core in its chest cavity. Ka-ching! The ice core shattered. And the body of the ice crystal meteor beast disintegrated inch by inch in the wild thunder. In the end, Lu Xiaoku retracted his sword and stood, leaving only deep pits of smoking green smoke on the ground, as well as a few wisps of remnants of thunder that had yet to dissipate. Phew! Finally killed it. Lu Xiaoku wiped the sweat from his forehead. Right at this moment, he suddenly heard a tawdry shout from the distance. Air Brother is here, I'm going to zoom in to clear the entire screen, get out of the way. Chapter 131 Talented Potential. Stand back. I'm going to start pretending. Only to see Brother Air wave his right hand, a large amount of air currents directly drilled within the ice sculptures across the field. Boom 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 boom. With the roar of the ice sculptures bursting, 50 silver elite monsters broke out of the ground. This scene startled Lu Xiaoku, and he hurriedly moved away from the large ice sculpture. He then looked into the distance in confusion. Who is this? One elite monster is enough for me to fight, how dare he deal with 50 at once? Sun Yaoza scratched his butt and got up. Maybe it's a teacher from another school who also stopped by to kill monsters? Students can't be this hung up, right? Wait. I see it. Lu Xiaoku saw Brother Air from afar, as well as the man standing behind Brother Air. It's my brother. Lu Xiaoku was full of surprise. My brother is here too. Sun Yaoza was in a state of shock. He subconsciously covered his butt. This guy unexpectedly came too. I need to avoid the front for now, I'll withdraw first. Sun Yaoza didn't dare to stay longer and turned around to run without saying a word. Lu Xiaoku gave him a disgusted look. Why didn't you roll when I told you to, following me all the time like a dogskin plaster? Finish. This guy still can't help, and as if he has an obsession with heroes rescuing women, every time he encounters a monster he wants to come up and show off, and is kicked aside by her. It's different. Your brother's technique is a bit perverted. He likes to temper people when he's not doing anything. A shiver went through Sun Yaoza's body. Meaning I have to temper and teach you too? Lu Xiaoku said with an imp-like smile. It wouldn't be impossible if she could get rid of this guy. Sun Yaoza's face reddened. Is it really possible? Then I will find you to try if I have the chance. Lu Xiaoku's face went black. UTM get lost. This dog thing, still excited on it? Withdraw. Sun Yaoza also does not intend to stay, really a smoke run. Lu Xiaoku also didn't pay too much attention to him, but instead looked towards Lu Heng's side. Only to see that under Air Brothers' operation, these silver elite monsters attacked him in unison. The frost-armored rhinoceros with ice chains wrapped around its body was the first to strike, its thick limbs treading heavily on the ground as it charged towards Brother Air. The ice crystal demon fox, on the other hand, deftly weaved around the edge of the battlefield, spitting out a large number of ice spells from its mouth. There was also an ice-winged griffin that lifted its wings and flew high, stirring up cold winds between its flaps. Seeing this, the other monsters attacked one after another. Brother Air's mouth quirked in a smile. Only his hands were seen drawing complex trajectories in the air. In an instant, the air of the entire battlefield began to twist violently, forming countless cyclones visible to the naked eye. Air cage! He shouted, and all the cyclones instantly contracted, enveloping the elite monsters that had just appeared. The frost-armored rhino crashed into the invisible wall of air with a deafening muffled sound, its ice armor splattering in pieces. The ice crystal demon fox's ice spell shot at the cyclone and was actually bounced back, scaring it into a panic to dodge. Brother Air raised his hands high once again, air elemental decomposition spell. The air on the battlefield suddenly began to separate, and pure hydrogen gas was extracted from him. The hydrogen gas was again channeled by him into the group of monsters, followed by Air Brother taking a lighter from his classmate's hand and tossing it towards the front. Boom! The piece in front instantly triggered a violent explosion. Moreover, those silver elites were all blocked in the air prison, unable to run away. For a while, the battlefield was intertwined with fire and frost, and the sound of explosions and the roars of monsters resounded through the clouds. Moreover, Air Brother was still releasing various high-intensity skills, and the entire air cage almost turned into a slaughterhouse, and it was hard for these silver rank elites to escape death. Lu Xiaoko was still marveling, so the Jiu Daogo Technical College is this powerful? There can be platinum in the students? He must have 1,000,000 experience this time, it's so cool. However, in the next second, she suddenly received a whole bunch of experience value-added messages. Experience plus 24,999. Experience plus 19,778. Experience plus 22,110. Silver 4th rank 40W 45W. Silver 5th rank 45W 56W. How did you add 50W of experience to me all of a sudden? Lu Xiaoko was puzzled. Could it be that his experience from swiping the monsters was even shared with his old brother? As the smoke cleared, the battlefield was a mess, with 50 silver elite monsters falling across the ground, incapacitated. Air Brother clapped his hands and whistled triumphantly. No? Hiss. Platinum rank? Yang Yongshin marveled, so the air ability to the platinum rank is so strong? He looked at Air Brother with emotion. Actually, your talent is really not weak. Air Brother coughed lightly. It's because of Lu Heng's gain buff I'm able to hang so much, my own talent is still pretty crap. No. I mean, this talent of yours really has a promising future. Yan Yongshin explained, you guys probably don't understand what the definition of talent is. The entirety of a talent is called a gifted spiritual skill, while the spiritual skills brushed from monsters are called plundered spiritual skills, although gifted spiritual skills and plundered spiritual skills share a rank sequence, such as black iron, bronze, silver or whatever. But talented spiritual skills have a growth nature. The talent rank that you awaken at the beginning is just its lower limit. As you upgrade, the talent will also follow the advancement. Your current talent is black iron, in the future, it will be able to reach platinum as well. And besides the talent having a rank grading, there is also the concept of potential grading. For example, the various highly powerful means you just made is actually the level of your black iron grade talent after coming to the platinum rank. I have been practicing for many years, and I can see at a glance that this talent of yours is really not simple. The potential is at least at the A+ level. Air Brother's eyes were expectant. Are you saying that as soon as I rise to the platinum rank, this power will completely belong to me? Air Infusion Blood Avalanche, Air Elemental Decomposition Technique. These. No, these powers originally belonged to you. Yang Yongshin said seriously. Lu Heng's ability, if I'm not wrong, is actually to stimulate your potential through his pet, which is itself a power that belongs to you. Am I this powerful? Brother Air had a surprised look on his face. Yes, you're very powerful. Yang Yongshin continued to affirm, my neuroelectricity talent, although it's at the gold rank, it's only the lower limit. I can merely utilize the advantages of my talent at the 3 stages of black iron, bronze, and silver, which is equivalent to me possessing a gold rank spiritual skill right after I was awakened. But once I came to the gold rank, the advantage belonging to my talent was gone, because people of the same rank, whose spirit skills they casually obtained from wild monsters were also of the gold rank, were not much weaker than my neuroelectricity. My talent potential is at B+, while yours is at A+. Once you come to the gold rank, you are able to hang me, understand? Your only drawback is that you lack powerful means in the early stages, so your upgrades are much slower than higher ranked talents like us. Chapter 132. With Yang Yongshin's flurry of explanations, the other students' faces were filled with expectations. Can all the awesome abilities we have just made use of be utilized again as we upgrade? That's right. Those are all abilities that were already yours. Yang Yongshin gave everyone an encouraging look, so if you guys want to get that feeling back, just brush up on your leveling. Hardy clenched his fists. Great, once I come to the silver rank, I can just manipulate people into heat. Brother Cockroach nodded heavily. I'll have to come to the gold rank to do that, so I'll have an infinite split of cockroach monsters.
Any monster can be propped up. Brother expired laughed out loud, then I'll be able to just age hostile creatures in the future, that's pretty awesome too ha. Fart King was the most excited, as long as I come to the gold rank, I'll be able to perform my symphony of fart sounds on all the major stages. I'll make my name resound throughout this land. I'm going to be an artist. Yang Yangxing continued to explain, the potential level of talent can't be tested at the initial stage, only when you come to the high rank and compare it with people of the same rank can you see the potential value. This is also the reason why major colleges and universities only emphasize on the talent level rank and don't look at the potential of talent. However, Lu Heng's ability happened to bring your abilities to the high rank level ahead of time, and listening to your introductions, several of you should have a talent potential above B+. Especially you, the brother who can make food expire, your talent is a noble time faculty, I'm guessing that your talent potential has to be S. This is truly a promising future. Most of the students were pleasantly surprised. But there were also a few students who were less optimistic. So my future talent is to make the claws of ferocious beasts disappear? It still feels a bit wasted, there aren't many scenes where I can use it. You're okay, my talent is to change a roll of toilet paper, the future is to make the roll of toilet paper longer. So I can only turn someone's hair green and there's no future? Ahem. Everyone don't be too pessimistic. Yang Yangxin hurriedly said, the potential of talent can only prove that you guys are a bit stronger than others at the same rank, but you guys brush your levels faster and directly surpass others in terms of equilibrium, and as usual, you will be able to play more of a role in plundering spirit techniques. And the gain buff that Lu Hong just used was randomized put, your potential may have only been partially stimulated by him, there are still a lot of parts that have not been used yet, and you are not sure of the potential yet. Comforted, the mood of this part of the students was also a little better. Let's go, I'm going to harvest the rewards first. Lu Heng smiled and directly went to harvest the loot. Air Brother had gotten over a dozen elite monsters killed at once, and the things that fell from these guys were all good stuff, they couldn't be wasted. More than that, these things were all his alone. Lu Han, Air Brother was already happy to be able to rub off experience because of his increase, so naturally, he wouldn't peek at the loot. So Lu Heng scavenged dozens of experience treasures at once, as well as a lot of high-quality ice-type materials. There were also quite a few ice system spiritual skills, and Lu Heng estimated that just these spiritual skills alone could be sold for $500,000 to $600,000 combined, and then he could go over to the executive officer's treasure trove and buy some of the things he needed. For example, the advancement materials he needed for his Insect King rejuvenation body could be sold from the executive officer's treasure trove at his expense. At this time, Lu Shaoku also happened to walk over, old brother. Oh yo? Why are you here too? Lu Hong was happy. I happened to be teleported to this neighborhood to brush the monsters. Lu Shaoku asked with curiosity, say, who was that guy who was flinging skills wildly just now? Why was he willing to share all his experience with you? That my classmate, my pet has awakened a new ability, and his combat power is all because of me. Lu Hong laughed, who would I share the experience with if not me? So powerful, platinum you can even give the whole thing. Lu Shaoku was shocked. That's for sure, inspire potential to come. Lu Hong hemmed and hawed, by the way, I also got quite a few ice materials to come just now, you eat them all. Okay. Lu Shaoku he agreed. Lu Hong directly went to the back and called Ding Jun over, then took down the large amount of ice materials he had carried along the way. Coupled with the large amount of high-quality materials dropped from killing the elite monsters just now, I'm afraid that the materials this time would be able to add another elemental proficiency to Lu Shaoku. In the back, Yang Yangxin was still taking the students to the surrounding area to brush the monsters. Lu Hong, on the other hand, and Lu Shaoku both found a place and kept devouring materials. Experience plus 7,099. Experience plus 1,465. Silver 5th order 45W 56W Silver 6th order 1W 69W. Good. Another level up. Lu Hong laughed out loud, and by the way, he used all of the dozens of attribute treasures that he had just obtained. Finally, he looked at his attribute points. Attributes, Strength 51, Physique 53, Agility 46, Spirit 50, Comprehensive 200. My combined attributes have also reached 200. I'm considered a numerical monster now haha. Lu Hong said with delight. Humans of the Silver 6th order generally had a combined attribute between 105-150, and 200 points was indeed far beyond others. What about you? How much are your attributes? Lu Hong looked at Lu Shaoku again and asked. Mia, I'm at a combined 300 points.
Lu Shaoke said with a smile. The materials were all quite high quality just now, and my current ice attribute proficiency has also come to 100%.
Alright, the numerical value monster is still not yours.
Lu Han was also happy for the other party from the bottom of his heart. While the two of them were brushing materials over here, Yang Yongxin's side also brought the students to brush up on their experience. When Lu Hang and Lu Shaoke rushed over, the levels of all the students had risen another level. It could be seen that Yang Yongxin also had the real thing. The monsters had already appeared and were basically electrocuted into brain death by him.
How about it? Brushing the monsters is almost done. Let's go find Instructor Lei and Instructor Yiyan's side and return to school together?
Yang Yongxin said as he moved his shoulders. The students still looked a bit uninspired though. After all, classes where they were led to brush up on their experience didn't come around very often.
Teacher is brushing up a bit. There are quite a lot of small monsters over here.
Yeah, look at Brother Air who has capped his experience at Bronze 9th Order. He's just missing a couple of exotic materials right now to go straight to Silver. Just brush some more, just brush some more. In the face of these requests, Yang Yongxin laughed. Forget it, it's still dangerous to stay in the copy for a long time. What if another temporal rift appears?
I won't necessarily be able to find you guys next time.
The students said it was impossible.
Oops. How can that be possible? Luck won't be that bad.
However, before they could say a few words, the entire Earth shook once again. Immediately after that, a space-time crack with a radius of more than 10 meters appeared. This crack was much larger compared to the previous one, and at the same time, a strong suction force began to strike.
Lu Hong was confused. Teacher, you really have a crow's mouth. Chapter 133 Beast Battlefield. Yang Yongxin was also confused at this moment. Is my speech really that accurate?
However, at this time, he was too late to react more, and could only grasp on and say, there is only one space-time rift this time. The place everyone is going to is most likely not simple. All protect yourself well. As soon as the words fell, the suction force in the space-time rift once again became stronger. Buzz buzz buzz. The strong suction swept everyone away, and the students at the scene all disappeared into the area.
Lu Hang's body was also transported away.
He felt like he was swept away by a fierce wind and ended up falling heavily on top of a scorched earth. When he struggled to brace himself, he realized that he had arrived at a ring-shaped basin shrouded by iron-gray clouds, a space that was about 5,000 acres in size, while the surrounding area was completely wrapped by a circle of ochre-red rock walls tilted at a 45-degree angle. The scene was like a super-sized funnel pan, sloping all around towards the sky, and looking down from above it looked like a person had been put into a giant bowl. And those rock walls were pitted with monster footprints and scratches all over them, and from these traces, it was clear that there should be monsters pouring down these sloping rock walls on a regular basis.
Where are the people?
Lu Hang's eyes swept towards the surroundings, but he realized that the ones around him were all unfamiliar students. And these unfamiliar faces also looked like they had just been teleported here, with confusion written all over their faces.
Grass. It's too big here. Lu Hang kept looking towards all directions, trying to find people he recognized.
The entire basin was 5,000 acres large, or 3.33 square kilometers in size, and the mid-air here was still opening up temporal cracks all the time, and there were also new faces falling to the ground from time to time. The scene was big and chaotic. Lu Hang shouted as he wandered around, and only then did he spot the figure of Yang Yongxin, while Lu Shaoke was not far away next to him.
Brother!
Lu Shaoke rushed to find him. Everyone was scattered by the gale, but everyone should be in this basin.
Lu Hang sighed in relief. That's good. Do you know what happened here?
Hey, Yang Yongxin on the side sighed deeply. It's been transmitted to the Warcraft battlefield for us.
What the hell?
Lu Hong raised his eyebrows.
Didn't I say when we first entered the copy that
this copy will not only have temporal turbulence, but we may also encounter the Endless Beast Tide event?
Yang Yongxin explained, and this is the only location where the Endless Beast Tide event occurs.
Next, throughout the replica, people will be teleported over one after another, and when the number of people reaches 10,000, the Endless Beast Tide event will be activated. Everyone must work together to resist the Endless Beast Tide, and hold out for at least an hour or more before these monsters recede.
Ah! Lu Hang went numb. Endless Beast Tide?
He scanned the space here once again. He only saw that the sky here was pressed down very low, the clouds were dark and heavy, and from time to time, lightning struck down, illuminating the rock walls brightly and darkly, and the atmosphere of the scene was very depressing to look at. Moreover, new space-time cracks were constantly opening up in the sky above this large battlefield. Between the opening and closing of those space-time cracks, very different scenes such as ice planes, seas of fire, and skeleton forests would vaguely come through, connecting countless other areas of that copy. Puff. Flop. One after another, students fell to the ground from mid-air. After they climbed up and took in their surroundings, panic was written in everyone's eyes. A magical beast battlefield? Finished. I am a waste small bronze, I come to this Warcraft battlefield not purely as cannon fodder it? Luck is so bad. Is there any big brother There is no big brother who can resist the beast tide with his own strength. Don't be a wimp. Endless beast tide occurs every few years, and I haven't seen anyone die every time. Everyone has the hope of surviving. No. Do you know that at least 1/3 of the people will die every time there is a beast tide? The worst time was when more than 9,700 people died? There were only 10,000 people in the beast tide incident. 9,700 people died. What's the difference between that and dying out? That time it was only because all the students didn't listen to the command and swiped the monsters themselves. As long as everyone can work together, the least sacrifice rate can be guaranteed. Who's going to be this commander? Is there anyone present who can preside over the big picture? But anyone with a platinum rank is fine. Aren't all the various institutions sending teachers and students to come along with the replicas? Are the teachers from Tianbei Spiritual Martial University here? They must be platinum. Teachers from the top 10 universities can also be Are there any teachers? Everyone on the scene was more flustered. And from these people's conversations, Lu Hong was convinced of what Mr. Yang Yongxin said. Let's get everyone in our class first, in order to cope with the endless wave of beasts to come. Lu Hong hurriedly said. Many of the people on the scene had just been teleported into this space, and they started yelling and screaming to find their accomplices. Lu Hong didn't dare to be sloppy and followed suit by shouting. I am Lu Hong. Where are the people from the Nine Roads Gully? Lu Hong yelled in all directions, where are all of you? Squeak out. Me. I'm in. Boss, I'm here. Shinzei heard Lu Hong's shout from afar and rushed over. All right, keep looking for the others and get everyone together first. It didn't take long to find all the students at the scene. At this time, more than 30 students were once again gathered together, while everyone's eyes had panic written all over them. It seemed that everyone had understood where they had been teleported to. Unfortunately, when Lu Hong found Brother Air, the connection between him and the meatballs had been severed. In other words, his platinum rank ability was gone as well. When Lu Hong once again used the meatball to apply the power of my seeking thought to him, the only thing Air Brother could do was the ability to pour air into his enemy's body, and the range in which he was able to do so was not as wide as before. The range of air that could be poured in was also greatly reduced. It was directly weakened from platinum to gold. One could only say that the power of my seeking thought was still too random. Grass. Lu Hong hurriedly said, replacement for replacement, this time, we have to make another whole platinum ranked combatant to make it work, or else we won't be able to carry the endless wave of beasts later. It's too late. Yang Yongxin's eyes suddenly looked at the rock walls in all directions vigilantly. The scene has already gathered enough 10,000 people, the rules have been triggered, the endless beast tide is coming. Lu Hong followed his gaze. Since an unknown time, a large circle of dense black shadows had surfaced at the very top of the rock walls of this ring-shaped basin, as if dark clouds had pressed up on the top of the mountain. Giant scorpions covered with spikes waved their poisonous tails, magic wolves whose size was comparable to that of a giant elephant paced back and forth against the rock wall, and lions with pale green flames burned all over their bodies bowed down to build up their strength. Giant bulls covered in armor lowered their heads, and there were also dense groups of rats, as well as a large number of gray and black magical beasts with bat wing membranes hovering in the sky. These magical beasts of various forms stood tall, their eyes glowing with ghostly light like millions of ghostly flames, staring at the crowd in the basin to death. At the same time, everyone at the scene received a notification in their game panels. Copy quest, Endless Beast Tide event has been triggered. This beast tide will last for 1 hour, covering magical beasts containing bronze to platinum ranks. After the beast tide ends, the final rewards will be settled for all survivors. Enemy forces will arrive in 60 seconds. All humans please prepare for battle. Chapter 134, I'm really the king of law. Lu Hong looked at the others blankly, have you guys been notified? Received. The other students responded in succession. Lu Hong looked towards the top of the rock wall. This copy quest felt similar to the talent quests he had every time he entered a copy.
It was all about settling rewards after completing an objective. Only this time, the quest was completed by 10,000 people, so he thought that the rewards would be generous. Come. Quickly, one by one, come over and let me buff. Lu Hong hurriedly said. This time, another platinum rank had to be rounded up to make it work. Anyway, each gain effect was randomized every time, and as long as it was done enough times, it could be randomized to a stronger effect. After Yang Yongxin's previous explanation, Lu Hong had also learned that as long as the higher the talent potential of these students, the easier it would be for the meatballs to inspire stronger abilities. So he was prepared to use the gain buff back and forth on Expired Brother, Air Brother, Fart King and the others. After all, these few had the highest talent potential. Meat Dumpling was the first to apply the ability on Brother Expired. Expired Brother's eyes quickly froze up. I Seek Thought. I Seek Thought has been expired for a long time, doesn't it tend to make food rot? The power of I Seek Thought comes into effect, defining effect object decaying silver. No. Only silver is simply not enough. Lu Hong followed up by having Meat Donut unleash his ability on Brother Air. Air Brother also froze up. I Seek Thought. Air contains oxygen inside, then in the future put me into outer space to create oxygen, wouldn't that be awesome? The power of I Seek Thought comes into effect, defining effect oxygen creation silver. Hiss. This looks like it has economic value, but it's useless here. Lu Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to use his ability on the next person. So the Fart King also froze up. I Seek. I Seek isn't farting, just releasing a lot of gas, so if I release it hard enough, can I go up to the sky just like a rocket? The power of I Seek Thought takes effect, defining effect group Fart Soaring Ascension Technique Gold. This is good, it can make everyone all fly away from the scene. The key is. Lu Hong looked at the winged magical beasts floating back and forth in mid-air. Even if everyone could fly away with their farts, they would still be caught up by these magical beasts and get killed, right? Whatever. Keep going on and on. Lu Hong couldn't think too much and continued to give everyone abilities. It could only be said that the platinum-ranked abilities were indeed not too easy to explode, and after using the power of I Seek a few more times in a row, the only things that everyone could obtain were still silver and gold-ranked abilities. And at this moment, the 60 seconds were up. Time has arrived. Enemy forces are about to enter the battlefield. Crush them. As the quest notification appeared above everyone's panels. In an instant, a roar like the beating of ancient war drums came from the top of the rock wall. Tens of thousands of monsters were agitated at the same time, and they charged collectively with a mountainous momentum, following the sloping rock wall towards the basin. A large number of monsters of various shapes and forms poured down like boiling waves, and there were constantly monsters that lost their footing due to crowding, turning into rolling torrents of flesh and blood. It was as if the entire world was filled with the hissing of monsters, the scraping of claws and teeth, and the roar of collapsing rock walls. There isn't a single person who can stand up and take charge of the situation even now? There's a Dara. The luck was so bad this time, the people who were teleported to the battlefield didn't even have a platinum rank, only some gold rank teachers. Then we have to find someone to plan the tactics. How else can we withstand such monsters? I'm a gold rank teacher from Golden Sea University, let me preside over the battle. Good, what do you say to get it done? All students below the silver rank, as well as those who don't have long-distance spirit skills, all guard the periphery to act as a defense line. The rest of the gold rank, stay inside the defense circle with me, frantically releasing skills to output, and strive to ensure that all monsters are killed. Go NI. You're using us silver rank people as cannon fodder, aren't you? Sacrificing a handful of people to encircle more people with value and battle prowess will ensure that losses are minimized. I'm not going to be cannon fodder anyway. Grass. Don't worry about that much, just mind your own business. Around Lu Hong, all sorts of noises kept coming. So it seemed that the district gold rank really couldn't suppress this situation. And in the other districts that were farther away from him, it looked like there was also a constant stream of arguments. However, the moment the beast-tied army climbed down the rock wall and roamed over the edge of the basin, these people didn't want to argue anymore. The situation at the scene directly evolved into countless separate battlefields. Students who normally had no interactions with each other spontaneously embraced the group under the threat of death, with squads ranging from 5 to 10 people flinging out their respective skills in the beasts like scattered starbursts. Some of the squads were back-to-back with each other. Those who were in charge of playing support set up temporary barriers,
and those in melee raised their swords to pin the pouncing demon wolves to the stone surface. Some combinations adopted guerrilla tactics, with the agility students luring away the giant spider, and the long-range ones taking the opportunity to focus on its weak points at the joints. However, there were also many squads that didn't know how to cooperate at all, and were just blindly dealing with the magical beasts on their own. Fortunately, most of the magical beasts in the previous waves were of the bronze rank, with some silver rank magical beasts occasionally interspersed, so these people were still able to deal with them. I'm afraid that when the army of high-ranked beasts descends, they will all be unable to escape death. He directly summoned the armor shifter. He then instructed the students, all of you, find my summons one by one to get a gain buff, and as soon as it's an ability below the gold rank, immediately switch to the next person to try it out until it turns out to be a platinum rank one. I'll subdue the magical beasts first. And at that moment, Yang Yongxin took big strides in front of all the students. It's fine, these magical beasts that have appeared so far are just stragglers, I can deal with them all by myself. Ah? Teacher, can you do it? Lu Hong said with some uneasiness. Zzz. A large amount of electric arcs suddenly erupted around Yang Yongxin's body. Classmate, do you know why my nickname is Thunder and Lightning Dharma King? Lu Hong froze for a moment. Why? At this moment, a group of silver-ranked demonic wolves, as well as a large group of bats just happened to be coming this way. Yang Yongxin didn't say anything, merely between the strokes of his hands, the air around him suddenly twisted into countless lightning chains. Amidst crackling explosions, these silver-white currents violently drilled into the monster's nasal cavities and ear canals. The entire 30-odd demon wolves planted themselves on the ground in convulsions, their foaming mouths signaling that their brains had been completely destroyed. A large body of bats fell from the sky like rain. Yang Yongxin smiled, because I'm really the king of the law. Chapter 135, No Upper Limit. Level 5 Electric Energy, Neural Electric Strangulation. Only the moment Yang Yongxin stepped forward, a large amount of electric arcs suddenly erupted around his body. It wasn't known if it was because there were 30 students gathered over here, the magical beasts that rushed over also came in groups. However, the group of magical beasts that came close to this place had just lunged out half a step, when the pupils reflected a roiling network of thunder in their pupils. Amidst the crackling and popping explosions, a large number of magical beasts' brains were directly electrocuted, their bodies twitching as they planted themselves on the ground. Immediately after that, Yang Yongxin grasped with both hands, and the thunder chains that exploded in his palms surged towards the front. Another group of giant scorpions that were swooping this way instantly stiffened, their poisonous tails dropping helplessly. Each of his thunderbolts accurately pierced into the nerve centers of these monsters, and the monsters that were struck didn't even have time to let out a scream before they went limp like puppets with broken strings. Batch after batch of magical beasts attacked, before being slaughtered by Yang Yongxin batch after batch. The students at the back watched dumbfounded as one after another fell in pieces in front of the thunder net, while the electric light flowing around Yang Yongxin's body reflected him like a god of war. Teacher, so you're this powerful? Lu Hong was astonished. This was the strength that a gold rank should have. I heard that Yang Yongxin was still at the gold 9th rank? It was too damn strong. Ha, you guys quickly do your thing, I'll just guard here. Yang Yongxin said so, and the thunder light around him grew even more intense. Good. Lu Hong nodded heavily. Quick. Keep coming, next person. The students did not dare to be sloppy and went up one by one to try the gain buff. Without a moment's effort, Lu Hong tried dozens of times one after another. Either they were not strong enough, or they were not suitable for the scene. After this continued for 10 minutes, Lu Hong was also a bit flustered. The key was that the surrounding magical beasts were already becoming more and more numerous and stronger. Teacher. So many monsters, can you hold up? Lu Hong anxiously looked towards the back. However, he saw that Yang Yongxin's face did not have a bit of pressure at all, and even threw more and more thunderbolts in his hands. Yang Yongxin smiled faintly. Classmate, teacher's title of Dharma King is not for nothing. Know what a FA-wang is? That is when the skill CD is shorter than others and the blue bar is longer than others. Skills that others can only use once a minute, I can fling more than a dozen rounds a minute, others use a few skills and then have no spiritual energy, I can insist on releasing skills to bombard for half a day. Yang Yongxin said while wildly flinging skills, the creatures on the scene were simply difficult to get close to the students within 10 meters, come over to be electrocuted. The sound of thunderstorms continued on the scene, and an inexplicable sense of security rose in the hearts of the students. Lu Hong clenched his fist as he turned back and said, "Continue." The students began to receive a new round of the power of I Seek.
Once again, after measuring dozens of times, there was still no randomized platinum-ranked battle power. During this time, he also gave Yang Yongshin a try. The power of I Seek Thought was working, but the direction of gain was to change one's mind or something like that. The effect was strong, but it wasn't much use against these monsters on the scene. So after continuing like this for some time, everyone's panels once again received a second round of notifications. The endless beast wave has continued to the second stage. Intelligent species will arrive at the scene soon. Please prepare all students. The Fae are coming? Lu Heng's eyes were startled. The so-called wisdom species were the Fae. Compared to ordinary magical beasts that had no spiritual intelligence, the IQ of the Fae was comparable to that of humans. Not only was their own combat power stronger than their inferior races, but they would also use tactics and such. With this in mind, Lu Heng hurriedly continued to buff his classmates. Just then, countless evil laughter suddenly came from the sky. The sound of these laughs was long and came with a stereo echo sound effect, making everyone at the scene involuntarily shiver when they heard it. Only 30 humanoid black shadows were seen tearing through the low-hanging dark clouds and swooping down. The bat wings unfurling behind them were as black as ink, oozing out asphalt like black mist with every flap. Moreover, other than the pupils of their eyes being completely dominated by dark purple and the pair of bat wings on their backs, these foreigners were similar to humans in all other aspects. Shadowbat darkling intelligent species. Rank, Gold. Race, Wraith. Attribute? How did 30 gold rank come all at once? Lu Heng's scalp went numb. Most of the magical beasts just now were silver and bronze. This all of a sudden came 30 gold ranks, and all of them were intelligent species. The destructive power brought about could be devastating. Jia. Humans, it's time for this game to end. Only to see one of the dark descendants in mid-air gave an evil smile, and then fiercely flapped its wings towards the bottom, rolling up a piece of black mist. The surrounding dark descendants followed suit and flapped their wings in unison towards the bottom. The thick black fog spread out in a fan shape. Between the flapping of their wings, more black mist poured down like a tidal wave, completely engulfing the entire battlefield. Wherever the black fog passed, visibility plummeted to less than 2 meters. The students waved their weapons in panic, but they could only hack into the void. The original tightly knit squad instantly disintegrated in the darkness, with cries of alarm and screams of misery rising one after another. Be careful! These magical beasts can see. Ah! I've been bitten! Save me! Help me! They began to shout in terror. The magical beasts, on the other hand, were as comfortable as if they were in their own territory. A large number of magical beasts used the cover of the black fog to silently close in on the crowd, launching all sorts of unguardable attacks. Within this dense black fog, a loud shout suddenly came out. Smash the darkness with thunder. The arcs of electricity around Yang Yongshin's body suddenly skyrocketed a dozen times over. Blue lightning light he danced wildly around him. He violently raised his hands high, and a thunder net with a diameter of more than 10 meters coalesced in the air above his head. Wherever the thunder light went, the black mist instantly boiled, emitting ear-piercing zipping sounds, and finally turned into wisps of green smoke that dissipated into the air. Yang Yongshin then waved his hands, frantically flinging out lightning. Silver-colored electric light like ripples spread in all directions, hard and thick as ink in the black fog plucked out a 10-meter diameter circular light domain. At the edge of the flow of lightning, the arcs of electricity were still violently colliding with the black fog. 30 students were tightly packed in the center of the light field. The thunder light was brightly visible on their faces, reflecting either terrified or exhilarated expressions. And outside the light domain, darkness churned like a living thing, with black shadows constantly looming in the black fog. The thunder light around Yang Yongshin's body condensed into a light shield, and wherever the thunder light passed, the black fog could no longer coalesce, and the magical beasts that originally intended to sneak attack them had nowhere to hide, and showed their heads for seconds. Compared to the tragic situation in the other areas, this side of the Nine Roads Gully Academy still had no deaths and no injuries. All of them were well protected by Yang Yongshin. Quickly, next. Lu Heng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued to have the meatballs apply the I Seek power to the next person. My turn, let me try again. Qin Zhe hurriedly stepped forward, determination written all over his face. Good. Lu Heng applied the I Seek Thought power on him without saying a word. Qin Zhe's eyes instantly froze. I Seek Thought.
Seek thought one person shaking a flower hand can only gather a single portion of wind elemental energy, a group of people shaking a flower hand is a bunch of wind elemental energy, and then 10,000 people shaking a flower hand. Wouldn't that be able to shake all the tornadoes out for the tornadoes? My seeking power takes effect, defining effect group ability sharing flower hand stirring wind. Rank level, rises with the number of people and the speed of the flower hand shaking, no upper limit. Chapter 136 Shake Harder. No upper limit? Lu Hong was dumbfounded. This seemed to be even more powerful than the platinum rank. Qin Zhe was incredibly excited at this time. Boss, I seem to have exploded. We can shake the tornado out later not? Right. You exploded your seed. Lu Hong was also excited as he hurriedly looked at everyone and said, quick! Shake the flower hand. Everyone shake your flower hands together. As soon as the words left his mouth, he took the lead in raising his hands above his head, and both of his hands began to sway continuously, spinning the flower hand. What? The classmates were a bit dumbfounded. What are you asking me to do by shaking my flower hand on this occasion? Qin Zhe hurriedly explained, I'm bursting. As long as everyone follows me in a piece and shakes their flower hands, they will be able to summon wind elemental energy and roll away the monsters in the entire field. What are you guys waiting for? Shake it. As soon as the words fell, Qin Zhe directly shook his hands high in the air. In less than 2 seconds his hands shook out residual shadows. The bone joints between his wrists made a crisp clicking sound, and between his palms flipping, blue-white wind elemental light points converged like fireflies. Lu Hong, who was on the side, also felt the effect of Qin Zhe's skill. Although his flower-shaking hand was rather rusty, wind elemental energy had also begun to appear. Quick! Useful! It's working! Lu Heng's face flushed red and his hands shook even more vigorously. Without a moment's effort, he also shook out residual shadows. A faint stream of wind began to curl up on his hands, blowing his hair up. Boss! Looks like you have a strong talent? You're able to shake out stumps so quickly? Qin Zhe laughed. The corner of Lu Heng's mouth grinned. The district's stigmata was fine with a hand. After all, his own agility attribute was on the panel. The other students were first stunned, and then immediately, some of them followed and flung their arms. Clap, clap, clap. As everyone's hands waved in unison, a faint stream of wind gradually formed. With the uneven movements, the round domain sheltered by the thunder light set off a fine wind sound. It works, it really works. Right. I can summon wind energy too. Shake. Shake harder. Yang Yongxin supported the crackling thunder shield with one hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he glimpsed this absurd scene with his afterglow. But as more and more arms began to swing in high frequency, the ground suddenly rolled up and swirled with gravel, and the black mist at the edge of the light domain was actually torn apart by an invisible force. Yang Yongxin's eyes then shook slightly. It really works. Shake. Shake vigorously. Everyone shake together. Lu Hong hurriedly urged from behind, old sister, don't stay, you shake too. Oh, Lu Shaoke hurriedly followed the others and shook the flower hand. Only he hadn't learned this before, and shaking the flower hand was a bit rustier than everyone else. Come. I'll teach you how to shake it. Qin Zhe took the initiative to act as a teacher at this time. First of all, you have to find the rotation point, about the back of the palm, the root of the thumb. Just look at this position of mine, right? This is it. Let's just use both hands to rotate around this position. Then stretch out your hands, put the backs of your hands facing each other, arms naturally relaxed, fingers in their natural state, don't be too tight, be natural. Now. Keep the previous rotation point close and start rotating your palms clockwise or counterclockwise. Right. That's right, that's it, everyone follow me. Spin and keep repeating these motions. Just keep spinning like this, find your own rhythm. Qin Zhe shook his flowery hands while explaining towards everyone at the top of his voice. His hands were like motors, flipping and crisscrossing at a dizzying frequency, driving a fine whirlwind of wind around his body. Other students gesticulated clumsily and soon found their own rhythm. As everyone spun more and more vigorously, everyone shook out the shadow. Everyone shook their flower hands vigorously, and miniature whirlwinds curled up in everyone's hands. And Lu Shaoke lived up to her reputation of being a talented person with a talent for learning pulling out all the stops. She was the first one here to get the hang of it, and in less than half a minute she found the fastest rhythm to shake, even covering her palms with her own thunder elemental energy. Her eyes were seen to be tightly closed, and her hair was rooted up from the energy surging around her. Her wrist was like a nimble swimming snake, tracing out a trail of residual shadows in the air. Her originally white palm was now wrapped in a layer of ghostly blue lightning elemental energy. Every flip and spin of hers was accompanied by the nuisance sound of lightning. A thunder and lightning, wind and fire wheel had unexpectedly spun out on top of its head, which was particularly dazzling. Unsurprisingly, with the addition of lightning proficiency, Lu Shaoka's speed of shaking her flower hand instantly became the fastest person here. Cheer up! I can do it! Struggle was written all over Lu Shaoka's face as the rhythm of her flower shaking hand became more and more compact. Only the airflow around her began to be disorganized, and the gravel on the ground and the finely shredded demonic beast limbs were swept up by an invisible force. The thunder element and wind element gradually intermingled under her control, first condensing a wind whirl in her palm, and then immediately transforming into a small tornado that was the thickness of a bucket. This tornado was wrapped in lightning, like a roaring thunder dragon, wreaking havoc amidst the crowd's cries of astonishment. Just by herself, she was able to spin a small tornado. It was more powerful than the other 30 people put together. Lu Shaoku. Even if you work harder than me on weekdays, are you even working this hard to shake the flower hand? Lu Hong gritted his teeth, damn it. I can't admit defeat either. Yikes. His face flushed red as his hands began to spin at a frantic pace. It didn't take long before small tornadoes were actually converging around him as well. Immediately afterward, his small tornado unexpectedly combined with Lu Shaoka's lightning tornado. It turned into a larger circle of tornadoes. ZZZZ. Wow wow wow. As the tornado appeared, the surrounding black mist dissipated as if cut by sharp blades, revealing the terrified figures of those magical beasts around the back. Even the two of them were able to combine their efforts to operate a small tornado of lightning and thunder, and rolled all these magical beasts in, and under the cutting of the fierce wind and lightning, these magical beasts were directly strangled. Moreover, the area that was originally illuminated by Yang Yongshin's thunderlight was only 10 meters, but now under the rolling of the gale, it had even spread out in a large circle. Hiss. This time there's no need for me to make a move off. Yang Yongshin was shocked. Seeing that these guys shaking flower hand is better than using thunder and lightning himself, he simply also joined the family of shaking flower hand. Only to see Yang Yongshin yank off his clothes with a stabbing sound, followed by raising his hands above his head and shaking them vigorously. In less than half a minute, Yang Yongshin also shook out a weak little dragon scroll of thunder and lightning. And followed by integrating within Lu Hong and Lu Shaoka's tornado. The tornado became strong once again. Lu Hong was so excited that he encouraged one after another. Shake! Shake harder! Shake out the wind and clouds! Shake out the sky! Shake out his Jiankuan to twist! Come on! Everyone give me a hard shake!